Chapter 1. A Clitch Adventure. Hey, Lin Fan, my young friend, where you try to escape to again? Class is about to start. Will you, my brother, please keep your voice down. You wouldn't truly wish for me to be caught, would you? I have an elderly mother who is 80, a crying infant below, and a gentle and virtuous wife in the middle. Please spare me. Upon seeing his good friend Wu Yu, Lin Fan immediately quelled the rapid beating of his heart, and his mouth began to spew forth nonsensical chatter. Lin Fan, when did your mother turn 80? And when did you, like me, suddenly acquire a wife and children? I had no idea. Should I go check with your mother? Wu Yu looked at his friend in disbelief. Wu Gu, I've already humbled myself before you. Must you be so disrespectful? Respect, you say? With that, he extended his thumb and forefinger, rubbing them together, the implication clear. Wu Yu gazed skyward, hand outstretched, foot tapping, his eyes darting towards Lin Fan. Damn it, Xiao Wu, if you want something from me, why don't you just go to hell? Lin Fan, observing Wu Yu's antics, felt like a cat that had just lost its fur, flaring up immediately. I have no money to spare, but here, a worthless Lefito, you want it? Fuck, you stingy miser. I know you too well. Fine, I don't want a life. Just hand over that exquisite sword. Why don't you just steal it? Damn it. Do you have any idea how long I spent obtaining that sword? It's worth quite a sum. But fine, since you're my brother, friend, comrade, classmate, desk mate, dorm mate, and fellow villager, I will generously gift it to you. Lin Fan wore an expression of benevolence, although in his heart he thought, this was originally meant to be your birthday gift. Since you mentioned it, I shall go along with it to avoid your complaints. Wu Yu looked at Lin Fan with suspicion. Who are you? You can't possibly be Lin Fan, that miserly fellow who never parts with a dime. How could you be so generous? Damn it, take it or leave it. I want it, of course. Hey, good lad, you've finally turned over a new leaf. All my years of guidance have not been in vain. It's about time you realize your potential. You are destined for greatness. Wu Yu looked at Lin Fan with fervent excitement. All right, I need to go now. Damn it, today is the event for secondary professions in the game. I can finally master potion making, alchemy, and enchanting. Haha, I'll mail you the sword in the game. Lin Fan glanced at the time and hurried off. Damn, can't waste any more time. I'm off. Hey, take it easy. Wu Yu watched as Lin Fan disappeared into the distance, left speechless. Where am I? Lin Fan shook his head and struggled to open his eyes. Before him lay a vibrant green meadow, where a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, was sprawled out, his face smeared with dirt. He wore an oversized garment, and, rising from the ground only to sit back down, his eyes were filled with confusion. Surrounding him was a grove of trees, encircling the grass, and a crystal-clear stream flowed by. Oh, why have I shrunk? Lin Fan looked down at his clothes, extending his delicate little hand, his mind racing with countless phrases from novel transmigration. Unlike the protagonists of other stories who would be ecstatic, he felt a hint of madness creeping in, muttering to himself, my mastery, my wealth, my secondary profession, my bright future gone, gone, gone. After a moment, Lin Fan stood up again. Do not assume he had come to a realization, rather. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Where the hell am I? Is this some kind of joke? Why am I here? Is it because I'm more handsome than you? What kind of ridiculous place is this? Although the greenery is lovely and the air is fresh, I'm not here to admire the scenery. The disheveled child stood defiantly, one hand on his hip, the other pointing to the sky, his middle finger raised, exuding an air of indignation. Finally, that feels better. But what about my materials and my mastery in potion making, alchemy, and enchanting? Chapter 2. Hagrid. Damn it. I've never had such luck, even with the lottery. Could it be true what they say, what is meant to be will come to pass, but what is not meant will not be forced? Ugh, this is infuriating. Let's see where I am. After expressing his boredom, Lin Fan tried to collect himself and examined his surroundings. He walked toward the riverbank, the most pressing concern being to see what he now looked like. The flowing water revealed a small face, jet black hair, a pert nose, luscious lips, and emerald green eyes, albeit marred by a layer of grime. He splashed some water onto his face, rubbing it clean, and, after a short while, he managed to tidy himself up. He opened his mouth slightly, revealing pearly white teeth, and smiled at his reflection in the water. His cheeks were slightly plump, fair, and undeniably charming. Oh no, rather very. Damn it, how is this possible? Why do I have dimples? When did I become this adorable? Even when I'm angry, I look cute. What the hell is this? This is a little boy. The little boys can be endearing. Why have I turned into one? Oh heavens, I was so dashing before. At the very least, I should have become a delicate youth. But this little boy look is going to ruin me. Lin Fan pointed at his reflection, his expression one of disbelief. After some time, he was stirred from his stupor by a sudden loud crack, rousing him from his contemplative state. Almost immediately, he heard voices, clearly from someone with a loud voice, despite not yet seeing anyone. Aragog, did you hear someone talking? Yes, Hagrid. It seems another mischievous student has wandered in. That voice was cursing incessantly. I wonder what's going on. These students are as troublesome as ever. It must be that brave, adventurous Gryffindor again. Indeed, it's likely one of those spirited little lions from Gryffindor. Let's go take a look. What came into Lin Fan's view was a half-giant, with a face so hairy it was wild, his long, unkempt hair and beard tangled together like a thicket. His beetle-like eyes shone brightly, though his patched clothing was more ragged than that of a typical beggar, and he held a hunting rifle in his hands. Beside him loomed Deer, a massive spider, an eight-eyed giant spider. Are you a student from Hogwarts? What are you doing here? Don't you know the Forbidden Forest is dangerous? The giant named Hagrid bellowed at Lin Fan. Hogwarts? What is this place? And what is the Forbidden Forest? Is this it? These are the questions swirling in Lin Fan's mind, and he voiced them. Oh, you don't know Hogwarts? How did you end up in the Forbidden Forest? Are you the child of a teacher at the school? Oh my goodness! Hagrid exclaimed, astonished. Lin Fan pondered, could outsiders not possibly enter here? This place was difficult to access and perilous. The name Hogwarts sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. How should he respond? It seemed he would have to resort to the ultimate tactic of adorableness, but damn it, he couldn't do that. He didn't want to act cute. Yet, despite his thoughts, his body reacted before he could stop it. Uncle, who are you? You said this is Hogwarts. What is Hogwarts? And is this the Forbidden Forest, which is dangerous? Uncle, I'm not a student at Hogwarts. I don't even know how I got here. When I woke up, I found myself lying in the grass of this forest. Uncle, is it really dangerous here? I'm so scared. After speaking, Lin Fan felt his own mind freeze, involuntarily shivering. How disgusting. He had just acted cute. He had acted cute to this giant. Oh heavens! Hagrid, observing Lin Fan shivering, assumed he was genuinely frightened. This naive giant asked, "What is your name? How old are you? Where are your family?" "My name is Lin Fan. I'm 10 years old. As for my family, they should be gone now." Poor child. Hagrid's heart swelled with compassion. In the eyes of this innocent half-giant, should be gone meant they were indeed gone. As for Lin Fan's origins, who could say? Let Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, handle it. Being simple-minded did not equate to lacking intelligence. Well then, Lin Fan, let's head to my hut, and he'll take you to meet Dumbledore. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts. Well, good uncle, he said, as he walked towards the far side, away from the eight-eyed giant spider known as Aragog. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive dread that this colossal arachnid might feast upon humans, and its appearance was indeed quite terrifying. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Fan and his companions finally emerged from the Forbidden Forest, arriving at the small wooden hut that Hagrid had mentioned. As for the enormous spider, it remained in the depths of the forest. "Here, have a drink," Hagrid said. Upon tasting the beverage that Lin Fan had been offered, Hagrid suddenly realized, "Oh my goodness, what have I done? You didn't actually drink it, did you?" "Surely not. Otherwise, Dumbledore would be quite upset with me. You're still underage. How could you possibly consume alcohol? Quick, stop drinking. Here, have some water instead." Lin Fan sipped the so-called butterbeer, its slick texture somewhat disconcerting. Noticing Hagrid's worried demeanor, he attempted to reassure him. "Uncle, I didn't actually drink it." "Yes, that's right, I didn't drink it at all." He emphasized this last point, even surprising himself with his own incredulity. Yet, the half-giant seemed to accept it. "Oh, thank heavens for that," Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his chest in relief. "Lin Fan, we will be meeting Professor Dumbledore shortly." "Yes, all right. Lin Fan replied, his face a mask of calm, though internally he was anything but tranquil. What should I do? That man named Dumbledore will surely notice my issues. He is certainly not as naive as Hagrid. Oh, dear heavens. Chapter 3. Albus Dumbledore. Following Hagrid, the towering figure, Lin Fan arrived at an imposing castle, one that appeared ancient, imbued with a sense of history, yet not dilapidated. The castle boasted a grand entrance, standing approximately as tall as 97 Hagrids stacked upon one another, with a width that could easily accommodate 4 or 5 of the half-giants side by side. As Hagrid pushed open the grand door, they stepped inside, and Lin Fan was left in a state of shock as he beheld the moving, talking portraits greeting Hagrid. He stood there, mouth agape, finger pointing at the artwork, utterly flabbergasted. This was beyond absurd. Surely it was some sort of mechanism, or perhaps technology had advanced to an unfathomable degree. He concocted an explanation to rationalize this astonishing phenomenon. Noticing Lin Fan's astonishment, Hagrid called out, "Come on, Lin Fan, we must be off. Farewell, Bellarch." Hagrid bid adieu to one of the portraits, which depicted a figure clad in painter's garb, with a palette in one hand and a brush in the other, busily engaged in creating art. The very notion of a painting was peculiar indeed. "Farewell, Hagrid. I am currently struck by a splendid inspiration. A masterpiece is about to be born. Oh my, what a genius I am!" the portrait exclaimed. Hagrid, still guiding the bewildered Lin Fan, elaborated, "That fellow in the portrait is named Bellarch. He was a renowned painter in his lifetime and continues to create Dahlia fascinating and industrious individual. Now, let us proceed to meet Dumbledore." "Ah, yes, all right," Lin Fan replied. At that moment, a bucket of water descended from above, drenching both Lin Fan and Hagrid, thoroughly awakening Lin Fan. "Huh, a new student, how delightful," came a voice as the figure vanished into the wall. "Oh, that infernal Peeves, you mischievous troublemaker," Hagrid bellowed in frustration. "Peeves?" Lin Fan asked, still dazed, his mind racing with the image of Peeves zooming through the wall. "Indeed, Peeves. He is the most mischievous and troublesome poltergeist at Hogwarts. A true headache, I assure you." "Come along, Lin Fan," Hagrid said, shaking off the water as he continued to lead Lin Fan onward. "A ghost? A ghost? Good heavens, what kind of world is this? Oh, dear heavens, where have you brought me?" Lin Fan screamed inwardly, maintaining an outward appearance of befuddlement. They meandered through numerous corridors, and Lin Fan's shock began to diminish after the earlier series of surprises. He had developed a certain immunity to the bizarre sights before him. After all, this was far less shocking than encountering moving, talking portraits and ghosts. Before them stood a staircase that twisted and turned in all directions. Lin Fan looked up, finding the ceilings high above, and peered down into a seemingly endless abyss, likely leading to the dungeons. Within Hogwarts, Lin Fan realized just how vast the institution truly was. He had initially thought Hogwarts to be immense, yet it dwarfed the perception he had from the outside. "Oh my, good heavens! Stay close, Lin Fan, do not stray. Hogwarts is exceedingly large, and it is all too easy to become lost. Moreover, the castle is perpetually shifting, the staircases move, and there are countless hidden chambers that often change locations. Just like Bellarch's portrait, which also tends to wander. The last time I saw Bellarch was near the dining hall. Now, let's go, and remember to keep close," Hagrid instructed Lin Fan. Lin Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What kind of dreadful school is this?" He hurriedly stayed close to Hagrid, not daring to stray far. "I will stay close. I want to get lost." They ascended the staircase, climbing higher and higher, until they felt somewhat dizzy from the ascent. At last, they beheld a grand oak door ahead, adorned with a brass knocker in the form of a creature that was half eagle and half lion. Hagrid rapped on the door and uttered the password. The door opened silently, and they stepped inside. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, taking in the furnishings of the room. It was a spacious and exquisite square chamber, occasionally filled with intriguing little sounds. Oddly shaped silver utensils adorned a table with spindle-shaped legs, emitting wisps of delicate smoke as they twirled. The walls were adorned with numerous portraits, both male and female, each exuding an air of elegance as they gazed upon Hagrid and Lin Fan, who had just entered. These figures must have been the former headmasters of Hogwarts. Behind a massive table with clawed legs sat an old man, tall and slender, with hair and a beard as white as snow, the latter cascading down to his waist. His piercing blue eyes sparkled behind half-moon spectacles, and his beard was tied in a bow. What a peculiar sight. The elderly gentleman leaned on the table, fingers interlaced, radiating an air of tranquility. Dumbledore. Hagrid uttered the name of the venerable figure. This was the current headmaster of this eccentric school, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 4. A conversation with Dumbledore. Hagrid, what brings you here? Is it because of the young boy at your side? Dumbledore inquired. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. His name is Lin Fan. He appeared in the Forbidden Forest for reasons unknown. Hagrid explained while glancing at Lin Fan. He suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened at Hagrid's words, darting towards Lin Fan. Yes, sir, Lin Fan replied, embodying the demeanor of a polite young boy. Where are you from? If this place includes a country called China, then I hail from there. However, upon observing this wondrous locale, it seems my idea of China may differ from yours, Lin Fan reflected, regarding the elderly man. He felt compelled to disclose the truth, as a sudden flash of insight had struck him moments ago, revealing a sense of familiarity with this magical realm and its characters. Indeed, he had entered the world of a book, J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. No wonder it felt so familiar, though he had not read the book extensively. He had merely watched the Harry Potter film series. He recalled various characters: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Ron's brother Percy, George, Fred, Ginny, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Professor Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin, Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor and Transfiguration teacher, Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, the cunning Dumbledore, the dashing Gilderoy Lockhart who attracted many women and naive young girls, as well as Cho Chang from China, Draco Malfoy and his two unnamed lackeys, Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. Imprisoned in Azkaban, the werewolf Lupin, the traitorous Pettigrew, the Dursleys who bullied Harry, and Voldemort, the ultimate antagonist. As for the others, they were lost to him, either forgotten or unknown. The plot of Harry Potter included elements like the Philosopher's Stone, the Goblet of Fire, Horcruxes, the Room of Requirement, the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, Death Eaters, and many more, details that seemed irrelevant now. What lay before him was the wily headmaster of Hogwarts. Oh, what does this mean? Dumbledore appeared intrigued, observing Lin Fan, the boy clad in oversized adult clothing, urging him to continue. Well, how should I put this? I was playing on my computer when I suddenly lost consciousness, only to awaken in the Forbidden Forest, where I encountered Hagrid, Lin Fan admitted, deciding to be forthright, regardless of whether it would be believed, after all. Even he found it hard to accept. Computer? What is that? Do you not know? What kind of school is this, and what country is this? Hogwarts, the finest school of magic. As for the country, it is England. You claim to come from China, that mysterious Eastern nation? Magic. Those who wield magic are called wizards or witches, while ordinary folk are referred to as muggles. Yes, a computer is a technological marvel from the muggle world. And I am indeed from that so-called mysterious Eastern country, China. Oh, I see. Very well then. You unexpectedly found yourself in the Forbidden Forest, child. Is there anything else you wish to add? Dumbledore inquired. To say or not to say, that was the dilemma. Lin Fan struggled internally for a while before ultimately deciding to speak out. Actually, sir, I am not as I appear now. How should I put it? I do not reflect the age I should be. I ought to be 24, yet for reasons unknown, my appearance has changed, and my body seems to have shrunk. Is that so? Dumbledore's expression revealed no surprise. Yes, sir. Are you aware of your origins? I fear not, sir, for I do not belong to this world. I hail from another realm entirely composed of muggles. Thank you for your candor, esteemed Mr. Lin Fan. Given this, you shall remain at Hogwarts, and I hope you can adapt. I am immensely grateful to you, Professor Dumbledore, for your hospitality. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. Lin Fan gazed at Dumbledore with gratitude. It is quite all right, but you cannot reside in the students' dormitories, as you presently appear to be merely 7 or 8 years old. At this moment, Hagrid, who had been listening in a state of confusion, interjected, but Professor Dumbledore, Lin Fan said he is 10 years old. Oh, is that so? Nevertheless, if you wish to enroll, I'm afraid you must wait until next year, as our first-year students must be 11 years of age. Is that so? May I audit the classes? I could perhaps stay with Hagrid, or at least peruse some books. You must understand, otherwise life would be exceedingly dull, Lin Fan said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Very well, Lin Fan, you may visit the library to read, but do heed that there are certain areas you should avoid. The others will inform you. Dumbledore glanced at the clock. It is time for dinner. Let us proceed. They arrived at the dining hall, which appeared to be quite empty, as only a few students remained at the school during the holiday. Lin Fan surveyed the vast hall, marveling at its size. Wondering if it was yet another manifestation of magic, he found himself less astonished than before. Lin Fan sat in a chair alongside Dumbledore, observing as Dumbledore waved his hand, causing an extraordinary array of delectable dishes to materialize upon the dining table. This phenomenon might be akin to certain arcane practices found in Chinese folklore, reminiscent of the 5 ghosts moving goods. Gazing at the culinary delights, Lin Fan could not help but eagerly indulge, his fingers dancing over the feast as he devoured the offerings with abandon. This is delicious, he exclaimed, and that one is quite good too. Oh, and there's more. Dumbledore chuckled softly at Lin Fan's enthusiasm. Chapter 5, The Levitation Charm Without Incantation or Wand. Hey, Lin Fan, welcome back. Hagrid called out as Lin Fan approached the small cabin. Indeed, Hagrid, I have something to share with you. Let's step inside first, Lin Fan replied. Pulling Hagrid into the cabin, he furtively glanced outside to ensure no one was watching before swiftly closing the wooden door behind them. What is it that seems so secretive? Hagrid inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Well, just watch, Lin Fan replied mysteriously. Lin Fan's gaze was fixated on a cup of water resting on the table. Enveloped in silence, the clock ticked rhythmically, marking the passage of time, perhaps 5 minutes, 10, or even half an hour, or an hour had slipped away. Regardless, Hagrid, the giant, was growing impatient. Lin Fan, what exactly are you waiting for? Hurry up and show me. Staring into space serves no purpose, Hagrid quipped, exasperated. Just a moment. Bear with me. No, wait, I was perfectly fine in the library before. Just keep watching. It should be ready soon, Hagrid, Lin Fan responded. His eyes still locked on the cup. Oh dear, has this child lost his mind? Merlin, may he be blessed. Hagrid sighed, glancing at the clock. 53 minutes have passed since Lin Fan began his days. Oh, Merlin, what could he possibly want me to see? Time continued to elapse, and before long, darkness enveloped the room, signaling dinner time. Lin Fan, it's time for dinner. Come on, Hagrid called to the still distracted boy, though Lin Fan acknowledged him. Hagrid swore by Merlin that this lad was indeed daydreaming, having wasted all this time only to show him his own stupor. Luckily, Hagrid's patience was abundant. Oh, I must have been played by this kid. Well, for Merlin's sake, I shall let it slide. Just a little longer, Hagrid. It will be ready soon, Lin Fan replied, his focus unwavering on the cup. Well, I suppose I shall take my leave then. I'll bring back some food later. Hagrid, rendered speechless, opened the door and stepped outside. Just a bit longer, it will be done soon, Lin Fan muttered, sounding like a robot stuck in a loop. The room was shrouded in darkness, the stars and moon illuminating the night sky outside, yet Lin Fan remained transfixed on the cup. Suddenly, he shouted, Hurry, Hagrid, look, can you see it? He lifted his gaze, only to find the room engulfed in shadows, with no trace of Hagrid. But Hagrid, a loud crash echoed. Oh, heavens, that wretched Hagrid. Leaving without a word, how infuriating. Just you wait, I shall have my revenge. Lin Fan fumed, uncertain of who was truly at fault, feeling a creeping sense of foolishness. Meanwhile, Hagrid dined in the Hogwarts hall, inexplicably shivering in place. On the floor of the little cabin lay the cup Lin Fan had been staring at for hours. Shattered into pieces, whether by his own doing or otherwise was unclear. Oh, Merlin, may the almighty Jehovah bless me. Tomorrow, I shall not be deterred. I will sort this out before showing Hagrid, lest I face embarrassment. Lin Fan resolutely motivated himself, his face displaying a determined expression, despite his youthful charm that many found adorable. With Hagrid absent, likely off in the Forbidden Forest seeking his old companion, the eight-eyed acromantula named Aragog, Lin Fan was left to experiment with his research. Thus, the furnishings of the little cabin, dishes, tables, kitchenware, and toys, were destined for calamity. Oh, Merlin. Let us observe a moment of silence for the sacrifices made by these poor objects, he mused. A loud crash. One shattered, two broken. Three met a similar fate. The cacophony continued until, at last, Lin Fan grinned at the result of his endeavors. A charming, endearingly mischievous young boy stood with hands on his hips, gazing proudly at a small piece of wood floating in the air, surrounded by a multitude of fragments scattered across the floor and various marks adorning the walls. This was the scene that greeted Hagrid upon his return, leaving him utterly astonished. Lin Fan, what on earth happened here? The half-giant stammered. Oh, have you seen this? Have you seen it? Lin Fan exclaimed, excitedly pointing at the tiny wood chips, his face flushed with delight. Look, can you see it? I wanted you to see this. Yesterday, I discovered the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and managed to lift an entire book into the air without incantation or wand. He explained, gesturing animatedly. Is this how you intend to dismantle the house? Hagrid roared in disbelief. What house? Lin Fan, upon hearing Hagrid's words, surveyed his surroundings and gasped. Oh, Jehovah, save me. Merlin, help me. Bodhisattva, I implore you. All gods and deities, I beseech you. Lin Fan, you may scream all you like, but no one will come to your aid. Hagrid said, inching closer. Just so you know, don't slap me. Lin Fan braced himself, protectively covering his head, prepared for the worst. After a prolonged silence, feeling Hagrid's fist had yet to fall, Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. Hagrid, you truly are a good giant, he exclaimed, lowering his arms to reveal a wide-eyed expression of disbelief. In the air floated Hagrid, his head and back pressed against the ceiling, glaring down at Lin Fan. The little imp. The levitation charm. Hagrid realized, utterly perplexed by how Lin Fan had managed to ensnare him in such a predicament. Chapter 9. Observing the sorting ceremony on a balmy, sunlit day, a multitude of wooden objects floated in the sky above the little cabin, varying in length, thickness, and shape. Hee, I am quite the genius, able to keep so many pieces of wood floating for this long. Lin Fan, standing in the yard beside the cabin, wore a mischievous grin. Lin Fan, practicing your levitation charm again, came Hagrid's voice from a distance. Of course, as we say back home, one must keep practicing. As stagnation leads to regression, Lin Fan retorted, undeterred. Lin Fan spoke with a hint of arrogance. Hagrid gazed at Lin Fan, now completely accustomed to the charmingly mischievous demeanor of this adorable young rascal, whose tongue was as foul as it was playful. One could not help but marvel at the remarkable adaptability of humanity. Yet, despite his prowess with the levitation spell, Lin Fan struggled with all other forms of magic. Hagrid scoffed, muttering in disdain, his voice barely a whisper, though it resonated clearly in the ears of the boy standing nearby. This untamed little creature, incensed, unleashed the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. In the sunlight, a multitude of wooden blocks floated in the air, along with, well, Hagrid himself, the unfortunate giant. It was a sight to behold, a child wielding such power with abandon. Hagrid had attempted to counter the Wingardium Leviosa spell, but frustratingly, Lin Fan's version was unlike any other. While students at the academy could barely keep heavy objects aloft for long, even the professors seemed feeble in comparison to him. Just look at those wooden blocks, and, Hagrid, this creature. Although Hagrid could only describe his attempts with other spells as pitiful, this particular charm seemed almost absurdly powerful, defying both duration and weight limits. Observing Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor, one could only conclude that he was a prodigy in this art. If one were to argue he wasn't a marvel, one would have to concede that this spell was tailor-made for him, or rather, he was created for this spell. Lin Fan, please set me down. I have something to discuss with you, Hagrid implored, lowering his tone in a humble plea. Given your decent character, I shall momentarily show mercy. Next time, to prevent the destruction of the world and to safeguard its peace, I shall embrace the true essence of villainy. Where was I? Java? Never mind. For now, I will spare you, Lin Fan replied, feigning the grandeur of a hero. Yes, Hagrid sighed, lamenting his plight. To be tormented by a child. Merlin, grant me strength. Yet, he resigned himself to reality. With a resounding thud, Hagrid was struck down. As the floating wooden blocks plummeted around him, what can one feel? Pain. Now, speak. It was not that Lin Fan was heartless or indifferent to Hagrid's current state. Rather, he simply observed. Hagrid stood up effortlessly, brushing off the dust with a huff. See, this fellow's defenses are absolutely top-notch. Even after that, he remains unscathed. Truly, he is a giant, albeit a half-reed. But his mother was a giant. After all, perhaps he inherited her strength. Today marks the beginning of the term. Both old and new students have arrived at Hogwarts. This means, tonight, we shall witness the sorting ceremony you mentioned. Take me to see it, Hagrid. Lin Fan exclaimed with exuberance, eagerly appealing to Hagrid. Lin Fan had been at this school for over a month, encountering only a few individuals, alongside some spirits and portraits. Professor McGonagall was tall and slender, her expression stern, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. However, her taste in colors left much to be desired, particularly her emerald green robes. Professor Snape, with his prominent hooked nose and sallow complexion, left Lin Fan perplexed. It was unclear why he spent his days in the dungeons, his skin resembling that of an oppressed class wearied by hardship. His raven-black, greasy hair hung in disarray, and his dark eyes radiated a chilling presence. Lin Fan speculated that perhaps Lily had departed with James, leading to his self-pity and transformation. He imagined that Lily Evans must have chosen James Potter for his more appealing demeanor. It seemed that Snape had yet to align himself with the Dark Lord Voldemort. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was utterly charming. Despite his unremarkable appearance, his height made up for any other shortcomings. Madame Pants, the librarian, was familiar to him due to his frequent book borrowings. Nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor, the bloodied Baron from Slytherin, and the mischievous Peeves, who had once caused him considerable trouble until he mastered Wingardium Leviosa, were also notable figures in his experience. He often encountered the first portrait he had seen at Hogwarts, the esteemed painter Bellatrix Franel. Let us go, Hagrid urged, leading Lin Fan to the dining hall. They arrived to witness the Sorting Hat song from behind the curtains. The hat opened and closed its brim while singing, and Lin Fan found it utterly captivating. Magic truly held wondrous capabilities. Over 1,000 years ago, I was just being woven into existence. Four illustrious wizards, whose names have endured through time, emerged. The brave Gryffindor from the desolate marshes, the beautiful Ravenclaw from the tranquil riverbank, the kind-hearted Hufflepuff from the open valley, and the cunning Slytherin from the murky swamp. They shared a dream, a desire, and a bold plan to cultivate young wizards, thus founding Hogwarts School. Each of these great wizards established their own house, each valuing different talents in their students. Gryffindor believed that the bravest should receive the highest accolades. Ravenclaw held that the most intelligent would always achieve greatness. Hufflepuff felt that the hardest workers deserved admission, while the ambitious Slytherin favored those with aspirations for power. During their lifetimes, the four wizards personally selected their favored students, but upon their passing, how could they discern talent among the students? It was Gryffindor who devised a solution. He removed me from his head, and the four founders infused me with their thoughts. From then on, I was entrusted with the task of selecting and evaluating. Now, place me firmly upon your head. I have never misjudged a candidate. I shall peer into your mind and determine to which house you belong. As Professor McGonagall held the student list, calling out the names of the newcomers, each student approached in turn. When the sorting hat loudly declared a house, the members of that house erupted in cheers and applause, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Lin Fan could not help but feel a surge of excitement, clenching his fists and exclaiming inwardly, "Next year." Chapter 7, The Room of Wishes. As a side note, I must head to school tomorrow morning, so I will share the updates for tomorrow now. I will also update next week on Friday night and Sunday at noon. There will be 2 more updates today. Originally, there were just 2, but as an expression of my apologies, there will be 3 updates tomorrow. Meaning today we'll have a total of 5 updates. 2 more will be released tonight. Thank you all for your support. Once again, it was a splendid day. Lin Fan stepped out of his small wooden cabin, having completed and comprehended the first-grade standard spells. He had mastered the incantation for opening doors, Alhambra. And his remarkable floating spell, Wingardium Leviosa, surpassed that of many adults. Now, he intended to visit the library to explore other books required for first graders, including the history of magic. "Hey, boy," called out the cheerful voices of several lovely girls from a distance. Lin Fan turned around, innocently inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" "Oh, how utterly adorable. A perfect embodiment of youthful charm." A chorus of delightful Lolas erupted in excitement. Can one envision the scene of these Lolas referring to other children as Shota? The term Shota itself is unexpected, revealing that even Hogwarts is home to certain creatures known as fangirls. It is hard to fathom, yet do you believe it? I certainly do. For I am the author of this narrative. If I don't believe in it, who else would? Wouldn't you agree? Ladies, are you speaking of me? The small Shota appeared utterly astonished. Did I ever mention that Lin Fan's transformed visage rendered him irresistibly cute, regardless of his expression? I suppose you now understand that his anger is merely a form of endearment. Otherwise, why would Hagrid be so frequently subjected to his whims? Hagrid could hardly withstand that look from him. One might wonder what lethal power his Wingardium Leviosa possesses, unless one were to drop someone from a great height. It wouldn't be fatal. However, at ordinary heights, Hagrid's physical defenses are undoubtedly immune. Now, returning to the main topic. "See, I told you he was exceptionally cute," declared unknown girl A. "I already knew that. It's all you said." "I refuse to believe it," retorted unknown girl B. "Humph, I've been saying this all along." "You bunch of fools," responded unknown girl C. "Submit to your queen, for your arguments are feeble and powerless," unknown girl C proclaimed with a chuckle. Lin Fan felt a drop of sweat trickle down his forehead, overwhelmed by confusion. What on earth are they doing? Are they students of Hogwarts? Their attire seems to represent the 4 houses. Did Hagrid not mention that Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw coexisted peacefully, while Slytherin hardly interacted with the others? Why on earth? Another bead of sweat rolled down Lin Fan's brow as he observed the ongoing squabble among the 4 girls from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Slowly, Lin Fan began to back away, taking one step, then another, only to realize that a corner loomed behind him. In a sudden surge of panic, he bolted. "Hey, look, that little Shota is running away. It's all your fault," shouted the Slytherin girl, rushing after him, disregarding the other 3. "Wait, how cunning. Damn Slytherin." The other 3 fangirls of the remaining houses exclaimed, quickly pursuing him as well. Upon reaching the staircase, Lin Fan glanced back at the girls in hot pursuit, his face turning beet red. Why is this happening? They should be arguing. An idea sparked in his mind. Lin Fan hurriedly ascended the staircase. Before him unfolded a peculiar scene at Hogwarts, for young girls were chasing a charming little boy, seemingly intent on overpowering him. Oh dear, how appalling. How could I harbor such unsavory thoughts? Merlin, may you bless little Lin Fan, for I hope his purity remains intact, or perhaps it is better to say, may he be protected. Uncertain of how many flights of stairs he had climbed or how far he had run, Lin Fan realized he had momentarily evaded the 4 girls. However, he also discovered he was lost and had no idea how many levels he had traversed. This location felt oddly familiar, as if he had been here several times before. Before him hung a tapestry depicting a giant bludgeoning a hapless creature, a sight that stirred a sense of recognition within him, reminiscent of something he had either heard or seen before. In the distance, he could hear the voices of Gryffindor girls. How did Lin Fan know, you ask? He recognized their school uniforms and had listened to their voices for quite some time. Surely, if you were in his position, you would have known as well. Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety, murmuring softly to himself, "Why are they persistently pursuing me when I have no grievances against them? Where can I hide? Is there a place to conceal myself?" It seemed as though a divine presence, perhaps that of the ancient sage or the revered Buddha, had intervened, for before him appeared a small door. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Fan expressed his gratitude to the mystical Merlin and the celestial deities, vowing to honor them with incense offerings in the future, and promising never to refer to them with disrespectful titles again. With a heart full of anticipation, he stepped into the unknown chamber. As he crossed the threshold, a voice from behind, belonging to a Hufflepuff girl, echoed, "There is no one here." Lin Fan shivered momentarily, then composed himself, observing that he had entered a spacious room. One perceived through the eyes of a child, vast and empty, an ideal sanctuary for hiding. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, increasingly feeling a sense of familiarity. To confirm his suspicions, he decided to wait a little longer, biding his time until the 4 female monsters outside departed. Even after their departure, he resolved to remain cautious. For there exists a Chinese proverb that advises prudence in navigation. After a considerable duration, Lin Fan opened the door and stepped out of the room. Finding no traces of his emergence in the outside world, Lin Fan paced back and forth, exclaiming, "I require a room to rest." He repeated this thrice. Lin Fan discovered that his thoughts had been validated. Before him stood a door unlike any he had encountered before. He pushed it open and stepped inside, revealing a lavishly expansive living room reminiscent of a grand villa. The names Room of Wishes and Universal Room flitted through Lin Fan's mind. I never imagined I would stumble upon such a magnificent place so effortlessly. Ha ha ha. The reason why geniuses are deemed as such is due to my existence, which bestows that title upon them. Ha ha. Chapter 8. The Alchemist side quest. Ever since the incident with the 4 little Lolas, Lin Fan had refrained from venturing outside. Now, he held a collection of books retrieved from his secret stash in the Room of Wishes, thus sparing himself a trip to the library. Alas, how dreadfully boring. Lin Fan lamented as he grasped a hefty tome in his left hand. Upon closer inspection, one could observe his right index finger tracing circles in the air, while above him, a multitude of wooden blocks spun in tandem. This was a new experiment of Lin Fan's. He intended to elevate his abilities to allow objects to float effortlessly above, responding to his mental commands to perform desired actions. This was merely the beginning. Soon, he would no longer need to move his fingers, just a convenience for his laziness. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Lin Fan instinctively lowered the spinning blocks, closed his book, and fixed his gaze upon the forbidden forest adjacent to the small wooden cabin, a sly grin adorning his face. Despite his demeanor, one could not deny that a young boy's innocence was undeniably charming. Taking small, eager steps, Lin Fan ventured into the forbidden forest, his heart racing with excitement. Ever since I last left the forest, I have yet to return, and I didn't even take the time to explore thoroughly before Hagrid whisked me away. What a failure. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the young boy continued deeper into the woods. Trees remained trees, grass remained grass, flowers remained flowers, and then, Lin Fan exclaimed, hurriedly retreating. One might wonder what had incited such fear. I shall reveal it. A large bug, approximately the size of a cat. To put it plainly, Lin Fan feared nothing in this world, except for the possibility of disconnecting during an exhilarating game or discovering his gear had been stolen. He feared losing money. Yet above all, this child harbored an irrational fear of slimy, furry, wriggling insects, akin to caterpillars or the larvae of bees, various types of bugs. The very creature he had just encountered was the embodiment of his phobia. Poor child. You may wonder why he is this way. Will you find my explanation excessive? Well then, allow me to recount. When Lin Fan was 8 years old, during a summer day, he played with a small ball in the shade beneath an ancient tree. He struck the ball against the tree, perhaps provoking the heavens, who decided to retaliate. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, a charming caterpillar fell from the tree's top, landing directly into Lin Fan's waiting mouth. In that instant, he inadvertently closed his lips, swallowed nervously, and froze in shock. In a desperate attempt to expel the unexpected intruder, he was met with another caterpillar that plummeted onto his face. In his panic, he forgot to retch, hastily brushing the creature off his face and sprinting home to find his mother. Thus, the shadow of that incident lingered on. Returning to the present, Lin Fan, in his frantic flight, disrupted the tranquility of the forbidden forest, sending small creatures into a frenzy. Hidden in the shadows, Hagrid's old companion, Aragog the giant spider, along with the winged beasts and centaurs, observed the commotion caused by this human intruder. Lin Fan had lost track of how long he had been running. Drenched in sweat and tears, his clothes were torn by branches, and his cherubic face along with his delicate hands and feet bore the marks of scrapes. He was completely soaked, as if he had emerged from the depths of a river, utterly exhausted. Glancing around, he was bewildered by his surroundings. Leaning against a nearby tree, he sank down, gasping for air. As he surveyed the grass underfoot, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Perhaps his eyes were deceiving him. After all, grass was generally uniform. Regardless, he decided to rest, to replenish the energy that made his heart race with a fervor. Thus, Lin Fan temporarily activated the opportunity for a certain adventure, dismissing any lingering concerns. Though summer days are long, autumn was approaching, and as night fell, young Lin was soundly asleep, blissfully lost in dreams. With evidence of his slumber adorning the corners of his mouth, this child had endured much today, and it was time for him to rest. One might wonder if he would return home, and whether Hagrid would be worried. Yet, even before entering school, Lin had demonstrated a penchant for nocturnal escapades. As long as he returned, Hagrid recognized Lin Fan's inherent qualities of a Gryffindor, a spirit of adventure, a touch of fervor, and an affinity for trouble. The night passed, and the future Gryffindor lion awoke. Ah, how deeply he had slept. However, every part of him ached, and he was ravenously hungry. This child had awakened not only from stiffness, but also from hunger, caught between the bliss of dreams and the harshness of reality. rubbing his neck, arms, and thighs. Lin Fan scanned his surroundings once more, only to discover that there was no food in sight, just grass and more grass. Was he to resort to gnawing on grass like those herbivorous creatures? No. He resolutely refused. Rising unsteadily, he braved the pangs of hunger, but ultimately he could no longer contain himself. A resounding growl echoed around him, declaring his insatiable hunger. Lin Fan, like a thief, glanced around cautiously. Thankfully, no one was in sight. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be utterly tarnished. Now he needed to ascertain whether these herbs were toxic or harmful to humans. Alas, had he known this day would come, he would have borrowed a comprehensive guide to potions beforehand. Lin Fan surveyed the surrounding meadow, inspecting one plant after another. Some of these herbs appeared oddly familiar, yet he refrained from contemplating certain directions. This marked his second misstep. He plucked a seemingly fresh and tender herb, cleaned it, and placed it in his mouth. After a couple of chews, he mused, the flavor is quite pleasant. Look at me. Emulating the legendary Shin Gnome. However, he tasted medicinal herbs while I am indulging in grass. Such is the disparity, for Shin Gnome was one of the 3 sovereigns. The Earth Sovereign at that. Curious about another plant, he continued his exploration. Meanwhile, the birds perched in the trees and other hidden creatures bore witness to a peculiar scene, an adorable young boy sampling various herbs and giving his opinions on them. An odd sight indeed. Oh dear, I should have known better than to imitate that old Shin Gnome in his herb-tasting endeavors. Now will my life be at stake? Lin Fan grimaced, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground in agony. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a light bulb seemed to illuminate above his head. Oh, I have a solution. In Lin Fan's heart, he mused. I knew it. Those herbs seemed so familiar. It turns out they were the materials I used for potion making in the game. That herb appears to alleviate pain. What was it called again? I wonder if it truly works. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I shall proceed and eat it first. The thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant as he cradled his stomach with both hands, pushing his body forward with his feet, slowly crawling toward the tree he had previously leaned against. Without a moment's hesitation, he plucked the small herb and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it down hastily. Before long, the pain in his abdomen began to subside. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. This herb, this medicinal plant is indeed effective. My intuition was correct. Now I understand why these herbs felt so familiar. They're all the ingredients required for alchemy in the game. Just like that pain-relieving herb, known as paingrass, despite its ominous name, its effects are entirely contrary. Fortunately, I recalled it just in time. It seems the knowledge from the game is applicable here as well. Just as Lin Fan finished these thoughts, a sound resonated in his mind. Ding. By your own strength, you have identified 100 herbs, and the alchemist's skill has been activated. Suddenly, a wealth of information flooded Lin Fan's consciousness. He gazed at the herbs scattered on the ground, each adorned with a halo, within which lay their names, such as the aforementioned paingrass, along with dreamgrass, which is used to concoct a certain hallucinogenic potion, and flamegrass, which enhances the body's resistance to heat, among others. This means I have unlocked the alchemist's skill. I have somehow brought this profession into reality. What about alchemy and enchantment? Surely, those can be utilized as well. I must persevere. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination. Indeed, coming to this forbidden forest was the right choice. Chapter 9. Alchemy in the Forbidden Forest, Unicorn. As previously mentioned, Lin Fan unexpectedly unlocked the alchemist's skill. Thus, with a heart full of excitement, he focused his thoughts. And before him appeared a luminous screen filled with potions and their branches. Within the healing category, there were healing agents and detoxifying agents. In the enhancement category, there were strengthening agents and divine strengthening agents. A myriad of options lay before him. However, a significant portion of these categories remained dim, with only a few illuminated. Specifically, the secondary healing agents within the healing category, the efficient pain relief agent within the pain category, the secondary nutritional supplement within the consumable category, the intermediate antidote within the detoxifying category, the secondary sweet dream agent and nightmare agent within the dream category, and the secondary enhancement agents within the strengthening category. Although the limited number of illuminated potions was somewhat disappointing, overall, it was still quite promising. At the very least, it was far better than having no alchemical system activated. This newfound skill could serve as an additional means of protection. Despite the seemingly useless nature of some of these potions, they could still provide entertainment for mischievous antics. Oh, how mischievous and wicked I am. As he pondered this, Lin Fan imagined himself sprouting 2 small horns atop his head, with a small arrow-shaped tail behind him. Holding a trident in hand, a perfect depiction of a little devil. Observing the potions and the herb-laden ground surrounding him, Lin Fan felt an irresistible urge to experiment with alchemy. Yet, how would he concoct potions without any tools? Heavens, I need an alchemical cauldron. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a resounding crash echoed, and a cauldron landed squarely on the ground before Lin Fan. Lin Fan observed this and pondered. Could it be that the medicinal cauldron vanished the moment the thought crossed his mind? Indeed, as I surmised, the cauldron is concealed within some realm. Perhaps within my own mental space. As long as I can summon or retract it with my intent, it is fortunate. Otherwise, I would have no idea where the cauldron would have gone. Rubbing his chin with his right hand, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. Given this, could other items also be stored within? Immediate action followed thought, for such was Lin Fan's principle. Gazing at the herbs scattered on the ground, he commanded, "Collect." No response. "Collect." Still no response. It appeared impossible. Oh well, perhaps it was best to proceed with alchemy first. Faced with this outcome, Lin Fan felt no disappointment. This was something he could have anticipated. Once again, he summoned the medicinal cauldron, which this time emitted no sound, as if it had always been present. Observing this, Lin Fan chose not to dwell on it further. What mattered was the benefit to himself. After all, if one summoned the cauldron with excessive noise, what would happen if someone came over? Let us first concoct a minor restorative potion. After gathering the necessary herbs for the minor restorative potion, Lin Fan encountered another dilemma. The ingredients must be proportioned accurately, or else the concoction could explode, fail to materialize, or yield an entirely different potion. However, how could one proportion the ingredients without any guidance? Of course, it should be possible, since this is an alchemical system, and the cauldron itself provides proportions. There must be some mechanism to assist with ingredient allocation. Let us give it a try. He opened the icon for the minor restorative potion and scrutinized the recipe ratios. As he cast the herbs into the cauldron, he mentally recited the proportions, and suddenly, red numbers appeared above the cauldron, distinctly spaced and matching the ratios he had just envisioned. Splendid. Next came the vexation of needing to infuse magical energy to activate the cauldron. The minor potion required a minimal amount of mana, yet Lin Fan had no idea how much MP he possessed. Must he, like in a game, manifest his attributes? With a flash of white light, a display of information materialized before him. Character, Lin Fan. Profession, Wizard. Mana, 100. Crafting professions, Alchemist, Enchanter skills, Open door spell, Levitation spell. Crafting skill, Alchemy. Since he possessed 100 mana and only needed 5 points to brew the minor restorative potion, he had enough for 20 attempts. He infused mana into the cauldron, which activated without emitting any warmth beside him. Truly, it was a product of the game. In 2 minutes, the potion was complete. In that brief span, his mana had already replenished. Gazing at the light red liquid within the vial in his hand, Lin Fan was struck by another idea. Since this potion was crafted by the cauldron, albeit from non-game materials, it should be possible to store it within the mental space, right? With a swift motion, the potion vanished from his hand. Indeed, it was possible. This way, he could avoid the hassle of carrying potions around. Lin Fan smiled with delight as time passed in a continuous cycle of alchemy. Lin Fan had concocted a total of 27 bottles of minor restorative potions, 24 bottles of minor recovery potions, 2 bottles of highly effective analgesics, 34 minor nutrient tablets, 5 bottles of intermediate detoxifiers, 9 bottles of minor dream potions, 3 bottles of minor nightmare potions, 7 bottles of minor hallucinogens, 17 bottles of minor height enhancers, 2 bottles of minor dwarfism potions, and 19 bottles of minor strength potions. As twilight approached, he realized that if he did not return soon, Hagrid would begin to worry. Observing the sky, Lin Fan resolved to head back. Deciding it prudent to find his way while there was still light, he stored the potions and the cauldron in his mental space and commenced his search for the exit from the Forbidden Forest. After walking for a while, Lin Fan felt an unsettling sensation, as if something was watching him from the shadows. Thoughts of the dangers lurking in the Forbidden Forest filled him with trepidation. What is there to fear? I wield magic, he reassured himself, albeit with a hint of insecurity. The only spell he had mastered to a formidable degree was the levitation charm. Moments later, that ominous feeling persisted. Aragog, is that you? Lin Fan hoped it was Hagrid's pet. Someone familiar, and thus less terrifying. Yet, there was still no response. In such situations, one often feels powerless, and Lin Fan was no exception. His heart brimmed with fear. For the unknown is the most distressing source of terror, compounded by his lack of defenses. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as a branch snapped beneath his feet. Before Lin Fan's eyes appeared a horse of purest white, more radiant than snow, captivating yet marred by bloodstains on its forelegs, suggesting it had been injured. Oh no! This horse bore a horn upon its forehead. It was unmistakably a unicorn. Are you hurt? Lin Fan inquired cautiously, his previous fears dissipating. The unicorn snorted softly. Can I help you heal? Lin Fan thought of his minor restorative and strength potions. The unicorn seemed to perceive Lin Fan's lack of malice and perhaps understood his words. Nodding in agreement. With a focused thought, 2 bottles each of the minor restorative and strength potions materialized in Lin Fan's hands, eliciting a curious tilt of the unicorn's head as it observed this extraordinary and magical scene. Lin Fan gradually moved his legs closer to the unicorn. Upon reaching the creature's side, the unicorn let out a breath, startling Lin Fan. Here, take this and this, and you will feel better soon, Lin Fan said. Shaking a bottle of the lesser healing potion and a bottle of the lesser strength potion, gesturing towards the unicorn. Upon hearing this, the unicorn opened its mouth, and Lin Fan administered 1 bottle of the lesser healing potion and 2 bottles of the lesser strength potion into the little unicorn's belly. Good, stay still. I'll help you further. The unicorn seemed to find the taste of the potions delightful, nuzzling Lin Fan with its small horn, exhibiting a hint of affection. Lin Fan gently halted the unicorn's antics, pouring a bottle of the lesser healing potion onto its wound. Miraculously, after a moment, the injury vanished. The unicorn, overjoyed, stuck out its tiny tongue and licked Lin Fan's face. "Oh dear, that tickles. Don't do that. Ah, it's so ticklish." Lin Fan could no longer contain himself, rolling on the ground in laughter, while the unicorn danced beside him, seemingly equally delighted and cheering. "Oh dear, what is your name?" Lin Fan managed to ask, stifling his laughter. The unicorn tilted its head and called out, as if questioning what was being said. "How about I call you Little White?" The unicorn shook its head. "Little Snow?" Again, the unicorn shook its head. "I don't care anymore. I shall call you Little Horn," Lin Fan declared with a hint of authority. The unicorn, Little Horn, tilted its head, as if sensing Lin Fan's domineering spirit. "Ha, Little Horn, Little Horn." Lin Fan joyfully embraced the neck of Little Horn. "Little Horn." The unicorn called back, indicating that it had heard him. Time passed, and Lin Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, the moon is about to rise. Little Horn, I must take my leave now, but I shall return to visit you. Do you know the way out of the Forbidden Forest?" Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the sky. Little Horn turned its head, signaling Lin Fan to follow. Together, they approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Goodbye, Little Horn. I will definitely come to see you again." After bidding farewell to Little Horn, Lin Fan resolutely made his way towards the small cabin, while the sounds of the unicorn echoed in the background. The surroundings grew dark and silent. Chapter 10. A reunion with four maidens since parting ways with Little Horn. Lin Fan returned to the small cabin only to receive a scolding from Hagrid. Days passed in this manner. One day, under a drizzling sky, the atmosphere was heavy with dark clouds and occasional flashes of lightning, rendering visibility difficult. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts, there existed a rare place known as the Room of Requirement, a sanctuary unknown to many, as it only revealed itself to those who truly needed it. Presently, within the golden-hued Room of Requirement, a young boy sat comfortably on a sofa, engrossed in a thick tome. He gazed out at the stormy sky, set down the book, and began to pace back and forth, seemingly deep in thought. "Oh, my right eyelid keeps twitching. It feels as if something is about to happen. They say left eye twitching brings fortune, while right eye twitching heralds disaster. I wonder if that is true. Oh well, what does it matter?" With a sigh, Lin Fan ceased his wandering and sat down again, picking up a history of Hogwarts that he had left unfinished. After a while, he thought, "No matter how hard I try, I just can't focus. Perhaps I should venture into the Forbidden Forest to visit Little Horn or practice potion making. But in this weather, going to the Forbidden Forest would be perilous. That means I can't brew potions or play with Little Horn. This weather is truly bothersome. It makes one's mood irritable." With that, he decided to return to the small cabin. Rising from his seat, Lin Fan walked towards the small door, pulled it open, and stepped out of the Room of Requirement. In that instant, the door to the room vanished. As he descended the staircase, Lin Fan forgot one crucial detail. The classes at Hogwarts for all four houses were about to end. Lin Fan traversed the moving staircase when, all of a sudden, four voices echoed around him. "Hey, little cutie, we meet again. Hey, have you missed your sister? You little rascal, who allowed you to run away last time? This time, you won't escape, hee, my adorable little one." Upon hearing these voices, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He would never forget those four terrifying voices. At the same time, he felt a sense of gratitude toward their owners. Had it not been for them, he would never have discovered the Room of Requirement. Perhaps he would eventually unearth it. Who knows? One must admit that fate is indeed a mysterious force, and no matter how hard one tries to evade it, it remains inescapable. As the saying goes in China, you can dodge the first day of the Lunar New Year, but not the 15th. Thus, poor Lin Fan was destined for a tragic fate, allowing us only to silently mourn for him for 3 seconds in our hearts before resuming our own affairs. Hey, this time you cannot escape. Ravenclaw girl, tell your sister your name. Hufflepuff girl, let your sister give you a kiss, my lovely little one. Gryffindor girl, surrender at once. Slytherin girl. Lin Fan glanced left and right, exclaiming, "Oh my," the ladder twists in every direction, leaving no path to tread. Is it truly the case that my illustrious life may be tarnished by these four fanfiction enthusiasts? He lamented, "No, I refuse to accept this fate." As old Lou once proclaimed, one either erupts in silence or perishes within it. I shall not yield. I will not succumb to the pressures imposed by these four fanfiction aficionados. However, he soon observed that the ladder he occupied was aligned with the building, and directly opposite him stood a member of the Gryffindor fan faction. "I shall not hesitate. I must charge forward," Lin Fan declared as he surged forth with an almost supernatural speed, determined to breach the defenses of the Gryffindor girl. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, he heard her voice calling out, "Tarantalegra." In that instant, tragedy befell him. He halted, compelled to dance in place. Lin Fan desperately sought to break the enchantment, but alas, he was only familiar with 2 spells, Alohomora and Wingardium Leviosa, neither of which could free him from this dancing curse. Lin Fan observed the ladder shifting positions as the other 3 women ascended its rungs. Before long, the quartet would be complete, and the four celestial queens would reclaim their rightful places. At that moment, he would truly be doomed. Oh, Merlin. Lin Fan's mind raced with thoughts, his nerves dancing as he contemplated various strategies. Suddenly, an idea struck him, the ancient wisdom of the 39 stratagems. Sister of Gryffindor, please assist me in dispelling this curse. You see, if the other 3 sisters arrive, I would be at their mercy. Fortunately, they have yet to make their appearance. So do consider swiftly, otherwise, I shall no longer be your exclusive possession. Wouldn't you agree, sister? Lin Fan exclaimed, twirling gracefully as he implored the Gryffindor lady. Indeed, he was employing the stratagem of discord from the 39. Ah, you make a compelling point, young one. Please wait a moment. I shall assist you in breaking the curse at once, replied the Gryffindor lady. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within, yet he maintained a facade of composure. After a brief moment, only 15 seconds remained before the anticipated gathering of the 4 girls. Sister, why are you not ready yet? Those 3 sisters are about to come and compete for me. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Lin Fan said anxiously. Little darling, may I ask you something? Whispered the Gryffindor girl. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Fan replied, Go ahead, sister. Well, it's just that. The Gryffindor girl stammered. Sister. What is it? Lin Fan began to lose patience, as only 7 seconds remained until the assembly. Well, do you know the incantation for the counter curse? I seem to have forgotten. The Gryffindor girl shouted in an attempt to alleviate her nervousness. The surrounding students from various houses were left dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Lin Fan was taken aback, on the verge of tears, as the other 3 girls hastened towards him upon hearing the words of the Gryffindor girl. Their convergence anticipated in a mere 3 seconds. Sister, 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 I do not know, Lin Fan stammered, fully aware of his predicament. Merlin, what should I do? You don't know either, little boy. They thought you were quite clever, remarked the Gryffindor girl. Lin Fan fell silent, completely surrounded by the 4 girls. Hello, elder sisters, he decided to play up his youthful appearance. The Ravenclaw girl astutely discerned Lin Fan's intentions. Little boy, were you trying to deceive your Gryffindor sister into helping you with the spell? Your Gryffindor sister is so naive that she almost fell for your trick. Although it was ultimately because she forgot the incantation. But really, you are quite mischievous. You tried to deceive me, little boy. I was indeed intentional about it. I absolutely meant to. The Gryffindor girl feigned innocence. Oh dear, you are not behaving, little boy, chimed in the Hufflepuff girl. The Slytherin girl was more forthright. Continue dancing, will you? Sisters, my legs are sore, and Lin Fan quickly slipped back into his youthful persona. What are you thinking? The 4 girls inquired in unison. Lin Fan feigned embarrassment and said, I need to use the restroom. Oh, that was not a gasp of surprise, but rather an exclamation of delight. The 4 girls engaged in a hushed discussion. What if he just goes right here? Mused the Hufflepuff girl. And look at all these people watching. If they catch a glimpse of the young boy's innocence, wouldn't that be a loss for us? Remarked the Ravenclaw girl. The crowd of onlookers from various houses seemed to have heard the Ravenclaw's words and turned away, attempting to conceal their reactions. The Ravenclaw girl is right, echoed the Gryffindor girl. Take him away, hide him, commanded the Slytherin girl decisively. The discussion came to a close. Dispel. The Slytherin girl lifted the spell from Lin Fan. Lin Fan was filled with excitement. The pressing matter at hand was to find an opportunity to escape. Let us take him away, proposed the Ravenclaw girl. Yes, let us go, chimed in the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff girls. Lin Fan was taken away by the 4 women, who inquired about his intentions. After a prolonged journey of twists and turns, they found themselves alone together. Sisters, allow me to speak first, Lin Fan said with an innocent charm. What is it? The 4 women replied, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Upon realizing they were alone, they sighed in relief and turned to Lin Fan. Look above, Lin Fan exclaimed. The 4 women simultaneously gazed upwards. Moments later, they found themselves inexplicably floating in midair, spinning uncontrollably. Eventually, they were gently lowered to the ground, unconscious. It turned out that Lin Fan had employed the spell Ucia de Mioiosa to levitate and whirl them around. Leaning over the fainted women, he whispered softly, Sisters, I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off. Ha. Lin Fan hurriedly strode away, proclaiming, I assure you, I shall not fall for such tricks so easily. Should you provoke me again, I shall employ this tactic against you. Lin Fan gradually faded from view in the rain. Chapter 11. Overcoming Fear, a New Potion. As autumn approached, a gentle breeze swept through, causing leaves and flowers to wither and fade, while animals busily prepared for the winter ahead. Deep within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, a plethora of herbs blanketed the ground, and in a clearing stood a large cauldron. Beside it was an adorable young boy, whose small hands pressed against the cauldron. After a few minutes, several potion vials miraculously appeared in the boy's hands, filled with a vibrant green liquid. Not far from the cauldron and the boy, a pure white horse stood, peculiarly adorned with a long, pointed horn on its forehead, evoking a sense of wonder. For those familiar with this tale, such sights are not surprising. For this is none other than our beloved protagonist, Lin Fan, engaged in potion making. The green liquid within the vials is his intermediate antidote. And the white horse is none other than the unicorn, Little Horn. Feeling a sense of ennui and lack of purpose, Lin Fan seized the opportunity while Hagrid was away and, noting the pleasant weather, decided to practice potion making and play with Little Horn in the Forbidden Forest. Alas, his proficiency was advancing at a sluggish pace, and his magical power remained stagnant. He felt quite stifled, wondering when he would finally concoct a new potion. Character: Lin Fan. Occupation: Wizard. Magical power: 100 life. Profession: Apothecary, Alchemist, Enchanter. Skills: Unlocking Charm, Levitation. Charm. Life skills: Potion brewing. Hey, Little Horn, come here. Lin Fan called out to the unicorn, who was frolicking alone in the distance. With a joyful whinny, Little Horn dashed over upon hearing Lin Fan's voice. Do you know if there are any fun places to explore in the Forbidden Forest? Lin Fan inquired. Little Horn shook its head, indicating its lack of understanding, and gazed at Lin Fan with its shimmering, beautiful eyes. Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao exchanged glances, ultimately leading him to capitulate. He was entirely certain that Xiao Jiao was oblivious to the meaning of his words. Very well, let us wander about. After all, you will remember the way, and I need not fret about losing my path. So be it, let us proceed. With those words, Lin Fan concentrated and stored the medicinal cauldron into his mental space. Without waiting for Xiao Jiao's hissing protest, he took the lead in a chosen direction. Xiao Jiao surveyed the surroundings, exhaled a puff of air, and shook his head before following Lin Fan into the unknown. The duo traversed for quite some time, but annoyance soon crept upon Lin Fan. All he could see were trees, flowers, grass, and herbs, an endless repetition of nature's bounty, until, suddenly, something he feared seemed to descend before him. Ah, Xiao Jiao, run! Lin Fan urgently called out as he sprinted towards Xiao Jiao. In a fateful collision, the two figures collided, resulting in a dramatic tumble. Xiao Jiao struggled to rise, emitting a series of plaintive sounds of complaint. At this moment, Lin Fan disregarded Xiao Jiao's voice, fixating his gaze upon the writhing colossal insect as it crawled ever closer towards him. Lin Fan's heart was in turmoil, overwhelmed by fear and disgust. Do not be afraid, Lin Fan. This creature is truly nothing to dread. Gather your courage. Do not allow this repulsive entity to conquer you. Overcome it. Vanquish this weakness. Expose its frailty. Yet, the revulsion was unbearable. I cannot bear it. Believe in yourself. You can triumph. Shatter this vulnerability. Break the chains of fear that bind your heart. You must trust in your own strength. You are capable. Believe in myself. Can I really do it? Lin Fan murmured, gazing at the enormous insect less than a meter away. Nearby, the unicorn named Xiao Jiao watched Lin Fan's bewildered self-dialogue, emitting a soft whimper of confusion. As the colossal insect approached, Lin Fan stood frozen, eyes shut tight, exclaiming loudly, "Ah!" In that moment, inexplicably, the insect floated into the air, struggling in mid-flight. It turned out that Lin Fan had unleashed the levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa, just as the creature was about to make contact. Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, observing the insect suspended in mid-air, releasing a breath of relief. Insects are not so fearsome. Do you think I would be intimidated by such a minuscule creature? Damn it, he muttered with disdain. Then, with a flicker of his mind, the enormous insect began to spin relentlessly, its velocity increasing until it was reduced to mere shadow, completely obscuring its form. Shortly thereafter, a resonant pong echoed from a distance. Lin Fan, upon witnessing the scene, finally felt a genuine sense of relief. Observing the small figure, Xiao Jiao, who was anxiously gazing at him from a distance, a warm current unexpectedly coursed through his heart. Lin Fan smiled at Xiao Jiao. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. The heavens reward diligence. Player Lin Fan, through extraordinary willpower, has shattered the shackles of the spirit. Character level has increased. Potion mastery has advanced, and skill proficiency has risen. Character: Lin Fan. Occupation: Wizard. Magic power: 500 life. Professions: Alchemist, Enchanter, Apothecary. Skills: Opening spell, Levitation spell, Acceleration spell. Crafting skills: Potion making, Healing potions, Intermediate healing elixirs, Mid-level recovery potions, High-efficiency pain relief potions, Intermediate nutritional tablets, Advanced antidotes, Intermediate dream elixirs, Intermediate nightmare potions, Intermediate hallucinogens, Intermediate height enhancers, Intermediate diminishing potions, Intermediate strengthening potions. Newly unlocked potions include Basic bone growth elixir, Basic bone fortification potion, Basic pain inducer, Basic mental clarity tablets, Basic sneezing powder, Basic growth serum. Chapter 12. The Manipulator, the 5 Great Professions. In the afternoon, Hagrid stepped out of the Hogwarts castle and approached the small hut. Hey, Lin Fan, come out. He bellowed towards Lin Fan inside the hut. Ah, Hagrid, what is it? Lin Fan inquired as he emerged. Let's go. Dumbledore is looking for you, Hagrid said, pulling Lin Fan towards the academy. Slow down. Don't rush, Lin Fan replied helplessly as Hagrid tugged at his hand. After Hagrid uttered the command to enter Dumbledore's chamber, Lin Fan followed him inside. This marked Lin Fan's second visit to Dumbledore's office, the first time having also been alongside Hagrid. Upon his return, Lin Fan noted that little had changed in Dumbledore's office, except for a new, unsightly featherless chick that had taken residence in the chimney's nest. Hello, Lin Fan. How are you adjusting to life at Hogwarts? Dumbledore inquired kindly. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Once again for allowing me to stay at Hogwarts. I am adapting well, and I appreciate your concern, Lin Fan sincerely responded. That's good to hear. Are you curious as to why I called you here? Dumbledore asked. Indeed, I am quite puzzled, Lin Fan replied candidly. Dumbledore explained, my dear child. The reason for your summons is this. He revealed a small card, approximately the size of a playing card. What is this, Headmaster Dumbledore? Is it related to me? Lin Fan asked, perplexed. Yes, Lin Fan. When you first arrived at Hogwarts, you mentioned that you hailed from a mysterious land in the east, specifically China, and that your body had shrunk. You suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Forest, correct? Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, Lin Fan responded, gazing curiously at Dumbledore. Ah, by the way, I found this card this morning while perusing the Daily Prophet. It suddenly appeared and fell before me, Dumbledore remarked, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Fan. What? How is that possible? Lin Fan exclaimed in shock, contemplating the absurdity of such an occurrence. While it could happen to others, Dumbledore was renowned as the most powerful wizard currently alive, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the chief wizard of the Wizarding Association who had defeated the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. How could someone possibly place this card before him without him noticing? It seemed utterly impossible. Indeed, and look, Dumbledore continued, this card features your current likeness alongside another figure, whose identity remains unknown. I surmise this may represent your original form. Displaying the card, Dumbledore revealed two images, one of a young man in his 20s and another of a child, unmistakably Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at the card in a state of bewilderment. Could it be the system? I am uncertain. Professor Dumbledore? Lin Fan had just responded to himself, expressing his ignorance of the text on the card, when suddenly a torrent of information surged into his mind. He found himself involuntarily uttering three words, mastery of control. Dumbledore observed Lin Fan intently, noting his vacant expression as if his spirit had momentarily departed from his body. Lin Fan then inexplicably spoke words he did not comprehend. Concerned that something was amiss, Dumbledore was about to cast a spell to induce slumber upon Lin Fan, but Lin Fan seemed to anticipate his intentions. His gaze gradually became clearer, restoring his former self. Lin Fan, what just happened to you? Dumbledore began to inquire, but Hagrid, noticing Lin Fan's earlier condition, hurriedly asked with concern. Hagrid, I am fine. No need to worry, Lin Fan reassured him. Is that so? That is a relief, Hagrid replied, thumping his chest with his right hand, the sound echoing ominously, truly befitting of a giant. Do you know what you just said? Dumbledore asked Lin Fan. Ah, yes, indeed. The card actually bears the inscription Mastery of Control, Lin Fan explained to Dumbledore. Mastery of Control, Dumbledore murmured softly to himself. After a moment, he queried, weren't you just claiming ignorance? Yes, Professor Dumbledore. At the moment I answered with uncertainty, a wealth of information flooded into my mind. Lin Fan replied earnestly, locking eyes with Dumbledore. Is that so? Then what precisely is Mastery of Control? Dumbledore pressed further. Mastery of Control refers to the ability to command humans, animals, or other beings, as well as objects. The primary spell practiced by those skilled in this art is the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Mastery of this fundamental magic is essential for learning the more advanced spells of control. Only by honing the basics can one progress to the other incantations of control. I have only just realized that I am a master of control. Furthermore, it is quite challenging for a master of control to learn other spells, which explains my difficulties in mastering them. Currently, I have only managed to learn the unlocking charm, Alohomora, Lin Fan conveyed to Dumbledore. I see. So it follows that a master of control possesses an innate command over the levitation charm, yet struggles immensely with the casting of other spells. What spells of control are you able to perform? Dumbledore inquired. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. My levitation charm has reached its pinnacle, and I currently know only one extension of the control magic, which is the basic control spell. I am not yet proficient, as it remains rudimentary, Lin Fan concluded, gesturing towards the Daily Prophet on Dumbledore's desk. Before long, the Daily Prophet began to flip its pages on its own, returning to the previously opened page. Lin Fan gazed once more at Hagrid, who was floating in midair, spinning incessantly. Subsequently, Hagrid was placed back on the ground. Lin Fan, please do inform me before you do that next time. My head is spinning, he exclaimed. Just as Hagrid was about to topple over, he suddenly became rigid, standing upright and motionless. Yet, this state lasted no more than 2 seconds before Hagrid broke free. Honestly, Lin Fan, Hagrid murmured, giving his head a gentle pat. Lin Fan cast a glance at Hagrid, then turned to Dumbledore and said, Professor Dumbledore, I initially used the levitation charm on the newspaper, followed by the levitation charm on Hagrid, and subsequently employed the levitation charm once more. At that moment, Lin Fan's complexion was pale, and his body swayed slightly. Dumbledore, noticing Lin Fan's condition, spoke gently to him. My child, why don't you take a seat and rest for a while? Lin Fan also perceived that his condition was far from satisfactory, prompting him to take a seat. The reasons for Lin Fan's predicament were twofold. First, His binding spell had yet to reach maturity. Second, he had employed the binding spell on Hagrid, the towering figure, instead of the levitation spell. The levitation spell merely allowed one to spin in midair, without granting further control. In contrast, the binding spell established a complete mental connection with the surface of the subject's body, marking a fundamental distinction between the two. Hagrid, what sensations did you experience when Lin Fan cast the binding spell on you? Dumbledore inquired, turning his gaze toward Hagrid. It was utterly dreadful. I felt completely powerless over my own body. Fortunately, it was only for a brief moment. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed, Hagrid replied, ruffling his disheveled hair. Oh, I see, Dumbledore mused thoughtfully. Lin Fan took a brief respite, his complexion slightly improving. He gazed at the contemplative Dumbledore and remarked, Headmaster Dumbledore. The body-bind curse can only control a person's physical form. However, others may perceive that an external force is manipulating the body, leading to a mental counterattack. Unless one has mastered the curse to a considerable extent, which would prolong the stalemate. I believe that mastering the body-bind curse to its utmost level would eventually lead to the development of a spell capable of controlling the soul. Indeed. I share the same sentiment, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to share his alchemical knowledge with Professor Dumbledore. Actually, there is something else I wish to tell you. Not long ago, I ventured into the Forbidden Forest. What? What did you say? You dared to trespass into the Forbidden Forest? Before Lin Fan could elaborate, Hagrid erupted in a furious shout. Do you realize how perilous the Forbidden Forest is, Lin Fan? As he spoke, Hagrid advanced menacingly towards Lin Fan. Oh, Hagrid, please calm down and allow Lin Fan to explain, Dumbledore interjected, halting Hagrid's impending outburst. Lin Fan gazed at Hagrid's concerned demeanor and Dumbledore's warm, empathetic gaze, feeling a stirring within his heart as if a gentle warmth enveloped him. Indeed. After entering the Forbidden Forest, he encountered. How should he put it? Just say it, Hagrid urged impatiently. Well, I came across the insects I fear the most. And I ran away in fright. However, I no longer fear insects, he continued. I realized I had lost my way. The sky darkened, and I fell asleep. Upon waking, I discovered a plethora of herbs, and to my astonishment, I had awakened the abilities of an apothecary. Lin Fan ultimately decided against revealing the existence of the system and its auxiliary roles to others, for such information was far too extraordinary. An apothecary? Hagrid and Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise. Yes, what of it? Lin Fan replied, puzzled. Dumbledore explained, the role of an apothecary is an ancient profession alongside alchemists, enchanters, decomposers, and talismans. These 5 primary professions have largely endured through their branches, which emerged from the insights of others. Legends speak of apothecaries crafting various potions, including healing potions, magical elixirs, stimulants, and poisons. Alchemists transmute water into oil, turning stone into gold and inscribing formations. Enchanters etch runes and magical patterns onto weapons and equipment to enhance their capabilities. Decomposers dismantle equipment, food, and objects, but this does not imply simplicity. The work of a decomposer is as perilous as that of other professions, as even a minor error can lead to catastrophic explosions. Talismans inscribe spells onto scrolls, enabling instant activation in times of peril. Each of these 5 professions possesses distinct characteristics, yet all have faded into obscurity, hence our astonishment. Is that so? Lin Fan responded, somewhat dazed. In Lin Fan, you must never disclose your identity as an apothecary to strangers or those with whom you are not well acquainted. Do you understand? Dumbledore said sternly. Indeed, Lin Fan, you must exercise caution, Hagrid added, his usually jovial face now serious. Observing their concern, Lin Fan felt a deep sense of gratitude. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore and Hagrid. Hagrid chuckled as he rubbed his head, while Dumbledore simply smiled, his eyes radiating kindness. By the way, look, these are my alchemical creations. As Lin Fan spoke, an assortment of potion vials materialized in his hands, which he placed upon Dumbledore's desk. Both Dumbledore and Hagrid were taken aback. Where did you procure these? They asked in unison. These are potions I have brewed. I stored them in a space that seems to be connected to my mind. This space can only hold the potions I create. Nothing else can be stored within. Lin Fan explained to the astonished pair. A cerebral space? Dumbledore and Hagrid were momentarily stunned, though they quickly regained their composure. Indeed. What are these potions? Hagrid inquired, pointing at the multitude of vials on the desk. Lin Fan held several reagent bottles in his hands, which he had just learned to concoct upon awakening. Their levels were not particularly high. Apart from the efficient analgesic and the intermediate detoxifier, the rest were of secondary quality. This was a secondary healing potion, designed to mend minor wounds and staunch bleeding, albeit with limited efficacy. This was a secondary mana restoration potion, similarly feeble in effect. Recently, Lin Fan had made significant breakthroughs, allowing him to brew more advanced elixirs, including enhanced intermediate healing and mana restoration potions. Furthermore, he could now concoct new potions, such as basic bone regeneration potions, basic bone fortification potions, basic analgesics, basic mental clarity tablets, basic sneezing powder, and basic growth enhancers. The effects of the basic bone regeneration potion were simply marvelous. Here, Hagrid and Professor Dumbledore These are for you, Lin Fan declared, handing over a large assortment of potions. Please accept these. I can prepare more soon. And the necessary ingredients can be easily gathered in the Forbidden Forest. Upon hearing Lin Fan mention the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid shouted, You still intend to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid, I'll be fine. I have Xiao Jiao accompanying me in the forest. There is nothing to worry about. Lin Fan reassured him. Who is Xiao Jiao? Both Hagrid and Dumbledore inquired, puzzled. Oh, I forgot to mention. Xiao Jiao is my friend. It resides in the Forbidden Forest and is a unicorn beast, Lin Fan explained. Ah, well, in that case, I consent to your expedition into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid replied. Thank you. That is wonderful, Hagrid. Lin Fan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Dumbledore regarded them both with kind eyes. Chapter 13, The Lost Traveler Professor Dumbledore. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lin Fan said to Dumbledore. Indeed, I too shall depart, Hagrid added. Wait a moment, Lin Fan. Here, take this. Dumbledore said, presenting Lin Fan with a card bearing his photograph. Lin Fan remained silent as he accepted the card. In an instant, to the astonishment of Dumbledore, Lin Fan, and Hagrid, the card transformed into a gentle blue light, penetrating Lin Fan's forehead and vanishing without a trace. The three were momentarily speechless. But Dumbledore and Hagrid quickly regained their composure. Lin Fan, however, gazed at the ethereal screen only he could perceive. As the blue light entered his forehead, a voice echoed in Lin Fan's ears. Ding. Player Lin Fan, your job transfer has been successfully completed. Your new profession is Pathfinder. Character, Lin Fan. Profession, Wizard, Pathfinder. Mana, 550 life. Professions, Alchemist, Potion Maker, Enchanter. Skills, Opening Spell, Levitation Spell, Pathfinding Spell. Life Skills, Alchemy. Lin Fan regained his senses and shook his head. Are you all right? Hagrid inquired with concern, while the worry in Dumbledore's eyes was unmistakable. Yes, I'm fine. I feel as though I can now employ the levitation charm with even greater ease than before, Lin Fan replied to Dumbledore and Hagrid. That is indeed a cause for celebration, Dumbledore smiled. Hagrid ruffled Lin Fan's hair, also chuckling. Location, the Room of Requirement, Hogwarts. Date, October 8th. 9:13 a.m. The decor of the Room of Requirement had transformed once more. It was now a vast library, draped in cobwebs and dust. The air thick with a damp, chilly scent. Amidst the towering shelves, a young boy stood, several books levitating before him, their pages flapping open. After glancing at the contents, the books he had perused returned to their rightful places on the shelves. The boy continued his quest for knowledge, poring over the tomes. Ugh, not this one either, Lin Fan muttered, resuming his search. But why was Lin Fan in pursuit of books? It was because he had overheard Dumbledore and Hagrid discussing the 5 major professions, sparking his curiosity about their specific details. Ever since that day, he had taken refuge in the Room of Requirement. In recent days, he had unearthed some pertinent information. 1. The 5 professions, Alchemist, Enchanter, Decomposer, Charmer, and Spellcaster, had existed thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of years ago, yet they had mysteriously vanished overnight, along with many of their skills. 2. For an extended period following their disappearance, chaos reigned across the continent until remnants of the 5 profession skills were rediscovered, which, when combined with practical life, led to the emergence of various branches of these professions, resulting in a plethora of different factions. 3. Long ago, the dominant professions on the continent were warriors and mages. The warrior class consisted of swordsmen, rogues, archers, and knights, while the mage class was divided into dark mages, light mages, and elemental mages. Each of these classes had their subdivisions. For instance, swordsmen branched into dark swordsmen, light swordsmen, and elemental swordsmen, with further subdivisions such as moonlight swordsmen and necromancer swordsmen among dark swordsmen. 4. After the disappearance of swordsmen and mages for centuries, wizards emerged at some unknown point in time and became prevalent, continuing to this day. 5. At an indeterminate time, wizards began to distance themselves from ordinary people, erecting numerous barriers and seals to render themselves invisible and inaccessible. Some wizards concealed themselves among the populace, intermingling and bearing offspring. 6. The levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, allowed objects to float, and it was speculated that, at its peak, it could enable the caster to levitate themselves. A theory proposed by ancient wizards but never actualized to this day. 7. The profession of levitation master did not exist, and even thousands of years ago, only alchemists produced alchemical creations. While alchemists could manipulate mechanical puppets, apothecaries crafted potions that induced a loss of will, compelling obedience, and charmers wielded soul-binding and soul-devouring spells. I'm utterly exhausted. After days of searching, I found so little. Perhaps it's time to step outside. It seems mealtime is approaching. Although I have my nutritional supplements, nothing compares to the delight of a good meal. With that thought, Lin Fan set aside his book, dusted himself off, and headed toward the door. As he stepped out, he unexpectedly collided with another person at the corner, and both tumbled to the ground. Ouch! Who was on top of me? Lin Fan exclaimed. That hurts. The other person scrambled to his feet, rubbing his head. Before Lin Fan stood a charming young boy, shy in demeanor, with chestnut-colored hair, azure eyes, and a button nose. The boy's adorableness hinted at a future of handsome features, while Lin Fan's charm was unequivocally innocent, a visage that might prove difficult to outgrow. Hey, who are you? Lin Fan inquired of the boy. Huh? What? The boy replied, finally registering Lin Fan's presence. What do you mean what? I asked for your name. Lin Fan said impatiently. That bump really hurt. Aye. The boy glanced around, realizing that it was just him and the exceedingly cute boy before him. Who else could it be? It's just the two of us here, Lin Fan said, exasperated. Oh right. I'm Feudal Greenroot. The boy introduced himself. All right. I'm Lin Fan. Why were you in such a hurry earlier? Didn't you notice anyone else around? Lin Fan asked. Oh, I need to go eat. Feudal suddenly remembered his purpose. Then why aren't you hurrying? Mealtime is starting soon. Why are you still standing here? Lin Fan questioned. Feudal tousled his hair. Wait. Isn't the dining hall around here? Don't you know the dining hall is upstairs? Lin Fan replied, incredulous. Is it? How do I get there? Feudal quietly asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, you need to descend the stairs, go straight down, then turn left, continue straight, and take a right turn. You will arrive there. Now, hurry along, as you're already running late. All right, thank you, Lin Fan. I shall take my leave now. Feudar expressed his gratitude to Lin Fan before promptly turning to depart. Observing Feudar vanish in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan shook his head in resignation. Goodness. He runs so swiftly, I had hoped we could descend together. Lin Fan finished his lunch and strolled into Hogwarts, observing students from various houses hurrying to their classes. After a while, he turned a corner, and a figure suddenly dashed out. Bang! Who on earth is that? Lin Fan exclaimed as he struggled to rise. He looked at the person before him, who was also getting up. Vidal, they both said in unison. Vidal, what are you doing here? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Well, I still haven't found the dining hall. By the way, class is about to start. Lin Fan, do you know where Hufflepuff's classroom is? Vidal replied. His face flushed with shyness. You still haven't found it. Just go straight ahead and then take a left, Lin Fan responded, exasperated. All right, I'm off then, Vidal said. Just as Vidal had not gone far, Lin Fan called out, wait a moment, Vidal, here, take this. In Lin Fan's hand was a small vial containing several tablets. Vidal halted, looking curiously at Lin Fan. What is this? Take one, and you won't feel hungry for a while, Lin Fan explained. Thank you, Vidal replied. Accepting the vial, he took a tablet and popped it into his mouth. It's sweet, like candy, very delicious. Oh, I don't feel as hungry now. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? After all, we just met, Lin Fan remarked, observing Vidal's earlier reaction. Lin Fan wouldn't hurt me. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a good person, Vidal innocently responded. A good person? Lin Fan was speechless, having just earned a good person card. Yes. Lin Fan is going to tell me how to get to the dining hall, how to find my classroom, and he even gave me this. As he spoke, Vidal raised the vial, his face lighting up with a radiant, childlike smile, exuding innocence. And now we are friends. Friends? Well, yes, we are friends now. Vidal. Take another tablet, but don't take too many. The ones I made can be toxic in excess, but don't worry, I have an antidote, Lin Fan chuckled. Feeling that he had made his first friend at Hogwarts, Hagrid and Dumbledore did not count, as they were more like family. A vial appeared in Lin Fan's hand, filled with a green liquid. Vidal took another nutritional tablet and said, I knew Lin Fan was a good person. A dark line appeared across Lin Fan's forehead. Yet again confronted by the good person card. Nevertheless, considering the child's innocent nature, he sighed. Come along, Feudal, you mustn't be late. Allow me to escort you to your Hufflepuff class. Splendid. Lin Fan is truly a good person. I've been late numerous times, but at last. I shall not be tardy this time, Feudal exclaimed joyfully, tugging at Lin Fan's arm. The good person card had little effect on Lin Fan now. Let us hurry, or we shall be late, Lin Fan urged, pulling Feudal along. Lin Fan, can I have another piece of that? Feudal inquired eagerly. Not right now. Perhaps next time you find yourself lost and unable to locate the dining hall, you may indulge then. You've had enough for the moment, Lin Fan replied. All right. I shall heed your advice, Feudal responded earnestly. Chapter 14. Felchy one day, a small boy dashed out from Hogwarts. Arriving at the diminutive wooden abode shared by Hagrid and Lin Fan. This boy, with chestnut hair and azure eyes, bore a sheen of sweat upon his brow. His clothes damp and his cheeks flushed. Panting, he called towards the little house. Lin Fan, are you inside? After a brief wait, the door creaked open, revealing a charming young lad, none other than Lin Fan himself. Upon recognizing the boy calling out to him, Lin Fan expressed his surprise. Feudal, is that you? How did you arrive here? Pray tell, did you not get lost? Feudal caught his breath, replying, yes, it took me quite a while to find my way here. Lin Fan stepped aside to allow the door to open. Come in, you look quite fatigued. Indeed, I have been lost for quite some time, Feudal shyly replied. The two entered the quaint wooden cabin, and as Feudal settled into a chair, Lin Fan poured him a glass of water. Here, take a moment to refresh yourself. Thank you, Feudal said, gulping down the water eagerly. After finishing, he placed the glass on the wooden table and fidgeted in his seat, clearly distressed. Lin Fan, Observing Feudal's unusual behavior, inquired, Feudal, what troubles you? Did you not have something to share with me? Lin Fan, I must apologize. Feudal rose from his chair, bending slightly as he uttered a disjointed sentence. Lin Fan was perplexed by Feudal's apology. Feudal, what is wrong? Why do you feel the need to apologize? Feudal's cheeks flushed crimson as he bit his lip. The pill you gave me was taken by someone. How so? Lin Fan asked, bewildered. The situation unfolded as follows. After Lin Fan and Feudal forged their friendship over a week prior, Hogwarts welcomed a new caretaker, Argus Filch, a character with whom Feudal had no prior interaction. A well-behaved and shy boy like Feudal would not typically attract trouble, so what could have provoked such a response? Filch, having been expelled from his own wizarding family due to his inability to perform magic, had been employed by Headmaster Dumbledore at Hogwarts for reasons unknown. Unfortunately for Feudal, Filch harbored a deep resentment towards those who could wield magic, born of envy and bitterness. That evening, after dining, Feudal had been swept along with the crowd back to the dormitory. However, feeling somewhat out of sorts and drowsy, he unwittingly strayed from the throng and began to wander aimlessly, only to be roused by the meow of a cat. Realizing he had not yet returned to his dormitory and that darkness had begun to envelop the sky, he hastened his pace, unaware that the cat followed closely behind, persistently meowing. Suddenly, ominous footsteps echoed behind him. Although accustomed to encountering ghosts, Feudal felt an instinctual fear. He quickened his pace, the cat's cries growing fainter as the footsteps drew nearer. Panic-stricken, he rounded a corner, managing to evade both the cat and the shadowy figure pursuing him. His stomach growled, reminding him of his extended time away from food and the toll it had taken on him. Recalling the nutritional pills Lin Fan had gifted him, he retrieved the bottle from his pocket and popped one into his mouth. Moments later, still unsatisfied, he took another. Just as he was about to put the bottle away, a ghost emerged from the wall. Spotting Feudal, the ghost shrieked, a midnight wanderer, a first-year student, here. Just then, the cat dashed out, followed closely by the sound of approaching footsteps. Before long, the figure behind those footsteps materialized before Feudal. It was none other than the new caretaker, Filch. Stunned by the ghost's appearance, Feudal froze, the bottle of nutritional pills still clutched in his hand. Look, Mrs. Norris, a naughty first year, Filch exclaimed. The cat, known as Mrs. Norris, brushed against Filch's leg and meowed. Hiss, look at what this first year is up to. Filch had barely finished when the ghost chimed in, causing trouble, mischief-making. That wretched first year. Realizing the predicament, Feudal quickly interjected, No, Mr. Filch, I was merely lost. I did not cause any trouble. His voice trembled with urgency. Filch raised an eyebrow, and the ghost retorted, Liar, before vanishing into the wall. Oh, is that so? What an amusing excuse. Do you truly believe I would take you at your word? Filch scoffed. Mrs. Norris circled around Feudal, inspecting him closely. Truly, sir, I am not lying. I mean it. Feudal insisted, his face flushed with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Very well, that will suffice. Annoying little imp, hand over that bottle, Filch demanded, disregarding Feudal's protests. But, sir, Feudal attempted to explain, but Filch interrupted. Enough with the excuses. Hand it over. Trembling, Feudal reluctantly surrendered the bottle to Filch, his heart heavy with guilt over giving away Lin Fan's gift without permission. What a bad boy I am, he thought, to give away something Lin Fan entrusted to me. Will he hate me for this? Filch, indifferent to Feudal's turmoil, continued, From tomorrow onward, you shall serve a week's detention every evening. His sinister laughter filled the air as he departed with Mrs. Norris, leaving Feudal in a state of shock and regret. Upon hearing Feudal's plight, Lin Fan approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, Feudal, you need not feel guilty. Truly. Feudal's eyes glistened with tears, his breath hitching as he stammered. You really don't blame me? Feudal, do not be distressed. I harbor no ill will towards you, I promise. Lin Fan reassured him. Upon hearing these words, Feudal ceased his sobbing, a radiant smile breaking through despite the remnants of tears on his cheeks. Seeing Feudal's smile brought a sense of relief to Lin Fan, who then produced another bottle from his pocket. Here, Feudal, I have more for you. Look. This one is for you. He opened the lid, releasing a delightful aroma that surpassed that of the previous nutritional pills, the appearance far more appealing. This was evidently the highest grade of intermediate nutritional pills Lin Fan had managed to brew. Unbeknownst to Feudal, Lin Fan had been preoccupied with potion making in the Forbidden Forest, leading to his unfamiliarity with Filch's presence. Thank you, Lin Fan, you were truly kind, Feudal said gratefully, glancing between the bottle and Lin Fan. We are friends. After all, Lin Fan smiled warmly at Feudal. Wiping his tears away with his sleeve, Feudal grinned back. Yes, we are friends. Chapter 15. The Quidditch match in the Hogwarts courtyard. An unusual scene unfolded as students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin collectively rushed towards a single destination. Lin Fan regarded them with a peculiar gaze, then chose to disregard them, for he was intent on visiting the library to borrow 2 tomes from Madame Pants, magical potions and elixirs, and 8,000 enchanting herbs and fungi. Why, you may ask? This was because Lin Fan had discovered an abundance of herbs here that were absent in the games, and similarly, many potions that piqued his interest. Thus, He was inspired to delve into the foundational texts on herbs and potions. After traversing several corridors and ascending a few flights of stairs, Lin Fan arrived at the library. "Hello, Madam Pants," he greeted. "Shoo, keep your voice down, Lin Fan. It has been quite some time since your last visit," Madam Pants admonished, placing a finger to her lips as a reminder for him to lower his tone before exchanging pleasantries with him. "Indeed, madam, I have been preoccupied with practicing spells. Hence my absence," Lin Fan replied, rubbing his nose absent-mindedly. "Very well, my dear Lin Fan. What books do you intend to peruse today?" Madam Pants jested. This elicited curious glances from the other students engrossed in their reading. They found it rather odd, for Madam Pants, although not as stern as Professor McGonagall, was known for her seriousness, and students typically refrained from jesting with her. Who was this charming boy who dared to engage in banter with Madam Pants? Thus, a discussion ensued among the students. "Oh, who is this boy?" one queried. "I know not, but he is jesting with Madam Pants," another remarked. "Indeed, quite brave. And so adorable," a girl added. "Humph, merely adorable," a boy retorted, displeased with the girl's praise of another. What are they discussing? The reason for their chatter lay in Madam Pants's reputation for being particularly strict and devoted to the books under her care, maintaining rigorous discipline within the library. Often, her demeanor reflected a perpetual glare, devoid of any amiable expressions. The murmurs grew increasingly boisterous until, suddenly, Madam Pants transformed into a veritable lioness, bellowing, "Silence! For heaven's sake! Lower your voices, this is a library." Lin Fan, standing nearby, felt a buzzing in his ears and instinctively patted his head, following her roar. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The students hastily returned to their studies, some beginning their assignments, creating a tableau of earnest diligence. "Humph, now then, Lin Fan, what books would you like to borrow?" Madam Pants inquired, turning her attention back to him. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then replied, "I seek the tomes on magical potions and elixirs, as well as the compendium of wondrous herbs and fungi. I would like to borrow these 2 volumes, madam." "Oh, let me think where those might be," Mrs. Pants responded. After a brief pause, she directed Lin Fan. "The volume on magical potions and elixirs is the 8th book on the 5th shelf of the 3rd bookshelf from the left, while the compendium of wondrous herbs and fungi is the 25th book on the 9th shelf of the 5th bookshelf from the left." "Thank you, madam. I shall seek them out now." Lin Fan bowed in gratitude and turned to navigate through the towering shelves, diligently searching for the specified volumes. In a matter of moments, he located them. With the 2 books in hand, Lin Fan made his way to an empty table nestled in a corner, where he settled down. He placed the volume on magical potions aside and opened the compendium of wondrous herbs and fungi. Immersing himself in the study of herbal lore within the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, time slipped away unnoticed as he delved into his studies. Eventually, Lin Fan closed the book, gathered the 2 volumes, and approached Mrs. Pants to bid her farewell. "Madam Pants, I must take my leave now. I shall return these 2 books on my next visit. Farewell." "Oh, are you not going to read more?" "Farewell," Mrs. Pants replied. Lin Fan stepped out of the library and glanced at the sky through a window. It still appeared to be before noon. Clutching 2 books in his arms, he navigated several corners. Just as he was about to turn a corner, a petite figure darted out and collided with him. "Ouch, who is it?" Lin Fan complained as he struggled to regain his footing. That hurts." "Ah, Lin Fan, is that you?" Feudar rubbed his head and stood up, gazing at Lin Fan, who had also regained his balance. "Feudar, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" "You should pay attention to where you're going," Lin Fan remarked, exasperated. "I'm truly sorry, Lin Fan. Is everything all right? Are you hurt?" Feudar said, a mix of concern and anxiety in his voice. "Oh, there's no need to worry. I'm fine." As he spoke, a vial of crimson potion materialized in his hand. Lin Fan poured the potion over the area on his hand, and it healed instantly. Feudar watched silently, not uttering a word. Noticing Feudar's gaze, Lin Fan shook the vial of red potion, explaining, "This is a mid-grade healing potion, used for stopping bleeding and treating wounds." "Feudar, let me see if you're injured," Lin Fan urged. "Oh, I'm all right," Feudar replied, examining his hands and feet. "That's good to hear. By the way, why are you in such a rush? Where are you headed?" Lin Fan inquired. "I'm going to watch the Quidditch match. It started early today, and everyone is heading out to cheer. I want to go too, but I seem to have lost my way," Feudar confessed, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Honestly, I knew it was because you were lost," Lin Fan said, feeling both helpless and weary. "No wonder so many people are rushing outside." Yes, Lin Fan. Let's go watch the match together," Feudar exclaimed, raising his small fist in excitement as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing Fidal's fervent enthusiasm, he hesitated to dismiss his sentiments. "Very well, let us go together." The 2 companions strolled side by side, the duration of their walk unknown, until they arrived at the Quidditch match venue. The area was thronged with spectators, all exuberantly cheering, swaying with excitement. Each house's students fervently rallied for their respective teams. The ongoing match featured Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and just as Lin Fan and his companion settled in, a series of balls sailed through the Ravenclaw goalposts. The announcer, a boy with golden hair, exuberantly proclaimed the score, Gryffindor was leading with 190 to 140, while Ravenclaw lagged behind. Chapter 19. The Quidditch match. The contest continued, and look, Gryffindor's seeker, Pyre Golii, was besieged by 2 bludgers. Oh, but Gryffindor's beaters, Brittany Lorshall and Ginny Talton, rushed to Pyre's aid. Behold, the golden snitch. Ravenclaw's chaser, Sherlock Paul, had spotted it and was in pursuit. Could it be that Ravenclaw was on the verge of victory? Announcer Hilronify's voice boomed across the field. Watch this. Brittany sent one of the bludgers aimed at Pyre towards Sherlock. However, Ravenclaw's beater, Pawnee Wagpa, intervened and redirected Brittany's bludger back towards Gryffindor's side. Ginny hit it, Lainey urged. Ginny then struck the other bludger towards Sherlock, allowing Pyre to seize the opportunity and charge towards him. What a fierce contest. Look, Gryffindor's chaser, Hitler Hall, struck the quaffle, sending it soaring into Ravenclaw's goal. The keeper, Wardoing, failed to block it, and Gryffindor scored, bringing the score to 190 to 150. Ravenclaw still held the lead. As Hill announced loudly, "Oh!" the Gryffindor students erupted in cheers. Pyre arrived beside Sherlock, and together they began chasing the golden snitch. A bludger flew towards them, and both evaded it. Pyre, face up and back down, clutched his broom tightly as he spun in the air, while Sherlock searched for the snitch, which had vanished during their distraction by the bludger. Pyre hastily pursued Sherlock, joining the search for the elusive snitch. At this moment, another Ravenclaw beater, named Sunny, soared towards a bludger, sending it hurtling towards Pyre. Beater Brittany intervened, striking the bludger away, which then collided with a nearby quaffle. The quaffle was sent flying towards Ravenclaw's chaser, Shiyu Moya, who related to another Ravenclaw chaser, Anchi Genolan. Anchi aimed the quaffle towards Gryffindor's goal, but keeper Zoro Bach thwarted the attempt, sending the quaffle soaring away. Gryffindor's chaser, Hitler, caught it and retaliated, sending it back towards Ravenclaw's goal. War failed to guard the post, and Gryffindor scored once more, leveling the score in a dazzling display of skill. Ravenclaw's beater, Neem, struck a bludger aimed at Pyre. But alas, the bludger seemed disinterested in Pyre and instead chased after Sherlock. To their astonishment, Sherlock was struck. What a twist. The golden snitch reappeared directly beneath Sherlock. Pyre spotted it and dove, while Sherlock narrowly evaded the bludger. The snitch hovered tantalizingly, prompting the Gryffindor supporters to leap and cheer, sensing victory was within their grasp. Pyre flew close to the ground, about to seize the snitch, when a bludger obstructed him, frustrating his chance. Another bludger hindered Sherlock as well, as the beaters from both houses aimed to protect their seekers from capturing the snitch. "Curse it!" Pyre exclaimed in frustration. Ginny rushed over, assisting Pyre in clearing the bludger, and Pyre swiftly resumed his pursuit of the snitch. The competition ebbed and flowed, with the quaffle darting back and forth between the two houses. The score fluctuated from Ravenclaw leading 210 to 180, to Gryffindor's advantage at 290 to 280, before evening out once again. During this time, a Gryffindor chaser was struck by a bludger and had to leave the match, yet the game pressed on. Hill shouted, "Oh, Ravenclaw scores. The score is now 340 to 310. Go, Sherlock. Go, Neem. Go, Pawnee," cheered the Ravenclaw supporters fervently. Lin Fan watched the match, his heart ignited with fervor. After enrolling in school, he aspired to be a Quidditch player. The thrill was overwhelming. Oh, dear God. Oh, Merlin. This was indeed the only instance where Lin Fan refrained from cursing or mocking God or Merlin. What a miracle. Beside him, Fidel was equally exhilarated, his small fists clenched, his cheeks flushed, and his body trembling with excitement. The allure of Quidditch was on full display here. After all, it was the sole sport in the magical world. Otherwise, why would so many gather to watch? In any case, Quidditch surpassed any sport in the Muggle realm. "Oh my, Sherlock and Pyre have collided. God bless. I hope they are unharmed," Hill exclaimed. Brittany struck the bludger towards Sherlock, while Parnay controlled another bludger, aiming it at the one headed for Sherlock. The two balls collided and separated, resuming their search for prey. "Damn it," Miss Brittany huffed angrily. Ravenclaw's chaser, Euripika Chekhov, struck the quaffle, sending it through the goalposts. Ravenclaw scored, bringing the tally to 350, 310. Gryffindor scored, now at 390, 370, with Ravenclaw still in the lead. Gryffindor scored again, now at 490, 410, placing them ahead. "Look, Sirius, Remus, Lily, it's been ages since we graduated from Hogwarts, yet Quidditch still ignites such passion," a young man in his 20s remarked to 2 men and a woman of similar age beside him. "Indeed, just thinking about it stirs the blood," Sirius replied. "Yes, quite so," Remus added gently. "Hee, James, you all were quite spirited back then," Lily said softly. "Haha," James chuckled. The group, with Sirius and James exuding a carefree, rebellious demeanor, while Remus maintained a gentle temperament and Lily radiated grace, engaged in lively conversation. By chance, they found themselves behind Lin Fan and Fidel, who were engrossed in the match, their hearts brimming with enthusiasm. During this time, Gryffindor extended their lead, the score reaching new heights. Pyre seemed to have noticed something. Sherlock was hot on his heels. "Look, the golden snitch has emerged. Will they manage to catch it this time? Let us wait and see," Hill announced to the crowd. Pyre's eyes were fixed on the golden snitch, with Sherlock beside him. I'm close. 5 meters. 4 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Pyre's hand was about to touch the snitch when a bludger shot out, and Sherlock seized the opportunity to grab the snitch. Another bludger struck Sherlock, causing him to tumble from his broom. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Professor McGonagall swiftly cast a levitation charm, yet the momentum was too great, and Sherlock slipped from the spell, continuing his descent. Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety as he watched the scene unfold. Immediately, he invoked his fully mastered levitation spell, halting Sherlock's descent and suspending him approximately 1 meter above the ground. With a subtle flick of his mind, Lin Fan gently lowered Sherlock. In the distance, Professor McGonagall and several other faculty members momentarily paused, scanning their surroundings for anyone using a wand to assist. Suddenly recalling Lin Fan, they searched again and spotted him, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet chuckle. Hill's voice resonated. Oh, that was quite perilous. Well done. Sherlock has captured the golden snitch, bringing the score to 580. 520. Ravenclaw triumphs. As Sherlock regained his footing, he stood on the ground, raising his right hand, in which shimmered the golden light of the snitch. As Hill's announcement concluded, the Ravenclaw students erupted in jubilant cheers, their Quidditch players beaming with excitement, descending from their broomsticks to hoist Sherlock aloft, tossing him into the air. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor players gazed despondently at their Ravenclaw counterparts. Chapter 17. James, Sirius, Remus. Lily as Lin Fan gazed upon the moment he successfully set Sherlock down, an unusual tension gripped his heart. Despite his unwavering belief in the certainty of success, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. After all, this was his first endeavor involving a human subject, excluding Hagrid, of course. Lin Fan lifted his right hand to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead, a testament to the anxiety he felt. Vidal, let us depart, Lin Fan remarked, observing that the competition had concluded, addressing the flushed Vidal. Vidal paused momentarily, calming his racing heart, before realizing Lin Fan was speaking to him. He quickly responded, yes, indeed. Let us go, Lin Fan. Just then, Vidal's stomach emitted a resounding growl, causing his recently restored complexion to flush anew. Lin Fan, I am hungry, he admitted. Lin Fan chuckled softly, but soon his expression turned serious. Feudal, did you have breakfast this morning? Have you once again lost your way and missed your meal? Behind Lin Fan stood 4 adults, a trio of men and a woman, who were amusedly observing a remarkably adorable young boy chastising a slightly older child. The boy's serious demeanor only heightened his cuteness, prompting the adults to stifle their laughter as they watched Lin Fan's charming performance. Meanwhile, Vardal pitifully lowered his head, seemingly attempting to hide it within his clothing. Well, did you consume the nutritional tablets I provided? Lin Fan inquired, entirely oblivious to the presence of the 4 adults, treating them as if they were mere air. I'm sorry, Vardal stammered, his head sinking lower. He no longer needed to utter another word. Utterly unaware of the onlookers beside him. You are not apologizing to me. You are apologizing to your own body, Lin Fan retorted, adopting the posture of a miniature adult. Although his youthful visage undermined the gravity of his assertion. At that moment, the observing adults could no longer contain their amusement, erupting into laughter. Lily covered her mouth, giggling softly, while Lupin chuckled discreetly, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Sirius and James were the most animated. One rolled on the ground in fits of laughter, while the other crouched, rhythmically slapping the earth and laughing heartily. It was then that Lin Fan and Vardal finally acknowledged the presence of the 4 adults. Vardal remained with his head bowed, while Lin Fan's face flushed crimson. Who are you? He inquired, his heart berating him. How embarrassing. My dignity is utterly ruined. He shot a disgruntled glance at Vardal, who seemed to sense Lin Fan's discontent and trembled slightly. Lily and Lupin were the first to regain their composure, looking at the 2 mortified boys with bemusement. Well, we are partners, so we won't leave, Lily said, introducing herself. I am Lily Evans, and this is Remus Lupin beside me. As for those 2 over there, she paused, clearing her throat. The one rolling on the ground is James Potter, and the one slapping the ground is Sirius Black. Lily then cast a glance at the 2 still making fools of themselves, her voice adopting a commanding tone. Enough. Quiet down and act your age, you 2. Lin Fan gazed at the 2 men, a wave of confusion washing over him. Am I truly that amusing? Meanwhile, Vardar, jolted by Lily, lifted his small face, his eyes reddened, exuding an aura of pitiable vulnerability. Sirius and James immediately ceased their antics, standing at attention, though their bodies still trembled slightly. Once the 2 had regained a semblance of normalcy, Lily turned to the dazed Lin Fan and inquired, Charming little boy, what are your names? Lin Fan felt a surge of tension, yet he managed to respond, I am Lin Fan. After a brief pause, he introduced his companion. This is my friend, Vardar Greenrue. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Evans, Mr. Lupin, and, Mr. Black and Mr. Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Lily replied. Hello, Lupin said. It is a delight to make your acquaintance, young Lin Fan, James remarked with amusement. Lin Fan, it is wonderful to meet you, Sirius added. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's heart raced in astonishment. What had I just said? Potter, Lupin, Sirius, Lily? They are connected to Harry Potter. Although he had anticipated meeting them, having learned from the books that Voldemort had not yet fully emerged and that only minor conflicts occurred, he was nonetheless taken aback. Lin Fan inquired, "How did you come to be here? Shouldn't you all be studying elsewhere? Are you aware that we study here?" Lily responded, "Actually, we are here today to seek out Dumbledore." "Oh dear, it's fortunate that I didn't mention that they study here," Lin Fan thought to himself, feeling a shiver of apprehension. "Well then, we shall take our leave," Lin Fan said, bowing slightly to them before bidding farewell. He then called out to Feudar, "Feudar, we are leaving. It's time for your meal, honestly." After Feudar exchanged goodbyes with Lily and her companions, he hurried to catch up with Lin Fan. "Wait for me." "Lin Fan, I might get lost again." Lily and her friends watched as Lin Fan and Feudar walked away, sharing a silent chuckle at the sight of the amusing and endearing boy. "All right, let us go find Dumbledore," she suggested. Location, a small cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts characters, Lin Fan, Feudar MM. "This is truly delicious." "Lin Fan, you have outdone yourself," Feudar exclaimed, his left hand grasping a chicken leg and his right hand holding a chicken wing, his cheeks stuffed and a pile of bones scattered on the ground. Before Lin Fan stood a barbecue rack. With practiced ease, he flipped the skewers, applying a brush of sauce followed by a sprinkle of seasoning. The oily drips from the meat and vegetable skewers sizzled onto the charcoal below, releasing an enticing aroma that was simply delectable. Lin Fan had always harbored a passion for gourmet cuisine, albeit with a frugal disposition. Thus, he diligently studied recipes and honed his culinary skills, eventually mastering the art of cooking. During his time at home, it was Lin Fan who primarily prepared the family meals, often accompanied by his close friend, Wu Yu, who frequently dropped by for a meal. Now, having separated from Lily, James, and the others, Lin Fan found himself reminiscing about his cooking endeavors, contemplating whipping up something delicious, especially since Ferdal was still hungry. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the house elf from Hogwarts to procure ingredients and promptly had them delivered to the quaint little cabin. "Take your time eating. It's just the two of us, and there's no one to compete with you," Lin Fan remarked with an air of resignation as he tended to the skewers. But it's so tasty," Ferdal replied, eagerly gnawing on a barbecue skewer. "All right, just slow down a bit," Lin Fan said, beaming with joy. There was a certain delight he felt whenever others relished his creations. "Here, have some vegetables." Ferdal accepted the vegetable skewer and continued munching. From a distance, a voice called out, "It smells so good." "What is it?" "Indeed, it must be delicious." Another voice chimed in. "Right, Remus?" Sirius inquired. "Yes, indeed," Lupin replied nonchalantly. "Honestly, you all, but it does smell wonderful," Lily added. An elderly man with a long beard, adorned with a bow tie, approached, the very embodiment of Albus Dumbledore. "Ahem, let us go." Moments later, the five of them arrived outside the little cabin, their gazes fixed intently on the skewers Lin Fan was grilling. Lin Fan heard the sound of footsteps and looked up to see five unexpected guests. As Lin Fan was about to speak, a thunderous voice erupted from the Forbidden Forest. "Wow, it smells delightful. Lin Fan, are you the one preparing food?" Out from the depths of the forest emerged a colossal half-blood giant named Hagrid. In Chapter 18, The Barbecue Battle, Lin Fan helplessly acknowledged the booming voice of the creature, Hagrid, who then turned to greet Dumbledore and the others. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Miss Evans, Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Black. It is a pleasure to see you again. Are you here searching for me or for Hagrid?" Upon hearing Lin Fan greet others, Feudal paused from gnawing on a skewer, his mouth full, and mumbled a greeting towards Dumbledore and the others. Hello. "Ah, Dumbledore, you're here too," Hagrid exclaimed as he emerged from the forest. "Oh, and James, Lily, Remus, Sirius." "Hello, Rubius," James and the others replied. "Now, let us see what delectable treats Lin Fan has prepared." Hagrid's gaze eagerly returned to Lin Fan. Rushing forward to snatch the already grilled skewers from Lin Fan's side, he devoured them insatiably, leaving no trace behind. This left Lin Fan momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained composure, realizing that Hagrid's immense size warranted such an appetite. Meanwhile, James and Sirius watched Hagrid with eyes that seemed to convey their hunger. "Damn, he snatched that up so quickly. We haven't even had a chance to eat yet." It was evident that their intentions were aligned with this sentiment, though they had yet to become familiar with Lin Fan, thus exhibiting a modicum of restraint. However, they soon regretted their hesitation. "Rubius, save some for us," the two shouted, lunging towards Hagrid to seize the skewers he was reaching for. Their familiarity with the situation was apparent, as they bypassed Lin Fan entirely and engaged Hagrid directly. Lily and Remus stood by, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. One, mindful of her image as a lady, and the other, a gentleman, both restrained themselves from joining the fray. Yet their eyes remained fixated on the chaotic struggle among the three. Hagrid, James, and Sirius felt the weight of their gaze, their movements slightly faltering under the scrutiny. Yet the pace of their skirmish remained relentless. As the contents of the plate rapidly diminished, Feudal, who had just finished his skewer, stood aghast at the scene, My skewer. That was given to me by Lin Fan, you scoundrels. Meanwhile, Dumbledore wore a sly smile, while Lily glared at the three, and Remus, though silent, clenched his fists by his side. An odd tension hung in the air, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Lin Fan wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow and remarked, well. Lin Fan had yet to finish his words when several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Bracing himself, Lin Fan asserted, actually, I can still manage this. You all will be able to enjoy it shortly. Allow me to gather the necessary ingredients first. As Lin Fan was about to depart, ripples appeared in the air, and several domesticated magical creatures materialized. Accompanying them were a plethora of materials. The magical creatures then bowed to Professor Dumbledore and announced, Mr. Dumbledore, the items you requested are ready. It turned out that the reason Dumbledore had displayed that sly smile earlier was that he anticipated Lin Fan would insist on procuring the items himself upon witnessing such a scene. Thus, in the interest of efficiency, Dumbledore had summoned the magical creatures to prepare the materials for delivery shortly. Lin Fan cast a glance at Dumbledore and sighed inwardly. The old fox. The house elf then performed a brief bow to a few individuals before vanishing in an instant. Lin Fan was scanned by the diligent gazes of several individuals. Yet he remained silent, hastily gathering the ingredients. He proceeded to concoct his signature sauce, meticulously placing the meat and vegetables on the grill. After applying a thin layer of oil to them, he allowed a brief moment to pass before brushing on the sauce, which dripped onto the charcoal below. Emitting a gentle sizzle, Lin Fan placed the grilled meat skewers and vegetable skewers onto a platter, and the nearby individuals, undeterred by the heat, rushed over eagerly to contest for them. You wretched glutton, Rupert. You're still eating. I haven't had a bite yet, Lily exclaimed, attempting to seize the skewer from Hagrid's grasp. No, you go get your own, Lily, Hagrid retorted. Meanwhile, Dumbledore elegantly picked a few skewers and savored them with delight. Moony, I don't want it. You can find a pointed fork, Sirius quipped, dodging Remus's clawed hand, hoping to direct him towards James. Bigfoot, this is truly delectable, James remarked, disregarding the banter and finishing off the skewers in his hand. I haven't gotten any yet, Fudgel murmured softly. But he shrank back under the piercing gazes of the others, falling silent. Woe is me, he lamented. Here, Fudgel, Lin Fan offered a skewer to him. This is delicious. Lin Fan is a good person, Fudgel exclaimed gratefully as he hastily took the skewer, stuffing it into his mouth to prevent it from being snatched away, while also remembering to give Lin Fan a token of appreciation. Lin Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he disregarded the clamorous voices of Fidel and the others vying for food. With a sigh, he mused, do robbers truly exist in the realm of magic? Surely they must, just look at those individuals. Setting aside his contemplations, he resumed his task of applying oil and sauce to the ingredients. Delicious, he remarked, savoring the flavors. Lily chimed in, indeed, it's quite delightful. Too bad Wormtail didn't join us, Lupin said wistfully. Yes, it's truly scrumptious, added Sirius, while a playful thought of Dumbledore crossed Lin Fan's mind. Should we bring him some? No, let us enjoy this meal first, he concluded. As time slipped away amidst the chaos of feasting, the group sat contentedly on wooden stools, their bellies round and full. The remnants of their meal lay strewn about like discarded relics, and Lin Fan gazed at them, bemused. Who will clean this up? He wondered silently, clearing his throat. Lin Fan sought to draw the attention of his companions, gesturing toward the scattered debris. His unspoken message was clear. Have you all eaten your fill yet? Surely. It would be rather unbecoming to leave this mess behind, wouldn't it? It seems rather unfair to burden the younger ones. With a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore tidied up his area, while James and Lily swiftly gathered the remnants of their feast. Lin Fan gazed at them with a serious expression, adopting a tone befitting an adult. Well, you've all finished your meal. You must have come to see me. Is there something you wish to discuss? The others, observing Lin Fan's adorable childlike demeanor as he spoke with such gravity, could not help but burst into laughter. Through their shared struggle for food, they had inadvertently forged a bond of friendship, and they unabashedly laughed out loud, rendering Lin Fan's serious facade utterly dismantled. Lin Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Am I truly that amusing? He pondered. Apart from Voldemort, who wore a similarly perplexed expression, the others exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Dumbledore, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and said, Ahem. The matter is as follows. Lily has been struggling to sleep well lately, plagued by a recurring dream that seems to foreshadow something significant. James picked up where Dumbledore left off. Thus, we sought to consult that accursed bat, Severus. Sirius interjected once more. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, inquiring, What brings you to me? Were you not seeking Professor Snape? What is the purpose of your visit? Well, replied Lupin. We approached Severus to inquire if he possessed any potions that could facilitate a restful slumber. However, he informed us that he neither had such potions nor intended to create them. He suggested that if such a remedy were needed, it would require further research over time. Consequently, we consulted Dumbledore, who mentioned that you might have potions that induce nightmares or pleasant dreams. Lin Fan glanced at Lily's face, which appeared quite pale. Initially, He had thought this was her natural complexion, but it seemed she had not rested well. Lin Fan glanced once more at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Understanding the cue, Lin Fan concentrated, and with a flick of his wrist, a vial containing a powdery pink potion materialized in his hand. Ignoring the astonishment of James and the others, he continued, "This is an intermediate dream potion, which should allow you to experience a pleasant dream. Moreover, it is the most advanced dream potion I am capable of concocting at present." He then handed the potion to Lily, stating, "And here is another vial." As he produced a second, much lighter pink potion. "You see, this is a basic dream potion. Had you arrived earlier, it would not have afforded you the same quality of dreams as now. The basic dream potion cannot fend off nightmares and requires a combination of various conditions to induce a good dream, whereas the intermediate dream potion has more lenient prerequisites." "Thank you so much, Lin Fan," James said, wrapping his arm around Lily in gratitude. Sirius and the others also expressed their thanks. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I have only concocted this amount of dream elixir." With a thought, he placed the potion on the table. "I have prepared 9 vials of the inferior dream elixir, and in addition to these 4 vials of the intermediate dream elixir, plus the one I just gave you. That makes a total of 5 vials. They're all for you." "Thank you very much, Lin Fan." James expressed his gratitude. Sirius interjected, "We are friends with Lin Fan, so there is no need for such continuous thanks." Listening to Sirius's words, Lin Fan smiled broadly and replied, "Indeed, we are friends now. There is no need to be so formal with me. Why keep expressing gratitude? Do you not consider me a friend?" "Of course, we are friends," James interjected, "but still, a word of thanks is in order." He then continued, "By the way, Lin Fan, since we are friends, does that mean you could frequently prepare meals for us?" James certainly had the audacity to push his luck, taking advantage of the situation. However, Lin Fan felt hesitant to voice any objections, as he noticed the glint of hunger in the eyes of those around him, as if they had not eaten in ages. Of course, I would be happy to." Lin Fan mustered up the courage to say. "Splendid. We can look forward to enjoying Lin Fan's cooking regularly," exclaimed Voldemort, before the others could even respond. Lin Fan was filled with tears, and he exclaimed, "Vidal, what are you interjecting for? If you remain silent, no one will perceive you as anything but mute. However, they certainly do not regard you as such. If you choose not to speak, they might indeed exhibit a modicum of restraint, though the likelihood of that is, frankly, quite minimal, as any discerning individual would readily ascertain." Everyone nodded in agreement, producing a chilling and eerie sound akin to ho-ho-ho. Having dined and imbibed sufficiently, "We shall take our leave," declared the quartet of Jamil. "Very well, farewell. I shall dedicate more time to practicing my dream elixirs," Lin Fan responded, nodding. As he watched the 4 depart, Lin Fan involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. However, it seemed that fate was reluctant to allow him such respite, for from the distance, he heard the boisterous voice of Sirius calling out, "Lin Fan, remember, the next time we return, be sure to prepare some food." With that, he vanished from sight. Lin Fan fell to the ground, reflecting on his unfortunate fate. Such is life. "By the way," he thought, addressing Feudar, "you should head back now. Be careful not to get lost again." Feudar, seemingly aware that Lin Fan had matters to discuss with Dumbledore, nodded in agreement. "All right, Lin Fan. I shall take my leave now. Until next time." As Feudar walked away, Lin Fan turned to Dumbledore and inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, may I ask about the dreams Lily has been experiencing?" Dumbledore pondered for a moment before nodding and beckoning Lin Fan to follow him. Thus, Lin Fan and Hagrid accompanied Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, Lin Fan's gaze was drawn to an exquisite creature within the room. Dumbledore, noticing the wonder in Lin Fan's eyes, introduced, "This is Fawkes, the Phoenix. You have not seen him before as he was otherwise occupied during your last visit." Turning to Fawkes, Dumbledore added, "Fawkes, this is Lin Fan. Please greet him." Fawkes flapped his wings and chirped a greeting to Lin Fan. "Hello, Fawkes. You are truly beautiful." Lin Fan responded with a smile. Dumbledore seated himself in a chair and gestured for Lin Fan and Hagrid to do the same. However, when Hagrid sat down, the chair creaked ominously. Lin Fan cast a worried glance at the chair, lamenting, "Oh, poor chair, may you rest in peace for 0.003 seconds. Professor Dumbledore, may we now discuss the matter?" Lin Fan urged, mirroring Hagrid's anxious expression. Dumbledore conjured a cup of tea and took a sip before elaborating. "It is as follows. Lily was well during her time at school, but after graduating and marrying James, she has been plagued by the same dream. Although she initially hesitated to share this with James and the others, of late, she has consistently dreamed of a gloomy sky filled with haunting cries, blood, and dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. A grotesque face appeared in the sky, laughing maniacally. The scene then shifted to reveal Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lily observed him in a seemingly normal state, but upon entering a certain place, he transformed, becoming dark and malevolent." Dumbledore paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. "Tom Marvolo Riddle? Who is he? Was he also a student at Hogwarts?" Lin Fan inquired. "Indeed. He was a contemporary of Hagrid's. It was he who claimed that Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets, and it was also Hagrid's pet, Aragog, that was accused of attacking students, Dumbledore concluded, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. Lin Fan gazed at Hagrid, who nodded slightly, the atmosphere growing somewhat somber. Dumbledore then spoke. Later, for reasons unknown, he vanished and did not return to school. Vanished? Lin Fan questioned in confusion. Indeed, disappeared. We could not locate him, Dumbledore affirmed. How is this connected to Lily's dream? Lin Fan pondered. Could it be Voldemort? No, that would be Tom Marvolo riddle, wouldn't it? Never mind. I don't wish to dwell on it. My head aches. Lin Fan shook his head, deciding to abandon the thought. Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. I shall head to the Forbidden Forest to concoct some dream potions. Lin Fan addressed Dumbledore. Go ahead, Dumbledore replied. Goodbye, Hagrid, Lin Fan added. Chapter 20. The celestial melodies from deep within the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts was eerily quiet and profound, filled with the sounds of birdsong and beastly roars. The forest was dense with trees and abundant in herbs. Lin Fan ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, retrieving the herbal fertility, the place where he could activate the Alchemist system. On a clearing within the herbal zone, Lin Fan summoned his alchemical cauldron, placing it aside as he commenced the gathering of herbs necessary for concocting the dream elixir. As Lin Fan crouched down, he suddenly heard the distant sound of galloping hoofs. A joyful smile instantly graced his petite face. Xiao Jiao, a snow-white unicorn, let out a whinny and approached Lin Fan, playfully poking him with the tip of its horn. All right, Xiao Jiao, that tickles. Please stop. The spirited unicorn pranced about, brimming with delight at the sight of Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently stroked the soft fur of Little Horn, speaking in a warm tone. Little Horn, please wait a moment. I need to concoct a dream elixir for my newly made friend. I will speak to you shortly. In the meantime, you may entertain yourself. Little Horn let out a small cry and scampered off to play by itself. Lin Fan murmured to himself. Ah, the entire root of dream grass. Seeds of illusion stargrass, leaves of mimosa, and the essence of fantastical flower. Having prepared the materials, Lin Fan cast them into the cauldron and infused his magical energy. 5 minutes later, a powdery liquid emerged, fresh and vibrant. 30 points of magic consumed. I can practice a few more times before needing to drink a recovery potion. Once again, he gathered the materials, infused magic, produced the potion, and consumed the recovery elixir, repeating the alchemical process. Time ticked away, and Lin Fan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, his complexion slightly pale. Alas, this refining process has taken longer than anticipated. Even though I frequently soak in water enhanced with strength potions, my body cannot withstand such strain. It seems I must not only indulge in medicinal baths but also engage in more physical exercise. Otherwise, when it comes to concocting higher-level potions, I risk exhausting myself far too quickly. Lin Fan observed the little creature, still lost in its own merriment, and put away the medicinal cauldron along with the dream potion before dashing over to it. He gently patted the little one's head. The little creature nuzzled against Lin Fan affectionately. Aren't you ever bored in the Forbidden Forest? What do you do each day? Lin Fan inquired. The little one responded with a series of hisses, its body bouncing with energy, mimicking the motion of running. Lin Fan observed Xiao Jiao's performance and chuckled. You run every day, don't you? What else? Xiao Jiao tilted his head, then squatted down, closed his eyes, and emitted a soft snoring sound. Sleeping? Lin Fan was taken aback. No way. Is that all? What else do you do? Xiao Jiao stood up, pondered with a tilt of his head, and then stared blankly into the distance. Lin Fan gazed at the small creature, suddenly struck by a thought, and exclaimed incredulously, Little Horn. You can't possibly be telling me that you were daydreaming. Don't say you were contemplating. I swear you were simply lost in thought. Little Horn glanced at Lin Fan, grinning with a soft hiss, and nodded a few times, leaving Lin Fan utterly speechless. Is this truly the life of a beast? Well, I have no words left. Lin Fan shrugged in resignation, his neck retracting in defeat, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Seemingly aware of Lin Fan's boredom, Little Horn crouched down, tilted its head, and grinned, inviting Lin Fan to climb onto its back. Little Horn, are you asking me to ride on your back? Where are you taking me? Lin Fan inquired, observing Little Horn's movements. Upon seeing Little Horn nod, he cautiously mounted its back. Little Horn began to walk slowly, then abruptly broke into a gallop. Little Horn, whoa, slow down, slow down. This is too fast. Oh no, my clothes are getting torn. Ugh, so much dust and sand. Cough, cough. Little Horn let out a joyful shriek and continued to sprint, seemingly exhilarated, leaving a cloud of dust and swirling leaves in its wake. As the forest was predominantly filled with trees and flowers, the dust soon dissipated. Lin Fan was no longer fearful. He reveled in the exhilarating rush of Little Horn's wild sprint. With abandon and flair, Little Horn dashed forward, trampling countless branches and leaves. They ran further and further, the surroundings growing dimmer, as the pair unknowingly raced deeper into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Lin Fan gazed at his surroundings and hurriedly called for Little Horn to halt. Little Horn, we have ventured too far. Little Horn responded with a hissing sound. At that moment, a melody resonated from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, captivating both Lin Fan and Little Horn as they closed their eyes to listen. The song was at times lively, at others ethereal, and occasionally delicate and enchanting, embodying the phrase from our nation. Such music should only exist in the heavens. Rare is the occasion to hear it on earth. This melody could indeed be described as the very voice of celestial harmony. Lin Fan could only perceive the melody of the song. The lyrics were somewhat indistinct, the language of the singing unfamiliar. He caught a few familiar phrases. Divine grace bestows blessings upon the heart of nature, extinguishing its stillness. The song paused momentarily, allowing Lin Fan and Xiao Zhao to close their eyes and savor the moment. Lin Fan pondered the few phrases he had heard. What was the essence of the divine? Bestowal, blessings, humanity. Could it be that the divine descends to grant humanity blessings? Yet, what connection does it have with the heart of nature? And what of extinguishment? What indeed is the true message behind the lyrics of this ethereal melody? Lin Fan halted his thoughts and inquired of Xiao Zhao, "Do you know what the heart of nature is?" Xiao Zhao shook its head and hissed softly, indicating that it too did not fully grasp the meaning behind the lyrics, yet found them profoundly enchanting and exquisite. A thought flickered in Lin Fan's mind. Should he venture inside? Or perhaps he ought to visit the library or the room of requirement for some research. And even consult Dumbledore? What to do? Should he enter or not? Ultimately, he decided to leave it to Merlin. Lin Fan retrieved a coin from the table in the small cabin. If the obverse faced up, he would step inside, while the reverse would lead him back to Hogwarts to gather information. "Merlin, I entrust this to you," he murmured, closing his eyes. He took a deep breath and flicked the coin into the air. The coin spun gracefully before descending. Lin Fan extended his left hand to catch it, swiftly covering it with his right hand to shield his gaze, softly whispering, "Obverse? Reverse?" Lin Fan slowly withdrew his right hand, his heart pounding furiously, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The coin revealed the side Lin Fan had chosen. It was the opposite. Thus, he would return to Hogwarts to consult some materials. Lin Fan gently patted the little creature's head and said, "Xiao Zhao, let us depart. Guide me out of the forbidden forest." Xiao Zhao let out a shrill cry and began to sprint wildly. After a moment, the surroundings gradually brightened, and his vision became clearer. They arrived at a point still some distance from the outside, where Xiao Zhao halted, crouching down. Lin Fan took a moment to steady his breath, dismounted, and affectionately patted Xiao Zhao's head, smiling as he said, "You may go ahead. I shall find the materials and return to you. Farewell." With a cry, Xiao Zhao took off, vanishing from Lin Fan's sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan emerged from the forbidden forest, gazing up at the still bright sky. He let out a sigh and proceeded towards the academy. Chapter 21. The heart of nature. Lin Fan hurriedly ran, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. After winding through the twists and turns, he finally arrived at the library of Hogwarts. Approaching Madame Pants, he wiped his sweat and took a few deep breaths before addressing her. "Madame Pants, may I inquire if you possess any knowledge regarding the heart of nature?" Madame Pants closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, then shook her head. "I apologize, but I have neither heard of nor encountered any literature pertaining to the heart of nature." Lin Fan was somewhat surprised to discover that there were historical texts and legends of which Madame Pants was unaware. This revelation left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. Madame Pants, perceptive to Lin Fan's disheartened demeanor, refrained from delivering any further discouragement, for even in his disappointment, there was an undeniable charm. He appeared utterly adorable. Even someone as stern and unyielding as Madame Pants found it difficult to resist. "In truth, you might consider venturing to the district. You should first seek out a professor or obtain a recommendation from Dumbledore. I can allow you to explore that option, and you may also inquire with Dumbledore." The endearing Lin Fan pondered Madame Pants's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall procure the necessary recommendation." After bidding farewell to Madame Pomfrey, Lin Fan turned to exit the library, pondering which professor to approach for a letter of recommendation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to seek out Professor Dumbledore, reasoning that it would be prudent to inquire with him first. Should that prove unfruitful, he could then venture to the Ravenclaw Common Room or the Room of Requirement. The stairways of Hogwarts were notoriously labyrinthine, and upon arriving at the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Lin Fan found himself at a loss. "What is the password today?" he lamented, exasperated. "Ugh, I suppose I should ask another professor." Lin Fan, with a look of dejection, trudged along, casting glances back at the door of Professor Dumbledore's office, sighing in resignation. With his head bowed, Lin Fan felt as though he were drawing circles in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, someone was approaching from behind. Suddenly, Pong, Severus Snape brushed off the dust from his robes, exclaiming in irritation, "Which student is it this time? Damn it, it must be another Gryffindor." Lin Fan quickly realized the situation, inwardly lamenting his misfortune for continuously colliding with others. "Professor Snape, it was not my intention. I sincerely apologize," he said, his face adorned with a charming expression of regret. Snape regarded Lin Fan's smile, and an involuntary wave of disdain washed over him. "Humph, just like that insufferable James." The mere thought of James inevitably led Snape to recall Lily, causing a pang of sorrow to pierce his heart. Consequently, his tone grew stern and his words harsh. "What are you doing? Are you oblivious to your surroundings?" Lin Fan was taken aback by Snape's harsh tone. Was that all there was to it? Surely, I must not have provoked him further, right? After all, I did apologize. How perplexing. Could it be that he is experiencing an early midlife crisis? Perhaps, likely. Or maybe it has something to do with James and Lily. Well, we must concede that Lin Fan's conjecture was rather astute. Snape's demeanor was indeed influenced by his smile. As we all are aware. I apologize, it was not my intention. Professor Snape, I was contemplating whom to inquire about the password to Dumbledore's office. Snape emanated a chilling aura of deathly silence, as forbidding as a glacier, instilling fear in those around him. The password to Dumbledore's office, you say? Humph. Snape turned and walked away, the sound of his departure echoing like the sharp crack of popping candy. Lin Fan appeared to be startled by Snape's chilling tone. Standing frozen in place. Once Snape had completely vanished from sight, he instinctively exhaled a breath. After a moment, Lin Fan suddenly came to his senses and murmured to himself, could it be that he just revealed the password to me? After a brief pause, he reassured himself, well, perhaps he isn't as malevolent as I thought. Nevertheless, I might as well try the password he mentioned. Lin Fan turned back to the principal's office, muttering, jumping candy frog. Before long, the door emitted a soft click and swung open. Inside the office, Dumbledore heard the sound of the door and looked up to see Lin Fan. Ah, Lin Fan, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Lin Fan directly inquired, Professor Dumbledore, are you aware of the matters concerning the heart of nature? Dumbledore, perplexed, pondered for a moment, the heart of nature? Ah, I have perused some literature regarding it, as well as the legends surrounding it. It is said that in the dawn of creation, the world was imbued with various elements, and when these elements intertwined with the laws of existence, the heart of the world was born. For reasons unknown, this heart suddenly shattered. Following this cataclysm, numerous races emerged, including the winged, beasts, humans, dragons, and the ethereal. The fragments of the heart of the world transformed into the heart of nature, the heart of elements, the heart of annihilation, the heart of lightness, the heart of sound, the heart of the brave, the heart of slaughter, the heart of the war god, the heart of dreams, the heart of life, and the heart of faith. The heart of nature, a conduit to all of nature, fostering serenity and inner peace, undisturbed by the turbulence of the world. The heart of faith, a practice of the power of belief, creating and guiding the force of faith. The heart of elements, a means to absorb elemental power, thereby enhancing magical prowess. The heart of sound, a realization of the exquisite melodies of existence, where all is song and every being resonates. As the sounds of the world become celestial harmonies. Listening to the tales regarding the heart of the world, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders and mysteries that the world holds. Ah, so these legends truly exist, Lin Fan sighed. Dumbledore chuckled, indeed. The world is filled with such enchanting marvels. By the way, Lin Fan, did you inquire about the heart of the world because of something you heard? Lin Fan nodded and recounted the celestial melody he had heard with Xiao Jiao in the Forbidden Forest, along with the phrases discerned within the song. Thus, I wish to explore matters concerning the heart of nature, he expressed. Dumbledore pondered aloud. God, blessing, favor, humanity, the heart of the world, annihilation? What do these terms signify? It seems there have been no prior references to such concepts. He then turned solemnly to Lin Fan, saying, Lin Fan, regarding this matter, you must not disclose it to others. Moreover, do not concern yourself with it for now. Focus on your other responsibilities. Do you understand? What if danger arises? I shall investigate this matter myself. Observing Dumbledore's serious demeanor and tone, Lin Fan nodded earnestly, replying, Yes, Professor Dumbledore, I comprehend. Dumbledore nodded with a gentle smile. Professor Dumbledore, I shall take my leave now, Lin Fan said, bowing as he exited the headmaster's office. Chapter 22. The eerie dream. Lin Fan's mind echoed with Dumbledore's remarks regarding the heart of nature, a sense of confusion swirling within him. How does this relate to the rumors about the 5 great professions he had encountered recently? The 5 great professions vanished inexplicably, much like the sudden disappearance of wizards and swordsmen, alongside the recent notion of the heart of the world inexplicably shattering into the heart of nature and other fragments. Was there a connection among these occurrences? Regrettably, having promised Dumbledore, he could not venture into the Forbidden Forest alone in search of clues. Perhaps he should visit the Room of Requirement. It houses an abundance of information. Yet, that too seemed futile, for during his last inquiry into the 5 great professions, he had already unearthed ancient legends and histories there, and it was likely devoid of relevant material now. Ah, the headache. Lin Fan irritably tugged at his scalp, patting his head in exasperation. Never mind. I shall return to the small cabin and wash my face to clear my mind. Perhaps a soak in a medicinal bath infused with a mid-level strength potion would do me good. Lin Fan pondered this and quickened his pace towards the small cabin. There was no longer a concern about colliding with anyone, as both students and teachers were occupied with their classes. The few students who were not in class were either in the library or elsewhere, while the teachers who were free typically resided in their lounges. Therefore, Lin Fan moved even more swiftly, having forgotten the earlier incident of colliding with Snape. Fortunately, on his way back to the cabin, he encountered no further absurd scenarios of crashing into others. He was quite exhausted, panting heavily as he slightly crouched, resting his hands on his knees. Upon entering the small cabin, Lin Fan retrieved the basin for his medicinal bath and gathered the tools for boiling water. After filling the container and heating the water for a while, he took out the intermediate strength potion, which was a rich brown hue and viscous in texture. He poured a portion of the potion into the wooden basin and then added the boiling hot water. The potion dissolved immediately upon contact with the water. Lin Fan let the water continue to heat, while the mixture in the basin cooled gradually. After some time, the steam from the basin dissipated, and the solution within began to solidify. Lin Fan quickly poured in more of the still boiling water, secured the cabin door, and rushed to the basin's side. The solidified mixture began to melt again under the influence of the hot water. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan climbed into the basin to soak in the solution. Despite the water's high temperature, through the meticulous process, the water in the basin was not as scalding as it appeared. It was roughly at the temperature of a typical hot spring. Immersed within, the solidified solution completely dissolved, transforming into a colorless liquid. And Lin Fan found himself enveloped in the rising steam, causing his skin to take on a rosy hue. Time passed unnoticed, and as the temperature of the water gradually decreased, Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly, his lips slightly parted, seemingly in a state of slumber. The surroundings were dark and dim, the atmosphere chilling. As Lin Fan surveyed the environment, he found himself bewildered, questioning aloud, "Where am I? Wasn't I just soaking in a medicinal bath? How did I suddenly end up in this place?" Lin Fan pinched her delicate face once more, leaving a rosy mark that stung with pain. This is indeed real. But how did I arrive in this place? As Lin Fan pondered this question, a sudden beam of radiant light appeared before her, pulling her back to reality. The light was mesmerizing and vibrant, and as Lin Fan squinted her eyes, she beheld this sudden manifestation. Upon closer inspection, the light emanated an aura of purity and inviolability, evoking an oddly peculiar sensation. Gradually acclimatizing to the brilliance that pierced her vision, Lin Fan slowly opened her slightly squinted eyes, lingered for a moment in contemplation, and then resolutely made her way towards the source of the light. Lin Fan stepped into the place where the light emerged. As the illumination enveloped him, he felt a profound warmth, akin to the embrace of a mother. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes. How peculiar it was to experience such a sensation. Lin Fan gathered his thoughts and continued walking inward. What caught his eye was a verdant heart, indeed, a heart that floated in midair, emanating a pure and warm green light. The heart pulsated gently. What is this? How does this heart float and throb while radiating green light? What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a name emerged in Lin Fan's mind, the Heart of Nature. Lin Fan's heart raced with anxiety as he gazed upon the Heart of Nature, his hands trembling as he contemplated whether to reach out and touch it. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed. Slowly, Lin Fan approached the Heart of Nature, his hand inching closer, faster now. Almost there. His emotions surged with excitement, but just as he was about to make contact, he heard a voice calling out, Lin Fan, wake up. You'll catch a chill if you continue to sleep here. Please awaken. Are you all right? Hage vigorously shook Lin Fan, whose body was submerged in the basin. Lin Fan opened his eyes and gazed at the concerned Hagrid before him. He then surveyed his surroundings. He was in the quaint little cabin. Lin Fan pondered, could it be that what just transpired was merely a figment of his imagination? Yet this dream felt so vivid. I even pinched myself and could feel the pain. The heart emanating a gentle green light must be the Heart of Nature. Although I am aware that this is not a dream, my body remains in the wooden cabin. Could it be that my spirit has traversed into another realm? Lin Fan reassured Hagrid, who was anxiously watching him. Hagrid, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Hagrid continued to gaze at Lin Fan with concern. Are you truly certain you're all right? Should we seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance? There's no need for worry, Hagrid. I am genuinely okay. Have you forgotten? I am also adept at potion making. Please, do not fret. Lin Fan responded. Seeing Lin Fan's demeanor, Hagrid reluctantly nodded. Just remember, there's something I need to discuss. Understood. Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Lin Fan emerged from the wooden basin, his body glistening with droplets of water. He picked up a towel placed nearby to dry himself, donned his clothes, and glanced at the open door. The sky outside had already darkened. Hagrid, shall we go for dinner? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and resolved not to share that dream with Hagrid, lest it cause him further distress, for the dream was indeed quite extraordinary. Observing Lin Fan finish his preparations, Hagrid nodded and said, Well then, let us be off. Lin Fan and Hage emerged from the quaint wooden cabin, making their way towards the academy, their silhouettes gradually fading into the embrace of the night. What profound truth does this dream seek to unveil? The essence of nature remains a mystery. Chapter 23. The four maidens. Several days had passed since that fateful dream. Lin Fan resumed his endeavors in the Forbidden Forest, aiding Lily in concocting intermediate dream potions. After crafting nearly 50 vials, Lin Fan found himself utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, the reason for Lin Fan's plight lies in the diminishing efficacy of the dream potions he was currently producing. Their effects wane with each use. Only when one reaches the pinnacle of high-efficiency dream potions can one avoid the decline in potency regardless of repeated applications. High-efficiency dream potions are synthesized from the finest dream potions, the most potent nightmare potions, and the supreme hallucinogenic potions. By utilizing a high-efficiency dream potion before slumber, one can envision their desired dream, and thus, it shall manifest, indistinguishable from reality. One would hardly perceive it as a mere dream. As for why Lin Fan refrained from concocting intermediate dream potions at present, it is because the magic required to infuse the cauldron with the intermediate potion exceeds his current magical capacity. Furthermore, the process demands a continuous flow of magic, albeit a lesser amount akin to that expended in producing a secondary restorative potion. However, Lin Fan struggles to achieve the initial magical output needed. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Fan bid farewell to Xiao Zhao as he exited the forbidden forest, stretching his limbs to ease his fatigue. This is truly a task beyond human endurance. Setting aside other distractions, Lin Fan's mind flickered with thoughts of exploring other systems. With nothing pressing at the moment, he contemplated his course of action. Given recent events, where he had either assisted others in potion-making or grappled with peculiar phenomena in dreams, perhaps it was time to focus on his own endeavors. Lin Fan entered Hogwarts, skillfully maneuvering around the throngs of students, as he desired to maintain his distance from them for the time being. He dodged left and right, ascending a seemingly endless series of staircases, feeling utterly disoriented. Why must you design such absurd staircases, you cursed founders? For the sake of your wretched amusement? He murmured in frustration, feeling dizzy from the incessant climbing. Upon finally navigating the convoluted stairs, Lin Fan was about to step into the corridor when a feminine voice called out from behind. "Little cutie, I've finally spotted you. I'm absolutely thrilled. Should I summon those wretched women?" Lin Fan, upon hearing the voice of one of the four fangirls, felt a chill run down his spine. Almost collapsing, he steeled himself and hurried away, thinking, "Heavens, how I loathe those four women." In a frantic rush, Lin Fan found himself at the troll's lair, pacing anxiously. His thoughts a jumbled mess. Why haven't they emerged yet? He exclaimed, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He resumed his pacing, muttering to himself, "I need a hiding place, I need a hiding place, I need a hiding place." At that moment, the door to the room of requirement appeared before him, swinging open with a soft click. Lin Fan quickly slipped inside, narrowly evading the hurried approach of the four fangirls. But could he truly escape them? Lin Fan found a spot to sit in this chaotic place, brushing off the dust atop it. Sigh, if only I could master the art of renewal. Lin Fan settled down to ponder. I activated the alchemy system due to my poisoning, leading me to identify medicinal herbs. Must the alchemical system also necessitate the recognition of materials? However, I have discerned numerous alchemical substances, so why has it not yet been initiated? The first system was remarkably easy to unlock. It seems the second one is not destined to be as simple. And what lies ahead? Oh dear, Merlin. I shall not be defeated. Lin Fan fervently encouraged himself. Cough, cough. He patted his chest. The dust was overwhelming. No, I must learn to cleanse thoroughly in due time. Lin Fan appeared disheveled, his attire in disarray, with dirt smudged across his face and body, resembling someone who had emerged from a heap of debris. Indeed, the cluttered space he occupied bore an uncanny resemblance to a refuse pile. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, deciding to cease his search. Sighing, he thought it best to simply let things unfold naturally. After all, the activation of such a system is a matter of luck, much like the Alchemist system. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, coughing slightly. The air within had been quite unpleasant. Lin Fan navigated through a series of corridors when suddenly, a shiver coursed through him. Before him appeared four girls, and as for these four young ladies, their identities were well known. Just as Lin Fan contemplated whether to flee immediately, he heard a question posed by a girl from Hufflepuff. "Excuse me, fellow student, have you seen a charming little boy? He is approximately your height," the Hufflepuff girl inquired, her voice cutting through the air. Her words sparked a flicker of hope in Lin Fan, who had resigned himself to his fate. Lowering his voice, he responded, "Charming little boy? Well, what exactly?" Meanwhile, a girl from Gryffindor blinked curiously at Lin Fan, fixating her gaze upon him. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, as if he had indeed departed earlier. Lin Fan's words detonated like explosives, causing a commotion. "What? He has already run away," the four girls exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with frustration. "Let us hurry and chase after him." With that, they vanished, leaving Lin Fan, who wore a face of relief. I'm indeed clever," he thought, lifting his proud head, though his body betrayed his words. He hastily made his escape. In the distance, the four girls were conversing. "That boy just now seemed like a little Ravenclaw," one remarked. "Were we deceived?" inquired a Slytherin. "What? We were tricked?" a Hufflepuff exclaimed. Upon hearing their conversation, a Gryffindor screamed loudly, her voice piercing the air. "Little boy, you are done for. Don't let me catch you." The shrill sound made Lin Fan, who was descending the stairs, nearly lose his footing and tumble down. Regaining his balance, he steadied his nerves and quickened his pace, rushing back to his shell of solitude. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped a disaster. It was indeed perilous. Chapter 24. First time out of Hogwarts today, the little hut at Hogwarts once again welcomed the four. Lin Fan, Are you in there? Sirius called loudly into the house. After a moment, there was no response to his inquiry. Sirius shouted again, "Hey, Lin Fan, are you there?" After another pause, still no reply. James and Lily suggested, "He is probably not here. Let us go inside and wait." Remus nodded in agreement. While Sirius boldly kicked open the door of the hut, James watched Sirius's actions without intervening, though his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lily and Remus exchanged silent glances. The four entered the hut, surveyed the furnishings, and each chose a wooden chair to sit on. Time ticked away, and they found themselves idly waiting. "Why has Lin Fan returned yet?" Sirius complained. The other three nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is unbearable." Unable to withstand the boredom any longer, Sirius rummaged through the hut as if it were his own home, discovering various items. "Hey, what is this? Some pastries I've never seen before." Lily, James, and Remus stood up, drawn to Sirius's discovery of the pastries. The treats boasted diverse colors and shapes, hinting at their extraordinary nature. Sirius placed the pastries on the wooden table and also brought out some butterbeer and drinks. As they settled down, he eagerly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He paused, slowly closing his eyes as if savoring the flavor. Seeing his reaction, the others couldn't resist and each took a piece for themselves. Moments later, they too found themselves entranced. Remus was the first to open his eyes, exclaiming, "How peculiar. My magic seems to have increased slightly." Lily and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, these pastries are not only delightful but also delicious. They exchanged glances, nodding in unison, and began reminiscing about the scenes from their previous adventures. Lin Fan bid farewell to Xiao Jiao, stepped out of the forbidden forest, gazed at the sunlight, and lifted his hand to wipe away the sweat before returning to the cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. "You've gone too far. Bigfoot, it's all your fault along with James." Lily shouted vehemently. "Ah, Moonface, you are exceedingly cunning." Sirius exclaimed hurriedly. "And where's the pitchfork? You ought to find him." Remus called out. James grunted in response. "I cannot contend with the pitchfork." Scattered around them were an array of beverage bottles and wine containers, while the ground and table were strewn with a multitude of food remnants. Lin Fan stared in astonishment. "No way. How did you all get here? James, Lily, Remus, Sirius?" It was only then that the four of them noticed Lin Fan standing outside the door. Little Sirius was the first to exclaim, "Lin Fan, where have you been? We've been waiting for ages and are absolutely bored to death." Lin Fan listened, a dark line forming across his forehead. "Me? I went to the Forbidden Forest to assist Lily with her potion making." "Ah, so that was the case." The four nodded in understanding. Upon observing their surroundings, they hurriedly invoked their spells, Clean Slate and Whirlwind Sweep, simultaneously, and in an instant, the refuse was eradicated. The four then sat upright in their chairs, as if the events that had just transpired were merely a figment of their imagination. Lin Fan chose to feign ignorance of the earlier incident and cleared his throat. Is there something you need? Has Lily run out of her medicine?" "Ah, no," James stammered, surprised that this fellow could still feel guilty. It was Lily, the spirited leader, who chimed in, "Yes, I've run out of my medicine. That is one of our purposes for today. Additionally, we would like to invite you to join us for some leisure time." Upon hearing that Lily had run out of her medicine, Lin Fan promptly produced the intermediate dream potion he had concocted over the past period. The wooden table soon overflowed with a total of 70 bottles. "I didn't mention it last time, but the efficacy of the dream potion diminishes with excessive use, so I prepared a bit more this time. By the way, Lily, what did you just say?" Noticing Lin Fan's lack of acknowledgement, Lily refrained from expressing her gratitude, as they had already forged a friendship. Seeing that Lin Fan had not heard her, she repeated, "To go out and have some fun?" Lin Fan felt a mixture of confusion and yearning. Having spent so much time at Hogwarts, he had not ventured outside yet, though he had not yet discussed this with Dumbledore and Hagrid. The four friends sensed Lin Fan's hesitation and reassured him. "It's all right. Dumbledore has given his approval. He believes it is time for you to explore the world beyond." Lin Fan lowered his head in contemplation, yet before he could respond, Sirius eagerly approached him and playfully urged, "Go on, go on." Lin Fan found himself helplessly ensnared by Sirius, nodding in agreement, yet he couldn't shake off the feeling that Sirius harbored some hidden agenda. With a smirk that suggested his cunning had borne fruit, Sirius elicited a chill down Lin Fan's spine. The five of them exited the quaint wooden cottage and made their way to Professor Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore led them to the chimney, retrieving a flower pot from the mantel. Peering inside, he revealed a shimmering silver powder. Dumbledore explained that this was flue powder, which would swiftly transport them to their desired destination. Lily instructed, "Watch closely how I do it." She seized a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the flames. With a resounding whoosh, the fire transformed into a vibrant green, leaping high to engulf the entire hearth. Remember to act swiftly and articulate your destination clearly. If you're vague, you might find yourself in an unknown place. Lily was the first to leap into the flames, declaring, "The burrow." With a swift whoosh, she vanished. Following her was Remus, and Lin Fan hurriedly mimicked her, dashing into the fire and shouting, "The burrow." With another whoosh, he disappeared. James and Sirius followed suit. In that moment, Lin Fan was engulfed in dizziness. the world swirling around him as everything faded into oblivion. He emerged from the chimney at the burrow, stumbling out covered in soot. Finally regaining a sense of solidity beneath his feet, he was quickly beset by weakness and nausea. Lily and Remus rushed to support Lin Fan, guiding him to a sofa to rest. Lin Fan finally felt a bit better after sitting down, inwardly exclaiming, "Damn it, this suffering is unbearable. I shall never engage in this wretched affair again. It's utterly repulsive." Shortly thereafter, Jean-Mu and the others arrived as well. What will Lin Fan experience at the warm home? How will his life outside of school unfold? Stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 25. Life beyond school. As night descended, the evening Sirius appeared rather peculiar. The reason for this oddity was evident. "Oh, you left early this morning merely to procure ingredients for cooking? How curious it is that you have taken the initiative to shop for groceries today. What ulterior motives lie behind this?" Remus inquired, his curiosity piqued. It must be said that Remus and Sirius, true comrades, were adept at deciphering each other's thoughts. It was undoubtedly a scheme, a devious one at that. "Hush, Moony. Keep your voice down. The reason for my actions is quite intricate," Sirius replied, shaking his head animatedly. Upon hearing Sirius's words, Remus's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Oh, I see now. In that case, we should inform James and Lily about this development." At that moment, James and Lily happened to emerge from their room. Sensing the unusual behavior of Remus and Sirius, just as James was about to greet them, Remus and Sirius swiftly used Fidelius' charm to appear beside James and Lily, leading the four to a secluded room for a clandestine meeting. "James, Lily, what on earth is going on with you two?" they inquired urgently. Sirius smirked mischievously. "Well, you see, it is rather like this." Remus nodded in agreement, affirming Sirius's words. James, catching on, chuckled appreciatively, while Lily smiled gently, acknowledging their revelation. After their exchange, the four dispersed. Lin Fan emerged from the room, his eyes clouded with drowsiness as he stretched lazily. "I am so tired. Hey, James, Lily, Sirius. Remus, are you all awake?" He descended the stairs and glanced around, but found no one in sight. Lin Fan lightly tapped his lips with his hand and let out a sigh. I should go upstairs to freshen up." As Lin Fan entered the room, the concealed Lily could no longer contain herself and stepped out, chuckling softly. "Hee, how adorable, simply delightful." Although James and the others shared a similar sentiment, none found it as amusing as Lily did. James, glancing at Lily with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Lily, please stop laughing. While Lin Fan is undeniably cute, there's no need to react in such a manner." Lin Fan finished his morning routine and stepped outside, murmuring to himself, "They should have gone out. Or perhaps they are still asleep." Descending the staircase, he glanced into the kitchen and discovered that there was not a morsel to eat, only a heap of ingredients. Instantly, a wave of frustration washed over him, but he quickly composed himself. What could this mean? Surely they did not expect him to cook? After all, he was merely a guest here. It must be that they intended to prepare their own meals. How embarrassing for him. It must be said that Lin Fan had indeed misinterpreted the situation, displaying a touch of self-importance and misguided assumptions. One can easily surmise the intentions of Sirius Black. But let us revisit their conversation. "Sirius, the reason I bought all these groceries is simple," he explained. "Have you ever tasted the meals that Lily prepares? Do you truly wish to subject your stomach to that poison once more?" Remus nodded in agreement. He simply could not tolerate it, though he was of a gentle temperament. The distinction between being mild-mannered and enduring inedible poison was glaring. "Look at how delicious Lin Fan's cooking is, and it even enhances our magical abilities," Sirius continued to tempt Remus. "So, we must persuade Lin Fan to cook for us." Remus nodded, understanding the implication. Sirius then turned to James and Lily. "Surely you both agree that Lin Fan's food is delightful?" They nodded in affirmation. "Then tell me, are we not friends with Lin Fan?" More nods followed. "Exactly. We are indeed friends, so why should we be polite? Especially when his culinary creations are so delectable," he remarked, glancing at Lily, who was visibly irked. Sirius, wise enough to recognize the signs of her anger, promptly fell silent. James understood Sirius's point. Despite being married to Lily, he found her cooking rather lacking. Moreover, being her husband meant he was often obliged to consume the unpalatable poison she prepared, unlike Sirius and Remus, who could simply withdraw from the situation. Mealtimes for him were undeniably tragic. "Well, that's settled," Lily mused, recalling Lin Fan's cooking, and nodded in agreement. The four of them had formed a united front, and one can only imagine the uncertain future that awaited Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, blissfully unaware, was diligently preparing his first meal, which would unwittingly solidify the resolve of the others to ensure that he would be responsible for all their future dining needs. Lin Fan hummed a popular tune from a past life, her hands deftly engaged in culinary endeavors. With a mere thought, she retrieved a bottle containing a pale blue potion that radiated a faint luminescence. She poured a small amount into the flour, kneaded it slightly, then added water and continued to work the dough. Next, she incorporated the pre-beaten eggs, dividing the dough into portions, some dark and others shaped into various forms. These were set aside, with some destined for steaming in a pot, while others were prepared for frying. After steaming the dough for a while, She poured the remaining potion into the small openings of the steamed dough, covered the pot, and allowed it to cook for a bit longer before extinguishing the flame. Meanwhile, she plunged the unprocessed dough into the preheated oil for frying, retrieving it once perfectly golden and arranging it on a platter. She then mixed honey sauce with the potion on one plate, while spicy sauce with the potion adorned another, preparing various condiments. As Lin Fan placed the dishes on the dining table, she prepared to call out to James and the others to see if they were awake or still slumbering. Just then, the four of them seemed to have timed their arrival perfectly, entering the dining room and taking their seats. "Breakfast is ready," Lin Fan exclaimed, startled by their sudden appearance. "Let us dig in," they declared, and in an instant, they began to devour the spread with remarkable speed. "Hey, I haven't eaten yet. Save some for me," Lin Fan exclaimed, quickly joining the fray. "Ah, I'm so full. Lin Fan, how did you manage this?" "It actually enhances magical power, albeit slightly," Lily inquired. "I added a mix of intermediate strength potion, basic spirit essence powder, and magical leaf herb, which can enhance physical abilities and strengthen magical power. For us, the increase is modest, but I believe that if children under 3 were to consume this basic strength potion, it would lay a solid foundation for their bodies," Lin Fan explained. "I see," Lily replied, glancing at James, whose face flushed momentarily before returning to normal. Sirius grinned slyly. "Lin Fan, since you cook so well, you shall be in charge of our meals from now on." Before Lin Fan could respond, he quickly added, "Raise your hand if you agree." In a swift motion, the others raised their hands, resulting in a unanimous vote of 4-1, leaving Lin Fan no choice but to concede. "Very well, it's settled then. You'll be our designated chef," Sirius declared, patting Lin Fan's shoulder solemnly. The other 3 nodded in agreement, sharing knowing smiles. Lin Fan's expression soured as he contemplated 2 words, conspiracy. Lin Fan's future life can be succinctly described in 5 words, a heavy burden on a long journey. Chapter 29. The diminutive star Peter. On a certain day, Lin Fan busied himself in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Lily, James, and the others attended to their own affairs. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and James and the others exchanged glances before returning to their tasks. In the kitchen, Lin Fan, hearing the incessant ringing of the doorbell, walked out in exasperation, observing James and the others treating his home as if it were their own. Lin Fan felt a wave of frustration. Although they considered him family, he mused, "Come on, is this really necessary? After all, I am still a guest here. Oh heavens, how did I end up in this den of wolves?" He opened the door to find a person of similar stature standing before him. This individual's hair was disheveled and lacked luster, their small, watery eyes resembling those of a rodent, with a pointed nose and a pallid complexion. Truly, what a repugnant sight. The person swayed slightly, and, with a high-pitched voice, inquired, "Is James, Lily, Sirius, or Remus here?" Lin Fan looked at him, his voice soft and sharp, with an expression of caution. This left Lin Fan speechless, reminding him of someone he vaguely remembered, that fellow who pretended to be a mouse for 12 long years. Lin Fan addressed the individual, inquiring, "They are all at home. Who might you be?" "I am called Little Star Peter," he stammered, "and they asked me to come over for lunch." Lin Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Peter, please come in." Lin Fan led Peter into the living room and called out loudly, "Hey, your friend has arrived." At this, James and the others lifted their heads, spotting Peter, and stood up to greet him. "Hey, Wormtail, you finally made it. Have you tasted Lin Fan's cooking? It's absolutely delightful," Peter replied in his high-pitched, somewhat creepy voice. "Thank you for your hospitality. What are you being so formal for?" "We're friends," Sirius exclaimed, rushing over to wrap his arm around Peter's neck in a welcoming gesture. "Ahem." Peter gasped and coughed as Sirius squeezed him tightly. Lily handed Peter a glass of water to soothe his throat. After all, Sirius had no sense of restraint. "Lin Fan, is lunch ready yet?" "Hurry up," Sirius commanded Lin Fan in a peculiar tone. Lin Fan's face flushed with anger, just as he was about to erupt. The treacherous words of Remus floated in the air, urging, "Hurry up, we are hungry and still have lunch to enjoy." Lin Fan, with a sense of resignation, turned back to the kitchen and began to busy himself. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and a sly yet charming smile spread across his face, accompanied by a mischievous chuckle. With a flicker of thought, Lin Fan retrieved what he deemed utterly unnecessary, a basic sneezing agent, an intermediate hallucinogen, and the rudimentary itching and he had learned about in his studies. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he mused, "Oh, how I shall deal with you all." It is often said that one should never provoke women and children, for they harbor grudges and possess a certain pettiness. Although our youthful Lin, despite having a mental age in his 20s, has descended to a psychological state that aligns with his physical youthfulness. As Lin Fan poured the potion, he murmured to himself in defense, "I truly did nothing at all." An hour and a half later, Lin Fan presented a series of dishes that were absent from the Western culinary repertoire. Vibrantly colored and fragrant delicacies were laid before Jean Mu and the others. Lin Fan, having prepared the feast, introduced the dishes, sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, and braised fish. The group eagerly began to vie for the food, igniting a spirited battle. while Lin Fan and Peter stood by, observing. Lin Fan watched them with a sneer, while Peter felt unable to intervene, his fear palpable despite their friendship. He admired the strong, yet simultaneously dreaded them. After a brief moment, Lily let out a loud sneeze, followed closely by Sirius, who also sneezed before rubbing his trembling feet together, hands pressed against his rear. In no time, he dashed urgently towards the restroom, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. Remus and James soon mimicked Sirius' frantic actions, but Lily swiftly made her way to the upstairs restroom, gently closing the door behind her. At that moment, Remus suddenly began to claw at his body, exclaiming, "Itch! Urgent! Unbearable!" These were the three sensations overwhelming him. Seizing the opportunity when James was distracted, Remus stormed into the last restroom of the cozy home, shutting the door behind him. James stomped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's coming. I can't hold it any longer." He hurriedly knocked on various restroom doors, pleading for them to hurry as he felt he was about to burst. Peter stood bewildered, trying to comprehend the scene before him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, fully aware of their predicament, rolled on the floor, laughing heartily. Just as Sirius weakly opened the restroom door, James pulled him out, rushing inside without even closing the door. At that moment, Lily and Remus resolved their own pressing physiological dilemmas. As the three descended the stairs, they spotted Lin Fan, who was laughing uncontrollably, and instantly understood the situation. They rushed to Lin Fan's side, seizing him and enacting their playful retribution. Sirius stripped Lin Fan of his clothing, while Remus held him down, and Lily raised her right hand to deliver a playful slap to Lin Fan's fair backside. Just then, James emerged, having resolved his issue, and rushed over to join in the playful chaos directed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan struggled, his mouth filled with pleas for mercy. "Ah, Lily, James, Sirius, Remus. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Spare me. I truly repent. Oh dear, my backside. For treating us this way, you shall face our retribution. No one can save you now." Peter, witnessing the scene before him, was utterly petrified, retreating until he collided with the camera on the table. The camera fell with a loud thud, capturing the moment with a click that immortalized Lin Fan's most embarrassing episode. This incident would forever be etched in history, and in the future, Lin Fan would be relentlessly mocked by these few. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a tragic figure. The others adjusted their attire and settled on the sofa, having come to understand Lin Fan's act of drugging them. Sirius, astonished, turned to Lin Fan and inquired, "But wasn't Wormtail also given the same drug substance as us?" Lin Fan cast a furtive glance at the others, clearing his throat before timidly confessing, "Actually, I applied a toxin to the utensils he used. Besides, I've only just met Little Dwarf, and he is not nearly as wicked as you all." As soon as Lin Fan uttered these words, he noticed the fierce glint in their eyes and hastily corrected himself. No, I am the wicked one. I am the most despicable. You are also merciful, kind, and great." Compliments flowed from Lin Fan's lips as if they were free of charge. Lily and the others appeared thoroughly pleased, while Peter stood there, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Lin Fan ceased his flattery, and Lily and the others looked at him with impatience, silently urging him to continue his praise. Lin Fan looked at them with a furrowed brow, wishing to voice his thoughts but refraining from doing so. The circumstances were indeed overpowering. May I have a sip of water? I'm feeling quite parched," Lin Fan weakly expressed. Sirius immediately poured water for Lin Fan, urging him to drink quickly, and continued to lavish praise, exclaiming, "By Merlin, no one has ever praised us like this. Oh, how touching." Peter gaped in astonishment. Lin Fan was desperately shouting within, yet could only resign himself to his fate. Chapter 27, Deception. On the 5th day at Wormhome. On this day, Lin Fan rarely felt inclined to indulge in a leisurely slumber, after being tormented by a few individuals over the past several days. Today they had all gone to work and were not at home. Thus, Lin Fan decided to take it easy. However, once a person becomes accustomed to a busy routine, it is quite challenging to revert to a state of relaxation. Lin Fan first awakened according to the biological clock he had been compelled to adjust over the past few days. Just as he was about to rise from his bed, a sudden realization struck him. It seemed that those fellows were not at home today. Consequently, Lin Fan halted his movement, lay back down, and closed his eyes. A minute passed. 5 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. Ah, how foolish I am, unable to fall asleep. Am I inherently destined to be a submissive, subjected to exploitation, oppression, and torment? Do I crave suffering? Lin Fan slapped his charming face, and instantly a bright red imprint appeared on his cheek. Oh dear, that hurts. Why am I so inclined to seek such punishment? Lin Fan reluctantly rose from his bed, drew back the curtains, and allowed the sunlight to filter in. After freshening up, he stepped out of his room and made his way to the kitchen. Since Lily and the others were absent, he decided to carelessly prepare a hasty meal, feeling too lethargic to put in any real effort today. Once he finished eating, boredom once again enveloped him. This magical world is insufferably tedious. I find myself longing for the mundane realm of muggles. Acting upon impulse is a principle Lin Fan steadfastly adhered to. Lin Fan, accompanied by Dumbledore and Lily, gathered the galleons they had provided, donned his muggle attire, and stepped out of the warm home. In a place overgrown with weeds, a figure suddenly materialized. It was none other than Lin Fan. The wizarding houses were cloaked with concealment charms and muggle-repelling spells for protection. Fortunately, as Lin Fan exited, no muggles were present. Otherwise, it would have incited a commotion and sparked muggle panic. Lin Fan took a stroll outside, and after wandering for quite some time, he finally encountered the first muggle he had ever seen in this world. Lin Fan approached and greeted, "Hello, madam. May I inquire how to reach the market?" Most women are invariably charmed by youthful innocence, much like the muggle woman before him, who appeared to be in her 30s. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Oh, what a lovely boy. How is it that you are out here alone? Where are your family?" Upon hearing her mention family, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. They must no longer be present, he thought. "Oh dear, poor boy, do not be disheartened, my child," the muggle woman said, her expression filled with sympathy, concern, and pity as she gazed at Lin Fan. "Thank you, madam. I am fine now." "So there is no need for concern," Lin Fan replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the first muggle to show him genuine care since arriving in this world. The muggle woman then stepped closer, taking his hand. "Let us go. You are on your way to the market, aren't you?" Lin Fan nodded, a charming smile adorning his face. "Well then, shall we proceed, my lady?" The muggle woman momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She gently pinched Lin Fan's cheek and remarked with a grin, "You are truly delightful, young man. May I inquire your name?" "I am called Iselin Clayson." Lin Fan felt a flush of embarrassment as she shyly replied, "Yes, Madam Clysang." With that, Madam Clysang took Lin Fan's small hand, and together they strolled onward. After an indeterminate span of time, Lin Fan was beset by an inexplicable sensation, pondering, "What is happening to me?" Noticing Lin Fan's sudden halt, Madam Clysang inquired with concern, "My dear, is something the matter?" Gazing at Madam Clysang, Lin Fan was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling and shook her head, attempting to dispel her thoughts. With a smile, she reassured her, "It's nothing, please don't worry, Madam Clysang." However, Madam Clysang caught a fleeting glimmer in Lin Fan's eyes, which went unnoticed by Lin Fan, and she pressed on with her concern, "Are you truly all right? Do not hesitate to confide in me if something troubles you." Lin Fan felt a warmth and a sense of contentment. "It's all right, shall we go?" Lady Clysang held Lin Fan's hand once more as they made their way toward the marketplace. As time passed, Lin Fan found himself increasingly beset by a peculiar sensation. Thus, he inquired of Lady Clysang, "Madam Clysang, how much longer until we arrive? Are we not there yet?" "My dear child, you are eager, aren't you? I share your sentiment. In the past, whenever I approached the market, I would feel a sense of impatience due to the distance. Truly, it was quite a journey. However, now that I have walked this path many times, I have grown accustomed to it and no longer feel vexed," Lady Clysang explained with a smile. Lin Fan remained silent. Mrs. Clysang gazed at him, her eyes flickering momentarily. "It's all right," she thought to herself. "Let's focus on something joyful, such as the prospect of indulging in a delightful shopping spree at the market to compensate for the fatigue of our arduous journey." Lin Fan responded weakly, "Yes, madam." "The child is almost here," Mrs. Clysang said with a smile. "Oh, really? That's wonderful," Lin Fan exclaimed, jumping with joy, dispelling the earlier irritability and lingering unease. Mrs. Clysang took Lin Fan's hand and led him towards the rising smoke in the distance, unaware that Lin Fan was questioning whether this was indeed how a market should look. Unfortunately, as it was his first time outside of the foreign land, and having spent his time since leaving Hogwarts in the warm home, he had never ventured out before, leading him to mistakenly believe that the structures before him constituted the market. Lin Fan accompanied Madame Clysang as they jogged along, calling out joyfully and laughing. Upon entering the village-sized market, a middle-aged man greeted Madame Clysang, saying, "Ah, Iselin, you've returned." Seizing a moment when Lin Fan was distracted, Madame Clysang cast a knowing glance at the man and smiled, replying, "Indeed, Hugelac, this is Lin Fan. He wishes to explore the market and purchase a few items." Lin Fan also greeted the middle-aged man with a bow, saying, "Good day, sir." "Ah, Lin Fan, let me accompany you," said Hugelac. "But first, let us have a drink. You must be weary after such a long journey." Lin Fan had indeed traveled quite a distance and felt parched, so he nodded and replied, "Thank you, sir. I am indeed thirsty." Madame Clysang led Lin Fan to follow Hugelac as they navigated several turns and arrived at a modest, somewhat aged house. Upon entering, Hugelac gestured, "Please take a seat." Once Lin Fan settled down, Madame Clysang inquired about the location of the restroom from Hugelac, instructing Lin Fan to remain still and not wander off before she headed to the facilities. Hugelac then asked Lin Fan, "Would you like something to drink? Water will suffice." "Sir," Lin Fan responded. Hugelac turned to the kitchen, and after a brief moment, he returned with a glass of water for Lin Fan. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude and drank the water eagerly. After quenching his thirst, he noticed that Madame Clysang had not yet returned, and he remarked to Hugelac, "Sir, why has Madame Clysang been gone for so long?" Hugelac pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps she is experiencing a stomach ache, my child, you understand." Lin Fan nodded slightly, remaining silent as he patiently awaited. For reasons unknown, Mr. Hubelak grew increasingly anxious while observing Lin Fan, yet Lin Fan remained oblivious to his unease. Lin Fan was perplexed as he found himself gradually succumbing to drowsiness while waiting. His head began to droop little by little. Mr. Hubalaha, observing Lin Fan in this state, felt a surge of excitement and nearly exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth with his hand to stifle any sound. Lin Fan ultimately succumbed to the insidious intrusion of the dream demon, gradually drifting into slumber. Once it was confirmed that Lin Fan was truly asleep, Mr. Hubelak signaled discreetly, prompting the emergence of Mrs. Clysang from the restroom. Mr. Hubelak, filled with trepidation, remarked, "Oh, my dear, I was beginning to fear that this boy had discovered something. He poses a far greater challenge than the previous children." Mrs. Clysang nodded, brushing aside the strands of hair that obscured her eyes, revealing a captivating smile. "Indeed, my dear. This little boy is quite troublesome. Had he not appeared so sheltered, unfamiliar with the outside world, it could have been disastrous." It was revealed that Mr. Hubelak's full name was Hubelak Clysang, and he was wed to Iselin Clysang. Together, they formed part of a nefarious syndicate that deceived and trafficked children, having ensnared many before, with Lin Fan being their latest victim. "Very well, I shall inform the buyers. Keep an eye on him. We must not let him escape," Mrs. Clysang instructed. Mr. Clysang approached her, embracing her and sharing a tender kiss, before engaging in intimate conversation. 3 minutes later, after their prolonged kiss, they exhaled deeply. Mrs. Clysang patted Mr. Clysang, stating, "All right, I must take my leave. We shall discuss matters further tonight." With a flirtatious glance, she departed. Following her exit, Mr. Clysang hoisted Lin Fan and descended into the cellar, unceremoniously casting Lin Fan down before retrieving an oil lamp and following suit. The lamp illuminated the oppressive darkness, revealing a floor strewn with decaying vegetable scraps and shattered jars. Mr. Clysang, carrying the unconscious Lin Fan, ventured deeper into the cellar, where he encountered a door. Outside, the cacophony within was audible, punctuated by faint cries of help. Ignoring the other 4 children inside, Mr. Clysang flung open the door and shouted in exasperation. He retrieved a length of rope, binding Lin Fan's hands and feet, securing him to a post alongside the other children. As he finished binding Lin Fan, the young boy regained consciousness, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. "Sir, you..." Lin Fan suddenly realized he had been deceived. "Haha, dear boy. I believe you will fetch a handsome price. You are far more charming than the others. I hear that certain nobles have a penchant for boys like you. Perhaps you shall become a coveted possession." Mr. Clysang chuckled, observing Lin Fan's futile struggles. "It is of no use, boy. I have secured the bindings tightly. You shall not escape." Lin Fan did not respond, struggling intensely within. Regardless of his beliefs, he could not shake the thought that the first muggle he encountered, the gentle Mrs. Clyston, was indeed with the current Mr. Clyston, and they were deceivers. Would he be sold to those aristocrats? Reduced to a mere plaything, a pet, a forbidden object? In that moment, panic seized him, and he completely forgot that he possessed magical abilities. "Let me go? I don't want to be here," Lin Fan shouted. The 4 children around him also struggled and cried out. Mr. Clyston chuckled, turning away without acknowledging the 5 children behind him. He was preparing for an evening rendezvous with his wife. With that thought, Mr. Clyston securely closed the door and locked it, leaving behind the desperate cries for help and his sinister laughter echoing through the air. Chapter 28. The eruption of manipulation spells what has happened to me. Has my body shrunk and my mind become equally muddled? Goodness, Merlin, how foolish I am. If only I had not ventured out, I would not have been deceived. If I had not engaged in conversation with that trickster, Mrs. Clyston, I would be fine. Had I not easily believed her words, I would be safe. If I had not arrived in this village parched, I would not have been lured into their home. Had I not drunk that water at the home of those 2 deceivers, I would not have fainted. If only, if only. I wonder if the alchemy system can concoct a potion for regret, Lin Fan lamented to himself. Goodness, not a single decent muggle exists in Harry Potter's world, only scoundrels, villains, and swindlers, Lin Fan resolutely declared. Reflecting on his own identity, he realized he was a vibrant 24-year-old man. Although somewhat reclusive and lacking in social interactions, he had always believed that the majority of people were inherently good. However, he was now faced with a grim reality. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan suddenly remembered his identity as a wizard. How could he be bullied by a few insignificant muggles, destined to be sold off as a forbidden object and plaything? Just wait until I escape. I shall show those wretched muggles what true power is. At this moment, he completely forgot that he too had once been a muggle, and a rather introverted one at that. Once they manage to get me out of here, I shall employ the levitation charm to control them. However, the spell probably won't last long. All right, the levitation charm. Yes, I can lift them into the air and torment them. With that thought, a devilishly charming smile spread across Lin Fan's face. Suddenly, a moan broke the silence, and Lin Fan turned to see a child. He pondered whether escaping alone would be too immoral, considering their tender ages. The 4 children bound nearby consisted of 3 boys and 1 girl, the eldest appearing no older than 8, while the youngest was about 5. I cannot act unethically, Lin Fan mused. Old Kong once said, good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds meet their just deserts. Justice may be delayed, but it will not be denied, and Old Ming has said. To save a life is to construct a monument of merit, right? What? You say those words were not spoken by those two? Whatever the case may be, the sentiment remains the same. Addressing the 4 children, Lin Fan said, hey, you. The children looked at him in confusion, ceasing their cries. The eldest, a girl, asked, what is it? I have a way to escape, but first, we must untie the ropes binding us. Although your hands and feet are bound, you are not tied to the post, Lin Fan explained. And then, the 4 children inquired, somewhat skeptical of Lin Fan's words. Then, you must stand up slowly and be careful not to injure yourselves, Lin Fan instructed. With no other options, the 4 children reluctantly followed his advice, struggling to rise. The process was arduous, and they nearly fell over. Now, slowly jump over to my side, Lin Fan continued. With great effort, they managed to leap towards him, finally reaching his side. Now, turn around and slowly untie the ropes, he directed. The children strained to free themselves, but the knots proved stubborn. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting them to hasten their efforts. Finally, Lin Fan felt the ropes loosening a bit. Lin Fan hurriedly said to the others, quickly, let's return to our original place and lie down. Mr. Kleisen opened the door and entered with a kettle, addressing the group. Here, drink some water, don't let yourselves perish. After Mr. Kleisen had fed water to the 5, he exited, and Lin Fan and the others could sense his undeniable cheerfulness, evident from the light-hearted tune he hummed. Once Mr. Kleisen's footsteps faded completely, under the expectant gazes of the other 4 children in the cellar, Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, struggling to finally loosen the ropes, though his hands were scraped and covered in blood. Lin Fan disregarded the pain and slowly began to untie the ropes binding his feet, all the while feeling an intense burning sensation coursing through his hands. Lin Fan slowly approached the 4 children, using his bloodied hands to free them from their binds. His clothes, the ground, and the children's bodies were all stained with the crimson traces of his hands. The 4 children gazed at his hands with expressions of sheer terror. Lin Fan was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness and a throbbing headache. He quickly instructed a few children, please wait a moment while I attend to my hands. Without further ado, he disregarded them. With a mere thought, Lin Fan sensed that both his spirit and body were extraordinarily frail, accompanied by intense pain. He retrieved a potent analgesic and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, the pain miraculously dissipated. Lin Fan took out a medium-grade healing potion, poured it into his mouth, and then retrieved another bottle to apply it directly onto his wound. After a brief moment, the injury vanished without a trace. Lin Fan took out the mid-term strength potion and the junior spirit pills, placing them into his mouth. In an instant, his pale complexion transformed, blossoming into a vibrant rosy hue. As Lin Fan was retrieving medicine from the bottles, several children watched him intently, their eyes filled with fear. For his actions were exceedingly strange, causing them to tremble in terror. Lin Fan closed his eyes to rest for a moment before rising to his feet. The few trembling children, still shaken from their fright, quivered in fear. Ignoring their trepidation and feigning ignorance of the cause of their alarm, Lin Fan declared, all right, follow me. We are leaving now. He nonchalantly approached the door and, with a swift incantation of the spell Alohomora, the door creaked open. In that instant, Lin Fan transformed in the eyes of the 4 young ones into a figure of divine presence, their fear morphing entirely into reverence. Come along, he commanded, leading the way. Upon reaching the door that led outside, Lin Fan invoked the opening spell once more, and at last, the children emerged. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. And Lin Fan, too, settled down to rest. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. The 4 children hastily concealed themselves behind Lin Fan, convinced of his omnipotence. While he stood there, his expression a mix of exasperation and bemusement. Before him appeared a handsome, mature man, likely in his early 30s, as Lin Fan estimated. Flanking the man were 2 guards, standing vigil at his side, while the Kleisang couple walked alongside, respectfully guiding the distinguished gentleman. Lin Fan witnessed this scene and fully comprehended the situation. It seemed that this man was likely not of good character either. Observing the respectful demeanor of the Kleisang couple, along with the presence of this man's guards, he surmised that he was yet another man of dubious morals. Shifting to the perspective of the Kleisang couple, the handsome and mature gentleman gazed at Lin Fan with fervent admiration, his eyes brimming with appreciation, seemingly quite pleased with Lin Fan. Kleisang, I am thoroughly satisfied with the individuals you have brought this time. You may proceed to collect your rewards shortly, the handsome gentleman remarked. Thank you, Your Majesty Horsats. The Kleisang couple responded with keen deference. None of them concerned themselves with how Lin Fan and his companions had emerged from the cellar. For the Kleisang couple, the goods were now in their possession and belonged to His Majesty Horsats, a matter beyond their concern. As for Horsats, this scenario permitted him a glimpse of the exquisite being before him, particularly captivated by the sight of the child covered in blood. The thought ignited a fierce and tumultuous fire in Horsats' eyes. Lin Fan observed the group of individuals engrossed in their own conversation, utterly disregarding his presence. Have you finished speaking? Lin Fan inquired with a robust voice, yet deep within, he acknowledged that he had not fully regained his strength and desperately needed rest. Horsats, noticing Lin Fan's bloodied state coupled with his unwavering spirit, regarded him with an intensified gaze, contemplating, he should be able to endure my whims for quite some time. Lin Fan felt discomfort under that scrutinizing stare, furrowing his brow in irritation. This person was exceedingly bothersome. Was he not the Emperor? What utter nonsense. Horsats flashed a smile at Lin Fan and raised his hand. The two attendants nearby, acutely aware of his gesture, immediately advanced to seize Lin Fan. Having accompanied Horsats for an extended period, they instinctively understood that he intended to indulge in the delightful presence of the boy before them. Lin Fan was startled by the actions of the two guards and urgently called out to the 4 children behind him, "Quickly, run. I will hold them off." The 4 children, filled with a blind admiration for Lin Fan, immediately began to flee upon hearing his command. Meanwhile, none of the onlookers paid any heed to the children. The Clysang couple, witnessing His Majesty Horsat's evident satisfaction with Lin Fan, believed they would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. As for Horsats, he was solely focused on relishing the presence of this child. The guards, however, remained strictly loyal to the Emperor's orders. Thus, the 4 children managed to escape unscathed. With the small ones now gone, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the situation earnestly, he recognized that he had not yet fully recovered and was certainly unable to confront the 2 guards before him. He decided to observe where they would take him next. Lin Fan resigned himself to being captured by the guards, closing his eyes and refusing to behold them any longer. The guards brought Lin Fan before His Majesty Horsats, who gazed upon Lin Fan and extended his hand to gently caress the young boy's delicate face, his expression filled with rapture. Lin Fan was overwhelmed by goosebumps, utterly disgusted. Horace sensed Lin Fan's reaction and erupted into hearty laughter, feeling quite pleased. He thought to himself, this little fellow is still so innocent, yet so endearing and resilient. Surely, he will endure for a long time. With that thought, Horace licked his lips. He turned around, signaling the guards to secure Lin Fan, and then led the way. Eager to return to the palace to share in the joy with this child, the Clysang couple respectfully saw them off, unperturbed by the prospect of not receiving a reward. For the sight of His Majesty's delight was exhilarating enough. The Baccalator Palace was the ancestral residence of the Horace royal family for generations. Horace walked ahead, flanked by 2 guards who escorted Lin Fan, while the surrounding attendants were well aware of their intentions, but since it was a matter concerning the Emperor, they paid no mind. After bowing to Horace, they resumed their respective duties. Lin Fan silently closed his eyes, striving to gather his thoughts in preparation for the forthcoming events. The 4 individuals walked quietly until they arrived at a dormitory, the resting place of Horace Slughorn. However, upon entering the room, Slughorn did not pause. He instructed the guards to shut the door and then approached a bookshelf. Pressing one of the tomes caused the shelf to shift aside, revealing a concealed passage. Indicating the presence of a hidden mechanism, Horace gestured for the guards to follow him. As he entered, torches within the chamber ignited one by one, prompting Lin Fan to open his eyes. The illumination of these torches was a result of the mechanism, in contrast to the magical means employed at Hogwarts. Lin Fan inquired, "What do you intend to do with me?" Horsats displayed an enchanting smile. "My dear, you shall find out shortly." Lin Fan's temples throbbed with indignation, as the sight before him was utterly repugnant. A few individuals suddenly found themselves in a concealed chamber where a large bed dominated the space, and scattered across the floor and the table were various, shall we say, implements. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had assumed that this sovereign merely indulged in the ordinary pastime of keeping male companions. Little did he know, it was something far more sinister. In a fit of disbelief, Lin Fan exclaimed, "Pervert! You!" Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Horsats arched an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, pervert? Soon. You shall not utter such words about me. You will find yourself reveling in delight." Lin Fan's emotions surged with excitement. "Oh my, I refuse to accept this." Lin Fan's struggles proved futile as 2 guards held him firmly in their grasp. Horace gestured for the guards to render Lin Fan unconscious, and thus he succumbed to an inevitable slumber. Upon awakening, Lin Fan found himself in a disoriented state, feeling a chilling sensation enveloping his body, rendering him immobile. He realized that his clothing had been stripped away, leaving him entirely exposed, with his hands and feet bound. Panic surged within him. He had initially intended to observe how his captor would deal with him, yet now he found himself in a dire predicament. Horace approached Lin Fan, entirely unclothed, and Lin Fan noticed droplets of water on his skin, suggesting he had just emerged from a bath. Horace addressed Lin Fan, inquiring which instrument he would prefer to begin with. In his hand, he brandished a candle, followed by a needle and a whip, displaying them one after another. Lin Fan was engulfed in sheer terror. "Let go of me, or you shall face dire consequences." Horace smiled wickedly, yet gracefully approached Lin Fan, brandishing an array of S and M paraphernalia. As he drew near, just as Horace was about to make contact with Lin Fan's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a piercing scream. In that instant, Horace found himself involuntarily stumbling backwards, ultimately collapsing to the ground. He felt an inexplicable force emanating from Lin Fan, which rendered his body uncontrollable just as he was about to touch him. Lin Fan turned to Horace, shouting, "Binding spell." Horace's body moved uncontrollably towards Lin Fan, who swiftly freed himself from the shackles. He hurried to a nearby chair and donned his clothes, casting a furious glare at Horace. He invoked the levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa, causing Horace's complexion to change as he found himself floating in midair. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Fan continued to spin Horace in the air, eventually lowering him down, now unconscious. With a binding spell, Lin Fan seized control over Horace's body, exclaiming, "Don't you enjoy this? Allow yourself to truly experience it." To everyone's astonishment, Horace picked up a whip and began striking himself. A look of agony crossing his face as the whip left marks on his flawless skin, blood trickling down. Horace discarded the whip and grabbed a needle, plunging it into his own flesh. "Ah!" Horace screamed. Lin Fan persistently manipulated Horace, ensuring that every tool was employed to its fullest extent. When Horace suffered excessive blood loss, Lin Fan administered intermediate healing potions, intermediate strength elixirs, and basic mental clarity tablets, an expression of bloodthirsty pleasure illuminating his face. The scene shifts to the moment Lin Fan was about to be assaulted by Horace. He gazed in terror at Horace, shouting for him to get away. Just as Horace was about to make contact, a voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Player Lin Fan encounters an S-level crisis. Self-rescue system activated. The self-rescue system. When a player faces an S-level threat or higher, the system will autonomously control the player's body to resolve the predicament. The scene shifts back to Lin Fan, who suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, "What? Is this real?" He stared at the blood-soaked Horace, rendered speechless. "Did I truly do this?" At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Player has surpassed physical limitations. Before Lin Fan appeared a shimmering screen, revealing his character, Lin Fan. Profession, Wizard, Power of Sorcery, 750. Life Professions, Alchemist, Enchanter. Skills, Opening Spell, Levitation Spell, Sorcery Spell. Life Skill, Potion Crafting. Special Ability, Self-Rescue. Lin Fan pondered with concern, wondering if there was indeed an issue with the system. Should he continue utilizing it? Why had he deviated from his inherent character? In the world of Harry Potter, reliance on the system was essential. He resolved to exercise caution and avoid activating the self-rescue system. Even if he did unlock this ability, he must seek elements that would restore his tranquility, the heart of nature. At that moment, within that space, the radiance of the heart of nature enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of peace and reassurance. It seemed imperative to seek clues regarding the heart of nature upon returning to Hogwarts. Yet, should he divulge this to others? Perhaps it would be best to refrain, to spare them from unnecessary worry. Lin Fan tidied himself up, opened the door to the secret chamber, and left Horace, who stood there bewildered, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the two guards, whom he swiftly incapacitated with a binding spell. As he made his way out of the palace, he dealt with every person he encountered in the same manner, rendering them unconscious one by one. Lin Fan wandered into a town, feeling lost and pondering how to return. It was late, and Lily and the others had likely returned home, worrying about him. Chapter 29. A Journey to Diagon Alley, Homeward Bound. Upon their return to the warm home, Lily called out, but there was no response. Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus began to search the house, thinking Lin Fan was merely playing a prank on them, unaware that he had stumbled into a den of wolves. James remarked, "I don't see him anywhere. It seems Lin Fan is absent." Lily, filled with anxiety, responded, "This is worrisome." Sirius chimed in, "He is not here either. Could he have run away?" It must be said that Sirius often came close to the truth in his speculations. However, Lin Fan had not run away, but simply ventured out to explore. "I don't see him here either," Remus added thoughtfully. "Do you think Lin Fan might have felt cooped up at home and decided to go out for a bit of fun?" "Indeed," James agreed, nodding in affirmation. Staying here would certainly be stifling for him. At Hogwarts, he could brew potions in the Forbidden Forest, but here, there are few such options. Suddenly, Sirius exclaimed, drawing the attention of James and the others. With a puzzled look, they turned to him. Sirius hurriedly stated, "If Lin Fan is missing, what shall we do about dinner?" James and Remus exchanged glances, realizing the implication. "Yes, who will prepare the meal?" "Of course, that would be me," Lily replied lazily, stretching her limbs. "It's been days since I last cooked. I might be a bit rusty." Her words elicited weary smiles from James and Remus, while Sirius exaggeratedly lamented, "Oh, Lily, what? You were cooking? Merlin, have mercy on me." Furious, Lily retorted, "Bigfoot, what did you say? Trouble. Please, repeat that." Sirius hastily defended himself, "Lily, I meant to say that it's been ages since I've tasted your cooking, and I truly miss it. Please hurry." James and Remus exchanged glances that spoke volumes, silently conveying, "You brought this upon yourself. Good luck." "Well, since you're so eager, I shall prepare an extravagant feast just for you. Let us see if you remain dissatisfied." Lily declared with a hint of malice. Inwardly, Sirius pleaded, "Oh Merlin, come to the aid of your devoted follower. I cannot bear to eat Lily's culinary poison." Lin Fan's perspective. Lin Fan gazed upon the unfamiliar town, yearning to inquire of someone. Yet, his courage had dwindled, fear gripped him. Though he now possessed the strength to resist, and no longer bore the weight of worry, the lingering shadow of doubt remained. Echoing in his mind, not a single muggle is trustworthy. With a resigned sigh, Lin Fan lamented, "Alas, where on earth is this place? And how can I return to the warm embrace of home?" Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from Lin Fan's stomach. He patted his belly with a small hand, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you making such a fuss for? I haven't even said anything yet. Settle down." Unfortunately, the little beings within the tipple of his belly were in an uproar. As if to declare, "If you don't provide me with something to eat, I shall not relent." Lin Fan no longer paid attention to his hunger, wandering aimlessly. His eyes filled with a haze of confusion. Lin Fan approached the exterior of a dilapidated shop, leaning against the wall, and closed his weary eyes, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, gently patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. With a voice resonating like thunder, the person exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Fan, is that really you? What brings you outside the Broken Cauldron Tavern? Are you not at warm home? Where are Lily and the others? Aren't they with you?" Upon seeing Lin Fan, Hage bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Lin Fan remained silent, yet upon catching sight of Hagrid, an overwhelming surge of emotion engulfed him. He turned and embraced Hagrid's colossal frame, trembling uncontrollably. Observing Lin Fan's state, Hagrid swiftly inquired, "What troubles you, Lin Fan? Are you all right?" Lin Fan remained silent, merely embracing Hagrid and leaning against him. Hagrid gazed at Lin Fan, speechless, and, with a sense of resignation, suggested, "Let us first enter the Broken Cauldron Inn. Come, step inside." Lin Fan silently followed Hagrid into the establishment known as the Leaky Cauldron. "Hey, Hagrid, aren't you headed to Diagon Alley?" a middle-aged man inquired. "Indeed, Tom. This is Lin Fan. He seems quite troubled and has been uncommunicative since earlier. It appears that something unfortunate has transpired with this child." Hagrid expressed his concern as he glanced at Lin Fan, then turned to Tom. "This is truly unfortunate," Tom remarked before addressing Lin Fan. "Would you like something to drink?" "My boy." Lin Fan shook his head, remaining silent. Hage remarked, "I believe he needs a cup of hot milk." Tom turned and walked towards the counter. After a brief moment, he returned with a cup of hot milk for Lin Fan. Lin Fan extended his hand to catch it, exhaling softly as he took a sip of the warm milk. Unfortunately, his stomach began to grumble once more, causing Lin Fan's face to flush with embarrassment. Hage, upon hearing the commotion, burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Lin Fan's belly as he remarked to Lin Fan and Tom, "I believe it is hungry." Tom chuckled lightly and returned to the counter, bringing back some food. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude to Tom and Hagrid, saying, "Thank you, I am fine now." In an instant, he devoured all the food on the table with an insatiable hunger. Observing Lin Fan's return to normalcy, Hagrid teased him, "Oh, what a charming little boy who claims he is not hungry, yet has devoured everything." Lin Fan's petite face flushed crimson as she pointed at Hage, coughing slightly. It turned out that when Hage mentioned Lin Fan, she was swallowing the last sip, and unexpectedly, due to Hage's teasing, she choked. Meanwhile, Tom, amused by the two, noticed Lin Fan's predicament and went to fetch a cup of warm milk for her. Lin Fan hurriedly gulped down the milk, but in his haste, he carelessly burned his tongue. Although he managed to swallow the food, the scalding sensation on his tongue made him exclaim in discomfort. Waving his hands and blowing air from his mouth, Hagrid swiftly brought him a jug of water, and Lin Fan eagerly drank it down. "Ah, thank Merlin. It's finally better," Lin Fan sighed in relief, patting his chest. Observing that Lin Fan had recovered, Hagrid wisely refrained from inquiring further about his condition, instead contemplating a return to Hogwarts to speak with Dumbledore about Lin Fan's situation and to consult with James and the others. Tom watched with a smile. "By the way, Lin Fan, you must be tired today. Why don't you go rest? We can visit Diagon Alley tomorrow," Hagrid suggested to Lin Fan. Lin Fan also felt fatigued and nodded in agreement. Tom led Lin Fan to her room, and after bidding good night to Hagrid and Tom, Lin Fan immediately collapsed onto the bed upon entering, surrendering to slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. The following morning, Hagrid roused the still slumbering Lin Fan and urged him to breakfast. Together, they circumvented the bar of the Leaky Cauldron and arrived at a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, noting that apart from a garbage bin and a few weeds, there was nothing else to be seen. Although he was aware that Hagrid intended to take him to Diagon Alley, he found himself puzzled by their current location. Sensing Lin Fan's confusion, Hagrid addressed him, "Watch closely." He pointed to a brick on the wall above the garbage bin, counting 3 bricks upward and then 2 bricks across, before gently tapping it with his umbrella. The brick quivered slightly, and gradually, a small opening began to form, which expanded into an archway. Lin Fan has now become immune to anything within the realm of magic. Nothing surprises him anymore, and there is little to evoke his curiosity. It seems reminiscent of a scene from one of the Harry Potter films. Hagrid turned to Lin Fan and said, "Let us go." Lin Fan hurriedly followed. As he passed through the archway, a cobblestone path came into view. Hagrid turned to Lin Fan, arms wide open, and exclaimed, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Come, I shall take you to a certain place." Hagrid led Lin Fan to the exterior of a towering white building, explaining, "This is Gringotts, a bank for wizards, operated by goblins. And it is the most secure bank in the world, excluding Hogwarts, of course." The entrance to Gringotts featured a gleaming bronze door, flanked by goblin guards clad in scarlet uniforms adorned with gold. Lin Fan and Hage advanced forward, whereupon the guard at the entrance, a creature of the supernatural, saluted them before granting passage through the door. Upon entering, they were met by another such being, who also offered a courteous bow. Hage guided Lin Fan toward the second grand silver door, upon which was inscribed, "Enter, O stranger, but heed this warning. Unbridled greed shall lead to dire consequences. To take without toil and to covet what is not yours will invite the severest of punishments. Thus, if you seek to pilfer from our subterranean treasury a wealth that has never belonged to you, know this, O thief, you have been forewarned. Beware, for what you attract may not be treasure, but retribution." Lin Fan personally felt speechless as he entered the spacious marble hall alongside Hagrid. Approximately 100 magical creatures were seated behind a long counter, hastily inscribing entries into a vast ledger. Some were weighing coins on scales, while others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses. Passing through the hall's doorway, they entered a narrow stone corridor, destined for the vault located hundreds of kilometers beneath London. Below, a small railway awaited. Hagrid and Lin Fan boarded a cart, pulled by a magical creature, navigating through the labyrinthine passages. Along the way, they encountered an underground lake adorned with colossal stalactites and stalagmites. At last, they arrived. Hagrid led Lin Fan to a vault marked with the number 713. After retrieving the galleons, Hagrid remarked, "Dumbledore instructed me to purchase an owl for you as a gift, facilitating our communication. There is no need for you to buy one tomorrow." Lin Fan remained silent, merely burying his emotions deep within his heart. The two arrived at the Yule Owl shop, which specialized in selling owls. "Welcome," the shopkeeper greeted Lin Fan and Hagrid. Hagrid turned to Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, go and choose an owl that belongs to you." Lin Fan strolled leisurely, observing the myriad of owls displayed within the shop, for reasons unknown. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the store, a voice seemed to beckon him, whispering, "Come here, come here." Lin Fan approached a secluded corner where a diminutive owl resided. He sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from this creature. The shopkeeper, observing Lin Fan's inclination towards the owl, swiftly interjected, "Dear boy, this charming little fellow seems to have an unusual condition. No matter how much it eats, it remains stunted and undernourished. Alas, this poor creature may be nearing its end. Perhaps you should consider selecting another." As Lin Fan was about to speak, the owl opened one eye, revealing its emerald gaze, which Lin Fan found strikingly familiar. "It's all right. I appreciate your kindness, but I desire this one," Lin Fan insisted. The shopkeeper, resigned, replied, "Very well, this one is quite affordable." Hagrid calculated the total and exited alongside Lin Fan, who was carrying the owl's cage. "Now, where are you headed? Back to Hogwarts, or perhaps to the burrow?" Hagrid inquired of Lin Fan. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and decided to go to the warm home. "Then let us depart." The two once again returned to the Broken Cauldron Tavern. "Hey, Lin Fan, Hagrid, what have you purchased?" Tom inquired as he polished a glass. "Here, Snoopy," Lin Fan said, raising the owl cage. Tom cast a peculiar glance at Snoopy, astonished that Lin Fan had bought such an owl. Was he not concerned about its well-being? "Oh, very well." "Tom, bring forth the flue powder," Hagrid instructed Tom. Lin Fan's expression fell as he forced a bitter smile. Yet again, it was the nauseating flue powder he despised. Tom presented the flue powder, and Hagrid scooped a handful and tossed it into the flames. The fire transformed to a vibrant green. Lin Fan exchanged farewells with Hagrid and the others, resigning himself to his fate as he stepped into the emerald flames, exclaiming, "Home, sweet home." Meanwhile, at the cozy abode, Sirius lay languidly on the sofa, grumbling, "See, Lin Fan still hasn't returned. I told you he must have run away." "Shut it, you big foot." Harry and his wife chimed in. Remus shook his head in exasperation. Without Lin Fan, they had been subjected to 3 meals of Lily's so-called poison. Just then, a sound emanated from the chimney. Sirius perked up, shouting, "It's Lin Fan. It must be Lin Fan come to rescue us." Lily retorted fiercely, "You big foot." Yet her gaze was fixed intently on the chimney. "It has to be Lin Fan." Remus and James also anxiously watched the chimney, their hearts racing, hoping fervently that it was indeed Lin Fan. Otherwise, they would continue to suffer. The scene shifts back to Lin Fan. As Lin Fan plunged into the emerald flames, he was engulfed by a tumultuous whirlwind, overwhelmed by an unbearable nausea. Amidst this torment, he glimpsed a radiant point ahead, realizing he was nearing his destination. He discerned the voices of Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Clutching Snoopy tightly, he surged toward the luminous beacon and emerged from the chimney, coughing upon his arrival. "Ah, Lin Fan, it is splendid to have you back." We need not consume that vile poison, Sirius exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Lin Fan with exaggerated fervor. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, Lily, disregarding Sirius, stepped forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. James and Remus also approached, offering their heartfelt hugs. Together, the four welcomed Lin Fan home with open arms. Lin Fan felt a warmth within, completely shedding the unpleasantness of the previous day, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, I'm home." In that moment, they became a true family. And in the next moment, they remained so. Chapter 30, Snoopy and the Heart of Nature. The night was hazy, a time abundant with secrets. In the cozy homeroom of Lin Fan, he lay on his soft bed with closed eyes, his mouth slightly ajar, his adorable visage inciting an irresistible urge to pinch his cheeks. Lin Fan's chest rose and fell rhythmically, clearly in a deep slumber. Not far from the bedside, on a table, sat a birdcage housing a malnourished and underdeveloped, diminutive and scraggly owl, which Lin Fan had purchased and named Snoopy. Snoopy perched on the cage's perch, cooing softly. After a brief moment, Snoopy opened its tightly shut eyes, revealing pupils of a gentle green that exuded a sense of comfort and tranquility. It departed from its perch, commencing a flight around the relatively spacious room. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles. After completing 4 laps, with each additional round, a faint green shimmer emanated from Snoopy's body, invisible to the naked eye. The owl soared faster, leaving behind mere afterimages throughout the room. Snoopy emitted a sound that was distinctly unowl-like. As time ticked away, Lin Fan remained blissfully asleep, oblivious to the peculiar occurrences unfolding around him. Snoopy called out once more, ascending to hover above Lin Fan's head, pausing its wing beats, as if a platform had materialized beneath its feet, allowing it to stand suspended in midair. With another call, Snoopy radiated a brilliant green light, not harsh on the eyes, but rather enveloping the room in a gentle warmth that imbued a languorous, relaxed ambience. The brightness intensified, becoming more vibrant, filling the entire room with an emerald glow that did not spill over beyond its confines. Amidst this luminescence, the frail owl, Snoopy, vanished. Oh no. Perhaps it had transformed into a petite green bird, yet the radiance continued to flourish, while Lin Fan remained unperturbed in his slumber. Lin Fan currently feels utterly dreadful. He senses himself spinning in a tumultuous whirlwind, akin to the nauseating sensation experienced when under the influence of flying powder. Lin Fan suppressed the feeling of nausea and glanced around. This place felt so familiar. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped him. As Lin Fan surveyed the area, a wave of recognition surged within him. Before Lin Fan appeared a radiant light, resplendent and enchanting. He squinted as he gradually approached this luminescence. Upon his entrance, the light transformed into a soothing green hue, casting a warm glow upon Lin Fan's body and heart. The dissatisfaction, melancholy, and fear stemming from the deceit he had experienced began to dissipate, as the overwhelming negativity was illuminated and rendered powerless beneath the brilliance of the green light, until it was entirely eradicated. In Lin Fan's mind, clarity prevailed as he slowly opened his eyes, his verdant gaze resonating harmoniously with the emerald light. Lin Fan found himself uncontrollably traversing through the verdant glow. At that moment, he pondered the nature of this place. It was the very location of the dream he had encountered previously, the heart of nature. The deeper he ventured, the richer the green luminescence became. If the outer layer of green light could be likened to a gaseous form, then the spot where Lin Fan now resided resembled a liquid state. He continued onward until he arrived before the floating emerald heart, which pulsed rhythmically, each heartbeat intensifying the surrounding green radiance. Lin Fan continued to draw closer, now less than 3 meters from the heart. 2 meters. 1 meter. Lin Fan yearned to possess the heart known as the Heart of Nature. He feared a recurrence of the previous incident when Hage had awakened him. He was eager to make contact. Driven by a desire to unravel the myriad mysteries that plagued his mind, he believed that a mere touch would unveil the answers he sought. Lin Fan's hand had completely made contact with the Heart of Nature, and he could not help but feel a surge of delight. However, what was this? Why was this happening? Lin Fan fell to the ground, bewildered, exclaiming in disbelief. It turned out that although Lin Fan had just touched the Heart of Nature, for some unknown reason, his hand had passed right through it. Lin Fan rose to his feet, defiantly grasping at the Heart of Nature once more, but alas, he passed through it again. He tried again, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Damn it, Lin Fan muttered under his breath as he sat on the ground, cursing softly. If you do not wish for me to attain this, then why have you brought me to this place? Do you find amusement in my plight? Lin Fan rose once more, sprinting towards the Heart of Nature, only to stumble and fall awkwardly. Meanwhile, in the outer chamber, Snoopy emanated a green glow. For reasons unknown. Shortly thereafter, the green light flickered. It became evident that each flicker coincided with Lin Fan's hand making contact with the Heart of Nature. Snoopy let out a loud squawk. The green light in the room contracted, gradually returning to the form of the green bird that Snoopy had transformed into. Slowly, Snoopy reverted to his original owl shape, appearing no different, yet exuding an even stronger sense of malnutrition. Snoopy struggled to flap his wings, his body rising and falling, as if he might plummet to the ground at any moment. After a laborious flight, he finally reached his perch. Lin Fan sat slumped on the ground, gazing at the heart of nature. He regained his composure, and his mind began to function anew. It was then that he perceived certain peculiarities. He discovered that with each touch of the heart of nature, it diminished slightly in size, yet its colors became increasingly vivid. Lin Fan bowed his head in contemplation, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What on earth is happening? Why has the heart of nature led me here to witness it? And why am I unable to touch it? Could it be an illusion akin to a mirage? From where might it be projected? As Lin Fan pondered these thoughts, the heart of nature suddenly trembled violently, jolting him awake. Confusion filled his mind. What is happening? He observed as the surrounding green light began to retract into the heart of nature, darkness gradually encroaching as the verdant glow waned. Lin Fan watched in astonishment until the green light completely vanished, absorbed into the heart of nature. Subsequently, the heart began to diminish in size, only to emit an even more intense green light than before it disintegrated like scattered fireflies. As the heart of nature dissipated, Lin Fan heard a faint voice calling out, "Come find me." When the green light illuminated the darkness once more, he caught a glimpse of his surroundings, which revealed. Chapter 31. Return to Hogwarts. As previously mentioned, Lin Fan beheld many familiar sights. Trees, countless trees, densely packed and abundant. Upon encountering these trees, Lin Fan was inexplicably reminded of the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps it was due to his recent fruitless endeavors concerning the heart of nature, coupled with the ethereal melodies he had experienced in the Forbidden Forest, which had led him to dream of the heart of nature. Lin Fan could scarcely believe that the forest before him was anything other than the Forbidden Forest, for the recent events had been far too coincidental. It seemed imperative that he return to Hogwarts to converse with Dumbledore, particularly regarding matters pertaining to the Forbidden Forest. The surroundings of Lin Fan gradually descended into darkness, and the scenery began to fade away. Lin Fan felt a wave of dizziness, but after a moment, he regained his composure. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the surroundings, momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly returned to normalcy. After all, he had anticipated this moment. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dimly lit room. Lin Fan lifted the blanket, slowly descended from the bed, and surveyed the room. Approaching the table, he glanced at Snoopy, only to find that the condition of the plush toy had deteriorated even further since he had purchased it. Despite providing it with ample nutritional supplements, it appeared to be in a worse state than before. Sighing, he couldn't help but regret his momentary impulse. With so many owls available, why had he chosen this particular one? Beyond the unique sentiment that Snoopy evoked within him, it seemed there was little else to justify his choice. Lin Fan remained oblivious to the peculiar events that transpired with Snoopy the previous night. Though he harbored some inner grievances, he felt no regret. Given the chance to start anew, he would still choose Snoopy. There was an inexplicable sense of something valuable that he perceived in Snoopy, a feeling that eluded clear expression. He opened a jar that rested upon the table and extracted some jerky, offering a few pieces to Snoopy. Without further concern, Lin Fan proceeded to open the door, unaware of the sorrow reflected in Snoopy's emerald eyes as he gazed at Lin Fan's retreating figure. Lin Fan stepped out of the room and sensed the silence enveloping the space below. He pondered that perhaps Jean and the others had gone off to work, though he was unaware of the nature of their endeavors. At times, they appeared to be industrious, while at others, they seemed to languish in leisure, often giving the impression that they were idly passing the time. Descending the staircase, he glanced around the living room and kitchen, ensuring that they were indeed absent. Lin Fan carelessly entered the kitchen and consumed a few morsels, then reflected on the words spoken by Lily and the others the previous night. "Lin Fan, you must be quite bored at home," Lily had inquired with certainty. Lin Fan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before Lily could utter a word, our eager Mr. Sirius interjected with impatience. "Isn't that so? Kiki, we have prepared something for you. Would you like to know what it is?" Sirius displayed a look that seemed to say, "If you wish to know, you must ask me." Lin Fan paid no heed to the playful Sirius. Once you offered him a hint of sweetness, he would eagerly climb higher upon the ladder of advantage. Lin Fan turned his head and signaled to Lily, Remus, and James with his eyes. Just as Lily was about to respond, she caught sight of Sirius making a comical face at her, prompting her to play along and shrug in return. Remus, with a look of resignation, spread his hands, while James mimicked Sirius, giving Lin Fan a cheeky wink. Well, Lin Fan knew all along that they were indeed in cahoots. Adhering to the principle of if you do not speak, I shall not inquire, Lin Fan exchanged silent glances with the four individuals. As time ticked away, it was ultimately Sirius who could no longer endure the silence, rolling his eyes towards the heavens. All right, I concede. I am defeated, you little rascal," he muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction. James, observing Sirius's inability to hold out, remarked with an air of excitement, "You truly lack patience, my friend. How utterly useless to yield so easily. Have you forgotten the spirit of Gryffindor? Courage and perseverance." Remus gazed at the sharp-tongued Sirius in disbelief, while Lily, too, wore an expression of exasperation towards her husband. Sirius, unfazed by James's jibes, cleared his throat and said, "Well, we were concerned that you might feel bored in our absence, especially since you are adept at potion making. Thus, we have prepared a potions room for you, located in the basement's second level, and do not feel obligated to express gratitude." Despite his words, Sirius's countenance betrayed a sentiment entirely at odds with his declaration. Initially touched, Lin Fan, upon witnessing Sirius's expression, felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Instead of thanking Sirius, he turned to James, Lily, and Remus to express his gratitude, promising to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them the following day as a reward. At the mere mention of this, Sirius leaped up, exclaiming with enthusiasm that splendid, Lin Fan. Before Sirius could articulate his thoughts further, Lin Fan shot him a sharp glance and, with an icy tone, retorted, "When did I ever say I was inviting you?" Sirius froze momentarily before rushing over to cling to Lin Fan's leg, nuzzling against him and exclaiming loudly, "Lin Fan, you cannot be so heartless." Lin Fan looked down at the grotesque sight of Sirius clinging to his thigh and swiftly kicked him away. "Damn it, you repulsive pervert. Pretending to be a pitiful old man." Why does Lin Fan refer to Sirius as an old man? It turns out that just a few days ago, Lin Fan discovered that their true age is not the 21 or 22 that it appears to be, but rather 30. They simply possess a childlike spirit, which causes them to behave like children. "Old man," Sirius exclaimed in astonishment. "Lin Fan, how can you label me as an old man when I am so young and handsome?" Indeed, James, Remus, and Sirius exhibit considerable physical vitality. "What's wrong? Are you upset? Don't want to eat?" Lin Fan said with a hint of arrogance, intentionally elongating the word eat. Sirius let out a cry. "Lin Fan, you cannot be so heartless." Lin Fan placed her hands on her hips, stomping her foot upon the ground, her expression radiating an air of haughty pride. Alas, what a picture of Tsundra charm she presented. James, Lily, and Remus observed the antics of the two with amusement, and soon they could no longer contain themselves, erupting into hearty laughter, their mirth causing them to double over in delight. Lin Fan was jolted back to reality by the laughter of the three, realizing the embarrassment of the moment. Fortunately, it was merely in the privacy of home. Otherwise, her little face would have been flushed a deep crimson, undeniably adorable. "Humph. You shall pay for this, Sirius." At that moment, Sirius felt an inexplicable chill run through his body, causing him to shiver. Gathering her thoughts, Lin Fan made her way to the potions chamber located on the second underground level. Lin Fan diligently brewed potions in the potion room until he sensed the encroaching darkness, prompting him to exit and make his way to the kitchen, fulfilling a promise made to himself the previous night. Time flowed amidst the rhythmic clanging of pots and pans in the kitchen. A sumptuous array of dishes adorned the dining table. At that moment, the four returned. As Sirius and his companions entered, they were immediately enveloped by the delectable aroma of the food. Sirius exclaimed with exuberance, "Wonderful, Lin Fan. You truly couldn't bear to let me go hungry." From the kitchen, Lin Fan's light-hearted voice floated back, "Who said there is a portion for you?" Upon hearing this, Sirius could hardly contain himself and rushed towards the dining table, eagerly beginning to devour the food. James, Lily, and Remus witnessed Sirius's gluttonous antics and inwardly scolded him for his shamelessness in snatching the food. Though they thought this, Lily and the others were not slow to act. In the blink of an eye, the battle for the feast commenced. Why refer to it as a three-nation conflict? After all, there are 4 people involved. Indeed, but one merely needs to observe the relationship between Lily and James to understand. Setting aside the metaphor of war, let us return to Lin Fan, who, having wiped the sweat from his brow in the kitchen, exhaled deeply and declared, "Let us bring all this out." As Lin Fan's spirit stirred, a myriad of bowls and plates filled with food levitated gracefully above the kitchen table, the result of his levitation spell. He directed the floating dishes to glide out of the kitchen, following closely behind. Upon his exit, Lin Fan was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. The table was a chaotic mess, and the freshly served plates were completely empty. It appeared that these 4 old souls were exceedingly formidable, their speed transcending the mere description of a whirlwind's ravage. Lin Fan sighed, reflecting on the 4 ravenous souls who had been reincarnated. Fortunately, he had anticipated such an occurrence and indulged in a generous portion while preparing the meal. Otherwise, he would have been reliant on nutritional supplements to satiate his hunger this evening. After Lin Fan and his 3 companions tidied up the remnants of their meal, they signaled that they had something to discuss. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan began, "I plan to return to Hogwarts tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the trio hastily inquired, "Why? Is it not enjoyable here?" Lin Fan noticed the flustered expressions of the 4 individuals and thus explained that he had matters to attend to at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, the 4 felt reassured and expressed their eagerness to assist him with any issues, affirming that they were indeed a family. The night was shrouded in a hazy tranquility, and nothing of note transpired, allowing everyone to enjoy a restful sleep. The following day, in the afternoon, Lin Fan remembered to return early. He felt a twinge of emotion upon hearing Sirius's words, yet the subsequent request to prepare a meal for them swiftly extinguished his fleeting sentiment, leaving him bemused. Lin Fan's expression darkened. Soon after, several others exchanged a few words. Lin Fan, clutching the birdcage adorned with Snoopy, gazed with a pallid face at the green flames, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. He shouted, "Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Hogwarts, I have returned. Heart of nature, I shall uncover your secrets." Chapter 32. Raphael Ludo. As Lin Fan unexpectedly emerged from the smoky fireplace, Dumbledore remained unfazed. He had already been informed yesterday, when Lin Fan expressed his intention to return to Hogwarts to Lily, prompting her to send a letter via owl with the news. "Ah, Lin Fan. How have you fared at the warm home?" Dumbledore inquired with genuine concern. Lin Fan brushed off the dust from his clothes and set his luggage aside, placing the small table with Snoopy beside him. He then sat on the sofa and turned to Dumbledore, saying, "Professor Dumbledore, I have been doing well." Due to Lin Fan's experience in the dreamscape, where the brilliance of the heart of nature alleviated the discontent, shadows, and fears within him. He spoke to Dumbledore calmly and serenely about the events that had transpired, omitting any mention of the system. He merely noted the growth of his magical prowess and clarified the purpose of his return to Hogwarts. "So many things have occurred. I am relieved that you have remained unharmed," Dumbledore exclaimed in astonishment, acknowledging the gravity of Lin Fan's experiences. "Oh, Merlin preserve us." Lin Fan and Dumbledore were oblivious to the deeper sorrow reflected in Snoopy's eyes, a sorrow that rendered him increasingly frail. "Indeed, it is fortunate," Lin Fan remarked with an unwavering demeanor. "You have dreamed of the heart of nature, and not just once, but twice? Yet, what could possibly summon the heart of nature into your dreams? Furthermore, why would it appear weakened, beckoning you to seek it?" Dumbledore murmured softly. Lin Fan nodded in response. At that moment, Fox, perched upon the mantel, suddenly let out a shrill cry. The sound of Fox's call captured the attention of Lin Fan and Dumbledore. They beheld as Fox flapped its wings and soared towards Snoopy, landing beside him. Tears cascaded from Fox's eyes as it chirped mournfully at Snoopy, its voice steeped in sorrow. Lin Fan and Dumbledore exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes fixated on Fox and Snoopy. Snoopy struggled to flap his wings, slowly ascending into the air, appearing as though he might plummet at any moment. Fox remained by Snoopy's cage, calling out to the airborne Snoopy, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lin Fan gazed at the struggling Snoopy and urgently inquired, "Snoopy, what troubles you? What are you attempting to do?" Snoopy looked at Lin Fan with his sorrowful emerald eyes, and their gazes locked. Gradually, a green luminescence began to emanate from Snoopy's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the radiant glow enveloped his entire being. Lin Fan and Dumbledore gazed in astonishment at Snoopy, while Fox's cries grew increasingly mournful and sorrowful. Surrounded by a green light, Snoopy nodded at Lin Fan, then slowly closed his eyes and let out a loud call. Goo-goo. After a while, Snoopy's voice transformed, producing a soft sound, as his form gradually shrank within the green light. The green glow dissipated, revealing a charming little azure bird in the air. The azure bird flitted about swiftly, circling Lin Fan while emitting a sorrowful chirp, enveloped in a melancholic aura. Fox's despair deepened, and for reasons unknown, a sense of sadness also crept onto Lin Fan and Dumbledore's faces. The azure bird soared faster and faster, leaving behind fleeting shadows around Lin Fan, and soon, it emanated a searing green light. In that moment, a weak yet urgent voice resonated within Lin Fan and Dumbledore's hearts, calling out, "Come find me, hurry and find me," before fading into silence. The green light gradually vanished, and the azure bird too disappeared, or rather, was extinguished. Lin Fan and Dumbledore were taken aback, as Lin Fan contemplated the fact that the seemingly gentle and serene owl was, in reality, something else entirely. Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he addressed Lin Fan, remarking that it appeared something significant had transpired with the heart of nature, and he could not fathom why it had sought you out. Lin Fan nodded solemnly and addressed Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, I wish to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest." Dumbledore sighed, responding with a touch of resignation. Go ahead, but exercise caution. Were it not for the recent news regarding the emergence of a new Dark Lord, I would accompany you." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lin Fan's previously serious expression grew even more somber. He murmured softly, "The Dark Lord." Then, lifting his gaze, Lin Fan inquired of Dumbledore, "So, James, Lily, Remus, and Sirius, have they been engaged in matters concerning the Dark Lord during this period?" Lin Fan contemplated the tragic sequence of events that unfolded after James and Lily welcomed Harry into the world. He was uncertain when the Dark Lord would strike, leading to the demise of Lily and James, the imprisonment of Sirius in Azkaban, the alienation of Remus, and Peter's treachery. What am I to do? P.S. Lin Fan was only vaguely aware of certain key events. Aside from that, he found himself quite muddled or perhaps had forgotten much. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Lin Fan, somewhat dazed, emerged from Dumbledore's office, turning down the corridor. Then, as everyone knows, the most clitch plot twist of this narrative unfolded once more. Pong. Ouch. Ouch. Two voices echoed. Lin Fan raised his head and gazed at the boy before him. The boy, with his crimson hair and emerald eyes, possessed a monolid and wore glasses. He slowly stood up, rubbing his head gently. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, a boy's voice came from behind. "Raphael, how are you?" Upon seeing, Lin Fan realized it was Vadel, and with a smile, he greeted, "Hello, Vadel. Ah, Lin Fan. Vadel then noticed Lin Fan and introduced him. Lin Fan, this is Raphael. Raphael Rudo. He then turned to Raphael and said, Raphael, this is Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, dispelling the gravity of the moment. Hello, Rudo. Raphael remained silent for a while, before uttering a remark that left Lin Fan speechless and exasperated. Did I just fall? It hurt a lot. Yet, despite Raphael's words, there was no indication of where he might have felt pain. Lin Fan thought in silence. How did it take him so long to realize? After a while, Raphael gazed at Lin Fan and inquired, Who are you? Lin Fan gazed at Raphael, appearing somewhat flustered. Feudar addressed Raphael, saying, Raphael, this is Lin Fan. He is also a dear friend of mine. Raphael wore a look of sudden realization, exclaiming, so you are Lin Fan. He then uttered a rather perplexing remark. Who is Lin Fan? I do not recognize him. Lin Fan swore that he currently felt quite overwhelmed. Feudal whispered to Lin Fan, People say that Raphael is naturally clueless. He seemed to nod in agreement as he spoke. After a while, Raphael exclaimed, You are Feudal's friend, and I am also Feudal's friend, so that makes us friends. Right? Indeed, it is just as I said. After finishing his sentence, he nodded with satisfaction. Oh, by the way, my name is Raphael Riddle. You can call me Raphael. Feudal and I are from the same academy. We are both Hufflepuffs. Lin Fan, with a sense of helplessness, said, I am Lin Fan. Raphael Fatal gazed at Lin Fan and Raphael, both of whom displayed radiant smiles. Lin Fan's quotes, When your friend is hopelessly directionally challenged, you feel exasperated. When you have a friend who is an insatiable foodie, you feel helpless. When you have a friend who is adorably naive, you learn to accept it. Chapter 33, Re-entering the Forbidden Forest. Lin Fan, let us prepare something to eat, Feudar whispered, looking at Lin Fan with earnest anticipation. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and decided to celebrate having made a new friend, as well as the upcoming visit to the Forbidden Forest in the evening. After reaching this conclusion, he nodded to himself and said, All right, I will go prepare the ingredients. He then turned to Feudal and inquired, You should be able to reach the cabin, right, Feudal? Feudal blinked, absent-mindedly scratching his head, and nodded. It's fine. Raphael can guide me there, can't you, Raphael? Raphael nodded in affirmation. Lin Fan glanced around, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Well, I shall take my leave now, he said. With that, Lin Fan made his way to the kitchens of Hogwarts, intending to summon the house elves to assist him in transporting the ingredients to his cottage. As Lin Fan departed, Raphael uttered a rather exasperating remark. Oh, did you say something just now? Feudar, placing his right hand upon his forehead, exclaimed, Good heavens, Raphael. At that moment we were discussing heading to the cabin. Feudar gazed at Raphael with a hint of resignation. To the cabin, indeed, Raphael nodded. His expression one of understanding. Yes, precisely, Feudar affirmed. Where is it? Raphael inquired once more. Feudar found himself at a loss for words, collapsing to the ground. Rolling his eyes and shouting, How could you not know? When Lin Fan was here, I asked you, and you merely nodded. Raphael pondered for a moment, replying, I truly do not know. This revelation caused Feudar, who had just regained his footing, to fall once more. Feudar thought to himself, Goodness, Merlin. While I was already aware of Raphael's nature, it still astounds me. Ignoring Feudar's plight, Raphael continued, Let us proceed to the cabin. Feudar hurriedly followed, exclaiming with delight, Do you know where the cabin is? Raphael confidently replied, I do not. Feudar stamped his foot in frustration. Then why are you walking ahead? I expected you to lead the way. Raphael responded, I intended for you to guide us. But I am prone to getting lost. Feudar replied foolishly. Raphael flicked Feudar's forehead, chiding, Foolish one, that is precisely why I asked you to lead. Feudar, bewildered, questioned, Why? Raphael remained silent, merely gesturing for Feudar to take the lead. Realizing Raphael's intent, Feudar reluctantly walked ahead. As they approached a crossroad, just as Feudar was about to turn left, Raphael grasped him and pulled him to the right. They continued onward, with Feudar moving forward while Raphael tugged him back, and whenever Feudar veered right, Raphael would insist on going left. Essentially, whatever direction Feudar chose, Raphael would opt for the opposite. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the cabin. Feudar, elated, grasped Raphael's arm and shook it vigorously. Raphael, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage that? Upon reaching the cabin, Raphael once again appeared dazed. After 5 minutes, he murmured, Oh, what did you say, Feudar? Feudar, momentarily dumbfounded, thought to himself, It seems Raphael's moments of clarity are fleeting, indeed. He is not much better off than I. I must ask, how did you know the way to the cabin? Did you not say you were unaware? Feudar inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Raphael remained in a stupor for several seconds before raising his right hand to tap Feudar on the head. You've struck me again. Now speak. Feudar placed his hands on his hips, his face flushed with urgency. Fool. Raphael retorted coolly. Will you speak or not? If you refuse, I shall huff and protest. Feudar threatened. Raphael, now fully alert, cleared his throat and explained, Have you forgotten? Every time you venture somewhere, you typically head in the opposite direction. Simply walk in a manner contrary to your instincts. Oh, I see, Fudar exclaimed in astonishment. Raphael nodded self-importantly, tossing his hair as if to advertise a product. Using XX brings such confidence. Li returned, entering the cabin to prepare materials, adding intermediate strength potions, beginner spirit tablets, and a mixture of magic leaf herbs to concoct a basic strength potion. Lin Fan's preparations are as delectable as ever, Fudar said, his mouth stuffed with food, speaking indistinctly. Meanwhile, Raphael fell into another daze. After a moment, his eyes sparkled with realization as he stood up and rushed to Lin Fan's side, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Raphael, what are you doing? Lin Fan pushed him away. Please, do not let it be what I fear. Raphael remained silent, continuing to fixate on Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine as Raphael's unwavering gaze bore into him. He called out to Raphael multiple times, yet received no response. Turning to Vardar, he inquired, Vardar, what is wrong with Raphael? Vardar paused his meal, scrutinizing Raphael's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, I have witnessed this state before. What does that even mean? Lin Fan cried out, unable to bear the intensity of Raphael's unfiltered stare, a discomfort that most would find intolerable, save for a select few. It seems he has encountered something that piques his interest. Vardar nodded knowingly. Interested? What do you mean? Lin Fan lamented in exasperation. Potions. Raphael possesses an innate talent for potion making. Though he may appear somewhat oblivious, he is exceptionally astute in this domain. I am aware of this due to the long-standing friendship between our families, and Raphael's thirst for knowledge in potion making is quite remarkable, Vardar explained. Lin Fan was left speechless. After they managed to bring Raphael back to a more normal state, Lin Fan proceeded to discuss the matter of the basic strong potion with him. The night was desolate, and the moon cast a cold, serene glow. Lin Fan walked along the path of the Forbidden Forest, each step accompanied by the rustling sounds of the surroundings. The night in the Forbidden Forest was a time for the beasts to play. Lin Fan could sense countless eyes watching him, coupled with the chilling darkness of the night. Those with fragile nerves might indeed be frightened. One might wonder why Lin Fan chose to venture into the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour, instead of waiting until the morrow. Firstly, he had encountered Raphael and Fatal during the day and had no time to spare. Secondly, he initially intended to refrain from cooking with Fatal and the others. But as soon as the thought of going during the day crossed his mind, an unsettling premonition gripped him, ethereal and elusive, yet he chose to heed it. Thirdly, he believed that arriving early would facilitate a swifter resolution. In this foreboding environment, Lin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, swallowed hard, steadied his emotions, and pressed on. Chapter 34. The journey into the Forbidden Forest. The night within the Forbidden Forest was indeed terrifying. No sane person would willingly choose to enter. Lin Fan walked cautiously, his eyes frequently scanning the surroundings to avert any unforeseen circumstances. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed, creating a rhythmic clatter. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. It must be the little horn. The sound of hooves soon ceased, and a horse-like creature emerged before Lin Fan, not far from a tree, its entire form shrouded in shadow. Lin Fan gazed at the figure ahead and called out, Xiao Jiao, is that you? The figure in front remained still, merely watching Lin Fan in silence. Lin Fan felt a prickling sensation under the gaze upon him, and he gradually adjusted his steps forward. After a short while, illuminated by the moonlight, Lin Fan discerned the creature before him and confirmed it was not a small horned being. This creature was a centaur, a peculiar entity he had read about in a book. The centaur possessed the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, embodying a stubborn nature. They were known for their mistrust of others, skilled in divination and prophecy, yet one should not expect them to share their insights. While centaurs could be aggressive, they typically refrained from harming students. Observing the centaur still fixated on him, Lin Fan shivered slightly and inquired, Esteemed centaur, may I ask what brings you here? The centaur seemed pleased to hear Lin Fan address him as such, offering a faint smile. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice, the scorching sun. A visitor from beyond, the master of souls, the resurgence of enchanted substances, the future becomes tumultuous. Naturally, the spirit calls out, the once melodious song turns hoarse. A shadowed future, a dark skull, the dissolution of death, those who survive calamity, the passage of time extinguished. Thus spoke the centaur, halting at this juncture. Listening to the nonsensical words of the horseman, Lin Fan was suddenly startled. Esteemed horseman, what do your words mean? And what is your name? The horseman continued to gaze at Lin Fan before slowly responding, Fei Zailuan. Lin Fan stared blankly at Fei Zailuan. We shall meet again. Fei Zailuan cast another glance at Lin Fan before trotting away, his figure fading entirely into the darkness, left behind in a state of contemplation. Lin Fan pondered the meaning of his words. Could it be a prophecy? The scorching sun, the visitor from beyond, surely refers to me, and the master of souls must pertain to my vocation as a conjurer and its ultimate ability. The reappearance of the enchanted medicinal artifacts likely signifies my alchemical skills, along with the yet-to-be-unlocked arts of alchemy and enchantment. The heart of nature calls out, indicates that the heart of nature beckons me to seek it. The beautiful song turns hoarse, perhaps speaks of the ethereal melodies I once shared with Xiaojiao. The black skull symbolizes Voldemort, the one who survives great peril. Refers to the yet unborn Harry Potter. But who is the worldly child of the natural forest mentioned afterward? Is it me, Lin Fan? And what are the words he did not finish? Shaking his head, Lin Fan patted his face, resolving not to dwell on it further. Lin Fan kept these thoughts to himself, intending to return and discuss them with Dumbledore and the others to gauge their opinions. As he walked slowly, his steps grew increasingly heavy. Lin Fan was unaware of how long he had been walking when he unexpectedly arrived at the patch of medicinal herbs he had discovered. As he stepped into this fertile ground for alchemy, a hissing sound reached Lin Fan's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan hurriedly ran towards the source, calling out, "Little Horn." Upon hearing Lin Fan's call, Little Horn joyfully trotted forward. Lin Fan approached the little horn creature, gently stroking its soft fur. In response, the creature nuzzled Lin Fan with the horn upon its forehead. "Oh, that tickles. Please stop, little one," Lin Fan chuckled, catching his breath. He then inquired, "How did you come to this place?" The creature shook its head. Observing its expression, Lin Fan sighed and nodded. "All right then, I suppose it cannot be helped." Despite his words, the image of the centaur named Fezzelin, whom he had encountered previously, unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Hissing softly, Lin Fan declared, "I intend to return to the place we visited last time. You may join me." He caressed the creature's silky fur and asked once more. The little creature nodded and crouched down, inviting Lin Fan to take a seat upon its back. Lin Fan chuckled softly, turning to sit atop Xiaojiao. Once settled, he gently patted Xiaojiao's head. Understanding the cue, Xiaojiao rose to his feet, bearing Lin Fan away towards the place where they had previously heard the celestial melody. After Lin Fan and Xiaojiao departed, two figures emerged at the spot they had just vacated, watching the pair fade into the distance. Under the moonlight, their forms became discernible. They were two centaurs, one of whom was Fei Zhe-Luan, while the other bore an expression of authority. "Chief, is this wise? Should we allow Bunua Air to accompany him there?" Fei Zhe-Luan inquired of the centaur beside him, implying that Bunua Air referred to Xiaojiao, and it seemed they had foreseen something significant. The centaur chief, Ma Gu-Rue, shook his head. "It is of no concern. The astrological chart indicates a destined path. They shall be unharmed." Fei Zhe-Luan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two figures then departed, leaving behind a scattering of herbs that swayed gently in the moonlit breeze. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xiaojiao galloped swiftly, carrying Lin Fan. The speed of Xiaojiao forced Lin Fan to lean forward, clutching tightly to Xiaojiao's neck. The sounds of hooves, the rhythm of their run, the whispering wind, and the calls of the night created a symphony within the forbidden forest. With a soft whinny, Xiaojiao came to a halt, crouching down to allow Lin Fan to dismount. They had arrived at the very spot where they had once paused to listen to the heavenly chorus. Lin Fan leaned against Xiaojiao, trembling slightly as his legs felt weak and his breath quickened, resting his body against Xiaojiao. Lin Fan took a moment to steady himself and signaled for Xiaojiao to move forward. As they progressed, the surroundings grew increasingly dark, leaving Lin Fan feeling somewhat exasperated. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Why didn't I learn glowing flicker? Oh, heavens." Deep down, Lin Fan was quite frantic. It seemed that at every critical juncture, the magic he needed was always beyond his grasp. It was, to say the least, a tragicomedy of sorts. Lin Fan had no choice but to support Xiaojiao as they advanced, for the moonlight had completely vanished. At that moment, Lin Fan spotted a softly glowing area to their left. He gestured for Xiaojiao to head in that direction, and they proceeded cautiously, vigilant of their surroundings to evade any potential dangers. In a short while, they arrived at the luminous spot. It was a patch of grass. Yet everything upon this verdant expanse emitted a gentle glow. Lin Fan gazed at the inscriptions upon the vibrant flora, luminous flowers, and glowing grasses. Yet, he found himself unable to discern the nature of the stones. They must be phosphorescent stones, he mused, as he assigned them a name in his mind. As he contemplated the radiant flowers and grasses, a formula suddenly flickered through his thoughts. Chapter 35. The Journey into the Forbidden Forest. Part 2. Although many of the potions remained unilluminated, Lin Fan was still familiar with certain potion recipes. For instance, the shimmering potion could be concocted from the luminous flowers, glowing grasses, and the essence of the melded herb before him. The reason Lin Fan still remembers is that during that time, the nights in the game were shrouded in darkness, rendering nearly everything in the caves invisible. Of course, aside from the shadowy practitioners, like the night spirits, who possessed the ability to see in the dark, Lin Fan gazed upon the luminescent flowers and glowing grass, a smile gracing his lips as he marveled at the serendipity of his thoughts manifesting into reality. With the presence of the luminescent flora, it was only logical to deduce that the Rongrong grass would not be far behind. He then signaled to Xiaojiao to remain in place, while he ventured forth alone, cautiously exploring his surroundings. After a short distance, he indeed discovered an inconspicuous blade of grass, upon which faint inscriptions revealed the name Rongrong grass. With the ingredients for the scintillating potion now gathered, Lin Fan resolved to delay no longer. He focused his thoughts and summoned a colossal cauldron, into which he placed the luminescent flowers, glowing grass, and Rongrong grass. channeling his magical energy into the mixture. The magical power required for concocting the scintillating potion was minimal, comparable to that needed for crafting a mid-level restorative elixir. After approximately 20 seconds, a small black vial materialized in his hand. The darkness of the vial was intentional, serving to contain the brilliance of the scintillating potion and prevent it from becoming blinding upon completion. Lin Fan stowed away the shimmering potion in his hand and once again grasped the materials to continue his alchemical endeavors. With a focused intent, he retrieved the alchemical cauldron, and within a span of approximately 10 to 20 minutes, he successfully concocted 39 vials of inferior shimmering potions. Remarkably, he managed to produce 1 vial of intermediate shimmering potion. One may wonder why the potions he crafted were predominantly of inferior quality. The reason lies in the fact that the shimmering potion had yet to be illuminated within Lin Fan's alchemical system, thus rendering all concoctions to be of inferior grade. The emergence of an intermediate potion was indeed a rare occurrence. It is noteworthy that, during his time here, Lin Fan had brewed countless potions, and this was the first instance of surpassing the designated grade. Lin Fan collected several stones that he believed should be termed fluorescent stones and placed them in a small pouch at his waist. Without further ado, he approached Xiao Jiao, gently patted the little one's head, and said, "Xiao Jiao, let us be on our way." With that, he produced a vial of inferior scintillating potion, uncapped it, and a faint light emerged from within the bottle. Although the glow was dim, it was sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. Lin Fan then employed a levitation spell on the potion vial, suspending the scintillating liquid in the air before him. Lin Fan began to walk slowly, gazing at the darkness illuminated by light, his heart filled with trepidation. His right hand rested upon the back of the small corner, sensing that the heart of nature must lie deep within. At the innermost depths of the forbidden forest, an air of desolation and decay enveloped the surroundings. Fragments of stone littered the ground, intertwined with creeping vines, while moss clung to the rocks. The earth was drenched, and a chilling, damp breeze swept through, howling and wailing. Were an ordinary person to be here, they would surely faint from fear. Tap, tap, tap. Clearly, it seemed that today this place was welcoming the arrival of a visitor. Lin Fan emerged from behind the trees, stepping into the depths of the forbidden forest. The dust swirled around him, causing Lin Fan to sneeze repeatedly. Lin Fan had just suppressed a sneeze when the little horn behind him began to sneeze as well. One person and one horse continued on their way, with Lin Fan's body closely pressed against the little horn. "Be careful, little horn." Lin Fan had not taken many steps when he encountered a ground covered with vines, each displaying a myriad of colors, some strikingly distinct while others closely resembling one another. Among them, certain vines bore the crimson inscription Bloodsucking Vine, while others showcased the violet lettering Death Vine, the inky characters of Fallen Vine, as well as Hallucinogenic Vine, Venomous Vine, and Murderous Vine. Lin Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, this is truly an absolute deadlock." Lin Fan hurriedly halted his steps, patting the little horn's body. "Little horn, wait a moment. This place is not just dangerous, it is exceedingly perilous." Little horn evidently sensed the atmosphere as well, tensing his body and hissing. Lin Fan lowered his head in contemplation, pondering what course of action to take. Everywhere around him were perilous plants, capable of inflicting fatal harm. Who could tell if there were other hidden dangers lurking nearby? How was he to navigate through these treacherous vines? Time slipped away gradually. Xiao Jiao had already settled on the ground, while Lin Fan remained standing, adopting a pose of deep thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him. In places abundant with toxic flora, there is often an antidote to be found. But where could it possibly be? The periphery was surrounded by stones and these encroaching vines. Frustration began to set in. He clutched his hair tightly, rendering it a disheveled mess. Observing Lin Fan's agitation, Xiao Jiao nuzzled against him, hissing softly as if to offer solace. Lin Fan gazed at the worried little horn and gently patted its head. "Little horn, I am fine. There is no need for concern." Little horn nodded in response. The antidote. The antidote. Where on earth can it be found? Damn it, these are undeniably lethal toxins. If only the toxicity were weaker. We could employ a high-grade detoxifying agent. When shall we see the emergence of an efficient and non-toxic remedy, or perhaps a phantasmal potion of sorts? Lin Fan began to pace back and forth, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, or perhaps in his mind, urging him to come quickly. The sound was fragmented and exceedingly faint. Lin Fan recognized this voice. It was the voice of the heart of nature. In his dream, he also recalled the voice of Snoopy in Professor Dumbledore's office, but now it seemed even more frail. Lin Fan anxiously pondered. Has the issue with the heart of nature become even more grave? Fragmented? Dispersed? Could it be on the verge of shattering like the heart of the world? What should I do? It seems time is growing increasingly urgent. Lin Fan contemplated for a moment, gritting his teeth, and addressed Xiao Jiao. "Stay here. I shall venture forth to seek the antidote. If I find it, I will bring you inside." However, just as Lin Fan was about to take a step forward, Xiao Jiao clamped its jaws around the sleeve of Lin Fan's garment, shaking its head insistently, indicating its desire to accompany him. "Do not be troublesome." Lin Fan, infuriated, exclaimed, "You must remain here." With that, He forcefully shook his sleeve, resulting in a sharp tear. Undeterred, Lin Fan strode ahead, his will igniting. 2 vials of emerald green elixir materialized in his hands, the very essence of a potent antidote. He uncapped the vials and defiantly poured the contents into his mouth, swallowing it down with determination. He then cast aside the empty vials. Lin Fan's foot landed upon a vine marked with the words "Fallen Vine." A sharp pain shot through him as his shoe was pierced, allowing his skin to come into contact with the cursed vine. Instantly, his foot turned a deep shade of black, the darkness creeping swiftly up to his knee. However, the 2 bottles of high-grade antidote he had consumed earlier began to take effect, their potent energy surging to his foot, engaging in a fierce struggle against the encroaching poison. Throughout this agonizing ordeal, Lin Fan felt an intense pain coursing through him. He swayed unsteadily, gritting his teeth, and summoned his willpower, conjuring a potent analgesic into his hand. He quickly swallowed it, and as soon as the remedy touched his tongue, the pain vanished completely. Though the tremors of his body served as a reminder of the torment he had just endured, Lin Fan once again produced a bottle of high-grade detoxification agent, which this time proved effective, expelling the toxins of the fallen vine from within his body. Chapter 39. The Journey into the Forbidden Forest. Despite having consumed a potent analgesic, Lin Fan's body trembled slightly. However, his spirit felt no pain whatsoever. As he advanced, he took out 2 more bottles of the premium detoxification agent, holding them in his hands to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. The sound of his footsteps echoed, a rhythmic tap, tap, tap. Lin Fan took a few steps and once again stepped onto a vine. However, this time the vine he trod upon was not the decadent vine, but rather the blood-sucking vine. Lin Fan experienced a complete absence of pain, merely sensing that he had stepped upon something. This phenomenon was one of the drawbacks of the highly effective analgesic. At that moment, the blood-sucking vine revealed its sinister tendrils. Although the characters associated with the blood-sucking vine appeared blood-red in Lin Fan's system, the vine itself was colorless. Perhaps it could be said to be the same hue as its surroundings, rendering it nearly invisible. The blood-sucking vine, along with several other vines, possessed a terrifying characteristic, the ability to change color. While this transformation went unnoticed in the current context, Lin Fan, equipped with his system, remained relatively unfazed. However, for others, unless they received assistance or discovered an antidote, their fate would be nothing short of death. Lin Fan's complexion, originally pale due to the influence of the withering vine, has now become strikingly pallid under the relentless siphoning power of the blood-sucking vine. As he attempts to manipulate the vine away with his control spell, he finds it to be an enormous and weighty entity, deeply entrenched in the ground, rendering his efforts virtually futile. The incantation fails to take effect, further exacerbating his already ashen visage. Lin Fan yearned to retreat, yet the blood-sucking vine clung tightly to his feet. Frustration overwhelmed him as he pondered why he had not yet learned his lesson. He should have devoted more time to mastering offensive techniques. Although it would require a significant investment of time and effort, acquiring such skills could enhance his chances of survival in perilous situations. Dismissing these distracting thoughts, Lin Fan's mind raced. The vine was draining his blood. This was not poison. What should he do? Lin Fan had yet to devise a solution when the sound of hooves echoed behind him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The rhythmic clop, clop, clop resonated as Xiao Jiao watched Lin Fan venture into the tangled vines, noting the pallor that overtook his face due to the withering tendrils. Anxiously, Xiao Jiao leapt in place, fully aware that it could not assist Lin Fan, which only intensified its worry. Observing Lin Fan disappear from sight, Xiao Jiao waited for what felt like an eternity, but Lin Fan did not return. Unable to bear the suspense any longer, Xiao Jiao's hooves scraped against the ground, resulting in minor abrasions. In a flurry of urgency, it raced toward the direction where Lin Fan had last been. Upon reaching the vicinity of the withered vines, Xiao Jiao spotted bloodstains left by Lin Fan, and its eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shaking its head in determination, Xiao Jiao leapt over the withered vines, relieved to find no other entangling plants or dangers nearby, landing safely. It gazed at the faint bloodstains on the ground and, filled with trepidation, followed the trail. At last, it beheld Lin Fan ahead, his face ashen and drawn. "Xiao Jiao, what are you doing here?" Lin Fan called out, his voice weak and hoarse. With tears brimming in its eyes, Xiao Jiao shook its head and nuzzled against Lin Fan's side, emitting a soft whinny. Lin Fan gazed at the sorrowful little corner, feeling a sense of helplessness. He decided to focus on the blood-sucking vine before him. As his body neared its limit, Lin Fan retrieved a medium-grade restorative potion and a medium-grade recovery elixir, consuming them. He then took out a medium-grade strength enhancer and a junior-grade energy tablet, swallowing them as well, which finally provided him with a slight reprieve. Lin Fan pondered the potions at his disposal, contemplating their potential uses. What could possibly be of assistance? His feet were ensnared, rendering him unable to break free. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet in reality, only a brief moment had elapsed. Xiao Jiao observed Lin Fan in deep thought, ceasing his chatter and standing silently beside him, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Fan's mind. Indeed, the intermediate shrinking potion. By reducing the size of these vines, the fear would dissipate. Lin Fan hastily produced a potion of moderate size reduction and poured it over the blood-sucking vine. The vine began to tremble violently, causing Lin Fan, who had been standing upon it, to lose his footing and nearly topple into its grasp. Fortunately, his companion, Xiao Jiao, had been vigilantly observing Lin Fan. It swiftly clamped its jaws onto Lin Fan's garment and pulled him back, allowing Lin Fan to lean against Xiao Jiao for support. He took a few deep breaths, panting heavily. Lin Fan had not anticipated that the efficacy of this intermediate diminutive potion would manifest so remarkably on the blood-sucking vine. Before his eyes, the vine contracted incessantly, progressively diminishing in size and continuously retreating to its original rooted position. Lin Fan embraced Xiao Jiao, exclaiming with joy, "How wonderful, Xiao Jiao!" His voice remained as hoarse and deep as ever. Xiao Jiao responded with delight, hissing happily. Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao took a brief respite, during which he consumed various restorative potions, gradually restoring a hint of color to his face, though he still appeared somewhat pale. After sharing a mid-level nutritional tablet with Xiao Jiao to alleviate the emptiness in his stomach caused by fatigue, they rested a moment longer. Lin Fan then signaled Xiao Jiao to proceed. Before them lay a vine inscribed with purple markings, known as the Death Vine. This time, Lin Fan felt less apprehensive. Having learned of the efficacy of the diminutive potion against this vine, he focused his thoughts and retrieved a bottle of mid-level diminutive potion, pouring it over the Death Vine. The vine began to tremble violently, much like a blood-sucking vine, before gradually shrinking in size. One might wonder why Lin Fan, whose secondary occupation was an alchemist, did not collect this vine. Firstly, these vines possessed an overwhelming power, far beyond his current capabilities. One must recall the suffering he had just endured. Do not underestimate it simply because it has shrunk. Secondly, the primary concern now was to hasten towards the heart of nature. Thirdly, Lin Fan was unaware if any potions could be crafted using these vines as ingredients. Lastly, his mental space was insufficient to accommodate magical herbs and similar plants. Lin Fan took a few more steps and beheld the damp ground adorned with moss on the stones. The names he discerned through the system were inscribed in a gentle green hue: healing moss, awakening moss, and rejuvenating moss. These mosses shared the same color and shape, making it difficult to distinguish their distinct properties without careful examination. The moment Lin Fan's hand made contact with the moss, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The player has discovered a special botanical herb. The potion has been illuminated and is undergoing an upgrade. In an instant, a luminous screen materialized before Lin Fan. It revealed not only the previously illuminated potions, but also the advancement of basic potions to a higher tier. Among the enhanced potions were the intermediate bone growth potion, intermediate strengthening potion, intermediate pain relief potion, intermediate spirit essence tablet, intermediate sneezing agent, intermediate growth agent, intermediate itch relief potion, intermediate acceleration agent, intermediate flickering agent, and intermediate potent magic potion. Newly introduced potions included the basic transformation potion, basic beauty potion, basic ugliness potion, and basic calming potion. Ding. The Alchemist space has undergone a further upgrade, successfully enhancing its capabilities. The Alchemist space, a realm equipped for the Alchemist's apparatus, the potions concocted, and the materials required for potion making. Lin Fan murmured, "So this is the alchemical space. Oh, I can now store the potion materials. That means..." With a mere thought, Lin Fan made the moss before him vanish entirely, aware that it had been transported into the Alchemist space. If this moss could be contained, then surely the vines could also be accommodated. Resolute in his decision, Lin Fan approached the shrunken death vine and focused his mind. However, a jarring chime echoed, indicating that its considerable size and weight rendered it impossible to contain. What is going on? Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing that the Alchemist's space had such limitations, and even the reduced size was insufficient. Little Horn stared blankly at Lin Fan, who was pacing back and forth, still chuckling, and shook his head in resignation. "Let us depart, Little Horn." Although Lin Fan felt a pang of regret for his inability to store the enormous and heavy alchemical materials in the Alchemist space, he remained quite satisfied. Despite his pale complexion, his spirits soared, and he perceived the journey ahead as filled with promise. Little Horn nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan relied on the intermediate diminutive potion to utterly annihilate the vibrant vines, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, he collected all the moss encountered along the way into the Alchemist space. However, it is regrettable that, with a mere thought, Lin Fan intended to retrieve another vial of the intermediate diminutive potion. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he realized that not a single drop remained. It appeared that the intermediate diminutive potion had been completely consumed. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he recalled how he once deemed it of little value. As he gazed ahead, it seemed he was nearing the innermost depths of the forbidden forest. Only 2 or 3 vines obstructed his path, and they were of the illusionary variety. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. He noted the presence of 2 nightmare vines and 1 hallucinatory vine, fortunately. As long as he produced the intermediate dream potion and some awakening moss, passage should be attainable. Consequently, Lin Fan retrieved a vial of intermediate dream potion along with some awakening moss. Little Horn, he instructed, do not swallow just yet. Keep it in your mouth until we step onto the vines. Understanding his command, Little Horn nodded. He then consumed half of the intermediate dream potion and a bit of awakening moss, holding it in his mouth, before transferring the remainder to Little Horn. With their defenses set, the duo commenced their advance. As Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao's feet touched the nightmarish vines, their bodies stiffened, a haze clouding their eyes. In haste, Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao swallowed the medicine in their mouths, and after a brief moment, they returned to normalcy. Lin Fan brushed away the non-existent beads of sweat on his forehead, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. How splendid, how truly beneficial. He then proceeded to retrieve a bottle of intermediate dream potion and awakened moss, thus they navigated yet another nightmarish vine. Upon reaching the final vine, they were confronted with a colossal, robust tendril as thick as a grown man's stature. Alas, it seemed that the once manageable hallucinogenic vine now required more than just an intermediate shrinking potion to overcome. Scaling it appeared an arduous task. Lin Fan retrieved the final vial of intermediate dream elixir, along with some awakening moss, and, much like before, held it in his mouth, without swallowing. One might wonder why Lin Fan possessed 3 vials of the intermediate dream elixir. The reason lies in his earlier assistance to Lily in concocting the potions. He thought to himself that if he were to give all of them away, what if he found himself in need later? Moreover, having already gifted Lily 70 vials would suffice for a considerable duration, allowing him the opportunity to brew more when the time was right. It must be noted that Lin Fan exhibited a degree of foresight in this matter. Lin Fan signaled to Xiao Jiao with his eyes, indicating that he would ascend first and then assist him in climbing up. Subsequently, Lin Fan cautiously placed his foot in the hollow of the enchanting vine, grasping the delicate tendrils that sprouted from it, ascending gradually. At one point, he nearly lost his footing. Fortunately, the height was not substantial, and a misstep posed no significant danger. Nevertheless, Lin Fan successfully stood atop the mesmerizing vine. As his thoughts crystallized, he invoked his fully mastered levitation spell, prompting Xiao Jiao to struggle momentarily before recognizing Lin Fan and subsequently relaxing his body. Lin Fan first used a levitation spell to send Xiao Jiao across. Then he leapt down himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. He turned to Xiao Jiao and said, "Let us continue our journey." At this moment, the appearance of Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao was rather disheveled and untidy. Lin Fan's hair was in disarray, his garments tattered and torn, with holes and scratches adorning his clothes and trousers. Dust and grime smeared his face and body, while Xiao Jiao's once pristine white fur was now marred with patches of black, resembling a rather disheveled zebra. Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao continued their journey for a while, until they arrived at a remarkable sight. Here stood 12 intricately carved stone pillars, each adorned with figures possessing 9 pairs of wings. Surrounding the pillars were scattered boulders, suggesting that this place was once a grand palace. At its center lay an ancient altar, its hue a serene shade of azure green. Lin Fan and Xiao Jiao slowly advanced, stepping inside. Just moments before they entered, the altar had seemed close at hand, yet surprisingly, they found themselves walking for over 10 minutes. What Lin Fan was unaware of was that upon entering this place, the eyes of the 12-winged figures adorning the 12 stone pillars flickered with a ghostly light. Approaching the side of the altar, Lin Fan beheld inscriptions carved upon it, the meaning of which eluded him. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that these 2 characters were pronounced as nature. Beside Lin Fan, the little corner tilted its head, eyes filled with confusion, its body trembling and nostrils flaring with shallow breaths. Lin Fan noticed something unusual about Xiao Jiao. He gently tapped Xiao Jiao's body and inquired, "Xiao Jiao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Unfortunately, it seemed that Xiao Jiao did not hear Lin Fan's voice. His body trembled even more violently, and the struggle in his expression appeared increasingly fierce and terrifying. Lin Fan gazed at the small figure, suddenly gripped by anxiety. He shook and patted the tiny form, hoping to rouse it from its stupor. Yet, it appeared as though the little one had lost all sensation, continuing to writhe and convulse in its struggle. With a flicker of thought, Lin Fan produced the awakening moss and employed the binding spell to restrain the little horn creature's body. Yet, the creature continued to tremble gently. Lin Fan then placed the awakening moss into the creature's mouth, urging it to swallow. As the creature ingested the moss, its expression gradually regained a semblance of clarity, oscillating between lucidity and confusion, ultimately breaking free from Lin Fan's binding spell. After a brief interval, the creature's awareness began to take precedence, revealing a look of urgency on its face. It nuzzled against Lin Fan's body, tears glistening in its eyes, and began to stomp its hooves, signaling Lin Fan to depart swiftly. Lin Fan was perplexed by Xiao Jiao's actions and anxiously inquired, "Xiao Jiao, are you all right? What happened? You frightened me just now." Xiao Jiao continuously hissed at Lin Fan, his anxious demeanor intensifying. Observing that Lin Fan remained stationary, Xiao Jiao, in a fit of urgency, collided into him, knocking Lin Fan over. Then, with determination, he bit onto Lin Fan's clothing, hoisting him onto his back. Xiao Jiao hurriedly dashed outside, his body trembling uncontrollably. and his expression growing increasingly ferocious. In such moments, he would bite his tongue to regain some clarity. However, blood oozed from his mouth, rendering this method increasingly ineffective. Lin Fan was perched on Xiao Jiao's back, oblivious to Xiao Jiao's intentions. He patted Xiao Jiao's head and inquired, "Xiao Jiao, what on earth is happening? Where are you so urgently taking me?" However, at that moment, Xiao Jiao seemed impervious to Lin Fan's concerns, continuously biting his tongue, shaking his head, and galloping forward. Eventually, they arrived at a passageway flanked by 2 stone pillars. Xiao Jiao hastily accelerated, but just as he was about to dash through, he sensed an invisible barrier. Undeterred, Xiao Jiao persisted in his attempts to break through, yet it was as though he collided with a wall. The impact caused blood to flow from his body, staining the ground beneath them. Lin Fan finally discovered this peculiar phenomenon. Seizing the moment when Xiao Jiao was distracted, he deftly rolled off its back and descended. He approached the spot where Xiao Jiao had collided with the transparent wall and touched it with his hand, yet regrettably, he felt nothing of significance. Lin Fan was perplexed. Clearly, Xiao Jiao had collided with something, yet he found nothing upon his own contact. In contrast to Lin Fan's confusion, Xiao Jiao, observing that Lin Fan seemed capable of passing through, wore a grotesque smile upon his face. Xiao Jiao took a deep breath and, with a sudden burst of energy, charged at Lin Fan, propelling him forward. However, Xiao Jiao unexpectedly collided with an invisible wall, yet he appeared to exhale in relief, collapsing onto the ground. As he slowly closed his eyes, a stream of green blood oozed from his body, pooling upon the floor. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by the collision with Xiao Jiao, but he quickly regained his footing. As he gazed at the bleeding Xiao Jiao sprawled on the ground, Lin Fan was about to rush over to administer aid. However, he suddenly felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable barrier. Indeed, it was the transparent wall he had failed to perceive earlier. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unfolding events. However, he swiftly regained his composure and was about to devise a plan when, all of a sudden, Chapter 38, The Forbidden Journey into the Forest commenced. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from the small figure, staining the ground beneath him a vivid green. The 12 winged beings perched upon the 12 stone pillars emitted a profound emerald glow from their eyes. The pillars began to tremble, and fragments of stone cascaded down. The tremors intensified, culminating in a thunderous crash as the pillars shattered completely. Where the 12 pillars once stood, 12 figures emerged, each adorned with 12 magnificent wings. From Lin Fan's perspective, it appeared as though they were divided into 2 opposing factions. On Lin Fan's left, 9 figures cloaked in darkness exuded a chilling and brutal aura, while on his right, 9 others radiated a golden light, emanating an essence of purity, warmth, and gentleness. Suddenly, the small creature collapsed on the ground, convulsed violently as if its flesh were being extracted. Its fur began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a mere skeleton, its coat fading to a dull gray. Then, the creature quivered once more, this time as though its very bones were being stripped away, leaving it limp and lifeless. The luminous beings on either side cast their brilliance upon the small creature, causing its form to tremble and ultimately disintegrate into oblivion. In its place remained an enigmatic green orb of light, within which a unicorn-like spirit beast bellowed. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the essence of the creature was, in fact, the very soul of the small being. Lin Fan was utterly stunned, truly bewildered. He found it hard to believe that Xiao Jiao had so abruptly vanished before his very eyes. He was unwilling to accept this harsh reality. Yet he could not escape the truth. "Ah, Xiao Jiao." Lin Fan's voice rose in a heart-wrenching roar, his countenance frenzied, his entire body collapsing like a marionette devoid of strings onto the ground. "Ah, the soul. That was Xiao Jiao's soul. Surely, Xiao Jiao could be resurrected. Yes, I must retrieve Xiao Jiao's soul." Lin Fan gazed at the beastly spirit of Xiao Jiao, unwilling to concede defeat. He deluded himself with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps such magic existed. In truth, if Lin Fan's alchemical skills reached their zenith, it was possible to concoct elixirs beneficial to the soul, or even potions that could stave off death. Alternatively, should he delve into advanced alchemy, he might create puppets, transferring the soul into a puppet master, or perhaps employ enchanting techniques to bind the soul to objects, allowing it to exist as a spirit of the artifact. Yet, that was the future. The present Lin Fan was utterly incapable of achieving such feats. Lin Fan struck the transparent wall with fervent desperation, yearning to enter. He longed to be with Xiao Jiao. He was determined to find a way to bring Xiao Jiao back to life. Bang, bang. Lin Fan's body bore bruises and wounds, crimson blood oozing from the injuries and dripping onto the ground. In a state of humiliation, Lin Fan knelt on the earth, his hands clenched tightly, fists striking the ground repeatedly, causing his hands to bleed, yet he seemed oblivious to it all. Tears streamed down his pallid face, mingling with the blood and dirt below. A green orb, formed from the essence of a small horn, pulsated with the anguished cries of its tormented soul, frantically colliding against the luminous sphere. 12 winged figures continuously emitted beams of light, directing their radiance towards the orb of the small horn, which transformed the light into threads. The 9 individuals on either side began to tug and wrestle for dominance. The altar inscribed with the ancient characters for nature emanated a verdant glow, interspersed with hues of black, gray, and gold. Suddenly, these 3 colors surged towards the orb of the small horn, which began to churn violently, akin to water brought to a boil. With a thunderous roar, the essence of the small horned soul, a diminutive beast, let out a mournful cry before being abruptly silenced amidst the shattering of the luminous sphere. Lin Fan was startled by the piercing cry of Xiao Jiao, and when he looked up, he was met with a scene that plunged him into utter despair. If he had entertained any self-deceptive thoughts moments earlier, he now found himself incapable of even that. The luminous orb belonging to Xiao Jiao shattered into 12 fragments, and one of the remnants of his soul followed one of the fragments. Each of the 12 fragments was claimed by an individual among the 12. Shortly thereafter, the brilliance of the altar faded, as if nothing had ever transpired. Meanwhile, the 12 figures glowed with renewed vigor. From the left, the dark faction unveiled an angelic being, behind whom appeared a celestial chart. For reasons unknown, the name Gemini surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. The angelic figure manifesting the Gemini constellation spoke, Ambuli. Following that, 5 others revealed their own celestial charts. Andercheer proclaimed the Centaur angel, who possessed the fragment of Xiao Jiao's remaining soul. Gabriel announced the water-bearer angel. Babel exclaimed the scorpion angel. Murith called the crab angel. Haniel declared the Capricorn angel. On the right, the golden faction's angel was the Aries angel, Macadil. Fechel came the voice of the lion angel. Uriel introduced the scales angel. Asmodai heralded the bull angel. Hamael proclaimed the virgin angel. Bak announced the fish angel. The 12 winged beings from both sides exchanged glances, and the leader of the dark faction, Ambuli of Gemini, stepped forward, as did the leader of the light faction, Macadil. Ambuli offered a noble salute to Macadil, saying, "Long time no see, Macadil." Macadil nodded in return. "Indeed, since that incident, we have been cast into slumber in this place. Fortunately, Andercheer's descendants accompanied the child of nature to awaken us," Ambuli replied with a smile. Macadil turned to gaze at Lin Fan, who radiated a green light. This luminescence could only be perceived by those possessing divine attributes and who were favored by the world, unbeknownst to Lin Fan himself. In truth, Lin Fan was unaware that when he first encountered Dumbledore, his extraordinary narrative had been met with belief, as Dumbledore refrained from employing soul-binding spells or truth serums. This was due to the persuasive aura emanating from Lin Fan, which exuded warmth, even prompting muggles to feel its allure. For instance, when King Horsatz contemplated violence against Lin Fan, he felt an inexplicable attraction towards him. Regarding the incident with the manipulation card, Dumbledore's skepticism stemmed from Lin Fan's inherent ambiguities, and the sudden appearance of the card naturally rekindled doubts. Fortunately, Lin Fan had spoken the truth, and combined with the brilliance that enveloped him, Dumbledore ultimately placed his trust in him, leading to a lack of further suspicion, as Lin Fan had become one of their own. Lin Fan's pale visage bore traces of tears as he trembled and rose to his feet. He took a few steps forward, only to encounter the transparent barrier of light once more. Lin Fan struck Chang heavily with his hand, crying out hoarsely, "Why are you doing this? What have you done to Xiao Jiao?" As he spoke, his voice grew hoarse and choked. Magidiel bowed respectfully, addressing Lin Fan as Your Excellency, the son of nature. But before he could finish, Lin Fan interjected angrily, "I am not any son of nature. What do you want? Return Xiao Jiao to me. Return him to me." Chapter 39. The journey through the forbidden forest. Lin Fan stood trembling and once more charged towards the invisible light wall. Miraculously, he managed to pass through this time, but in his unprepared haste, he stumbled and fell awkwardly, leaving him in an even more disheveled state. Bah! Cough! Cough! Lin Fan wiped his lips with his hand, mixing the blood from his wounds with the blood in his mouth. Lin Fan's body swayed precariously, yet he resolutely gritted his teeth and stood tall, his gaze fixated on the 12 figures with wings. He shook his head slightly, and with a mere thought, summoned a revitalizing herb, which he chewed to restore his clarity. Gradually, he opened his mouth, and a raspy, deep, and feeble voice emerged. "Who are you? What is your purpose? What is your connection to the winged beings? What does it mean to be the child of nature? Why do you refer to me as the child of nature? And why did you have to kill? Cough, Little Horn?" Flames of fury ignited in Lin Fan's eyes as the sparks of anger blazed within his heart. "Esteemed child of nature." Both Ambuli and Maekdir spoke in unison. "We shall address your inquiries, but you require immediate medical attention." Lin Fan took a deep breath, and then, with a surge of intention, retrieved a medium-grade healing potion, a medium-grade strength elixir, and a medium-grade spirit tablet, placing them into his mouth. After a brief moment, his injuries and spirit began to recover slightly, returning to a semblance of normalcy. Lin Fan's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Ambuli and Machidi, coldly inquiring, "Can we speak now?" Ambuli and Machidi exchanged glances and nodded in response. "Esteemed son of nature, we are the guardians of the heart of nature. This place was once a temple dedicated to honoring the heart of nature. In a distant era, when diverse races coexisted on the continent, the heart of the world still thrived. The beings inhabiting this land, in gratitude for the creation of the heart of the world, erected temples to venerate it. the embodiment of their faith. During the time, all creatures revered the heart of the world, adhering to a peaceful and harmonious way of existence. However, at an unknown point, beings began to harbor divergent emotions. They lost their innocence and kindness, succumbing to arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, which corroded their very souls. Many beings ceased to express gratitude, no longer revered or feared the heart of the world. The temple dedicated to the heart of the world fell into disrepair, continuously dismantled and destroyed. War, slaughter, bloodshed, and death became the prevailing themes of existence, and peace and tranquility faded into oblivion. The laws governing life transformed from equal harmony to survival of the fittest. Bloodshed reigned supreme, saturating the skies, earth, depths, and oceans. Ultimately, the temple of the heart of the world was utterly forsaken, with beings forgetting all that was once known about it, leaving the heart of the world shrouded in oblivion. The crimson sky bore witness to the world emitting vibrant hues, cleansing the blood-soaked heavens, purifying the tainted earth, and elevating the spirits of the beings. This light was the heart of the world. In that moment, the heart of the world radiated its eternal brilliance, only to shatter into countless fragments. Nature's heart, sound spirit's heart, heart of hope, eternal heart, and sacred heart. The beings finally returned to normalcy, yet they began to embrace different hearts, no longer united under a single essence. The hearts they revered, through their pious faith, bestowed power upon the faithful. The restored beings then compiled a tome detailing arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, aptly titled The Seven Deadly Sins. The book asserted that God created the world. However, it was the heart of the world that forged existence. Indeed, the heart of the world could also be regarded as God, yet God was not the heart of the world. The divine name was Jehovah, the leader of the angelic host, who, in a bid to consolidate faith, surreptitiously altered the annals of history and fabricated the Bible. In the beginning, before God created the heavens and the earth, all was void and chaos. Only darkness prevailed. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God separated the light from the darkness, marking day and night, and this was the first day. God proclaimed that there should be an expanse to separate the waters, dividing them above and below. Thus, the expanse was named heaven. Evening and morning marked the second day. God commanded that the waters gather in one place, allowing dry land to emerge. He named the dry land earth and the gathered waters seas. God deemed it good. He instructed the earth to bring forth vegetation and fruit-bearing trees, each yielding seeds of its kind, and so it came to pass. The earth yielded plants and trees, each according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. Evening and morning marked the third day. God declared that there should be lights in the heavens to distinguish day from night, to serve as signs for seasons, days, and years, illuminating the earth. Thus, he created two great lights, the greater to govern the day and the lesser to govern the night, along with the stars. He set these lights in the heavens to shine upon the earth, governing day and night, separating light from darkness. God saw that it was good. Evening and morning marked the fourth day. God commanded that the waters teem with living creatures and that birds fly above the earth in the firmament. He created great sea creatures and every living thing that moves in the waters, each according to its kind, along with every winged bird, each according to its kind. God deemed it good and blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth." Evening and morning marked the fifth day. God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures, each according to its kind, livestock, creeping things, and beasts of the earth, each according to its kind." And so it was. God made the beasts of the earth, each according to its kind, and livestock, each according to its kind. He saw that it was good. God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female he created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." God said, "See, I have given you every herb that yields seed, which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree whose fruit yields seed. To you it shall be for food. Also, to every beast of the earth, to every bird of the air, and to every creeping thing on the earth, in which there is life, I have given every green herb for food." And so it was. God saw everything that he had made, and indeed, it was very good. Evening and morning marked the sixth day. On the seventh day, God rested. All these are hypocritical lies. This was the assertion of the dark faction's 9 members, who expressed their utter disdain, while the 9 members of the light faction, though denying it, appeared somewhat hesitant and uneasy, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Lin Fan found it peculiar. Having previously watched a bit of Saint Seiya, wasn't the 12 zodiac signs united in a single faction? How did they become 2 opposing factions? In truth, the 12 zodiac signs were originally a unified faction, but due to Jehovah's proclamations, countless hearts were shaken, secretly coalescing into a force that manipulated Jehovah's emotions, subsequently disrupting the integrity of a righteous angel, Lucifer. This caused a schism within the angelic host. Jehovah condemned and ostracized Lucifer, and a significant portion of the angelic population sided with Jehovah, so witnessing his treatment of Lucifer. Those who had harbored jealousy or disdain for Lucifer seized the opportunity to undermine him. A slightly disturbed Lucifer, in his anger, publicly announced his resignation from the angelic host. Seizing the moment, Jehovah struck Lucifer into the abyss of despair while he was distracted. Those angels who believed in Lucifer and sought to rescue him were also ensnared by Jehovah and cast into the abyss. Unbeknownst to Jehovah, when Lucifer fell into the abyss, the hearts of darkness, annihilation, destruction, cruelty, and demise within the abyss compelled Lucifer to swear an oath, pledging his soul. Thus, the five hearts bestowed power upon and transformed Lucifer, and from that moment forth, Lucifer ceased to exist. Only the Grim Reaper, or Satan, remained. The angels, branded as rebels and fallen by Jehovah, henceforth bore two names, the celestial angels and the fallen angels. Chapter 40. The journey through the forbidden forest. Lucifer, or rather Satan, though ensnared by the negative forces of the mind, perhaps due to the lingering influence of his originally righteous heart, conducted himself with integrity and transparency. He refrained from deceitful tactics, exhibiting a grand and imposing demeanor, executing his actions with unyielding decisiveness, albeit with a demeanor that could be described as rather stoic and cold. Upon learning that Satan had acquired supreme power, Jehovah became alarmed. To prevent Satan from fully mastering his newfound abilities, he resolved to seal or annihilate him, thus igniting the holy war. Beyond the abyss of the fallen, a multitude of winged beings radiated a golden, sanctified light. These were the angels of light. In stark contrast, lurking in the shadows, emanating a chilling aura of destruction, were the fallen angels. Among the angels of light, the foremost figure, an angel with 18 wings, shone with a purity akin to flames in the sky, wielding a golden scepter shaped like the sun. This was Jehovah, with a countenance reflecting both anguish and compassion. He gazed upon the leader of the fallen angels, who also bore 18 wings but exuded a cold, dark aura. Wielding a black scepter of the same sun-like design, this was Satan. Without hesitation, Jehovah attributed all sins to Satan, proclaiming, "Satan, you wicked and cold-hearted being. How dare you cause discord among the angelic kin, leading your brethren into the abyss of the fallen, and seek to incite war? Fortunately, I discovered your treachery in time. Otherwise, your malevolent ambitions would have led to the annihilation of the angels of light." Among the angels of light, aside from the elders and Jehovah's most trusted, the rest were thrown into a state of panic upon receiving this news. Various voices erupted within their ranks, lamenting the disgrace brought upon the angelic lineage by these fallen beings. Cursed be they. Thankfully, our Lord has noticed in time, or we would face ruin. I have long suspected these traitorous beings harbored ill intentions, and it has now been confirmed. Indeed, the fallen were truly fallen. Upon hearing these voices, Jehovah felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained one of pained compassion. These children are so precious. Satan, you may rest in peace. The angels of the dark faction, hearing Jehovah's words, mirrored the expression of their leader, Satan, emotionless. Satan merely cast a disdainful smile at Jehovah, choosing not to respond, as if deeming it beneath him to waste words on such a hypocritical figure. However, Jehovah, witnessing the scorn from the fallen angels and Satan, could not suppress his rising ire and gestured for the angels of light to prepare for battle. Are you ready? Satan spoke languidly, his voice low and icy. Jehovah, incensed by Satan's dismissive demeanor, launched an attack, while Satan leisurely flapped his wings, soaring toward Jehovah. As both factions witnessed their leaders engage in battle, they ascended, charging at one another. Jehovah swung his golden scepter, which emitted brilliant rays, aiming at Satan, who continued his slow flight, his black scepter held before him, maintaining an expression of stoicism. The golden light struck Satan but seemed to have no effect. He remained unchanged, meeting Jehovah's gaze with disdain, as if dismissing the divine's attack. Driven by Satan's contemptuous demeanor, Jehovah's expression shifted from anguish to pure fury. The two engaged in fierce combat, their appearances becoming disheveled, garments tattered, blood streaming from their forms. Jehovah's blood gleaming in gold and silver, while Satan's was dark green. The battlefield was a chaotic spectacle of golden and black light intertwining, littered with blood, dismembered limbs, and the lifeless bodies of angels, alongside those wounded and moaning on the ground. Injured angels bore broken wings or gaping wounds, while others continued to fight, sustaining various injuries. An unimaginable event unfolded. The holy war among the angels rekindled the 7 deadly sins that lay dormant within the hearts of most creatures in the world, thus igniting a global conflict. Yet, the angels remained oblivious to this consequence. As time passed, a century had swiftly elapsed since the commencement of the holy war. With the golden scepter held before him, Jehovah infused it with his magical power. Simultaneously, Satan positioned his black scepter before him, channeling his own power into it. As the two angelic leaders prepared for their ultimate strike, boom, light, a blinding brilliance, energy, destructive energy. After an indeterminate period, the area outside the abyss lay in ruins, dust swirling in the air, the ground soaked with golden, silver, and dark green blood, scattered limbs, and decaying flesh. While the angels who stood there vanished without a trace. In the world, aside from the spirit race, the centaur race, and a few other secluded groups in the forests, all others had succumbed to war. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust descended once more. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a new being emerged unexpectedly. These beings, known as humans, bore resemblance to both angels and spirits, but lacked wings and the elongated ears of the latter. They did not possess the dwarves' inventive wisdom, nor the spirit's keen intellect, nor the giant's formidable stature, nor the dragon's potent magic, nor the vampire's longevity. However, they amalgamated various traits of these creatures, embodying characteristics of them all. The sudden emergence of humans went unnoticed by other beings. Even if they did notice, they regarded humans with disdain, for their frailty rendered them insignificant. Thus, humans cautiously grew and developed amidst the other beings. When the war concluded, their advancement astonished all other races. Upon the war cessation, the participants found their faith in the power of the heart diminished and retreated to recuperate. It is said that Jehovah and Satan vanished in the explosion, and the angels who fought were transformed by the laws of the world, stripped of their memories, their original forms fading, becoming the humans that appeared. The age of angels had become a relic of the past. But what of Jehovah and Satan? Originally, they were energies that opposed the laws of the world. Thus, the fusion of these two energies ultimately led to their schism, resulting in the creation of 14 humanoid beings. These beings arrived at the former domain of the luminous angels and transformed it, giving rise to the Olympus temple. Among these beings were Zeus, the god of thunder, Hera, the goddess of peace, Poseidon, the god of the sea, Hades, the lord of the underworld, Hestia, the goddess of labor, Ares, the god of war, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, Hermes, the god of thievery, Hephaestus, the god of fire, Helios, the god of light, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, Artemis, the goddess of the moon, Dionysus, the god of wine, and Demeter, the goddess of grain. Aware that humanity was shaped by angels, the 14 deities proclaimed that Prometheus was the creator of both mankind and animals. Chapter 41. The journey through the forbidden forest. The evolution of humanity was marked by vigorous growth. As beings of angelic origin, humans embraced the teachings of the Olympian gods, cultivating a deep sense of gratitude and reverence towards them. Consequently, they began to worship these divine entities. Not long after humans acknowledged the Olympian gods, the deities covertly informed the leaders of humanity of their powerful ancestral lineage, imparting the knowledge of magic and combat energy, thus giving rise to the primary professions of sorcerers and swordsmen, alongside 5 secondary professions: alchemists, enchanters, spellcasters, and disassemblers. As humanity flourished, their influence spread across the globe unnoticed by other species. There is a saying, once power is attained, ambition inevitably swells. Indeed, humanity was no longer feeble. Their infrequent conflicts with other beings fostered a sense of arrogance and a desire for supremacy. Discontent with the dominion of other species, they sought to conquer the world, igniting the flames of the Third World War. Except for certain hidden races, all others engaged in strife and bloodshed. Under the covert guidance of the Olympian gods, humanity learned to designate 12 guardians, each corresponding to a constellation, to protect them for a month. In pursuit of the 12 guardians, the leaders of humanity conspired once more with the deities of Olympus, selecting the 12 most potent individuals through a blood ritual to awaken the latent angelic powers buried deep within their bloodlines, powers exclusive to the 12 guardians. As the 12 were chosen, the war had already raged on for a considerable time. Thus, the leaders arranged a concealed blood ritual in a secluded valley, challenging all factions to a final confrontation, citing the world's disarray and ruin as the catalyst for this decisive clash. Upon gathering in the valley, the factions recognized the necessity of resolution to avoid the catastrophic outcomes of the previous 2 wars. As they arrived, they beheld the 12 guardians seated in tranquil meditation at the center of the valley, encircled and protected by a multitude of their kin. "We have come as agreed. How shall we proceed?" inquired a representative of one faction. However, the lower-tier members of humanity, having previously received orders from their leaders, engaged in relentless combat regardless of the discussions above. Thus ensued a cacophony of chaos, with limbs and blood scattering across the battlefield, yet the 12 guardians remained undisturbed, their eyes closed, impervious to the turmoil surrounding them. In truth, they were entirely unaware of their environment, as they had been commanded by the higher-ups to remain seated in silence, sealing off their senses. Blood, a crimson tide, stained the earth, permeating the concealed ritual array. As some factions attempted to retreat, they discovered themselves ensnared by a luminous barrier, realizing that they had fallen victim to humanity's hidden machinations. Despair and rage engulfed them. The slaughter ceased upon the emergence of 12 radiant beams of light. The guardians, once seated, now arose, yet their eyes remained shut. Mystical symbols manifested upon their foreheads and behind them, resembling the celestial zodiac. Their garments billowed without wind, their cloaks tearing to reveal 9 pairs of wings. In the midst of the chaos, someone uttered the name angels. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as the realization dawned that humanity had evolved from angels, fallen and radiant alike. The 12 angels emanated an overwhelming aura, a power derived from the zodiac. A cataclysmic force erupted, shattering the very fabric of the valley, obliterating all traces of the conflict. Save for the remnants of carnage and blood, this valley became known as the Valley of Termination, and the conflict was immortalized as the Battle of the Valley of Termination. Following this confrontation, the so-called gods vanished, and all who possessed strength disappeared, leaving behind only the lowly. The records of the past were lost, leaving merely fragments of clues. Methods of cultivation and learning faded away, leaving only primitive techniques. The world fell silent once more, and no further large-scale conflicts involving empowered beings occurred. As those with abilities withdrew from the limelight, leaving the world under the dominion of the powerless, deemed the Muggles, McAteer and Ambuli remarked. As facilitators of the world's historical development, we are entrusted with the heart of nature. The other constellation guardians nodded in agreement. The heart of nature. The strongest essence derived from the division of the world's core, governed the spirit of justice. However, since the battle, the heart of nature began to wane, leaving behind a prophecy. When the 12 constellation guardians arrived at the temple, the heart of nature urged them to protect this sacred site. Awaiting the arrival of the child of nature, they stood vigil, ensconced in slumber, their forms accumulating dust until they became stone pillars, while the temple crumbled into ruins, leaving only their stone embodiments in the altar leading to the heart of nature. Prophecy, the spirit of nature drifts into slumber, heading towards extinction. The child of nature shall emerge amidst the roaring flames of time and space's turbulence, accompanied by unique spells, ancient elixirs, gold, and magic. The children of the zodiac shall be their companions. The price of blood and souls, pain, sorrow, and the despair of friendship shall awaken the 12 guardians. The powers of the zodiac will open the path of nature. In the end, the strength of nature shall flourish through the offspring, nurturing and growing alongside them. The time foretold in the prophecy is fast approaching. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Ambuli and Martindale suddenly appeared anxious. Swiftly teleporting Lin Fan to the altar, Lin Fan felt an immediate dizziness, and as he succumbed to a brief faint, he found himself upon the altar. The star maps upon the foreheads of the 12 zodiac guardians began to glow, channeling their energy into their palms and bestowing it upon Lin Fan and the altar. The wounds on Lin Fan's body vanished in an instant, leaving only the bloodstains on his clothes as a testament to the recent events, leading him to question the reality of it all. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. The moment he heard the prophecy, a voice resonated within his mind. Ignoring the actions of the 12 zodiac guardians, Lin Fan focused inward. At that moment, upon hearing the prophecy, the system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have received the task's class ability, Inheritance of Nature's Eternity. Chapter 42, Journey Through the Forbidden Forest, Return to One's Roots Eternity of Nature's Heart, a unique S-class ability inheritance. To reach the heart of nature and accept its legacy. However, the heart of nature is on the brink of destruction, its power nearing exhaustion. As nature encompasses many other hearts, upon accepting this inheritance, player Lin Fan must seek them out, learn and comprehend the abilities of all the hearts of nature, and create a new generation of nature's heart. The energy emitted by the 12 zodiac guardians grew increasingly potent, while their bodies gradually diminished in size. Over time, their wings began to vanish pair by pair, transforming them entirely into the appearance of ordinary humans. The radiance surrounding them rapidly faded. The 12 zodiac guardians gasped for breath, a low groan escaping their lips, crimson blood trickling from their mouths, tracing down to the corners. Lin Fan was lost in thought when he heard the muffled groans of the zodiac guardians. Observing the dimming light, he felt compelled to speak. Yidambuli, Makitier. And the other 10 guardians interjected, stating, "Our time is limited. The heart of nature is on the verge of dissipating. We hope you can reconstitute the heart of nature. For the forces of darkness are set to intensify." They ceased their discourse, for it was then that Lin Fan beheld the hair of the 12 zodiac guardians turning gray, their faces weathered and skin cracking, revealing signs of aging. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words, despite their role in the demise of Xiao Jiao. Their intentions were ultimately for the heart of nature. The lines of right and wrong blurred in this moment of impending dissolution. Lin Fan was unsure of what to say. "Rest assured, your friend," came a faint, intermittent voice, only to abruptly fall silent. The 12 zodiac guardians infused the last remnants of their energy into Lin Fan and the altar, before vanishing with a thunderous echo, returning to the cosmos. Lin Fan gazed at the dissipating guardians of the 12 zodiac signs, hearing their words trailing off into silence. Yet, he understood their unspoken message, for moments before their dissolution. A radiant orb had emerged from the being of Sagittarius, Andersel. The other 11 guardians also released orbs of light, albeit smaller than that of Andersel. For within his orb resided a fragment of a soul, a tiny horned essence. The 12 luminous orbs coalesced gently into one, then surged forth towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped into the emerald-hued portal that had materialized upon the altar. As he crossed the threshold, his vision dimmed, and his body felt as if it were gliding through a serpentine tunnel, twisting and turning incessantly. Time became an abstract concept until Lin Fan emerged from his stupor, his eyes fluttering open. He found himself in the very dream he had visited twice before, surrounded by a dense thicket, shrouded entirely in darkness. Not far away lay the source of the verdant luminescence, the heart of nature, where his purpose awaited. A subtle smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he approached. Enveloped in a green glow, he beheld a heart of nature, suspended in mid-air, pulsating rhythmically. This was indeed the heart of nature. Lin Fan gazed upon the heart of nature, letting out a sigh as he approached its side. The heart of nature, compared to his previous visits, had diminished significantly. If one were to describe its size, it had once been akin to the size of a human head. Yet now it was merely the size of half of Lin Fan's fist. It appeared that the heart of nature was on the brink of dissipating. A voice, as light and ethereal as a lark's song, resonated within Lin Fan's mind, though it bore a certain frailty. "Child, you have finally arrived." "Indeed, I have come," Lin Fan proclaimed with unwavering resolve. "Once I fade away, the world shall be in peril," the heart of nature conveyed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained silent, merely listening intently, for the heart of nature at present resembled an elderly man flickering like a dying flame. Lin Fan felt no desire to interrupt it. Yet, the emergence of other negative emotions loomed, poised to manipulate the hearts of individuals. "I am aware that you have brought forth a being known as the manipulator, a profession that ultimately seeks to govern the very essence of souls. I fervently hope you will guide those whose spirits have been insidiously devoured by darkness back to the light." Lin Fan nodded. "Indeed. You are the lingering remnant of my existence from another dimension, hence you are referred to as the child of nature." The voice of the heart of nature grew increasingly faint, enveloped in a deepening melancholy. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, only to be roused by the subsequent actions of the heart of nature. The heart of nature suddenly emitted a brilliant green light, expanding to the size of a mung bean before rushing towards Lin Fan, coming to rest at his forehead. In that instant, Lin Fan heard the final words of the heart of nature, a plea for help. Following this, a multitude of system notifications resounded within his mind. Ding! Player Lin Fan has activated S-rank ability, the eternal legacy of nature. Congratulations, player Lin Fan, on acquiring the title of Child of Nature. Child of Nature, the inheritor of the heart of nature, bestowed with the ability to comprehend the heart of nature. Ding! Player's magical power has increased. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Wizard, Manipulator. Title, Child of Nature. Magical power, 3,200. Life occupations, Alchemist, Artisan, Enchanter. Skills, Opening spell, Levitation spell, Manipulation spell, Communication. Serenity. Life skills, Alchemy. Special ability, Self-rescue. Ding! The magical body is unable to absorb energy, resulting in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Fan slowly collapsed backward, his eyes gently closing, a question emerging in his mind. What has happened to me? Xiao Fan, please wake up. What is wrong with you? A voice resonated in Lin Fan's ears, his body being shaken repeatedly. Lin Fan pondered who had called him Xiao Fanzi, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it before. He was anxious and heartbroken. Suddenly, it struck him. It was Wu Yu. Could it be that Wu Yu had also traversed through time? A myriad of questions swirled in Lin Fan's mind as he gradually opened his eyes. "Ah, doctor. Oh, Lin Fan is awake," Wu Yu exclaimed joyfully, her voice tinged with urgency. A doctor clad in a white coat entered, accompanied by several nurses. They attended to Lin Fan for a considerable time before the doctor turned to Wu Yu and said, "The patient is in stable condition, though still somewhat weak. A few days of rest should suffice." With that, he departed amidst Wu Yu's expressions of gratitude. Lin Fan felt quite perplexed. Without any illness or calamity, why had a group of doctors and nurses been summoned? They had been fussing over him for quite some time. However, as Lin Fan glanced around the room's decor, the pervasive whiteness, white, and yet more white, clearly indicated that this was indeed a hospital. Lin Fan turned to gaze at Wu Yu, noticing the slight redness in her eyes, accentuated by pronounced dark circles. Her face bore a joyful expression, yet it could not conceal the profound sense of fatigue that lingered beneath. Lin Fan opened his mouth, only to feel a parched dryness and found himself unable to utter a word. Wu Yu approached Lin Fan's side and gently tapped his chest, her voice slightly choked. "Oh, so you do remember to wake up." Lin Fan cleared his throat and finally spoke. "Wu Yu, what happened to you? And how did I end up here? By the way, I'm quite parched. Could you pour me some water?" Wu Yu brought a glass of water to Lin Fan, watching him drink before refilling it. Then she said, "How dare you say that? You were unconscious for half a month. Do you realize how terrifying that was?" "Huh? I was unconscious? For half a month? Wasn't I at Hogwarts? Didn't you also come over here?" Lin Fan replied, perplexed. "Hogwarts? Transmigration? Have you lost your mind? Or have you been reading too many novels or watching too many movies? Do you have any idea how frightened both Anne and I were?" Wu Yu exclaimed, half amused and half exasperated. Lin Fan heard Wu Yu mention matters concerning his mother, temporarily setting aside the question of whether Wu Yu had also traversed into another realm. He inquired, "How's my mother?" "Humph, your mother was so frightened that she fainted. She has been utterly anxious, spending all this time in the hospital dealing with your situation. It was only after I persuaded her to return and rest that she finally took a break. We have been unable to sleep or eat well during this time. What do you propose we do about it?" As she concluded her statement, Wu Yu, in an effort to prevent Lin Fan from feeling sorrowful or blaming her, lightheartedly added a jest. Lin Fan and Wu Yu, childhood friends who grew up together, were well aware of each other's thoughts. With a playful nod, Lin Fan playfully tapped Wu Yu's chest, exclaiming, "Ah, you simply want to savor the dishes I prepare." Wu Yu responded with a chuckle, "Of course. After all, we are brothers. You don't have a sister-in-law at the moment. So as long as you cater to Auntie and me, who else would you cook for?" All right. I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you, esteemed Wu." Lin Fan replied, before adding, "Now, go take care of the discharge procedures. I'm fine now, and we shall leave the hospital." Upon hearing Lin Fan's intention to discharge, Wu Yu opened his mouth to respond, but a glance from Lin Fan silenced him. Understanding Lin Fan's stubborn nature, Wu Yu turned and exited the hospital room. Once alone, Lin Fan pondered deeply. Have I returned to reality? And what am I 2-week coma? What transpired at Hogwarts? Where's the heart of nature? Did I not receive the legacy? Is the title of Heart of Nature merely a figment of my imagination? Lin Fan, let us tidy up and head out. Wu Yu said upon re-entering and noticing Lin Fan lost in thought. Let us go, Lin Fan replied, startled, before nodding in agreement. If I cannot fathom it, then I shall not dwell on it. The two friends gathered their belongings and exited the hospital, hailing a cab to return home. Summary of all characters introduced in Volume 1. Lin Fan, male, the protagonist of this narrative, who has traversed into the magical realm of Harry Potter. Wu Yu, male, Lin Fan's steadfast friend and childhood companion, representing the real world. Hagrid, male, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a half-giant, and Lin Fan's first acquaintance in the HP universe. Aragog, male, originally Hagrid's pet, later released into the Forbidden Forest following the Chamber of Secrets incident. He was discovered by Lin Fan alongside Hagrid. Balarky Franel, male, a portrait in Hogwarts, was a painter in his lifetime. Lin Fan encountered him as he and Hagrid entered Hogwarts. Peeves, male, the mischievous ghost of Hogwarts, notorious for his pranks, upon entering Hogwarts. Lin Fan and Hagrid were drenched in water by him. Albus Dumbledore, male, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, whom Lin Fan first met through Hagrid's guidance. Minerva McGonagall, female, head of Gryffindor House and professor of Transfiguration. Severus Snape, male, known as Novellus, a former Slytherin student and head of Slytherin House, he teaches potions. Phileas Flitwick, male, the professor of charms. Irma Pants, female, the librarian of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sir Nicholas, male, the resident ghost of Gryffindor, known as Nearly Headless Nick. The Fat Friar, male, the resident ghost of Hufflepuff. The four founders females, Gryffindor Girl, Hufflepuff Girl, Ravenclaw Girl, Slytherin Girl. For peculiar girls who terrified Lin Fan upon their first encounter, leading him to the room of requirement. Little Horn, male, a pure white unicorn. Lin Fan met him while searching for a way out of the Forbidden Forest after activating the Alchemist system. Little Horn was injured, and Lin Fan aided in his recovery, forming a strong bond. The giant worm, Lin Fan, haunted by childhood experiences, lost his way due to the worm, leading him to the Alchemist's land within the Forbidden Forest, which activated his Alchemist system. Through the encounter with the worm, Lin Fan overcame his fears, enhanced his magical abilities, and unlocked new potions. Fatal Greenrow, male, a first-year student from Hufflepuff, an incredibly directionally challenged individual. Lin Fan met him after exiting the room of requirement, and they soon became good friends. Argus Filch, male, the caretaker of Hogwarts, confiscated Lin Fan's nutritional supplements intended for Fatal, causing Fatal to feel guilty and apologize the following day. Pierre Golai, male, a seeker from Gryffindor. Hill Ronify, male, a Gryffindor student who announced the match circumstances during Lin Fan's first Quidditch match. Brittany Lottier, female, a Gryffindor chaser. Jenny Tolotten, male, a Gryffindor chaser. Sherlock Paul, male, a seeker from Ravenclaw. Pani Wabapa, male, a chaser from Ravenclaw. Hitler Hall, male, a Gryffindor seeker. Warren De Ing, male, a Ravenclaw keeper. Neem Sunny, male, a Ravenclaw chaser. Shi Moya, male, a Ravenclaw seeker. Anshu Janolan, male, a Ravenclaw seeker. Zarobach, male, a Ravenclaw keeper. Warpika Chikov, female, a Ravenclaw seeker. Sirius Black, male, nicknamed Padfoot, a former Gryffindor student and future godfather to Harry Potter. He is a close friend of Lin Fan and a member of the Warm Home. Encountered during a Quidditch match. Remus Lupin, male, transforms into a werewolf on full moons, known as Moony, a former Gryffindor student and a close friend of Lin Fan. Also part of the Warm Home, met during a Quidditch match. Lily Evans, female, James's wife and future mother of Harry Potter. A former Gryffindor student and close friend of Lin Fan, part of the Warm Home, met during a Quidditch match. James Potter, male, Lily's husband, nicknamed Prongs. Future father of Harry Potter, a close friend of Lin Fan, a former Gryffindor student, and a member of the Warm Home, encountered during a Quidditch match. Tom Marvolo Riddle, male, a former Slytherin student at Hogwarts, appeared in Lily's dreams, currently known as Voldemort. Heart of Nature, a wondrous entity embodying the positive spirit of nature. Capable of communing with all living things, embodying tranquility and inner peace, possessing vast mental abilities. Fawkes, male, a phoenix and Dumbledore's pet. first encountered when Dumbledore informed Linfan about Lily's dream. Peter Pettigrew, male, a friend of James and others, known as Wordtail, who prefers to follow the strong. He first met Linfan at the Warm Home, where he was invited by James, leading to one of Linfan's most embarrassing moments. Aslan Clayson, female, a Muggle woman involved in human trafficking, when Linfan first left the Warm Home and got lost. She deceived him into a village and conspired with her husband to drug Linfan, imprisoning him in a cellar. Hubert Clayson, male, a middle-aged trafficker, husband of Aslan Clayson, who conspired with her to imprison Linfan. For children, 3 boys and 1 girl, similarly deceived and captured in the cellar, later rescued by Linfan and escaped. Horasats Batchgold, male, a Muggle king, particularly fond of children around 10 years old. He purchased Linfan and intended to abuse him in the cellar, activating Linfan's self-defense system, resulting in severe trauma. 2 guards, male, the guards of Horasats. Tom, the innkeeper of the Leaky Cauldron, whom Linfan first encountered after escaping from Batchgold's palace, unexpectedly finding himself outside the inn, where Hagrid brought him inside. Snoopy, male, a malnourished owl purchased by Linfan at the Alama Owl shop. He serves as a vessel for the Heart of Nature and dissipated after Dumbledore summoned Linfan to the Heart of Nature. Raphael Little, male, a first-year Hufflepuff student. Remarkably naive, he is a companion of Fatal, first encountered when Linfan returned to Hogwarts from the Warm Home, meeting him and Fatal outside Dumbledore's office. Featherland, male, a centaur, first met on the night Linfan dined with Raphael and Fatal. Linfan mistook him for Little Horn, and he provided Linfan with a prophecy. Magray, male, the leader of the centaurs, who appeared after Featherland spoke to Linfan. Ambuli, male, the guardian of the Gemini constellation, awakened by Little Horn's blood sacrifice, later vanished upon the altar's activation. Andetcher, male, the guardian of the Sagittarius constellation, awakened by Little Horn's blood sacrifice, later vanished upon the altar's activation. Gabriel, male, the guardian of the Aquarius constellation, vanished upon the activation of the altar. Babylon, male, the guardian of the Scorpio constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Muir, male, the guardian of the Cancer constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Haniel, male, the guardian of the Capricorn constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Machadiel, male, the guardian of the Aries constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Fishiel, male, the guardian of the Leo constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Uriel, male, the guardian of the Libra constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Asmodai, male, the guardian of the Taurus constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Hamiel, male, the guardian of the Virgo constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Bak, male, the guardian of the Pisces constellation, awakened due to the blood sacrifice of the small horn, then disappeared upon the activation of the altar. Jehovah, male, commonly referred to as God, originally the leader of angels, later became the leader of the light angels following the division of his angelic kin, waged a holy war, and dissipated in the final clash with Satan, merging into 14 deities. Satan, male, originally named Lucifer, was cast into the abyss of fall by Jehovah and transformed into the leader of fallen angels under the influence of negative emotions, dissipating and merging with Jehovah in the final clash of the holy war, becoming 14 deities. Zeus, male, the god of thunder and chief of the gods, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Hera, female, the queen of the heavens and goddess of peace, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Poseidon, male, the god of the sea and brother of Zeus, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Hades, male, the god of the underworld and elder brother of Zeus, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Hestia, female, the goddess of labor, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Ares, male, the god of war, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Athena, female, the goddess of wisdom, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Hermes, male, the god of theft, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Hephaestus, male, the god of fire, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Helios, male, the god of light, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Aphrodite, female, the goddess of love and beauty, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Artemis, female, the goddess of the moon, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Dionysus, male, the god of wine, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Demeter, female, the goddess of grain, vanished during the guidance of the human blood sacrifice. Prometheus, male, said by the gods to be the creator of humanity, Chapter 1. The Return. Lin Fan and Wu Yu stepped out of the taxi and approached the door of their home. Lin Fan gazed at the entrance. A sense of hesitation washing over him. A peculiar feeling of trepidation at returning home swelling within his heart. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, Wu Yu, ever the loyal brother and confidant, swiftly discerned his thoughts and teased. Ah, little Fancy is afraid too? Is it that feeling of trepidation upon nearing home? Lin Fan was most intolerant of losing face in front of his childhood friend or leaving any incriminating evidence in this gentleman's hands. Thus, he raised his head and, with forced composure, declared, "Who said I would be afraid? Have you forgotten who I am? Humph. Go ahead, step in. I shall assist you in opening the door." With that, he moved forward, extending his right hand into his pocket to retrieve the key, preparing to unlock the door. Upon witnessing his actions, Lin Fan hastily grasped his hand, inhaling deeply before saying, "Wait a moment, let us cultivate the right mood. As childhood friends, steadfast companions, childhood sweethearts, and dear brothers, will you relish the prospect of Lin Fan making a fool of himself before him?" "Hey, brother, I couldn't care less," he declared. Releasing his right hand from Lin Fan's grip, inserting the key into the lock, only for the door to swing open unexpectedly. A gentle, melodious voice emanated from behind the door, and with a soft click, it opened. At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon a middle-aged woman, his voice trembling with emotion. Eyes glistening with tears as he called out, "Mom." The woman looked at Lin Fan, enveloping him in her embrace, whispering, "It's all right. You're awake now. You're awake." Tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading onto Lin Fan's clothing. Wu Yu, witnessing this poignant reunion, felt his own eyes welling with tears. He discreetly wiped them away. Reflecting on the years since his parents had departed, grateful for Lin Fan's mother's kindness, who had treated him as if he were her own. He had never addressed her as mother, yet a part of him longed to voice that sentiment, a tribute to his own parents' memory. With a hoarse voice laced with mirth, Wu Yu interjected, "What are you two doing? Standing at the door without coming in?" After speaking, he playfully took hold of Lin Fan's mother's hand, saying, "Auntie, I am absolutely famished. Let us ask Xiao Fan to prepare a meal to reward us for our steadfast companionship." Lin Fan's mother, surnamed Chun, raised him alone in a single-parent household after his father passed away from asthma during his childhood. Aware of Lin Fan's feelings of guilt towards both herself and Wu Yu, and observing that he was untroubled, she playfully joined in with Wu Yu's jesting, saying, "Ah, Xiao Fan, look at how our bellies are round and restless. How do you intend to reward our digestive systems?" Lin Fan released his embrace of his mother, wiped away his tears, and chuckled, "Mom, look at how you're chatting with Wu Yu." He then struck a bold pose, waving his hand with flair. "All right, today I'll show you my skills." Wu Yu interjected from the side, "If it's not good, we'll start over." "Hey, you rascal. Who doesn't he know what you're up to? Whether it's delicious or not is not solely up to your say-so. If you're perpetually dissatisfied, I would be doomed." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Wu Yu fell silent, having had his intentions unveiled. What more could he say? Nonetheless, during this time, he would still need Lin Fan to cook more often. Perhaps he should have a word with Auntie. Mother Lin gazed affectionately at the two playful individuals, her eyes filled with warmth and a smile gracing her face. The sorrow and melancholy brought on by Lin Fan's previous fainting spell dissipating into thin air. All right, little rascals, you were just about to go inside. And now you're chatting at the door," she teased with a gentle laugh. "Hey, Auntie, we're just asking little Fan to cook for us. Why don't you take a moment to rest inside while we head out with him to buy some groceries?" With a wave of his hand, he unceremoniously pulled Lin Fan towards the market. In the kitchen, Lin Fan stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the pot simmering with soup. Alone in the kitchen, he had sent his mother and Wu Yu to the living room to watch television, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Memories of Hogwarts flooded his mind. Could it all have been a dream? Yet, everything felt so vividly real. The forbidden forest, the small corner, Hagrid, Fawkes, Dumbledore, the room of requirement, the four eccentric women, James, Sirius, Remus. It all felt incredibly genuine. "Little Fan, what are you doing? The soup is ready." Wu Yu's voice pulled Lin Fan from his reverie. "I know. I'm just about to turn off the heat," Lin Fan replied. "Please take the soup out for me. I still have a few dishes to finish." Wu Yu, perceiving nothing unusual about Lin Fan, simply poured the soup into a bowl and carried it out. Lin Fan paused his drifting thoughts, finished preparing the remaining dishes, and then called Wu Yu in to assist him in carrying them out. At the dining table, the three enjoyed their meal, sharing stories of recent events. Wu Yu recounted what had transpired with Lin Fan that day. After parting ways with Lin Fan, Wu Yu noticed that by evening, Lin Fan had not returned. With the dormitory set to close and roll call approaching in less than an hour, Wu Yu decided to call him. To his dismay, the first call went unanswered due to being out of service, and the second and final call revealed that Lin Fan's phone was turned off. Wu Yu's composure began to waver. He had seen Lin Fan charging his phone just the night before. He understood that Lin Fan rarely used his phone, only for calls and messages, and his device boasted an exceptionally long battery life, typically requiring a charge only once a week. Could it be that something had happened to Lin Fan? Informing the others in the dormitory, Wu Yu rushed out. He headed to the internet CAF frequently visited by Lin Fan, searching high and low but finding no trace of him. Upon inquiring with the owner, who was familiar with both Lin Fan and Wu Yu. He learned that Lin Fan had left around 5 or 6 in the evening. Wu Yu dashed out once more, searching several of Lin Fan's usual haunts and even calling Lin Fan's mother, yet no lead surfaced. In a twist of fate, he found himself wandering into a secluded grove within a nearby park, a place typically devoid of visitors, save for a few couples who might venture there at night. As Wu Yu stepped into the grove, he spotted Lin Fan lying on the ground and promptly took him to the hospital, subsequently requesting leave from school. That night, Lin Fan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Rising, he opened the computer on his desk and after a brief moment, connected to the internet and navigated to Baidu. He searched for Hogwarts, the renowned magical school from the Harry Potter series. Known for training wizards and one of the most prestigious in Europe, the school operated on a 7-year curriculum, requiring all students to board. During Christmas, students had the option to return home or remain on campus for the festivities. After the 3rd year, with the guardian's consent, they could visit Hogsmeade on weekends. All students were required to leave the school during summer vacation. Searching for the Unicorn of Hogwarts yielded results related to the first book, while a search for Lin Fan within Hogwarts produced no results. Similarly, searching for the Heart of Nature also proved fruitless. Lin Fan languidly reclined in his chair, closing his eyes and exhaling a sigh. He had initially intended to delve into the plot of Harry Potter, but at that moment, he found himself devoid of any motivation. Shutting his computer, he gazed out at the night sky, his thoughts surging forth like a fountain. Reminiscing about the 2 or 3 months spent at Hogwarts, an amalgamation of joy and sorrow. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Lin Fan's face. He opened his eyes, surveying the furnishings around him, reassuring himself that his return was not a mere figment of his imagination. Sighing once more, he rose from his seat. In recent days, Lin Fan had been ensconced in the comfort of his home, neglecting to report back to school. While Wu Yu had come by around noon to share a meal, Lin Fan observed his mother, who was engaged in cleaning, and noticed the increasing strands of white hair at her temples. A wave of sentiment washed over him as he realized that his mother was growing old. Lin Fan was uncertain of what had come over him as he abruptly rushed to his mother's side, enveloping her in an embrace. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as he uttered words that made little sense even to himself. "Mom, I must depart once more. Please take good care of yourself. If anything arises, remember to call Wu Yu. I know he regards you as his own mother as well. In my absence, please look after one another." Lin's mother trembled slightly, patting Lin Fan's hand, and said, "Silly child, what are you saying? Why are you talking about leaving? Where do you intend to go?" Lin Fan rested his chin upon his mother's shoulder and said, "I am fine. I am uncertain of what I just uttered." Lin's mother, however, kept this matter close to her heart, gently patting Lin Fan while sighing inwardly. A month had passed since Lin Fan uttered those peculiar words, and he had returned to campus, immersed in his daily studies. At school, Lin Fan often reminisced about his time at Hogwarts, recalling the exhilarating moment when Hagrid introduced him to the sorting ceremony. For the past month, he had endeavored to suppress any thoughts related to Harry Potter, ceasing his search for related materials. Instead, he focused on leading a simple and warm life with Wu Yu and his mother, which was sufficient. On this particular day, Lin Fan inexplicably summoned Wu Yu, and together they ventured to a sparsely populated little park, arriving at the very grove where Lin Fan had once collapsed. Lin Fan closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "Xiao Fanzi, what troubles you so? Why the sigh?" Wu Yu observed Lin Fan's unusual demeanor and inquired. In truth, a month prior, Lin's mother had confided in him about Lin Fan's peculiar behavior on that day, mentioning something about leaving once more. Wu Yu had been pondering this matter lately. Leaving? Was Lin Fan merely lost in a dream, or was he speaking nonsense? Lin Fan opened his eyes. Leaning against the small tree where Wu Yu had mentioned he had fainted, his gaze was dazed, with a fleeting glimmer of green flickering in his eyes. "Wu Yu, it seems I am about to depart." Wu Yu had been fixated on Lin Fan and just caught sight of the green flicker in his eyes. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, he was taken aback. "Xiao Fanzi, what nonsensical things are you saying? What do you mean by departing? Where are you intending to go?" In Lin Fan's eyes, a green light intensified, and a pattern appeared on his forehead, a mysterious bird of an unknown species soaring in the air. Wu Yu was genuinely startled. Although he did not indulge in novels, he was familiar with terms such as time travel, reincarnation, and supernatural abilities, coupled with Lin Fan's earlier inquiries. "Have you crossed over as well? And am I not at Hogwarts?" Along with his conversation with Lin's mother and the current circumstances, Wu Yu swallowed hard. He was 100% convinced that Lin Fan had ventured into the world of Harry Potter. Having read Harry Potter, he was well aware of what Hogwarts represented. "Take good care of my mother. Do not let her worry about me. I am fine. Besides, my mother regards you as a son and treats you better than she does me. You know that. You must also look after yourself. I am about to leave." As he spoke, a brilliant green light radiated from Lin Fan, yet it was not blinding. Wu Yu could easily perceive Lin Fan's state. He seemed to witness Lin Fan's soul departing from his body, shrinking into an extraordinarily adorable child, whose appearance bore no resemblance to Lin Fan's childhood. This child lay on a bed, eyes closed, a smile adorning his face. He saw an elderly man with a long white beard, adorned with a bow tie. A disheveled giant in tattered clothing, a beautiful woman nearby, and 3 handsome men. 2 charming children rushed in from outside. Yet they lacked the captivating allure of Lin Fan's transformed figure. Those 2 children were still yet to develop into handsome beings. While Lin Fan epitomized the ultimate charming youth capable of turning countless female admirers into wolves. As the green light dissipated, Lin Fan lay motionless before Wu Yu. Eyes shut. Wu Yu heard Lin Fan's words as he completely departed. There is no need to take me to the hospital. I have merely entered a state of suspended animation. With all bodily functions ceasing, I should still be able to return. Take care of yourself and my mother. In the Hogwarts infirmary, Lin Fan, lying unconscious on the hospital bed, felt his fingers twitch slightly, which Sirius happened to notice. He cried out, Lin Fan has awakened. He has awakened. My goodness. He is finally awake. Is it true? Ah, Lin Fan is really awake. Quickly, summon Madame Pomfrey. The surroundings erupted into a flurry of excitement as Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, let out a sigh, and murmured, Hogwarts, I have returned. Chapter 2. A Warm Home in Diagon Alley. Dear Mr. Lin Fan, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Sincerely yours, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry first-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain work robes. 2. A plain pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves. 4. A winter cloak. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. All students must prepare the following books. Standard spells. Level 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. A special note for parents. First-year students are prohibited from bringing their own broomsticks. In disbelief, Lin Fan thought, Parents? Aren't you my guardians now? He glanced at the date, July 1st. Please, it is already August 30th. Goodness, Dumbledore, are you jesting with me? Shaking his head, despite his words, Lin Fan felt a mix of intrigue, novelty, and discomfort. However, he took out a piece of parchment and wrote with a quill, I have received the letter. After rolling it up, he fed a piece of jerky to his owl and entrusted the letter to it. The owl took flight with the message. Lin Fan freshened up and descended the stairs, only to find that Lily and the others were still absent. They must have gone to work once more. Lin Fan had not eaten, pressed for time as the start of school approached. He dared not venture outside directly, so he resorted to using flue powder from the fireplace, abstaining from food to avoid nausea. After securing his belongings, he approached the hearth, tossed a handful of flue powder into the flames, which transformed into a vibrant green. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan leaped into the fire, exclaiming, the leaky cauldron. Inside the leaky cauldron, Tom observed the peculiarities of the fireplace, fully aware of their significance. Clearly, someone had arrived via flue powder. Lin Fan emerged from the chimney, coughing slightly. Goodness, after several uses of the flying powder, it remains quite difficult to endure. A sense of resentment brewed within Lin Fan as he pondered, why does no one assist me in acquiring it? This is truly troublesome. Tom, observing Lin Fan, felt a surge of joy. He approached Lin Fan and exclaimed, Oh, Lin Fan, I am so glad you have awakened. I have missed you dearly. You know, everyone has been deeply concerned about you. Hagrid has been known to frequent this place, often in a state of drunkenness. Lin Fan gazed at Tom, recognizing the sincerity in his words. Ever since Lin Fan awakened in this world, he discovered just yesterday that he possessed the ability to discern the authenticity of what others were expressing. Lin Fan embraced Tom and said, I miss you too. Tom inquired. Then interrupted Lin Fan before he could speak further. Let me take a guess. You were headed to Diagon Alley to purchase school supplies, am I correct? Lin Fan curiously inquired, Tom, how did you come to know that? Tom gazed at Lin Fan and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Oh, Lin Fan, you are truly delightful. Tell me, how old are you this year? Lin Fan was left blushing, having been laughed at by Tom. Lin Fan emerged from the broken cauldron, making his way to the refuse heap where Hagrid had previously escorted him. He began counting the bricks on the wall. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. An infusion of magic flowed into his right index finger, which he then tapped thrice upon the brick. The brick revealed a small opening, gradually transforming into an archway. Lin Fan took a deep breath, gazing at the cobblestone path before him, observing the wizards clad in cloaks and the children who appeared to be of similar age to his own. Diagon Alley, I have returned. Chapter 3, A Stroll Through Diagon Alley. Lin Fan proceeded to the nearest shop, as instructed in his Hogwarts acceptance letter. It was a store specializing in cauldrons. Lin Fan entered the shop, observing an array of large pots, within which sat a petite girl, seemingly of similar stature to him. Languidly yawning as she perched upon a chair, Lin Fan addressed the girl, Excuse me, miss, may I inquire about the manager of this establishment? Startled by Lin Fan's voice, the girl slightly opened her eyes and gazed at him. Oh, are you looking to purchase a large pot? The manager has stepped out. I can assist you in the meantime. Oh, then could you please fetch me? Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, the girl interjected, a standard size no. 2-pot made of tin, correct? She moved beside Lin Fan, smiling at him. Lin Fan gazed at the girl who stood so close to him, finally discerning her features. She possessed large, luminous eyes, cerulean irises, and long, slightly curled chestnut hair, exuding an air of languid charm. A faint, peculiar blush appeared on Lin Fan's face as he spoke with a hint of urgency. How did you know? Upon reflecting on her age, he realized, you must also be a new student at Hogwarts. The girl noticed the sudden flush on Lin Fan's face and erupted into a fit of giggles. In that moment, her previously languid demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a vibrant and exuberant spirit. Yes, hello. I am also a new student at Hogwarts this year, delightful fellow. My name is Ninalu Polode. You may call me Ninalu. And what about you, delightful fellow? Lin Fan was referred to as an adorable fellow by Nina Lu, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. He detested being called cute, as he was a man, albeit undeniably charming to an extreme degree. The flush on Lin Fan's face deepened, and with a tone of displeasure, he stated, I am Lin Fan. Upon noticing the weight of Lin Fan's tone, Nina Lu suddenly realized her misstep. I apologize, Lin Fan. I did not intend to offend you. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing Nina Lu's words, Lin Fan finally managed to calm his emotions. Lin Fan arrived at a shop that specialized in robes. It appeared to be the sole establishment in Diagon Alley offering such garments. The sign above the shop proclaimed the ability to craft robes suitable for various occasions and ages. Upon entering, Lin Fan beheld a plump, short-statured witch, her countenance radiating kindness, adorned in a purple robe trimmed with gold. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, the lady interjected, You must be a new student at Hogwarts, seeking to purchase a school robe, I presume? This is indeed a boutique dedicated to Hogwarts robes. Yes, madam. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Child, you may call me Madam Malkin. Please, come this way, Madam Malkin instructed. Lin Fan followed Madame Majin, observing the various robes of different colors and sizes. In his heart, he could not help but feel that all these garments appeared quite similar. Madame Majin. You may call me Lin Fan. Under the guidance of Madame Majin, Lin Fan arrived at the rear of the shop. After Lin Fan emerged from Madame Majin clad in a sorcerer's robe, he proceeded to the bookstore to purchase the books required by the school. Although these volumes could also be found in the room of requirements and the library, Lin Fan purchased a scale, a medicine bottle, and a telescope, however. He did not acquire the prescriptions or materials, as these prescribed formulas held no value for him as an apothecary. He had committed them to memory, and moreover, the room of requests contained numerous other potion recipes. As for the medicinal herbs, there existed the sanctuary of apothecaries. Once he procured all his supplies, Lin Fan made his way to a shop known as the Wand Shop, where he had heard the proprietor was named Ollivander, a member of a family renowned for crafting and selling wands. Lin Fan pushed open the door, causing the wind chime to tinkle. Inside Ollivander's wand shop, shelves lined the walls, each adorned with rectangular boxes, some of which were dust-laden, while Ollivander busied himself with his daily tidying. Upon seeing the charming boy who had entered, a smile crept across his aged face, reminiscent of a chrysanthemum flower. Ah, young lad, you must be a new student of Hogwarts. Come, choose the wand that is destined for you. Lin Fan was led to the counter by Ollivander. Which hand do you favor? He inquired. My right hand, Lin Fan replied. Ollivander then produced a measuring tape to assess Lin Fan's dimensions, from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to the ground, from knee to armpit, and the entirety of his head. Subsequently, he retrieved a box and extracted a wand, saying, Try this one. It is made of peachwood, with a core of unicorn hair, measuring 9.5 inches. Give it a wave and see. Lin Fan infused magical energy into the wand, only for it to shatter explosively, leaving his hand marred with deep wounds, blood oozing from the injury. Ollivander exclaimed in horror, Oh dear, let us replace this one. He then produced another wand, stating, This one, crafted from redwood, with a core of dragon heartstring, measures 12 inches. Veins bulged on Lin Fan's forehead as he wished to exclaim, My hand is injured, indeed. Yet, the words remained unspoken. With a surge of determination, he retrieved a mid-level healing potion from his pocket and consumed it. The aftermath was explosive, for Lin Fan's hand bore numerous wounds. It must be said that Ollivander was dedicated and rather obsessive regarding his wands. He was singularly focused, experimenting with this particular one made of walnut, featuring a core of Australian phoenix feather, measuring 9.75 inches in length. Lin Fan infused his magic, and with a wave, an explosion ensued. Lin Fan brandished yet another wand bestowed upon him by Ollivander, crafted from the wood of the phoenix tree, with a core made from the longest feather atop a phoenix's head, measuring 11.1 inches in length. Despite this, he held no expectations for the wand. Oh, but this wand had found its rightful master, and Ollivander appeared quite pleased. Lin Fan finally relaxed, gazing at the wand in his hand, exhaling in relief. He then glanced at his right hand, which needed proper healing upon his return. Lin Fan paid for the wand, and it must be said that Ollivander was exceedingly pleased to find a suitable owner for the wand. Remarkably, He did not require Lin Fan to pay for the wands that had exploded. Lin Fan, weary and fatigued, arrived at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. After exchanging greetings with Tom, he picked up the flu powder, suppressing a wave of nausea as he returned to his cozy abode. As night fell, Lin Fan prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lily, James, Remus, and little Sirius. Lin Fan emerged from the kitchen with the final dish, just as sounds echoed from the direction of the front door. The first to enter was Sirius Black, who, upon catching sight of the sumptuous feast laid out on the dining table, was filled with excitement. He exclaimed loudly to the individuals yet to step inside, "See, I told you I could smell the delicious food that Lin Fan has prepared." After uttering this, he inhaled deeply, savoring the aromatic fragrance that filled the air. "Come on. Hurry up and get in here. We can smell it," called out Lily and James Potter, their voices booming. The sheer volume of their shouts caused Sirius to wilt slightly. He quickly stepped aside as the Potters entered, followed closely by Remus, who simply smiled with his customary warmth. After a moment, James addressed those still outside. "Peter, come in." The timid figure of Peter Pettigrew shuffled in, trembling and appearing rather cowardly. Sirius, while enjoying the meal, appeared misty-eyed, his body trembling slightly. Lin Fan observed this peculiarity and couldn't help but inquire, "Sirius, what's the matter? Are you crying?" With a quiver in his voice, Sirius replied, "Lin Fan, it's truly wonderful that you've awakened." You, he stammered. "Do you know how much we've suffered during this time? Lily's cooking has been as unpalatable as poison." Yet before he could finish, a fierce glare from Lily silenced him, causing him to retreat once more, his confidence dissipating. Lin Fan cast a glance at Lily, swallowing hard. He had once tasted the meal she prepared, and the experience was, to put it mildly, far from commendable. Observe the honest and gentle demeanor of Remus. His eyes also appeared slightly reddened. Meanwhile, James, constrained by Lily's presence beside him, merely hastened the pace at which he devoured the food on the table. Lin Fan chose to disregard Peter, for the mere sight of him was a detriment to his appetite, with a lewd expression on his face and trembling in fear. In the living room, after a meal, a few individuals engaged in conversation. Little Dwarf sat in the corner, shaking his body as he observed their discourse. "Tomorrow, I shall be attending Hogwarts," Lin Fan announced, addressing the group. "Yes, we are aware," they replied. "By the way, why did none of you assist me in purchasing my supplies?" Lin Fan lamented. "Well, actually, we wanted you to experience the joy of acquiring your own learning materials." James and the others replied, forcing nods. Lin Fan cast a skeptical glance at the four individuals, questioning whether they had truly forgotten. Although phrased as an inquiry, his tone conveyed unmistakable certainty. "No, absolutely not." James and Sirius fervently shook their heads, while Lily and Remus averted their gazes elsewhere. "Are you truly certain?" Lin Fan pressed. To which they insisted, "Indeed, we are." The five engaged in a debate over the existence of this matter, unwittingly allowing the time on the wall to progress from 8:32 to 9:47. It was a rather embarrassing situation. Ultimately, Sirius produced an item to bring the discussion to a close. Lin Fan rubbed his feet together, his hands fidgeting as he cast a seductive smile at James and the others. "Oh, please, gentle sirs, have mercy and return the photograph to me." Sirius lifted his head, exuding an air of arrogance, his expression seemingly proclaiming, "Humph, young one, are you frightened?" James cleared his throat, while Remus and Lily simply gazed at Lin Fan, and Peter, on the side, observed the five of them as if they were performing on stage. Lin Fan felt a chill as he was scrutinized by James and the others. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he relented. "All right, what must I do for you to destroy this photograph?" What kind of photograph, one might wonder. It was, in fact, the image captured when Lin Fan had drugged James and his companions, who subsequently exacted a brutal revenge by stripping him of his clothes and subjecting him to relentless humiliation. In a moment of clumsiness, the diminutive Sirius accidentally knocked the camera, resulting in that fateful snapshot. "Heh, do you truly believe that could happen?" Sirius jeered, to which James and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want from me?" The four members of the group, Sirius, James, Remus, and Lily, replied, "We haven't figured it out yet." Clearing his throat, Lin Fan continued, "You can't expose the photos, you know." He felt exasperated and ultimately pleaded. "All right," they responded, "good night. Tomorrow we will see you off." With that, Lily, Remus, James, and Sirius spoke, while Peter's presence was conveniently disregarded. "Okay, good night," Lin Fan replied before retreating to his room and shutting the door. Chapter 4. The beginning of school on September 1st at 10 in the morning. The five members of the Warm family, Lily, James, Remus, Sirius, and Lin Fan, emerged from the cozy abode, dressed in Muggle clothing. As they had discussed the previous night, they were accompanying Lin Fan to King's Cross Station to see him off on the train to Hogwarts. James and Sirius arrived at a garage, from which they pulled out an old black car. Much to Lin Fan's surprise, he had no idea such a vehicle existed during his time at the cozy home. Furthermore, didn't wizards prohibit the use of Muggle items? It appeared they had even cast a spell on the car. "Hey, Lin Fan, how does it look? Pretty cool, right?" Sirius jokingly remarked to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the group settled into the rather antiquated-looking sedan. James took the driver's seat, while Lily occupied the passenger seat, leaving Linfan nestled between Remus and Sirius in the back. The vehicle roared to life and ascended into the sky. Linfan found this scene strikingly familiar. He was certain he had seen or heard it somewhere before. Linfan, somewhat perplexed, inquired of the individuals within the vehicle. How is it that you possess a Muggle car? Is it not a regulation of the Ministry of Magic to prohibit the misuse of Muggle inventions? Furthermore, is it not forbidden to cast spells on Muggle products? Beside him, the exuberant Sirius exclaimed, "Doesn't it feel absolutely marvelous, Linfan? This contraption known as a car is indeed a Muggle creation, and we borrowed it from the Weasley family. They are truly quite amusing." Linfan felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the surname mentioned by Sirius. Weasley? Yes, that was it, Ron. One of the protagonists in Harry Potter. A close friend of Harry. Ron Weasley, whose entire family is characterized by their striking red hair. Moreover, their father is responsible for overseeing the misuse of Muggle artifacts. It is no wonder that this flying car seems so familiar, as it has indeed appeared in the Harry Potter series. Linfan felt his body being shaken, prompting him to return his thoughts to the present. Sirius, shaking Linfan, exclaimed, "Linfan, what are you daydreaming about? We have arrived at King's Cross Station." Linfan and 4 others descended from the carriage, retrieving a large black box from the trunk. This box contained the items Linfan had purchased in Diagon Alley. Although he could have had the items delivered directly to the small cottage at Hogwarts, Lily and Remus suggested that he should experience the journey himself. After a moment of contemplation, Linfan agreed. King's Cross Station was bustling with an extraordinary number of visitors, especially today, as many parents accompanied their children. James procured a trolley and placed the black box upon it. At that moment, James and Remus appeared to notice something, exchanging a meaningful glance with Lily and Sirius. Yet Linfan remained oblivious, his attention focused ahead. Suddenly, James instructed Linfan to halt and said, "Xiao Fan, I sincerely apologize, but we have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot accompany you." Linfan smiled and shook his head, assuring them, "It's nothing. I can manage on my own. You all may go about your business." A hint of melancholy flickered in Linfan's eyes, yet James and his companions, in their haste to depart, failed to notice. "Indeed. You can do it. We shall take our leave now," they said. James and Sirius gently patted Linfan's head. Remus offered a reassuring touch on his shoulder, while Lily pressed a tender kiss upon Linfan's charming cheek. Linfan took out the train ticket, which he had never seen before. Staring at the platform indicated on the ticket, Linfan was momentarily taken aback. His initial instinct was that someone was playing a prank on him, particularly Sirius and James, who were the most likely culprits. Coupled with their abrupt departure, everything seemed to reek of guilt. Linfan initially contemplated crumpling the ticket and discarding it, but upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that Jean and the others would play such a prank on him. Thus, he revealed the ticket once more, scrutinizing it carefully to confirm that he had indeed not misread the platform. 9 3/4. Linfan contemplated inquiring further, yet he feared being perceived as a madman. Consequently, he resolved to first locate platforms 9 and 10. Upon discovering the signs for both platforms, Linfan pondered the notion that wizards could not be understood through conventional reasoning, and that they seldom ventured into the Muggle world. Wizards maintained a distance from Muggles, thus, it seemed plausible that the pillar situated between platforms 9 and 10 could indeed lead to platform 9 3/4. At that moment, he observed an elderly couple accompanied by a young girl approaching the pillar. The girl happened to glance in Linfan's direction, and, after exchanging a few words with the elderly couple, she made her way towards him. Upon reaching Linfan, the girl greeted him cheerfully, "Hi, Linfan." Linfan's eyes brightened upon seeing the girl. It was Nina Lu, whom he had encountered just the day before at the large pot shop. "Hello, Nina Lu," he greeted. Nina Lu smiled and asked, "Are you alone, or are you waiting for someone?" "Well, I was supposed to come with my family, but they had to leave unexpectedly," Linfan explained. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "By the way, do you know where to catch the train to Hogwarts? I find it rather peculiar that the ticket states platform 9 3/4. Nina Lu chuckled and pointed to a pillar nearby, where 2 elderly individuals were smiling in Linfan's direction. "That pillar is the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Come, let me introduce you to my grandparents." As Nina Lu pulled Linfan towards her grandparents, he felt a blush creeping onto his face. Though she was still a young girl, he could not quite comprehend the reason for his embarrassment. "In an eye, Grandpa," Nina Lu said to her grandparents, "this is Linfan. We met yesterday when he visited our large pot shop, but you were away at the time. Oh, and he is also a new student at Hogwarts this year." Her grandparents looked at Linfan, smiling warmly as they said, "We trust that our dear Nina Lu will be in your capable hands." Linfan nodded, "Grandpa and Grandma. I will." Indeed, Hogwarts could be considered his territory. Nina Lu puffed up her cheeks and playfully teased her grandparents, "Grandpa and Grandma. Perhaps it is I who will take care of him." With that, she made a funny face at Linfan. Her grandparents remained silent, merely smiling as they observed the two. They felt a sense of joy. Ever since Nina Lu's parents were tragically taken from her, she had grown somewhat withdrawn, and this was the first time she had smiled at someone since her transformation. Let us hurry. It's almost 11. Nina Lu's grandparents urged her and Lin Fan. Without hesitation, Nina Lu pushed the cart headfirst into the wall, while Lin Fan stood by, feeling an immense pressure in his chest. All right, Lin Fan. You should go in too. Okay, Lin Fan replied, swallowing hard. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and with a determined stomp, charged toward the wall. He felt as if he had passed through a membrane, and upon opening his eyes, he saw a sign on a pillar indicating platform 9 3/4. There stood a vintage train, surrounded by parents accompanying their children, while many on the train waved goodbye to their families and acquaintances below. Lin Fan felt a weight on his shoulder. It was Nina Lu who had gently tapped him. What are you looking at, Lin Fan? Let us go. Aren't you waiting for your grandparents? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. With a smile, Nina Lu took his hand, indicating he should manage his luggage. No need. They still have to attend to the shop. We agreed on this before coming. As they boarded the train, the two found an empty compartment and stepped inside. Lin Fan used a levitation spell to place their luggage on the rack, while Nina Lu displayed no sign of surprise. Around 12:30, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the compartment. A young salesman, beaming with a smile, pushed open the door and addressed Lin Fan and Nina Lu. Children, would you like to purchase some delightful snacks? Lin Fan, having already enjoyed breakfast, contemplated for a moment before purchasing a selection of flavorful beans, chocolate frogs, bubblegum, and pumpkin pie to savor during the several hours aboard the train, while Nina Lu opted for an ice pop. Lin Fan took a bite of the pumpkin pie and felt it lacked the deliciousness of his own creation, yet it possessed a somewhat unique flavor. He glanced at Nina Lu, who was savoring a popsicle, and said, Here, this is for you. With that, he tossed her a few packets of snacks. Nina Lu smiled at Lin Fan and replied, Thank you. After a brief moment, Lin Fan tried a jelly bean, and his expression suddenly changed. He quickly discarded the packet of jelly beans in his hand, repeatedly spitting out, Yuck, yuck, yuck. What is wrong with you, Lin Fan? Nina Lu inquired. Lin Fan took a breath, exclaiming that the taste of what he had just consumed was reminiscent of the scent of cow dung he had previously encountered. After uttering this, he pretended to gag. Nina, with a smile, remarked, Are you not aware that the flavors of jelly beans are both numerous and extraordinary? There are common flavors such as chocolate, peppermint, and lemon, alongside peculiar ones like spinach, pig liver, and offal. And of course, there is the cow dung flavor you just experienced. Here, you can have the rest. I refuse to eat any more of this, Lin Fan declared, handing the remaining jelly beans to Nina. He then proceeded to unwrap the chocolate frog candy, only to find the frog leaping energetically within the packaging. Lin Fan stared in disbelief, his veins visibly throbbing with irritation. In contrast, Nina erupted into laughter at Lin Fan's reaction, as the train's whistle echoed in the background. Nina turned to Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, put on your robe. The train is about to arrive at the station. Lin Fan obediently donned the robe. Lin Fan attempted to lower the box, but Nina Lu intervened, assuring him that the school would assist in transporting it to the dormitory. Upon disembarking, chaos ensued, and Lin Fan found himself jostled painfully by the crowd, while Nina Lu trailed closely behind him, following his lead. Lin Fan, over here, a commanding voice called out, startling Lin Fan as he turned to behold a towering figure in the distance. Accepting the curious gazes of those around him, he proceeded with Nina Lu at his side. Hagrid, this is Nina Lu, Lin Fan introduced, then continued, Nina Lu, this is Hagrid. Nina Lu extended her hand, greeting, Hello, Hagrid, I am Nina Lu bellowed. Hagrid, with his somewhat soiled hand, glanced at it before hastily wiping it on his clothing and then clasping Nina Lu's hand. You are from the Bolode family. I am Rubius Hagrid. After their handshake, Hagrid leaned closer to Lin Fan, whispering, though the term whisper could hardly encapsulate the volume of this half-blood giant, Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable. Having quickly established a connection with the Bolode family. Following this, he exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Lin Fan. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Lin Fan's face flushed slightly. He glanced at Nina Lu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, and retorted to Hagrid, What are you talking about? Nina Lu, standing nearby, naturally overheard Hagrid's quiet conversation with Lin Fan, and her cheeks also turned crimson. Lin Fan chose to remain silent as the first-year and older students disembarked from the carriage. Come on. Are there any first-year students left? Be careful while walking. First years, follow me. Hagrid called out loudly. The new students stumbled along behind Hagrid, traversing a narrow, shaky path. The darkness on either side of the road revealed itself as a dense forest through Lin Fan's magical vision. Almost no one spoke. Everyone quietly followed along. You will soon behold Hogwarts for the very first time in your lives, Hagrid announced to the first years, excluding Lin Fan despite his status as a newcomer. Just around this bend, we will arrive. Lin Fan and Nina Lu could hear the cheers of the crowd behind them. The narrow path suddenly opened up, revealing a vast, inky black lake. A magnificent castle, adorned with numerous turrets and high towers, nestled amidst the rugged mountains, its windows shimmering under the starlit sky. Hagrid pointed to a row of small boats moored at the shore, indicating that each vessel could accommodate 4 individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Nina Lu climbed into one of the boats, while the remaining 2 passengers, an arrogant-looking man and woman, regarded them with disdain, prompting Lin Fan and Nina Lu to ignore them. Hagrid embarked on a separate boat, confirming that everyone was aboard, and then declared it was time to set off. The boats aligned in a row and departed simultaneously. After a considerable duration, they arrived at an underground harbor where they disembarked and began ascending a rocky path strewn with pebbles. Guided by lantern light, they navigated a passage between the rocks, eventually arriving at a damp, level patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. They ascended a flight of stone steps and gathered before the castle's grand oak doors. Hagrid inquired if everyone was present, and upon receiving confirmation, he raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the door. The door swung open to reveal Severus Snape. With his hawk-like nose, sallow skin, and greasy black hair hanging in strands, his dark eyes radiated a chilling aura, and his expression was one of impatience and displeasure. Indeed, it was Snape. Hagrid regarded Snape, while Lin Fan stood behind him, swearing he could hear Hagrid swallow nervously. Hagrid addressed Snape, stating that the first-year students had arrived. Snape responded with a curt grunt. After Hagrid winked at Lin Fan, he hurriedly retreated. "Follow me," Snape ordered coldly. The group, unsettled by his tone, hastily trailed after him along a floor adorned with colorful banners. Lin Fan and his companions could hear the raucous sounds of countless voices emanating from the entrance to their right. Other students from the school had already arrived. Lin Fan clenched his fists, exclaiming internally, "This year, it's finally my turn." At that moment, Snape's serpentine voice echoed once more. "You should all be aware of matters regarding Hogwarts. Now, wait here." With that, Snape vanished from the new student's sight. Just as he left, a figure emerged from the wall, a ghost, no less, carrying a large bucket filled with water. This specter was the infamous Peeves, whose arrival captivated the attention of the newcomers. Those fresh from the Muggle world were startled, and just as Peeves was about to make mischief, Lin Fan glanced over, causing the ghost to tremble slightly. "Peeves," Lin Fan whispered. Nina Lu looked at him curiously before casting her gaze upon the grotesque spirit. Peeves exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, pesky little brat," before discarding the water bucket and hastily fleeing through the wall. Only the unfortunate new students closest to Peeves were splashed with water, yet all found his antics rather peculiar, especially his earlier words. Before anyone could discuss the incident, Snape returned. "Form a line and follow," he commanded in a succinct, icy tone. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan before striding forward. The new students instinctively arranged themselves in an orderly line behind him. They entered through a grand pair of doors, entering the great hall. The Sorting Hat sat upon a 4-legged stool, its brim splitting open like a mouth as it began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable, but do not rely solely on your eyes to dawn me. Do not tremble in fear. I offer safety in abundance, for I am no foolish hat." Once the hat concluded its performance, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although Lin Fan found its melody less than pleasing, he could not deny its captivating nature. The Sorting Hat bowed to the 4 tables filled with students before becoming still once more. Snape stepped forward, holding a long scroll of parchment, and began to call names. As each name was read, the student would don the hat and take a seat, awaiting their placement. "Arius Eliamark," Snape announced. From the line, a boy with black hair and blue eyes, who appeared quite handsome and stood around 5'7", approached. He donned the Sorting Hat and sat quietly for a moment. The hat then proclaimed loudly, "Ravenclaw." Applause erupted from the second table on the left as Arius took his place among the Ravenclaws. "Get Vasher." Snape's chilling voice rang out again. "Ravenclaw." The applause from the Ravenclaw table resumed. Led's Infamy. Led's, with brown hair, gray eyes, and a prominent brow, bore freckles on his cheeks. Gryffindor. The leftmost Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. "Nina Trinity," Snape called, with her blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale complexion. Nina wore an air of arrogance, exuding a sense of superiority. Slytherin. Upon hearing her placement, Nina's eyes ignited with fervor, her expression somewhat frenzied. The third table on the left welcomed her with raucous applause, though the Slytherin students maintained their composure, embodying an air of aristocracy. Nina Lu poloed. Nina Lu stood nervously, and Lin Fan encouraged her from the sidelines, despite his own palms sweating profusely. The Sorting Hat contemplated for a moment before declaring, "Gryffindor." Snape glanced at the remaining few, and upon seeing Lin Fan, his expression soured as he uttered, "Lin Fan." Lin Fan settled onto the stool and donned the Sorting Hat, which began to resonate within his mind. Ah, a bit foolish and dazed, Hufflepuff. Impulsive and passionate, Gryffindor. How to choose between these two? Lin Fan appeared somewhat dazed, but soon regained his composure. In truth, he longed to be sorted into Hufflepuff, as it was home to Feudal and Raphael, even though he would undoubtedly take on a caretaker role there. Lin Fan also yearned to join Gryffindor, the alma mater of Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus, and where Nina Lu was also present. In this case, he found himself torn between the two houses, but which one to choose? The Sorting Hat seemed to be in a quandary. After a few moments, it called out to Lin Fan, "Very well, Gryffindor." Simultaneously, the voice of the Sorting Hat echoed outside, proclaiming Gryffindor. Lin Fan removed the Sorting Hat and placed it upon the 4-legged stool. He then bowed respectfully to Dumbledore, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and others before making his way to the Gryffindor table. Nina Lu, who had been seated, stood up and embraced Lin Fan, after which they sat together. Just as Lin Fan settled into his seat, Dumbledore rose to speak. A chorus of voices erupted from the 4 tables in the hall, exclaiming, "Ah, it's the little lad. So, his name is Lin Fan." Upon hearing these 4 voices, Lin Fan trembled and fell to the ground. The members of the 4 houses in the hall began to murmur upon hearing their respective house voices, although Nina Lu found this quite peculiar. She still expressed her concern for Lin Fan, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Fan gazed at the piercing eyes of his fellow house members, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Dumbledore rose, extending his arms, and after speaking, he waved his hand to summon food, which everyone relished eagerly. After the meal, Dumbledore stood once more and announced a few points of consideration. First, the Forbidden Forest is off limits, especially at night. Second, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. Third, the Quidditch trials will take place in the second week, and those wishing to represent their house teams should contact Madame Hooch. Dumbledore then added, "Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together. Choose a tune that you all favor." Upon hearing his words, several professors at the staff table stiffened, and many upperclassmen exhibited similar reactions. Lin Fan stood dazed and silent, oblivious to the cacophony around him. Nina Lu also failed to notice whether he was singing, as he focused on the luminous screen before him, a spectacle visible only to himself. Moments ago, when Lin Fan had ascended to the Gryffindor table, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding. Job transition successful. You have obtained the title of student. Ding. The tier system is officially activated. Tier system. Transitioning to a tier makes advancement considerably more challenging, encompassing a total of 12 tiers. As for the realms beyond the 12th tier, their existence remains a mystery to all. Each tier is subdivided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and elite levels. Ding. Tier transition in progress. Character. Lin Fan. Occupation. Wizard controller title. Child of nature. Student level. Tier 3 intermediate vocational skills. Alchemist. Enchanter. Herbalist abilities. Open door spell. Levitation spell. Control spell. Communication. Tranquility. Voice of nature life skill. Herbalism special ability. Self-rescue upon noticing the newly manifested skill. Voice of nature. Lin Fan felt a peculiar sensation, yet resolved to experiment with it. A mysterious melody emanated softly from his lips, and inexplicably, it drowned out all other sounds within the hall. As the echoes faded, Lin Fan opened his eyes to witness the astonished expressions of those around him, who soon erupted into enthusiastic applause. Dumbledore spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "Oh, how enchanting is the music!" Accompanying the prefect to the Gryffindor common room, the girls were led away by their respective prefect. Lin Fan bid Nina Lu good night before following the male prefect. Lin Fan lay on his bed in the dormitory, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Perhaps it was the excitement that kept him awake. The other 3 occupants of the room, Dr. Vidina, Cluck Bluston, and Tom Mitchell, had already succumbed to slumber upon their return. With a sigh, Lin Fan gazed out at the starry sky, closed his eyes, and resolved to think of nothing else. Chapter 5. The potion class begins in the dining hall. Lin Fan hurriedly gathered Vardar and Raphael to finish their breakfast, and then they rushed towards the classroom. He took hold of each of them, Raphael with his left hand and Vardar with his right, worried that Raphael might become distracted along the way and that Vardar could easily lose his way. Both were quite the handful. Other students had already completed their meals and headed to class, but Lin Fan's group was at risk of being late due to Raphael's antics. The first class of the new term was Potion class, and this semester, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were attending the same session. Naturally, the instructor for this class was the ever-somber Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. "Hurry up, Lin Fan, let us go a bit slower," Vardar urged. "Vardar, we'll be in trouble if we're late, though you're quite accustomed to it," Lin Fan replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Lin Fan chose to disregard Vardar's complaints of fatigue, remarking that even Raphael had not expressed weariness. Of course, Raphael was lost in reverie at that moment. Lin Fan sighed inwardly, confronted by the unavoidable reality of their situation and the two of them. Stumbling through a corner, Lin Fan charged forward too swiftly, and as he neared a wall, he hastily attempted to halt his momentum. However, with both hands gripping each of his companions, and Raphael still entranced in his thoughts, Vardar could not stop in time either. Consequently, Raphael and Vardar propelled Lin Fan forward, leading them all to collide with the wall. A series of 3 dull thuds echoed, followed by the sounds of cracking and creaking. It turned out that Lin Fan had inadvertently knocked down a concealed door, and the 3 of them tumbled inside, landing on the ground. At last, Raphael regained his senses. The 3 of them rubbed their heads in unison. Lin Fan glanced around. The concealed door behind him had long since shut, leaving only a solitary path ahead. Raphael observed Lin Fan in futile, and then, with a moment of realization, inquired, "How did we arrive here?" Lin Fan, sensing Raphael's tone, inquired hastily, "Raphael, do you know where this place is?" Raphael lifted his gaze, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, and pondered for a moment. Time ticked away quietly. Lin Fan swore he was on the brink of madness. He had called upon Raphael to inquire if he was familiar with this place, yet the wretched fellow had once again drifted into a reverie. Enraged, Lin Fan delivered a sharp slap to Raphael's head, producing a resounding smack. Upon hearing the sound, Vadal instinctively recoiled, while Raphael emerged from his contemplation, bewildered. What happened? Raphael inquired, rubbing his head and gazing at Lin Fan with confusion. Lin Fan opened his mouth and then closed it again, fearing that if he continued speaking, Raphael would once more succumb to that altered state. Raphael nodded and uttered a nonsensical remark, leaving Lin Fan puzzled. Meanwhile, Fudala interjected, clarifying for Lin Fan that Raphael was indicating his ignorance of this place. Lin Fan harbored a volcano within, perpetually churning, teetering on the precipice of an imminent eruption. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his voice seeping through the gaps in his clenched jaw. Raphael, Vardar, let us proceed. Just as Lin Fan was about to take a step forward, Vardar dashed to his side and whispered in his ear, Lin Fan, I have a way to quickly find the path. You? Lin Fan responded, somewhat perplexed. He was convinced that if Vardar possessed any method to ascertain the route, he would not be so utterly directionally challenged. Indeed, Vardar nodded affirmatively. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before addressing Vardar. Vardar, what is your suggestion? Vardar's expression revealed a hint of excitement, as if he were delighted to finally be of assistance. He cleared his throat and approached Raphael. In his usual demeanor, Raphael looked at Vardar with curiosity. Vardar, what are you doing? Vardar coughed again and slowly began to speak. Ahem, Raphael, if you happen to arrive late to class. Your mother has mentioned, well? Raphael, perplexed, inquired, what did she say? Absolutely. Do not engage with potions. Vardar emphasized each word with great intensity. Lin Fan observed the scene with a sense of bewilderment. However, witnessing Raphael's reaction alleviated his confusion entirely. Raphael erupted into a loud scream, exclaiming, what on earth? This can't be happening. I refuse. No sooner had Raphael spoken than he hastily grabbed Lin Fan and Fudar, propelling them forward without regard for their responses. The pressing urgency was that the potion he cherished so dearly was perilously close to slipping away from him. The path ahead was shrouded in obscurity. Yet as they sprinted onward, the torches adorning the walls ignited spontaneously. With each torch they passed, the ones behind them extinguished in tandem. They stumbled and navigated around several corners, arriving at the terminus of this clandestine tunnel. How shall we proceed? Fudar inquired, panting. Before Lin Fan could articulate a response, Raphael, brimming with impatience, pushed against the wall before them. With a soft click and a creaking sound, the wall slowly began to part. The three of them hurriedly dashed through the opening, and upon stepping outside, the hidden door behind them closed and vanished without a trace. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings and realized that this place was seemingly not far from the potions classroom, which was located in the basement. He and Raphael were hastily dragging Feudal along, fervently hoping that Snape had not yet arrived. Pushing open the classroom door, they caught sight of Snape, his mouth slightly agape, presumably interrupted mid-sentence by their entrance. Other students turned to gaze at the trio, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. They found themselves caught in a predicament, unable to proceed forward or retreat. Snape approached them with deliberate strides, and within moments stood before Lin Fan and his companions, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Ah, let us see who these three individuals are. Oh, it appears we have Mr. Feudal Greenroot, a habitual latecomer. 10 points from Hufflepuff. You may enter. As Feudal timidly made his way to an empty desk inside, Snape continued with his chilling sarcasm. Oh, is this gentleman not a potion enthusiast? How curious that he would arrive late. Have you suddenly lost your passion for potions, Mr. Raphael Ludo? Upon hearing Snape's insinuation that he had fallen out of love with potions, Raphael's face turned pale. Potions held a revered place in his heart. They were his very essence. Thus, he hastily shook his head, his eyes glistening with a hint of red, and fervently protested, No, Professor. Snape cast a glance at Raphael and declared, Another 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff. You, take your seat. Raphael hurriedly sat down beside Feudal. Snape then paced back and forth in front of Lin Fan, fixing his gaze upon him. And you, Mr. Lin Fan, have chosen to arrive late on your very first day? Humph. Snape's tone was distinctly menacing. Lin Fan lowered his head, admitting his mistake. I apologize, Professor. Snape exclaimed loudly, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. You, step inside. Snape's tone when addressing Lin Fan was even more severe than that directed towards Ferdal and Raphael. Lin Fan responded quietly, making his way to the opposite side of Valdar and taking a seat. He could feel the piercing gazes of Gryffindor students incessantly scrutinizing him. Turning his head, he caught sight of Nina Lu not far away, who was also looking at him. She gently waved her fist towards him, smiling, though no sound escaped her lips. Lin Fan could discern the words keep it up from her lips. He nodded lightly in return, offering a faint smile. Snape returned to the lectern, resuming the interrupted discourse. You are here to learn the art of potion making. This is no place for foolish wand-waving, and many of you do not truly believe in the essence of magic. I do not expect you to grasp the enchanting allure of a cauldron simmering with delicate vapors. Nor do I anticipate that you will comprehend the mesmerizing power of a liquid coursing through the veins. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew honor, and even stave off death, provided you are not among the foolish imbeciles I often encounter. After delivering his remarks, he cast a glance at Valdar. Just as Lin Fan anticipated that he would call out to Valdar and felt a wave of anxiety for him, Snape suddenly proclaimed, "Lin Fan, what effect would result from pouring the powdered daffodil bulb into wormwood juice?" Lin Fan's mind had yet to catch up, but upon noticing the multitude of gazes directed at him, he hastily rose to his feet and replied loudly, "It will produce a sleeping potion, Professor, commonly known as the Draught of Living Death." Snape appeared rather displeased that Lin Fan had managed to respond, so he inquired once more, "Then where shall I seek the substance known as Bezoar?" Lin Fan felt an immense sense of joy. Fortunately, due to the discrepancies between this world and the game, he had perused the various miraculous herbs and fungi multiple times. "Professor," Snape began to grit his teeth, "why did you not mention the efficacy of Bezoar?" Gryffindor loses a point. He continued, "Bezoar is a substance that manifests in the stomachs of certain cattle, possessing potent detoxifying properties." Lin Fan opened his mouth as if to speak, yet he understood that should he respond, Snape would once again admonish him for his verbosity, thus he sealed his lips. "Very well, what distinguishes the aconitum in its various forms, such as the boat-shaped and wolf-shaped varieties?" "They are all merely aconitum, with no discernible differences, Professor," Lin Fan replied audibly. Snape then turned his attention to the other students, bellowing, "Why do you not take these notes?" The students hastily grasped their quills and began diligently inscribing upon the parchment. Lin Fan took a seat, gasping for breath. His back was somewhat damp. Not only due to Snape, but also because he felt the piercing gaze of two sharp eyes upon him. He dared not turn to look, although he could easily discern the identities of their owners. Swallowing hard, Lin Fan picked up a quill to record the content of his response. After Snape announced the end of the class, Lin Fan hurriedly grabbed Feudal and Raphael, making their escape from the potions classroom. As he dashed out, he could hear two voices calling from behind. "Little cutie, Lin Fan." He panted heavily. Feudal and Raphael exchanged puzzled glances at him. Since they would not share the remaining classes together, Lin Fan parted ways with them, heading alone towards the greenhouse at the back of the castle. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were scheduled for herbology, taught by the somewhat short and plump witch, Professor Sprout. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, resembling that of an ordinary neighbor from the Muggle world. After attending the herbology class with Nina, Lin Fan proceeded to the classroom where the history of magic was taught. The solitary instructor, Professor Binns, a ghost, was known for his monotonous lectures, which his peers, including James, had described as exceedingly dull and hypnotic, inducing a state of drowsiness among students. Observing the numerous slumped figures scattered throughout the classroom confirmed the veracity of their claims. Next was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, where her position as both the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress rendered her particularly stern and serious. She made a striking impression on the first-year students by transforming a desk into a plump pig, startling several girls and some boys. In her words, Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of all the subjects at Hogwarts. She instructed everyone to take out their quills to record this lesson and then tasked them with practicing the transformation of a matchstick into a needle. Chapter 9, The Alchemical Awakening. The return of the Little Horn. After a long day of classes, Lin Fan visited Professor Dumbledore's office, seeking permission to stay in the small wooden cabin that night. He had been preoccupied and unable to address the matter concerning the opening to the Heart of Nature altar, where the Little Horn had transformed into a sphere of light and entered his body. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a strange assurance that the Little Horn was safe within him, despite his inability to locate it. He had not mentioned this to Dumbledore or James, fearing that it would cause them undue concern. His request to stay in the cabin that night was driven by a voice that seemed to guide him there, and he sensed a connection between this experience and the Little Horn's revival, as well as a link to his own secondary role. Lin Fan spoke outside the principal's office. "Lemon juice." This was previously borrowed from Feudar's owl, Hobbs, to deliver his letter to Dumbledore. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Yours faithfully, Lin Fan." Then Dumbledore instructed Hobbs to bring the password for the headmaster's office today. Upon entering the office, Dumbledore was seated as usual at the table, his hands resting on it as he supported his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a glimmer of bright wisdom deep within. The portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses hung on the walls, appearing bored as they yawned. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, they greeted him before returning to their drowsy state. On the chimney shelf, Fox was sound asleep, unconsciously letting out soft chirps. "Lin Fan, may I inquire what brings you here?" Dumbledore asked, a gentle smile gracing his face as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, affirming his intention to visit the small cabin tonight. "Oh, are you going alone?" Dumbledore inquired, then added, "Is there something you need to attend to?" It's worth noting that Hagrid has not returned to the cabin this evening. He mentioned he was heading to the Hog's Head. Dumbledore paused, falling silent. Lin Fan responded. "You intend to venture into the Forbidden Forest, then?" Dumbledore asked with certainty. Lin Fan nodded once more, fully aware that he could not conceal this from Dumbledore. He suspected that within Hogwarts, numerous eyes of Dumbledore were watching, such as those portraits. "Indeed," he mused, "I feel that my potion-making skills will reach a breakthrough tonight." Lin Fan uttered a small falsehood in this instance. Dumbledore, with his penetrating gaze, scrutinized Lin Fan, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. However, he could detect no signs of deception. A flicker of concern crossed his mind, recalling the events of the previous year when Lin Fan had awakened only shortly before the start of the school year. Thus, he reiterated his inquiry. Are you truly venturing into the Forbidden Forest solely for the purpose of enhancing your potion-making abilities? Lin Fan nodded, his expression appearing remarkably genuine. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. Lin Fan slowly exited the principal's office, ultimately receiving Dumbledore's consent. As Dumbledore agreed, he continued to emphasize the importance of speaking up if anything troubled him, advising against enduring hardships alone. This gesture warmed the tender corners of Lin Fan's heart. After dinner, most students returned to their respective common rooms or dormitories, with only a few lingering in the library. The corridors were largely devoid of laughter and play. Those who did pass by Lin Fan hurried along. Upon reaching the small cabin, he found it shrouded in darkness, suggesting that Hagrid was indeed absent, likely at the Hog's Head Inn as Dumbledore had mentioned. Lin Fan gazed upon the untidy state of the cabin, astonished at how much it had deteriorated in his absence. Thus, he employed the levitation charm to elevate the dust and debris into the air, subsequently casting the cleaning spell Scourgify to transport the refuse to the refuse pile outside. With the assistance of a broom and mop, he tidied up, a task that was remarkably simple for someone of his intermediate 7th-tier magical prowess. Once the space was restored to cleanliness, Lin Fan reclined on his modest bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The night was exquisite, adorned with twinkling stars scattered across the sky. The sounds of the Forbidden Forest echoed softly, with the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. Above him, luminescent potions floated in the air, casting a gentle glow. Time slipped by, though he was unaware of its passage. Lin Fan arrived at the small riverside where he first traversed into this world. Lying on the grass, he gazed at the starry sky. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to come to this place, yet an inexplicable urge drew him here. The stars of the night sky were steeped in various legends and tales, their trajectories laden with prophecies. Suddenly, a sound echoed from across the river. Lin Fan propped himself up on his hands, directing his gaze toward the opposite bank. Two figures materialized before him, appearing ethereal under the dim, shadowy embrace of the moonlit night. Lin Fan stood upright, gazing at the creature before him, a centaur. Among them, he recognized one he had encountered before. The centaur known as Faizaluin, who had bestowed upon him a prophecy. Across a small river, Lin Fan offered a respectful bow and said, "Once again, we meet. Esteemed centaur, Mr. Faizaluin." Faizaluin nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "This is our leader among the centaurs. Greetings." Lin Fan responded, "I am the centaur chief, Magri." Magri declared, casting a meaningful glance towards Faizaluin. Faizaluin then addressed Lin Fan. "Are you perhaps perplexed by my previous words?" Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the truth in the matter. Indeed, he found himself somewhat perplexed by the prophecy that Faizaluin had imparted to him previously, and it appeared that this prophecy bore further significance. Faizaluin continued, explaining that this prophecy was bequeathed to us by our ancestors, the Horse Tribe, a long, long time ago, specifically by the Venerable Hamar. Pausing momentarily, Faizaluin resumed, proclaiming, "The scorching sun, the visitor from beyond the heavens, the master of souls, the resurgence of enchanted artifacts and elixirs. Chaos unfolds in the future, the heart naturally calls out. Enchanting melodies turn hoarse, a dark future looms, a black skull, the dissipating of death, those who survive great calamities. The eradication of transients, the children of the earthly realm belonging to the natural forest, descendants of the constellations, awakening guardianship, the horn of demise, the obliteration of constellations. The journey commences, the legacy of nature is passed down, a return, awakening artifacts, the revival of the horn." Lin Fan listened to Faizaluin's words. The phrase return refers to events that have already transpired, while awakening artifact. Unicorn resurrection likely pertains to alchemy and the little horn. It seems that the alchemical system is about to be activated, and the little horn is expected to be revived after the alchemical system is initiated. Lin Fan inquired, "Mr. Faizaluin, Mr. Magri, have you come here solely to impart this prophecy to me?" Faizaluin nodded, "And there is also this." As he spoke, an object mysteriously materialized in Faizaluin's hand, which he then forcefully hurled across to the opposite bank. Lin Fan hurriedly caught it, gazing at the object in his hand. He continued to hear Faizaluin's voice resonating in his ears. "This is a legacy passed down from our ancestors, intended for the child of nature. It is the key to unlocking the lineage of alchemical heritage." Lin Fan gazed at the object in his hand, murmuring, "Revival stone, Blindbeck trill." A luminous flash flickered erratically within Lin Fan's mind, followed by a voice resonating in his consciousness, the unmistakable sound of the system. Ding. Player Lin Fan has discovered a special item, the Resurrection Stone. The Alchemist system has been activated. Ding. The Alchemist space has been unlocked. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Alchemy. The Return of the Little Corner. In the eyes of Faizaluin and Magre, as Lin Fan obtained the Resurrection Stone, he appeared to be entranced, lost in a daze. Due to the distance across the small river, Faizaluin and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Fan's eyes seemed to shimmer with a mysterious gleam. Lin Fan gazed at the luminous screen before him, which displayed the various alchemical products currently available for concoction, alongside items that blended both alchemy and potion making. Among the products of alchemy, there were small reconnaissance insects, bees, butterflies, flies, and diminutive spiders, all designed for surveillance purposes. There were also whimsical magic wands, playful contrivances that, when shaken or a button pressed, could produce flowers, flames, or even muck. The stretchable shoes, capable of elongating or contracting at will, were a boon for the vertically challenged, as their transformations remained unnoticed by others. Additionally, there were toy cookware items, where herbs could be placed for heating and cooling, yielding unpredictable outcomes. As for the alchemical potions, the rudimentary speed potion offered a slight enhancement to one's velocity, while the basic agility potion provided a minor boost to evasive awareness. The elementary attack potion increased magical and physical damage to a modest degree, and the initial defense potion augmented bodily resilience just a tad. Lastly, the basic explosive potion possessed a minimal damage capacity, comparable to that of a small firecracker. Upon surveying these offerings, Lin Fan felt a sense of disillusionment regarding the alchemical products. The small reconnaissance insects held some utility, but the playful magic wands, toy cookware, and stretchable shoes seemed rather frivolous. The Alchemist system, activated by the Resurrection Stone, appeared hard to believe with such limited options. Thus, Lin Fan's gaze swept across every corner of the screen, eventually landing on an icon in the lower left, an emblematic black skull adorned with pristine white wings. Presenting a striking contradiction, Lin Fan focused his thoughts on the icon, and suddenly the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Player Lin Fan. Would you like to use a Resurrection Stone? The holographic screen displayed the options yes or no. Lin Fan swallowed hard, uncertain of what would transpire next. Yet he instinctively felt that it was intertwined with the resurrection of the Little Horn, and that he seemed destined to pay some form of price. Ding. The Resurrection Stone is in use. Ding. Please select the target for resurrection. In an instant, luminescent orbs appeared within a meter of Lin Fan's body. These orbs were the lingering souls of deceased creatures yet to dissipate. Lin Fan meticulously scanned the area, observing the myriad of glowing points, souls of ants, grass, flowers, snakes, and birds. At last, he discerned a greenish orb enveloping his form, within which curled a small, horned creature, its eyes closed and body trembling intermittently. Little Horn. Lin Fan observed the scene several times, and he confirmed that it was indeed the Little Horn. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to revive this creature? Upon clicking yes, Lin Fan's body collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes tightly shut as he lay on the grass, one arm submerged in the nearby stream. On the opposite bank, Fieslin and Magri were startled by Lin Fan's sudden fall. They rushed across the water, leaping to his side. Chief, is he all right? Fieslin inquired of Magri. Magri shook his head, replying, I don't know. They both surmised that this was likely the process of awakening the alchemical bloodline, so they stood vigilantly by, not daring to touch Lin Fan. They watched as his body on the grass began to tremble slightly, convulsing intermittently, pausing, then convulsing again. Lin Fan's convulsions intensified, with the interval shifting from once every 10 minutes to every 5 minutes, then to 3 minutes, and now to a relentless and violent spasm. Fei Zealand. Take him to the castle to find Dumbledore, Magray exclaimed gravely. Fei Zealand nodded, and Magray lifted Lin Fan onto Fei Zealand's horse. He noticed that the Resurrection Stone he had previously given to Lin Fan was no longer in his possession, but he did not dwell on it. Believing that since their ancestor had stated it was the key to unlocking Lin Fan's alchemical bloodline, it must have already merged with Lin Fan's being. Magray patted Fei Zealand's shoulder, urging him to hasten. Understanding the urgency, Fei Zealand began to sprint towards Hogwarts Castle. The sound of his footsteps grew increasingly heavy. He realized Lin Fan's convulsions had worsened. Strangely, despite the severity of the spasms, Lin Fan emitted no sound, yet Fei Zealand could sense that his breath was growing fainter. The perspective of Lin Fan. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. After clicking confirm, he found himself transported to this eerie and shadowy realm, where the air was filled with the haunting wails and anguished cries of tormented souls, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. Suddenly, the space around him began to tremble, and a palpable aura of oppression descended upon him. Lin Fan felt a sense of oppression that left him somewhat breathless. His chest tightening as an involuntary urge to kneel washed over him. Yet, with gritted teeth, he resolutely persevered. Suddenly, the sound of wings beating filled the air. A fierce storm unleashed by the flapping of wings surged forth. Lin Fan exerted himself to open his eyes, and what met his gaze was a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with 18 wings, a pair of sharp horns atop its head, and eyes that gleamed with a chaotic intensity. The visage was strikingly handsome and mature, wielding a scythe. As he beheld this humanoid entity, a singular word flashed through Lin Fan's mind: Grim Reaper. This image, this appearance, was one he had been fortunate enough to encounter once before in a game. At that time, while foraging for herbs in the wilderness, he had witnessed a player wielding a small black scythe and an inverted black cross, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a vortex had formed in the sky, heralding the arrival of the Grim Reaper. That player had sacrificed all his life force within the game, in exchange for 3 days of unparalleled power, seeking vengeance against the gang that had slain his brothers. For 3 days, the gang suffered tremendous losses, with countless players falling in battle. This period came to be known as the Black 3-Day Calamity. The conversation returns. Lin Fan gazed upon the Grim Reaper, who slowly parted his lips. A chilling, malevolent, and merciless tone emerged from his mouth. Did you summon me? Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling uncertain. Thus, he responded, Esteemed Reaper, I am unsure. A powerful aura emanated from the Reaper, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. As an emotionless grunt escaped his lips, Lin Fan's mind stirred with curiosity. He yearned to uncover the truth behind the situation. Could it be that the Reaper had been summoned forth using the Resurrection Stone? Before Lin Fan, a luminous screen materialized, displaying various icons akin to those in a video game. He selected the icon that revealed a journal. With a chime, the Resurrection Stone was successfully activated, summoning the Grim Reaper, who required a portion of his lifespan as a sacrifice to revive a soul. Upon reading this message, Lin Fan finally comprehended the situation. He nodded and addressed the Grim Reaper. Indeed, it is I who has summoned you. I wish to sacrifice my life to resurrect my friend. The Grim Reaper nodded in acknowledgement, then brandished the scythe before Lin Fan, inquiring for the name of the soul to be revived. Xiao Jiao, Lin Fan declared. Who? The Grim Reaper, though perplexed, maintained an expression of icy indifference. Lin Fan hurriedly responded, There is a unicorn soul within me. The Grim Reaper coldly nodded at Lin Fan, then unleashed a wave of scythe-like energy towards him. Boom. A chilling, anguished cry echoed. Lin Fan recognized it as the cry of Little Horn. A green orb of light erupted from Lin Fan's body, and as he was struck by the energy, he felt as though his very being was being torn asunder. With a sweep of his left hand, the Grim Reaper conjured an enigmatic array beneath Lin Fan and the soul orb of Little Horn. The Grim Reaper then gestured again, and from the array emerged a spiked chain, binding Lin Fan's body and suspending him in midair as the barbed end plunged into his heart. Lin Fan felt a sharp pain as his body began to convulse. He yearned to scream and release his anguish, yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself unable to do so. The Grim Reaper swept once more, and beneath Xiao Jiao, a formation manifested into a net that ensnared him. From within this net, a surge of energy emerged, relentlessly bombarding Xiao Jiao's soul sphere. Outside, beside Lin Fan, Madame Pomfrey and Snape were examining him, yet his body continued to convulse uncontrollably. Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus appeared utterly exhausted, evidently having rushed over from their work, their attire still bearing the dust of their hurried journey. Dumbledore stood to the side, his expression impassive, but his eyes betrayed a sense of guilt. Indeed, he felt remorse for not preventing Lin Fan from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Featherland was stamping his hooves nearby. Hagrid's face was flushed, his eyes filled with concern, and the scent of alcohol lingered around him, clearly having come from the Hog's Head Inn. What was happening? Lin Fan had only just awakened, and now he was in such a state. Lily's voice trembled with unshed tears. James held her close, offering silent support. Snape, though seemingly indifferent towards Lin Fan, was fervently occupied due to Lily's distress. His true nature remained aloof. Madame Pomfrey, as a healer, appeared anxious and busy, while Featherland was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Buner would be revived and the condition of Lin Fan's alchemical lineage. Outside, the atmosphere buzzed with urgency. Yet Lin Fan remained oblivious, consumed solely by the excruciating pain that tormented him. He yearned to faint, yet could not. He longed to scream, but found himself unable to do so. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Alchemy, The Return of the Little Horn. As the arrowhead of the chains was drawn from Lin Fan's heart, he finally let out a cry. Pain completely engulfed his mind. The Grim Reaper continued to observe Lin Fan with an inscrutable expression, waving his hand as the magical circle beneath Lin Fan vanished. He crumpled entirely onto the dark, arid ground, gasping for breath. Nearby, the soul orb of the Little Horn shrank into a pristine white egg, its magical circle also dissipating. The Grim Reaper flapped his wings, and a rift appeared in the sky. In an instant, he transformed into a shadowy beam and vanished into that fissure, disappearing from sight. Lin Fan opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the gradual collapse of the space around him. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the small egg transformed by the little corner tightly in his embrace. As the world spun and swirled, Lin Fan succumbed entirely to slumber. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his mind still shrouded in a veil of confusion. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the brown quilt, the pale green curtains, the sky-blue walls, the desk beside the window, the bookshelf, and the wardrobe not far from the door, along with the television set from the mundane world positioned on the table opposite his bed. Shaking his still drowsy head, Lin Fan realized that he was indeed in the cozy confines of his own bedroom. He felt a weight upon him, and his hands grasped something round and plump. Upon unveiling the quilt, he discovered a snow-white, pristine egg. This must be the egg that Little Horn had transformed into. Gently caressing the surface of the egg, Lin Fan then swung his legs over the side of the bed, climbed down, and placed the egg back on the bed, covering it with the quilt. He believed that for the egg to hatch, it must be kept at a suitably warm temperature. Lin Fan walked towards the door, feeling somewhat sore all over, as if he had slept for too long. He placed his hand on the doorknob, and just as he was about to turn it, the door emitted a sudden click. Bang! Lin Fan gently rubbed his innocent nose, gazing at the perpetrator responsible for his discomfort. Before he could utter a word, the person opposite him began to chatter incessantly. Lin Fan, you have finally awakened. Goodness, you have been unconscious for 3 days. What on earth happened to you? You keep doing this, causing us all such worry and fear. And why on earth did you get out of bed so soon? Hurry, return to your bed. Lily's eyes glistened with unshed tears, framed by deep bags and shadows, revealing her profound fatigue and dark circles. Lin Fan wished to respond, yet upon seeing Lily's distressed appearance, he immediately refrained from speaking. After pulling Lin Fan back to the bedside, Lily raised her voice, calling out, Jean, Bigfoot, Moonface, come quickly. Lin Fan has awakened. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by Lily's voice, his ears ringing, nearly losing his balance. Downstairs in the dining area, James, Remus, and Sirius, who were enjoying the culinary creations of Lily, were startled by her words. They rushed upstairs with fervor, driven not only by concern for Lin Fan but also by an overwhelming aversion to the inedible concoctions that Lily had prepared. Now that Lin Fan had awakened, they had the perfect excuse to avoid consuming this embarrassingly dreadful culinary masterpiece. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as they stormed into Lin Fan's room. Sirius gazed at Lin Fan with tear-filled eyes, a reflection of both fatigue from work and worry for his friend, along with the well-known sentiment regarding Lily. James, though less expressive due to Lily's presence, revealed a hint of understanding through his expression. Remus discreetly wiped away a barely noticeable tear from the corner of his eye. Lin Fan, you have finally awakened. What on earth has happened to you? Remus inquired. Sirius nodded in agreement, while James and Lily's keen gazes remained fixed on Lin Fan, aware that he would not escape without providing them with an explanation. Lin Fan took a moment to ponder how best to articulate his thoughts. As soon as Lin Fan mentioned that he hailed from another dimension, Lily and the others urged him to skip that part. Lin Fan, you need not elaborate on this. Dumbledore has already informed us of this matter. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. Are you all aware of the heart of nature? Lily and her companions nodded in affirmation. Yes, we know. Dumbledore mentioned that you sought the heart of nature before your last fainting spell, didn't you? Indeed, Lin Fan replied. During my last encounter, I discovered the location of the heart of nature, and then there was Xiao Jiao. You know him, right? He is my dear friend from the Forbidden Forest, a unicorn beast. He accompanied me deep into the forest, where we reached the altar that would open the passage to the heart of nature. Suddenly, Lin Fan recounted the tale of Xiao Jiao's demise, explaining how Xiao Jiao's soul entered his own body. His fainting was a result of absorbing the immense power of the heart of nature, which led him to lose consciousness. In truth, I returned to my own world. Observing the astonished expressions of Lily and her friends, Lin Fan refrained from mentioning the system, nor did he reveal that they were characters from the Harry Potter series. Everything felt overwhelmingly real, far removed from the confines of a book. It appeared to be a parallel world projected from the story. After a brief pause, Lin Fan continued. Eventually, I returned to Hogwarts, where I sensed something guiding me toward the Forbidden Forest. I felt it was related to alchemy and the resurrection of Xiao Jiao. Consequently, I ventured into the Forbidden Forest, following my instincts to the very spot where I first arrived in this world, where I encountered the centaur Ferens and the centaur leader, Megorian. They foretold a prophecy and presented me with the resurrection stone. Noticing that Lily and the others seemed unfamiliar with the resurrection stone, Lin Fan promptly elucidated. The resurrection stone, also known as the Blinbeck Tula, can only be activated by those possessing the bloodline of alchemy. It allows one to select a complete soul for resurrection, summon death, and sacrifice a portion of their own lifespan to transfer to the resurrected individual, enduring the pain of the resurrection process. Ultimately, the resurrected being transforms into an egg, which hatches after 3 days. Of course, Lin Fan omitted the excruciating torment of the resurrection process, even without his words. Lily and her friends could sense its gravity. As for the hatching time of the egg, Lin Fan himself was uncertain. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius seized him, playfully tormenting him. Just then, Sirius suddenly released his grip. However, as Lin Fan believed he was about to be set free, despite knowing that Sirius was the most mischievous among them, Sirius dashed out of Lin Fan's room. Moments later, he returned, brandishing an object that filled Lin Fan with utter disdain, a camera. Yes, the very camera that had captured Lin Fan's unflattering likeness during their last encounter. Sirius, you wouldn't, Lin Fan began, but Sirius interjected, a wicked grin plastered on his face. Indeed, I want to capture this moment for posterity. Lily, James, and Remus joined in with mischievous smiles. Lin Fan's heart sank. The last photo had yet to be destroyed, and if another embarrassing picture surfaced, it would be disastrous. In a frenzy, he began to struggle violently. No, please. Lily, you are the most gentle and beautiful. Let me go. Convince them to stop. Lily, with a sly smile, shook her head. James, as their leader, help me persuade them to cease. I'll prepare you a delicious meal. Lin Fan quickly shifted his plea for assistance. James erupted in laughter before turning to Sirius. Come on, Bigfoot. Hurry up and take the picture. Lin Fan gazed at Remus with tear-filled eyes. while Remus shrugged and gently shook his head. Ah, you were bullying me. Lin Fan began to weep. Lily pat Lin Fan on the backside, exclaiming, all right, stop pretending. Lin Fan relinquished his futile resistance and accepted his fate. Sirius grinned mischievously and levitated a camera into the air with a floating charm. The group commenced their playful torment of Lin Fan, capturing the entire episode in a series of photographs. Eventually, Lin Fan found himself stripped of his clothing. With Lily playfully swatting his rear, Sirius tickling him, Remus tousling his hair, and James alternating between playful swats and tickles. In essence, Lin Fan's future promised to be endlessly vibrant, and after enduring countless unequal agreements, Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius finally relented. Suddenly, there was a sharp click. Lin Fan, along with Limes, was drawn to the sudden sound. They observed the quilt on Lin Fan's bed beginning to tremble incessantly. Without hesitation, Lin Fan threw back the covers, revealing an egg within that was quivering, with fractures multiplying upon its surface. Lin Fan, is this the egg transformed from the little horn? Lily inquired. Lin Fan nodded, affirming with a simple yes. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the egg, rendering Lin Fan and the others unable to open their eyes. After a brief moment, they beheld a pristine white unicorn creature, which was none other than Little Horn, with its eyes tightly shut and body curled up. A faint green pattern appeared on Little Horn's forehead. Observing Little Horn, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Little Horn had finally come back to life. Chapter 9, The Flying Class. It had been several days since Lin Fan had awakened, and Little Horn, no, it should be Bu Nua Air, was now revealed. This was a result of Lin Fan utilizing his unique ability to communicate, through which Little Horn had conveyed its identity to him. Lin Fan languidly sipped his juice in the Gryffindor common room, his gaze fixed upon a shimmering screen that eluded the perception of others. To any onlooker nearby, he would appear to be lost in thought, yet the screen before him had just unveiled several new additions. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Wizard Manipulator. Title, Child of Nature. Student level, Intermediate Tier 3. Lifespan, 50 years and 183 days. Vocational pursuits, Alchemist, Enchanter, Potion Master skills, Opening spell, Levitation spell, Manipulation spell, Communication, Tranquility. Voice of Nature. Crafting skills, Potion crafting, Alchemical arts. Special abilities, Self-rescue, Resurrection. Hey. A melodic female voice resonated, accompanied by a pair of delicate, fair hands that gently tapped Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan trembled slightly, evidently startled. Lin Fan turned his head to gaze at the owner of the hand resting on his shoulder, Nina Lu. Hello, Nina Lu, Lin Fan greeted. Nina Lu settled into the chair beside him, propping her chin on the table, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. She had just been lost in thought. What was occupying her mind? Lin Fan glanced at Nina Lu and inquired, is there something amiss? Nina Lu pouted playfully, winked at Lin Fan, and then leaned towards his ear, exclaiming loudly, it's time for class. With that, Nina Lu sprang to her feet and dashed towards the portrait leading out of the Gryffindor common room, being the first to exit. Lin Fan was momentarily startled by her boisterous shout, leaving his ears ringing. After a brief moment, he finally regained his composure and glanced at the clock within the common room. Lin Fan sprang to his feet in haste, bolting out of the lounge. Once he exited the room, a rather pressing question dawned upon him. What class is this? Lin Fan ran for quite some time before arriving at the expansive, verdant meadow at the heart of the castle. There, he finally spotted his classmates along with students from Slytherin. All present ceased their activities and turned their gaze towards Lin Fan. They had been practicing the preparations for flying. Although they had rehearsed the previous week while Lin Fan was unconscious, many had seldom encountered a flying broomstick. Why have you arrived so late, young man? Madame Hooch inquired with a stern demeanor. Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his head and said, I apologize, Professor. I forgot that this class was about flying. Madame Hooch cast a piercing glance at Lin Fan before responding. Return to your house's position, and Gryffindor loses a point. After the professor spoke, Lin Fan was met with a barrage of disdainful glares from his fellow Gryffindors, accompanied by the mocking laughter of the Slytherins. Lin Fan hurriedly ran to the Gryffindor area, positioning himself beside Nina Lu, gazing at the array of brooms laid out on the ground. He found it difficult to muster any admiration for these flying brooms, which clearly bore the marks of age. The paint on the wooden handles had been worn smooth by years of use. Why didn't you mention that this lesson is about flying? Lin Fan complained to Nina Lu. She chuckled softly. I assumed you already knew. With that, Lin Fan fell silent. After a brief moment, Madame Hodge approached him again. Why aren't you practicing? She inquired. Professor, I am uncertain about what to do, Lin Fan replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Madame Hodge scrutinized him for a moment before stepping over to the broom beside Lin Fan. Pay attention, she instructed. Extending her right hand above the broom, she demonstrated. Like this, raise your hand above the broom, and then say up. As she uttered the command, the broom soared into her hand with a swift whoosh. Do you understand? Madame Hodge asked. Lin Fan nodded, understanding the task at hand. He then took a deep breath, extended his right hand above the broom, and called out loudly, rise. The broom, much like Mrs. Hooch's earlier demonstration, ascended into Lin Fan's grasp. Following this, Mrs. Hooch instructed. Now, mount it, squeeze your legs tightly, and grasp the broomstick firmly. Remember to lean forward while flying. After a brief pause, she addressed the students from both houses, declaring, "On the count of 3, I will blow the whistle. You shall propel yourselves off the ground and soar momentarily into the sky. Pay close attention." Everyone positioned their brooms between their legs, gripping them tightly, and upon hearing Mrs. Hooch's whistle, they all pushed off the ground. Despite some having attended a flying lesson the previous week, many remained unsteady. For instance, a Gryffindor student found his broom seemingly out of control, bobbing up and down. Tumbling like a wild stallion, he was quite frightened, calling out for help as he clung to the broom. Meanwhile, a Slytherin student repeatedly attempted to take off, but his broom appeared to rebel, refusing to lift into the air. Conversely, those with a modicum of flying proficiency included Nina Lou and several other Gryffindor and Slytherin students. They rode their brooms with a slight tremor, wobbling precariously. Among them, Nina Trinity, a Slytherin girl, exhibited remarkable skill. She gracefully maneuvered her broom in the air, performing a dance unique to the art of broom flying, exuding elegance and beauty. As Lin Fan kicked off the ground, his broomstick soared with a swift whoosh, propelling him towards the heavens. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, while Professor Hodge shouted from below, "Hurry! Stop immediately." Lin Fan was whisked away into the sky by a broom, and he could sense the broom's exhilaration. The turbulent air rushed into Lin Fan's mouth and ears, rendering him unable to open his eyes. He felt as though the broom possessed a life of its own. As the broom continued to ascend with Lin Fan below, Mrs. Hodge hastily seized another broom, propelled herself off the ground, and soared towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan grasped the broom, feeling the pulse of life within it, which evoked thoughts of the ability of the heart of nature to communicate. Thus, he addressed the broom directly. Chapter 10. The Flying Class. "Hey, my friend. Could you please refrain from moving so swiftly?" Lin Fan lamented to the enchanted broom beneath him. The flying broom twirled Lin Fan through the air a few times before coming to a halt at a great height. "How is it that you can speak our language?" A soft, melodic voice emanated intermittently from the broom. "And I am not your friend." Lin Fan tightly clutched the broom with his legs pressed against it, his hands firmly grasping the handle. Glancing down unexpectedly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Swallowing hard, he shook his head to regain composure. Relieved that he had not succumbed to nausea, with a hint of nervousness, he addressed the flying broom beneath him. "Is there a way to descend, my lady?" Suddenly, the broom jolted violently, startling Lin Fan, who instinctively gripped it tighter. Realizing that he had referred to it as lady, he quickly corrected himself. "Miss, charming and delightful Mississippi." This time, the broom calmed down, merely swaying slightly, and in a voice reminiscent of a sweet, childlike tone, it responded, "You haven't explained why you are speaking our language." The broom's voice was high-pitched and endearing, akin to that of a little girl. After it spoke, it performed a series of aerial flips, causing Lin Fan to feel a mix of thrill and terror, although he was not afraid of heights. The tumultuous ride was quite overwhelming. On the ground, the Gryffindor lions were erupting with excited shouts, while from Slytherin came a singular voice, which everyone knew belonged to whom. "Could you please lower the altitude?" Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly, though he did not scream. The broom shook slightly, having understood his request, and began to tilt downward, accelerating rapidly. Madame Hooch, witnessing the broom's acrobatics, suddenly spotted Lin Fan hurtling towards her. She quickly yanked her own broom to the side. At that moment, Lin Fan, propelled by the broom, brushed past Madame Hooch, who followed closely behind. The wind tousled Lin Fan's dark hair and billowed his clothing. Whoosh! The broom, with Lin Fan still on it, finally halted a meter above the ground. "May I speak now?" the broom inquired, its voice still soft and gentle, despite its adorable tone. Lin Fan felt a hint of mischief in the broom's earlier rapid descent, leading him to believe it possessed a cunning nature. "This is my special ability. I can communicate with living beings." Lin Fan wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, his heart racing erratically. The broom fell silent after its declaration. Just then, Nina Lou and other Gryffindor students gathered around Lin Fan, their exclamations of awe filling the air. "Hey, you are so cool, absolutely amazing," a Gryffindor boy exclaimed. The others chimed in, "Indeed, it's fantastic, simply brilliant." From the crowd, a girl's voice rang out, "Ah, Lin Fan, you are so adorable," while Slytherin students, except for one girl, shouted in agreement, "Cute, so charming." The rest of the Slytherins wore displeased expressions, feeling overshadowed by Lin Fan's display of talent, which suggested he was a promising Quidditch player. Nina Trinity, hovering on her broom, bore a disgruntled look, a fervent pure-blood enthusiast. She considered it disgraceful for anyone outside Slytherin to receive applause, honor, or cheers. With sparks of determination in her eyes, Nina exclaimed to Lin Fan, "You are truly remarkable. I had no idea you could ride a broom so skillfully on your first try. You should join the Quidditch team." The surrounding Gryffindor lions nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment. Lin Fan forced a smile, just as he was about to say something. Mrs. Hodge arrived beside him, soaring through the air on her broomstick. "Do you realize that your inaugural flight on a flying broom is quite perilous?" Mrs. Hodge remarked, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Well, even if your talent is exceptionally remarkable, it is still not advisable." Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Mrs. Hodge interjected, "Now come down and follow me." After Lin Fan bid farewell to the spirit and the little witch broom, he hastily followed in the footsteps of Madame Hooch. Suddenly, Madame Hooch turned around and shouted loudly at the two houses, "Do not touch the brooms indiscriminately in my absence." With that, she continued on her way. Once Lin Fan and Madame Hooch had departed, the two houses erupted into chatter and commotion. Nina Trinity from the Slytherin camp laughed derisively. I knew Madame Hooch would take him for educational purposes. Just look, I was right. Humph, how prideful he seems. The last remark carried a hint of envy. Meanwhile, Nina Lu gazed anxiously in the direction Lin Fan had gone. In the Gryffindor staff room, Professor McGonagall looked at Lin Fan and then addressed Madame Hooch. Hooch, are you saying that Lin Fan's Quidditch talent is remarkable? Indeed, Minerva. The boy's performance in the air was truly spectacular, replied Madame Hooch. Lin Fan yearned to speak. Yet the two professors remained oblivious, engrossed in their conversation. Professor McGonagall remarked, then let us find Piers. Piers Goal, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, is also the team seeker. With that, they employed some unknown method to notify Piers. Upon his arrival, they conveyed the matter to him. Oh, welcome, Lin Fan. To the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Piers extended his hand to shake Lin Fan's. Thus, Lin Fan, in a daze and with little clarity, unwittingly joined the ranks of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, all the while attempting to voice his thoughts, which were perpetually interrupted. That is not my talent. It is all the little broom's doing. It must be said that this incident was rather comical, and ultimately, Lin Fan never had the chance to express his words. The day concluded in this manner, leaving one to wonder how long this folly would persist. Chapter 11. Birthday. On the second day following the comical incident, Nina Lu, Vardar, Raphael, and Lin Fan sat together in the library, each with a book before them. Nina Lu's book was on the history of magic, a subject she found quite fascinating. Though this did not imply her interest in Professor Bin's ghostly lectures, Lin Fan was perusing a standard spells book for beginners, as prior experiences had taught him the significant role basic spells could play, underscoring their foundational importance. Vardar was engrossed in a travelogue about wandering with werewolves, purportedly authored by a fellow named Gilderoy Lockhart. Lin Fan harbored doubts about the authenticity of this work. As he seemed to recall seeing this character in the Harry Potter films, he appeared to be somewhat of a misnomer. Nonetheless, Vardar found Lockhart's writings entertaining enough to pass the time. Raphael's book was on magical potions, which he had read multiple times. Despite his extraordinary aptitude for potion making, he remarked, "The allure of potions is boundless. Even though I have read this book countless times, each review offers a fresh perspective. Truly, potion making reigns supreme." While Lin Fan also held an appreciation for potions, he did not devote himself entirely to them as Raphael did, and at other times. The situation was rather embarrassing in its natural absurdity. After a brief moment, Nina Lu inquired, "Lin Fan, you were taken away by Madame Hooch yesterday. Are you all right?" Vardar and Raphael also looked up, having heard of Lin Fan's encounter with Madame Hooch. "Yes, I'm fine," he replied, followed by a wry smile. "Madame Hooch took me to see Professor McGonagall, and they invited me to join the Quidditch team." "What?" Nina Lu and Vardar exclaimed in astonishment, while Raphael, indifferent to matters beyond potions, showed little interest. "The professor invited you to join the Quidditch team." As Lin Fan gently placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence, Mrs. Piers suddenly bellowed, "Quiet. The library is in chaos." Lin Fan quickly offered an apologetic smile to Mrs. Piers. Nina and Vardar lowered their voices, asking, "Have they invited you to join the Quidditch team?" Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Nina Lu and Feudar were exceedingly excited, while Raphael maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. "You must be the youngest Quidditch player in many years. No, in a century." Lin Fan remained silent, merely shaking his head in resignation. A few days passed. And just after midnight, the three inhabitants of the dormitory were fast asleep. Lin Fan leaned against his bed, the small lamp illuminating the space, as he held a standard incantation, perusing it with a novice's gaze. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the window, where he spotted a rather majestic brown owl pecking at the glass. He recognized this owl as Poland, the pet of James, whom he had seen numerous times at the cozy home. Promptly, Lin Fan rose from his bed and opened the window, only to discover that Poland was not alone. Several owls were perched outside. They flew in, clutching large, elongated packages, which they then set down. Lin Fan brought out some jerky to feed them, and shortly thereafter, all the owls except Poland took flight, while Poland nuzzled against Lin Fan. The reason Poland lingered was due to their bond of communication. "Hey, Poland, is this a gift from James and the others? What is it?" Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Poland preened its feathers for a moment before nodding and responding, "Indeed. It is a present from James, Lady Lily, Mr. Black, and Mr. Lupin, specifically for you, Mr. Lin Fan. As for what lies within, you shall discover it for yourself. I suspect it might be a flying broom, as only a broom would necessitate the assistance of so many companions for its delivery." Lin Fan nodded with a smile, offering a few pieces of jerky to Polandi. "Well, I would appreciate it if you could deliver a message to them for me. However, I must first see what gift Polandi has in store," he replied. "Indeed, Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan untied the string from the package, revealing a brand new, elegantly streamlined broom before his eyes. For reasons unknown, Lin Fan felt an immediate fondness for this broom, named Comet 121. However, he held little hope for his flying skills. With a furrowed brow, he contemplated this thought, but soon relaxed, realizing he could communicate with the broom. In critical moments, he might even employ a control spell. This notion brought a smile to his face. Setting the broom aside, Lin Fan picked up an envelope from the package. He tore open one side and withdrew the paper within. It read, "Dear Lin Fan, happy birthday. Do you remember? Today is your special day. We also heard that you have joined the Quidditch team, which is simply fantastic. You are our pride, being the youngest Quidditch player of this century. We joined when we were in 2nd grade. Thus, we have gifted you the latest flying broom, Comet 121. We believe you will absolutely adore it. Moreover, we must be the first to wish you a happy birthday, right? Higgy, by the way, we have arranged for you to take a day off with Professor Dumbledore's permission. We decided to take you to Hogsmeade. Exciting, isn't it? We'll meet at the Three Broomsticks at 8 in the morning. With love, your family. Sharpit, Lily, Bigfoot, and Moonface." Lin Fan smiled gently, then approached the bedside, opening the drawer of the nightstand. He retrieved a piece of parchment and a delicate golden feather quill, and began to write, "Dear James, Lily, Remus, and Sirius, I have received the Comet 121 you sent, and I must say, I truly appreciate it. Furthermore, you are indeed the first to extend your blessings to me. Truth be told, I had completely forgotten that today is my birthday. I shall arrive at the warm home promptly tomorrow morning. Yours, Lin Fan." Lin Fan offered another piece of jerky to Poland, gently stroking its fur. "Poland, deliver this letter to Jan and the others. Farewell." Poland nodded, pecked Lin Fan's hand, and then soared into the sky, clutching the letter in its claws. As Lin Fan was about to close the window, an owl swooped down from a distance. It was Hagrid, Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, Nina Lou, Feudal, and Raphael, bringing gifts. Hagrid, Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, and Professor McGonagall presented Lin Fan with several books on Quidditch, spells, and potions. Nina Lou gifted Lin Fan a pair of hand-knitted woolen gloves, perfect for the approaching winter. Feudal's offering consisted of sweets, while Raphael bestowed upon Lin Fan a copied manuscript of his family's potion insights, rather than the original. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude in letters to several individuals. However, he was taken aback when the 4 enigmatic women from Hogwarts also sent him gifts. He was perplexed as to how they had discovered his birthday. The items they presented, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and lip gloss, were quite difficult for him to accept. What could this possibly mean? Was it a jest at his expense? Despite the frustration it caused him, Lin Fan still took the time to respond with thanks. The commotion during this period roused the 3 roommates in Lin Fan's dormitory. Their eyes lit up when they spotted the Comet 121, resting beside him. And their breathing grew rapid with excitement. "Goodness, that's the Comet 121, exclaimed Dokravadina. "It's the latest model in the Comet series. I saw it at the broom shop." Cluck Brewstan and Tom Mitchell nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with exhilaration. "Indeed," they echoed. They then turned to Lin Fan, who was engrossed in his letter, and inquired, "Lin Fan, is this yours?" Lin Fan did not wish to boast, yet he believed that they would eventually discover the truth. Thus, he nodded calmly and said, "Yes, indeed, this is a birthday gift from my family, commemorating my joining the Quidditch team at our academy." As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the 3 individuals widened their eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "What? You have actually joined the Quidditch team. This is simply marvelous. On that day, we witnessed your exceptional flying skills." Then, they shouted in unison the words Lin Fan had heard just a few days prior. "You are the youngest Quidditch player of the century. Congratulations." Lin Fan smiled wryly. "Yes, thank you." Thus, the night passed amidst the incessant inquiries from Dakla, Cluck, and Tom. Chapter 12, Birthday the Second Update. Continuing from yesterday. Date, morning, 7:30. Lin Fan arrived at Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore looked at Lin Fan with a kind smile and remarked that Lin Fan seemed to be in good spirits today. He then took out some flue powder and sprinkled it into the flames of the fireplace. As the flames transformed into a vibrant green, Dumbledore said, "Lin Fan, let us proceed. James and the others are awaiting your arrival." Lin Fan gazed at the emerald flames flickering in the fireplace, swallowing hard in anticipation. He then nodded toward Dumbledore, saying, "Headmaster, I shall take my leave." Lin Fan's silhouette appeared desolate, reminiscent of Jing Ku's lament. "The wind is bleak, and the waters of the Ee are cold. A valiant man departs and never returns." Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan strode forward. Dumbledore chuckled softly at Lin Fan's forlorn figure. In the cozy abode, James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus were seated on the sofa, engaged in light-hearted banter. Their spirits remarkably high that day. As they conversed, the fireplace emitted a soft puff sound, signaling Lin Fan's arrival. Indeed, Lin Fan emerged from the fireplace, slightly disoriented, dusting off his clothes before greeting the 4 on the sofa. "Hello, James, Lily, Remus, Sirius. Hey, Lin Fan, you're finally here. Let us go," Sirius exclaimed eagerly. James waved his hand, saying, "All right, let us be off." Lily took out some flue powder, tossing it into the flames, and stepped into the now green fire, exclaiming, Hogsmeade. Remus followed closely, and after James had confirmed the pronunciation of Hogsmeade with Linfan, he too stepped into the flames. Linfan inhaled deeply again, feeling quite troubled. He mused to himself, you could have simply said to gather in Hogsmeade. Why must we convene here? It forces me to traverse the Floo network twice. How utterly vexing. As Sirius also plunged into the verdant flames, the cozy abode fell silent. Suddenly, a click echoed as the door opened, and an unknown figure entered the warm household. In one of the rooms in Hogsmeade, a fireplace ignited with emerald flames, and a young yet mature and enchanting woman emerged, followed by several handsome young men, one of whom was an adorably charming boy. These individuals were none other than Linfan and his companions. Linfan, let us be off, Lily urged. You haven't truly explored Hogwarts or enjoyed your time here in the cozy abode, and well, being unconscious doesn't count. Today, we shall have a splendid time. Linfan smiled, revealing his charming dimples. Haha, our Linfan is indeed the most adorable, Sirius exclaimed, playfully ruffling Linfan's neatly styled hair. Remus joined in, tousling Linfan's hair as well, and James, of course, did not miss the opportunity to affectionately mess up Linfan's hair too. Linfan hurriedly clapped his hands together, cradled his head, and shouted, You three, cease this at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to fight back. My head may be severed, blood may flow, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Do you understand? You three uncouth rascals. Linfan intended to say more, but upon witnessing the predatory gaze of the three men, he quickly restrained himself. He certainly did not wish to endure another bout of humiliation, especially on his birthday. Lily smiled at Linfan and the others, saying, All right, let us be on our way. Exiting the small room, Lily began to introduce, This is the only village in all of Britain composed entirely of wizards. It is a veritable haven of magic. Hogsmeade boasts numerous intriguing shops, such as Honeyduke's and Zonko's joke shop. We shall take a look shortly. Linfan nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Remus interjected, In fact, Hogsmeade is not far from Hogwarts. What? Linfan exclaimed in disbelief. Then why didn't you come to Hogwarts? You could have brought me directly to Hogsmeade, leaving me to feel resentful towards you for. I feel like throwing up. Sirius loudly echoed Linfan's sentiment. Linfan rolled his eyes at Sirius and let out a dismissive humph. James, the authoritative figure, observed Sirius continually belittling Linfan and remarked, Sirius, today, on Linfan's birthday, refrain from antagonizing him. Sirius promptly complied, while Linfan stuck out his tongue at him. As they strolled along, they arrived at a candy shop, where a sign overhead proclaimed Duke of Honey. Upon pushing the door open, a melodious chime rang out. Welcome. What would you like to purchase? Feel free to browse at your leisure. A young and attractive witch greeted them, though she lacked the exquisite beauty of Lily. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Yet Linfan found himself doubting his own perception. After all, he had initially been captivated by Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius, only to realize he had misjudged their allure. Linfan nodded at the witch and then wandered among the shelves, while Lily remained in place, casually conversing with the witch. Remus, Sirius, and James also ventured into the aisles in search of their favorite items. After a considerable time, they emerged from Honeyduke's, with their purchases nestled in the handbag that Lily carried. This bag had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, which made Linfan realize that the storage rings and bags mentioned in novels might indeed exist. Linfan inquired of Lily and the others about the conditions for casting this undetectable extension charm. Remus explained that it was not a spell that younger students could learn, as their magical capacity was too limited at the beginning, making it difficult to perform. As they grew older, their magical abilities would increase. Sirius and James chimed in, declaring that he was an anomaly, already possessing the magical power of a fourth-year student. The five friends continued to explore several more shops before heading to the Three Broomsticks for some butterbeer. Of course, this was not Linfan's first encounter with butterbeer. His initial taste had been at Hagrid's cabin upon his arrival at Hogwarts. As they passed the Hogshead Inn, a towering figure emerged from within. Hey, Linfan. Happy birthday. Enjoy yourselves, boomed Hagrid, greeting Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius as well. Thank you, Hagrid. Where are you off to? Linfan asked. Lily and the others also greeted Hagrid. Well, I'm heading back to our cabin. Fong needs his dinner, Hagrid replied with a tender expression. Can one imagine the gentle visage of this half-giant? Fong? Linfan queried curiously. Hagrid nodded. Yes, Fong is a Neapolitan Mastiff. He is quite adorable, with a voice that resonates like thunder. You should come visit the cabin sometime. When did you get him? Linfan asked, puzzled. Actually, I won him a little while ago at the Hogshead Inn, Hagrid said, sheepishly ruffling his disheveled hair. Linfan was speechless. Well, all right then. Soon after, Hagrid bid farewell to Linfan and the others. The sky dimmed, and the moon gradually became full. We shall take you to another place, James announced, though for some reason, Remus's expression appeared somewhat distorted and unsettling. Where to? Linfan inquired curiously. The Screaming Shack, James replied, the destination to which they were escorting Linfan. It was said to be a haunted house, something Linfan had overheard from the locals during his daytime explorations. As they entered the Screaming Shack, the moon outside swelled into its full form. Chapter 13. Birthday Remus walked ahead, his body trembling incessantly. James, Sirius, and Lily surrounded Lin Fan protectively. Lin Fan, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong with Remus?" However, James, Lily, and Sirius remained silent, signaling Lin Fan to hold his tongue. Upon reaching the end of the screaming shack, a peculiar sound escaped Remus's lips. Lin Fan gazed intently at Remus, his eyes brimming with concern. Suddenly, Remus's body began to swell, his garments tearing apart as long fur erupted from his skin. His head contorted grotesquely, and his hands transformed into claws, ultimately metamorphosing into a wolf-like creature. A howl echoed through the air. Lin Fan was somewhat startled, yet he remained composed. The wolf that Remus had transformed into emanated a green light from its eyes, but within that green hue flowed a sinister red glow, a bloodthirsty radiance. What has become of Remus? How could he be like this? Lin Fan inquired of James and the others. Remus is a werewolf. James replied. So what? Lin Fan asked. Perplexed. Aren't you afraid? Wolves are perilous creatures, and werewolves are despised by all, Sirius remarked to Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan felt a twinge of fear in his heart, he soon regained his composure and declared resolutely, So what? Remus is our family. His conviction was palpable. James, Sirius, and Lily nodded in approval. In truth, it was Remus's idea to bring you here. He wished for you to understand his true nature and to gauge your reaction upon learning that he is a werewolf. To be frank, despite Remus's gentle demeanor, he possesses a rather cunning side, Lily remarked. All right then, what is next? Lin Fan responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Do you know why this place is called the Shrieking Shack? Lily continued her inquiry. Lin Fan shook his head, responding with confusion. Is it because of Remus? Indeed. Shortly after Remus's birth, his father incurred the wrath of the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. In retaliation, the werewolf bit young Remus, endowing him with certain traits akin to those of a werewolf. Initially, he was not accepted into Hogwarts. It was Dumbledore who intervened, having someone plant a whomping willow on the school grounds. This served to conceal the passage leading to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, where Remus would transform every full moon. This measure was taken to ensure the safety of both Remus and his fellow students. Once transformed, he became exceedingly violent, and the villagers, upon hearing the noise and screams, assumed it was the work of a ferocious beast. Initially, some would come to investigate, but Dumbledore encouraged the spread of such rumors, ensuring that people kept their distance from the Shrieking Shack and thus safeguarding everyone. Poor Remus, Lin Fan gazed at him with sympathy. At that moment, Remus suddenly stood up. His green eyes were fading, replaced by a fiery red glow, clearly indicating that he was on the brink of succumbing to his frenzy. Remus rubbed his hind legs restlessly, leaning forward in an aggressive stance, his eyes fixated on Lin Fan and the others. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he licked his lips, a look of exhilaration on his face, seemingly delighted at the prospect of indulging in delicacies. With a swift motion, Remus charged forward. Lin Fan and his companions swiftly evaded the onslaught. What should we do? Can we cast a spell to render Remus unconscious? No, we have attempted that. The incantation feint and fall merely plunges Remus into a brief stupor, only for him to awaken shortly thereafter. James replied. Then what are we to do? James? Sirius, do you not sense that Remus's transformation today is unlike any we have witnessed before? Lily exclaimed loudly, deftly avoiding Remus's assault. Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Wasn't Remus's transformation different before? Indeed, James and Sirius replied loudly. Previously, Remus could retain some consciousness during his transformations, but this time he has completely succumbed to a frenzied bloodlust. Outside, two wizards, Passerby A and Passerby B, were seated on a bench in the square, gazing at the sky. Passerby A exclaimed in astonishment, Today's moon is quite peculiar. Indeed, it seems rather eerie, replied Passerby B. The moon hung in the sky like a white jade plate, yet it emanated an unsettling glow, a faint crimson hue reminiscent of a blood mist, enchanting and otherworldly. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, James, Lily, and Sirius remained oblivious to the strangeness outside, which would later lead to James and Lily seeking a secret keeper in Sirius's absence, resulting in Peter being approached instead. This chain of events would ultimately culminate in an unimaginable tragedy, though that tale shall be reserved for another time. In any case, Remus's aberration left an indelible yet subtle mark of unease in the hearts of James, Lily, and Sirius. Within the Shrieking Shack, Remus relentlessly pursued Lin Fan, Lily, James, and Sirius. Lin Fan gasped for breath, exclaiming loudly, Is there truly no way to halt Remus? James shook his head, uncertain. At that moment, Lily happened to glimpse the sky through a crack in the Screaming Shack, and she exclaimed, breathlessly, It is nearly dawn. What? James and Sirius shouted in unison. What is it, James, Sirius? Lin Fan inquired, evading Remus's onslaught. It is almost dawn, yet the moon's visage has not reverted to its original form. This has never occurred before, Sirius cried out. Lin Fan was taken aback. What? I had assumed that Remus was always like this. What shall we do now? Hoo was quite exhausted. Indeed, Lily replied, panting. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Fan. He called out loudly to Lily, Sirius, and James, pointed fork. Bigfoot. Lily, you all use stupefy on Remus. I have a plan. What plan? Although puzzled, James and the others did not hesitate. They swiftly produced their wands from an unknown source, aimed them at Remus, gave a gentle flick, and chanted, "Stupefy." Bang! Remus, who had been chasing Lin Fan, collapsed right in front of him. Lin Fan hurried to Remus's side, mentally retrieving a medium-level confusion potion and a medium-level dream potion from his alchemist space. He poured both potions into Remus's mouth. Still feeling uneasy, Lin Fan once again reached into his alchemist space to fetch the bewitching vine collected from the depths of the forbidden forest, binding it around Remus. Time passed, yet Remus remained unconscious. Suddenly, the bound Remus emitted a series of puffing sounds. His long fur began to retract, and his body started to shrink back to its normal size. James quickly positioned himself in front of Lily, for Remus was now exposed, and he could not allow his beloved wife to gaze upon another man's form. As for the previous incident where Lily had seen Lin Fan and had even played with Lin Fan's nudity, well, that was a different matter entirely, was it not? After a brief moment, Remus fully regained his original appearance, yet he still lay in a deep slumber. Lin Fan and Sirius approached Remus, with Lin Fan carefully retracting the invisible, enchanting vines enveloping Remus. Meanwhile, Sirius produced a set of garments from seemingly nowhere and dressed Remus in them. After a brief moment, once Remus was attired, James spoke up, suggesting, "Let us return to the warm home. Bigfoot, you and I shall accompany Moony, while Lily takes Lin Fan." Having uttered these words, James, alongside Sirius, took hold of Remus, brandishing his wand and gently waving it while exclaiming, "Apparate." Lily grasped Lin Fan tightly and urged, "Hold on. We are departing too." She then brandished her wand, giving it a flick, and declared, "Apparate," to the warm home. James and Sirius carefully brought Remus to his bedroom. Laying him upon the bed, Lin Fan was in the kitchen preparing a meal. Lily had intended to assist him, but Lin Fan insisted she leave, for he did not wish for her to mishandle the ingredients. She might ruin them, turning them into a lethal concoction. Moments later, at the dining table, Lin Fan remarked, "I will finish my meal and then return to Hogwarts. Please inform me when Remus awakens, and remember, I have prepared chicken soup for him. Ensure he drinks it." "All right." By the fireplace, Lily kissed Lin Fan on the cheek, bidding him farewell. "Goodbye." James and Sirius chimed in, "We will notify you when Remus wakes. Farewell, I am leaving." Lin Fan took some flue powder and tossed it into the flames, then stepped through Hogwarts. It truly was an unforgettable birthday, marking his first in the world of Harry Potter. Chapter 14. The mysterious melody in the castle in the Ravenclaw common room. A Ravenclaw girl, enraptured, exclaimed, "Did you know? Last night, I heard a song that left me utterly spellbound, enchanting and ethereal, akin to celestial music." "Oh, no, it was indeed divine. No wonder you returned to the dormitory so late. And did you say divine? Is it more melodious than Lin Fan from Gryffindor?" Another Ravenclaw girl responded, "Indeed. Is Lin Fan more melodious?" Other Ravenclaw students echoed. The first girl nodded fervently. "Of course. Before I heard that celestial melody, I believed Lin Fan's voice was the most beautiful I had ever heard. Yet, after experiencing that song, I realized there exists a beauty far surpassing his." In the Hufflepuff common room, a boy appeared terrified. Other Hufflepuff students surrounded him, asking, "Taramo, what is wrong? You've been this way since last night. What happened to frighten you so?" Taramo, still wearing a fearful expression, merely shook his head in silence. After a long while, encouraged by his peers, he finally spoke, trembling. "I heard a horrifying melody last night. Though the song itself was not frightening, it conjured terrifying thoughts in my mind, and I was utterly terrified." In the corridor, Leds, "What is the matter? You seem unusually spirited," a Gryffindor student inquired. Leds, with a spark in his eyes, replied, "I do not know. I merely feel incredibly invigorated, as if my blood is surging with excitement." Another Gryffindor student asked, "Did something happen to cause this change?" Leds exclaimed, "Perhaps it is due to that melody I heard." In Potions class, after a Slytherin student answered a question correctly, it was surprisingly noted that Severus did not award points to his own house but instead, with a dark expression, stated, "Did I ask you to answer anything else?" Slytherin loses 5 points. This incident bewildered the Ravenclaw and Slytherin students attending the class, as Snape rarely reprimanded his own house. What was amiss today? Shouldn't he have awarded Slytherin points? Meanwhile, Severus pondered, "What is wrong with me? Why am I so irritable today? Oh, it must be that infernal melody. I detest that song." In the room of requirement, Lin Fan remarked, "Many people have been acting strangely lately." To which Fido responded. Lin Fan nodded, while Raphael appeared lost in thought. Nina Lu chimed in, "Indeed. I heard that Snape actually deducted points from Slytherin. It seems that everyone's odd behavior lately is somehow related to the singing. All 4 houses are affected." I inquired with a portrait in the castle, Balarchy, who mentioned that some portraits had also heard the song. As a result, some became irritable, while others were filled with vigor, including the ghosts. "Even Peeves has ceased his mischief," Lin Fan remarked, a slight frown marring his brow. At that moment, Raphael suddenly interjected with a tone of annoyance, "The singing. Why has it transformed Professor Snape in such a manner? He has grown intolerable towards me. He deducted points from me the other day." Vardal nodded in agreement. Professor Snape has never deducted points from Raphael before. Lin Fan remained silent. For the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Task initiated. Seek the mysterious melody. The quest, a random level undertaking. Pose the question. What kind of melody could evoke such transformations among the students, faculty, ghosts, and portraits of Hogwarts? Moreover, what connection might it have to the heart of nature? Another task. This marked Lin Fan's second assignment, the first being the S-level inheritance task, Eternal Heart of Nature. Yet this one was merely of random classification, accompanied by the final phrase in the task description. It must pertain to a fragment of the heart of nature's abilities, perhaps a division of its essence. The most likely candidate appeared to be the heart of sound spirits. Though this entity did not seem to possess powers that incited such restlessness or fear, it was quite vexing. Having activated the task, Lin Fan resolved to investigate later that evening. Lin Fan, is something amiss? Nina Lu inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought, Lin Fan promptly replied, shaking off his reverie. That evening, after dinner, Lin Fan bid farewell to Nina Lu, Feudar, and Raphael, informing them that he had matters to discuss with Professor Dumbledore, a statement they readily accepted. Lin Fan cautiously wandered through the corridor, striving to avoid encounters with Furky and his feline companion, Lady Loris. He also remained vigilant of the mischievous Pippi ghost, who, despite harboring a fear of him, could not be trusted to refrain from seeking revenge at the slightest opportunity. It was certain that as long as Pippi Ghost could find a way to exploit Lin Fan's vulnerabilities, mischief would ensue. Lin Fan first arrived at the area near Ravenclaw's girls, where he heard a sound. It was a corridor close to the library. Unfortunately, after searching for a considerable time, he found no clues. He then proceeded to the locations where the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students claimed to have heard the singing near the kitchen and the corridor on the 4th floor, yet he still discovered nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Fan bowed his head in contemplation. There remained only the place where Snape had heard the song. Yet where exactly had Snape encountered it? To inquire of him? Impossible. He would undoubtedly refuse to divulge such information. To seek him out would only risk further deductions from my score. Sigh. Lin Fan turned around, his head peeking out slightly, only to discover it was the mischievous Pippi Ghost. Fortunately, he had not been spotted. Otherwise, he would have certainly screamed. Lin Fan observed as Pippi Ghost glanced around before retreating into the wall, vanishing from sight. Lin Fan's mind was consumed with thoughts, pondering where Severus might have heard that voice. Severus typically frequented only a handful of places: his own teacher's quarters, the potions classroom, the faculty lounge, Dumbledore's office, the Great Hall, and a house outside the school. As for any other locations, he was at a loss. The last one was clearly impossible. So he decided to search through each of these places one by one. With this determination, Lin Fan first made his way to the potions classroom, but upon finding nothing, he continued his search elsewhere. Ultimately, he encountered nothing. Nothing at all. There were no leads. Was the song merely a figment of his imagination? Where could it possibly be? Chapter 15. The mysterious melody in the castle night fell, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Lin Fan returned to the Gryffindor common room with a sense of disappointment, treading carefully. Upon entering, he was met by the rather unrefined cries of the fat lady, the portrait guarding the entrance. Ahem. Clenching his right hand into a fist and placing it near his mouth, Lin Fan attempted to clear his throat. The fat lady seemed to either hear or ignore him, flipping over as her thunderous voice continued to resonate. Ahem. This time, the fat lady finally stirred, squinting her eyes and yawning. Why have you returned to the common room so late? She inquired, yawning as she spoke. Do you not realize that the common room is meant to be closed at this hour? Lin Fan, unperturbed and composed, addressed the fat lady, stating that he had been to see Professor Dumbledore about an important matter, which accounted for his late return. The fat lady cast a skeptical glance at Lin Fan, but recalling whispers from other portraits during her own visits, she became convinced of his words. Thus, she assumed a dignified and noble demeanor, adhering to the customary protocols, and declared, "Very well, I shall take your word for it. The password, please." Observing the fat lady's somewhat disheveled appearance, as if she had just awakened, Lin Fan stifled a laugh, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling his earlier frustration at the lack of clues. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he calmly recited the Gryffindor password, "Fortune favors the bold." In the next moment, the fat lady's portrait swung open, revealing the entrance to the common room. Lin Fan swiftly slipped through and hurried back to his dormitory. Upon entering, he noticed that his companions, Dokra, Crook, and Tom, were still asleep, prompting a sigh of relief. Quietly climbing into his own bed, Lin Fan gazed upward, lost in contemplation, and before he realized it, his eyes gently fluttered shut, followed by the soft sound of his breathing. Morning arrived. Sunlight streamed into the room as Lin Fan awoke, rubbed his hair, and descended from his bed. Not wishing to disturb his slumbering friends, he proceeded to wash up. Afterwards, he made his way to the dining hall for breakfast, lost in thought as he ate. Bang! Lin Fan awoke from his reverie as a hand gently patted his shoulder. Turning to behold the girl behind him, he greeted, "Good morning, Ninalu." "Oh, what thoughts occupy your mind so early?" Ninalu inquired as she settled beside Lin Fan, indulging in breakfast. "Oh, nothing," Lin Fan replied, choking slightly on a piece of bread. Meanwhile, Ninata reached for the milk in front of Lin Fan and placed it into his hand. saying, "Here you go." Lin Fan hurriedly took the assignment and gulped it down, expressing his gratitude with a quick thank you. Nina Lu merely smiled at him. "Shall we head to the classroom?" Nina Lu suggested. "Oh," Fan responded, following Nina Lu out of the dining hall, and suddenly feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head and asked, "Which class do we have now?" Nina Lu sighed dramatically. "Oh my god. You really are hopeless. Come on, it's Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class." Once all the students gathered in the classroom, Professor McGonagall commenced the lesson. The very first words she uttered left Lin Fan in a state of shock. "Please hand in the assignments assigned yesterday." In Lin Fan's mind echoed a phrase. "It's over. I am doomed. I am a tragic figure." After everyone had submitted their work, with the exception of Lin Fan, Professor McGonagall spoke up, his voice resonating with authority. "Has everyone submitted? Those who have not, please stand up." A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead as he stood rigidly, raising his right hand. Amidst the crowd of Ravenclaw, low chuckles erupted, accompanied by an unusual voice. "Oh, Lin Fan, the young lad, has failed to submit his assignment." From the Gryffindor side, another voice chimed in. "Lin Fan has truly misstepped. He neglected his homework." Others murmured, "It's over. He is bound to face Professor McGonagall's wrath." Indeed, Professor McGonagall was known for her strictness, and he had brazenly committed an infraction. His fate seemed sealed. Nina Lu cast a worried glance at Lin Fan, her mind lingering on his peculiar behavior over the past few days, which seemed to have commenced after the strange rumors about hearing songs began circulating. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Professor McGonagall, contrary to her usual demeanor, refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, she spoke gently, a smile gracing her face as she advised, "Remember not to repeat this mistake next time, understood?" Lin Fan found it quite astonishing. When had Professor McGonagall ever smiled in such a manner, her tone so gentle? As his thoughts flickered away, Lin Fan quickly responded aloud, "Yes. Professor, I understand. There won't be a next time. Please take a seat." Professor McGonagall continued in her soft tone. Once Lin Fan settled down, she commenced the lesson for the day. Noon. Gryffindor Common Room. "Lin Fan, this is unbelievable. Professor McGonagall didn't reprimand you at all," exclaimed Egypt Weasley, draping an arm around Lin Fan's shoulders. "Crucio, Docran," Tom exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, it is truly marvelous." Nearby, several older Gryffindors overheard the first year's discussion and curiously inquired, what on earth happened? Thus, the peculiar behavior of Professor McGonagall was recounted. "What?" Brittany shrieked. "How could this be? You must know that I was once late and Professor McGonagall penalized me and deducted a point." Pierre also found it hard to believe. "I once failed to complete my assignment and was scolded by Professor McGonagall, also losing a point." In short, the conversation among these young lions revolved entirely around Professor McGonagall's unusual demeanor. Disregarding the opinions of others, Lin Fan and Nina Lu exited the common room and made their way to the library, his mind persistently mulling over Professor McGonagall's behavior today. From what everyone had said, it seemed she had completely deviated from her usual self. Suddenly, a word echoed in his mind. "Heart." "Lin Fan, what is wrong with you?" Nina Lu shook him awake. "You've been acting oddly these past few days. Ever since you heard about the rumors of others hearing the song, you keep zoning out." Chuckling, Lin Fan scratched his head, attempting to disguise his thoughts. "Ahem, it's nothing." Despite Lin Fan's denial, Nina Lu's suspicions grew ever stronger. Lin Fan felt a bit uneasy under Nina Lu's gaze. So he quickly said, "Nina Lu, shall we head to class?" "Ahem, we have potions class in the afternoon." Lin Fan's excitement was unmistakable. Nina Lu withdrew her gaze from him and, with a hint of annoyance, pointed to the clock in the library, saying, "Look, what time is it now? Are you planning to just wait in the potions classroom for the lesson to begin?" Lin Fan fell silent, feigning interest in the book before him. When Nina Lu's voice resonated once more, "You've got your book upside down, Lin Fan." Clearing his throat, he quickly responded, Yes, I know. I merely wish to observe it this way to enhance my powers of perception." Nina Lu, however, paid no heed to Lin Fan's antics and began to study the origins of magic earnestly. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Song in the Castle Potion Class. Severus was particularly fearsome today. It was imperative not to provoke him. Even if one refrained from doing so, he would still seek trouble. "Nina Lu, please enlighten me on the properties of the bloody glue mushroom," Severus called out, his tone icy and foreboding. Nina Lu was taken aback but quickly stood, stammering, "Professor, it seems that the bloody glue mushroom is not mentioned in our book." Severus fixed a piercing glare upon her, his voice dragging out. "Is that so?" He then directed his attention to Nina Trinity, who was snickering at Nina Lu. "Nina, you answer." Upon hearing Severus call her name, Nina stiffened involuntarily. "Professor, I do not know." "Humph, 5 points deducted from both Gryffindor and Slytherin," Severus declared with a grim expression. Nina's complexion paled further, her fair skin now ghostly white. She had intended to voice her thoughts, but fell silent, her gaze fixed on Nina Lu, who stood beside Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with resentment. In her mind, she cursed, "Damn it, you wretched mudblood, why didn't you answer? You made me lose points for the professor." Completely oblivious to her earlier schadenfreude when witnessing Nina Lu struggle with the question, she thought, "Cursed, lowly wretch, you are so far behind me." "Humph. You better watch your back and not give me any leverage. Setting aside Nina's inner turmoil, Severus's gaze shifted to Lin Fan, his voice dripping with cold cruelty. You too. Sit down. Lin Fan, enlighten us on the properties of the bloody gloom mushroom. Nina Lu and Nina hurriedly took their seats, while Lin Fan stood up. Nina Lu's expression conveyed her concern for him. The bloody gloom mushroom can be combined with the bloodthirsty hardgrass and tasteless udon mushroom to concoct a powerful healing potion, which can instantly mend both internal and external injuries, Lin Fan explained. He paused momentarily, disregarding Severus's thunderous expression, and continued, however, the bloodthirsty hardgrass is exceedingly rare and has become increasingly difficult to find in recent years, nearing extinction. The bloody gloom mushroom itself is also becoming scarce, teetering on the edge of disappearance. As Lin Fan elaborated, he noted Severus's darkening countenance and swallowed hard, adding, moreover, the bloody gloom mushroom can be mixed with the dreaming vine and weeping doll flower to create an extraordinarily potent hallucinogen. This substance can plunge a person into a vivid illusion without their awareness, and even when they awaken, they will have no recollection of the events that transpired, rendering any investigation futile. It can affect wizards below the 10th rank. The weeping doll flower is rumored to exist only in legend. Having relished his explanation, Lin Fan glanced at Severus, whose face was now a stormy shade of black, and concluded, Professor, I have finished my answer. Humph. Severus snorted coldly, then bellowed. Why didn't you all take notes on that? Sit down. Lin Fan promptly took a seat. The classroom was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of quills gliding across parchment. Severus Snape paid no heed to Lin Fan's reward for answering the question correctly, and Lin Fan had never entertained the notion of receiving points from Snape. In the room of requirement, Nina Lu furiously struck the punching bag, venting her frustrations as she muttered curses. Damn Snape. How dare he pose questions that are entirely absent from our textbooks? Humph. Deliberately stirring trouble, that prematurely irritable fellow. It turned out that Lin Fan had informed Nina Lu about the absence of any reference to the gruesome gloomshroom in their textbooks, a topic only mentioned in those treasured ancient tomes. Lin Fan leisurely sat on the sofa, sipping the juice brought to him by the domesticated spirit from the kitchen, accompanied by the pastries on the table. Humph. After venting her frustrations, Nina fell onto the sofa in a disheveled state, drenched in perspiration, and directly gulped down the juice. Lin Fan gazed at Nina Lu, about to speak when the door to the room of requirement creaked open. Two boys entered, none other than Feudal and Raphael. One might wonder if the room of requirement had a rule prohibiting entry to those outside when someone was already inside. Indeed, such a regulation existed, however. If those within permitted entry, then the chosen individual could step inside. Hello, Feudal, Raphael, Lin Fan greeted. Feudal's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as he blinked at Lin Fan and exclaimed, Did you know? I heard that Professor McGonagall also caught wind of that mysterious melody. And even Professor Snape has heard it again. I long to experience that enchanting song myself. His face was alight with yearning. With a sharp wit and a hint of mischief, Raphael retorted, Humph, the moment you appear, that melody will undoubtedly vanish. Not at all. Feudal countered, determined. Indeed. Raphael succinctly replied. Struck by Raphael's comment, Feudal's expression fell, and he began to nibble on a pastry from the table, washing it down with a few sips of juice before placing the cup back down. Humph, I shall ignore you, he declared, and with that, he dashed out of the room of requirement. After a while, the others expected Feudal to return promptly, yet his absence lingered. Do you think Feudal might have gotten lost on his way out? Nina Lu whispered. It's quite possible, Lin Fan replied, somewhat perplexed. Then Raphael uttered a remark that was both humorous and disheartening. Feudal has indeed done this before. The door was right beside him, yet he failed to see it. Lin Fan and Nina were momentarily stunned, but soon regained their composure and exclaimed, Let us hasten to find him. What if he falls into the clutches of Furky? The hour of the night's prohibition approaches. Raphael quickly responded, Indeed, let us seek him out. The three of them rushed out of the room of omnipotent requests and commenced their search for Vardar. As Lin Fan and his companions passed by a painting, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was the work of the artist Belarkey. This painting depicted the very image Lin Fan had encountered upon his initial arrival at the ancient castle. Ah, Lin Fan, come and admire this exquisite masterpiece I have created, Belarkey exclaimed, lost in reverie over his own work. Raphael and Nina were bemused, their heads filled with a haze of disbelief, while Lin Fan wiped away non-existent sweat, murmuring, Indeed, perfect, simply marvelous. With an air of pride and sanctity, Belarkey raised his chin and smiled. You feel the same, do you not? Truly, I, Belarkey, am the finest painter. Unlike Rajamanchi, with his lackluster skills, he is still leagues behind me. Coughing gently, Lin Fan interrupted the self-absorbed Belarkey. Belarkey, did you happen to see a boy who appeared rather shy? He had chestnut hair, azure eyes, and a delicate nose. Perhaps he looked a bit forlorn and stood about this tall. Lin Fan gestured to indicate Fatal's height. Belarkey pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. A boy matching that description passed by not long ago. He headed in that direction. However, he did not seem overly sad. He pointed towards the path. Thank you, Belarkey. We must find him now. So farewell, Lin Fan said, Your painting is truly remarkable. Until we meet again, Bellarke replied. Lin Fan and Raphael, accompanied by Nina, began to sprint towards the direction indicated by Bellarke. They left behind the entranced figure of Bellarke, whose murmur suggested that the fellow they spoke of appeared somewhat dazed, moving in a rather mechanical manner, as if lacking control over his own movements. Are you curious about what Bellarke has painted? Allow me to enlighten you. It is, in fact, the sort of whimsical doodles created by kindergarten children, depicting adorable little flowers with 5 petals. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Song in the Castle. Lin Fan, Nina Lu, and Raphael hurriedly ran in search of Vardal. Suddenly, Lin Fan came to an abrupt halt. Lin Fan, what is it? Nina Lu, panting, inquired as she gazed at him. Raphael tilted his head, observing Lin Fan with curiosity. Shoo, Lin Fan whispered, placing his left index finger before his lips to signal Nina Lu and Vardal to remain silent. With his right hand resting against his ear, he leaned slightly, seemingly attuned to some distant sound. Nina Lu and Raphael, noticing Lin Fan's demeanor, stretched their necks and placed their hands beside their ears, eager to discern what he was listening to. After a moment, Lin Fan spoke. Did you hear that? No. Nina Lu and Raphael both shook their adorable little heads in response, just as they were about to inquire about the nature of the sound Lin Fan had detected. He urged, follow me, let us proceed this way. He grasped Nina Lu and Raphael's hands, leading them toward the source of the sound he had perceived. Before long, Lin Fan felt that they were drawing nearer to their destination, and Nina Lu and Raphael began to hear the peculiar sound Lin Fan had mentioned. Is this singing? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, though the melody was faint, Nina Lu and Raphael found themselves captivated and entranced, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. However, Lin Fan, having previously experienced the ethereal symphony of nature's heart deep within the forbidden forest, and having inherited the wondrous skill known as nature's melody, remained grounded, not succumbing entirely to the enchanting strains that enraptured Nina Lu and Raphael. Nina Lu, Raphael, Lin Fan gently shook them, and it took a while for them to regain their senses. What has happened to us? Nina Lu and Raphael gazed at Lin Fan, bewildered and lost. They are unaware of their own state. Lin Fan spoke earnestly to Nina Lu and Raphael, urging them to hastily cover their ears with anything they could find, warning them not to listen to that haunting melody any longer. Heeding Lin Fan's advice, Nina Lu and Raphael quickly retrieved items from their pockets to muffle the sound. The trio then cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, a meow pierced the air. Lin Fan gestured for Nina Lu and Raphael to halt, then proceeded alone. As he turned the corner, a gaunt cat emerged, its fur a dark gray hue, yet it bore an air of undeniable pride. Lin Fan had never encountered such a creature before, when suddenly Raphael exclaimed loudly, Lady Loris. Lady Loris. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Noticing Lin Fan's expression, Raphael began to explain that she was the little cat raised by Mr. Felch, the administrator from last semester. Whenever she let out a loud cry, Felch would immediately rush over, which is why we all felt quite apprehensive around her. Lin Fan then realized that during the last semester, there was an occasion when Feudar, having lost his way, was spotted by Lady Loris, which subsequently attracted the attention of Fairchild, leading to his punishment. Lin Fan promptly gestured for Nina Lu and Raphael to take cover together, urging them to remain unseen by Lady Loris. The trio quickly retreated, pressing their bodies tightly against the wall, holding their breath. Just as they completed these actions, Lady Loris, with her graceful stride, passed by Lin Fan. She closed her eyes tightly and suddenly twitched her nose, as if catching a whiff of Lin Fan, Nina Lu, and Raphael's scent, yet seemingly failing to detect it. Observing Lady Loris in this state, the trio felt an overwhelming sense of tension, daring not to exhale. As Lady Loris prepared to move on, for reasons unknown, she returned to Lin Fan's side and sniffed again, just as she was about to slowly open her eyes. The enchanting and melodious song that had once captivated the air transformed into a sharp, jarring cacophony, akin to noise itself, even with their ears blocked. Nina Lu and Raphael could perceive the intensity of the sound. Their brows furrowed, and they displayed expressions of profound distress. Lady Loris appeared startled by this sudden sound. She ceased her inquiry into the presence of any studentess scent. Instead, she was overtaken by fear and anguish, letting out a panicked meow before fleeing in disarray. Although Lin Fan possessed the skill of natural sound, he too furrowed his brow, yet he did not exhibit the same level of torment as Nina Lu and Raphael. Lin Fan gently patted Raphael and Nina's shoulders, then gestured towards the direction they had come from, indicating that they should depart. He pointed to himself and then to the source of the sound. Perhaps the sudden eruption of song was too painful to bear, despite their furrowed brows. Nina and Raphael wore expressions of reluctant acceptance. They nodded in understanding, and simultaneously addressed Lin Fan, saying, Take care of yourself, Lin Fan, and remember to bring Vardal back. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation, assuring, Very well, I shall. Both individuals harbored unwavering faith in Lin Fan's capabilities, allowing them to depart with ease. Nina Lu and Raphael supported one another as they retraced their steps, seemingly still affected by the ethereal melodies that lingered in the air, their bodies trembling slightly. As Lin Fan observed the silhouettes of Nina Lu and Raphael gradually fade into the distance at the corridor's end, he withdrew his gaze and resolutely set forth, moving towards the source of the sound. The rhythmic echo of footsteps resonated. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Fan's footsteps appeared somewhat heavy, for the song had grown increasingly sharp and piercing. Moreover, the melody seemed to imbue a certain enchantment, conjuring nightmarish visions in Lin Fan's mind with each step he took, terrifying images akin to a painful abyss. Blood, death. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, contemplating Vardar, while continually rallying himself from within. It seemed an unknown force bestowed upon Lin Fan the courage to dispel the shroud of fear. Taking a deep breath, he finally rounded the corner ahead. Suddenly, the piercing melody continued to resonate, yet Lin Fan found himself momentarily stunned. This was because there was no path at all beyond the corner. What could this possibly mean? Lost in confusion, Lin Fan suddenly recalled that this was Hogwarts, the most ancient and mysterious castle in England, a place renowned for its hidden chambers, secret passages, and concealed doors. Lin Fan began to explore the wall, hoping to discover a concealed door or secret passage. However, to his dismay, there was nothing. Indeed, there was truly nothing. Lin Fan had thoroughly explored every inch of the walls, yet he found no concealed doors or passages. Even his incantation, Alohomora, yielded no results. The piercing, sharp, and terrifying melody that surrounded him showed no signs of abating. Chapter 18. The mysterious song of the castle. Suddenly, the chilling song ceased, transforming into an exhilarating and fervent tune reminiscent of the World Cup anthem "We Will Rock You" from Lin Fan's former world. Although the melody was simple, it ignited an extraordinary excitement within him. This song seemed particularly effective for those embodying the spirit of Gryffindor, much like Lin Fan himself. Though he had managed to overcome the haunting magic of the previous melody, he now found that his natural sound skill had lost its potency amidst this vibrant anthem. His body began to tremble as he felt a surge of adrenaline, warmth course through him, his blood igniting, Gryffindor's essence boiling within. In Lin Fan's eyes, there were moments of confusion, interspersed with clarity. Lin Fan trembled with excitement, yearning to dance and sway freely. What system is this? What mission? What quest for the mysterious melody? Lin Fan has forgotten, or perhaps cast aside, these thoughts. At this moment, he is devoid of any contemplation. He yearns only to engage in a fervent dance accompanied by the exhilarating melodies of this passionate song, his spirit soaring high. Lin Fan, captivated by the fervent melody and impassioned dance, closed his eyes. Should he open them, one would observe the hollowness and lack of spirit within his gaze, devoid of focus. Like a marionette, Lin Fan mechanically approached a corner, extending his hands to press against a spot he had previously examined, yet found nothing. From this corner, a small opening emerged, just large enough for a first or second grader to squeeze through. Viewed from the outside, it was shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie chill. Lin Fan slowly bent down, beginning to crawl into this aperture, while the once rousing song morphed into an unfamiliar tongue. Although melodious, it carried an enchanting undertone. Lin Fan remained oblivious, his eyes still shut, as he navigated the narrow tunnel, his movements lacking the grace of fluidity, embodying a mechanical crawl. A beam of light heralded the exit. However, Lin Fan continued to crawl without awareness. The sound of creaking joints echoed softly as he gradually rose, his bones crackling like a robot. Upon emerging from the inky, cold abyss, the opening vanished without a trace, leaving not a single remnant behind. Lin Fan now finds himself in a room, a space that, if observed from above, reveals itself to be an octagonal shape, a perfect regular octagon. This chamber is adorned with 8 doors, each inscribed with a single character: rest, life, injury, cessation, scene, death, shock, open. The sight is utterly unfathomable. For those familiar with the Romance of the Three Kingdoms or any treatises on formations, it is clear that this is a configuration, aptly named the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. The mere presence of such an Eastern array in the Western magical realm is almost laughable. Yet here it stands as an undeniable reality. As Lin Fan stands, he suddenly trembles, gradually opening his eyes. The confusion and emptiness that once resided within them have been replaced by clarity. The catalyst for Lin Fan's awakening is a voice from the system that resonates in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for completing the random level task of locating the mysterious song. Ding! Player Lin Fan has received a D-grade random gift pack. Items have been placed in the gift pack space. Ding! Initiating the task of the maze-seeking sound. Maze-seeking sound, an AB grade task, the second phase of locating the mysterious song. Requires overcoming the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation to reach the ultimate source of the enchanting melody. Lin Fan murmured to himself, utterly entranced by the enchanting melody, completely oblivious to his surroundings. This was merely the first phase, and a D-grade task at that. Had it not been for the sudden chime of the system's voice, he might have unwittingly succumbed to a puppet-like existence. Although he was uncertain how long such a state would persist, he realized that enduring hunger and thirst for just a few days could be fatal. Glancing around, his eyes fell upon the surrounding doors. Was this the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation? Good heavens! An AB grade task. I can barely manage a D grade task. And now an AB grade challenge has emerged. Moreover, which eccentric mind has gone about setting up an 8 gates golden lock formation in this magical institution of Hogwarts? This is nothing short of inviting trouble. Lin Fan, in exasperation, began to observe the 8 gates golden lock formation. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he shook his head in frustration, casting his eyes towards the ceiling in a gesture of disbelief. How on earth was he to decipher this formation? He had never encountered any methods for breaking it, even though he had perused the historical accounts of the 3 kingdoms. Who among the idle would delve into the intricacies of such formations? Surrounding him, melodies continued to emanate, each gate producing a distinct tone. The rest gate resonated with the sweet notes of birds, akin to a chorus of avian tributes. The life gate offered a serene and soothing melody, perfect for calming the mind and spirit. The wound gate echoed with the harrowing cries of battle, filled with the brutality of warfare. The door of dusk and the door of scenery combined their harmonies, reminiscent of a majestic symphony of dragons and phoenixes. The death gate unleashed a chilling, bloodthirsty refrain, while the surprise gate reverberated with a fervent, thunderous passion. The opening gate produced a deep, gentle lullaby that beckoned one to slumber. The harmonious chorus of the 8 gates possessed an indescribable charm, a quality that invited one to lose themselves in the ocean of song, rendering them unable to escape its depths. This was the essence of music, ever-changing, elusive, and utterly enchanting. Should an ordinary person be swept away by this sea of melodies, they would find themselves bereft of reason, ensnared in an endless maze of illusions, drowning in the enrapturing mirage of song. Lin Fan, in a fit of frustration, grasped his scalp tightly, a look of bewilderment gradually dawning in his eyes. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and struck his head forcefully, striving to regain clarity. Oh my heavens! I am on the verge of collapse! Lin Fan exclaimed loudly, his voice reverberating throughout the 8-door room. Lin Fan cast a resentful glance at the 8 doors. The door of death was evidently futile, an entrance not to be traversed. The door of injury, as its name suggests, implied suffering, while the door of fright was undoubtedly associated with terror. Thus, he pondered the remaining options. The doors of rest, life, obstruction, scenery, and opening. Which one to choose? Oh. The door of life seemed most promising, as it clearly symbolized vitality. Resolute in his decision, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, striding towards the door of life. As Lin Fan stood before the door of life, grasping the handle, a thought crossed his mind, given that this was a labyrinth. It surely could not be so simplistic. The facade must be an illusion. With this in mind, he abruptly turned and opened another door, stepping inside. With a click, the door shut behind him, revealing a single character inscribed above, Death. Indeed, it was the door of demise. Chapter 19, Yellow Sands, the Chamber of Bones. Yellow, yellow, and yet more yellow. This was a desert, with swirling clouds of dust filling the sky. Unlike any other desert, there were no hints of verdant cacti or wild grasses amidst the pervasive yellow. At least, Lin Fan had yet to observe any. Silence enveloped him. Perhaps there were sounds, but they were drowned out by the howling winds of the yellow sands. Whoosh! It was the wind's roar, mingled with Lin Fan's own labored breaths. Lin Fan had already spent an entire day in this wretched place, and he swore that it seemed devoid of the transition between day and night. The only hue present appeared to be a dismal yellow. Moreover, the creatures inhabiting this realm seemed to share this singular shade, for throughout the day, Lin Fan encountered an array of scorpions, snakes, and toxic plants, all unequivocally yellow regardless of their species. They were all tinted in that same hue. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly bent down and, wielding his wand, pointed to a spot beside his feet, uttering the incantations for the levitation charm and the manipulation spell. The area he indicated became animated as the manipulation spell caused an unknown entity to thrash about. It was none other than the yellow evil wild scorpion. As for how Lin Fan came to know the name of this yellow scorpion, it was due to an encounter he had after stepping through the gate of death, where he was attacked by this creature. At that moment, the words yellow evil wild scorpion appeared in bold red letters above its head. This, it seemed, was yet another outcome of the system update following his return to school. Lin Fan grasped his wand, crafted from the wood of the phoenix tree, with the longest feather from the head of a phoenix embedded within. Measuring 11 1/3 inches in length, he continuously infused magical energy into the wand, and suddenly, the yellow wild scorpion that hovered above the ground began to swell, culminating in a resounding explosion. This was an unexpected discovery for Lin Fan throughout the day. The wand could amplify the power of the spells he cast. Moreover, directing the levitation spell at an object and augmenting the required magical energy would cause it to explode into fragments, somewhat alleviating Lin Fan's awkward predicament of lacking offensive magic. Due to this newfound offensive capability, Lin Fan's proficiency in the levitation spell increased, although he was unaware that his skill in the natural sound ability had also advanced. Character: Lin Fan. Occupation: Wizard and Levitation Master. Title: Child of Nature, Student Level, Intermediate Level 3. Lifespan: 50 years and 175 days. Vocational skills: Alchemist. Enchanter abilities: Opening spell, Levitation spell, Levitation Mastery, Shattering, Communication, Tranquility, Natural Sound. Life skills: Potion crafting, Alchemy. Special abilities: Self-rescue, Revitalization after vanquishing the yellow wild scorpion. Lin Fan concentrated and retrieved a vial of advanced antidote from his alchemist space, taking a few sips. He then loosened his wizard robe, revealing a small wound on his foot, where the originally red blood had turned black. Lin Fan poured the advanced antidote and a medium-grade restorative potion onto the wound, and it healed instantly. Such occurrences had become countless for Lin Fan that day, and the restorative and antidote supplies in his alchemist space were steadily depleting. He was uncertain whether he could escape the dire situation before exhausting his potions. Having tended to his wound, Lin Fan was about to take a step forward when, suddenly, the howling wind ceased. A thunderous explosion echoed from a distance. What transpired over there? Lin Fan pondered, gritting his teeth as he ran towards the source of the explosion. A large crater appeared at the site of the explosion, resembling the deep craters he had seen online from meteors striking the ground in his former world. From within the depths of the crater, a faint cry for help emerged, a sound that felt both familiar and peculiar. Lin Fan was uncertain whether he should venture into the abyss before him. Perhaps it was Vardar calling for help from within. Or perhaps it was a trap laid by the concealed creatures lurking nearby. As Lin Fan pondered, the yellow sand beneath his feet adeptly assisted him in making a choice. The grains of this desert sand, like a gentle stream, began to flow, subtly drawing Lin Fan closer to the depths of the chasm. Lin Fan was startled from his reverie as he felt the sand shifting beneath him. He inwardly chastised himself for allowing his mind to wander in such a perilous place. However, he soon realized that any vigorous movement only caused him to sink deeper into the sand. Observing the grains, even a fool would recognize the peril. Quicksand. Understanding the nature of the sand, Lin Fan relinquished his futile struggles as the quicksand continued to pull him closer to the abyss. It would not be long before he succumbed to the depths. Lin Fan found himself completely ensnared in a deep pit. Shaking his head, he gazed upon the chamber beneath the desert. He did not dwell on the notion that this might be a secret room amidst the swirling sands. He retrieved a bottle containing a flickering potion of obsidian hue. Instantly, the darkness was dispelled by the luminous glow emitted from the potion. The entrance through which Lin Fan had descended into this chamber vanished entirely, revealing a sight that sent shivers down his spine, a multitude of skeletal remains. Within this secret chamber, apart from where Lin Fan stood, the corners and walls were strewn with bones, some belonging to animals, others to humans. Had others ventured here before? The thought sent a chill through Lin Fan, causing his scalp to tingle and his body to tremble. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he inhaled deeply, pondering whether the resurrection skill would have any effect on himself. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, one that had remained dormant for eons, save for moments of quests or upgrades. Initially, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's voice, but the subsequent revelations left him wishing for the silence to endure. Ding. Task. Assist with a special skill. Resurrection can be used on oneself or others. Resurrecting another requires the sacrifice of one's own life, while resurrecting oneself necessitates a rare alchemical item, the emblem of the deceased. This secret chamber lacked a door. Or perhaps the entrance was cleverly concealed, eluding discovery. It seemed that a mechanism must be located to gain access. However, gazing at the eerie collection of bones surrounding him, Lin Fan hesitated, contemplating the grim possibility that the switch might lie beneath those skeletal remains. Chapter 20. Unwavering Resolve. The rebirth of self-rescue. The air was thick with the presence of death, and a chilling wind howled through the chamber, accompanied by a faint glow. This was indeed an underground secret room located somewhere within the desolate sands of the Death Door Desert. Lin Fan gazed at the ethereal white bones, his throat quivering as he involuntarily swallowed. A profound sense of dread enveloped him. He was convinced that any individual would be unable to endure even a single second in this place. Yet, he had remained there for at least 10 minutes. Beads of sweat, akin to mung beans, trickled down his forehead, cascading down his face and splattering onto the ground. Lin Fan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, murmuring softly to himself, "I must escape this wretched place soon. Lingering here for too long will surely suffocate me. I fear I shall lose my sanity." Despite his words, Lin Fan's body trembled uncontrollably, his robe thoroughly drenched. In truth, he had begun uttering such thoughts mere seconds after entering this chamber, yet he remained rooted to the spot, too fearful to take even a single step. This illustrates the sheer terror that this chamber instilled in him. Time ticked away like the gentle drip of water, and Lin Fan's complexion grew increasingly pale. The luminous potion contained within the small black vial before him flickered with diminishing brilliance, as he watched the last vestiges of light in this chamber prepare to fade into darkness. Lin Fan shook his head, and in his mind flashed images of his mother, Wu Yu, Lily, James, Hagrid, Remus, Sirius, Dumbledore, Fudge, Nina Lu, and Raphael, his family and friends. For some inexplicable reason, the words of Mr. Lucen echoed in his thoughts. A true warrior dares to confront the bleakness of life, dares to face the flowing blood. Silence, silence. Either one erupts in silence or perishes within it. Indeed, Lin Fan found himself in this chamber at a crossroads, to succumb to the darkness and silence or to seek the light that would shatter the gloom. Gently closing his eyes, Lin Fan inhaled deeply. The moment he reopened them, the confusion and fear in his gaze vanished. Yes, it vanished. All that remained in Lin Fan's eyes was resolute determination. He was determined to escape this place. The night has bestowed upon me a pair of dark eyes. Yet I shall use them to seek the light. Yes, I will wield these dark pupils to pierce through the shadows. I shall unleash light through my gaze. I will use my eyes to discover the path to freedom, shatter the shackles of fear, and I will escape. At this moment, Lin Fan's resolve was unwavering, perhaps the most steadfast of his life. As for what the future holds, that remains uncertain. The power of belief, the strength of self-confidence is formidable. With these, one can conquer fear, just as Lin Fan has. Lin Fan lifted his right foot and resolutely took a small step forward. This seemingly insignificant step represented a monumental leap for him, for it was in this very moment that he truly cast aside his fears. This small step was, in fact, a profound stride from the depths of his heart, and only after taking it did his spirit ascend to a higher plane. Ding! Player Lin Fan's spirit has met the necessary conditions, and the special skill Mind's Eye is now activated. Mind's Eye, this unique ability can only be wielded with a formidable will, allowing the user to mentally scan the surroundings for reconnaissance. Other functionalities are left for the player to explore. Lin Fan was startled by the sudden synthesized voice of the system, yet his face remained composed. This skill arrived just in time, he murmured softly, then closed his eyes to silently activate the newly acquired special ability, the third eye. With a swish, an intangible wave of spiritual energy emanated from Lin Fan's body, only to dissipate moments later. In an instant, the three-dimensional layout of the approximately 5,000 square meter chamber materialized in Lin Fan's mind. In Lin Fan's mind, the three-dimensional image remained shrouded by a vast expanse of white bones. Once more, he activated his inner vision. After several iterations of this process, the three-dimensional representation in his mind became remarkably clearer. In this image, a particular spot caught his attention, located directly in front of him on the right, a pitch-black rod, which served as the mechanism to unlock the secret chamber. Lin Fan took a step forward, advancing towards the poles situated to his right front. In an instant, he had arrived at a spot not far away. At Lin Fan's feet lay a multitude of skeletons, some dark green, some crystal clear, and others as sinister as fresh blood, among various others. Yuga Daimel Viosa. Lin Fan softly uttered the incantation for the floating spell. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted incessantly. Lin Fan employed the levitation spell, continuously shifting the skeletal remains aside, clearing a pathway to the dark rod. At Lin Fan's feet lay a slender pole, anchored to the ground. This pole, cloaked in darkness, emanated an eerie and chilling aura. Lin Fan gazed unwaveringly at the small lever before him, fully aware of the potential consequences that might ensue upon its activation. Yet, he remained undaunted, driven by an insatiable desire to escape this place. With both hands firmly pressing down on the ebony lever, Lin Fan gradually pulled it downward. A series of clicks and clacks echoed in the air as, several meters away, the ground began to tremble, revealing a small door that slowly creaked open. Lin Fan gazed at the small door that had appeared before him. Was this truly all there was? Surely, there must be more to emerge. Otherwise, why had the original owners of these skeletal remains not ventured forth? If this were the extent of it, such an abundance of bones would not linger here. Nevertheless, Lin Fan approached the subterranean door. Indeed, as he had surmised, reaching that small portal would not be a simple task. The skeletons had come to life. The previously disordered bones began to clatter, and in an instant, one by one, the skeletons rose to their feet. From the hollow eyes of the skeletons, flames of various hues, blood red, jet black, deep green, and ghastly white, ignited. These skeletons stood in a formation akin to an army, stepping forward to obstruct Lin Fan's path to the door, completely encircling him. The crisis had arrived. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the fates that befell the owners of certain skeletal remains. Now, the chilling possibility loomed that he too might become one of these grotesque figures. Yet, would Lin Fan resign himself to such a fate? The unequivocal answer was a resounding no. The adage strike first to gain the advantage, strike later to suffer the consequences has been perpetually validated throughout China's 5 millennia of history. At this moment, Lin Fan resolved to seize the initiative, unleashing a rapid and formidable technique known as four shattered pieces. Boom. In an instant, a skeleton with jet black hues and eyes ablaze with a ghastly white flame erupted, disintegrating into fragments. Lin Fan incessantly waved his wand, his steps steadily advancing towards the small door, as he shattered several skeletons. Ethereal weapons in the form of glowing bone boomerangs suddenly materialized in their hands. Swiftly, the bone boomerangs soared towards Lin Fan, who, in that moment, seemed possessed by a divine spirit. His movements were as fluid and agile as a fish or an eel, deftly evading each projectile, while dodging the bone boomerangs. Lin Fan's mind raced with thoughts of throwing boomerangs. Be cautious of friendly fire. Alas, Lin Fan's thoughts did not materialize. Those bone boomerangs, poised to strike their own kind, suddenly halted and then reversed course, soaring towards Lin Fan. This was utterly illogical. Lin Fan screamed inwardly, yet these bone boomerangs persisted in their erratic behavior, ceasing just before hitting other skeletons and instead lunging at him. This time, regardless of his attempts, Lin Fan found himself unable to evade them. A series of wounds appeared upon his body, crimson blood cascading onto his dark robe, his face contorted in agony. The skeletons appeared to revel in Lin Fan's bloodshed, their attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Blood flowed, pooling on the ground. Lin Fan took out bottles of intermediate recovery potions, repeatedly wielding his wand while drinking in mouthfuls of the elixirs, replenishing both health and mana as he launched his assaults. The flesh upon his body writhed, revealing patches of stark, white bone in some areas. Lin Fan's consciousness grew increasingly tenuous, and the potion he relied upon for recovery was rapidly depleting. Before long, he might very well become one of the skeletal soldiers. Am I destined to perish? Lin Fan questioned inwardly. No, I refuse. The darkness engulfed Lin Fan's consciousness entirely. And at the very moment he lost all awareness, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding, special skill, self-rescue, activated. Chapter 21, Emerging from the Secret Chamber. The Verdant Meadow Ding, special skill, self-rescue, activated. This was the unremarkable voice of the system that Lin Fan heard just before his consciousness was completely consumed by darkness. Lin Fan, whose body had previously succumbed to injury, gradually regained his composure. His closed eyes fluttered open, revealing a transformation. No longer were they the vibrant green of before, but rather the deep, obsidian hue characteristic of his heritage. These eyes, once a symbol of resilience and fortitude, now possessed an unsettling depth, as if one might plunge into an abyss upon making contact. Where Lin Fan had once exuded tenacity, he now emanated a chilling, ruthless demeanor, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Standing upright, the dark-eyed Lin Fan moved his neck, his steps slightly unsteady as he surveyed his surroundings. Ignoring the barrage of bone projectiles that struck him and the blood that continued to flow, a cruel and exhilarated smile crept across his lips, as if he found a perverse pleasure in the pain inflicted upon him by the bone boomerangs. Lin Fan was in a state of disarray, yet he remained unfazed. He gently raised his right hand, the motion exuding an elegance and nobility that contrasted starkly with his previous actions. With a graceful flick of his wand, he signaled to the surrounding skeleton warriors. Suddenly, a fiery serpent erupted from the tip of his wand, wrapping itself around him before darting towards the horde of skeletons with a swift hiss. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, the sound of bones shattering resonating throughout the chamber. Lin Fan continued to wield his wand with an air of leisurely calmness, appearing remarkably at ease. Although his eyes remained devoid of emotion, the absence of bloodthirsty coldness rendered him even more terrifying. Can you envision it? Amidst the grotesque skeletons, a boy wielding a mere wooden stick, leisurely enjoying the moment. The skeleton's bone boomerangs could no longer reach Lin Fan. The fiery serpent darted skillfully among the skeletal ranks, their numbers diminishing rapidly. As time ticked away, Lin Fan's dark eyes surveyed the still formidable number of skeletons, and impatience began to creep onto his face. Slowly, he parted his lips, uttering a cryptic incantation, as the fiery serpent gradually faded from sight. The skeletons tilted their heads, glancing around in confusion, excitedly clattering their joints upon realizing the pesky serpent had seemingly vanished. One by one, they retrieved their bone boomerangs, turning their gaze towards the audacious human. Their hands coiled back, seemingly intent on channeling all the frustration they had felt from the fiery serpent towards Lin Fan. The air was pierced by the whoosh of the bone boomerangs, now propelled with greater speed and force, likely due to their earlier accumulation of energy. Just as the boomerangs were about to make contact with Lin Fan, a moment of stillness enveloped the scene, coinciding with the cessation of Lin Fan's incantation. As he proclaimed 3 words, control spell. The potency of this spell surpassed any he had previously cast. The bone boomerangs, mere centimeters from Lin Fan's form, along with those yet to reach him, froze in midair. The entire skeleton army halted in their tracks, caught in the act of launching their projectiles. Within the confines of that dust-laden chamber, everything remained motionless, save for Lin Fan himself. Indeed, everything else was suspended in time. Lin Fan smiled. A smile as gentle as the spring breeze, yet when coupled with his words, one would undoubtedly perceive him as a smiling tiger, a demon. In an instant, the surroundings of the chamber erupted into chaos. The sound of shattering bones echoed throughout, the skeletons disintegrated, crushed to dust. Bone fragments swirled in the air. All this transpired due to 4 succinct words that composed a requiem for death. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Everything dissolved into nothingness. In the chamber, Lin Fan stood there, gradually moving, gathering the softly glowing items into space, before he proceeded toward the small door leading underground. A glimmer appeared before his eyes, prompting Lin Fan to quicken his pace towards the light. And just as he was about to step into the illumination, his whispered words lingered in the corridor. I will resurrect. What could this mean? Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a soft and ticklish sensation beneath him. It was grass, a lush expanse of verdant greenery surrounding him. Squeak. Not far from Lin Fan, a small mouse with a pale body and a tuft of black fur resembling bangs on its forehead held a mysterious fruit in its tiny paws. Staring intently at Lin Fan, the two locked in a gaze. At that moment, as Lin Fan moved to prop himself up, the little mouse seemed startled and promptly vanished. Rubbing his head, Lin Fan felt a slight dizziness, perhaps a consequence of the self-rescue skill. It hadn't hurt this much last time. He muttered softly to himself. This must be another door. But which one is it? I hope no danger awaits. The self-rescue skill has an oddly sinister aura to it. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Player has passed through the death gate, rewarded with a BC level random gift pack, now placed in gift pack space. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Wizard Conjurer. Title, Child of Nature. Student level, Intermediate Tier 3. Lifespan, 50 years and 175 days. Living occupation, Alchemist, Goldsmith. Enchanter skills, Door opening spell, Levitation spell, Conjuration spell, Fragmentation, Communication, Serenity. Voice of Nature. Living skills, Alchemy, Goldsmithing. Special abilities, Self-Rescue, Resurrection, Clairvoyance. Wait, what is going on? Why has time not changed? It remains at 50 years and 175 days. Is time frozen here? Lin Fan's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the system's voice once more. Ding. Your item inventory is nearing capacity. Please take measures to clear it. What? When did my item inventory become so full? Could it be due to the special task space? And when did I even acquire items to place in the inventory? Oh, right. During the self-rescue phase. That must be it. Let's see what items I have. Chapter 22. The item inventory. In the whistle of the groundhog. With a mere thought, Lin Fan summoned the item inventory. A luminous interface materialized, reminiscent of screens found in online games, displaying 3 pages numbered 1, 2, and 3. Each page could accommodate 10 items, and items could not be stacked, allowing for a total of 30. At the bottom, 2 buttons were visible, Organize and Discard. Lin Fan's gaze repeatedly scanned the 10 items displayed on the first page, noting that several were indeed duplicates. Skull Boomerang, 3. A weapon possessing a certain degree of lethality, contingent upon the user's ability. With a usage level restriction of mid-stage 2nd tier to peak stage 3rd tier, durability, 5, irreparable. Doom Potion, 2, within 30 minutes. It can summon all manner of calamities that do not threaten life. Blessing Potion, within 30 minutes, all negative effects are nullified. Unknown Green Stone, 4, unknown. Suspected to be an alchemical material. These were the items on the first page, leaving Lin Fan somewhat disheartened. It appeared that the most valuable of them was the Blessing Potion. These items seem rather useless, don't they? And what of the unknown stone? Is it due to my low alchemical level, or is there another reason? Lin Fan mused, before proceeding to the second page. Unknown Redstone, 2, unknown. Suspected to be an alchemical material. Unknown Yellowstone, unknown, suspected to be an alchemical material. Unknown Bluestone, 2, unknown, suspected to be an alchemical material. Unknown Orange Stone, 4, unknown, suspected to be an alchemical material. Death Lament, cannot be learned. Collect the other 7 songs to synthesize the heavenly melody. A wave of disappointment washed over Lin Fan. He had hoped for better items on the second page. Yet it seemed that this page held even less promise than the first, with 9 out of 10 slots filled with stones, and a single skill that could not be learned until the other 7 were gathered. Alas, after risking my life, I have only acquired these worthless items. With a heavy heart, Lin Fan opened the third page. The third page contained merely 5 entries. Unknown Blue Stone, unknown, suspected to be an alchemical material. Unknown Purple Stone, 2, unknown, suspected to be an alchemical material. Open Door Spell, a skill reputedly used to unlock doors. Fainting Strike, a skill that induces unconsciousness in the opponent. The unknown stones must serve some purpose in alchemy, while the Open Door Spell, I thought I had already learned that. Although Fainting Strike is a basic skill, it can still be quite effective if utilized well. Lin Fan placed the Elixir of Misfortune and the Elixir of Blessing into the Alchemist's space, while he stored the 7 unknown stones in the Alchemist's domain. Subsequently, he learned the spells for the days and the open door. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Wizard Manipulator. Title, Child of Nature. Student level, Intermediate Tier 3. Lifespan, 50 years and 175 days. Living professions, Alchemist, Enchanter skills, Open Door Spell, Levitation spell, Manipulation spell, Fragmentation, Days Communication, Tranquility. Voice of Nature. Living skills, Alchemy, Alchemical Arts. Special abilities, Self-Rescue, Resurrection, Mind's Eye. It turns out that the Open Door Spell can be stacked and upgraded? Lin Fan meticulously organized his belongings and then activated his mind's eye to survey his surroundings. Instantly, a 3-dimensional map of a 15-meter radius enveloped his consciousness. What is this? Why has the range of my mind's eye diminished so? Puzzled, Lin Fan wondered if it was due to the peculiar environment of the secret chamber or perhaps the recent acquisition of this ability that heightened its effect. Shaking his head in frustration, he decided to cease pondering and instead continued to utilize the mind's eye for further exploration. Ah, the little mouse with the fringe remains here. I had thought it had scurried away. Lin Fan mused silently. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found this mouse to be rather peculiar, as it evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before in some distant memory. Suppressing this strange sensation, Lin Fan chose a direction at random and ventured forth. In this unfamiliar terrain, where the cardinal directions were utterly confounding, he had little hope of discerning his bearings. Moreover, in the vast grassland he presently occupied, the potential for lurking dangers loomed large, a lingering anxiety stemming from his recent experiences in the secret chamber. Suddenly, a sound akin to earth being disturbed echoed, prompting Lin Fan to halt abruptly. He leapt backward, grasping his wand with caution, bracing himself for whatever might emerge. Concurrently, he activated his mind's eye, eager to discern the nature of the impending entity and to prepare himself mentally. As Lin Fan's mind's eye scanned and locked onto a position, a creature erupted from the soil, standing upon the verdant grass. Before him stood a mouse, distinctly different from the fringe mouse he had previously encountered. This one was approximately 1/2 meter to 9/10 of a meter in height, with a short, adorable tail and plump little limbs. Its front teeth were long and prominent, and it bore a rather vacant expression. Should any woman happen upon this creature, it would undoubtedly melt her heart, for its charm was irresistible. After observing the small mouse, Lin Fan chose not to intervene but remained vigilant. His attention shifted to the sudden information conveyed by his mind's eye, accompanied by the system's notification echoing in his thoughts. Ding. Functionality of the mind's eye detected. Insight as a branch of the mind's eye. It allows one to view the profiles of entities or beings not exceeding 3 levels above oneself. The day's prairie dog. Race, mutated prairie dog level. Level 4. Primary innate skills. Burrowing, evasion, summoning companions abilities. Prairie dog squeak, explosive clawing, prairie dog association, friendly description. This is a befuddled prairie dog, inherently amiable towards all creatures. However, one must never underestimate this adorable yet oblivious little creature. Otherwise, dire consequences may ensue. It is wise to avoid provoking it, lest one hastily prepare for a retreat. Upon glancing at the information displayed on the screen, Lin Fan was taken aback by the prairie dog's formidable prowess, surpassing his level by several ranks. A wave of relief washed over him, grateful that this creature was friendly, as long as he did not incite its ire. Raising his left hand to wipe away non-existent sweat, Lin Fan's gaze returned to the prairie dog, which tilted its head and redirected its gaze towards him. The connection between the two, man and mouse, was akin to a collision of centuries, an uncontrollable blaze ignited by dry kindlings, or a turtle gazing into a pea pod with mutual recognition. The bewildered prairie dog gradually shook its body and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Lin Fan. With nimble little paws, it tugged at the edge of Lin Fan's robe and skillfully leaped onto his shoulder, emitting a warm, sticky sound. Oh dear. As Lin Fan listened to the sound of the groundhog, a sudden heaviness enveloped his mind, rendering him dizzy, and a string of words flashed through his consciousness. The chattering of the groundhog. His vision darkened, and he plunged into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 23. Campfire, 8 Melodies. Gratitude. Departure. The night was resplendent, with a silver moon hanging high in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of stars. The constellations of the western zodiac, such as Pegasus, Ursa Major, and Cygnus, which usually do not appear simultaneously, bizarrely aligned along either side of the Milky Way, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The prairie at night was strikingly serene, devoid of the tales often recounted in travelogues about howling wolf packs. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, causing it to sway rhythmically, producing a soft, rustling sound. This prairie harbored numerous hidden burrows, each leading into small caverns. Inside, it appeared aglow with a warm light, and intermittent sounds of joyous chattering from unknown creatures echoed within. Deep underground, torches were scattered about, while plump, adorable groundhogs gathered around the flames, either cheering exuberantly or perhaps singing melodiously. It was astonishing to witness these creatures, typically fearful of fire, boldly encircling the bonfire, defying the natural instincts shared by most animals, including rodents. In one corner of the burrow lay a small figure, seemingly in a daze, with tightly shut eyes, appearing to be in a deep, sweet slumber. This figure was none other than Lin Fan. Hepiyu, hepiyu. The groundhogs encircling the bonfire seemed to have commenced a new song in an unintelligible language. Some began to somersault around the flames, while others hopped or spun in place. Their movements wildly varied. In truth, the dance of this congregation of groundhogs was a source of embarrassment for any human observer, for it was utterly incomprehensible, lacking even the slightest hint of aesthetic value. Of course, to seasoned dancers who had immersed themselves in the art of dance for decades, there might be some merit to their performance. After all, humans have often drawn inspiration from animals. Much like the martial arts novels that depict techniques inspired by the hunting prowess of tigers, showcasing the fierce descent of a tiger and its resonant roar throughout the mountains. In summary, their dance eluded my understanding. Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, gazing with a bewildered expression at the nearby groundhog, which seemed to be reveling in a raucous celebration. Internally, he couldn't help but voice his grievances. That unscrupulous author, unable to devise a more innovative approach, repeatedly plunges me into a state of unconsciousness. It's utterly unoriginal. Moreover, the plot of my recent fainting spell had only just unfolded in the preceding chapters. Now, before even reaching the 3rd or 4th chapter, it rears its head again. How absurd. Having vented his frustrations, Lin Fan leaned against the wall and slowly rose to his feet. Almost immediately, a groundhog scurried up to him. This adorable creature tilted its head, revealing its small front teeth and wearing a silly grin. Suddenly, the little groundhog began to prance around Lin Fan, emitting a series of indistinct squeaks. As he heard these sounds, Lin Fan tensed, his gaze fixed on the lively creature, gripping his wand tightly in hand, as if ready to unleash magic at the slightest move from the groundhog. However, The speed at which he could cast a spell was highly questionable, as the groundhog's swift antics might very well reach him first. The little groundhog danced tirelessly around Lin Fan, singing a low, melodic tune that could easily lull one into a state of drowsiness. Lin Fan's gaze remained fixated on the wretched little gopher encircling him, occasionally darting towards the large assembly of gophers gathered around the bonfire not far away. Cold sweat trickled down, splattering onto the ground. Lin Fan clutched his wand tightly and shouted at the little groundhog, "Stop spinning. What do you want? Speak clearly." He was weary of entangling himself with this wretched creature, and his head was beginning to spin, not from the groundhog's song, but from its incessant circling around him. Through mere observation, albeit without any profound insight, Lin Fan discerned that this groundhog's squeaks lacked the potency of another he had encountered previously, which had only needed a single call to lull him into a deep slumber. This one, however, was evidently insufficient. The little groundhog seemed startled by Lin Fan's outburst. Its dance came to an abrupt halt as it tilted its head, gazing at Lin Fan with innocent, bewildered eyes, emitting a soft squeak. Lin Fan gently tapped his forehead. On the brink of exasperation, that damned groundhog. "Mother, do you not enjoy chirping and singing?" he exclaimed in frustration, before activating his skill, Voice of Nature. An ethereal melody seemed to emanate from Lin Fan himself, or perhaps from an unseen source. A gentle breeze whispered past, offering a soothing and comforting presence, gradually easing the burdens of the soul. The pitter-patter of rain appeared inexplicably, each drop resonating like a heartbeat, heralding the symphony of life and cleansing the wounds of the spirit. The rumble of thunder served as a profound reminder, a clarion call for progress. The cacophony of the mortal realm echoed the bittersweet tales of existence. The earth trembled, singing of countless mountains and rivers. The celestial flute from beyond the skies played a sublime tune, lulling all into a tranquil slumber. The elegy of the heart evoked memories of times gone by. The sound of flowing water encapsulated the spectrum of human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and the bittersweet nature of partings and reunions. Warm sunlight accompanied the winds. The rain sang for the living, thunder issued a solemn warning, the chatter of humanity filled the air, the earth rejoiced in harmony, and the celestial flute played on, while the heart's elegy resonated through the passage of time. The enchanting 8 melodies of the voice of nature, which could not be performed in its first tier, belonged to the second tier of this skill. Yet here, Lin Fan astonishingly rendered them in their entirety. The exquisite beauty of voice of nature transcended mere description. It captivated the groundhogs in the cave, who were initially in a state of revelry, now entranced by the melodies, frozen in a trance, engulfed by the ocean of sound. Even Lin Fan, who intended to wield this skill against the groundhogs, found himself spellbound. Long after the final piece, Flow of Time, concluded, both Lin Fan and the groundhogs remained in a daze. Suddenly, applause erupted. The groundhogs emerged from their reverie, gazing at Lin Fan with awe and admiration, their fervent clapping echoing throughout the cave. Among them, a small groundhog looked up at Lin Fan with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Lin Fan was roused from his slumber by the enthusiastic applause of the groundhogs. Rubbing his tousled hair, he gazed at the adoring eyes of the creatures, feeling a sense of elation wash over him. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, announcing the perfect performance of the sound of nature in 8 movements, resulting in an elevation of his natural sound level. Ding! He gained the profound admiration of the entire groundhog clan, enabling an upgrade in communication and mastery of their language. Ding! By listening to the harmonious music of nature, his tranquility level increased. Character, Lin Fan. Profession, sorcerer and manipulator. Title, Son of Nature. Student level, intermediate tier 3. Lifespan, 50 years and 175 days. Occupational skills, alchemist, goldsmith, enchanter. Abilities, door opening spell, levitation spell, manipulation spell, fragmentation, collapse communication, tranquility. Sound of nature. Life skills, potion brewing, alchemy. Special abilities, self-rescue, resurrection, clairvoyance. Unexpectedly, this instance of the 8 gates golden lock array, which sought out melodies, also served as an excellent venue for skill enhancement. In the previous dead door, although perilous, danger coexisted with opportunity, allowing me to acquire offensive skills. And now I have elevated several more skill levels, Lin Fan reflected with a hint of self-deprecation. At that moment, the groundhogs near the distant bonfire suddenly parted, creating a clear passage, standing in neat rows like soldiers awaiting inspection. This peculiar behavior piqued Lin Fan's curiosity regarding their intentions. Then, a robust groundhog adorned with a vibrant green leaf atop its head, dressed in a green grass skirt, and wearing a floral garland around its neck, ambled toward him along the path cleared by its kin. Lin Fan gazed at the prairie dogs arrayed on either side, their respectful eyes fixed upon the peculiar creature that intrigued him. Insightful vision. Name, the unconventional prairie dog king species, mutated king of prairie dogs. Level, advanced tier 5. Innate skills, sovereign aura, swift movement, burrowing, evasion, summon minions. Abilities, prairie dog squeal, explosive claw strike, prairie dog horde, frenzied monarch. Relationship, respect. Description, this is the sovereign of prairie dogs. Although his taste in decoration is rather eccentric, his appreciation for music is unparalleled, as he is the most esteemed musician among his kind. He is generally friendly towards most beings. Yet one should never underestimate this seemingly foolish and quirky creature. He is, after all, the formidable boss among prairie dogs. Thus, harbor no illusions of confronting him. Note, the prairie dogs hold a deep reverence for the arts of song and dance. To earn their respect, one must triumph over them in artistic endeavors. Once you have captivated them, you shall be rewarded with an unexpected gift. Lin Fan was astonished by the extraordinary abilities of the erratic Groundhog King. Truly, this Groundhog King was remarkably powerful, a reminder that one should never underestimate rodents. It occurred to him that he had once seen a mouse in the Harry Potter films that also possessed some formidable qualities. Who could that have been? However, Lin Fan's musings were interrupted as the Groundhog King stood before him. The king awkwardly performed a greeting, then spoke. Although he still emitted squeaks, Lin Fan could now comprehend his words. Esteemed sir, your music is simply exquisite. We have never encountered such enchanting melodies before. In my youth, our ancestors recounted tales of a creature akin to you, called human, who could play many captivating songs. They also spoke of ancient times when the earth resonated with the songs of spirits and the melodies of mermaids from the deep seas. Yet we have never had the pleasure of hearing them. Whenever we sing and dance, we often dream of the day we might hear the wondrous music our ancestors spoke of. Oh, how we revere you, sir. The Groundhog King paused, then continued with palpable excitement. Thanks to my little son Arthur. Who would have thought that this fool could accomplish such a great deed for our Groundhog clan? He then called loudly to the group of groundhogs behind him. Arthur, come here at once, you simpleton. Arthur. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan's mind first conjured images of the film King Arthur. He then recalled the Groundhog King's words about Arthur bringing himself here. Thus, it seemed that this Arthur must indeed be the very groundhog that had rendered himself unconscious. Before long, among the groundhogs, one was pushed forward, wearing a vacant yet blissful smile, staggering as he walked with a swaying gait. After a brief moment, this groundhog approached Lin Fan and, in a dazed manner, called out to the Groundhog King, Father. He then gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, exclaiming, Sir, you are truly remarkable. Arthur beamed with a silly grin. Lin Fan had yet to utter a word when Arthur, seemingly perceiving something, approached him from behind and knelt before the bewildered little groundhog. He gently patted the creature's head and inquired, Dear little groundhog, how did you find your way here? The little groundhog smiled vacantly and replied, It's fun. Arthur nodded in understanding. Oh, sir, how shall we express our gratitude to you? You have bestowed upon us this exquisite, wholly indescribable music. We must extend our thanks to you, proclaimed the Groundhog King in an exaggerated manner. It is about to commence. Lin Fan joyfully reflected, then donned a humble smile. Feigning modesty as he remarked, Marmot King, there is no need for gratitude. It is thanks to you that I am able to perform this exquisite melody. I should be the one expressing my thanks. Oh no, sir. You ought not to be so humble. You are truly remarkable, and we must extend our gratitude to you. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me Marmot King. It would fill me with embarrassment. How could I assume the title of king in your presence? You may call me Een. Een Tuba. Our clan of marmots bears the surname Tuba. Oh, Een. I am sincerely grateful that you appreciate my music. There is no need for thanks. Lin Fan continued to feign modesty. Oh, no. Thus, an intense debate ensued between the man and the marmot regarding the matter of gratitude. Just as Lin Fan was about to concede, reluctantly accepting the praise, the Marmot King removed the leaf crown from his head and placed it in Lin Fan's hands. Exclaiming with excitement, Sir, you must accept this. There is no need for further discussion, as you have consistently declined our tokens of appreciation. I can only present you with this crown of the Marmot clan, symbolizing the friendship between you and our kind. Lin Fan was stunned, utterly bewildered, on the verge of tears. Gazing at the green hat, the crown upon his head, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion, murmuring, I am truly grateful to you, Een. His voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. There is no need for that, sir, the Groundhog King replied, shaking his head. Let us swallow our pain. After a moment, Lin Fan inquired of the Groundhog King, Een, do you know how we might escape? The Groundhog King pondered for a while before shaking his head and responding, I'm afraid not, sir. We have dwelled here for so long that we have no idea how to leave this prairie. Moreover, this land is inhabited solely by our kind. We have no one else to consult. I apologize, sir. Only your kind? Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, sir, we are the only species here. What shall we do? Lin Fan lamented, disheartened at the prospect of living among these creatures. After a brief interval, an elderly groundhog stepped forth from the group. The Groundhog King, upon seeing the elder, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Elder Ollie, you have emerged. Elder Ollie cleared his throat and nodded, saying, Cough, cough. The enchanting music reached my chamber and captivated me, leading me here without my realizing it. Greetings, Lin Fan said, acknowledging Elder Ollie. You wish to leave, do you not? Elder Ollie inquired gently. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Follow me. Elder Ollie said little more, simply gesturing for Lin Fan to accompany him. Lin Fan followed Elder Ollie, leaving behind a group of groundhogs, among them the Groundhog King. Lin Fan gazed at the Elder Ollie, who was striding ahead, and instinctively employed a keen insight upon him. Wise elder of the mole species, mutant mole king level. Innate skills, sovereign aura, swift movement, burrowing, evasion, wisdom. Abilities, mole squeak, explosive claw. Swarm of moles, judgment, verdict relationship, affable description. Caution, this is a perilous and fearsome elder. Maintain your distance. Danger level, Lin Fan swallowed hard. Goodness. The levels were invisible, and there were no descriptions to be found. Moreover, a danger coefficient had emerged. This old man. Lin Fan followed the formidable Elder Ollie to the entrance of a dilapidated room, which surprisingly boasted a wooden door. Elder Ollie recited an enigmatic incantation, and upon the door's opening, he ushered Lin Fan inside. The interior was remarkably clean, simple, and orderly. It appeared to be a laboratory, with an array of potion ingredients and alchemical materials neatly arranged in one corner. Tables were adorned with various experimental apparatus, while a wall was lined with a multitude of books. The abundance of items in the room did not create a sense of clutter, likely due to an invisible expansion spell at work. Elder Ollie gestured for Lin Fan to remain still and then approached the bookshelf, searching for a moment before seemingly locating the desired tome. He returned, holding a book before Lin Fan. Elder Ollie's voice was somewhat hoarse as he expressed gratitude. Thank you for bringing us the music of the Earthbound. No need for thanks. Now, let me escort you out. By the way, may I request something of you? The elder, with eyes closed and head bowed, implored. What is it? Please, go ahead, Lin Fan replied, observing the elder's humble demeanor. Elder Ollie's voice trembled with emotion as he pleaded. Once you are outside, could you find a way to rescue our Earthbound clan? Though I possess the key to my own freedom, I am unable to lead my kin out of this place. Lin Fan had yet to respond when the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Do you accept the request from the groundhog? A task. Lin Fan glanced at the somewhat choked Elder Ollie, gritted his teeth, and accepted. Ding. Player Lin Fan has accepted the request of the groundhog. The request from the groundhog. A-level task. Find the Heart of Sound Spirit. Upon recovering the Heart of Sound Spirit, one can arrive here and communicate with Elder Ollie to complete the task. Thank you so much, Elder Ollie said, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Wiping his tears away, he opened the book in his hand. I shall now escort you out. He then recited an arcane incantation, concluding with the astonishing words, Open Sesame. Lin Fan was taken aback, subsequently ensnared in slumber by a radiant light emanating from the book. The voice of the system resonated in his mind, announcing, Ding. Player Lin Fan has successfully unlocked the door and received a D-grade random gift pack, now stored in the gift space. Ding. Player Lin Fan has acquired a lullaby. Lullaby cannot be learned. Collect the remaining 7 songs to synthesize the Celestial Symphony. Chapter 24, The Green Hat, as the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. A vibrant clarity enveloped the area. Lin Fan opened his eyes, gradually acclimatizing to the transition from darkness to light. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had once again returned to the secret chamber housing the 8 gates golden lock array. Encircling him were 8 ancient doors of various hues, 2 of which stood ajar, marked above with the ominous words Death and Open. Previously, the chamber resonated with 8 distinct melodies. However, only 6 remained. As the 2 lost melodies, the lullaby of the open door and the funeral dirge of the death door, had been claimed by Lin Fan during his passage through them. Now, the remaining melodies would likely seem to any ordinary person as merely 5, for the tunes emanating from the scenic gate and the dew gate appeared indistinguishable. Yet, due to Lin Fan's innate ability to discern natural sounds, he could perceive the subtle differences between the 2. Though they seemed alike, their melodies complemented each other, harmonizing like a finely tuned zither, seamlessly entwined. Setting aside the nuances of the music, Lin Fan focused his thoughts and retrieved 2 items from his inventory, the lullaby skill scroll and the green hat gifted by that wretched Mouse King. He couldn't help but feel an overwhelming regret. Why had he chosen to feign modesty? Had he not done so, he might have acquired rewards far superior to this wretched hat. Who would want to wear such a hat, fraught with ambiguity? However, upon examining the attributes of the green hat, his initial dismay transformed into excitement. Groundhog's green hat. Special equipment. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial hat. When worn, it imbues one with vitality and a profound sense of security. Skills. Infinite mana, damage immunity, groundhog summon, blessing. Is this hat not a divine artifact? Is this peculiar grass not formidable? Should this miraculous item not be regarded with reverence? At this moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. It seemed as if the season of rejuvenation had arrived for him. Traversing through the 8 gates of the Golden Lock appeared to be a trivial matter. However, Lin Fan did not allow himself to grow complacent. He was acutely aware that having acquired a divine artifact in the form of a green hat from the simplest of wooden doors, it was entirely plausible that other doors could harbor treasures surpassing even that. With this thought, Lin Fan's mood grew increasingly somber. Taking a deep breath, his eyes cleared, and he cast aside frivolous thoughts. What now occupied his mind was which door to enter next. The intricate strings of a zither seemed to resonate with unexpressed emotions, each string a pillar of reminiscence. Just as Zhuangzi dreamed of butterflies, yearning for the heart of spring entrusted to the cuckoo, The moonlight over the vast sea reveals tears of pearls, while the warmth of the sun over Lantion gives rise to mist over jade. Such emotions are worthy of remembrance. Yet at that moment, they felt so distant. Only a verse of the Zither could encapsulate Linfan's feelings as he stood before the scenic gate. Strangely, the door of escape, which lay opposite the scenic gate, appeared to merge with it. Thus, among the 8 gates, aside from the already open dead gate and the open gate, only 5 remained. Upon opening his eyes, Linfan's emerald-hued pupils sparkled as if green light emanated from within. Resolutely, he placed his hand upon the handle of the scenic gate, gently twisting it open. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an otherworldly realm. And this time, he did not succumb to unconsciousness as he had at the dead and open gates. The transition was as effortless as a mere blink. Surveying his surroundings, Linfan stood upon a precipice, the ground behind him barren, devoid of life. Yet, curiously, when gazing into the distance or peering down from the cliff, he beheld verdant mountains and azure waters, lush bamboo groves below, and faintly, the sight of a small bridge overflowing water. Not far off, wisps of smoke spiraled into the sky, suggesting a habitation nearby. However, the realization that he was situated between the scenic and escape gates cast doubt upon the existence of any dwellers. Moreover, the cliff upon which he stood was desolate, starkly contrasting with the vibrant scene not far away. Such an odd juxtaposition raised concerns about potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the previously clear sky, and the once brilliant horizon grew dim. The sunlight was ensnared by ominous clouds, and the brilliance was robbed from the heavens. Linfan gazed up at the ominously overcast sky, his wand firmly grasped in hand, a grave expression etched across his face as he remained vigilant. The thunder rumbled for an extended duration, while the sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, lightning crackling with a fierce intensity, and the howling wind roared around him. Linfan's taut nerves struggled to withstand the relentless assault of thunder that boomed without rain, causing his emotions to oscillate wildly. His tense demeanor and the involuntary twitching of his body reflected the turmoil within, leading Linfan to ponder whether this trial was indeed a cruel jest. The thunder grew even more fearsome, and within the roiling clouds, the lightning danced like children at play, while the wind god bellowed in a hoarse cacophony. Linfan was rendered pale as a sheet by the thunderous impact that struck the ground nearby. Had it fallen upon him, he could only imagine the devastation. The ground bore the marks of the lightning strike, with cracks marring its surface, charred blackened edges emitting faint wisps of smoke that were quickly whisked away by the wind. Linfan's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed nervously. Suddenly, the playful thunderclouds vanished, giving way to a torrential downpour. Linfan's garments became drenched, the wet fabric clinging uncomfortably to his skin. The scorched, steaming cracks in the earth, once a testament to the thunder's wrath, miraculously disappeared under the cleansing rain. The downpour arrived with fervor, yet departed just as swiftly. The mountains remained steadfast, the ground unscathed. It returned to its original state, devoid of droplets and cracks. Parched and barren as it had been upon Linfan's initial arrival, everything remained unchanged. Linfan was deeply unsettled by the scene before him. He thought he would rather face the skeletal army that had nearly claimed his life than endure the sensations on this cliff. In that moment, he longed to return to the realm of death, to see his beloved little skeletons. Suddenly, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing a radiant sun hanging high in the sky. A spectrum of colors emerged, reminiscent of a vibrant rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. After the storm, the rainbow appeared. But soon the sky darkened once more, this time not with ominous clouds, but as the sun began its descent behind the western mountains, casting enchanting twilight hues. The melodious calls of birds filled the air, as a flock of wild geese appeared from nowhere, flying in A formation towards the south. Gazing at the aftermath of the storm, the rainbow and the setting sun, Linfan's mind echoed a line of poetry. As clouds disperse and rain ceases, the colors of the rainbow emerge. The setting sun flies alongside solitary wild ducks, while autumn waters blend seamlessly with the vast sky. Peering down into the valleys, he observed that the once lush greenery of the forests and bamboo groves had turned barren and desolate. The rustling leaves sounded like the mournful cries of birds. The males soared while the females circled through the trees. He could also hear the cuckoo lamenting beneath the moonlight, echoing through the empty mountains. Countless birds emerged from the withered depths of the forest, their sorrowful calls resonating through the air. The once cheerful stream beside the forest now appeared sluggish, as autumn leaves floated upon its surface, transforming it into an autumnal river. The waters and the horizon merged into one hue. Was this beauty or desolation? As he surveyed the surroundings, Linfan found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Linfan felt as though, in that brief moment, he had witnessed the entire cycle of nature, from birth to death. The darkness enveloped him, yet it was not long before light returned, accompanied by a chorus of faint sounds that reached Linfan's ears. The chirps and chatter from all around created a lively atmosphere, while the cliff beneath him remained barren and desolate. Closing his eyes, Linfan exhaled softly. This was the transition from death to life. A sharp crack, reminiscent of shattering glass, resonated, yet he kept his eyes firmly shut. At that moment, the voices of a man and woman floated into his awareness. "Elby," My dear, look. It's a charming boy, the woman remarked. Indeed, Lilos, we've been here for so long and finally encountered others, the man sighed. After that, Lin Fan could no longer hear their conversation, as exhaustion washed over him, and the tension in his body melted away with the gentle intonations of their dialogue. Having embraced the heart of nature, he had instinctively developed an ability to sense the intentions of others, a revelation he had only recently discovered. With this newfound awareness, Lin Fan's body relaxed, and he succumbed to the enveloping darkness. Chapter 25, Dumbledore's Classmate. The ends of the earth at the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea, time is fleeting, and the winds of fate are ever-changing. Lin Fan's eyelids fluttered gently. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sultry and mature voice reached his ears, imbued with a sense of concern. You are awake. How's your body? Do you feel all right? Lin Fan fully opened his eyes, gazing with a lingering gaze at the woman before him. Her golden, shimmering waves cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, and her azure eyes sparkled like the vast ocean, captivating and enchanting. Her long lashes playfully fluttered, complemented by a delicate nose, a porcelain complexion, and rosy lips. Her alluring figure exuded a blend of mature charm and an air of innocence, reminiscent of noble elegance, suggesting she was a woman in her 20s or 30s. Lin Fan, mesmerized by her beauty, found himself momentarily speechless and somewhat dazed. The exquisite woman chuckled softly, playfully ruffling Lin Fan's messy, dark hair, and remarked, "Little boy, you are simply adorable." Lin Fan tilted his head and offered a silly grin in response to her. The woman smiled gently at Lin Fan, then called out to a man seated at the table nearby, "Elby, I believe this young lad must be hungry." It was only upon hearing her voice that Lin Fan noticed a man with short, chestnut hair, exuding a natural elegance. His sapphire eyes were captivating and colorful, while his strong nose conveyed maturity. His full lips exuded a sense of determination, and his sun-kissed skin highlighted his handsome, mature features. He possessed a stately physique, embodying the very essence of the golden ratio, and appeared to be in the prime of manhood. Upon observing Elby, Lin Fan felt a pang of inferiority, as the duo seemed to epitomize perfection. Surely, they were a couple. Elby was far more handsome than James and exuded a maturity that surpassed Severus. His wise eyes could rival those of Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the woman radiated a sophisticated allure that surpassed Lily, imbued with a wisdom that eclipsed that of Mrs. Weasley and Professor McGonagall. Good heavens! Were they perhaps crafted by a creator to overshadow others? Lin Fan's heart was in turmoil, screaming incessantly. Why was this Elby so strikingly handsome, so effortlessly cool, so remarkably attractive, and so mature, while he himself appeared so adorably youthful, possessing a boyish physique and appearance? Apart from being in his 20s, he bore no comparison whatsoever. It seemed utterly unfair. Well then, Lilos, I shall go prepare some food, he declared. Elby's voice was deep, gravelly, and enchanting. After speaking, he nodded slightly at Lin Fan before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Lin Fan directed his gaze towards Lilos, addressing her. May I inquire, miss? Oh no, madam, lady. His words faltered somewhat. Lilos smiled at Lin Fan and said, Call me Lilos. We have been here for quite a while, and only Elby has ever called me by my name. Been here for a long time? Lin Fan queried, perplexed. Indeed, Lilos replied, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of memories as she began to recount to Lin Fan how they arrived in this place. 83 years ago, Lilos and Elby were third-year students at Hogwarts. Notably, they, like Lin Fan, were members of Gryffindor. One day, after class, the two ventured to the library to borrow books. As they made their way toward the Gryffindor common room, they took a turn and suddenly found themselves enveloped in darkness. Upon awakening, they discovered they had been transported to this realm of erratic weather and temporal disarray. 83 years ago, Lin Fan exclaimed, astonished. So, you are both over 90 years old. A playful smile graced Lilos's lips as she winked at Lin Fan, charmingly replying, Indeed, yes. The sound of Lin Fan's heart-shattering echoed in his mind. Oh, goddess. His heart was flooded with sorrow. Such beauty, elegance, and maturity embodied in this enchanting lady. Yet she was, in fact, a grandmother. His heart ached. Observing Lin Fan's dismay, Lilos chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, the creaking of a wooden door signaled the entrance of Elby, who carried a platter of food. Seeing Lin Fan's crestfallen expression, Elby turned to Lilos and asked, What have you done to this boy, Lilos? Lilos playfully made a face at Elby before responding. I informed him that we are both over 90. Elby shook his head and placed the food on a bedside table before Lin Fan, saying, Here, eat. You must be quite hungry. As soon as Elby finished speaking, Lin Fan's stomach let out an audible growl, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha, Elby, he is simply adorable. Lilos burst into laughter, unabashed. A smile emerged on Elby's face as he turned to Lin Fan, apologetically saying, I'm sorry. Lilos hasn't been this happy in a long time. Not since we arrived here. Lin Fan set down his chopsticks and shook his head, indicating that it was of no concern. Come, sample my culinary skills, Elby said with a smile. Lin Fan took a bite of the food and was immediately struck dumb. After a moment of hesitation, an exaggerated expression spread across his face. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delectable. he exclaimed, tugging at Elby's sleeve. You simply must teach me how to make this. It is truly exquisite. Thank you for your appreciation. If you wish, I would be glad to share, Elby replied. At that moment, Lilos, having smoothed out the creases in her attire caused by her earlier fits of laughter and tidied her disheveled hair, turned to Lin Fan and inquired. We still do not know your name, young man. Oh right. I am Lin Fan, he replied, his mouth full. Lin Fan. Lilos echoed. Is that an Eastern name? Lin Fan nodded. After finishing his meal, Elby cleared the table, and then Lilith turned to Lin Fan and inquired, given your robe, you must be a student of Hogwarts. Correct? Indeed, Lilith, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. And who is your current headmaster? Dumbledore. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before continuing, Albus Dumbledore. His full name is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Lilith tilted her head, contemplating, her expression revealing a hint of recognition. At that moment, Elby entered the room. Having overheard Lin Fan mention Dumbledore, he addressed Lilith, saying, that's the one who fancied you and often played pranks on you. I believe he has a brother named Aberforth Dumbledore. Oh, that despicable one who tormented me with disgusting creatures like slugs and foul cockroaches. Lilith clenched her fists. Her teeth gritted. Elby nodded. That sounds about right. Goodness, that wretched fool. Lilith exclaimed, fury evident as dark clouds seemed to gather above her head, continuously cursing. Gurgle. Lin Fan swallowed hard, struggling with the weight of his thoughts. How is that guy faring now? Elby inquired, gesturing subtly towards Lin Fan. Huh. What? Lin Fan, still ensnared in the shadows cast by Lilos, found it difficult to comprehend. I am referring to that fellow, Albus. Lin Fan glanced at Lilos, who was still cursing Albus Dumbledore. Just as Lin Fan was about to utter the word long, he caught sight of Lilos's piercing gaze directed at him, prompting an immediate change in his words. He exclaimed loudly that damned old man Dumbledore is currently living quite leisurely. Sometimes he goes out to socialize or indulges in sweets from honeydukes in his office, amusing himself with his pet phoenix, Fox. Ah, such is his life. Lin Fan spoke these words, yet within his heart, he continually offered apologies to Dumbledore, thinking, Headmaster Dumbledore, I am also compelled. However, upon observing Lilos's furious demeanor, he swiftly cast aside his feelings of remorse for Dumbledore. What? Lilos exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. He lives such a luxurious life? After swallowing hard, Lin Fan nodded hesitantly. Ah yes. This was soon followed by another round of Lilos's relentless curses. Later, as Lin Fan settled down for the night, he was awakened by a chorus of singing from outside. He pushed open the door and stepped out, where he found Lilos and Elby also outside, standing together and gazing at the distant horizon and the sea. Lin Fan also closed his eyes to listen to the distant and ancient melodies. After a considerable time, the song ceased, leaving Lin Fan yearning for more. He gazed at Elby and Lilos, who were approaching him, and inquired, What is this piece? The two exchanged glances and smiled gently at Lin Fan, responding, It is the Song of the Ends of the Earth, Chapter 29, Mirage of Flowers and Moonlight, but merely a fleeting game for others. Lin Fan softly murmured, The Song of the Ends of the Earth. Elby and Lilos looked at him and said, Is it not enchanting and exquisite, filled with effortless grace? Lin Fan nodded as Elby turned his gaze towards the horizon. Lilos displayed a sorrowful expression, her voice quivering with emotion. If you were to stay here for a while, you would not feel this way. When Elby and I first arrived, we were enchanted by the exquisite melodies that filled the air. And we fell in love with this place, burying our fears of being transported here. Yet, can you imagine the disarray of time, the incessant cycle of seasons, the interplay of sun and rain? In this desolate and eerie location, listen once more to this song, and you will find an indescribable sorrow that is truly haunting. Lin Fan remained silent. As Lilos spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks, her body trembling incessantly. She leaned against Elby, wrapping her arms tightly around him, softly sobbing, Elby, I miss my family, I long for the outside world, I yearn for Hogwarts, I crave Gryffindor, and I find myself missing that insufferable Dumbledore. Elby said nothing. He simply held Lilos even more closely. In Lin Fan's mind resounded a lingering question. Was it my arrival that altered the trajectory of this world? Or had it always been thus? Is it truly I? At that moment, the enchanting music of the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea echoed once more from the distant horizon. This time, however, Lin Fan no longer perceived the melody as carefree and poetic. Instead, it filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. He believed that escape was within reach. If only he could conquer the convergence of the scenic gate and the dew gate, he could emerge, taking Lilos and Elba with him. In Lin Fan's eyes, a dazzling green light shimmered, as beautiful as jade, radiating a sharp brilliance. At that moment, Lin Fan tightened his grip, filled with unwavering determination. Convinced of his own capabilities, the sky was a flurry of white snow, pure and pristine, cascading from the clouds and transforming the verdant woods and hills into a blanket of white in the blink of an eye. The snow fell upon Lin Fan, Elby, and Lilos, enveloping them instantly. This snow bore no chill, lacking even the slightest trace of coldness. As the wind shifted unpredictably, Lilos and Elby called out to Lin Fan, urging him to hurry indoors. They grasped his hands and led him into the shelter of the house. Just as Lin Fan was about to inquire why, He was met with the furious roar of the tempest outside. Through the narrow cracks of the door, he glimpsed the hurricane devouring everything in its path, reducing it to mere rubble and chaos. Minutes passed, perhaps half an hour, perhaps an entire day. Ultimately, the deadly gale subsided, and tranquility returned outside. From within the confines of the house, delicate sounds of birds singing and frolicking could be heard, signifying that peace had once again settled over the world. Lin Fan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. At that moment, Lilith trembled as she spoke. In fact, there were originally 3 individuals here, excluding the 2 of us. There was another person whose identity remains a mystery. Perhaps he was also from Hogwarts, having arrived here slightly earlier than us. However, we had only just exchanged greetings when the tempest swept through the snow, carrying him away and crushing him in its wake. It was truly horrifying. Who could that other person be? After a brief pause, the melody of the ends of the earth resonated once more outside. Irby and Lilith pushed the door open this time, leading Lin Fan outside. Before Lin Fan could finish his thoughts, Lilith placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. The tune of the ends of the earth had shifted slightly, now imbued with a sense of calmness. I have forgotten. Forgotten everything. Forgotten where this place is. Forgotten what I am meant to do. Forgotten the song. Forgotten Irby and Lilith. Forgotten myself. Everything is but a void. After an extended silence, Lin Fan exhaled softly, his eyes betraying no tumultuous emotions. Ding. Player Lin Fan's magical power has increased. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Wizard Manipulator. Title, Child of Nature. Student level, 3rd tier elite. Lifespan, 50 years and 172 days. Professions, Alchemist, Goldsmith, Enchanter. Skills, Opening spell, Levitation spell, Manipulation spell, Shatter, Communication and Unconsciousness, Serenity. Voice of Nature. Life skills, Potion crafting, Alchemy. Special abilities, Self-rescue, Resurrection, Clairvoyance. Lin Fan murmured, I have advanced from intermediate to advanced within the 3rd tier. Lilith gazed at him calmly, explaining, this is one of the effects of the ends of the earth. It can enhance a person's magical power and awaken your latent potential. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. LB shook his head, indicating that it was futile. I know what you were thinking. This only works the first time. The lower the magical power, the greater the enhancement, though it ultimately depends on one's aptitude. Is that so? Lin Fan murmured thoughtfully. Thus, Lin Fan remained in this place for another fortnight. Time here flowed in harmony with the outside world, unlike the realms of the Dead Gate and the Open Gate. However, while residing here, one's physical development would progress at a more languid pace, effectively extending one's lifespan. During these 2 weeks, Lin Fan diligently learned culinary skills from LB and mastered the essential techniques. He also sought knowledge of various magical spells from both Lilith and LB. Initially, Lin Fan was perplexed as to how LB and Lilith, at the tender ages of 3 or 4, had acquired more advanced spells. Yet, as Lilith explained, they naturally learned them after spending some time in this realm. Until one fateful night, while immersed in slumber, Lin Fan was abruptly awakened by the sound of shattering glass, akin to that of a mirror breaking. Lin Fan arose from his bed and pushed open the door. What he beheld was astonishing. Glass enveloped the surroundings, and a gaping hole appeared in the sky, within which loomed a face. Its enormous eyes, akin to beacons in the darkness, fixated intently upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly rushed to the door of LB and Lilos, knocking fervently. LB, Lilos, wake up. Come out quickly. Inside, a cacophony of sounds erupted. After a brief moment, Lilos and LB emerged, and before Lin Fan could finish his words, they beheld the colossal visage in the sky. Lilos appeared utterly astonished, while LB exclaimed, That person? Who? Who is that person? Noticing Lin Fan's bewilderment, LB continued, He is the one we spoke of, the one swept away by the hurricane. Lin Fan's confusion deepened. What on earth was happening? Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, Cruciatus curse, the torture curse, Imperious curse, the control curse. Before Lin Fan could fully comprehend the situation, Lilos and LB unleashed the 3 unforgivable curses upon the giant face in the sky. They loudly urged Lin Fan, Don't speak. Lin Fan, quickly attack him. I sense a malevolent presence in the stench of bloody death. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan decided to unleash his more advanced spells with a flick of his wand. Defendo, he cried, causing fragmentation. Cozing Zhu. Levitation charm. Although the levitation charm seemed ineffective, Lin Fan cast it without hesitation. Stupefy. The figure in the sky suddenly contorted, uttering words incomprehensible to Lin Fan and his companions. Lilos, amplifying her voice with a sonorous spell, boldly addressed the figure above. Who are you? Yet, there was no reply. Gritting her teeth, Lilos cast a puño, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles, followed by Petrificus Totalis, to petrify the figure. A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Suddenly, Lin Fan, Elba, and Lilos felt a darkness envelop them, slipping into unconsciousness. Just before they succumbed, the figure in the sky uttered a phrase that Lin Fan and his companions could comprehend. How dull. This game has lost its charm. Lin Fan and his companions exchanged bitter smiles, their minds echoing with the phrase, mirage and moonlight, in the end, merely a game played by others. Chapter 27. The crisis of the recycle bin. Lin Fan felt his body continuously floating, utterly languid and devoid of strength. He sensed that he had been ensnared in an exceedingly long dream. Lin Fan dreamt that he had entered the enchanting world of J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. Though it seemed slightly different, for within this realm, Lin Fan encountered Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, as well as the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore. He also met Harry's parents, Lily and James, along with Harry's godfather, Sirius, and Remus. Lin Fan dreamt of attending Hogwarts, where she forged enduring friendships with Nina, Raphael, and Fatal. Lin Fan dreamed of having obtained the heart of nature, envisioning his mother and his close friend Wu. Lin Fan dreamed of arriving in a room surrounded by 8 doors, from which emanated a chorus of melodies, some haunting, others melodious, and yet others enchanting. Lin Fan dreamt of skeleton soldiers wielding bone darts, while groundhogs hosted a bonfire gathering, and the seasons cycled through with weather behaving unusually. Lin Fan dreamt of a grotesque visage looming in the sky, gazing down upon him. Yet, despite the apparent dreamlike nature of the experience, a subconscious voice within Lin Fan insisted that this was no mere illusion. It was all undeniably real. Lin Fan was engulfed in confusion and bewilderment. Was all of this merely a dream, or was it reality? How utterly tedious. This game had lost its charm. A phrase echoed incessantly in his mind, though he could not recall when it had begun. Whose voice was this? Why did it evoke such a sense of distaste? Lin Fan's contemplation did not last long, as his consciousness once again succumbed to darkness. In a dilapidated locale, surrounded by worn and broken furniture and various other objects. The scene resembled a junkyard. In a corner of this desolate space, a cute boy with long black hair, clad in tattered robes riddled with holes and stains, appeared as though he had emerged from a slum or disaster-stricken area. Accompanied by a bewildered whimper, the young boy opened his eyes, and his previously confused and innocent visage instantly radiated with brilliance. The boy's eyes, sparkling like emeralds, exuded an irresistible allure. He was none other than Lin Fan. Suddenly, Lin Fan propped himself up, unconsciously calling out loudly, "Lilos, Elby." Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as the cold sweat soaked his clothing, which clung uncomfortably to his skin. After taking a deep breath, he began to survey his surroundings, only to find no trace of Elby and Lilith. A chilling wave of dread washed over him at the mere thought of them. Memories of Lilith's sorrowful expression and her anguished words flooded his mind. "I think of my family, the world beyond, Hogwarts, Gryffindor, and even that insufferable Dumbledore. Elby, Lilith, you must be all right," he murmured, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. A faint squeak caught Lin Fan's attention, leading his gaze to a small, white mouse that emerged from a dilapidated corner. This mouse, with its silky black fringe, momentarily rendered him speechless. "What is it doing here?" he whispered, recognizing it as the peculiar mouse he had glimpsed upon awakening. The mouse tilted its head, its eyes darting with curiosity, seemingly perplexed by the presence of this human in its midst. Could this mouse share a connection with that individual? Lin Fan pondered, then cast a keen eye towards the enigmatic creature. Unknown identity? Species? Level? Talents? Skills? Relationship? Curious description? Danger level. Lin Fan was taken aback. Could this mouse be more troublesome than the elder of the prairie dogs, Ollie? The results of the investigation revealed only connections, leaving everything else a mystery. Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at the little mouse with a fringe. Pondering in his heart, given that this mouse managed to traverse through the door to arrive here, could it possibly have some connection to the Heart of Sound Spirit? The turmoil within Lin Fan's heart weighed heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. Events unfolded one after another, relentless in their pursuit. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan steeled himself and began to walk slowly towards Lu Hai, the little mouse. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Fan halted 3 meters away from the little mouse with a wavy mane, as he noticed that the mouse's previously drooping ears had suddenly stood erect. Its entire body tensed, for bristling, trembling slightly, and its eyes were fixated intently on something behind Lin Fan. Had it detected something? Lin Fan turned his head to investigate what lay behind him, curious about what could have caused this mysterious little mouse such alarm and fear. At that moment, the mouse abruptly vanished with a swift whoosh. Lin Fan activated his mystical sight, scanning the surroundings in anticipation of impending danger. Simultaneously, he retrieved the green hat from his mental space and placed it atop his head. An overwhelming sense of oppressive fear lingered within him, instilling a sense of hesitation and discouragement. Lin Fan was engulfed by trepidation. He observed nothing, no sight, no presence, only the ominous premonition of the little mouse with its fringe, and the faint tendrils of fear that enveloped his heart. This fear felt alien, akin to a sixth sense. What could it be? The absence of sound and shadow evoked an inexplicable, profound terror, leaving one to grapple with the unimaginable. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly swayed, instinctively sidestepping to the side. The spot where he had just stood was now charred and emitting wisps of faint black smoke. Lin Fan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. "Who is it?" He shouted towards the direction of his gaze, but no one answered. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the sound of Lin Fan's labored breaths. Boom. The dilapidated refrigerator behind Lin Fan suddenly erupted with intense flames. And in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Tick-tock. Sweat continuously dripped from Lin Fan's forehead to the ground, producing a series of sounds. Who could it be? Where are they hiding? Lin Fan's inner turmoil manifested in a frantic scream, rendering his expression somewhat grotesque. With veins bulging prominently, the sound of surging water flowed from his right side, prompting him to swiftly shift aside. The furniture on that side had been entirely corroded by a caustic substance, with the affected areas incessantly dripping with acidic liquid, tearing the ground open with small gashes. Who are you? Lin Fan's sanity began to fray. Are you that person? Where have you taken Lilith and Elby? He moved restlessly, his feet pounding as he ran, unleashing his mental prowess in search of the concealed individual. At that moment, Lin Fan leapt backward, only to see the ground before him shattered due to a suddenly appearing sharp metal object. Damn it. Who is it? Chapter 28. The peril at the recycling station. The desolate recycling station was engulfed in swirling dust, littered with remnants either corroded by acidic liquid, scorched by flames, electrified by currents, torn apart by gales, or obliterated by heavy, blunt objects. In essence, this recycling station had become a patchwork of devastation. Resembling a frail elder in the twilight of life, Lin Fan reached up to wipe the mixture of sweat and blood from his face, the blood being a result of the injuries he sustained after several attempts to evade his assailant. Nevertheless, despite Lin Fan's grievous wounds, the unseen presence lurking in the shadows remained conspicuously absent, not even making a sound or uttering a word. Lin Fan's spirit was in a state of profound oppression, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet the unseen tormentor relentlessly continued to afflict him. Ah! Lin Fan howled to the heavens, his face contorted in agony. Who are you? Show yourself. The person hidden in the shadows remained silent, responding only with repeated assaults, while Lin Fan's wounds continued to multiply. Lin Fan gasped heavily, having ceased the use of his inner vision skill. His mind was utterly fatigued, and his eyes scanned the surroundings, relying on his innate sixth sense to evade impending danger. Suddenly, from a pile of abandoned cars 20 meters to his right, a furious shout pierced the air. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he swiftly dashed towards the sound, ever vigilant of his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan reached the heap of discarded vehicles. He summoned all his strength to cast the levitation and manipulation spells. Throughout his evasive maneuvers, he had refrained from using any magic. Despite his severe injuries, his magical energy remained untapped. The sound of shifting objects echoed as he moved, followed by a resounding crash as he hurled one aside. His heart raced, excitement coursing through him. At last, I shall behold the true visage of the one in hiding, he thought. However, what met Lin Fan's gaze was a figure entirely shrouded in a black robe, rendering it impossible to discern its gender. An ominous chill emanated from this person, exuding an eerie, terrifying aura that hinted at danger. At the figure's feet lay 3 half-dead groundhogs, blood oozing from their wounds. Indeed, this was one of the skills from Lin Fan's green hat artifact, Summon Groundhog. He had feigned a state of helplessness to attract the attention of the figure in the black robe, only to covertly employ Summon Groundhog to pinpoint the person's location. Who are you? Lin Fan bellowed. The figure responded with a hoarse voice, reminiscent of the sound made when fluffing cotton, instilling a sense of dread. It was impossible to determine whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. You'll know once I defeat you, came the chilling reply, its tone as unnerving as before. Infuriated by his own fear, Lin Fan shouted, Who are you? Speak quickly. The figure's voice echoed back, You'll find out when I defeat you, retaining its haunting quality. How infuriating. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the wand, his eyes fixed intently on the figure before him. He then uttered the incantation for the control spell. A beam of colorless light emanated from Lin Fan's wand and surged towards the cloaked figure. However, the man seemed oblivious, gazing with interest at the impending control spell. At last, the spell struck the cloaked figure, yet Lin Fan felt no joy or excitement. The spell had proven ineffective. Stupefy, he exclaimed, but it was futile, as the figure remained standing. Wingardium Leviosa, he cast, but to no avail. It was to be expected, for if even the advanced control spell had failed, how could this simple levitation charm succeed? Defendo, he cried, desperation creeping into his voice. Lin Fan unleashed his sole offensive skill, yet it proved utterly ineffective. For he observed that the figure in the black robe bore not a single crease upon his attire, untouched by any magic. Lin Fan felt a sense of despair creeping in. The figure in the black robe continued to observe him with an air of curiosity. Noticing that Lin Fan seemed to be at a loss, the black-robed individual slowly spoke, their voice a raspy and chilling sound. Is it over? Gulp. Lin Fan swallowed hard, defiantly gazing at the figure cloaked in black. The enigmatic figure chuckled, yet the sound remained terrifying. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly realized that he had never attempted to assess the strength of this dark-robed individual, prompting him to activate his insight. Mysterious black-robed figure race? Level? Talent skill? Skill? Relationship? Hostile description? Danger level? With another gulp, Lin Fan felt a surge of shock. Was this being on par with that peculiar little mouse? Or was that mouse indeed so formidable? No, that couldn't be. If the mouse possessed such strength, it would not have scurried away at the mere detection of this dark figure's approach. Thought swirling. Barely a blink passed, no more than a second, before Lin Fan reined in his musings, fixing his gaze intently on the dark-robed figure, eager to discern its next move. At that moment, the figure raised its hands slightly, revealing a pair of withered, ghastly hands, aptly described as skin stretched over bone, forming a posture reminiscent of an embrace, as if yearning to envelop something. Its unwavering gaze remained locked on Lin Fan, and it uttered, "Alas, your body is but a trifle, yet I shall accept it." Lin Fan was taken aback by his gaze and the words he uttered. What does acceptance mean? The figure in the black robe paid no further attention to Lin Fan. His body became immobile as he uttered incomprehensible incantations. As time ticked away, Lin Fan attempted to launch a surprise attack, yet the figure remained utterly still. Continuing to recite the incantation, Lin Fan contemplated escaping this junkyard, yet he discovered that his feet seemed to be glued to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. Lin Fan's heart was in turmoil, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. He feared he might never again see Lily, Jam, Hagrid, Dumbledore, or any of his dear friends. Despair consumed him. At that moment, the hooded figure suddenly trembled, reciting the incantation with increasing haste. Lin Fan helplessly closed his eyes, resigning to his fate. However, a mouse's squeak jolted him back to consciousness. It was the little mouse with the bangs. It had returned once more. Chapter 29, the end of the game, the appearance of the sound spirit in the recycle bin. Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon the suddenly appearing little mouse with a fringe, while the figure cloaked in black remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to its presence. Continuing to recite the incantation with unwavering speed. At that moment, the little mouse tilted its head and flashed a playful smile at Lin Fan. Its previous demeanor of timidity and fear vanishing entirely. From its visage, Lin Fan discerned a newfound confidence, an expression of triumph. This sensation was undeniably peculiar. The little mouse mischievously winked at Lin Fan before turning its attention back to the figure in black. Its body was taut with anticipation, and after a brief pause, it suddenly darted towards the cloaked individual with remarkable speed. Lin Fan dared not even breathe, his face tense as he watched the movements of the Bangs mouse. With a swift motion, the Bangs mouse collided with the cloaked figure and then burrowed into his robe. It was unclear what actions the Bangs mouse was undertaking within the folds of the black cloak, but suddenly the figure convulsed violently, his incantations becoming increasingly incoherent. Moments later, his spasms intensified, and abruptly he fell backward, crashing to the ground. As he toppled, the portion of his robe that covered his head fell away, revealing the true visage of the figure, the very face that had materialized above the double doors of Jingdu. The owner of that face appeared horrified, his eyes wide with terror, as he gasped and coughed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the Bangs mouse bared its sharp teeth, clenching tightly onto the man's throat. Blood gushing from the wound inflicted upon the black-robed figure. He raised his hand in disbelief, attempting to dislodge the Bangs mouse from his neck, yet found himself powerless, only able to gasp out fragmented words. "Yinling, how could you have transformed into this?" he stammered, realizing the futility of his situation as his breaths grew increasingly labored. The Bangs mouse remained silent, intensifying its grip on the figure's throat, its expression steadfastly serious. "Yinling." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the title bestowed upon the figure in the black robe, but he quickly regained his composure. This diminutive creature with a fringe was none other than the Heart of Sound Spirit. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fan for completing the AB level quest, Maze of Echoes. Ding. Player Lin Fan has received an AB level random gift pack. The items have been placed in the gift storage. Ding. The quest Evil Judgment has been initiated. Evil Judgment. Personally eliminate the malevolent perpetrator of the chaotic heart of nature. Quest rewards: Song of the Horizon, Melody of the Distant Shore, a 1-level increase in magical power, and a random elevation of 3 skill levels by 1 tier, along with Aguamini, a spell that conjures clear water. Failure penalties: level reduction to intermediate tier 1. The loss of a random skill, and a random decrease in the tier of 3 skills. Upon viewing the rewards for this quest, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Despite the daunting penalties, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, observing that the true culprit was already on the verge of collapse. To him, the penalties seemed merely decorative. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. However, in an instant, his elation waned, for a countdown to the demise of the figure in the black robe appeared on the luminous screen before him. 15, 14. Lin Fan lost his composure and hurriedly called out to the little mouse. "Hey, wait up." However, the little mouse remained unmoved. "Be quiet." "No, I mean open your mouth." Lin Fan was exceedingly anxious. 11, 10. Lin Fan felt a chill deep within, a foreboding sense of impending doom. "Release yourself, little mouse. Allow me to deal with him," he bellowed, while internally screaming in frustration at his immobility. 7, 9. "Little mouse, I implore you." 5, yes. A flash of insight struck Lin Fan as he brandished his wand, summoning the gophers. In an instant, 3 diminutive and adorable gophers materialized beside him, but Lin Fan was taken aback by their appearance. Were they newly born? Indeed, he realized. He had no magic left. What to do? Panic surged within him until a memory of a skill called Green Hat surfaced. Infinite magical power. A wave of energy flooded through him, invigorating his spirit as he channeled magic once more to summon the gophers. His magic waned, yet began to replenish. At that moment, not far in front of Lin Fan, A plump figure appeared, adorned with a verdant leaf atop its head, dressed in a green grass skirt, and encircled by a floral necklace. Its face smeared with earth and paint, this was none other than the Gopher King, Een Tuba. Lin Fan anxiously exclaimed, "Een, pull that mouse away. Hurry." With that, Lin Fan directed his wand at the throat of the cloaked figure and cast Diffindo. Despite Ian's corpulent physique, he sprinted swiftly, reaching the cloaked figure's side in an instant. He employed the call of the groundhog to attempt to incapacitate the little mouse, intending to remove it. However, the mouse remained alert, not succumbing to unconsciousness. It complied, opening its mouth obediently, allowing the Groundhog King, Een, to pull it away. At that moment, Lin Fan's attack, Diffindo, struck. The cloaked figure convulsed violently, foam spewing from its mouth, eyes rolling back, and then it lay still, evidently lifeless. Yet, before succumbing, the cloaked figure suddenly uttered, "Child of nature? Lord Gaga will resurrect." Lin Fan did not catch this last utterance, as the system's voice coincidentally rang out, overshadowing the cloaked figure's words, directing Lin Fan's focus towards the system. Task completed, Evil Judgment. Player Lin Fan's magical power has increased. Player Lin Fan randomly receives 3 skills with random tier upgrades. You have learned the skill Clear Water Like Spring. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Sorcerer Manipulator. Title, Child of Nature. Student level, Tier 4, Beginner. Lifespan, 50 years and 170 days. Profession, Alchemist, Goldsmith. Enchanter skills, Open Door spell, Space Rift. Levitation spell, Manipulation spell, Diffindo, Days Communication. Tranquility, Voice of Nature, Clear Water Like Spring. Life skills, Alchemy, Goldsmithing. Special abilities, Self-Rescue, Resurrection. Minds. Having used Diffindo numerous times, it advanced to Tier 1 Intermediate. Now, among the 3 random upgrades, 2 enhanced Diffindo, while 1 upgraded the Open Door spell. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of frustration. But upon glancing at the skill following the Open Door spell, he chuckled. Phew, thank goodness, Space Rift. I shall use it once I exit. Snap. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by the sound of shattering glass. He turned to see Lu Hai and the little mouse had arrived beside him. While the surrounding environment began to disintegrate and vanish like fragile bubbles, Lin Fan's vision momentarily darkened before illuminating once more, as he found himself within the secret chamber of the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array. This time, he was accompanied by the Groundhog King Een and the Spirit of Sound, Lu Hai Shoshu. All 8 doors in the chamber stood ajar, which incited a flicker of anxiety within Lin Fan. He murmured, "Where are Elby and Lilos?" Furthermore, the celestial melody had only gathered the Death's Lullaby, the Sleep Song, the Tune of the Horizon, and the melody of the Corner of the Sea. It appeared that the remaining 4 pieces would prove elusive. As his thoughts wandered, Lu Hai Shoshu radiated a gentle luminescence. Lin Fan and Een observed the sudden transformation of the small mouse. A gash appeared on its belly, which began to peel back as if something were about to emerge from within, the light intensifying. When Lin Fan and Een opened their eyes, before them stood a chubby little boy, seemingly around 7 or 8 years of age, devoid of clothing. His green hair framed his forehead, and his large eyes shimmered with watery ripples. His long eyelashes fluttered with each blink, and his round, chubby face was irresistibly adorable, surpassing even Lin Fan's own appearance and cuteness. The little boy tilted his head and grinned. "Are you the child of nature? The little spirit who has inherited the heart of nature?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Fan coughed slightly. "Little brat, I believe you resemble one more." Nevertheless, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The boy's eyes sparkled with a green light as he scanned Lin Fan from head to toe, then smiled sweetly and said, "Do your best." After finishing his words, the boy trotted towards Lin Fan, leaping into his arms. "Do your best, little brat. Also, remember that my name is Een Ling." With that, he transformed into a faint glow and vanished within Lin Fan. Ding. The player has completed the S-level ability Inheritance Quest, the Eternal Heart Song of Een Ling Ding. Quest rewards will be received in the future. Chirp, chirp, exclaimed the king of the groundhogs. Lin Fan was taken aback. What? The elder expressed a desire for him to lead them out swiftly. "We, the Tuba tribe, have long yearned for the world beyond." Upon uttering these words, Een transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished, seemingly returning to that vast prairie. "Lilos and Elby, where are you?" In Lin Fan's heart, he exclaimed. Darkness enveloped him, and with a blink, he found himself in a clearing at Hogwarts, where a gentle drizzle washed over the chaotic and murky world. Amidst the rain stood a small boy alongside an elderly man and woman, both surrendering to the baptism of the downpour. The woman, her hair a cascade of silver yet still shimmering with flecks of gold, bore a face etched with wrinkles that hinted at her once resplendent beauty. The elderly man, similarly adorned with white hair and a visage marked by time, retained traces of the handsomeness he once possessed. The two leaned against one another, providing support in their twilight years. The woman slowly opened her mouth, her voice deep yet tinged with a sharpness, accompanied by bouts of coughing. Lin Fan, clad in tattered robes reminiscent of a beggar's attire, bore countless scars and wounds upon his face and body. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he fixed his gaze upon the elderly pair. "Lilos, Elby, it is you." He choked out, his voice thick with emotion. He continued, "What happened to?" but fell silent, his eyes locked on Lilos and Elby. Lilos, her aged face still revealing traces of her former charm, smiled gently. It's all right, she assured. LB coughed lightly, slightly bending at the waist as he returned Lin Fan's gaze with a warm smile and a nod. What do you wish to convey? Lin Fan inquired, his heart heavy. Tell Dumbledore that cursed soul, how much I long for him, Lilos softly replied. LB interjected. And please send our regards to those spirits and portraits, saying that Lilos Polidavir and LB Hohandic miss them dearly. Lin Fan felt a sharp ache in his eyes, for he had already foreseen the events that were about to unfold. After exchanging their parting words, the two transformed into mere dust and ashes, washed away by the rain and scattered by the gentle breeze. After a considerable time had passed, Lin Fan bowed towards the places where Lilos and LB once stood, softly murmuring, I shall forever remember you, LB and Lilos. The rain ceased. Sunlight pierced through the shroud of clouds, casting its warm embrace upon the earth. A rainbow arched gracefully across the sky. Lin Fan exhaled softly, raising his gaze to the rainbow adorning the horizon, before making his way towards the ancient castle. Having been absent for approximately 10 days, he pondered whether Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore, Nina, Raphael, Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus were perhaps worried about him. Moreover, Lin Fan paused, having failed to spot Fidel. He must be all right. Chapter 30. Lily's Fury. Unpacking the gift, Lin Fan tensed, not daring to move, not even to blink. He wore an expression of remorse, an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Gazing at the adorable face marred by a look of grievance, one could hardly bring themselves to chastise him. However, it was evident that the strikingly beautiful woman before Lin Fan was wholly unimpressed by his demeanor. To describe her beauty, one need only observe her long, deep crimson hair, slightly curled, and her almond-shaped green eyes radiating a mesmerizing, jade-like brilliance. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the snug robe she wore. Furrowing her brow with a fierce expression, she glared at Lin Fan. Upon noticing his countenance, she raised her hand and delivered a firm slap to his head, just as Lin Fan began to relax. She seized his ear and bellowed into his ear, Do you understand your mistake? Lin Fan lowered his head even further, hesitantly murmuring, Lily, I was wrong. It was then that he realized this enchanting woman was indeed Lily. She reached out with her other hand and playfully tapped Lin Fan's head, softly remarking, Oh? You acknowledge your mistake? Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Lily interjected with a fierce tone, demanding, Speak. Do you understand where you went wrong? Despite several attempts to articulate his thoughts, Lin Fan faltered and could not express himself clearly. Lily released her grip on his ear, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at him with indignation, exclaiming, Ah. In Lin Fan's heart, he mused, Lily appears quite fierce. How am I supposed to express my thoughts? Oh dear James, Remus, Sirius, Hagrid, where are you all? Have you conspired to send Lily here to reprimand me? Despite these thoughts, what truly warmed Lin Fan's heart was the realization that someone cared for him. With this reflection, a sweetness enveloped his heart, dispelling the look of grievance from his face and replacing it with a radiant, charming smile. Yet, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for such a display of joy. Seeing Lin Fan smile, Lily, who was adorned with an expression of anger, felt momentarily dazzled. After all, she was in the midst of chastising him. However, Lin Fan seemed to revel in the moment, which unsettled her. Thus, she softened her demeanor. Gazing at him with a gentle expression, and in a sweet, soft voice, she inquired, What thoughts bring you such happiness, Lin Fan? Listening to Lily's gentle and soft tone, Lin Fan was suddenly jolted awake, realizing that he was still being criticized by her. He promptly straightened his posture, his expression shifting to one of feigned innocence and submission. It appeared that the notion of fickleness was not solely applicable to women. Men, too, could exhibit such rapid changes. Lily, I was wrong. Are you hungry now? During my absence, I learned a few new dishes. Would you care to try them? Lin Fan said, playfully rubbing his hands together as he addressed Lily. Before Lily could respond, she abruptly remembered that she was currently in the midst of reprimanding him and questioned how she could capitulate so swiftly. Thus, Lin Fan immediately shouted, Do not divert the topic. Lin Fan exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead as his gaze fixed upon the dimming green flames in the fireplace. He finally felt a sense of relief. It must be noted that Lily had been relentlessly scrutinizing him since he returned to the cozy home that morning, only relenting at 9 o'clock in the evening when her hunger became unbearable. This allowed Lin Fan to prepare a few dishes he had recently learned from LB to somewhat alleviate her concerns. However, once they finished eating, Lin Fan noticed Lily's anxious expression, and before he could inquire further, she hurriedly departed. Nonetheless, he reasoned that it could not be a matter of life and death. Thus he breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan leaped onto the bed with great fervor, exhaling contentedly. Indeed, the comfort of the bed in this warm abode was unparalleled. After a brief moment of admiration, he sat upright, noticing several exquisite gift boxes arranged beside him on the bed. The boxes featured delicate green and white satin wraps, golden and silver interwoven exteriors adorned with pink satin ribbons, as well as light blue boxes with orange and red mixed ribbons. There were also dazzling black gift boxes with golden satin ribbons. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan picked up a light green gift box and untied the white satin ribbon, revealing a D-grade random gift package. Ding. Item extraction in progress. Automatic feather pen, D-grade item, capable of completing assignments and documents autonomously when infused with magical energy. Well, that seems rather satisfactory. Lin Fan mused as he picked up another D-grade random gift package. Transformative robe, D-grade item, which can alter the shape and color of the robe. It features an automatic cleaning function but possesses no defensive capabilities. Lin Fan wiped his brow, conceding, "All right then, take it and give it away." He picked up the BC-grade random gift pack adorned with a delicate blue satin ribbon, a blend of orange and red hues. An unidentified yellow orb lay within, a C-grade item, capable of enhancement. It appeared to possess protective properties, while the rest remained for the player to uncover. Lin Fan gazed at the small orb, momentarily taken aback, uncertain of its identity. Moreover, it possessed the ability to upgrade and explore autonomously. Lin Fan fell silent, sensing that this object might play a significant role in the future. Lin Fan no longer pondered over the small sphere and instead grasped the AB random gift pack adorned with interwoven golden and silver ribbons. Battle Soul Blood Song. Unable to learn, collect the remaining 7 songs to synthesize the celestial melody. Calm Heart Incantation. Unable to learn, collect the remaining 7 songs to synthesize the celestial melody. Thunderous Roar. Unable to learn, collect the remaining 7 songs to synthesize the celestial melody. The Battle Soul Blood Song of the Injury Gate, the Calm Heart Incantation of the Life Gate, and the Thunderous Roar of the Surprise Gate. Now, only 1 song from the Rest Gate remained. Lin Fan felt a flicker of anticipation within, eager to discover the effect of the synthesized celestial melody, which he believed would be nothing short of astounding. As he approached the final gift pack, Lin Fan's breath grew somewhat labored, his heart racing with trepidation as his gaze fixated on the resplendent golden and dark black ribbon of the A-grade package. With eyes closed, he gently unfurled the black ribbon. The Half-Blood Prince's Notebook, A-grade item. This notebook accelerates your understanding of magical spells, potion making, and the history of magic, deepening your cognitive impressions. Other functionalities will be revealed upon discovering the true Half-Blood Prince's notebook. Such an ability to learn spells should enhance Lin Fan's capabilities, filling him with immense relief and joy. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the voice that echoed in his mind when he first opened the A-grade gift pack. Ding! The Green Hat of the Ground Dog. Passive skill blessing activated. In retrospect, it must have been the blessing that had triggered this. Chapter 31. The Quidditch Captain and Lin Fan's Friend's Resentment. Yawn. Lin Fan squinted, his eyes half closed, exhibiting the appearance of someone who had just awakened from slumber. Indeed, he had only recently risen from his bed. Yet the relentless intrusion of light through the window compelled him to endure the discomfort of low blood pressure upon rising. With a reluctant glance at his bed, he cast aside the covers and made his way to the window, drawing back the curtains. There, he was met with the furious gaze of a brown owl. Pushing open the window, Lin Fan employed his ability to communicate and remarked irritably, "Whose owl are you?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the owl was taken aback and let out a surprised shriek. "Oh my, you can speak our language. How remarkable. You must understand. This is the first time I've encountered someone who can communicate in our tongue. Goodness, Merlin, I can't believe I heard this today. It's truly extraordinary. By the way, I must return and tell Silly, Bobby, and Jaquila. Thank you, Pierre. Without him, how could I have come here? What a chatterbox. She is indeed a chatterbox." Lin Fan felt a fiery agitation brewing within him. He sensed that his blood pressure must have plummeted once again, as his anger simmered just beneath the surface. Should this loquacious owl continue her incessant chatter, he would undoubtedly erupt. However, it was evident that the owl had no intention of granting him the opportunity to lose his temper. She glanced at the clock in Lin Fan's bedroom, then abruptly shifted her tone, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, what am I doing? I cannot believe I have squandered so much time. Goodness. Pierre is still waiting for me to deliver messages elsewhere. Ah, and here, sir, is a letter for you from Pierre." With that, the owl placed the envelope from her talons into Lin Fan's hand. "My name is Huan Now. It has been delightful conversing with you, but I must take my leave." Huan Now. I would say she is merely a chatterbox. In Lin Fan's mind, a wave of exasperation surged forth. He retrieved some jerky and offered a few pieces to Huan Now, who then fluttered her wings and soared out of the window. As she departed, Lin Fan caught a phrase that sent him into a frenzy. "This gentleman ought to have stopped me. He has made me squander so much time in idle chatter with him. Goodness, I must hurry, or Pierre will surely erupt in fury." Lin Fan, in a state of exasperation, clutched his silky black hair in frustration, as he gazed at Huan Now gradually receding into the distance. Transforming into a mere speck against the horizon, Lin Fan opened the letter entrusted to him by Pierre, only to instantly regret his decision. For this letter was a howler. "Damn it, Merlin, where on earth have you gone? Do you have any idea? You have been evading the sacred Quidditch practice for 18 days now, and with the day, it marks 19 days. You have only just joined our Gryffindor Quidditch team. You haven't even met the other players yet. Goodness, I scarcely know what to say to you. Disappearing without a trace? For heaven's sake, I received news from your little girlfriend, claiming you went in search of that Hufflepuff scatterbrain. Can you believe it? Damn it. You must know that there are few willing to seek out that scatterbrain in Hogwarts because even if you remember the way, that scatterbrain will likely lead you astray. But that is not the crux of the matter. The most pressing issue is that he was found the day after your disappearance. Do you know where? He was at that wretched squib, Filch's place. That loathsome Filch has taken so much from me. I despise him. Damn it, I say again. Lin Fan felt as though his ears no longer belonged to him. He had truly experienced the formidable power of the Howling Letter. He recalled chuckling at others receiving such letters in the castle cafeteria, never anticipating that he would find himself in a similar predicament. Once Pierre's voice faded into silence. Lin Fan suddenly realized his little girlfriend? Who could that be? How had he been unaware of any romantic involvement? Rubbing his sore and numb ears. He then noticed two owls soaring toward him from a distance. Lin Fan murmured softly, who could it be this time? I fervently hope it is not another howler. Two owls swooped down, uttering not a word, merely requesting a few pieces of jerky from Lin Fan before depositing the letters and soaring away. After the owls departed, Lin Fan's gaze lingered upon the two letters, filled with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. He trembled slightly, praying to the heavens that this would not be another howler. Alas, his hopes were dashed. The first letter was from Nina, Raphael, and Vardal, their voices echoing with concern as they incessantly inquired about Lin Fan's well-being, lamenting his unexplained disappearance. Lin Fan, where on earth have you been? Do you not realize how worried we are? The second letter was from Professor McGonagall. Her tone succinct yet sharper, commanding attention. Hurry to your class, Lin Fan. Lin Fan lay helplessly on the floor, overwhelmed. My goodness. That roar was utterly an assault on the psyche. Its destructive power was astounding. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the window, where yet another owl had arrived. And he collapsed onto the floor, groaning in despair. Oh, how I have erred. I must always announce my intentions henceforth. The gray owl flew into the room, circling above Lin Fan, awaiting the offering of dried meat. Struggling with his discomfort, Lin Fan rose painfully and approached the table, from which he retrieved several pieces of jerky to feed the owl. He then waved it off, signaling that it could depart, for he was in no mood for conversation. Haunted by the bloody lesson learned from one owl. Once the gray owl had taken flight, Lin Fan sank onto the plush bed, swallowing nervously. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he opened the letter before him. After what felt like an eternity of silence, a wave of relief washed over him. He whispered a heartfelt gratitude to Merlin. I adore you. Oh God, I shall no longer cast aspersions upon you, for I believe you have countless maidens under your dominion. Turning his attention to the parchment, Lin Fan read the contents inscribed upon it. Dear Lin Fan, I am delighted to hear of your safe return. Everyone has been exceedingly worried about you. Now that you are back, do visit your original home at Hogwarts, the little cabin. A mischievous young one has been yearning for your company, as have I. This little creature is quite the rascal, throwing temper tantrums daily. Are you free tomorrow? If you finish your classes, do come to the cabin. Your most amiable friend, Rubius Hagrid. A little creature? Lin Fan pondered, suddenly enlightened. Of course. It was chapter 32, Buner in the afternoon, with Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius absent. Lin Fan had intended to brew some potions. After all, he had been away for over 10 days, and the intermediate dream potion he had prepared for Lily must be nearly depleted. However, upon arriving in his potion chamber in the basement, he discovered that the supplies were only sufficient for brewing a few bottles of dream potion. Coupled with Hagrid's invitation to the cabin, Lin Fan resolved to return to Hogwarts to meet the little creature Buner, while also gathering potion ingredients from the Alchemist's sanctuary. There, he planned to concoct a greater supply of dream potions, along with restorative elixirs and other essentials, which had been nearly exhausted during his time at the Eight Gates. Lin Fan tidied up his belongings, though there was little to organize, as Hogwarts already possessed everything he needed. He picked up the bowl of flue powder from the mantelpiece, grasped a handful, and scattered it into the crackling flames. After placing the bowl back, Lin Fan swiftly dashed into the fireplace, exclaiming, hot. With a dizzying whirl and a wave of nausea, he arrived at the small hut in Hogwarts. Emerging from the fireplace, Lin Fan beheld Hagrid amusing a creature roughly the size of a small dog. This creature was entirely snow-white, with sleek fur and bright eyes that blinked curiously. Oddly, its forehead appeared somewhat swollen, as if it had been struck. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, the little creature in Hagrid's arms began to squirm energetically, emitting adorable whimpers. Hagrid rose, holding the little one, his robust and towering figure exuding an imposing presence. Yet, coupled with his cheerful expression, this amalgamation felt surprisingly harmonious rather than intimidating. Hello, Hagrid, Lin Fan greeted, before shifting his gaze to the little creature. Using his ability to communicate, he said, Hi, Buner, do you remember me? Buner let out a series of excited whimpers. Indeed, the little creature was the unicorn beast that Lin Fan had revived. Its struggles and Hagrid's embrace intensified, prompting Hagrid to chuckle. Look, Lin Fan, the little one is quite restless since your arrival. Lin Fan scratched his scalp and smiled. Lin Fan Buner called out his name in the unique language of his unicorn beast. Lin Fan approached Hagrid, drawing near to his side, and extended his hands. Buner, it has been far too long. Hagrid gazed at Lin Fan with a hint of curiosity as he spoke in the language of unicorns. listening to the exchange between him and Buner. However, upon recalling Lin Fan's other extraordinary abilities, he soon found himself at ease. Hagrid placed Buner into Lin Fan's hands, saying, "Here you go, Lin Fan. This wretched little creature, whom I have grown so fond of, now forsakes my embrace the moment you arrive." Lin Fan took the broom and settled into a chair, gently scratching the neck of Buner. In the past, Buner had been quite fearful of Lin Fan's touch, as it elicited an unbearable itch. Indeed, even reborn, Buner still trembled in apprehension, whimpering for Lin Fan to cease, for it was far too ticklish. Hagrid observed the amusing spectacle of the boy and his horse, chuckling heartily. After a moment, Hagrid picked up a tattered pink umbrella leaning against the wall. This umbrella seemed to serve as a wand of sorts, reminiscent of the influence Lin Fan had absorbed from the Harry Potter films. It appeared that Hagrid had first encountered Harry while wielding an umbrella, possibly employing it for a spell. Beyond that, Lin Fan had only fleeting memories of the films. Hagrid's voice boomed, resonating like thunder. "Lin Fan, I'm off to the Hog's Head Inn. That scoundrel, Calanthe lost to me in our last wager and is still sore about it. We've agreed to a few more rounds today, haha. This time, I intend to claim that cherished bottle of Blagon's brandy he possesses. Oh, you may not know what it is, but it's a dwarven spirit. And there is scarcely any left in the world today. However, I discovered that he had a bottle of it. If I win, I shall treat you." Before Lin Fan could respond, Hagrid vigorously shook his heavy head. "Oh dear, what have I said? I actually offered to buy you Blagon's. Goodness gracious. You are still a child. If Lily or Dumbledore were to hear of this, they would have my head. No, no, no. I shall treat you to a drink I heard about the other day, a beverage from the Muggle world, carbonated, as a Muggle wizard at the Hog's Head described it. Oh Merlin, who knows what carbonated drinks are? Would you like to try some?" Hagrid awaited Lin Fan's response, and upon seeing him nod slightly, he shook his head in resignation. "Very well, I shall inquire about it today and ask that fellow to bring some carbonated drinks for you." Having spoken, Hagrid took his comically large strides to the fireplace, scooping a handful of flue powder and tossing it into the flames. He then turned back to Lin Fan and declared, "I'm off." Immediately, Hagrid's enormous frame, over 4 meters in height, astonishingly squeezed into the fireplace, and with a final shout of "Hog's Head Inn," he vanished amidst a flicker of green light. In a certain part of the Forbidden Forest, an expanse of various herbs flourished. If one were to examine closely, they would discover rare and precious ingredients. This was the place Lin Fan hailed as the sanctuary of alchemists, a veritable paradise for potion makers. Lin Fan cast a glance at Buner, who was frolicking on the grass, and a gentle smile graced his lips. It felt as though he had returned to the early days of his arrival at Hogwarts, when he would often romp through the Forbidden Forest with Buner. While he immersed himself in potion making, Buner would find ways to entertain himself. He sighed. With a flick of his mind, Lin Fan summoned a magnificent medicinal cauldron, which materialized with a soft pop. He gently caressed the cold, luminous surface of the cauldron, akin to caressing the smooth, alluring form of a beloved. His eyes sparkled with an infatuation that mirrored his admiration. After a brief moment, Lin Fan regained his composure, grasping the magical potion with intent, ready to commence the long-stalled alchemical process. Despite the considerable time elapsed since his last endeavor, his movements remained fluid and unblemished, embodying an effortless grace akin to flowing water. Although his alchemical skills had not seen an elevation in rank, Lin Fan's abundant magical energy compensated for any deficiencies. As night fell, Lin Fan gazed at the star-studded sky, stowing away the cauldron and beckoning to Buner. The eager creature leapt into Lin Fan's embrace, and together, their figures gradually vanished into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the night enveloping them in its serene stillness. P.S. Interestingly, I began drafting this chapter around 4 o'clock, poring over it for more than an hour, culminating in approximately 1,900 words. However, my mother summoned me to attend a wedding in the village, an event which Jing Ko had witnessed as the most extravagant of his experience. Goodness, the wealth of this family was astonishing, parents gifting their son $1 million, others contributing $500,000, and yet another offering $233,333. Numerous guests bestowed $10,000 each, along with several smaller donations. It left Jing Ko utterly dazzled, evoking a desire to don a pair of stockings atop his head and shout, "Sister!" Oh, the envy and admiration swirled within him. Hence, I implore you to soothe Jing Ko's tender heart with your recommendations and collections, for my spirit is battered and bruised. Chapter 33, The Plump Lady. Quidditch teammate with a heart laden with burdens, Lin Fan cautiously approached the ancient castle from his humble abode. Lin Fan wandered through the ancient castle, navigating corners and descending the winding stairs, his head swiveling left and right, wary of encountering any of his acquaintances who might offer him unsolicited admonishments. After a laborious journey, he finally arrived outside the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady remained as rotund as ever, perpetually striking a pose of dignified poise that, paradoxically, elicited a sense of amusement. Yet, those familiar with her knew that her heart was, indeed, quite benevolent. As she observed Lin Fan approaching, she blinked her eyes and adopted an expression of astonishment, incredulity spilling forth as she exclaimed, "Oh, is that not the most charming little boy at Hogwarts? Why, I thought you were off gallivanting." Have you forgotten to return to the Gryffindor common room? I have heard many of the Gryffindor children speculating about your whereabouts. The fat lady's demeanor resembled that of a middle-aged gossipmonger, loitering on the streets in search of others to prattle about. Moreover, during my visit, I overheard Peeves excitedly exclaiming that the malevolent little first-year with dark hair and striking blue eyes had finally departed, which was indeed a cause for celebration. As the fat lady's penchant for gossip seemed to awaken and flourish, a mysterious, colorful light flickered in her eyes, embodying the very essence of gossip itself. Lin Fan hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh, madam, I wish to enter now. Might I discuss these matters with you at a later time?" The plump lady gazed at Lin Fan with a melancholic expression, sending chills down his spine and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The lady shifted her ample figure and slowly nodded. "Very well, my child, please state the password." Her words left Lin Fan in a state of bewilderment. How could he have forgotten the necessity of uttering the password? Haha. Lin Fan offered an awkward smile, his hand nervously raking through his hair. "Madam, you see, I have just returned. How could I possibly know the password? Please, grant me entry. Isn't it reasonable to consider the circumstances regarding the necessity of a password?" Unfortunately, the fat lady was unyielding, shaking her head with a look of distress. "Oh, dear boy, how could you think that way? If every student harbored such thoughts, Hogwarts would descend into chaos." After a brief pause, she uttered a statement that left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. Who can truly ascertain that you are indeed Lin Fan? What if you have consumed Polyjuice Potion? Who can guarantee your identity? Oh, Merlin. Lin Fan was on the verge of a breakdown. She could swear that this was a deliberate act, a blatant act of vengeance for interrupting her gossiping enthusiasm. Oh, Madame Lin Fan attempted once more to exert her efforts, only to be met with the response from the plump lady, "I do not indulge in favoritism or injustice." Lin Fan felt as though he might vomit with exasperation. "Well, since you insist on me uttering the password, I shall oblige." Thus, Lin Fan began to recite the passwords he was familiar with, chilled lemonade. The rotund lady shook her head and said, "Oh, no, young man, Gryffindor has never had such a password." Lin Fan pondered for a moment before continuing. "Dragon Slack." The plump lady blinked her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my, boy, you are truly remarkable. Have you perhaps received the favor of Merlin?" Just when Lin Fan felt a sense of triumph, standing tall and proud, the plump lady uttered a phrase that left him utterly dismayed. "You actually know the command I intend to use next." Lin Fan was rendered speechless, for he lay on the ground, his entire body trembling, on the verge of foaming at the mouth. As Lin Fan was about to rise from the ground, the plump lady remarked, "You ought to let Madame Pangfry take a look at you, dear. You must be unwell." Reluctantly, Lin Fan sank back down, and this time, he began to froth at the mouth. "Oh God, I should not have continuously spoken ill of you. From now on, I shall offer you my unceasing praise. I was mistaken." Lin Fan's heart was filled with incessant remorse when a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. Then, a woman's voice broke through. "Lin Fan, you've come in. But why are you lying in front of the plump lady instead of entering the lounge?" Lin Fan immediately sprang to his feet, gazing at Nina Lu and the group of Gryffindor students behind her, who were regarding him with peculiar expressions. Goodness, what an image he must present. Lin Fan raked his fingers through his hair, casting a sharp glance at the plump lady. "Damn it, it's all your fault." He shook his head. "Oh, no. I just suddenly cramped up and collapsed to the ground." "Yes, that's precisely what happened." As he spoke, he continued to emphasize his words with insistence. However, the more he did so, the less the Gryffindor lions seemed to believe him. Nevertheless, a few did, including Nina Lu, who looked at Lin Fan with concern. "Are you all right?" At that moment, someone emerged from the crowd, approaching Lin Fan and Nina Lu, and seized Lin Fan's head with a firm grip, rendering him breathless. MMM. Once this individual released their hold, Lin Fan crouched down, gasping for air. "Oh my goodness, Merlin." Lin Fan stood upright, initially intending to confront the individual who had wronged him. How dare they provoke me? However, upon seeing the person's demeanor, Lin Fan promptly recoiled. The newcomer possessed light blue hair and brown eyes, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall with a physique that was neither stout nor slender. He was none other than Pierre Gole, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. With a face marked by fury, Pierre bellowed at Lin Fan. "Where have you been? Do you have any idea that the Quidditch match is just around the corner? You have only just joined our team and have yet to familiarize yourself with the other players, and you choose to vanish?" "Oh, Merlin." Lin Fan gazed at Pierre, instinctively lowering his head even further. Despite his psychological age being significantly greater than Pierre's, he could not shake off the lingering trepidation from the time he had endured Pierre's thunderous reprimand. "I was wrong." Upon witnessing Lin Fan's admission of fault and remorse, Pierre's anger diminished somewhat. "Very well, let us discuss this in the common room. This is not the appropriate moment for lingering here." Pierre then turned to the portly matron and uttered the command, "Pig's ear." The matron acknowledged the members of Gryffindor with a courteous nod before the door vanished, allowing everyone to enter the tunnel one by one. Arriving at the common room, Lin Fan reflected on the striking contrast between the plump madam and her previous appearance, feeling somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the students of Gryffindor had all returned to their respective homes, leaving only Nina Lu, Lin Fan, and the Quidditch team in the common room. Pierre approached Lin Fan and Nina Lu, while the team members stood in a row before them. Pierre pointed to a tall girl with golden waves, fair skin, large eyes, and blue irises, radiating beauty that rivaled Nina Lu's. This was Brittany Lottier, the batter. Brittany stepped forward and shook Lin Fan's hand, greeting him warmly. Pierre continued with the introductions, presenting the short, big-eyed batter, Jenny Talatin, with her chestnut hair and brown irises. Next was the lanky goalkeeper, Zarobak, with his medium-length brown hair and a charming fringe, whose eyes occasionally sparkled with a bright silver gleam. Then came the rather diminutive and sly-looking chaser, Hitler Hall, sporting a blackbird's nest hairstyle and squinting brown eyes. Following him was the chaser Edward James Cord, with his untidy light red hair and dull blue irises, wearing a nonchalant expression. Lastly, there was the handsome and gentle chaser, Oscar Balzac, characterized by his blue-green hair, amber eyes, a well-defined nose, and a physique of golden proportions. Afterward, Lin Fan personally ventured into the castle's kitchen to procure some ingredients. Utilizing his culinary skills, he prepared a variety of delectable dishes and invited Raphael, Vardar, Nina Lu, and his Quidditch teammates. The exquisite food captivated their palates, allowing them to forget their frustrations, surrendering entirely to the delightful culinary experience. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. However, he pondered whether the calamity he believed he had endured had truly come to an end. Perhaps it had, for he had already ensnared these individuals. Yet, there remained those he could not capture. Chapter 34. Misfortune. Lin Fan, please enlighten us on the founders of Hogwarts and their vision for the future of this esteemed institution. Today, the usually monologue-prone Professor Binns, who incessantly lectured on the history of magic, astonishingly posed a question. This was indeed a marvel. If Sirius, James, Remus, and Lily were to hear of this, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. It seemed almost like a jest. Had Professor Binns called upon someone else to respond, Lin Fan might have stifled a private chuckle, but alas, Lin Fan found himself utterly perplexed by Professor Binns' unusual insistence on ensuring that every student was present today. Unbeknownst to him, the professor had initially paid him no mind until a kindly elderly gentleman brought it to his attention, thus precipitating this unexpected scenario. Suddenly jolted awake by Neela's gentle nudge, Lin Fan sprang to his feet, his heart racing as he grappled with the intricate blueprints of Hogwarts. How could he possibly have known? Please, go ahead, Professor Binns urged with a benevolent demeanor. Lin Fan, lowering his gaze, murmured softly, Professor, I do not know. Sit down. Professor Binns replied, his expression far from pleasant. Gryffindor loses 3 points. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. The typically lenient history lesson had transformed into a source of trepidation. The Gryffindor Lions, rather than blaming Lin Fan for the loss, prioritized their own safety, hoping merely to avoid being called upon by Professor Binns. In stark contrast to Lin Fan's predicament, the other students felt a sense of relief, for after his inquiry, Professor Binns reverted to his customary teaching style, rendering this incident a remarkable anecdote for future conversations. Mr. Lin, please transform the matches on the desk into needles. Professor McGonagall commanded sternly, her expression unyielding. Initially seated, Lin Fan stiffened, then gradually rose to his feet once more, inwardly lamenting, oh dear, why must it always be me? And why must it always be a question I cannot answer? Lin Fan took a deep breath, extended his wand, and fixed his gaze on the matchstick on the table. With his wand pointed at it, he declared, transfigure. However, the matchstick remained unchanged. Professor, I cannot do it. Lin Fan thought of finding a hole to hide in. Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Nina Lu. Miss Pollitt, would you kindly instruct Mr. Lin Fan on how to proceed? Nina Lu inhaled deeply while remaining in her seat, then rose, directing her wand at the matchstick. Transfigure. With a resounding pong, the matchstick transformed into a sharp needle, complete with a small hole at its tip, demonstrating Nina Lu's remarkable finesse. Very well, Miss Pollitt, you may take your seat, Professor McGonagall stated. Mr. Lin Fan, I trust you will know how to proceed next time. Now please sit down. Satisfied with Nina Lu's performance, Professor McGonagall maintained a serious demeanor as she continued, Gryffindor loses a point due to Mr. Lin Fan's error, while Miss Pollitt gains a point. Lin Fan's face was drenched with tears as he lamented, how unfortunate I am. Professor Sprout, the kindly neighbor with a petite stature, gently inquired, Lin Fan, could you please share your insights on nurturing shygrass? At long last, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief, finally posing a question within his expertise, and he mused that this class might indeed offer him some extra credit. Internally, he chuckled. Yes, Professor. The shygrass, as its name suggests, thrives in a paradoxical environment, one that is both cool and bathed in sunlight, a balance that is elusive for most. Lin Fan paused, lifting his gaze to meet Professor Sprotton's appreciative eyes, allowing a smile to tug at his lips. This equilibrium lies in placing the plant under sunlight while nurturing it in moist soil, which should maintain a temperature of approximately 23 degrees, ensuring it never freezes. Furthermore, the shygrass possesses a unique characteristic. Much like its name implies, it enjoys conversation, yet is wary of strangers. Lin Fan spoke animatedly, articulating a myriad of details that left the Gryffindor Lions and Hufflepuff Badgers in a state of confusion, while Professor Sprotton's admiration grew ever more pronounced, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Professor Sproughton nodded appreciatively. Well done, Lin Fan. You are truly remarkable. Please take your seat. And everyone else? Be sure to note the characteristics of the shy grass as part of your homework. Lin Fan complied and took a seat, yet his heart was heavy with frustration. Despite his extensive contributions, he received no recognition. He cast a resentful glance at Professor Sprout, lamenting, "Oh, dear Professor. How could you treat me so unjustly after I spoke so much?" Snape, with a chilling gaze, scrutinized the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students present, his expression grave, devoid of any semblance of mirth. The atmosphere grew tense under his piercing stare, and then Snape subtly tapped his lips, offering a cold, sardonic smile. "Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan felt a shiver run through his body. "Goodness, what the hell?" he muttered, addressing the professor. Lin Fan stood rigidly, his expression grave, fearing that this time he would undoubtedly lose points. "Could you please explain the method for brewing the Felix Felicis potion?" Snape internally scoffed. "Are you capable of producing such a potion?" Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Snape's words. In the past, concocting the Felix Felicis potion had proven to be quite a formidable challenge. There were hardly 5 individuals in the game capable of brewing it, and he was among those select few. This was primarily due to the rarity of the potion's ingredients, which made them exceedingly difficult to gather. By sheer chance, he had managed to brew it a few times, while others might struggle to achieve even a single successful attempt. "Yes, Professor," Lin Fan replied gravely, keeping his gaze lowered. "The principal ingredients for brewing Felix Felicis are indeed arduous to procure. They include unicorn blood, basilisk venom, phoenix tears, dragon heartstring, and mermaid's heart." Unbeknownst to everyone, when Lin Fan listed these ingredients, a look of shock and disbelief crossed Snape's face, as the entire assembly was captivated by Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan continued. "First, utilizing the tears of the phoenix in pure, pristine water, simmering them for 3 days at a temperature no less than 300 degrees. Subsequently, the dried phoenix tears were infused with the blood of a unicorn, Bezoar, and the water of life and death, boiled vigorously at no less than 400 degrees for approximately half a month. Following this, the essence of dragon's phosphor and the heart of a mermaid were added to the still unconsolidated liquid, heated to a minimum of 500 degrees, and then gradually lowered to a gentle 100 degrees. The bile of a serpent creature was then crushed and incorporated into the mixture." Lin Fan pondered for a moment before stating that the subsequent step was of utmost importance. Unlike the methodologies employed in the creation of many potions, the final step in concocting the fortune elixir required the application of a blessing incantation to the nearly completed brew. However, the blessing incantation is prone to errors, as it bears a close resemblance to a curse incantation, leading to frequent mispronunciations. The entire process of crafting the fortune elixir typically demands about a month. Lin Fan raised his gaze and found Severus Snape staring at him with a look of astonishment. A sudden pang of unease gripped Lin Fan's heart. Could it be that what I said differs from what he knows? Is my revelation so astonishing in this world that the Ministry of Magic would surely disallow it? Pondering this, he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He glanced at the lions and eagles in the classroom, who regarded him with adoration. It was inevitable. They would surely speak of it. After Lin Fan turned his attention back to Snape, the latter finally regained his stern and aloof demeanor. He addressed Lin Fan, instructing him to visit his office after class. Shortly thereafter, the door to the potions classroom swung open, revealing none other than Headmaster Dumbledore, who appeared to be slightly perspiring, evidently having rushed to arrive. With a grave nod directed at Lin Fan, Dumbledore brandished his wand and, employing an incantation unknown to Lin Fan, rendered all but himself, Snape, and Lin Fan into a deep slumber. Following this, he recited an obscure spell and, fixing Lin Fan with an intense gaze, declared, "This matter must not be divulged." Lin Fan nodded solemnly, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of gloom, pondering how it could come to this. Today was truly detestable. Utterly unfortunate. Chapter 35, Snape's Lounge. As class concluded, the students had completely forgotten the events that transpired during potions. They only recalled that Professor Snape had called Lin Fan to answer a question, yet despite his correct response, Snape did not award him any points. Instead, he instructed Lin Fan to visit his lounge after class. The other students could not help but mourn for Lin Fan, this unfortunate soul, wondering how his circumstances could be so dire. While the thoughts of others were filled with schadenfreude, Nina, a Gryffindor, and a Ravenclaw girl expressed genuine concern for Lin Fan. One could only speculate whether Lin Fan would be haunted by nightmares upon realizing that 2 fellow students cared for him so deeply. Lin Fan lowered his head, silently trailing behind Professor Snape, who wore a stern expression, as though someone owed him a fortune. As for Dumbledore's whereabouts, he had been called away unexpectedly, seemingly to attend a seminar regarding the uses of dragon's blood, followed perhaps by a leisurely tea and some scenic enjoyment. Lin Fan chose not to dwell on it. He had pressing matters to attend to. Following Snape through the labyrinthine corridors of Hogwarts, adorned with portraits and suits of armor, he descended the self-moving staircase until they reached a passage devoid of portraits and armor, the surroundings growing increasingly dark and damp. They arrived at the darkest corner of Hogwarts, though it was possible that Filch's rest area was equally shadowy. Lin Fan had overheard students from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor discussing how someone had been caught wandering at midnight by Filch and was subsequently punished to clean his quarters alone, leaving the unfortunate soul nearly on the brink of collapse. Last time, Fiddler had also been taken to Filch's rest area, but Nina had mentioned that Fiddler seemed to be in good spirits. Perhaps he would inquire about it next time they met. Lin Fan trailed behind Professor Snape, his mind incessantly conjuring images of the professor's private quarters. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted through him as he collided with something, abruptly bringing him back to reality. He lifted his gaze to meet the increasingly cold demeanor of Snape, a shiver coursing through him. Had he truly bumped into him? Snape's voice, low and gravelly, pierced the silence. What are you thinking about him? His discontent was palpable as he huffed through his nose. I was contemplating the appearance of your quarters. Lin Fan blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Oh no, he had unwittingly voiced his innermost thoughts. This was disastrous. Indeed. Snape glared viciously at Lin Fan before pushing open the door, which appeared to have been charred and distorted by fire. Enter. A miracle, truly a miracle. Lin Fan found it rather odd that Snape had not reprimanded him. Upon hearing his name summoned, Lin Fan lowered his head and obediently stepped inside. Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he cast a glance around the room. He quickly discerned that Snape's potion chamber differed significantly from his own cozy abode. This dimly lit sanctuary, which also served as Snape's resting area, was shrouded in gloom, illuminated only by a flickering flame in the fireplace. Shelves lining the walls were filled with countless large glass jars, containing viscous specimens of deceased frogs, eels, and various incomplete plant remnants. The sight was quite repulsive to Lin Fan. He had assumed that others' potion rooms would not deviate much from his own. However, it appeared that varying methods of concoction dictated distinct environments and, indeed, standards of cleanliness. Snape settled into a drab, dark-hued leather chair within, observing Lin Fan as he scanned his surroundings. The professor's deep voice resonated once more. Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Lin Fan? He emphasized the title at the end. Oh, Lin Fan responded, quickly raising his head. No, not really. But, it is quite different from mine. Snape said nothing further, and with a flick of his wand, 2 cups and a teapot materialized on the grimy, dark table. Lin Fan was not surprised. This must also be a spell. He pondered that it might be a form of transfiguration, yet transfiguration could not conjure objects out of thin air. Thus, the principle of the Accio spell might also be at play. Professor Snape poured tea into 2 cups and took one for himself, nodding at Lin Fan. Gazing at the unsightly, greasy table, Lin Fan swallowed hard, waved his hand dismissively, and shook his head vigorously. No, thank you, Professor. I'm not thirsty. Very well. Then let us discuss something, Snape declared, his words delivered with a precise and articulate clarity. Here we are. Lin Fan felt a sudden jolt. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Lin Fan glanced at the greasy, rough, and dry leather chair, gritted his teeth, and took a seat. To his surprise, it wasn't as dreadful as he had imagined. Professor, would you like to know? Mr. Lin Fan, please elaborate on the effects of the elixir you mentioned. Snape inquired after a moment of contemplation, nodding his head. Very well, Professor. Lin Fan reasoned that since he had already mentioned the material, he might as well proceed without fear. Moreover, the collection of ingredients for this elixir was protected by the Ministry of Magic. Aside from the likes of Voldemort and his ilk, it was unlikely anyone would venture to misuse them. Furthermore, he sensed through a unique intuition that Snape bore him no ill will, perhaps merely harboring envy and resentment towards James, which had soured his temperament. The elixir I speak of is no longer merely an elixir, it has transformed into a pill, known as the Blessing Pill, capable of bestowing prolonged luck upon others. With the duration contingent upon circumstances, likely lasting over half a month. Snape tilted his head, allowing Lin Fan a clear view of his greasy hair, prompting him to ponder whether greasy was indeed his favorite descriptor. Does it have any adverse effects? Snape continued to inquire. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, running his fingers through his dark hair. If one were to speak of any drawbacks, it would likely be that after the effects of the potion wear off, one might experience a day filled with misfortunes. However, these misfortunes would not be severe, resulting only in minor inconveniences such as a nosebleed or a scraped hand. Snape murmured softly, explaining that Felix Felicis is an extraordinarily peculiar potion, a liquid of fortune that bestows good luck upon its user. The process of brewing it is exceedingly intricate. Any mistake could lead to dire consequences. However, if crafted correctly, as in the cauldron before them, one would find that success accompanies every endeavor until the potion's effects dissipate. Excessive consumption, however, could result in dizziness, recklessness, and hubris. And how do you know about the blessing potion? Have you brewed it yourself, or have you encountered it through someone else? What are the specific steps involved? Snape gazed intently at Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, expressing his apologies to the professor. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. If you wish to know, you may consult Headmaster Dumbledore. However, as Lin Fan gazed at Snape, he noticed that the fervor in the latter's eyes had not diminished in the slightest due to his words. Would he dare to employ the legilimency spell? Lin Fan couldn't help but recall a spell he had inadvertently encountered in a book, though it did not elaborate on its application, leaving him somewhat regretful. Professor, I implore you not to use legilimency. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences, Lin Fan said cautiously, swallowing hard. His words seemed to awaken Snape from his reverie. The intensity in his eyes fading, replaced by a serious and disdainful expression. It became evident to Lin Fan that Snape indeed contemplated the use of legilimens, yet fortunately, he refrained from doing so. Very well, you may leave, Professor Snape said with a look of disgust directed at Lin Fan, then averted his gaze, dismissing him entirely. Reluctantly, Lin Fan turned and exited the chilling and repulsive lounge. Chapter 39. Fiddler, Filch. Lin Fan patted his growling stomach. Ah, it must be time for dinner. How ridiculous that Snape kept me here for so long, attempting to pry into my thoughts. Countless resentments swirled around Lin Fan's mind. Pong. Lin Fan fell to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the individual who had knocked him down. In that fleeting moment of impact, he had already calculated the probabilities of who might have collided with him. Vadar had a probability of 1.00, while Raphael stood at a mere 0.04. The reason for this assessment was Lin Fan's unwavering belief that Vadar was indeed the culprit. He had a tendency to burst forth at corners, causing frequent encounters. Moreover, Vadar's unparalleled lack of direction bordered on the absurd, rendering him a prime candidate for dissection in a laboratory setting. Thus, Lin Fan had substantial grounds to conclude that Vadar was the most likely to have caused his fall. As for Raphael, Lin Fan deemed him less of a threat. For aside from potions, he exhibited little interest in anything else and often appeared in a daze, albeit somewhat more reliable than Vadar. Their only accidental collision had occurred during Lin Fan's quest for the heart of nature within the ancient castle. Then there was Snape, the sole other individual who had collided with Lin Fan, though it was more accurate to say that Lin Fan had collided with him. Indeed, according to Lin Fan's probability theorem, he arrived at a conclusion that echoed the initial hypothesis. The one who had knocked him down was, without a doubt, Vadar. Lin Fan scratched his head, gradually suppressing his grievances within. He shot a fierce glare at Feudar, then pressed his forehead and spoke. Feudar, please do not tell me that you are late. Feudar dusted off his clothes, took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and shook his head. With his large, bright eyes, he looked at Lin Fan and, in a hesitant manner, began to speak. Lin Fan gently patted Vadal, who stood a full centimeter taller than him, feeling a familiar pang of resentment rise within. Why, after all this time, did Vadal still tower over him by that same inch? What is it? Speak up, Lin Fan urged. Vadal lowered his head, appearing somewhat bashful. I'm sorry, but Nina Lu asked you to get ready for dinner, and also, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Why the embarrassment over such a trivial matter? Was this person even a man, with all this fidgeting? Moreover, why didn't Nina come to me herself? Feudal raised her head and glanced at Lin Fan. Nina felt too shy to express her feelings directly to you, so she asked me and Raphael to convey her message. Lin Fan scratched his head, perplexed. What does that mean? And where is Raphael? Frydar suddenly wore a look of astonishment, realizing belatedly, where is Raphael? Wasn't he behind me? Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Well then, since Raphael is absent, I shall take on the responsibility, Frydar proclaimed with an air of pride. Minutes turned into half an hour, and as the sun began its descent, threatening to render dinner futile, Lin Fan tapped Frydar gently on the head. Why don't you speak up? Frydar lowered his gaze. I dare not say. Lin Fan placed a hand on his forehead and suggested. Let us walk while you ponder how to articulate your thoughts. Lin Fan grasped Feudar's hand, preventing him from losing his way once more. As they approached the hall, the grand entrance looming ahead, Feudar halted Lin Fan, regarding him with a look of profound sympathy. Startled, Lin Fan was taken aback by Vardar's expression. What could possibly be the matter? Why do you wear such a countenance? Gulping, Vardar swallowed hard, then once again steeled his emotions, looking at Lin Fan with an increasingly intense gaze of sympathy. After a while, Lin Fan heard the sound of a door opening from the direction of the assembly hall, followed by the roar of a lion, the cry of an eagle, the squeak of a badger, and the hiss of a small snake. Tears welled up in Lin Fan's eyes. Oh God, they have all finished eating and are now returning to the lounge? Vardar, what is it that you wish to convey? Lin Fan was losing patience. Vardar looked up, seemingly noticing something behind Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with delight. Raphael, you speak. Go ahead. Lin Fan turned to face the newcomer, Raphael. Raphael scratched his messy hair and then yawned rather rudely. Lin Fan shot a resentful glance at Vardal and then at Raphael, pondering how his friend could be such a character. Raphael's vacant eyes seemed to stare blankly at Lin Fan and Vardal, leading Lin Fan to feel that Raphael was lost in some ethereal dream. After a while, when the sounds from the hall became inaudible to Lin Fan, he was on the verge of giving up and deciding to return to the Gryffindor common room to directly inquire with Nina Lu when Raphael suddenly roused from his stupor. Oh, what were you just saying? Lin Fan felt a surge of frustration coursing through him. Vardal, noticing the signs of Lin Fan's impending outburst, hurried to Raphael's side and whispered something in his ear. It seemed to awaken Raphael from his daze. You were discussing this, he said, Lin Fan. Nina Lu mentioned that the other professors are asking her to inform you to submit your overdue assignments from the past 20 days. With that, Raphael took hold of Vardal and began to walk away. So that was it. What was the big deal? Just some assignments, after all. Lin Fan amusingly thought that Feudar was actually too shy to speak because of this. However, as Raphael led Feudar to the corner, a light-hearted remark floated back. Oh, by the way, it's due tomorrow. Lin Fan was taken aback. What? Tomorrow? This is no jest. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, dazed, and astonished. At that moment, a cat's meow echoed through the air, but Lin Fan remained oblivious. After a brief interval, a gaunt feline, with dark gray fur yet an air of regal pride, approached and rubbed against Lin Fan's feet, persistently vocalizing as it did so. Lin Fan was startled awake by a movement at his feet. He looked at Lady Loris and exclaimed, "Lady Loris." At that moment, Lin Fan unconsciously activated his communication skill. "Meow, you can actually speak our language?" The glimmer in Lady Loris's eyes reflected joy and surprise. Yes," Lin Fan replied, scratching his head. "That's wonderful. I haven't conversed with a fellow being in ages." Lady Loris promptly bestowed upon Lin Fan the title of fellow being. Fellow being? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. "Have you not spoken with Mr. Felchy?" Lady Loris elegantly twirled and shook her head. "Mr. Felchy treats me well, but we are unable to communicate." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Before Lin Fan could react, his meow had just escaped his lips. "How do you communicate then? How does he know whether your sound is normal or reminiscent of your student days?" Felchy rushed over, witnessing a peculiar scene where a person and a cat were both meowing. He approached Lin Fan, grasping his sleeve, and gasped, "My goodness, how did you manage that?" Regaining his composure, he turned to Lady Loris and said, "Madam, let us return to the lounge. We can have a proper discussion there." Lin Fan was uncertain about what awaited him in the lounge, yet he sensed that it could potentially be a fortuitous encounter. Observing the situation, it was evident that Felch had some need for assistance, which prompted a smile to grace Lin Fan's lips. Chapter 37. The Cat's Meow? The friendship of Felch as he traversed the long corridors. Lin Fan gazed at the portraits lining the walls, depicting individuals caught mid-yawn, or occasionally, the phantoms that would drift through the walls. The staircases moved with an eerie fluidity, and hidden doors flickered in and out of visibility. The silence was punctuated by the distant calls of birds, while the dim glow of the moon bathed the scene, and the starry expanse stretched infinitely above. Such was the essence of a night at Hogwarts. Lin Fan observed the forward-moving Filch, alongside the elegantly striding Madame Loris at his side, and couldn't help but feel an odd sense of harmony between them. Was it a man and a beast? Lin Fan's peculiar gaze flitted back and forth between Madame Loris and Filch, his intense scrutiny causing both of them to stiffen momentarily. Nevertheless, they continued their stride, resolutely ignoring Lin Fan's lascivious stare. Filch's office was a place most Hogwarts students sought to avoid at all costs, save for Fiddler and a few who had never set foot there. Fiddler seemed blissfully unaware of how to curry Filch's favor, or perhaps he had never even considered doing so. In any case, for reasons unknown, he appeared quite pleased at the mere mention of Filch's office, which piqued Lin Fan's curiosity immensely. As he followed Filch further down, Lin Fan discovered that Filch's office, much like the potions classroom, Snape's office, and the Slytherin common room, was situated in the depths of the castle, albeit in different locations, rendering it impossible to discern that they all resided beneath the same land. Lin Fan observed as Filch pushed open the somewhat tidy door of Binsnap's office, following him and Madame Lilo's into the room. He was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. After all, it was certainly an improvement compared to Binsnap's office, if he could endure that. What was there to fear here? The room was dim and filthy, devoid of windows, with only a solitary oil lamp dangling from the low ceiling. Surrounding the room were numerous wooden filing cabinets, rumored to contain detailed records of every student Felch had punished. On the wall behind the desk hung a set of gleaming shackles, handcuffs, and leg irons. The sight of these implements of torment made Lin Fan swallow hard. Fortunately, Felch had a request of him, but who could guarantee that he wouldn't resort to intimidation? Especially in this eerie room. Goodness, indeed the world posed dangers. He ought to hasten back to the M78 Nebula. After swallowing again, Lin Fan focused intently on Felch's back. At that moment, Felch turned to face him. Under the pale glow of the oil lamp, Felch's skin appeared even more ghastly, profoundly unsettling, causing Lin Fan's previously steady heart to clench once more. "Please, do proceed, Mr. Lin Fan," Felch said with courteous warmth, eagerly pulling a chair beside Lin Fan for him to sit. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at the chair and exhaled. It was 100 times cleaner than the one in Binsnap's office. Complying, he settled into the chair and examined the room more closely. It seemed that upon entering, the stark contrast with the outside world had rendered the interior unsightly, but on closer inspection, aside from the slightly dirty floor and walls, the rest of the space was not entirely unclean, merely lacking in pristine tidiness. Felch gazed intensely at Lin Fan, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "Mr. Lin Fan, could you teach me how to converse with Madame Lilos? She is quite lonely," he said, his expression turning somewhat bittersweet. "What troubles you, Mr. Felch?" Lin Fan inquired. Felch shook his head, his eyes brightening momentarily before dimming again. "Perhaps you should continue your conversation with Madame Lilos," he suggested. Lin Fan gazed at the suddenly disheartened Felch and, with a spark of insight, understood the reason behind Filch's despondency. It appeared that he wished to learn the art of meowing, perhaps under the impression that it was an innate talent reserved for certain individuals. Being a mute, devoid of magical abilities and incapable of communicating in any language other than English, he likely believed that mastering the meow was beyond his reach. With this realization, Lin Fan chuckled softly, addressing Mr. Filch. "Ah, so you wish to learn the language of the cats that Lady Lilith converses with?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Filch's eyes brightened, as if he grasped the implication that communication with felines could indeed be acquired. In a moment of exhilaration, he nodded enthusiastically, affirming his eagerness to learn. Lin Fan observed Fiki's fervent demeanor and suddenly realized that after imparting this knowledge to him, if he were to inadvertently wander out at night or engage in similar activities, Fiki would undoubtedly refrain from apprehending him. Consequently, Lin Fan's smile became even more radiant. In truth, it was quite simple indeed. Lin Fan, upon realizing the essence of teaching, discovered something astonishing. When Filch expressed his desire to learn, a voice resonated within Lin Fan's mind. "Ding. NPC Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, has requested to learn from you. Will player Lin Fan accept? Yes or no?" Lin Fan undoubtedly opted for a resounding yes, although he was uncertain about the benefits of teaching others. The mere thought of being able to roam freely at night without the fear of being apprehended brought him immense satisfaction. Ding. Current progress in learning. 1. This progress incrementally increased through Lin Fan's continuous explanations and practical demonstrations to Fiki. After approximately an hour, the progress finally reached 100. Ding. Learning complete. You will receive a random item. Lin Fan initially believed that this random item would be directly bestowed upon him. To his surprise, he noticed Fiki gazing at him with reddened eyes, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "How can I possibly thank you?" he exclaimed. "Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what to say. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. We are friends now." After speaking, Fiki looked at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. Lin Fan had a perplexed expression, contemplating whether this was the reward the system had mentioned. However, he rationalized that making a friend was indeed a positive outcome. Thus, Lin Fan nodded and affirmed, "Yes, we are friends." Fiki also smiled, emitting a sound he had just learned, imitating a cat's meow, meow, Mrs. Pants. Lin Fan could not help but recall the gossip circulating among certain girls. Was it true that Mrs. Pants and Felch were involved in a clandestine affair? He chuckled softly to himself. "Wait a moment, Lin Fan," Felch suddenly addressed him, before turning to rummage through a cabinet in search of something. After a short while, he approached Lin Fan, cradling a large drawer in his arms. Setting it down on the ground, he remarked, "These are the belongings I confiscated from students. Is there anything you desire?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping that this must be the random reward the system referred to. He had to choose one for himself. The explosive box, a Class F item, containing a small amount of gunpowder. It explodes upon opening, designed for mischievous pranks. The rotating eye, a Class F item, resembling a real eye, by channeling magical energy into it and placing it at a location. One can see everything within 1 meter in front of where the eye is positioned. The glimmering 7-colored stone, used for synthesis with only one usage. A plethora of Class F items, along with potion materials and other rare item components, filled his vision. Although their levels were low, many held some utility, leaving Lin Fan rather dazzled. Ultimately, recalling the 20 days' worth of unfinished assignments and recognizing the value of time, Lin Fan selected the glimmering 7-colored stone, which he believed could be useful, despite not knowing its specifics. After bidding farewell to Felch, Lin Fan made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. Steeling himself, he conversed briefly with the fat lady, reciting the password before returning to his dormitory. Chapter 38. Terrifying assignments. Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan glanced at his roommates, Dokralavidina, Cluck Brewstan, and Tom Mitchell, who were fast asleep on their beds. He then approached his own bed, furrowing his brow, pondering how he could possibly complete 20 days' worth of assignments in a single night. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly noticed a roll of parchment on the bedside table. Could it be the answer that Nina Lu entrusted to me? This thought filled Lin Fan with excitement, yet he quickly deflated. How could he possibly transcribe it all in one night? Disheartened, he picked up the extra roll of parchment and began to examine it. Upon unrolling the parchment, Lin Fan was taken aback. What on earth? He hadn't anticipated that such a seemingly small piece of parchment would unfurl to a length that extended partially to the floor. Estimating its length to be about 2 meters, he squinted at the densely packed writing. The script was elegant and clear, yet the only drawback was its minuscule size. Each character measured approximately 14 square millimeters. Fortunately, Lin Fan's keen eyesight, enhanced by his affinity with nature, proved advantageous. With a shiver, Lin Fan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Why? It was, of course, due to the content of the parchment. The initial lines contained Nina Lu's apologies and advice. "Lin Fan, I am truly sorry. I had intended to assist you, but the professors must have anticipated my actions. They warned me in advance and assigned me all the coursework, urging me to submit it on your behalf. Much of it consists of the professor's critiques directed at you, alongside the assignments you are to complete. Your workload is considerably thicker than ours combined, perhaps twice as much. Keep going, I believe in you." The tone of Nina Lu's concluding remarks was so incredulous that even she seemed doubtful. Moreover, Lin Fan, the professors mentioned that if you do not complete it, the consequences will be dire. They said this with laughter, yet their tone remained gentle. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead. Good heavens. Was this a matter of life and death? Lin Fan reviewed the assignments he was to undertake, noting that Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor of magical history, had tasked him with an exploration of the origins of magic, the rebellion of magical creatures, and the medieval witch burnings. He realized that this would require an extensive amount of writing, likely spanning several reams of paper, and felt it impossible to complete within just a few days and nights. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration teacher, required students to articulate all transformations from the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration according to their understanding, along with an explanation for their interpretations and citations for any reference materials used, including page numbers. Although this seemed straightforward, it would demand a considerable investment of time to seek out reference materials and to thoroughly study the guide, making it no less daunting than the magical history assignment. When Lin Fan thought of Professor Sinistra, the astronomy instructor, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten what the professor looked like. Recalling only that he had seen her at the beginning of the term, he had not attended any astronomy classes since then. Upon reviewing her assignment, he felt a sense of dread. It was indeed an act of blatant retribution, requiring him to detail the myths of various constellations, their distances, meanings, and histories. Lin Fan sighed, realizing that this professor assigned the most work of all, and resolved to avoid her in the future, despite having heard she was quite amiable. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Burbage, a kind and affable elderly gentleman, had made a favorable impression on Lin Fan, especially in comparison to astronomy. As he had only attended 2 of his classes, Lin Fan lamented for himself as he noted that the professor's assignment involved researching the origins of dark magic, strategies for countering it, and its mysteries. He mused that this task was manageable, perhaps requiring only 1 or 2 stacks of paper. Madame Hodge, the flying instructor, touched Lin Fan deeply, for she had assigned no homework. However, she requested that when attending her class, Lin Fan should go directly to the library to find Madame Pants, who would provide him with books. His task was not to read, but rather to transcribe. Thus, Lin Fan found himself in unfortunate circumstances once more. Professor Sprout, in herbology, seemed to hold Lin Fan in high regard, perhaps due to her nurturing nature. She had only asked him to transcribe 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, which left him inwardly exclaiming that such maternal affection was overwhelming. In potions, Professor Snape, perhaps swayed by Lin Fan's earlier disclosure of the method for creating a blessing potion, displayed a rare moment of leniency, asking him merely to transcribe the potions and elixirs from the book and to concoct 5 additional potions not found within its pages. Finally, Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor, appeared the most lenient of all, assigning no homework, but instead requesting Lin Fan to visit him in his lounge the following evening, the purpose of which remained shrouded in mystery. After reviewing the assignments, Lin Fan was overwhelmed by a sense of resignation, a fleeting thought of giving up altogether. However, he swiftly quelled this notion, for such a course of action would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. What should he do? Lin Fan mused to himself. As time ticked by, 10 minutes slipped away unnoticed until Lin Fan suddenly jolted with inspiration. His eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. With a mere thought, a pristine white feather materialized in his hand. The base of this feather gradually emitted a soft glow under the light, a remnant of the automatic quill he had acquired a few days prior from a D-grade random gift pack. Automatic quill, D-grade item, capable of completing assignments and documents swiftly when infused with magical energy, with the speed contingent upon the amount of magic supplied. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smirk, and atop his head sprouted a vibrant green leaf, emblematic of the green hat. He chuckled to himself, pondering that the cooldown period for the skill infinite magic spanned 15 days. During this time, he intended to remain within the confines of the ancient castle or the cozy abode, refraining from aimless wandering. Infinite magic. A faint azure glow emanated from within Lin Fan, barely perceptible to the naked eye, discernible only to those with formidable magical prowess. The flowing magic gradually infused itself into the enchanted quill, as Lin Fan maintained a taut expression, continuously channeling his energy. 3 minutes elapsed, and the magical essence contained within the quill likely reached no less than an intermediate or advanced level of the 8th tier. Lin Fan felt utterly exhausted, panting heavily, his eyelids too heavy to lift. He poured himself a bottle of restorative potion and set aside several stacks of paper. All he needed to do now was to enjoy a good night's sleep, awaiting the results of the automatic quill pen's performance the following day. Watching the automatic quill pen operate at an astonishing speed, Lin Fan smiled, closed his eyes, and sank into an abyss of darkness. The sensation of slumber was truly delightful. This was Lin Fan's final thought. Chapter 39. The Curious Edward, the Adorable Thing? The next day, as sunlight streamed through the window, Lin Fan awoke, rubbing his eyes. He propped himself up and glanced at his 3 dormitory mates. He noticed Doc Levidina cradling his teddy bear, incessantly calling for his mother. It was said that this toy was the last birthday gift from his mother, who was a muggle. Tragically, she met her demise shortly after his birthday, struck down by a vehicle known as a car in the muggle world. Crook Bluston's sleeping posture was quite exaggerated, as his blanket lay neatly on the bed while he himself tumbled on the floor. Tom Mitchell, on the other hand, was snoring continuously, occasionally smacking his lips, likely dreaming of some delectable treat. After rolling out of bed, Lin Fan immediately approached the now dormant automatic quill pen. A grin spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with delight. He thought to himself, "Look at you all laughing at me. I shall make you tremble in shock." A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Fan's face. "Oh, Merlin, this child ought to be grounded. He must truly repent for his wickedness." Lin Fan picked up an assignment written with an automatic feather pen and began to peruse it. The pages were densely filled, quite impressive. Indeed, this resembles my own writing. As expected, this assignment was indeed crafted by me. The handwriting, the content, what a remarkable masterpiece. Lin Fan had completely immersed himself in a realm of self-indulgence and narcissism. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and surveyed the scattered papers strewn across the floor. The automatic quill, after all, could only write assignments but could not organize them. Thus, Lin Fan meticulously arranged the papers, not with his hands, but by employing the spells of manipulation, levitation, and the Eye of Insight. He utilized the Eye of Insight to discern the content, while the manipulation and levitation spells enabled the papers to float and align themselves in order. Before long, several neatly stacked assignments were arranged on the ground. Wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead, Lin Fan chuckled softly, remarking that the combination of the automatic quill, manipulation spell, levitation spell, and Eye of Insight was indeed an excellent ensemble for completing assignments. After binding the stacks of papers with ribbons, Lin Fan tidied himself up and, utilizing the levitation spell once more, allowed the assignments to float behind him, following his lead. Exiting the Gryffindor Tower, Lin Fan made his way to the Gryffindor common room. Since he had risen early that day, the common room was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals present: Nina, Brittany, and Edward. Upon noticing the floating stacks of paper behind Lin Fan, Nina and Brittany expressed their astonishment, exclaiming in surprise, while Edward merely lifted his eyelids to glance at Lin Fan before turning away, narrowing his eyes and stifling a yawn. Lin Fan approached the trio, gradually placing the paper from behind him onto the table. He wiped the sweat from his brow and greeted, "Hi, Nina, Lou, Brittany," before frowning at Edward. Although he was aware that Edward was the Quidditch player introduced by Pyre a few days prior, Lin Fan couldn't help but complain about the lengthy and difficult names in the West and many other places. Why are their names so long and hard to remember? Unlike mine, just two characters, much easier to recall. Nina, Lou, and Brittany exchanged amused glances, recognizing that Lin Fan had forgotten Edward's name. Just as Brittany was about to introduce him, Edward rose to his feet, casting a nonchalant glance at Lin Fan. He then walked toward the entrance of the lounge. Stepping inside, and his voice floated back lightly, "Edward James Code, 4th year, Seeker. Do not forget. It is quite impolite to admit forgetting someone's name in front of others." His tone trembled slightly with excitement as he announced his position as Seeker. Lin Fan gazed at the vanishing figure of Edward, then shifted his focus to Brittany, his eyes brimming with confusion. Brittany shrugged in response, advising Lin Fan to disregard that fellow, who bore an air of indifference. In truth, he harbored a deeper passion for Quidditch than anyone else. Yet there seemed to be a reason behind his fervor that he never disclosed. Yes, he joined us only last year. Lin Fan nodded. "Why are you all up so early?" "Oh, I was just discussing with Sister Brittany about what Nina Lou had recalled," when her face suddenly flushed crimson. Her demeanor, coupled with her words, left Lin Fan in a whirlwind of thoughts as he curiously gazed at Nina Lou and Brittany. Are they really discussing lingerie and undergarments in front of Edward? Nina Lou, noticing the suggestive expression on Lin Fan's face, felt her already flushed cheeks grow even warmer. She approached Lin Fan and stamped heavily on his foot, then raised her hand and delivered a playful slap to his face, followed by another stomp, exclaiming, "Serves you right." Humph. Lin Fan's adorable, slightly chubby face bore the imprint of a hand, flushed a vivid red. Lin Fan glared at Nina, the dimples on her face becoming even more pronounced. "Why did you hit me?" she exclaimed. Brittany, observing Lin Fan's expression, was instantly captivated, her eyes sparkling with delight. She dashed over to Lin Fan's side and playfully nibbled at her cherubic cheeks. Lin Fan was stunned, Nina was taken aback, and Brittany was astonished. "Oh my goodness. What have I done?" Brittany screamed inwardly. Lin Fan broke into a silly grin, his hand absent-mindedly brushing the back of his head, an expression of bashfulness adorning his face. Nina Lou approached him and playfully tapped the top of his head, exclaiming, "What are you grinning for, you lecher?" Her eyes reflected her discontent towards Lin Fan. "Apologies, I have a rather low immunity to adorable things," Brittany stammered, her cheeks flushed with shyness and embarrassment. "Adorable things?" Lin Fan's heart shattered at her words. Brittany seemingly failed to grasp his feelings, nodding vigorously, Yes, I really am quite vulnerable to cute things." "Adorable things? Adorable things?" Lin Fan murmured softly to himself, repeating the phrase. Nina Lou appeared to comprehend the situation, bursting into laughter, which left Brittany feeling rather perplexed. It seemed as though one had suffered a great loss while the other had struck a fortune. After Nina Lou whispered something in Brittany's ear, clarity dawned upon her. prompting her to address Lin Fan. I apologize. I didn't mean to imply that you were an object. What is this nonsense? You didn't mean to say that I am an object? So, does that mean I am not an object? Lin Fan cast a resentful glance at Brittany. Chapter 40, Astonishment. Snape's Praise. After having breakfast with Nina Lu and Brittany, Lin Fan and Nina Lu parted ways with Brittany, as she, like Edward, was a fourth-year student. As they walked down the corridor, Lin Fan and Nina Lu led the way, while several stacks of papers, representing Lin Fan's completed assignments, floated behind them. Lin Fan. Are we? Nina Lu began, turning to glance at the numerous assignments trailing behind. Lin Fan looked up, a bewildered expression adorning his face. His eyes filled with confusion. Nina Lu, what are you saying? Are we? Nina Lu, observing Lin Fan's feigned innocence, felt a surge of irritation. Her teeth clenched in frustration. With a stamp of her foot, she shot him a glare and huffed, choosing to disregard Lin Fan as she began to stride forward briskly. Lin Fan watched as Nina Lu stormed away in anger and couldn't help but smile. Soon, a dazzling green light emanated from his eyes as he laughed inwardly. Huh? How could I possibly remain low-key? Nina Lu, just look at the way they are gazing at me. Every time Lin Fan caught sight of the surrounding students' expressions, he felt a surge of elation. Students from both lower and upper grades were astonished, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan. They had long heard from their acquaintances in Gryffindor about his punishment of excessive homework due to day. Now, witnessing Lin Fan's beaming demeanor, brimming with pride and satisfaction, it was evident that he had indeed completed a workload several times greater than theirs, regardless of the quality of his work. The sheer volume he managed to accomplish in a single night was commendable and inspired a sense of admiration in some. The murmurs among the crowd, punctuated by a few voices of girls that sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine, revealed their opinions. That little prodigy truly lives up to the high standards set by me. Though he falls just short of my mark, one girl commented, causing her companions to instinctively distance themselves from her. He has a bright future ahead, remarked another from Hufflepuff. Indeed, I always thought he was more suited for Ravenclaw, a Ravenclaw girl added, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. How could someone with such abilities possibly belong to the repulsive Gryffindor? A Slytherin girl interjected, a faint chill radiating from her. He must have been placed here by the Sorting Hat or that old man. There is no way he hails from a Muggle family. He surely belongs to a wizarding lineage. Thanks to the inheritance of the heart of nature, Lin Fan's physical capabilities had significantly improved, including his keen hearing. He overheard the four girls' remarks clearly. While he relished the compliments from others, he could do without the opinions of these four, as he wished to live a few more years. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily dash towards Nina Lu, his floating homework moving more swiftly as Lin Fan increased his magical power. Ignoring the cacophony of the four women behind him, Lin Fan could not escape hearing their ominous declaration that they would capture him next time for retribution. Chilled to the bone by their words, he felt an unsettling dread wash over him, leaving him with a singular resolve to tread carefully in the future to avoid crossing paths with them. In the herbal medicine class, Lin Fan presented his assignments, which floated gracefully before Professor Sprout, a stout middle-aged woman. Her plume-like hair quivered slightly as her eyes lit up with admiration. You are truly remarkable, Lin Fan, she exclaimed. She then cast a curious glance at the substantial pile of assignments hovering behind him. Her inquisitive nature ignited. How did you manage to accomplish this? Lin Fan bowed respectfully and humbly remarked that it was quite simple, as long as one approached it with diligence. However, in his heart, he thought that by earnestly infusing magical energy into the enchanted quill, he could effortlessly complete his assignments. Miss Sprout, in front of the entire first-year students, exuberantly exclaimed, You are truly remarkable, my boy. She then approached Lin Fan and embraced him tightly, adding, I am tempted to award you extra points. Although Ms. Sprout believed that given the tight timeline, Lin Fan's work would undoubtedly be subpar. Despite the quantity, the essence of quality remained paramount. Then let us add those points. Lin Fan pondered to himself. Sprout released Lin Fan and then shook her head, declaring, But no, you are currently undergoing punishment. Lin Fan gazed at her, rendered speechless, lamenting the futility of his respect for her, exclaiming, What a waste of emotions. Lin Fan offered her a courteous gesture before returning to sit beside Nina. Sprout, animated and fervent, passionately expounded on the plans to be introduced that day, while Lin Fan, finding little interest, occasionally glanced up at her, shaking his head, resolved to harbor a dislike for her. Professor Binns, being a ghost, presented a grayish, translucent visage. Lin Fan, accompanied by a group of lions, entered the history of magic classroom. Initially, he intended to submit his homework promptly. However, Professor Binns, upon noticing the class was full, began to lecture in a monotonous and breathless tone, indifferent to whether the Gryffindors were seated. His teaching style was perceived as dull and tedious, leading many to liken him to a desiccated old tortoise, a sentiment echoed in hushed whispers among the students. Naturally, Lin Fan, being the dutiful pupil he was, refrained from such nicknames and addressed Professor Binns with the respect he deserved. When the class bell rang, Professor Binns concluded his lecture, having impeccably timed his discourse to coincide with the end of the lesson, a feat easily accomplished by someone who had taught for over a century. The other lions eagerly rushed out of the history of magic classroom, feeling oppressed by the subject matter. Lin Fan approached Professor Binns to submit his homework. The professor perused a few pages, his eyes lighting up in recognition, and he gestured for Lin Fan to depart. With potions and flying lessons scheduled for the afternoon, Lin Fan submitted his assignments to the respective professors before hastening into the Forbidden Forest to concoct the 5 potions assigned by Snape that were not included in the first-year curriculum. Afterward, he rushed to the potions classroom, yet he still arrived tardy. As he reached the entrance, Snape deducted a point from him. Snape's eyelids flickered as he cast a sharp glance at Lin Fan, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Mr. Lin Fan, I presume you have not completed the assignment I assigned? A Slytherin serpent chimed in. Professor, I believe he has. The serpents paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. I wager he has completed only half. Their amusement stemmed from having observed Lin Fan burdened with a multitude of assignments earlier that morning, and having heard he had already submitted several others. Professor Snape's stern visage scrutinized Lin Fan, and he adopted a voice reminiscent of the moniker many students had bestowed upon him, Old Bat. Oh, is that so? He intoned, drawing out the syllables with a notably high pitch. Lin Fan shook his head, apologizing as he had not finished speaking. A pure-blood adherent from Slytherin, Nina Trinity, wore a look of disdain and arrogance on her face. Although she secretly admired Lin Fan, she would never concede that anyone could surpass pure-blood lineage. With a loud scoff, she exclaimed, Oh, I see. You haven't done it? You can't? You're too lazy to do it? Then, shifting her gaze towards Professor Snape, she added, You really ought to deduct more points from him. At that moment, Snape had not yet established his authority within Slytherin, and the young serpents were still somewhat resistant to him. Thus, he resorted to deducting points from others to ingratiate himself with the Slytherins, a habit that likely evolved into his later propensity for deducting points from Slytherin. The reason he frequently deducted points from Harry in the future was twofold. First, to protect Harry. Second, because Harry was a Gryffindor, not a Slytherin. And third, because Harry was the son of James. Oh no. Severus would never admit to being envious of James or harboring animosity towards him. Lin Fan shook his head, interrupting Nina and Severus. No, Professor. What I meant to convey is that I have successfully brewed the potions. Upon finishing his statement, 10 vials of potion and several stacks of assignments floated in behind him. He then rubbed his head, feigning embarrassment, and added, I apologize, Professor, but I inadvertently brewed 5 additional varieties, which, by the way, are not even in the textbook. Lin Fan placed emphasis on the phrase inadvertently, casting a discerning glance at the expressions of his classmates. Aside from Nina and a few others from Gryffindor and Slytherin who wore expressions of astonishment mixed with joy for Lin Fan, the reactions of the rest were less favorable. Some had collapsed to the ground, others stared blankly at Lin Fan, while a few exclaimed, Impossible. The pure-blooded Nina gazed at Lin Fan in bewilderment before shouting, You, mudblood. How could you accomplish this? The term mudblood refers to wizards of Muggle descent and is extremely derogatory, commonly used by those of pure-blood Slytherin lineage. Severus turned sharply to Nina, raising his voice to interrupt her. Enough, Nina. This is indeed his own work. He then turned to Lin Fan and slowly stated, His expertise in potion-making surpasses what you all could possibly fathom. Severus then closed his eyes and rasped, Nina. Due to your utter lack of decorum, Slytherin loses a point. You are remarkable, truly, Severus whispered to Lin Fan, a look of distaste crossing his face as he returned to the lectern, bellowing, What are you all still doing? Class is in session. Lin Fan sat in his seat, feeling somewhat lightheaded and grinning foolishly. Can you imagine? Severus actually complimented someone, and it was himself. It is almost unbelievable, as Severus's notorious reputation has become deeply ingrained in people's minds. Throughout the lesson, Lin Fan paid no heed to Professor Snape's instructions, which resulted in him losing a point. However, he merely smiled, indifferent to the consequences. Chapter 41. Others fly. I copy books on the expansive grassy field outside the castle. Madame Hodge arranged a number of brooms, awaiting the arrival of the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students. Beside her stood Professor McGonagall, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. Curiously, Madame Hodge inquired, Minerva, I heard that the boy who has been absent for quite some time completed his assignments in just one night. Professor McGonagall nodded, a subtle smile gracing her usually stern face. Indeed, and he executed them splendidly. No, perfectly. It is hard to fathom how he managed it. The assignments I assigned were also done exceptionally well. I am perplexed as to why his practical skills are lacking, yet his theoretical understanding is quite remarkable. Pomona mentioned that Lin Fan not only transcribed a multitude of magical herbs and fungi, but also elaborated on effects not covered in the book, much to Pomona's delight. Professor Binns noted that Lin Fan even explained esoteric knowledge unknown to him, leaving Binns curious about the sources of such information. He is currently scouring for references to verify Lin Fan's claims. Professor McGonagall continued to share many thoughts with Madame Hodge, enjoying their conversation. What a remarkable boy, Madame Hodge mused, estimating that Gryffindor's potions class would soon conclude and that she needed to attend her own class. Professor McGonagall bid farewell to Madame Hodge. Hodge, I must take my leave. I have a class with Ravenclaw shortly. Very well. I believe that group of little lions and badgers will arrive soon. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students walked together, chatting merrily. Nina, this is wonderful. It has been so long since I experienced the thrill of flying. Just thinking about it brings me joy, Linfan exclaimed to Nina. Nina cast a sympathetic glance at Linfan, choosing not to respond and simply shook her head. Linfan felt that Nina Lu's gaze was rather peculiar. Looking around at the other students, he noticed they were also casting pitiful looks in his direction. This struck Linfan as quite odd. Nina Lu, what does your gaze mean? He wondered as he subtly gestured with his lips and glanced around. Why are you all looking at me like that? He wiped his face with his sleeve, questioning if there was something amiss on his visage. Nina Lu stifled a laugh, glanced back at Linfan, and then dashed forward, murmuring, "May the forest spirits bless you." Linfan scratched his head and sighed. How perplexing. At that moment, 3 individuals from his dormitory passed by him, the round-faced, deep crimson-haired, black-eyed Dokravadina, the robust, wheat-skinned, black-haired, amber-eyed Cluck Brewstan, and the somewhat plump, watermelon-headed, brown-eyed Tom Mitchell. With a tone of sympathy, they remarked to Linfan, "My friend, it seems you can no longer soar through the skies." It was evident that they had just overheard Linfan's words directed at Nina Lu. Linfan also heard the voices of the Gryffindor girls and the Hufflepuff girls from behind the crowd. Poor little lad, this semester has been his most unfortunate one. It seems the Gryffindor girl is clutching her hands tightly, her eyes shining with a saintly radiance. He is destined for punishment by having to transcribe texts. And it is to be done under Madame Pance's supervision. Oh, how I loathe that woman. The Hufflepuff girl blinked innocently. Upon hearing their words, Linfan finally comprehended why so many people were regarding him with such strange glances. Goodness, how could I have forgotten about this matter? Linfan slapped his own face, exclaiming in despair, "Oh my, I can't show my face to anyone." Exiting the ancient castle, he arrived at the open space of the training ground. Madame Hodge clapped her hands and called out loudly, "Everyone, stand in formation. Gryffindor students to the left, Hufflepuff to the right, while I will position myself by the brooms." The little lions and badgers obeyed and moved to their designated spots, revealing Linfan, who had been hiding behind them. Linfan lowered his head, his feet tapping rhythmically against the ground. Mrs. Hodge gazed at Linfan, whose face remained hidden by his bowed posture, and thus, with a commanding voice, she called out, "Gryffindor over there, stand in line promptly." Linfan lowered his head, his footsteps slowly shuffling, which aroused Mrs. Hodge's suspicion. Meanwhile, the students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff looked at Linfan and burst into hearty laughter. "You, stand still and raise your head," Mrs. Hodge exclaimed loudly. Then approached Linfan herself. Linfan covered his face, gradually lifting his head, his ears burning crimson. He longed to find a hole to burrow into. As his mind incessantly screamed in humiliation, "What a disgrace. My face is utterly ruined." However, he soon recalled that he had already endured plenty of embarrassment, and thus, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, he straightened his back and lowered his hands from his face. With a robust voice, he proclaimed, "Madam, it is I, Linfan." Madam Ho raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you be transcribing books for Madame Pingsy? I believe that was your punishment, wasn't it?" "Indeed, madam," Linfan replied loudly, then bowed slightly. "I merely came to extend my greetings." His expression was one of utmost seriousness and integrity. The little lions and badgers, upon hearing Linfan's shameless yet audacious remarks, erupted into laughter, some even exclaiming, "Linfan, your face is truly thick." Linfan stood tall, his body taut, wearing an expression that declared, "I am the most upright, the most honest, and the most innocent." "Very well, you may go," Madame Ho remarked, finding Linfan quite endearing. Linfan saluted Lady Hodge and then turned away, striding forward with a graceful disregard for the mocking laughter of the lion and the badger. Upon entering the ancient castle, Linfan felt as though he had distanced himself from their realm of existence. Leaning against the wall, he allowed his body to soften, exhaling a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Goodness, what an embarrassment! After a brief respite, Linfan gathered himself and made his way toward the library. Upon arriving, he found Mrs. Pants already waiting for him. Linfan immediately stepped forward and bowed, expressing his apologies. "Madam, I was delayed by some matters." Lady Pings appeared visibly enraged, her countenance devoid of any semblance of kindness. She gestured towards several hefty tomes on the desk before her and coldly remarked, "These are the texts you are to transcribe." Raising her gaze to the clock mounted on the wall, she added, "Remember, next time, be punctual. Familiarity does not grant you leniency." Linfan nodded, "Yes, madam." He could not fathom why Mrs. Pins had been so aloof today despite her usual kindness towards him. "Very well, remember. I shall verify upon my return. And do refrain from any tricks," Mrs. Pins stated, and before Linfan could react, she hastily opened the door to the library and departed. What was that all about? Linfan wondered, tilting his head in confusion. It was only much later, through a chance encounter, that he comprehended the reason behind Mrs. Pin's cold demeanor towards him. However, that is a tale for another time. He picked up the 3 books resting on the counter, Breaking Ties with the Female Ghost, Journeying with Giants, and Wandering with Werewolves. Finding a seat, he placed these volumes upon the table and glanced at the author's name. To his astonishment, All three were pinned by the same individual, Gideon R. Lockhart. Setting aside his curiosity, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of others, and that the library door was indeed closed. With a sigh of relief, he retrieved his automatic quill, infused it with magical energy, and brought forth a stack of parchment, commencing the transcription while casually perusing one of the books. Lin Fan sighed, marveling at the beauty of life, made even more splendid by the advent of the automatic feather quill. Gratitude swelled within him for the system that bestowed upon him this remarkable tool for his assignments. Chapter 42. A surge of mischief. It seemed that a wave of pranks had swept through Hogwarts during this time. In the grand dining hall of Hogwarts Castle, a sharp, piercing scream resonated, one familiar to all Hogwarts students, indicating yet another unfortunate soul had fallen victim to a prank. The source of this lament was a fifth-year Ravenclaw girl, Orapika Chikov, a seeker for her house. In swift succession, a voice, ethereal and melodious, emerged, though the owner was cursing vehemently. The incident unfolded as follows. Orapika was relishing a delightful post-meal dessert when an object plummeted onto her plate. This object, a ghastly blue-green substance reminiscent of the mucus of a giant troll, provoked an instinctive scream from her. In a reflexive motion, she swiped the dessert away, inadvertently splattering it across the face of the Ravenclaw boy seated opposite her, Arios Eliamak. Arios, though initially irked, recognized that the mishap was not Orapika's fault, being a Ravenclaw. He understood the nature of such incidents. His voice, described as enchanting and haunting, was attributed to whispers among certain Ravenclaw students, suggesting that Arios possessed merfolk lineage, inheriting their exquisite vocal qualities. Upon inspecting the substance that had landed on his face, Arios discovered it to be a toy road, rather, a prank road. Orapika hurriedly offered her apologies, and Arios, understanding the situation was not of her making, graciously accepted her contrition. Nevertheless, he departed the dining hall with a somber expression. Shortly followed by Orapika's exit, Lin Fan gazed at the scene before him, offering Nina a resigned shake of his head accompanied by a wry smile. Such occurrences had become all too frequent. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the professors had been exceedingly preoccupied of late, vanishing immediately after their lectures, which had led to a complete deterioration of discipline at Hogwarts. The students, seemingly stifled, had succumbed to wild revelry, and mischief had flourished as a result. As one traversed the corridors, the irate curses of Filch could invariably be heard, lamenting, "Those wretched students. Let me catch them. I shall confine them to detention." He would then discover yet another area ravaged by pranks, exclaiming, "Oh heavens! How did this happen? Here, and here as well. Oh, blast it." Today's mischief had erupted once more, instigated by the Orapika incident, as students in the Great Hall went into a frenzy, hurling food across the tables. "Pests! Look! Rubbish! Perish!" they shouted. "Ah, curse be this chaos." The dining hall had transformed into a battlefield. All the pent-up grievances had erupted during this time of pranks, igniting conflicts between the houses and sparking arguments among rivals within the very same house. Even those who typically remained uninvolved had joined the war, engaging in playful skirmishes. In the Gryffindor common room, a soft hoot heralded the arrival of an owl, its talons firmly grasping a parcel. Lin Fan gazed at the owl, while the other Gryffindor cubs also turned their attention, eager to discover the owner of the package. Lin Fan recognized the owl. It was indeed Polander, which indicated that it was yet another delivery from James. "Lin Fan, I've delivered the package. I must take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to," Polander remarked to Lin Fan. Lin Fan offered a piece of jerky to Polandi, gently patting its feathers, and with a sense of communication, he bid farewell to Polandi. After Polandi took flight, the little lions gathered around, eager to discover what Lin Fan was concealing. "Open it up and take a look," they urged. It is worth noting that the reason the Gryffindor cubs had warmed to Lin Fan was due to the revelation of his status as a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and remarkably, the youngest in this century. Furthermore, Lin Fan's recent misfortunes, despite resulting in a loss of points, had fostered a sense of sympathy among them, thus bridging the gap between them. Lin Fan glanced around at the curious lions, both male and female, ignited by their inquisitive nature. With a smile, he nodded in approval, then untied the ribbons that encircled the parcel. He lifted the square lid and set it aside, revealing the contents within, which immediately caught the attention of the pride. "Oh!" Delightful toys, a cuckoo sound, and a ridiculous box. A young Gryffindor lion, evidently well acquainted with such items, gasped in astonishment upon seeing them. "Delightful toys? Cuckoo sound? What are these things? What purpose do they serve?" Many of the young lions inquired eagerly. "These are, well, prank products," Lin Fan's voice rang out. The reason for his knowledge stemmed from the letter he had picked up while everyone was engrossed in examining the items from the package. "Dear Lin Fan, hello, Lin Fan. It has been a while since we last met. We have been quite busy lately, which has left us with little time to see you. We heard from Lily that you have been creating new delights, and she mentioned they are even more delectable than before. We're not at all envious. By the way, we heard there was quite a ruckus at the Academy recently. Is that true? Sirius is particularly excited, and of course, Remus and I share his enthusiasm. We were quite the troublemakers back in our days at the Academy, having engaged in numerous pranks ourselves. I imagine you must be quite thrilled to see the gifts we sent you, haha. It's been ages since we played with such trinkets. And we hope you enjoy them thoroughly. Oh, and do keep this from Lily, or we shall be in grave trouble. Yours, James, Sirius, Remus. Lin Fan smiled wryly, yet felt a warm sensation in his heart. Despite their bustling schedules, James and the others frequently inquired about his situation at Hogwarts and even took the time to bring him these prank products, although he was not particularly fond of mischief. Since they had gone through the trouble of giving them, he decided to indulge in some fun. Everyone, let us engage in battle with the other houses. Lin Fan bellowed with a commanding presence. All right, cheered the lions, brimming with excitement. Attention, there are numerous eagles gathered in Corridor 1, announced a Gryffindor student in the common room, peering at a screen before communicating through a walkie-talkie. We are heading to Corridor 1. Their awareness of these happenings was, of course, attributed to Lin Fan's alchemical prowess. Small reconnaissance insects, bees, butterflies, flies, and tiny spiders were utilized for surveillance. The convenient walkie-talkie, akin to a muggle device, proved to be short-lived after a few uses. In Corridor 1, a group of Ravenclaw students was engaged in lively conversation until they suddenly halted, covering their ears. Rolling on the ground, I shut tight, erupting into fits of laughter. This commotion was caused by the sudden appearance of dolls, cuckoos, boxes, and other items, mischief makers sent by James and his companions. At that moment, the Gryffindor lions emerged, buckets in hand filled with an unknown paint that seemed to cling to one's skin for an entire day. The little lions splashed the paint onto the closed-eyed eagles and joyfully scampered away. Such antics occurred multiple times throughout the day. Gryffindor played pranks on the other three houses, while the other houses retaliated against the Gryffindor lions. Ultimately, chaos ensued before all the professors returned from their respective tasks. Many obedient students cried out in their hearts, Headmaster, professors, please return quickly. Chapter 43. Is singing a punishment? Well, the punishment comes later. There was one matter that brought misfortune to mischievous students or those harboring malevolent tendencies. Yet it was indeed a blessing for the well-behaved and diligent students. The professors' busy days had come to an end, and order within the house was set to be restored. Additionally, there was another matter. The professors and Headmaster Dumbledore summoned everyone to the Great Hall. Regarding this, no one knew what the professors and the headmaster intended, whether to announce good news or bad news. Lin Fan, what do you think the professors and the headmaster will discuss? Nina Lu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I am uncertain, Lin Fan replied, waving his hand and shaking his head. Aren't you close with Headmaster Dumbledore? Nina Lu probed further. However, he has not spoken to me about it, and it has been a while since we last met. During this time, the professors and the headmaster have been quite occupied. I suspect they might share updates about their recent activities, Lin Fan said, placing his hands behind his head. Suddenly, he paused, turned to Nina Lu, and added, they might be looking to confront us about our recent mischief. Nina Lu nodded in agreement. It's quite possible they are seeking trouble. Honestly, you all have been exceedingly mischievous lately. And that silly nose-snot illusion. Ugh, how disgusting. Tilting her head, Nina Lu asked. By the way, what about those wands? I didn't see any wands in the package your family sent you, along with those insect surveillance devices or that item resembling a muggle phone or walkie-talkie. I distinctly recall those weren't in the package. Lin Fan rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile, slightly stammering. What do you mean by those things I did? He had thought that the only thing you excelled at was potion making. Yet it was surprising to hear otherwise. Nina cast a peculiar glance at Lin Fan. He chuckled nervously. Suddenly, Nina looked at Lin Fan with suspicion. I would like to ask, during the potion class when the other academies were attending with us, why did their cauldrons suddenly explode and shrink? It's rather peculiar. Nina's tone was notably strained. Lin Fan's body stiffened, and he broke into a foolish grin, clearly struck by Nina Lu's words. The toy wand, a mischievous contraption, could conjure flowers, flames, and even murky water with a shake or a press of a button. The toy cookware, designed for heating and cooling various herbs, promised unpredictable outcomes in its experimentation. Nina Lu rolled her eyes at Lin Fan and then suddenly accelerated forward. All right, let's hurry. Everyone has already ventured quite far. Lin Fan hurriedly rushed over and joined the throng, entering the hall's dining room. The auditorium remained as breathtaking as ever, its obsidian ceiling resembling luxurious velvet, adorned with countless tiny stars. Above, thousands of candles illuminated the hall, casting a radiant glow. At the front of the hall, professors were seated beside a long table, with Headmaster Dumbledore positioned centrally among the faculty. Unlike the other professors, Dumbledore did not take a seat. He stood tall and slender, his hair and beard a shimmering silver, the latter cascading down to his waist. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses, a pair of piercing cerulean eyes sparkled with intelligence, and his lengthy beard was amusingly tied with a light yellow bell. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed upon Professor Dumbledore, and he sensed that Dumbledore was likewise looking back at him. This perception might have been shared by many students present. Dumbledore's eyes radiated warmth and inclusiveness, seemingly devoid of any trace of anger. However, Lin Fan harbored a different sentiment. for he had discerned that the true mastermind behind the excessive assignments imposed upon him by the professors was none other than this old trickster, who, despite being over a century old, still reveled in the antics of youth. This latter thought was merely a playful jab in Lin Fan's mind. As the throng of students orderly settled into their seats within their respective houses, Lin Fan and his fellow scholars directed their attention to the faculty table. Once all the students had quieted down, Dumbledore spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "My dear friends, how long has it been since we last gathered in joyous camaraderie?" His tone and gestures possessed a hint of humor, yet no one dared to laugh. Even those who felt inclined to chuckle stifled their mirth with hands over their mouths, or with the assistance of their neighbors. Unperturbed by the subtle antics below, Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles and continued, "Now, let us first address the matter of our school's disciplinary issues." He paused for a moment, his eyes seemingly sparkling with an enigmatic light. At least, that was Lin Fan's interpretation. But before that, let us indulge in some delightful music. This seemingly nonsensical statement momentarily rendered the students, who had been feeling overwhelmed, utterly still, or perhaps relieved. However, the school band has stepped out for an engagement. What shall we do? Dumbledore's tone carried an oddity that Lin Fan couldn't quite shake, as he felt a chill sweep through him upon hearing those words. After all, the Hogwarts band was either comprised of ghosts or was accompanied by some inexplicable music conjured by Dumbledore himself. How could they possibly have left? The absurdity of the statement was palpable. Ignoring the peculiar glances of skepticism from the audience, Dumbledore continued, casting a glance towards Lin Fan at the Gryffindor table. "So, what shall we do?" Many students, having fixated on Dumbledore, noticed where his gaze lingered and erupted in a chorus, "Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Let Lin Fan sing. Lin Fan. Rise. Lin Fan. Rise." Lin Fan touched his nose, pondering to himself why he had felt a slight chill in his body earlier. "Oh, since everyone holds Lin Fan in such high regard, let us invite Mr. Lin Fan," Dumbledore said with feigned seriousness. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Lin Fan?" Lin Fan pondered. "What can I do? You have addressed me with the respectful pronoun you. Should I not show you the courtesy you deserve? Alas, is this considered a form of punishment for me?" Lin Fan rose to his feet with a bitter smile and bowed to Professor Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I believe I am quite willing." Lin Fan emphasized the word willing with a slight grit of his teeth. "Very well then, Mr. Lin Fan. What song shall you grace us with?" Professor Dumbledore squinted his eyes, resembling an ancient, cunning fox. Lin Fan paid no heed to the words of the elderly child. Instead, directly invoking the sound of nature, the ethereal melody seemed to emanate from Lin Fan himself, or perhaps from an unknown source, as a gentle breeze whispered softly in his ears, soothing and comforting, gradually alleviating the burdens of the soul. The sporadic sound of raindrops appeared inexplicably, their rhythmic patter evoking a symphony of life, cleansing the pain of the spirit. The resounding thunder served as a warning to the heart, offering guidance for the journey ahead. The mundane clamor of the world expressed the sorrows of existence. The earth rumbled, singing of mountains and rivers, while the celestial flute outside played a melody so exquisite that it lulled one into serene slumber. The dirge of the soul stirred memories of the past. The sound of time flowed, carrying away joys, sorrows, and the myriad experiences of life. This was precisely the warm sunwind tune, life's rain sound, warning thunder, mundane voices. Earth's melody, celestial flute, soul's dirge, and time's flow. 8 pieces that could be initially grasped at the second tier. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. All present in the hall closed their eyes, entranced by what felt like a celestial song. As the music ceased, no one opened their eyes, the ethereal sound still reverberating in their ears. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore spread his arms and exclaimed, "What a marvelous piece of music." His words roused everyone from their reverie, and they gazed at the whimsical Dumbledore, amused as they had witnessed his antics many times before. However, his expression turned grave, indicating that sweetness would now give way to a bitter lesson. A sugar-coated reprimand was at hand. "Discipline has been rather lax during this period," he remarked, trailing off as he pondered the cause, which seemed lost to time. Yet, the students of Gryffindor, ever at the center of the fray, braced themselves as he pronounced, "Gryffindor loses 150 points. He then glanced at the students from the other 3 houses, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, each losing 100 points as well. His declaration drew gasps from the 4 houses, and no one dared to cast blame, for nearly all had participated in the chaos. The standings were as follows: Gryffindor, 197 points, Ravenclaw, 223 points, Hufflepuff, 252 points, Slytherin, 217 points. This semester, Gryffindor's standing in the House Cup was perilously low, perhaps the lowest in its history. Chapter 44, Halloween. The penalties were dispensed. Yet Dumbledore offered no explanation for his absence during the chaotic period, nor did the professors. They simply treated everyone to a lavish dinner, and the gathering concluded in a rather unsatisfactory manner. Perhaps some students from wizarding families might hear snippets of the happenings from their relatives. Lin Fan remained oblivious and uninterested. He merely wished to go about his days, absorb knowledge, share light-hearted banter with friends and classmates, and revel with the Quidditch team, soaring freely through the skies. He envisioned a life with Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius, and eventually nurturing young Harry Potter, cooking meals for them. Lin Fan desired nothing more. He had been an ordinary university student in his former life, lacking grand ambitions, simply wishing to enjoy simple days with family and friends, and indulge in games. Days passed in unremarkable tranquility, while beneath the surface, a tempest brewed, unnoticed or perhaps deliberately forgotten. November 1st. On this day, Hogwarts was adorned with floating pumpkin lanterns, their flickering candlelight casting deep shadows that swayed in the breeze like vulnerable children. Even before dawn, the castle echoed with the jubilant howls of ghosts, who reveled in the arrival of this day. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, only to shudder and tumble to the ground with both himself and the blanket, cold sweat beading on his forehead, a look of lingering dread etched upon his face. Lin Fan raised his hand, pointing at the three individuals who had caused him distress, his words stammering and fragmented as he spoke. Why you? Clearly, Lin Fan was a bit flustered. Upon opening his eyes, he unexpectedly encountered three ghastly visages, which startled him immensely. The three frightful faces belonged to his roommates, who had donned these masks as a prank. Surprise! Exclaimed Dokra Vidina, Cluck Bluston, and Tom Mitchell as they removed their eerie masks. One holding the mask while the other mimicked a ghostly face, erupting into loud laughter. Lin Fan grasped the blanket with his left hand, while his right hand extended, incessantly pointing at the three individuals before him. What are you doing? You might scare someone to death. Lin Fan's face appeared somewhat pale, and after a brief moment, it underwent a remarkable transformation of hues, first turning blue, then white, and finally adopting a rosy tint. It was truly astonishing, leaving the trio, Duokila and the others, in fits of laughter. Observing Lin Fan's peculiar expressions, they erupted into hearty guffaws, exclaiming, Happy Halloween. Lin Fan rose from the ground, muttering, I despise this cursed Halloween. He disregarded the three individuals around him and proceeded to freshen up. The four of them exited the dormitory and made their way to the Gryffindor common room, where the walls appeared to be shrouded in darkness, accompanied by a chilling breeze. At that moment, the common room was bustling with numerous students. Lin Fan spotted a peculiar figure within, the person whose head and neck were merely connected by a thin layer of skin. However, he was not frightening, rather, he exuded a kind demeanor and a touch of humor. This was Sir Nicholas, the resident ghost of Gryffindor, affectionately referred to as nearly headless Nick among friends. Sir Nicholas engaged in lively conversation with the students, while behind him trailed several ghostly knights mounted on steeds, their horses snorting as if exhaling steam, an impossibility, of course, since they were all specters. Lin Fan and his companions approached the gathering and greeted everyone before making their way to Sir Nick. Hello, Sir Nick. Upon hearing Lin Fan address him, Sir Nick exhibited a hint of excitement. He waved his hand and clapped, then responded to Lin Fan. Ah, my boy. Though I prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas of Meanshi, it matters not. Come, I shall treat you to some sweets. Lin Fan, perplexed, nodded in response, while the little lions looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. Sir Nick grasped Lin Fan's hand, though his grip seemed to pass through Lin Fan's fingers. With a faint smile, Lin Fan followed Sir Nick to the table. When Sir Nick pointed to the candies on the table, Lin Fan's expression darkened, and a multitude of black lines appeared on his forehead. Seeking clarification, he indicated a peculiar candy that was slightly purple and emanating an unknown vapor, and in a hoarse, subdued voice, he inquired, Sir Nick, are these the candies you intend for me to consume? Sir Nick, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically and exclaimed, Indeed. These are the very ones. You like them, don't you? In his fervor, he nearly lost his head, prompting him to hastily steady it with his hands. Lin Fan's face was adorned with dark lines, flushed with a deep crimson hue, and this was not a result of gratitude, but rather of anger. Lin Fan shouted loudly at Sir Nick, Are you an idiot? Ah, how could we possibly consume something that belongs to the deceased? Do you wish for me to suffer from a stomachache? Sir Nick was momentarily stunned by Lin Fan's outburst, while the horses ridden by the knights behind him became frightened, rearing and neighing before bolting away. The knights who had been thrown off their mounts hurriedly chased after their steeds. Meanwhile, the young lions erupted into laughter, their mirth ringing through the hall. In the corner of the banquet hall, an array of gift boxes was piled high, and Lin Fan knew they were filled with a variety of candies. The candles hanging from the ceiling were encased in pumpkins, creating a whimsical display of giant jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the space. Had it not been for the presence of numerous students and professors, one might have felt a chill of eeriness in the air. Headmaster Dumbledore concluded his speech and signaled the band to commence the Halloween song. This is Halloween. The melody filled the room. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Boys and girls, no matter your age, do you wish to witness the extraordinary? Come with us, and you shall see. This is our Halloween town. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, where everyone must create a fright, trick or treat, until the neighbors lose their wits. This is our town, where everyone screams. In this Halloween town, I am the little monster hiding beneath your bed. With sharp teeth and crimson eyes, I lurk beneath your staircase. My fingers slither like snakes, and spiders weave through your hair. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Halloween, 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 Halloween. This town is our home, and we all love it dearly. Everyone awaits the next fright, turning corners and hiding in trash bins, waiting to scare you and hear your screams. This is Halloween, with shades of red and black, and ghastly greens. Are you not afraid? No worries. Say it once, say it twice. Roll the dice and follow the moonlit night. Everyone screams. Everyone screams in our Halloween town. I am the jester who changes faces, appearing suddenly and disappearing just as fast. I am the one you whisper about. The who you question when shadows pass like a breeze through your hair. I am the specter in the moonlight, conjuring nightmares to awaken you. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Halloween. Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Scaring the living daylights out of you is our pastime. A life devoid of fear is dreadfully mundane. That is my role, yet we mean no harm. In our Halloween town, we cherish this city. Everyone awaits the next fright, as Jack Skellington leaps out to startle you, sending you into a panic. This is Halloween, where everyone screams. Please make way for this grand figure, our Jack, the Pumpkin King. Everyone sings the pumpkin song. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Halloween, 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 Halloween. This town is our home, and we all adore it dearly. Everyone sings the pumpkin song, la 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 la. As the festivities unfolded, Lin Fan gazed at the sudden apparition of a shimmering screen, somewhat speechless. Once again, after listening to the song, his skills had leveled up, though bewildered. He felt a surge of joy. Who wouldn't be delighted by an upgrade in skills? Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, Wizard Control. Master title, Child of Nature. Student level, Intermediate level 4. Lifespan, 50 years and 87 days. Living profession, Alchemist. Enchanter skills, Opening spell, Spatial Rift. Levitation, Control spell, Fragmentation, Communication through faintness, Calmness. Voice of Nature, Clear water like a spring. Life skills, Potion brewing, Alchemy. Special abilities, Self-rescue, Resurrection, Clairvoyance. Observing the screen, Lin Fan nodded as the voice of nature had risen by 2 levels, while his other skills had increased through diligent practice. Just then, a flock of owls fluttered through the window, showering the room with a cascade of candies. Oh, this is acid pop, and this is a chocolate frog, exclaimed a girl who opened a bag, only to scream and faint in shock. Many gasped, cockroach cluster. How disgusting. Oh my goodness, these are all from Honeydukes. Wow. So many of these are what I've longed to purchase. The sounds of exhilaration and horror echoed throughout the hall, mingling the fear of encountering cockroach clusters with the delight of delectable candies. Yet beneath this joy, an undercurrent of something unknown stirred. With candies in abundance, entertainment was inevitable. Suddenly, a swarm of ghostly bats flew in, shrieking, as spirits joined in, creating an atmosphere thick with the supernatural. This marked Lin Fan's first Halloween spent in the magical world, and he found it quite delightful. He raised his drink in a toast towards Nina, signaling a cheerful acknowledgement. Then, he exchanged a smile with Dumbledore at the podium. Chapter 45, Dream, the injured black dog under the blood-red moon. The surroundings were shrouded in a sinister gloom, echoing with the anguished cries of the populace. Smoke billowed as the sounds of collapsing buildings reverberated throughout. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the air, and a colossal skeleton, formed of myriad green star-like objects, materialized in the sky. A giant serpent slithered from its mouth, resembling a tongue. As it ascended higher, a luminous green mist emitted a dazzling light, creating a new constellation against the inky night sky. On the ground, numerous wizards clad in black and gray robes knelt, bowing repeatedly or reciting incantations with mouths agape. Soon, an exceedingly grotesque visage appeared in the sky, bald, devoid of eyebrows, with a mirror-like smoothness and a nose resembling a serpent's nostrils. Its eyes bulged as if absorbing every detail, or perhaps glaring at some unseen foe. Its voice, harsh and grating, echoed like swords clashing. The voices of the black-robed and gray-robed wizards grew clearer, chanting fervently, "The Dark Lord! Long live the Dark Lord! Oh, my master!" Startled, Lin Fan jolted awake in his bed, his face etched with terror and drenched in sweat. His entire body was soaked. Dokra Vidina rubbed her eyes, bleary and disoriented, glancing over at Lin Fan's bed, while Cluck Brusson yawned, and Tom Mitchell slept soundly, drooling, dressed in a cartoon-themed pajama set from the Muggle world. Dokra raised her wand and gently waved it, exclaiming, "Lumos Maxima." The wand emitted a soft glow, illuminating the room. Dolik and Crook chose not to awaken Tom, as their immediate concern was for Lin Fan. They could rouse him later. Approaching Lin Fan's bedside, they observed him drenched in sweat, his face bearing an expression of lingering fear, and he was panting heavily. Dolik and Crook gently supported Lin Fan's shoulders and asked with genuine concern, "Lin Fan, are you all right?" After a moment, Lin Fan's unfocused gaze gradually cleared. He took a breath, glanced at Crook and Dolik, and then gently shook his head, murmuring, "I'm fine." His voice was hoarse and weak, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Dolik moved to the table, poured a glass of water from the pitcher into Lin Fan's cup, and returned, saying, "Here, have a sip." Meanwhile, Crook approached Tom's bed and lightly tapped his face, saying, "Tom, wake up." Tom swatted Crook's hand away with a heavy gesture, mumbling incoherently before turning over to continue sleeping, accompanied by a chorus of snores. Crook sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Lin Fan turned his head and called out to Crook, Crook, it's all right. No need to shout. I am perfectly fine. He then looked at Dolik and added, you all should go to sleep. I merely had a nightmare. Are you truly all right? Dolik and Crook inquired with concern. Lin Fan nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. Yes, go ahead, rest well. Lin Fan murmured to himself, Tom Marvolo riddle? This dream bore a striking resemblance to the one Lily frequently experienced. Could it be a prophetic vision as well? The setting was a narrow, shadowy alleyway adjacent to the street, reeking of filth and decay. Scattered about were several overturned trash bins, and before them, a dog, as large as a bear yet gaunt and emaciated, rummaged through the refuse with its nose and paws. Desperately seeking scraps to satiate its hunger, a discarded apple core, a half-eaten sandwich, remnants of an unfinished drink, and the like. Today, however, fortune had not favored the creature, for it had only unearthed a meager fragment of a biscuit, which, once consumed, rendered its stomach even more ravenous, growling incessantly. At that moment, the black dog abruptly turned, sniffing the air, and then raised its head, seemingly spotting something of interest. With a snarl, it bared its teeth, eyes glimmering with hatred, compelling it to muster what little strength it had left to dash toward the source of its gaze. Lin Fan opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he remained in the dormitory bed. Through the window, he could see that the outside world was still shrouded in darkness, though a faint light suggested it was around 3 or 4 o'clock. The other 2 occupants of the dormitory were still asleep, presumably having been quite frightened earlier. Both Klook and Dolik were restlessly kicking their blankets, while Tom slept soundly. Lin Fan cautiously descended from the bed, striving to avoid any sound that might awaken the 3 others in the dormitory. Once on the floor, Lin Fan tiptoed to the washroom to freshen up, then exited the dormitory. As the dawn's light began to gently illuminate the surroundings, the others remained in slumber, rendering the Hogwarts castle remarkably serene. The portraits adorning the walls of the corridor leaned at odd angles, their mouths emitting soft snoring sounds, while bubbles occasionally formed from their noses. Lin Fan emerged from the ancient castle, stepping onto the verdant grass outside. He stretched out his arms and took a deep breath, reveling in the splendid freshness of the morning air, which was remarkably pure and invigorating. Lin Fan gradually succumbed to the gentle embrace of the earth. Reclining upon the dew-kissed grass, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal interplay of the moon and sun in the sky. It marked the dawn of a new day. As the celestial bodies resumed their eternal dance, a faint hissing sound, reminiscent of a creature traversing the underbrush, piqued Lin Fan's curiosity, prompting him to tilt his head in the direction of the noise. As he blinked, a wave of drowsiness washed over him once more. Yet, a more pronounced rustling from the nearby thicket dispelled any remnants of his slumber. He propped himself up and cautiously approached the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the edge of the foliage, he found nothing amiss. Lowering himself for a closer inspection, he discovered a pool of blood, the metallic scent piercing the air. Who could have been injured? This thought lingered in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan cautiously employed his keen perception to investigate. Within a 10-meter radius, he discerned no signs of wildlife. Following the trail of blood, he gradually approached an area outside the forbidden forest, where a whomping willow stood imposing. Gazing at the tree, Lin Fan's thoughts wandered back to the day of his first awakening in the magical realm, a night illuminated by a full moon, a night marked by a crimson hue. It was on that fateful evening that he learned of Remus's lycanthropy and uncovered the haunting origins of the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. As he observed the whomping willow, Lin Fan recalled what James had shared, that Remus had been bitten by a werewolf in his youth, thus transforming into a wolf with each full moon. In a bid to admit Remus to Hogwarts and safeguard the other students, Professor Dumbledore had planted this very whomping willow, which served as the entrance to the passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. Lin Fan approached the whomping willow, and upon noticing him, the tree, which was initially unperturbed, reacted defensively when Lin Fan inadvertently brushed against it. The tree brandished its branches, evidently intent on attacking Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan grasped his wand, pointing it at the whomping willow, and commanded, "Immobilis." The tree's trunk became rigid and immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan dashed to the side of the whomping willow. Recalling James's instructions, he located a particular knot on the tree's bark and pressed it firmly. Withdrawing his wand, Lin Fan observed as the whomping willow ceased its agitation, revealing a passage before him. This passage led directly to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. Lin Fan discovered a trail of blood at the entrance of the passage and slowly ventured inside. Following the dark corridor, Lin Fan, unable to master the art of fluorescence, reluctantly retrieved the flickering potion once more. Upon emerging from the passage, he found himself in the Scream House, where the dilapidation of the structure and the sight of a black dog collapsed within caught his attention. Beneath the dog lay a large pool of blood. This black dog, robust and muscular, now gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Lin Fan murmured softly, recalling the black dog from his dreams, as he approached it cautiously. Chapter 49. Caring for the Black Dog. Another dream. The black dog in the pool of blood emitted a series of whimpers, its body trembling incessantly, while heavy breaths escaped its nostrils, as if it were in imminent peril of losing its life. Lin Fan gazed at the ailing black dog, an overwhelming sense of trepidation coursing through him. He was haunted by the notion that should he forsake this creature, regret and anguish would inevitably follow. While the origin of this sentiment eluded him, he firmly believed in the validity of this instinctual intuition, akin to that of a shaman or a natural affinity for foresight. As the ancient Chinese adage imparts, it is better to believe in the existence of the supernatural than to dismiss it. Lin Fan slowly approached the black dog, which seemed to sense the arrival of someone, immediately tensing its body. However, due to its injuries, it began to convulse. With great effort, it opened its eyes, hazily discerning Lin Fan's figure. Upon realizing who had come, it appeared to relax slightly, letting out a low whimper before losing consciousness. Lin Fan gazed curiously at the black dog, noticing its body tense upon sensing his arrival. However, upon opening its eyes and seeing him, it appeared to relax, seemingly relieved. Yet, its sudden closing of the eyes startled Lin Fan, leading him to believe that the creature had ascended to heaven to meet that old bachelor, God. In a rush, he hurried to the dog's side, faintly hearing its barely audible exhalation. Lin Fan took a breath, wiping the sweat that had emerged on his forehead from the fright. Thankful for the moment. With a mere thought, Lin Fan summoned an array of medicinal potions, the advanced restorative elixir, the superior strength enhancer, the intermediate mental clarity tablets, the intermediate bone fortifier, and the highly effective pain relief solution, gathering every concoction he could conceive of and possessed. He uncorked the bottle of the potent pain relief solution and poured its contents into the mouth of the black dog. However, as the dog lay on its side, a substantial amount inevitably spilled, resulting in considerable waste. At that moment, Lin Fan did not lament or feel sorrow. Instead, he unhesitatingly reached for another bottle of the pain relief solution and administered it to the dog, one bottle after another, until the slight convulsion ceased entirely. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. He then poured a high-grade restorative potion onto the wounds of the black dog and subsequently employed a manipulation incantation. As the dog's pain subsided, Lin Fan took control of its body, administering the potion thoroughly across its entire form, including certain masculine areas, which caused a moment of embarrassment for Lin Fan. However, he reassured himself, reminding that it was merely a dog, just a dog. Lin Fan then picked up the intermediate spirit pills and advanced nutrition tablets, tossing them into the mouth of the black dog. Subsequently, he administered the intermediate bone strengthening agent and advanced recovery potion. Exhausted, Lin Fan sat on the ground, exhaling deeply. After a moment, observing the black dog with its eyes closed, its expression shifting continuously, Lin Fan contemplated for a while before retrieving the advanced dream elixir and administering it as well. Afterwards, peering through the cracks in the screaming shed's walls, he noticed that the outside had already brightened. Lin Fan murmured, "So soon, dawn has arrived." Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine as he realized, goodness, dawn has indeed broken. If I am late for class or absent again, I shudder to think how that cunning old man will deal with me. Lin Fan was just about to rise when he glanced at the black dog lying there, eyes closed and peacefully asleep. He found himself in a quandary. What should he do? Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan felt an undeniable conviction that the black dog held more significance than his own academic pursuits. Even if he were to be expelled, it would matter not, for the dog was family. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Lin Fan's eyes. He could be James, or perhaps Sirius. In this magical realm, it was conceivable that they had employed transfiguration or ingested a transformation potion to assume such forms. He was certain it could not be Remus, for Remus was a wolf. No wonder he always harbored a lingering sense of regret at the thought of leaving, because they were family. A sudden wave of anger washed over Lin Fan's face. What had transpired? Who had wrought such a transformation upon you? Lin Fan murmured, casting a sorrowful glance at the black dog. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll. Or perhaps the relentless nightmares that had deprived him of restful slumber weighed heavily upon him. Alternatively, it could have been the burden of concern for the black dog that led him to lean against the wall and succumb to sleep. Before him stood a young yet strikingly handsome middle-aged man, possessing deep gray eyes and jet-black hair. Yet, at that moment, his countenance was as pale as parchment, and his eyes were filled with anguish. Lin Fan knew him to be Sirius Black, yet the reasons behind his suffering remained a mystery. Lin Fan appeared to observe the unfolding events from a third-party, omniscient perspective. He witnessed Sirius, tormented, gazing at the collapsed house. He saw Sirius hastily rushing towards the ruins. And behind the crumbling walls, he beheld a giant. This giant possessed a large, furry face, with long, tangled hair and beard that obscured most of his visage, leaving only a pair of dark, beetle-like eyes to confirm that it was indeed a face and not merely a ball of yarn or something similarly fluffy. The giant was named Rubius Hagrid. In his arms, he cradled a baby, whose head sported a few tufts of hair and whose eyes were shut tight as he wailed inconsolably. The giant's expression was a tapestry of anguish and sorrow, while at his feet lay two lifeless bodies, one male and one female. The man had disheveled black hair, tousled as if by a fierce wind, his eyes closed. Bloodied and covered in wounds, he was James Potter. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with long, deep red hair and a gentle smile. Though her body was marred with injuries and blood, she was Lily Potter. Their clothing was tattered and torn. Sirius trembled as he lunged towards the couple, collapsing to the ground, his anguished cries echoing. What has happened? Hagrid, holding Harry in his left arm, approached Sirius. Swatting him away with his right hand and bellowing, Stop pretending. It was you. You told him. You traitor. At that moment, a misty rain began to fall from the sky. Tears streamed down Sirius's face, mingling with the rain, his own blood from Hagrid's blow, and the sorrow of the moment. He did not wipe them away. Instead, he let the tears flow freely, shaking his head vehemently, exclaiming, "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. No. Stop being hypocritical. You were James and Lily's secret keeper." The scene shifted. Sirius stood on the street, filled with loathing, glaring at a small, dark-haired man with watery eyes. The surrounding houses appeared to have been ravaged by explosions, and the ground was littered with the bodies of muggles, their faces etched with terror and death, some dismembered. The street was completely stained with blood. Sirius shouted at the diminutive man, "Peter, you wretched fool!" From the sky, a number of broomstick riders descended. Observing the trembling Peter and the bloodied stump of his severed little finger, the small man, shaking, pointed a quivering finger at Sirius, stammering to the broomstick riders. It was him. It was Sirius. He killed them. The riders nodded at Peter, raising their wands and casting an unknown spell upon Sirius. With a look of bitter hatred directed at Peter, Sirius slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. The broomstick riders exchanged knowing glances and carried Sirius away. "Ah!" Lin Fan awoke with a start, calling out loudly. Sweat drenched his clothes, and his face was streaked with tears. At that moment, a tongue appeared before him. Licking the tears from his cheeks, Lin Fan turned to see a black dog before him. The dog nuzzled Lin Fan's robe, emitting a soft whimper. As Lin Fan gazed at the canine, tears inexplicably flowed anew. Chapter 47. Sirius Black. Lin Fan wiped his tears, fixing his gaze on the black dog, and slowly spoke. "Are you James or Sirius?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the dog suddenly trembled, lowering its head, unable to meet Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again, his gaze piercing as he stared at the black dog. Did I guess correctly? Ignoring the trembling body of the black dog, Lin Fan slowly leaned against the wall, fixated on the creature, still awaiting a response. The black dog lifted its head. An expression of innocence etched on its face, its eyes swirling with confusion as it gazed at Lin Fan, tilting its head as if it were truly a dog. Lin Fan pressed his body closely against the black dog and then struck the dog's head with force, exclaiming, "Are you James or Sirius? Or perhaps someone I know has transformed?" The black dog trembled, gazing innocently at Lin Fan, as if he could not comprehend Lin Fan's words. His shivering appearing as though he were frightened by Lin Fan himself. Lin Fan curled his lips in annoyance and gritted his teeth as he exclaimed, "It's all your fault. Look, it's already this late." He patted the black dog on the head and gestured towards the sliver of sunlight streaming through the crack in the wall, lamenting, "That mischievous old man surely has something devious in store for me." The black dog blinked innocently, nuzzling against Lin Fan's side, feigning ignorance and naivety. "Humph." Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a sinister glimmer as he cast a calculating gaze at the black dog. "Are you truly unwilling to speak? Be more forthcoming. Or else your fate may be quite dire," he warned, a hint of malice in his voice. "My alchemical skills have seen recent advancements." As he spoke, Lin Fan extended his finger and began to enumerate with theatrical flair: intermediate sneezing potion, intermediate itch elixir, advanced diminutive potion, advanced nightmare draft, advanced hallucinogen, intermediate stimulus potion, intermediate stench brew. With each potion he mentioned, his eyes shone brighter. The black dog trembled increasingly with each word, yet soon regained composure. Lin Fan remained oblivious as the black dog looked up and uttered a reluctant, "Woof, woof." "Very well. You have left me no choice." A wicked shadow crossed Lin Fan's face as he pronounced, "Mind's eye insight. Black dog, Sirius Black. Race, canine. Mutated earth dog, pure blood wizard. Level, none. Special state. Magic concealed. 10th tier advanced. Skills, Animagus transfiguration level 12 derivative. Apparition, 8th tier intermediate. Manifestation, 8th tier intermediate. Avada Kedavra, 5th tier supreme. Cruciatus curse, 5th tier intermediate. Soul siphon, 5th tier intermediate. Unyielding loyalty charm, special. No tier. Cerebral closure, 10th tier beginner. Patronus, mastiff, 11th tier advanced. Total petrification, 11th tier supreme. Among others, the lower tier skills are maxed out, and unlisted advanced skills remain undisclosed. Relationship, family, adoration, unbreakable bond. Note, this is a formidable being, yet as your kin. He poses no threat to you, rest assured, unless he seeks to play a trick on you. Caution, it appears he harbors a dangerous secret, one he is reluctant to reveal. For he does not wish to harm you. Lin Fan, upon realizing the truth, was not surprised to discover that the black dog was indeed Sirius Black. For he had already surmised that this canine was either Sirius or James. While he was merely astonished by the display of skills, he nodded inwardly at the final revelation. He glanced at the black dog and declared, "Sirius, I know you are Sirius." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the black dog trembled ever so slightly, tilting his head inquisitively at Lin Fan, emitting a soft whimper. Lin Fan gently stroked the head of the black dog. "Sirius, what has transpired? Please, tell me," he implored. Tears cascaded onto the dog's head, causing it to tremble slightly. Sirius lifted his gaze to meet Lin Fan's, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. In response to Lin Fan's hopeful look, the black dog gave a subtle nod, signaling for Lin Fan to step back before closing his eyes. An invisible surge of magical energy erupted from Sirius, enveloping his entire being in a tempest of power. It seemed as though the dog had transcended the bounds of gravity, floating effortlessly in the air. After a brief moment, a radiant beam of light emanated from Sirius, dazzling Lin Fan and compelling him to shut his eyes against the brilliance. Eventually, Lin Fan felt a weight upon his head, realizing it was a hand resting there. With his eyes still closed, he extended his own hand. Grasping the rough yet strong palm that had settled atop his head, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, lifting his gaze to the person before him. With elegant, flowing black hair and deep, gray eyes, he possessed striking good looks and a tall stature, his abdomen adorned with well-defined, chocolate-like abs. And then below, Lin Fan shouted loudly at Sirius, "You pervert, exhibitionist. This is in public. What do you mean by being completely nude like this?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Sirius froze, glancing down at his lower half, which felt somewhat cool from the breeze. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly covered himself with his hands, awkwardly stammering, Lin Fan. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What is it?" Sirius's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Could this be karma? Back then, at the cozy abode, he had stripped Lin Fan bare and taken photographs with James and the others. Now, he found himself exposed before Lin Fan. "Well then, could you help me buy some clothes?" Lin Fan turned aside to spit, then left Sirius with his back facing him, waiting for the eccentric exhibitionist. Sirius watched as Lin Fan exited the screaming shack, feeling an immediate sense of relief. How could I have forgotten that once in his animagus form, he would revert back to human? Sirius scratched his head, gazing at the fluttering figure of his companion in the wind. After a while, Lin Fan returned, carrying a bag in his hand. He pulled out a robe and undergarments from the bag and tossed them at Sirius. "Here you go." The clothing landed entirely on Sirius, who coughed and remarked, "Lin Fan, could you please turn around?" Lin Fan cast a fierce glance at him, then turned away with a huff. Behind her, the sound of sporadic dressing could be heard. After a brief moment, the impeccably dressed Sirius appeared before Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat on the ground, gazing at Sirius, and weakly uttered, "Speak, Bigfoot. What has transpired?" Lin Fan emphasized the words Bigfoot through gritted teeth. Sirius rubbed his nose and looked at Lin Fan, ready to explain. "The thing is..." Just then, a figure clad entirely in a black robe suddenly rushed in from outside the shrieking shack, interrupting him. Chapter 48. The Battle in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius regarded the cloaked figure and slowly inquired, "Who are you?" The hooded figure gradually raised his head, revealing a horrifying visage marred by scars and sores, with eyes that glowed an eerie crimson. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Sirius Black?" Sirius tensed, realizing that his wand had somehow found its way into his hand. He nodded slightly, then, with a grave expression, demanded, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Behind Sirius, Lin Fan listened intently to the conversation between the two. When the dark cloaked figure entered, Sirius had subtly shifted his body, concealing Lin Fan behind him, thus preventing the stranger from spotting Lin Fan. The dark figure's eerie, blood-red eyes glimmered with a faint light as he slowly spoke, "Since you are suddenly..." The dark figure sprang into motion, dashing towards Sirius. He raised his gnarled right hand, wielding a wand, and pointed it at Sirius, rasping fiercely, "Then perish." Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth from the wand, aimed directly at Sirius. Sirius intended to evade, but the thought of Lin Fan behind him froze him in place. The lethal light surged forth, heralding death, the killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. There was no escaping it. Only one outcome awaited: death. The caster would meet immediate demise. And throughout history, only one person had ever survived this curse: the future Harry Potter, the son of James and Lily, Sirius's godson. He was the first to escape Voldemort's wand, while even the great Professor Dumbledore fell victim to Professor Snape's killing curse, as did Voldemort himself in the end. Yet, none were privy to this knowledge. Lin Fan remained oblivious, as did Sirius. The green light approached. Death loomed. However, in Sirius's eyes, filled with regret, a miracle unfolded. He lamented attracting Lin Fan into this peril, fearing that his own demise would prevent him from fighting alongside James and the members of the Order of the Phoenix. But before Sirius, a milky white barrier appeared. This was the protective skill of the Green Hat. Upon hearing the incantation of the killing curse, Lin Fan recognized the impending danger. With Sirius unable to dodge, Lin Fan swiftly donned the Green Hat, activating its limited damage immunity, which could only be utilized 3 times. Lin Fan gently pushed Sirius's back, urging, "Sirius, hurry. Now is the moment." Even without Lin Fan's prompting, Sirius was already aware. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a pale white barrier before him, he immediately recognized Lin Fan's handiwork. Seizing the opportunity while the dark-cloaked figure's face was still contorted with cruelty, yet his eyes wide with astonishment, Sirius raised his wand. With the same unforgivable curse, Sirius unleashed the Cruciatus Curse, a tormenting spell. A faint crimson glow emanated from his wand, directed at the dark-cloaked figure. In the blink of an eye, under the terror-stricken gaze of the assailant, he was struck. He had succumbed. The dark-cloaked man trembled violently, collapsing to the ground. Writhing and convulsing, emitting a beast-like howl, sweat poured profusely from his body as he cried out, "Ah, damn it, kill me." His voice was a fragmented echo of agony. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sirius pointed his wand at the dark-cloaked figure and demanded, "Who are you?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Even if you choose not to speak, I already know you serve that individual." The dark-cloaked man glared malevolently at Sirius and Lin Fan. Realizing that Sirius's recent attack had revealed Lin Fan's presence, he surmised that the pale barrier, which had thwarted his assault, was indeed conjured by Lin Fan. With bulging eyes and an expression of fear, he convulsed more violently, just as Sirius was about to inquire further. A beam of light surged from the direction of the passage, striking the dark-cloaked figure. Simultaneously, a voice echoed from the corridor, and Tatum, halt. Sirius nudged Lin Fan backward, whispering a warning, "Stay alert," while gripping his wand tightly, ready for any eventuality. The dark-cloaked man, freed from the Cruciatus curse by the halt spell, swiftly rolled to the side and regained his footing, clutching his wand tightly. His hoarse voice broke the tension. "Why did it take you so long?" It was evident he recognized the voice from the corridor and expressed some irritation. The sound of footsteps approached, and a figure clad in a gray robe obscured his face. However, his features were far more appealing than those of the dark-cloaked man, with a rugged beard and thick eyebrows. His colorless eyes pierced through Sirius and Lin Fan as he scolded the dark-cloaked figure, "You incompetent fool, you cannot even handle this injured man." With that, he waved his wand, and from its tip shot forth a thick rope, aimed directly at Sirius. "Incarcerus! Bind him swiftly!" Sirius and Lin Fan hastily dodged to the sides. Seizing the moment of their diversion, the dark-cloaked man cast 2 spells in rapid succession. Uhlus, petrify them all. And Serpensortia, unleash the serpent. The petrification spell surged towards Sirius, while the serpent conjuration targeted Lin Fan. A massive serpent emerged, flicking its tongue menacingly as it slithered swiftly toward Lin Fan. In response, Sirius infused his wand with magic to conjure a protective shield. The petrification spell rebounded, its light hurtling back toward the dark-cloaked man. Still dazed from the torment of Sirius's previous curse, he remained unresponsive to the returning spell. Observing this, the gray-robed figure immediately waved his wand before the dark-cloaked man, casting Protego tot alum, grant them all protection. Lin Fan cast the control spell towards the figures in black and gray robes, simultaneously urging Sirius with a loud voice, "Quick. Now is the moment." Sirius nodded, and as Lin Fan uttered the control spell, he hastily directed a stupefy at the gray and black-robed individuals, rendering them unconscious. Due to the effects of Lin Fan's control spell, the 2 figures temporarily lost control over their bodies and were unable to evade the attack. Consequently, Sirius's stupefy struck them both, leading to their inevitable collapse onto the ground, where they fell into a state of unconsciousness. Lin Fan, upon the unconsciousness of the 2, immediately utilized his keen insight. Black-robed figure race, pure-blood human wizard level, 8th tier, advanced, skills, Avada Kedavra, Petrificus Totalis, unidentified emergence. Relationship, adversary description. This individual is a formidable human, having succumbed to darkness and offered himself as a sacrifice to the Dark Lord. He stands as a loyal servant to the Dark Lord. Caution, dangerous. You cannot defeat him. Gray-robed figure race, pure-blood human wizard level, 9th tier, intermediate, skills, rapid confinement. Peaceful guarding, comprehensive protection. Relationship, adversary description. This individual is a formidable human, having succumbed to darkness and offered himself as a sacrifice to the Dark Lord. He stands as a loyal servant to the Dark Lord. Caution, dangerous. You cannot defeat him. Lin Fan gazed at Sirius as he swiftly ensnared the 2 individuals in an impenetrable binding. After securing them, he gradually spoke. "Now, can we have a word, Sirius?" Sirius's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he hesitated. "Do tell. Who are they, servants of the Dark Lord? And who is the Dark Lord?" Lin Fan inquired. Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know, Lin Fan?" Lin Fan shouted at Sirius, "Fool. Do not underestimate my abilities." Sirius sighed. "All right. Let us return to the warm home and discuss this further." Lin Fan nodded, yet furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. After a brief moment, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. In the castle, within the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall was instructing the Gryffindor Lions and Ravenclaw Eagles on new transfiguration techniques. She then allowed the students to practice independently while occasionally glancing at the classroom door, the sound of shoes tapping against the floor resonating softly. Meanwhile, the Lions and Eagles shared a common thought. "Lin Fan, you are in for it again." Chapter 49. It snowed. The crimson snow. Lin Fan silently trailed behind Sirius. 2 figures floating beside them, their bodies bound and unconscious. Exiting the shrieking shack, the sun hung high in the sky, though obscured by clouds. Ordinarily, the streets of Hogsmeade would be bustling with activity at this hour, yet today they appeared eerily desolate. The shops lining the street inexplicably shuttered. A cold wind swept through, stirring the dried leaves on the ground, as if foreshadowing an impending event. Sirius remained silent, guiding Lin Fan along the path ahead. Lin Fan, too, did not utter a word, his gaze scanning the surroundings, his heart growing increasingly heavy. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on a spot beside a store ahead, sensing a concealed presence there. He focused his mind, and a vivid 3D image materialized in his consciousness. In that location, a figure crouched, tense and poised, with bloodthirsty eyes and a cruel smirk upon his pale, bloodless face. Clutching a wand tightly, he was clad in a dark robe. Insight revealed, rogue in black robe race, human wizard, pure blood level, advanced tier 10 skills. Relationship, adversary description, a formidable human. He has succumbed to darkness, having offered himself to the Dark Lord, and serves as a loyal servant to his malevolent master. Caution, danger, you cannot defeat him. Lin Fan was taken aback upon seeing this rank. He intended to speak to Sirius, yet Sirius subtly gestured with his hand, indicating he understood what Lin Fan was about to say. Lin Fan gave a slight nod, and his wand was instantly in hand from where it had been concealed within his sleeve. The two of them walked slowly, gradually approaching a particular shop. Suddenly, a beam of dark light shot towards them from that direction. Bang! As the dark light approached, Sirius quickly cast a Protego shield around himself. Having prepared in advance and infused with ample magical energy, the dark light was repelled. Whoosh! The black beam ricocheted against the shop's wall, which emitted a hissing sound as if it were being corroded by an acid-like substance. Drops of dissolved stone began to fall to the ground, creating a continuous clattering noise. At that moment, another beam of light shot forth, prompting both Sirius and Lin Fan to swiftly dodge. Just as Lin Fan assumed that the attacker had misfired, he was immediately drawn to the commotion behind him. It turned out that while Lin Fan and Sirius were engaged with the hidden Death Eater behind the wall, two other Death Eaters had been placed on the ground, and those beams of light were aimed at them. Upon being struck by the light, the two Death Eaters suddenly opened their eyes and rolled over, wands appearing in their hands, ready to launch an assault against Lin Fan and Sirius. The two beams of light had been spells meant to lift their paralysis. Aluz, petrify them. Reducto, shatter them to pieces. The spells were unleashed towards Lin Fan and Sirius. Sirius swiftly turned his body, wielding his wand and repeatedly casting Expelliarmus. The wands of the two Death Eaters flew from their grasp, clattering to the ground, and their spells were instantly undone. Sirius rolled on the ground, evading a spell from the Death Eater by the wall, then murmured incantations under his breath, waving his wand. The Death Eater found himself uncontrollably suspended in midair. This particular spell was the Levi Corpus, a creation of Severus Snape. The Death Eater, now dangling, waved his wand to counteract. Liber Corpus. He regained his footing and, seizing the opportunity while Sirius was momentarily distracted, he cast Stupefy. Just as the spell was about to strike Sirius, it was suddenly thwarted. Lin Fan had pointed his wand at the ground before Sirius, having recognized the Death Eater's incantation and realizing he lacked any defensive spells. Utilizing his still immature space distortion technique, he managed to disrupt the Death Eater's spell. As the spell dissipated due to the spatial distortion, Sirius immediately retaliated with a fierce blast of flames. A torrent of fire surged forth, aimed at the Death Eater. The flames quickly engulfed him, prompting him to summon a jet of water with Agumini to douse the flames and then used Scourgify to clean himself. However, at that moment, Sirius's Stupefy struck true, and the Death Eater collapsed to the ground. Though it felt like an eternity, it was merely the blink of an eye. Sirius turned once more, aiming his wand at the two Death Eaters who were scrambling to retrieve their wands, casting Stupefy again. The two Death Eaters rolled on the ground, desperately evading Sirius's spell. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Fan suddenly felt a chill across his face. Upon touching it, it felt like raindrops. Was it about to rain? Lin Fan glanced over at Sirius, who was engaged in battle, then lifted his gaze to the sky. The sun's brilliance had somewhat dimmed, and delicate white flakes began to drift down. Was it snow? It was indeed snowing. Meanwhile, Sirius had already subdued the other two Death Eaters while Lin Fan was gazing at the heavens. With a swift incantation of bind, Sirius ensnared the three adversaries. Lin Fan turned to Sirius, exclaiming, "It's snowing, Sirius. How wonderful." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and his voice resonated with excitement. Sirius smiled at Lin Fan, the expression on his face pure and untroubled, devoid of the urgency from their earlier skirmish. "Yes, it is snowing," he replied, then inquired, "What has you so exhilarated?" Lin Fan spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. "It was my first experience witnessing snowfall, albeit under such circumstances." Lin Fan spoke while glancing at the three Death Eaters who lay unconscious nearby. Sirius ran his fingers through his stylish hair and let out a dry chuckle. As we conversed, the snow completely blanketed the ground. "Let us depart," Sirius suggested. Lin Fan raised his head once more and nodded, affirming, "Yes, let us return home." As Sirius and Lin Fan attempted to apprehend the three Death Eaters, the trio suddenly convulsed without warning, gasping for breath. Lin Fan and Sirius exchanged glances, sensing an ominous shift. Suddenly, the bodies of the three Death Eaters convulsed violently, their eyes snapping open as they bellowed, "Long live the Dark Lord." In an instant, their bodies swelled ominously, followed by a thunderous explosion that resonated thrice. The pure white snow below was stained crimson, and in the minds of Lin Fan and Sirius echoed a chilling incantation, Defendo. Chapter 50. Elder of the Olympian groundhog perched atop a chimney of a shop stood a figure cloaked in black, emanating a chilling aura. His deep-set eyes scrutinized the two individuals below, who were on high alert with their wands drawn. On the snowy ground stood a tall man with elegantly flowing black hair, piercing gray eyes, and striking handsomeness, alongside a small child with jet black hair, a pert nose, rosy lips, and vibrant green eyes, whose adorable visage was unmistakable. This duo was none other than Sirius and Lin Fan. Indeed, it appeared that their powers had been augmented by dark sorcery, a wretched display. The voice of the figure atop the chimney rasped like a blade. "What?" Sirius exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. "Dark arts? Are they truly using wizards and muggles to enhance their power?" Lin Fan's face paled as he comprehended the cruelty and bloodshed inherent in such methods. He realized the three individuals' strength was derived from dark sorcery, and if they were already formidable, how much stronger would the true masters be? The cloaked figure slowly cracked his neck, producing a disquieting sound, and nodded slowly, acknowledging Sirius's insight. Sirius's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Lin Fan, standing beside him, could feel the icy chill emanating from his companion. "Beasts!" Sirius roared, brandishing his wand as a beam of light shot toward the cloaked figure. "Shatter to pieces!" The cloaked figure appeared oblivious to the incoming spell. But as Shatter to Pieces was about to strike, it suddenly rebounded. Unbeknownst to them, the dark figure had cast a protective charm, Protego. With a cold smirk, he retaliated, wielding his wand to unleash a lethal curse, one of the unforgivable curses, Avada Kedavra. Sirius swiftly dodged, and Lin Fan hurriedly followed suit. Lin Fan brandished his wand, unleashing a skill that no one else in this world possessed, the Space Rift. The air shimmered slightly, and tiny fissures appeared along the trajectory of the killing curse. In an instant, the killing curse collided with the Space Rift. However, it merely caused a slight tremor before shattering the rift. The figure in the black robe stood atop the chimney, chuckling coldly, then waved his wand, causing the killing curse to alter its course and aim towards Sirius. Sirius dodged repeatedly, but the killing curse relentlessly locked onto him. Although he sought to cast a spell for defense, it was evident that no incantation could withstand the killing curse. Cornered against the wall, Sirius found the curse perilously close to his nose. Could it be? Sirius was unable to fathom the impending doom. In a swift motion, Lin Fan produced the green hat, activating the damage immunity spell, which had only 2 uses remaining. After employing the spell, Lin Fan felt a pang of regret. Back when he faced that individual within the 8 gates, he had refrained from using damage immunity even in such perilous circumstances. Now, with just 1 use left, he had already expended 2 on this wretched wolf. He knew that using the final instance would cause the green hat to sustain some damage, and only when his alchemy reached the 9th tier could it be repaired. Yet what choice did he have? After all, he was family. A radiant silvery glow flickered before Sirius, just as the killing curse reached them. A tremendous explosion erupted, the killing curse vanished, and the silvery barrier trembled gently before dissipating. The figure in the black robe exhibited no hint of surprise or astonishment. Instead of attacking Lin Fan or Sirius after the curse's failure, he directed his wand towards the still snow-laden sky. With a resounding blast akin to fireworks, the dark mark re-emerged. The black-robed figure roared. A pattern materialized in the sky. A colossal skull formed from myriad green star-like entities, with a large snake emerging from its mouth like a tongue. Ascending higher, a brilliant green mist radiated dazzling light. This was the same dark mark that Lin Fan had witnessed in his dreams, that of the grotesque face-s master. Upon seeing the mark, Sirius's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "No! He is summoning reinforcements." Hearing this, Lin Fan's already pale visage grew even more ashen. "Ha!" The black-robed figure cackled incessantly, reveling in the realization that it was too late. Standing on the chimney with his arms crossed, he mockingly observed Lin Fan and Sirius, refraining from further attack. For he understood that he was only slightly stronger than Sirius. However, with the presence of that little brat, the scenario became uncertain. Who could say whether that child would conjure another silvery barrier to thwart his killing curse? Due to the explosion of the killing curse before him, Sirius felt a wave of discomfort, exacerbated by the black-robed figure's actions, causing him to breathe heavily. Lin Fan noticed Sirius's distress and hurried to his side, supporting him while casting a furious glare at the black-robed man. Ignoring the snow beneath them, Sirius and Lin Fan slowly sank to the ground, their hands still tightly gripping their wands. They could only hope that the members of the Order of the Phoenix would see the dark mark and hasten to their aid. Lin Fan's mind was in a whirl, contemplating how to eliminate the figure cloaked in black and make a swift escape. A curse? That option was dismissed. His spellcasting abilities were far too rudimentary to be of any use. Potions? That would require the black-robed individual to be within his immediate vicinity. Alchemy? Alas, all he possessed were mere toys, or rather, products of mischief. Equipment? It seemed that only his artifact, the green hat, held any potential utility. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. The green hat. Infinite magical power. Undhog. Summoned the groundhog. As magical energy surged into his wand, Lin Fan concurrently imbibed a restorative potion. 3 minutes passed in the bemused glances of Sirius and the black-robed figure. Abruptly, a cloud of dust erupted. As the accumulated snow on the ground and the snowflakes drifting from the sky were swept away. Boom. A flash of green light illuminated the scene. An aged rodent, of Lin Fan's stature, materialized before him. It was Elder Ollie. Lin Fan exclaimed. The elder groundhog, Ollie, cast a cold glance at Lin Fan and said in a tone devoid of warmth, "Have you forgotten the promise you made after being absent for so long?" Lin Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He chuckled awkwardly, scratched his head, and bowed slightly. Elder Ollie, my sincerest apologies. It has simply been a whirlwind of events lately. I had intended to release you all soon, but I truly did not know how to bring everyone out. Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Elder Ollie's expression softened slightly, followed by a dismissive humph. Elder Ollie, we can discuss this later. Could you assist me in dealing with that individual? Lin Fan gestured toward the black-robed figure. The figure still bore an expression of surprise, yet recalling the technique of apparition, he felt a sense of relief. His countenance turning grave as he scrutinized the talking, upright elder rodent. Elder Ollie stroked his whiskers, let out a huff, and nodded gently. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from him, a manifestation of his innate skill, the king's might. Dust swirled around him as CK, the speed of light, was unleashed. A soft golden glow danced above his head, a symbol of sagaciousness. In an instant, before the black-robed figure could react, Elder Ollie stood before him, deftly waving his paw, summoning a golden that swept toward the cloaked individual. Trial. This ensnared the black-robed figure in the blink of an eye, and then Elder Ollie waved his paw again, conjuring a gray cross behind the figure. Arbitrament. A silver blade of light flashed, and with a swift motion, the black-robed figure crumbled into dust before he could utter a sound. Sirius and Lin Fan stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. Good heavens, this was no mere mortal. Oh, indeed. He never was. Elder Ollie dusted off his paws and swiftly approached Lin Fan and Sirius, his expression devoid of sweat, exuding an air of ease. Is everything satisfactory now? Elder Ollie inquired slowly. Lin Fan nodded, then quickly shook his head. No. Elder Ollie, could you please lead us away first? Elder Ollie glanced at Lin Fan and the small Sirius, then nodded. Very well. In an instant, a hole appeared in place, and Lin Fan, along with the two others, vanished without a trace. Chapter 1. Mission accomplished, Great Harvest. Dust swirled as a hole suddenly emerged in the ground, large enough to accommodate a person. With a swift motion, an elderly mouse, roughly the height of an ordinary 11 or 12-year-old child, darted out from the opening. Moments later, a disheveled adult man with dark hair and a rugged face, bearing several scars, emerged from the hole, followed by a young boy with dark hair, equally marked by injuries. These three, the man, the boy, and the mouse, were none other than Lin Fan, young Sirius, and Elder Ollie. Lin Fan and Sirius coughed a few times, expelling the sand from their mouths. They surveyed their surroundings, which revealed an unfamiliar grove of trees. Sirius glanced at Elder Ollie, then bent slightly, and, with a respectful gesture, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, sir." Sirius seemed uncertain about how to address Elder Ollie. Elder Ollie nodded and replied in a gentle tone. No need for that. Lin Fan, in a state of discomfort, scratched his head and glanced at Elder Ollie, awkwardly stating, "Elder Ollie, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to neglect you in bringing forth the Tuba clan." Elder Ollie huffed in response, then, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "How long have you been away? The last time, you summoned Wang Yin Tuba. How could you have forgotten?" Lin Fan lowered his head, his feet incessantly rubbing against the ground. "What is it? Speak, what reason do you have?" "Humph." Sirius, observing the scene, found it somewhat amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. "Humph." Sirius immediately stiffened, then lowered his head, adopting a posture akin to Lin Fan's. "How could I forget? This old mouse could effortlessly annihilate someone of my caliber in an instant." Lin Fan felt his cheeks flush slightly, then cleared his throat, admitting, "The primary reason is that the heart of sound spirit has entered my body, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. I apologize, I was wrong." Elder Ollie cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan, noticing his seemingly genuine remorse. "Very well," he huffed. Elder Ollie surveyed the surrounding trees before nodding. This place was indeed suitable for the life of the Groundhog clan. Ding. Due to special circumstances, the A-level task the Groundhog's request has been altered. Complete the task. A serious synthesized voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Song of the 100 Birds. Cannot be learned. Collect the remaining 7 songs to synthesize the celestial earth melody. Invisibility Cloak. An A-level item that grants invisibility for 15 minutes. Finding the true invisibility cloak will enhance its abilities. Wind Shield. A beginner-level 3rd-tier skill that generates a green protective membrane composed of wind on the surface of the body. When leveled to the maximum, the color will vanish. Evil Spirit Exorcism. A beginner-level 3rd-tier skill that can expel ghosts. Ding. Have you collected all 8 songs? Would you like to synthesize the celestial earth melody? Yes or no? Celestial earth melody. Those who hear this song for the first time can enhance their magical power. It instills boundless courage. It can restrain evil spirits. It induces sleep. It possesses formidable attack power. It can confuse individuals, causing them to hallucinate. It summons hellish chains that drag the captured into the abyss. It can dispel negativity. Lin Fan swallowed hard, his mind echoing with a few phrases: very good, very powerful, very lewd, very violent. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly lunged forward, tumbling to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Dusting himself off, he wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth and glared at the culprit. There Sirius stood, looking utterly innocent as he gazed back at Lin Fan, even going so far as to scratch his head with a paw. Humph, Lin Fan said irritably. What's the matter? Damn it, Sirius, you are truly bothersome. Sirius shot Lin Fan a disdainful glance and retorted, I called your name several times. You were just standing there like an idiot, grinning foolishly, and look, you've drooled. Upon hearing Sirius's words, Lin Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. He dusted himself off and stood up, letting out a huff as he turned away. Suddenly, Lin Fan exclaimed, Where is Elder Ollie? Sirius approached Lin Fan and playfully delivered a light tap on his head, remarking, Only now do you realize that Elder Ollie is missing? Lin Fan felt a bit sheepish. Humph, if you had received as many benefits as I have, you would be grinning like a fool too. Just a single celestial melody, and one could amass a fortune. Lin Fan thought to himself, knowing that Sirius could never comprehend his sentiments. So where did Elder Ollie go? Lin Fan inquired. Sirius pointed to the ground, saying, He has gone below. He mentioned that he intends to bring all his children out. Lin Fan nodded, pondering that it must be the mole people. Did he have anything else to say? Sirius shook his head and shrugged, indicating that we could leave if there was nothing else. A wave of frustration washed over me, accompanied by a bead of sweat. Lin Fan nodded, suggesting, Let us return to the warm home in Hogsmeade. Suddenly, figures appeared in the distant sky, riding broomsticks, their bodies cloaked in either dark or gray robes. Among them, some had the distinctive black skull insignia faintly visible on the backs of their hands gripping the broomsticks. One of the leaders glanced at the chimney where the dark-robed figure had been vanquished by Elder Ollie, then waved his hand dismissively, stating, Let us go. Jecky Sealer has already perished. With that, he tightened his grip on the broom and soared away, followed closely by the others. After this group departed, another contingent of broomstick riders arrived. They surveyed their surroundings, and one strikingly beautiful leader, with long crimson hair and almond-shaped green eyes, spoke up, Let us go. They have already left. If Lin Fan were present, he would have recognized this woman as Lily, a member of the Warm Home. At Hogwarts, in the potions classroom, Severus Snape cast a glance at the Gryffindors and Slytherins before coldly addressing, Miss Pollitt, might I inquire where Lin Fan has ventured on his escapades? He emphasized the word escapades with a slight bite. Nina Lu stood up, her gaze cast downward, hesitant to meet Snape's eyes. She shook her head, replying, I'm sorry, Professor. I do not know. At that moment, a sharp female voice from Slytherin piped up, Professor, I know. Miss Trinity, please enlighten us, Severus replied, turning his attention to her. The girl who had almost referred to Nina as a mudblood quickly corrected herself upon noticing Snape's icy demeanor, saying, That fellow was also absent this morning. Oh, Snape elongated the sound, falling silent thereafter. After a pause, he instructed, You may take your seats. Nina Lu and Nina breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Lin Fan was inevitably in trouble once again. Chapter 2. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix. In the world of Harry Potter, an unspoken rule emerged. One that forbids the utterance of a certain name, Voldemort. Many wizards do not even know his true name. Only a select few from the older generation, like Headmaster Dumbledore, are aware. Wizards dare not speak his name, referring to him instead as he who must not be named or the Dark Lord. The reason for this caution lies in a curse Voldemort placed upon his name. Whoever utters it will immediately draw his attention. And one must hope that the great Dark Lord does not arrive accompanied by his Death Eaters for a casual chat about ideals. However, when Lin Fan absorbed the information from Sirius Black, it was evident that Sirius did not adhere to the unwritten rule. He vehemently cursed, exclaiming, That damned fiend, Voldemort. That piece of filth. For this being, whose name could not be spoken, the hearts of righteous wizards brimmed with resentment and fury. In response to the inaction of the Ministry of Magic, an organization was born, the Order of the Phoenix. The order serves as a sanctuary for virtuous wizards. With pride, Sirius puffed out his chest, radiating an aura of righteousness, declaring, The founder of the order is none other than the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, who has a penchant for using others as pawns in his schemes. A single bead of crystalline sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead as he fixed a fierce glare upon Sirius, exclaiming in a loud voice, Headmaster Dumbledore is a good man. Unlike you, you resemble a nefarious uncle who delights in fostering such peculiar habits. Sirius scratched his head and sighed deeply. Alas, yet another child deceived by that old man. Lin Fan rose from the sofa and approached Sirius, hands on his hips. For heaven's sake, enough already. What I want you to discuss is that perverse Voldemort. Not to slander Professor Dumbledore in my presence. It must be noted that Lin Fan's physical age had diminished, yet his mental age had, only served to amplify his pride. All right, I understand. Sirius replied with an eye roll, then adopted a serious demeanor once more. Members of the order include myself, Lily, Snape, Moony, and many others you are unfamiliar with. What about Peter? Has he not joined? Lin Fan inquired. Sirius nodded. Indeed, He was deemed too cowardly, possessing a weak character and lacking in strength. Thus we did not permit his inclusion. Then what on earth happened to you? And how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Lin Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern. Well, Sirius scratched the back of his head and chuckled. You have no idea. I was besieged by a dozen adversaries of equal magical prowess, yet they were unable to overpower me. What? How could you be surrounded by so many yet remain unscathed? You must be jesting. Otherwise, how did you acquire such severe wounds? Lin Fan shouted vehemently. Sirius gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, his expression one of melancholic detachment. Pfft, how could those worthless fools ever inflict harm upon me? Lin Fan seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it directly at Sirius. Behave yourself, he exclaimed. Cough. Who is greater, you or I, you little rascal? Sirius silently retorted in his mind. Setting aside his pretentious demeanor, Sirius revealed, I arrived at a certain location and uncovered a secret. As for where it is and what the secret entails, I shan't divulge that to you. When I attempted to leave, I inadvertently triggered an alert and was confronted by a group of individuals who, much like the dark-robed figures we encountered in Hogsmeade, had utilized a clandestine method to augment their magical prowess. However, due to the nature of this enhancement, they struggled to wield advanced spells effectively and lacked mastery over their own capabilities. Consequently, after swiftly dispatching a few, I managed to break free. Sirius paused briefly before continuing. As I was making my escape, a few genuine dark-robed individuals emerged, distinct from those who had previously besieged me. They possessed true mastery. With a shrug, Sirius added, You will soon understand that I transformed into my animagus form and sought refuge in the Shrieking Shack. Lin Fan gazed intently at Sirius, asking, So, Lily, James, and Remus are also engaged in these perilous activities? Indeed, Sirius nodded in affirmation. Lin Fan clenched his fists, filled with frustration. How could I have been so oblivious for so long? I had assumed you all worked in a department akin to the Ministry of Magic. No wonder you occasionally returned with injuries. I must be a fool for not realizing. Lin Fan's face turned pale as a wave of self-reproach washed over him. Sirius approached Lin Fan, gently ruffling his hair before softly reassuring him. It's all right, we're fine. Oh, you're fine, are you? If I hadn't happened to be outside, how would I have seen you transformed into an animagus? And if I hadn't recently acquired the ability to discern the essence of things, I wouldn't have known it was you. Humph. Sirius fell silent, clearing his throat. The flames in the fireplace suddenly ignited into a vibrant green, roaring fiercely. After a brief moment, a man with glasses and disheveled black hair slicked back emerged. It was James Potter. Following closely was a stunning woman with long, chestnut hair. Exuding a fiery passion, Lily Evans. Lastly, there was Remus, a handsome man with light brown hair. As the trio emerged from the fireplace, they beheld the small boy seated on the sofa, his face taut with tension, and the whimsical man beside him, who shrugged in resignation. It was clear that certain truths had been uncovered. Lily ran her fingers through her hair, radiating sensual charm as she approached the boy. Bending down, she gently lifted his chin with her hand, her voice dripping with seduction as she asked, Lin Fan, you're aware now, so what shall we do next? Lin Fan was startled by Lily's actions, shuddering in disbelief. Goodness, how terrifying. Lily, in this state, is even more frightening than when she is angry. Lily, I surrender, Lin Fan declared, sinking into the sofa in a state of defeat. Humph, you still have a long way to go, little brat. He retorted, I want to help too. Lin Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at the others, then called out resolutely. No way. You are still too weak. The gentle and agreeable Remus mercilessly dismissed him. Where? You ask Sirius. I could protect him right now. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The three looked at Sirius with confusion. Sirius scratched his head, appearing quite awkward, and then nodded with a hint of embarrassment. Even so, that's not permissible. Lily raised her eyebrow. Lin Fan straightened his chest and fixed his gaze upon Lily in silence. Oh, feeling a bit daring, are we? Daring to glare at me? Lily raised her delicate hand and gave Lin Fan's ear a sharp tug. Yet, even in that moment, Lin Fan remained resolute, exuding an air of defiance. Humph. You may as well give up. He bore a countenance akin to that of a stubborn pig, unperturbed by the heat of the water. The four exchanged glances, contemplating the audacity of this young man. Are you truly intent on joining us? James fixed a penetrating stare on Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, and James exchanged glances. Indeed. I shall. Very well, welcome to the Phoenix Society. James, Lily, Remus, and Sirius gazed at James in astonishment. James shook his head and descended the stairs back to his chamber. Chapter 3. The Members of the Phoenix Society, a Collective Surge of Magic. The Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, the Great Master, you are divine. This was a place steeped in ominous energy, where the crowd surged and roared incessantly. Individuals clad in black and gray robes bore expressions of fervent reverence, their eyes ablaze with a passionate intensity as they gazed upon a figure on an ominous dais. Draped in a black robe, bald, with a face reminiscent of a serpent and a nose as flat as that of a snake. His eyes, wide and uncanny, resembled bottomless abysses, emanating a repugnant aura of darkness. With arms outstretched, his robe billowed as if caught by an invisible wind. He gently pressed his hands downward, and the frenzied crowd below fell into a hushed silence, their gaze fixed intently upon their great lord, eager to absorb his profound teachings. Pure blood. The hoarse voice emanated from his lips. The throng responded with a thunderous roar. Pure blood. Pure blood. Long life pure blood. The Dark Lord waved his hand once more, and the Death Eaters below immediately quieted. Muggles, mudbloods, he sneered, a cruel smile gracing his face. Destruction. 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 The roar resonated like a tidal wave, thunderous and overwhelming. Little ghost, you summoned us. Claiming there was something to be done, Sirius remarked, a teasing expression on his face. One elbow hooked around Lin Fan's neck, while the other hand playfully tousled Lin Fan's hair. Lin Fan glared, the green light in his eyes swirling. I have told you not to constantly mess with my hair. Damn it, Merlin will curse you. Sirius hooked his arm around Lin Fan's neck, and then rubbed his own ear. Did you really say that? Lily intertwined her hand with James's, while Remus rubbed his nose. Hagrid loomed in the corner with his massive frame. Among them stood a man with long, deep gray hair resembling a mane. His skin marred by scars on his face and hands. One of his eyes was small and jet black, gleaming brightly, while the other was a vivid blue that darted around, observing everyone in the hall. The others referred to him as Mad-Eye Moody, a title earned through numerous battles against Death Eaters. Despite his many wounds, he retained the strength of a leopard, always on the verge of eruption. Frank and Alice Longbottom, renowned in the magical community much like the Potters, were both Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix. They too had narrowly escaped the clutches of that formidable individual on 2 occasions. In the eyes of many wizards, this was a mark of honor, for that individual was exceedingly powerful. Severus stood there, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where Lily held James's hand. Among the gathered were Marlene McKinnon, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, Dorcas Meadows, Edgar Bones, and Emmeline Vance. The Weasley couple, Arthur and Molly, had 4 or 5 children. Their eldest son Bill was 8, Charlie was 9, Percy was 3, and the twins Fred and George were mere months old. Their family's antics were the talk of the magical community. Nymphadora Tonks, a striking woman, gave Lin Fan the impression that there was something more between her and Remus. Mundungus Fletcher, a scruffy, stout wizard with short, crooked legs, sported a mane of long, unruly ginger hair and swollen, bloodshot eyes. He exuded a pungent mix of smoke and alcohol, easily mistaken for a pile of rags. Lin Fan held a slight disdain for him. It was said that if he weren't a thief, he might have been an artist, though he was rather unreliable. Having spent years mingling in the underbelly of the magical world, he was familiar with many con artists and petty thieves, and could hear information that ordinary people could not. For this reason, Dumbledore had included him in the Order of the Phoenix, yet his self-serving nature often brought trouble to their ranks. At that moment, a surge of magical energy swept through the hall of the Order, and with a flourish, the founder of the Order made his entrance, Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. Ahem, Lin Fan, our beloved little auxiliary member of the Order, what brings all of us together? Dumbledore's aged yet kindly voice resonated through the room. Lin Fan respectfully bowed to all the members of the Phoenix Society present, then nodded and said, Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, I summoned everyone here to discuss something important. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Sirius playfully tapped Lin Fan's forehead and exclaimed, Little brat, why are you prolonging your words? Speak up quickly, humph. Lin Fan rubbed his forehead and pursed his lips. It is true, I have recently acquired a new ability that allows me to enhance one's magical power. But it is only effective upon the first hearing. Enhance magical power. The crowd of phoenixes below began to murmur among themselves. Is that correct? Gideon and the Fabian brothers inquired, filled with doubt. Are you not mistaken? Marin and others echoed, clearly showing their lack of trust in Lin Fan's words. As he was still but a child, Lin Fan disregarded everyone else and fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. I assure you, Headmaster, this is the truth. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and nodded. Go ahead, give it a try. Indeed. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a profound and tranquil aura emanated from his body, accompanied by mysterious, barely visible pale golden runes that encircled him. An enigmatic melody seemed to arise from Lin Fan himself, or perhaps from an unknown source. Softly whispering in the breeze, gentle and comforting, gradually soothing the burdens of the soul. The sound of light rain appeared inexplicably, its rhythmic patter evoking a symphony of life, cleansing the wounds of the spirit. The thunderous roars echoed like a warning to the heart, providing guidance for onward movement. The cacophony of the mortal realm spoke of life's bittersweet experiences. The earth trembled, singing of countless mountains and rivers, while the clouds beyond played a hauntingly beautiful melody, lulling one into a peaceful slumber. The dirge of the soul awakened fading memories, and the flowing waters of time washed away joy, anger, sorrow, and the myriad emotions of existence. This was Lin Fan's performance of 8 pieces during his time with the Marmot clan: the warm sun wind tune, the life rain sound, the warning thunder, the voices of mortals, the music of the earth, the cloud flute from beyond, the soul's lament, and the flow of time. Then, another distinct melody emerged. A heavenly symphony. The enchanting song, originating from an unknown source, resonated with delightful birdsong, reminiscent of 100 birds singing in harmony, tranquil and soothing. It calmed the mind. Passionate and fierce, it echoed the brutality of battle. The dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry intertwined in a harmonious refrain, sharp and chilling. It evoked the essence of blood and death. The thunderous applause of the skies stirred the blood with fervor. Deep and gentle, it invited slumber. The surroundings transformed into a sea of music, captivating all present, who closed their eyes as if in a deep sleep. This was a song for the soul. Outside, passers-by paused unknowingly, entranced by the celestial melodies emanating from within, as if they did not belong to this world. After a long while, the song ceased, leaving only faint echoes. With a deep sigh, the crowd slowly opened their eyes, gazing intently at Lin Fan, their eyes gleaming like wolves spotting a delectable feast. "Look at your magic," Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. "My magical power has broken through." Marin's voice rang out in astonishment. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 8th tier for 3 years, believing further progress was unattainable in this lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, after listening to Lin Fan's performance, he had achieved a breakthrough. "Me too," came the chorus of exclamations. At that moment, the wicked hand of Sirius reached out again, playfully tugging at Lin Fan's neck and tousling his hair. "Hey, little imp, sing another song for me. Grant me even more magical power." Lin Fan brushed aside his wolf-like claws that were taking advantage, and said exasperatedly, "I have already mentioned that it is only effective the first time one listens to it, honestly. What song is this?" "The Celestial Melody." After experiencing this enchanting tune that has the power to enhance one's magical prowess, those who once underestimated Lin Fan finally acknowledged his abilities, and their doubts regarding his membership in the Phoenix Society dissipated. Chapter 4. The Alluring Red Moon. The sound of human death today. Once again, the crimson moon hung high in the sky, its hue, like flowing blood, intertwined with the clouds, evoking a sense of dread and an unsettling chill that arose from the depths of one's heart. Lin Fan stood on the windowsill of his cozy home, gazing up at the crimson-tinged sky, letting out a faint sigh. This marked the 3rd day of turmoil. 3 days prior, the Death Eaters had inexplicably invaded the Muggle world, wreaking havoc and mercilessly attacking both Muggles and wizards alike, their chants echoing, "Long live the Dark Lord. Cursed mudbloods. Pure blood." Time shifted back to 3 days ago. IBC Cullen was an ordinary witch, her father a Muggle and her mother a member of an esteemed pureblood family. On that day, IBC was enjoying a delightful lunch with her parents at home, sharing amusing anecdotes. That fellow Ginny had another quarrel with that widow, Lyros. It was quite a commotion. "Even while I was watching television, I could hear them clearly," remarked her father, Jack Cullen. Helen chuckled and playfully tapped her husband's head, saying, "You seem rather preoccupied with their affairs." She rested her chin on her hand, noting how Ginny seemed to relish arguing with Lyros. They had been at it for over 3 years. "I suspect Ginny has feelings for Lyros." Jack nodded in agreement. "Indeed. That lad has long admired her, but lacks the courage to confess." "Honestly, Mom and Dad, you always discuss others' business," IBC pouted in complaint. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. Knock, knock, knock. Jack rose from the table, pointing toward the door with a smile. "See? I bet that's Ginny. He never knocks lightly." IBC and her mother exchanged amused glances. Jack called out loudly, "Come in, Ginny. Must you knock so violently?" As he opened the door, his head peeking out, he began to speak, but his voice abruptly halted. Helen smiled at her daughter. "Look, your father is whispering again." IBC rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Mom. Ginny, what are you doing? Hurry in." However, Jack remained silent. Helen stood up and approached him, unknowingly clutching her wand. "Jack, what are you whispering about?" She gently tapped his shoulder, just then catching sight of several figures in dark and gray robes outside the door. Lowering her head, she noticed a pool of blood on the floor, crimson stains trailing from Jack's body. Helen's heart raced. She urgently gestured for her daughter to hide. Though confused, IBC complied. Once she saw her daughter safely concealed, Helen exhaled in relief, gripping her wand tightly, feeling its warmth. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged the tragic truth. Her husband was dead. Though turmoil surged within her, she feigned ignorance, lightly patting Jack's shoulder. "Jack, what are you doing? Come inside." Seizing the moment while the dark-robed figures were distracted, she swiftly pulled her husband's lifeless body inside, casting spells to restrain him. A rope sprang forth from her wand, flying toward the intruders. "Disarm." She uttered another incantation. The Death Eaters, caught off guard by Helen's sudden actions, were ensnared by the rope, their wands flying from their grasp. Yet, Helen felt no joy. She quickly shut the door and cast several protective spells upon it. She then laid Jack's body gently on the sofa, tears streaming down her face as she mourned, before hastily wiping them away, aware that time was short. "Hurry, IBC, my daughter," she pleaded, embracing her with silent sobs before urging, "You must return to Hogwarts. There, you will be safe." "Mom, Dad." IBC trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Helen, filled with love and determination, stroked her daughter's head. "You must live on, my child." "Mom." IBC wept uncontrollably. Just then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the door as the intruders began their assault. Helen removed a gemstone necklace from around her neck, placing it in IBC's hand. "Live for your father and me." "Yes. Quickly, leave," Helen commanded, turning back to face the door with her wand at the ready. Bang! The door's defenses finally shattered. Curse mudblood. A Death Eater hissed, their piercing voice filling the air with malice. Crucio. Shatter. Appunio. Bright beams erupted from the wands of the dark-cloaked figures, hurtling toward Helen. She infused her wand with magic, exhaling, Protego. A radiant shield enveloped her. As the attacks approached, some spells ricocheted back, but others, more powerful, breached her defenses, merely diminishing their force. With a pained gasp, blood erupted from her wounds, her face paling as she cast a longing glance toward where Ibisi had fled. A smile crept onto her lips. She knew her daughter had escaped. You were Death Eaters, she gasped, panting heavily. The sinister laughter of the dark figures confirmed her suspicions. Helen took a step back, retreating to the sofa where her husband lay. Jack, I come to join you. With a heavy heart. She channeled her final remnants of magic into her wand, whispering, Incendio. Grasping her husband's hand, she smiled gently, resolute to prevent the Death Eaters from triumphing. Fire erupted, engulfing the room in flames as the Death Eaters, caught off guard, rushed toward the door, now encircled by the inferno. Curse that insane woman, they yelled as they scrambled to escape. Yet, the flames only grew fiercer. Wind, quench the flames, one shouted, casting a spell, which only intensified the blaze. Water, come forth. Another Death Eater cried, but the flames consumed the moisture in the air, summoning only a mere basin of water, insufficient against the raging fire. The inferno closed in upon them. It burns. One cried as his robe caught fire, flames consuming him. The singed Death Eater glared at the laughing Helen. Cursed woman, you shall perish. Fragmented. The beam of fragmentation blinked into the presence of Helen. I shall await your arrival below. Merlin shall guide you, she declared, and in an instant, Helen's form exploded, disintegrating into pieces. Damn it. A conflagration surged forth in an instant. Chapter 5, The Alluring Red Moon, the sound of death. The flames roared. Radiant fire erupted from the wands. As each Death Eater clad in gray and black robes contorted in expression, trembling not from fear, but from exhilaration, as the bloodthirsty and cruel instincts within them were ignited, the wands danced, armor shielding. A white wizard clutched his wand firmly in his right hand, his expression solemn. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow as he shielded his wife and child behind him. Disarm. A beam emitted from his wand, striking one of the Death Eaters, sending that wizard's wand spiraling uncontrollably away. Quickly, bind them, fragment them, bewilder them, petrify them all. The incantations poured forth from the lips of the Death Eaters. The white wizard's face drained of color, aware that his family was about to meet their end here. Lucy, Hank, are you afraid? The white wizard glanced at his wife and son, gently inquiring. My dear, I am not afraid. Although trembling and weak, their eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. The white wizard smiled, casting a loving gaze upon his family, when suddenly, they collapsed. In the blink of an eye, his wife and son lay lifeless on the ground. The white wizard glared at the Death Eaters before him. I shall not allow you to claim our bodies. With a whisper, he uttered a spell, shatter into dust. Boom. In the astonished gaze of the Death Eaters, the white wizard's family was reduced to mere ashes. Humph, that scoundrel. The Death Eaters cursed as they departed, commencing their search for the next target. 2 days prior. James, I want to go out too, Lin Fan asserted, looking resolutely at James. At that moment, Sirius swung his fist and delivered a playful jab to Lin Fan's head. You little rascal, you haven't even mastered your spells yet, and you wish to venture out? Are you courting death? Lin Fan did not spare a glance for Sirius, the old man. Go play in the mud, James, he exclaimed, continuously altering the titles he used to address James. Absolutely not. James responded with unwavering firmness. Little brat, do you wish to go out? Lily descended from upstairs, stretching her limbs, her perfect curves on full display. She appeared languid, as if she had just awakened from slumber. Upon hearing Lily's gentle tone, Lin Fan could not help but shudder, his body stiffening as he nodded in agreement. Yes, I want to help too. However, Lily's heavy breath immediately intensified the pressure on Lin Fan, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Rames chuckled from the side. What's the matter with you? Lin Fan, you're sweating profusely. Humph. Rames, you are truly unkind and cunning, well aware that Lily's queenly verbal onslaught is quite fearsome. Do you want to go out? And no, I won't go out. Let's see. This child has been so thoroughly subdued. Lily hasn't even laid a finger on him, merely speaking to him in her sweet yet eerie tone, and he has become so frightened. Lily approached James, leaning against him as if devoid of bones, completely disregarding her image. Very well, from now on, do not mention wanting to go out and help, James stated resolutely. Oh, Lin Fan murmured, lowering his head, his eyes darting about. Lily's sultry voice wafted through the air. Chilling to the bone, it sent shivers down his spine. Lily stood tall, awaiting the reprimand of Lin Fan. Don't even think about escaping, she exclaimed, firmly gripping Lin Fan's ear and shouting at him. Although Lin Fan cried out in pain, a sense of warmth blossomed within him. This was indeed the Lily he knew. Well, it seems this child is entirely a masochist. All right, let us prepare to venture out, Lily said, linking her arm with James. Sirius, Remus, and James all nodded in agreement. With the flow powder cast into the fireplace, emerald flames erupted. James was the first to step through, followed closely by Sirius and Remus, and then Lily. The final image before Lin Fan's collapse was of Lily speaking gently, expressing her concern, urging him to rest at home. Only for him to faint. What is the current situation? James inquired of Marlon McKinnon. Marlon, looking at James with a worried expression, replied, the situation is rather grim. Can we defeat that person? James, exuding a formidable aura, asserted, we can certainly eradicate Voldemort. Upon hearing James utter the Dark Lord's name, Marlon involuntarily shuddered, his body trembling. James Potter, one of the few wizards in the magical realm daring enough to call that name aloud, basked in a sense of honor. Marlon, observing James's spirited confidence, felt his own fear of that person diminish slightly. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, and Gideon and Fabian Pruitt appeared, their faces etched with anxiety. It's bad. The Muggle world is in chaos. 123 wizards from Muggle families have perished, 49 have escaped, and 379 have been captured by Death Eaters. James's expression darkened, but he quickly recovered. He waved his hand, instructing some to escort the injured to St. Mungo's for treatment while others prepared for battle. Yes, let us go at once. The Pruitt brothers exclaimed before hastily turning to summon help. Please no. I am willing to submit to the Dark Lord's embrace. Spare me. I beg you. Do not kill me, cried a disheveled, pallid wizard with rat-like features, trembling under the onslaught of Death Eaters. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared in the sky, bald with a serpentine visage and a flat, snake-like nose, his eyes glimmering with an abyssal eeriness, emanating a repugnant aura of darkness. This was none other than the formidable Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort. Master, the Dark Lord, long live the purebloods. The Death Eaters, witnessing their sovereign's arrival, erupted into fervent cheers. Voldemort gestured for silence, and the crowd fell quiet. You wish to pledge your loyalty to me? Voldemort asked, an amused expression on his face. Recognizing the trembling wizard, he waved a hand at the Death Eaters. In an instant, a disapparition whisked away the cowardly white wizard. You know what to do next, Voldemort instructed. Yes. The white wizard quivered in response. Chapter 9, The Blood Moon Beckons, The Sound of Death and Transfiguration Class. Professor McGonagall surveyed her young lions with a stern countenance. Who can tell me where Mr. Linfan is gone? How has he disappeared again? Is this not the umpteenth time? She remarked, James, it seems that Sirius and his rowdy companions have forgotten to excuse Linfan. As for Linfan himself, it appears he has not considered asking for leave. Nina, feeling the chill emanating from Professor McGonagall, shivered slightly. Professor, it seems Linfan has returned home. To his warm abode. Yes, indeed. McGonagall thought with concern, does that boy not realize how perilous it is outside? He could be killed by a rogue Death Eater at any moment. Despite her grave demeanor, her worries lingered beneath the surface. All right, Miss Bull, take your seat, she commanded, sweeping her gaze across the classroom. Clearly, Mr. Linfan does not recall the lessons from his previous misadventure. Upon hearing this, the majority of the young lions revealed their charming smiles, letting out low growls of schadenfreude. Only a handful, including Nina and 3 of Linfan's dormitory companions, expressed concern and lament for his impending plight. Oh, and one more. Oh, my poor little boy, lamented Professor McGonagall, too cruel in her expectations. While the classroom's lions exchanged exasperated glances, in a remote area, a large gathering of individuals clad in black or gray robes fervently observed a man with a serpentine face and a flat, snake-like nose, standing by an enormous cauldron capable of holding more than 10 people. This was their great master, the powerful Dark Lord. The Dark Lord waved his wand, gesturing to the nearby Death Eaters. Soon, a multitude of Muggle corpses and those of white wizards were brought forth, their faces expressionless as they ruthlessly cast the bodies into the cauldron. The flesh of mortals, the shattered magic, the souls of enemies, Voldemort paused. Casting a disdainful glance at his fervent followers, let your humble powers be offered to me. Repay my resentment towards you, wretched ones. Contribute your final worth to my servants, allowing them to inherit your strength, abilities, and memories, ensuring your eternal existence, buried in the sands of hatred throughout history. Magic transfer, magic ascension. Streams of pale yellow and light blue magical energy wafted from the cauldron, swirling around as the Dark Lord's wand danced. Observing the fervent devotion in his servant's eyes filled him with satisfaction. With a flick of his wand, he called forth, Lucius, my servant, accept my power. A man with platinum hair, cold gray eyes, and a pale, sharp face stepped forward, bowing reverently before the Dark Lord. My lord. He knelt, raising his head proudly to meet Voldemort's gaze. The crowd murmured, how fortunate Malfoy is to be remembered by the Dark Lord. Why does the Dark Lord favor this arrogant fellow? They whispered, Malfoy is insufferable. The Dark Lord's wand twirled, and the magical energy encircling its tip rapidly shot towards Malfoy. The moment the energy entered Lucius's body, he stiffened. As the energy fully integrated, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, dark red blood gushing forth. He longed to scream, yet his pride forbade it. He bit his lip in silence. Gradually, he began to feel enveloped in a warm, soothing sensation, akin to basking in a comforting spring. The delightful feeling tempted him to moan aloud, a taste of overwhelming power. Slowly rising to his feet, he bowed once more. My lord, I beg your pardon. Voldemort waved dismissively. Lucius, you may withdraw. Had Lin Fan been present, he would have discerned that Lucius's original magic level was high level tier 7, now transformed into mid tier 9. Bellatrix, a beautiful woman, adorned with smooth, jet black hair and captivating eyes, stepped forward. Your Majesty. Bellatrix Lestrange? She hails from the Black family, a Death Eater remarked to his companion, little Barty. Antonin. After the Dark Lord gestured for the Death Eaters to disperse, he addressed a tree, beckoning, come forth, little mouse. Did you witness it? Follow me. And you shall gain power. Experience the sensation of wielding strength. With a flick of his wand, a heart-wrenching agony ensued, sweat pouring forth, saturating his robes. Moments later, a diminutive, grotesque figure rose, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Majesty. I am truly at your service. Very well, go forth. I shall instruct you. A white wizard rushed to James's side, panting lightly. There is a surge of magic emanating from the woods on the eastern outskirts of the city. Sirius furrowed his brow. It seems that individual has commenced that nefarious ritual. James nodded, gesturing to the members of the Order of the Phoenix surrounding him. Let us depart. With that, he clutched his broomstick and soared towards the east of the city, the Order following closely behind. Upon reaching the eastern suburbs, they beheld the cauldron still emitting smoke, a chill seeping from the ground up to the crown of their heads. James advanced to the cauldron's edge, observing a surface of blood floating atop the liquid, with faint glimpses of flesh and bones at the bottom. Clenching his fists tightly, he grimaced at the sight. Damn it! A cold fury glinted in his eyes. I shall not spare you. Turning, he noticed several bloodstains on the ground, clearly left by the Death Eaters in their surge of magic. Let us go. James gritted his teeth. Sirius approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Gazing skyward, they beheld a blood moon, its hue an ominous, vivid red, reminiscent of blood poised to spill. The blood moon loomed above, a haunting reminder of the ephemeral nature of life. Chapter 7, Nocturne Alley Fainting? Where on earth am I? The situation unfolded thus. Lin Fan's Gryffindor spirit, imbued with the valor of a fearless lion, was activated, prompting him to disregard Lily's warning. He seized the flue powder from the fireplace, and as he shouted Diagon Alley, an unexpected sneeze escaped him, and who knows what incantation he inadvertently uttered. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. This alley appeared to be somewhat akin to Diagonal Alley, yet it was a stark contrast in every conceivable way. Unlike the expansive, bright, and immaculate Diagonal Alley, this place was exceedingly narrow, winding, and filthy. Sunlight seemed unable to penetrate this dismal realm, with shadowy corners lurking at every turn. At that moment, two ragged wizards emerged from a darkened doorway, their furtive glances assessing Lin Fan with an unsettling intensity. To an onlooker, it might seem as though these two peculiar figures were intent on abducting a young boy. Lin Fan observed the two peculiar individuals, his brow instinctively furrowing. Their eager gazes were, to put it mildly, quite repulsive. Hey, what are you two up to? Lin Fan said coldly. However, his words lacked any semblance of menace. Coupled with his appearance, which could only be described as the playful visage of a mischievous child, he evoked a desire to ruffle his hair. The two strange sorcerers grinned, their expressions wide as they remarked, Little one, your robe appears quite fine. It seems you are a wealthy fellow. Hand over all your valuables. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at the two individuals, having keenly scrutinized them with his perceptive gaze while they conversed. He discerned that they posed no substantial threat to him. Filthy bystander A, race, human wizard, muggle wizard, level, grade 5, beginner, skills, universal petrification. Iron armor spell, flight, blazing flames, illusionary confusion. Special ability, magic transfer, relationship, hostile, description, dispose of this trash. You can easily eliminate him. Caution, beware of their special abilities. Filthy bystander B, race, human wizard, muggle wizard, level, grade 2, beginner, skills, crystal clear water, Alhambra, swift revival, disarmament. Glowing flicker, rapid confinement. Special ability, magic absorption, relationship, hostile, description. You rubbish, can't you even handle a mere waste? Caution, beware of their special abilities. Upon reviewing the profiles of these two, Lin Fan could only mutter in disdain, perverse. They were indeed extraordinary. One appeared to have devoted all his time to enhancing his magical prowess, while the other specialized in incantations. However, what were these special abilities? Magic transfer? Magic absorption? It seemed even the trash had its complexities. In this day and age, even the bystanders were reluctant to meet their demise without a fight, hence their special abilities. Lin Fan outwardly maintained his composure, yet internally, he was rife with sarcasm. Special ability. Among close relations such as family and friends, there exists a certain probability of manifestation, particularly prevalent among twins. Upon noticing this system prompt, Lin Fan took a more serious look at the two, realizing they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Kid, what is that look in your eyes? Do you look down upon us? Bystander A barked. Lin Fan shook his head, trembling as he stammered. I did not. Brother, look, he is so frightened by you. Bystander B pointed at Lin Fan, then turned to Bystander A with a smile. Indeed, this is ridiculous. Now is the time. As Lin Fan seized the opportunity while the two lowered their guard, he swiftly waved his wand to cast a spell. However, It was evident that he had underestimated them. They promptly leaped aside, exclaiming, "Fools, we were already prepared for you. As denizens of the upside-down alley. If we could be so easily deceived, we would have been eliminated long ago." Lin Fan pondered. This is upside-down alley, which means Diagonal Alley is just next door. One of the bystanders, standing in a corner, turned to the other and said, "Brother." The second bystander nodded and positioned himself in front of Lin Fan, stating, "All right, brother." The first bystander waved his wand and gently gestured towards his companion, declaring, "Magic transfer." At that moment, the second bystander shouted, "Magic absorption." A torrent of magical energy surged from the first bystander and swiftly entered the second's body, causing his skin to flush a shade of crimson. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead as he realized his grave mistake. "You little brat, watch closely. Incarcerus." The second bystander pointed his wand directly at Lin Fan. And in an instant, a beam of light was poised to strike. Lin Fan hastily leaped to the side, inwardly cursing the system. My goodness. Can this truly be deemed worthless? Levitation spell. Acceleration spell. Lin Fan swiftly cast 2 spells at Passerby B. Passerby B nimbly evaded, as Lumos Maxima flickered, an intensified version. In the blink of an eye, a radiant light, akin to that of the sun, illuminated every corner of the vicinity. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly shouted, "Ah!" His eyes felt as though they were being scorched, burning with pain. "Damn you all, let me showcase my yet untested abilities from the Celestial Symphony." Natural voice. The Celestial Symphony, 9th movement. This enchanting melody can bewilder and instill fear. A mysterious song emanated from Lin Fan's being, intoxicating in its allure. Inevitably, Passerby A and Passerby B stood entranced, frozen in their actions. Especially Passerby A, whose face contorted in terror, evidently overwhelmed by the sheer dread of the scene. It seemed that he had transferred all his magical energy to Passerby B, thus rendering his own resistance negligible. In contrast, Passerby B merely closed his eyes, displaying no trace of pain or fear. At that moment, Lin Fan deftly waved his wand and cast the levitation charm. He then directed a cleansing spell towards them. The two shuddered slightly before gradually opening their eyes. They remained silent, having encountered an unyielding barrier today. By the way, do you know how to get out of Upside Down Alley? Don't try to deceive me. They nodded helplessly and led Lin Fan to the alley's exit, gesturing, right here. At this juncture, Lin Fan took a step forward but then hesitated, rotating his gaze. Since I'm here, let us explore. With that thought, Lin Fan sprang into action. All right, first show me around Upside Down Alley. Upside Down Alley, in truth, held little worth exploring. It was a chaotic mix of individuals, predominantly dark wizards, whom you esteemed wizards scorned. Passerby A and B spoke candidly. No matter, Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Well, if you truly wish to go, then the only place is Borgen's. His shop is the largest in Upside Down Alley and brimming with dark magical artifacts. Mr. Borgen sells and also collects various peculiar and nefarious items. Very well. Let us proceed there. Passerby A and B obediently led the way, and soon they arrived at the entrance of Borgen and Burke's. Chapter 8. Borgen and Burke's waving farewell to Passerby A and B, Lin Fan declared, "You may leave now." The two brothers bowed slightly and vanished from Lin Fan's side in an instant. Stepping into Borgen and Burke's, Lin Fan found the interior spacious yet dimly lit, dust motes swirling in the air. All around, glass displays showcased an array of grotesque and spine-chilling dark magical artifacts. Lin Fan gazed at the myriad of dark magical artifacts displayed upon the counters, instinctively employing his inner eye to perceive their essence. Among them was a fuzzy object resembling a diminutive sphere, its information flashing instantaneously in Lin Fan's mind. Parasite Puffball, a grade D item. This dark magical object is concocted from countless parasites, caterpillars, and fluffballs. When cast upon an individual one abhors, this sphere diminishes in size, embedding itself within the person's body, gradually releasing toxins while siphoning the host's nutrients. Curved Arm, a grade F item, purely a mischievous contrivance, intended to frighten the unsuspecting muggles. Encased within a glass box was a desiccated human hand, resting upon a cushion. Hand of Glory, a grade C item, when a candle is placed upon this hand. Its flickering light serves solely to illuminate the bearer. This serves as an invaluable tool for thieves and robbers alike. A deck of tarot cards, stained crimson with blood. Bloodied tarot cards, a grade C item, reputedly used for divination, yet having succumbed to a curse of blood, they have lost their prophetic abilities, making them a favored choice for malevolent sorcerers seeking to cast curses. On the wall hung a grotesque mask, its visage contorted in terror. Sinister Mask, a grade D item. It can be employed for concealment and disguise. Traversing the shop, Lin Fan rang a bell atop one of the counters, and without warning, a man bent over appeared before him, presumably the proprietor, Mr. Beaujean. This fellow possessed hair as slick and repulsive as Severus Snape's, and his manner of speaking was equally oily. "How may I assist you today, sir?" he inquired, all the while meticulously arranging his greasy locks that hung over his face. Lin Fan nodded. "Is there nothing of value here aside from what is over there?" He gestured with his chin. Mr. Beaujean shook his head. No. What is it that you desire?" "I possess a plethora of fine goods. Boken Boke race, human class, Pure blood wizard level? Skills? Relationship. Indifferent note. Be cautious with your life. Do not leave him here. Warning. Danger. He seems to harbor a secret. What? It appears that Mr. Boken's information is beyond scrutiny. Is it due to his elevated rank, or does he possess some equipment that conceals his attributes? Moreover, when he emerged moments ago, there was not a whisper, leaving one to wonder from where he materialized, devoid of any magical aura. As Lin Fan employed his insight upon Mr. Boken, the latter's eyes flickered imperceptibly before returning to an expression of calm indifference. Lin Fan took a moment to steady his emotions. It was only reasonable. If Mr. Boken lacked strength or support, how could he possibly establish himself in this alleyway? Moreover, he had even opened a shop specializing in the sale of dark magical artifacts. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Fan turned to Mr. Boken and inquired, "Could you introduce some quality goods? Perhaps in the fields of alchemy, potion making, or enchanting? I assume your collection extends beyond mere dark magic items. Surely, there are numerous treasures of a more benign nature." Mr. Boken blinked, his voice smooth as silk. He replied, "My dear boy, you appear quite youthful. Pray tell, how do you intend to make a purchase? I doubt you possess any coins for trade, do you? Perhaps a few silver sickles? Or perhaps a bronze nada?" He paused for a moment. "I assure you, I did not just bring you here to discard you like refuse. There are no signs upon you of the non-detection charm or any other stretching enchantments." He observed Lin Fan, who seemed ready to speak, but then shook his head. "I have a keen intuition honed over many years in business, and I sense that you are not as simple as you appear. So what do you have to say?" Lin Fan scratched his head, beads of sweat trickling down his back. "Well, sir, you're indeed correct. I possess no coins. However, we can negotiate an exchange." "An exchange?" Mr. Boken inquired, puzzled. "Yes, I can trade you a potion I have concocted." "A potion? Child, you must be jesting. You dare speak of potions?" Lin Fan's tone was somewhat urgent. Indeed, it was a potion, yet it differed significantly from those currently in circulation. "I assure you." But why was Lin Fan in such a rush? Just moments ago, he had experienced a sudden jolt of intuition, sensing that something immensely beneficial was nearby. This object felt extraordinarily important. If he were to leave now, it might be ages before he encountered it again. "All right. Why don't you take it out for me to see?" "Oh no, you should retrieve it, and then show me." Mr. Boken's tone was rather distasteful. "No need," Lin Fan replied. With a mere thought, he conjured his wand and feigned a flick as if casting a spell. In the blink of an eye, several vials appeared on the counter. "What is this?" Mr. Boken's eyes widened in suspicion. "What spell is this? There is not a trace of magical fluctuation." He refrained from inquiring further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Although he was curious, he could not fathom that Lin Fan possessed a spatial storage in his mind. Noticing Mr. Boken's bewilderment, Lin Fan chose not to elaborate. Instead, he proceeded to present the potions he had concocted. "This is a restorative potion, useful for severe injuries. This one is a replenishing potion, ideal for restoring depleted magical energy. This is an antidote, effective against most forms of poisoning. And this is a growth elixir, which can enhance your height for a limited duration of 1 day. It also has the potential to awaken your latent abilities for accelerated development. For a permanent effect, you'll have to wait until later." Mr. Boken appeared momentarily dazed. Such potions do not exist in the market. Many of them are beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled potion masters. Where did you acquire these? Could it be that this boy truly concocted them himself? "Very well, young man, you have prevailed. I accept your terms. What do you wish for? I shall procure it for you in exchange." Upon hearing Mr. Boken's words, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. What splendid news it was. After Mr. Boken finished speaking, he turned around and beckoned Lin Fan to follow him. Chapter 9. The Vanishing Cabinet. The final profession. As Lin Fan trailed behind Mr. Boken, he casually surveyed his surroundings, yet came to a halt upon glimpsing a particular object. "What is it?" Mr. Boken noticed that Lin Fan had fallen behind and inquired. Lin Fan pointed at the object before him, a large cabinet of obsidian hue. While its mere presence might have seemed unremarkable, it exuded a profound aura of historical mystique, with intricate patterns adorning its surface, bestowing upon it a unique charm. "This?" Mr. Boken's slick voice emerged. "The Vanishing Cabinet. If you possess the means to purchase it, it will cost you 2,000 gold gallons. The Vanishing Cabinet, a B-grade item, which, when paired appropriately, can ascend to an A-grade status, enabling passage from one vanishing cabinet to another." Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pondering the worth of the item before him. Deeming it hardly justifiable at the price asked. What do you mean by that?" Mr. Boken replied with a calm defense. "I am quite renowned in this area. How could I possibly deceive you? Is that so? Then why have you misled me? Do you believe I lack the discernment to recognize quality? Or?" Lin Fan paused, contemplating the peculiar cabinet. "I perceive that there is another one of these. This item surely requires a pair to function, does it not?" A bead of sweat trickled down Mr. Boken's forehead. "It seems you have no intention to negotiate fairly, mistaking me for a mere child," Lin Fan retorted sharply. Though inwardly he felt a cold sweat. He was gambling, wagering that Mr. Boken would not dare to act against him. At that moment, when Lin Fan mentioned the potion, Mr. Boken's eyes lit up with interest. Furthermore, upon hearing that Lin Fan could concoct other potions given some time. There appeared a sense of urgency and hope in his demeanor. You simply need to acquire the other one, he urged. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Is that so? Then why have you not found another one? It seems that this disappearing cabinet has been here for quite some time. Very well, Mr. Woojin sighed in resignation. Shall we strike a deal? Would you like to exchange this for some potions? No, to be precise, I wish to rent it. Lin Fan glanced at Mr. Woojin, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Rent? Indeed, I would like to rent it. The disappearing cabinet shall remain in your possession. But you must not sell it or employ any other tricks. Lin Fan hesitated momentarily. I still have my reservations. Would you be willing to swear an oath to me on Merlin? Oh no, I believe the ruffians in Upside-Down Alley harbor no feelings towards that woman, Merlin. So what sort of oath do you propose? Do you truly possess the mentality of a child? Mr. Woojin inquired weakly. Of course, what do you think? Very well, lad. You have one. Upon hearing Mr. Woojin's words, Lin Fan exhaled in relief. If he had been compelled to do anything, he would have had no choice but to resort to his final opportunity, the damage immune ability. Subsequently, Lin Fan engaged in a rental transaction with Mr. Woojin, producing several vials of restorative agents, recovery potions, sweet dream elixirs, nightmare concoctions, diminutive potions, detoxifying tablets, and more. Since these were all items specified by Mr. Woojin, Lin Fan was unaware of the exact requirements of the latter. After the transaction, Mr. Woojin uttered an oath that Lin Fan could not comprehend, and upon its completion, Lin Fan sensed something new within him, as if a certain constraint towards Mr. Woojin had been established. One might wonder why Lin Fan was so insistent on renting this vanishing cabinet from Mr. Woojin. The truth is, during his previous time at Hogwarts, before he had awakened his third eye, he had wandered into an empty classroom while lost. There, he encountered a cabinet of golden hue, despite the difference in color. The intricate patterns on it were identical to those adorning the vanishing cabinet before him. Thus, Lin Fan was certain that it was indeed a vanishing cabinet. After concluding the transaction, Lin Fan followed Mr. Woojin into the inner chamber. As they ventured deeper, Lin Fan's intuition grew increasingly potent, suggesting that the object he sought was undoubtedly within. Mr. Woojin turned to observe Lin Fan, whose eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, and found it somewhat perplexing. Did he possess knowledge of what lay within? Shaking his head, Mr. Woojin continued to lead the way. After a brief period, the two arrived at a room. You may take a look at whatever you desire. We can negotiate the prices, Mr. Woojin said, rubbing his hands together. Lin Fan nodded slightly, then closed his eyes to awaken his inner vision, instinctively seeking that which could prove beneficial to him. The room was filled with numerous items, including dark magical artifacts, potions, and alchemical materials, all of which belonged to the Ministry of Magic's prohibited collection or were rare finds that had long been lost. As he moved cautiously, his heart raced more intensely as he approached a table. Here, indeed, lay the very item he so desperately needed. Yet, curiously, his mental map did not reveal its presence. Strange. Gradually, he opened his eyes to examine the contents upon the table. A vial containing what appeared to be the blood of some creature, a packet of plant seeds, a black cup, a rotating eyeball that seemed to stare incessantly, and several stones. Lin Fan wished to utilize his insights. However, it appeared that upon entering this room, the ability of his third eye was rendered ineffective. Lin Fan reached out to touch the objects on the table. As his fingers brushed against the vial of blood, Mr. Woojin spoke, the blood of the black dragon from the Heshidi Islands. Surely not this. That is the seed of the devil's net. This is the Holy Grail, reportedly used in ecclesiastical rites, yet this particular grail is cursed. It is for alchemical purposes, the obsidian starstone, which can enhance the success rate. None of these. How could this be? The sensation is so palpable, right here on this table. Why is it that none of the items upon it are relevant? Not on the table. Nothing on the table at all. Ah, not on the table. Lin Fan swiftly bent down and beheld it. This was indeed the one. Lin Fan's sudden movement startled Mr. Woojin. He noticed Lin Fan crawling under the table for an unknown purpose, and soon the table began to tremble violently. Mr. Woojin hurriedly removed all the items from the table and set them aside. Boom. Lin Fan stood up, and due to an issue of balance, the table promptly toppled over. Mr. Woojin could not help but sigh in relief, grateful that he had just managed to remove the items from the table in time. Lin Fan stood upright, his heart racing as he gazed at the object in his hands, a weathered tome adorned with unfamiliar script. Yet, he recognized it. For the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The inheritance of the enchanter has been discovered. Do you wish to accept? Yes or no? Lin Fan did not make an immediate decision. He turned to Mr. Woojin, waving the book in his hand, his tone somewhat animated. How much for this book, Mr. Woojin? Mr. Woojin was about to respond that the book was worthless, merely serving as a makeshift prop for a table leg. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's expression, he unwittingly blurted out a price that exceeded even that of the vanished cabinet, 5,000 gold galleons. Just when Mr. Woojin presumed Lin Fan would decline the transaction, to his surprise, Lin Fan chuckled foolishly. 5,000 gold galleons? What a bargain. Hee. How many potions could that buy? Take a look. Lin Fan's performance left Mr. Boken momentarily stunned. His regret was palpable. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, It was clear that even if he were to propose a higher price, Lin Fan would readily accept. Yet, how could Mr. Boken fathom Lin Fan's eagerness for the final secondary position to be activated? Regardless of the cost, even if he lacked the funds, Lin Fan would undoubtedly find a way to gather the necessary amount. With that thought, Mr. Boken promptly listed the names and quantities of the potions Lin Fan possessed. Following the transaction, Lin Fan inquired of Mr. Boken, "Could you provide me with a quiet, empty room? I have a need, and also, please move that vanishing cabinet into the room. May I rent it indefinitely?" Mr. Boken, already desensitized to rental agreements, nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. How long do you intend to rent it?" "Until the time you notice I have ceased to pay rent, much like the vanishing cabinet," Lin Fan replied. Entering the room arranged by Mr. Boken, Lin Fan took a deep breath. At this moment, there was little he could do to assist Lily and the others. He would first return to Hogwarts. He closed the door tightly, having previously instructed Mr. Boken not to disturb him if he did not emerge. Upon opening the vanishing cabinet, Lin Fan stepped inside. After all, Boken's establishment was not his domain. The matter of enchantments would be better addressed at Hogwarts. Hogwarts presented itself as an empty classroom, the sole object of interest being a golden cabinet exuding an aura of mysterious sanctity, adorned with peculiar patterns. After a while, the cabinet opened, and a dark-haired, blue-eyed boy emerged. Indeed, it was Lin Fan, who had just been at Boken's. Surveying the surroundings and confirming he was alone, Lin Fan opened the Book of Enchantments. The system's voice resonated once more. "Ding! Inheritance of the Enchanter discovered. Do you accept? Yes or no?" "Yes." The enchanted book began to flip its pages autonomously. And as time passed, it ultimately transformed into a beam of light that penetrated Lin Fan's mind. Character: Lin Fan. Occupation: Wizard Manipulator. Title: Child of Nature. Student level: 4th tier. Advanced lifespan: 50 years and 75 days. Living professions: Alchemist. Enchanter skills: Opening spell, Spatial Rift. Levitation spell, Manipulation spell, Disintegration, Feint, Communication, Tranquility. Voice of Nature: Clear water like spring, Wind shield, Banish evil spirits. Life skills: Potion making, Alchemy. Enchantment special abilities: Self-rescue, Resurrection, Clairvoyance. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Fan smiled. His abilities were finally becoming increasingly refined. Just as Lin Fan was lost in contemplation, a voice jolted him back to reality. "Ah, that accursed Gryffindor brat has returned." A ghostly figure, half embedded in the wall, shouted loudly. Seizing the moment Lin Fan turned to look, it quickly retreated, but Lin Fan could still hear its cries. "The truant little rascal is back. He is right here." Chapter 10. Punishment. Upon hearing the ghost's exclamations, Lin Fan knew trouble was brewing. As the ghost was none other than the mischievous Peeves, a notorious nuisance who brought headaches to countless Hogwarts students. "That annoying little imp is back," Peeves shouted. "The Gryffindor brat is hiding right here." Lin Fan, initially startled, released his grip on the handle of the vanishing cabinet. He sighed, contemplating the consequences of fleeing now. What would others think if they heard the poltergeist proclaiming that he had returned, yet he was nowhere to be seen? Moreover, it seemed he was perpetually caught in a cycle of inconsistency at Hogwarts, a mere 3 days of diligence followed by 2 days of idleness. If he were to depart now, Lily and the others would be left perplexed, uncertain of how to respond to him. Shaking his head, Lin Fan exited the empty classroom that housed the vanishing cabinet and made his way towards the Gryffindor common room. As he traversed the corridor, the portraits on either side gazed at him with wide eyes, many whispering about this mischievous young lad and his latest escapades in embodying Gryffindor's spirit of adventure. At that moment, one portrait called out to him, "Ah, dear Lin Fan, the instant I laid eyes on you, inspiration flooded my mind. Oh, what a delightful sensation this is." Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the speaking portrait, which belonged to the illustrious artist Belarky Frannel, whose skills even a child could surpass. "Ah, Belarky, what inspiration have you conjured?" At that moment, a nearby aged portrait exclaimed, "You mischievous little rascal." "What? Are you referring to me?" Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the elderly painting. A portrait of a noblewoman, seated elegantly in a chair with a rather regal-looking cat cradled in her arms, chimed in. The elderly figure implied that the title of Belarky's intended artwork would be The Mischievous Little Rascal. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead as he realized that the portraits at Hogwarts were utterly devoid of excitement. Just then, the artist Belarky stroked his chin thoughtfully and furrowed his brow. "Your suggestion is splendid, dear elder. I have decided. My new work shall be titled The Mischievous Little Rascal." "Yes, that is it." With that, Belarky vanished, presumably retreating to his frame to commence his painting. A chill breeze swept through, leaving Lin Fan feeling rather speechless. After bidding farewell to the portrait's dubbed elder and noblewoman, he proceeded toward the Gryffindor common room. However, he had not walked far when a figure darted out from around the corner. And this individual was certainly not Fiddle. The sound of a cat's meow echoed as the frail Mrs. Loris brushed against Lin Fan's ropes. As usual, Mr. Filch glared with his enormous eyes reminiscent of Mrs. Loris, observing Lin Fan intently. He then opened his mouth. But the words that escaped were not those of any human language. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Fan sighed. Ever since he had taught Mr. Filch the art of meowing, Students frequently heard his neurotic conversations with Mrs. Loris, a spectacle that left both newcomers and veterans alike with goosebumps. The portraits of Hogwarts seemed to have found a new topic of interest, frequently leaping into other frames to follow Filch and observe his peculiar antics. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. Before he could utter another word, Mr. Filch seized him and led him to his lounge, while the portraits murmured among themselves. After navigating several corners, they entered Filch's quarters. What does Mrs. Loris mean by meow meow? And how should one spell that? Mr. Filch incessantly sought Lin Fan's guidance on the nuances of feline communication. Exiting Mr. Filch's lounge, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, pondering why he had never noticed Mr. Filch's peculiarities before. Lin Fan leisurely continued to stroll toward the Gryffindor common room. At that moment, a ghost emerged through the wall, and Lin Fan seemed to hear a voice calling from behind. Peeves, don't let me catch you. The ghost that had passed through the wall was none other than Peeves himself, who had yet to notice Lin Fan. He turned to the wall and made a face, exclaiming, "Ha, headless Nick." Lin Fan softly called out to Peeves. The ghost shuddered and exclaimed, "Ah, little ghost, what are you doing here?" Without delay, he hurriedly dashed away through the wall, leaving behind the mischievous spirit of Gryffindor and the first-year prankster in his wake. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation. It appeared that returning to Gryffindor was no longer an option. He should report to Headmaster Dumbledore first. However, before Lin Fan could take more than a few steps, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. A figure with slick black hair, a hawkish nose, and a sallow complexion appeared before him. "Mr. Lin Fan has returned." "I see." The voice, as chilling as a winter's gust, made Lin Fan involuntarily shiver. It was Professor Snape. "Very well, follow me," Severus said with a stern expression, leading the way. Since our potions master had instructed him to follow, Lin Fan complied without hesitation. After winding through several corridors, they arrived at the underground chambers of the potions master at Hogwarts. The familiar, grimy black door loomed before them. Upon entering Snape's quarters, Lin Fan's gaze was met with an array of greasy furnishings, causing him to swallow hard. Goodness, had it really become even more disheveled than before? Snape motioned for Lin Fan to sit aside before he began to organize books and sheets of parchment scattered about. "Now then, Mr. Lin Fan, would you kindly come here?" Although Snape used the word kindly, his tone suggested a sense of entitlement. Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety, tightening his grip before obediently approaching. "This is your task for tonight." Severus presented a lengthy scroll of parchment to Lin Fan. "Firstly, you are to clean every corner of this room during your detention tonight. Secondly, submit a 10,000-word reflection on the origins of potions by tomorrow morning. Thirdly, select 10 potions from advanced potion making and prepare them for submission by tomorrow afternoon. Fourthly, 52ndly, write a 20,000-word essay on the rebellion of medieval Fae and present it to Professor Binns." Cold sweat trickled down Lin Fan's forehead. He pondered why he had returned. He should have fled when the poltergeist had called out. This was unequivocally a punishment. "Oh, Merlin, where are you?" Chapter 11. A dialogue in the headmaster's office. Lin Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "Well, Professor," before Lin Fan could finish, Severus shot him a cold glance, his voice icy as he inquired, "Do you have any objections?" Their eyes locked. And as Lin Fan gazed into Severus's emerald green irises, an overwhelming feeling of disdain surged within Severus. "Mr. Lin Fan." He elongated the words, emphasizing each syllable. After their brief exchange, Lin Fan sensed a fleeting warmth in Severus's gaze. Who was he looking at through my eyes? This question lingered in Lin Fan's mind. Hearing Severus's words, he stuttered, "No, Professor." Severus nodded, "Very well," before turning away. Upon returning to his residence in Spinner's End, Severus's thoughts drifted back to that day's conversation in the headmaster's office. Headmaster Dumbledore caressed the phoenix, Fawkes, adjusting his crescent-shaped glasses as his bright blue eyes, imbued with penetrating insight, regarded Severus. "What are your thoughts on Lin Fan?" Severus pursed his lips, remaining silent. This boy is quite naive, is he not? Though he is in his 20s, he possesses an innocence that leaves him vulnerable to deception, for he is too trusting of others, yet he despises being deceived. Quite contradictory. Wouldn't you agree? Ignoring Severus's silence, Dumbledore continued, "He seems to harbor a formidable power that he cannot fully comprehend, despite his outward normalcy, internally. He grapples with self-doubt and insecurity." Dumbledore's tone shifted, and his eyes resemble lilies, do they not? Such beauty. Severus turned his head slightly, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Despite the cold depth in his eyes, a tremor betrayed the turmoil within him. Disagreements arose from divergent views on friendship, career, and morality. In a moment of carelessness, Severus had insulted Lily, calling her a mudblood. Heartbroken, Lily recognized the irreconcilable rift between them and chose to align with her own house. In that moment, Severus felt profound regret, yet he could not alter the past. All he could do was silently protect the goddess of his heart. Severus remained silent, offering a barely perceptible nod. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with warmth, despite Severus's allegiance to Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Dumbledore would continue to trust him as long as he held love and justice within his heart. "Then I entrust Lin Fan to you, to cultivate his resilience and instill a profound confidence in his abilities." Severus nodded and departed. Once Severus had left, Dumbledore murmured to himself, "Will you be that person?" Moments later, the headmaster's office fell into silence. Lin Fan gasped for breath, one hand channeling magical energy into the automatic quill while the other incessantly consumed restorative potions. Adorned with a green hat that unleashed boundless power. As he ceased the infusion, the quill began to inscribe elegantly upon the stacks of parchment. Surveying the greasy lounge around him, Lin Fan felt a wave of revulsion. How infuriating it was that he didn't use magic to clean, or summon a house elf for assistance. Oh, how cursed it was that he had neglected to learn any cleaning charms. Suddenly, a porcelain vial was jostled by Lin Fan's hand, teetering precariously on the edge. Alarm surged through him. What if it shattered? Would Severus not have his head? The thought made his stomach churn. In a desperate attempt to prevent disaster, Lin Fan flung himself to the ground just as the vial threatened to fall, swiftly waving his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. Just as the vial was about to crash down upon him, his levitation charm took effect, gently guiding the porcelain vessel to rest upon the table. Gazing at the vial, Lin Fan's expression twisted in bewilderment. How could such a fine antique be reduced to this state, marred by grease and grime? The sight nearly made him retch. He loathed this lounge. No, he loathed the very space Severus occupied. Truly, he was a genius. How did he manage to render it so exquisite? After a moment of disgusted reflection, Lin Fan resumed his task, diligently wiping down the table, chairs, frames, and utensils. An hour and a half slipped by in an instant, and only a few corners remained to be tidied. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Lin Fan was taken aback, hastily attempting to retract the automatic feather pen. However, the shortcomings of this low-grade item became glaringly apparent at that moment. It refused to cease its operation unless its magical energy was entirely depleted. Faced with this predicament, Lin Fan had no choice but to shield the pen with his own body. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a youthful and somewhat dazed face before him. Upon seeing this visage, Lin Fan's tension abruptly eased. The owner of that face stared at Lin Fan for a considerable time before suddenly exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah, Lin Fan, what are you doing here?" Lin Fan rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Goodness, how could you be so obliviously exceptional, Raphael? How could it take you so long to react?" Raphael, pondering with his head tilted, replied, "I was punished by Professor Snape and left here to tidy up his lounge." Nevertheless, Lin Fan inquired, "And what about you?" Raphael seemed lost in thought, beads of sweat forming. "Raphael," Lin Fan called out loudly. I came to. Suddenly, Raphael's eyes brightened. "I came to submit my assignments." After saying this, he turned around as if to retrieve something. Moments later, Raphael entered, cradling a stack of assignment papers. He approached Lin Fan and placed the papers on the table. "Oh?" Raphael noticed the papers fluttering behind Lin Fan and nudged him, exclaiming, "You are far too relaxed." Lin Fan trembled. "Is that a feather quill that can write by itself? Where did you buy it? Hogsmeade?" "Oh, no. Did you visit Nocturne Alley?" Raphael asked in astonishment. Chapter 12. Desire. Prophecy. This is an empty secret chamber at Hogwarts, where 4 girls are currently engaged in conversation. "Hey, the little boy has returned." The Gryffindor girl exclaimed excitedly to the Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff girls, her tone brimming with joy. "Did you know?" The Slytherin girl leaned against the wall, her eyelids fluttering slightly. "Oh." The Hufflepuff girl, feeling a bit dazed, spoke in a languid tone. "That's wonderful." The Ravenclaw girl adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling. "Is that so?" The Gryffindor girl felt completely deflated by the reactions of the other 3. However, after a moment, she recovered, but before she could speak, the Slytherin girl interjected, "Do you smell something strange?" The Ravenclaw girl brushed aside a strand of hair. Rose scent, sweetgrass, jasmine, and the Hufflepuff girl scratched her head, corn scent, incense. The Gryffindor girl's eyes lit up, canary biscuit flavor, eggnog flavor, ice cream flavor, pumpkin pie flavor. The aroma in the chamber grew more intense, and a pink mist began to fill the room, enveloping it entirely. The 4 girls' eyes became dreamy, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarities around them. A low gasp, a moan, a whisper. The 4 girls' faces flushed, breaths coming in quick pants, soft moans escaping from their red lips. Gradually, their limbs appeared to lose strength, their bodies softening against the ground, rubbing against it. "Hot, so hot." The Ravenclaw girl moaned weakly. "What a strange feeling," the Slytherin girl murmured. The Hufflepuff girl said languidly, "It's uncomfortable, I think." The Gryffindor girl began. As time passed, the 4 girls gradually leaned against one another, rubbing together, their eyes sparkling with allure. Their robes had become loose, and the Gryffindor girl's robe had completely fallen away. Sounds of their bodies colliding echoed, accompanied by the symphony of human primal desires. The chamber was filled with youthful exuberance. Arius Eliamark from Ravenclaw held several books, the top book titled The Siren's Enchanting Song. Through his murmurs, the titles of the others became apparent. The Voice of Nature, Dreams of Love, Merlin's Wonderland, The Beautiful Song of Sirens. "This will surely allow me to surpass that Gryffindor fellow. After all, I possess siren blood," he declared with a proud puff of his chest. At that moment, a voice, ethereal and beguiling, echoed, but only Arius's footsteps could be heard. "Do you wish to surpass that person?" "Do you? Who?" Arius turned, searching the surroundings. Do not be afraid, I will not harm you, the voice continued. Arius tightened his grip on the books. Who are you? Where does your voice come from? Sweat trickled down his handsome face. Do not fear, I will not harm you. I can grant you power, a perfect singing voice. I dwell in your heart. Come forth. Do you not want to surpass that person? The voice relentlessly tempted Arius. His eyes grew dreamy. To surpass that person? He murmured. Yes, surpass him. Follow me. Come. The voice's master lured him. Arius's gaze became vacant, losing focus. And he moved mechanically, following the voice in his mind's eye, advancing slowly. Before long, he stood beside a wall, extending his hand to gently push against it. The wall revealed a door, which opened moments later as Arius stepped inside. Once he entered, the door closed behind him. Outside, a cat's meow echoed as Madame Loris tilted her head, puzzled by the sudden disappearance. Arius wandered through a tunnel, soon arriving in a room. Moments after his arrival, a crimson, eerie mist swept towards him, almost as if it were corporeal, enveloping him and drawing him to a corner of the room. There, a small heart, entwined in dark red and black, pulsed rhythmically. As Arius neared, two strands emerged from the heart, one black and one red, wrapping around him as if siphoning his energy. Before long, Arius's once dark hair turned white and sparse, his handsome face became lined with wrinkles, and his robust body grew frail, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Oh my, if someone were to see him now, they would never recognize this as Arius. The small heart tirelessly absorbed the essence of Arius's flesh and blood. Suddenly, a roar erupted. The small heart trembled, sending an invisible ripple through it, and Arius disintegrated into dust upon contact with the wave. The chamber, once illuminated by the crimson mist, darkened in an instant as the mist was entirely consumed by the heart. The heart quivered more violently, gently writhing. Moments later, a door in the chamber opened, releasing a burst of pink mist that swiftly entered the small heart. In the darkness, the sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by what seemed to be the sound of a person falling. A sharp voice rose and fell within the chamber. In the divination teacher's lounge at Hogwarts, Professor Sybil Trelawney murmured solemnly, "The one who will vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born of the family that has triumphed over him thrice. Born at the end of the 7th month, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Yet, he shall possess a power unknown to the Dark Lord, and one must perish at the hands of the other, for when one survives, the other cannot. The one destined to defeat the Dark Lord was born at the end of July. Meanwhile, on a street in the Muggle world, the Dark Lord fled in disarray. Damn the Potters and the Longbottoms. I will kill you all. Just wait. Ah, Frank, James, you did well. You defeated the Dark Lord 3 times. 3 times. In the Phoenix Society, the members erupted in jubilant cheers, their eyes fixated upon the 2 men before them. A serene smile adorned the faces of these gentlemen, exuding an air of mature confidence. One of the men, with deep brown eyes framed by glasses and tousled black hair slicked back, stood tall, his arms outstretched as he reveled in the crowd's adulation. The other man, sporting chestnut hair and of similar height to James, playfully ruffled his own hair, a blissful grin illuminating his countenance. Chapter 13, Pregnancy, the Siren sung Ah. Did you visit Upside Down Alley? Raphael inquired in astonishment. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't admit that it was a gift from the system. After pondering for a moment, he noticed that Raphael had once again fallen into a daze. He gently tapped Raphael on the shoulder. Hey, Raphael. Raphael's eyes regained their clarity. Huh? Were you not asking me where this featherquill came from? Lin Fan felt an immense sense of relief at Raphael's natural cluelessness, grateful that he had not detected anything unusual about him. Oh, right, Raphael said, a hint of curiosity appearing on his face. Lin Fan smiled, stating that he had discovered it in a hidden chamber. Hogwarts boasts numerous secret rooms, and unless one is one of its founders, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin, no one, not even the current headmaster, can ascertain the exact number of these chambers. Oh, I thought you might have purchased it in Diagon Alley, Raphael replied. A hint of disappointment etched on his face. As Lin Fan conversed with Raphael, they remained oblivious to an individual who silently entered the room. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the members of the Order of the Phoenix surrounding James and Frank, a girl navigated through the crowd to stand beside them, whispering something in their ears. The flush of excitement on their faces deepened, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Subsequently, the two shared a few words with the members of the Order, prompting some to whistle, others to clap fervently, while a few shouted their congratulations. They instinctively parted to create a passage for Frank and James. Thank you all, we shall take our leave now, James proclaimed loudly, and the two swiftly dashed away. They parted ways midway, both exclaiming, congratulations. Upon returning to the cozy abode, James gazed at Lily, who was reclining languidly on the sofa, her body seemingly boneless, reminiscent of an adorable Persian cat. In a burst of energy, James rushed to her side, lifting her into his arms and spinning her around. Startled, Lily exclaimed, "Oh, James. Put me down." James lowered her gently, a goofy grin adorning his face. "Dear, let me hear the little one's voice," he urged, his expression brimming with eagerness. Lily shrugged, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. "All right, if you wish." Upon hearing this, James playfully tackled Lily onto the sofa, pressing his ear against her abdomen and exclaiming excitedly, "Oh, Lily, the little one kicked me. Oh, darling, I visited St. Mungo's today. The doctors said I'm over 2 months along. How could the baby possibly kick you? Lily retorted, although a smile of joy graced her lips. Meanwhile, similar sentiments unfolded in the Longbottom household. Mr. Linfan, I believe an explanation is in order. Severus's cold voice pierced the air, reaching the ears of Linfan and Raphael. Linfan's body stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Professor, could you please tell me the name of this item that continuously writes? Severus's request was as daunting as a frigid winter's day. Linfan resignedly closed his eyes, wielding the enchanted quill. Professor, is this absurd tool truly how you complete your assignments? Severus's expression remained devoid of emotion, cold and unyielding. I suppose so, Professor. Linfan felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. I imagine using such a contraption for your work must bring you immense joy, Mr. Linfan. How delightful that you have once again made a significant contribution to Gryffindor. Severus's tone shifted. Gryffindor loses 100 points. Oh my goodness. I'm doomed. They will surely slay me. Raphael wisely refrained from absorbing the exchange between Professor Snape and Linfan, as he had once again drifted into a reverie. Meanwhile, several Gryffindor lions, out on a nocturnal escapade, passed by the hourglass that recorded house points and were suddenly alarmed to see Gryffindor's score plummeting. Oh dear. Who could it be? Is it Lydes and Feeney? The brown-haired, gray-eyed boy, with pronounced eyebrows and a sprinkling of freckles, noticed the other lions staring at him. He waved his hands vigorously and shook his head. No, it is absolutely not me. I haven't incurred any point deductions from the professor in quite some time. The others were left bewildered. The scene shifted back to the potions master's office. Mr. Linfan, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Severus stated coldly. And no, Linfan gestured, knowing that Severus bore him no ill will. Otherwise, he would have already resisted. Severus Snape race. Human wizard. Pure blood level. Skills. Loyalty charm. Mind cloaking spell relations. Respect description. A formidable individual, yet he exhibits a remarkable degree of friendliness towards you. Note, do not judge matters solely by their surface. Linfan was taken aback upon discovering that Severus was a Death Eater. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Did Professor Dumbledore know about this? A profound sense of bewilderment enveloped Linfan, but upon observing Severus's attitude towards him, he felt a wave of relief, though the situation still struck him as rather odd. Severus regarded Linfan, who was engaged in a display of shifting expressions, with indifference, remarking, I believe you need to spend some time in confinement. Linfan regained his composure, feeling a wave of relief wash over him at Snape's punishment. However, the subsequent words from Severus caused his heart to race once more. Also, go seek out the other professors and hear their opinions. Oh, Merlin, take me away. In that peculiar chamber with the strange little heart, the heart had vanished mysteriously. And to his astonishment, Arios, who had previously turned to dust, lay eerily upon the ground. He rose slowly, bare as the day he was born. His eyes, once a tranquil blue, now morphed into a sinister blend of black and crimson. The vile creature had been vanquished so easily. That wretch could not even contain a mere spirit. Arios scoffed, Child of nature, await my arrival. How delightful it shall be to seize your body. Aha. I shall become the epitome of malevolence. The reign of the demonic heart has come to an end. As his words faded, a haunting melody emanated from Arios's lips. A siren song that was anything but harsh. It was enchanting and resplendent. This voice, reminiscent of opiates, ensnared the soul, luring one to the edge of oblivion. Crack. The walls and floor of the chamber began to fissure under the weight of the song, which was akin to a thorny rose, beautiful yet perilous. The mermaid's song had the power to captivate, but it could also inflict harm. In an unknown realm, a massive stone bore inscriptions that seemed to be scratched haphazardly. A chaotic arrangement that would take ages for anyone to decipher. The Demon King dances in a blood-red frenzy, hearts quiver in disarray. Celestial melodies spiral through heaven and earth. Desires awaken calamities. The universe sways, hearts soaring, the dualities of good and evil intertwine. The war drums beat, binding friendships, yet the mountains and rivers keep us apart. The demon sneers with venomous intent, while angels spread their wings, seeking solace. Deep within the soul lurks malevolence. Only through sacrifice can one truly gain. Joy emerges from the depths of sorrow, and in the cycle of life and death, we meet again. Chapter 14. Surprise, panic what? Lily is pregnant, Linfan exclaimed. His face a portrait of shock, though the sheen of joy was evident upon his features. At around 3 a.m, Linfan was roused by the persistent tapping of an owl at his window. Approaching the window, he discovered it was James's owl, Broland. Upon opening the window, Broland swiftly flew in, circling around Linfan. Weary, Linfan greeted the creature, knowing he was to face judgment that very day. Hey, Broland, what brings you here? Broland flapped his wings excitedly, pecking at Linfan's robe. Good news. Yes, indeed. Splendid news. Broland chattered, before depositing a letter into Linfan's hands. Dear Linfan, hey. Linfan, my friend, you won't believe this. I have some exhilarating news to share. Oh my goodness, I am absolutely thrilled. Yes. I am over the moon because I'm going to be a father. Surprised? So was I. Sirius, Remus, and Peter were equally astonished. Oh, Merlin, Lily is pregnant. Ah, I am truly going to be a dad. Of course, Frank's wife is also expecting. We are indeed fortunate. Frank and I have triumphed once more over that wretched Voldemort. You should have seen him flee in utter disgrace. My joy knows no bounds, truly. Good fortune is raining down upon us. Furthermore, Lily insists you return to Hogwarts, which delights her greatly. From James Potter, oh my goodness. Lily is pregnant. Lin Fan danced with exuberance, exclaiming, Hey, Polandi, is this true? Lily is pregnant? Will I become little Porter's uncle? I'm going to be an uncle. Goo goo, indeed, this is delightful news. The other 3 occupants of Lin Fan's dormitory were roused by his commotion. Dr. Vadina, Cluck Bruston, and Tom Mitchell, still bleary-eyed, rubbed their eyes. Dr. inquired, Hey, Lin Fan, when did you return? Tom, with a look of annoyance, added, What time do you think it is? You've disturbed us. Cluck yawned widely and remarked, What has you so jubilant? Lin Fan remained silent for a moment, then rushed over to embrace each of the 3 friends with fervor. With exuberant gestures, he exclaimed, My friends, I am to become an uncle. I am to become an uncle. The trio looked at him with puzzled expressions, questioning. What do you mean you are to become an uncle? Oh, indeed. My family member, Lily, is expecting. Goodness, is this not splendid news? The 3 nodded in agreement, affirming. Yes, congratulations. However, they continued, do you not think it would be prudent for us to take a moment to rest? They gestured towards the sky outside. Lin Fan offered an awkward smile before feeding Polandi a few pieces of jerky. Wait a moment, this is my reply. Lin Fan turned to Cluck and the others, saying, All right, you may retire for the night. I assure you, there will be no further disturbances. Tom and his companions murmured a few words before settling down to sleep. By James Potter, dear James, I am delighted to hear the wonderful news. I am to become an uncle, am I not? However, why was I unaware of this while at the warm home a few days ago? By the way, I have recently discovered some insights that I believe will benefit Lily's health and the little one in her womb. Please convey to Lily that I shall not be a source of trouble, humph. And what name do you intend to bestow upon the little one? I think Harry James Potter sounds splendid. What is your opinion? From Lin Fan to Polandi, please leave the matter to James. Lin Fan gently ruffled Polandi's feathers. Polandi nodded and promptly soared into the sky, clutching the letter. Lin Fan lay on his bed, unable to suppress a silly smile, realizing that it was he who had bestowed the name Harry Potter. The enchanting melody resonated throughout Hogwarts, and within a matter of days, a 4th-year student, 3 second-year students, and 9 first-year students had mysteriously vanished. This melody was distinct from the previous one, played by the Heart of Sound. The last merely influenced the emotions of those who heard it, but this time, it caused students to disappear without a trace, plunging Hogwarts into an abyss of terror. The poltergeist Peeves was frantically darting about, shouting madly, It's all the work of the mysterious figure. In the girls' lavatory, Myrtle wept with an intensity that was heart-wrenching. Chaos reigned at Hogwarts, beset by internal strife and external threats. The Dark Lord wreaked havoc outside, while the haunting song lured students away from within. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Grade A mission. Human desires initiated. First phase, mysterious melody. Human desires. Grade A mission. Greed, lust, anger, delusion, obsession. The weaknesses of humanity were laid bare and magnified under the allure of the mysterious song, leading towards destruction. The task was to locate it, and either reclaim or annihilate it. During History of Magic class, Lin Fan was diligently taking notes on Professor Bin's lecture when, midway through, an emotionless, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. No wonder everything felt so strange. It seemed that yet another heart had emerged amidst the recent turmoil. What then? Was this new heart? A sudden weight on his shoulder startled Lin Fan, and he turned to find Nina making a silly face at him, exclaiming, What are you thinking about? Lin Fan patted his chest and murmured in complaint, Nina Lu, do you understand that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences? Nina Lu tilted her head, playfully placing her index finger on her pouting lips, radiating an adorable charm. Well, as you muggles in China would say, if one does not engage in dishonest deeds, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. Are you perhaps contemplating some daring venture? Could it be related to this recent song? Despite her use of an interrogative phrase, Nina Lu was quite confident in her conjecture. Lin Fan was drenched in cold sweat, astonished that this individual seemed to know his every thought. Nina Lu, unfazed by Lin Fan's expression of sheer terror, calmly remarked, I recall you wore that same expression just before your last disappearance. Lin Fan was in a state of frenzy. Goodness, when did this girl become so formidable? It seemed she had never been like this before. Nina Lu appeared to find Lin Fan's distress rather amusing, so she dropped a few heavier bombs. The students from Gryffindor had already surmised that this disappearance enthusiast would undoubtedly be intrigued by the incident. Moreover, while I was eavesdropping on conversations among students from other colleges, I discovered they were wagering on how long you would vanish this time. Indeed, they were not betting on your return. They were convinced you would be absent. Additionally, it seemed that several professors were deliberating on what reward to bestow upon you for your departure, with Nina Lu placing particular emphasis on the word reward. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. How could they be so certain of his exit? Certainly, another heart had emerged, and he felt compelled to reclaim it. Lin Fan's gaze wandered, fluctuating uncertainly. At that moment, Nina delivered a sharp rap to Lin Fan's head and, leaving behind a cryptic remark, swiftly vanished from sight. Lin Fan, if you do not hasten, I cannot assure you that Professor Snape will be so accommodating. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan let out a bizarre cry and hurriedly chased after Nina Lu. In the 15th chapter, Mr. Boken, along with Arios and Dumbledore, observed Lin Fan's bewildered expression in the room. A strange look crossed Mr. Boken's face, his eyes reflecting complex shades of coldness as he stared intently for a while. Gradually, he regained his composure, turning away to enter a pristine chamber that was spotless, seemingly tidied daily. However, despite its immaculate condition, the room lacked any warm, human presence. Mr. Boken cautiously stepped into the room, gently caressing each item as if they were the body of a beloved, treating them with utmost reverence as if they were sacred relics. After a moment, he parted his lips, a soft murmur or sigh escaping, his eyes filled with a profound melancholia, accompanied by a barely perceptible tenderness. He retrieved his wand and uttered an obscure incantation, causing a staircase to materialize on the floor. Mr. Boken descended into the chilling depths below, where the air was frigid. A stark and lifeless white enveloping the chamber. In the center lay an icy bed, upon which rested a mature and alluring woman, her complexion a pallid, deathly gray. Beside her lay a box of indeterminate material. After a fleeting glance at the woman, Mr. Boken resumed his usual demeanor, exiting the secret chamber and standing at the counter, hunched over, awaiting customers. This desolate mountain, shrouded in obscurity, bore remnants of a house that had collapsed for unknown reasons, now appearing quite dilapidated. Could I be vanquished by a child from the Potter or Longbottom families? Preposterous. How could I, the Dark Lord, ever be slain? I shall achieve immortality, forever unyielding. Voldemort raved, his demeanor frenzied. The Dark Lord brandished his wand, casting a spell with a delicate flourish, directing it towards the ancient ring upon his finger. After a prolonged moment, his visage turned ashen, his body convulsing. With one hand pressed against the ground, sweat soaked his robes. The visage of the Dark Lord contorted grotesquely. Yet after a brief interlude, he regained his stance, erupting into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. I am Lord Voldemort, the omnipotent Dark Lord. With that proclamation, he removed the ring from his finger and carelessly cast it aside into the mountain's depths. With a swift turn, the Dark Lord vanished in a flicker of apparition. In the place where Voldemort had stood, the name Gunnar faintly etched upon the stone became discernible. Lin Fan is currently exceedingly busy. Although the system activated the desires of humanity during the history of magic class that day, he has no time to seek out clues. He is aware that this is related to a particular heart, yet due to the incident in the Potions Professor's Lounge, Lin Fan now has numerous papers to complete. Each day, he traverses the same 4 locations: the dormitory, classroom, cafeteria, and library. As he walked down the corridor, Lin Fan glanced outside at the sky, which was ablaze with the crimson hues of the setting sun. Shaking his head, he sighed and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, the library is about to close. And I haven't borrowed the necessary books for these papers." Lin Fan hurried towards the library, and as his figure vanished completely at the end of the corridor, another individual emerged. He cast a cold smirk in the direction Lin Fan had departed. After a moment, melodious singing echoed, leaving lingering notes in the air. Arius gazed with a malevolent smile at several students within the hidden chamber. Among them were both males and females. The boys were sweating profusely, collapsed on the ground, gasping quietly, their glasses stained with crimson, while the girls appeared disheveled, their faces flushed, and their breaths intermingled with the friction against the floor. Arius's body trembled, then his gaze dulled, and he slumped to the ground like a marionette. A swirling mist of red and black erupted from within him, surging towards the group of boys and girls on the floor. The dark fog enveloped them, and the air filled with their ecstatic moans. After a while, the mist retreated back into Arius's body, his eyes now gleaming with a blood-red hue. He licked his dry, rosy lips, emitting a strange chuckle. While the boys and girls lay silent, their eyes closed, faces serene. At a staircase, 4 girls from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin encountered one another. The Gryffindor girl blushed upon seeing the others, turning her head away, stammering for a while before uttering a single word. The Hufflepuff girl kept her head down in silence, while the Ravenclaw girl adjusted her glasses, clearly indicating that the previous incident was indeed an accident, and I suspect it is related to the fragrance we smelled. The Slytherin girl nodded emphatically, asserting that she believed this scent was also connected to the recent disappearances at the school. And I heard that the song sounded somewhat like that of a recorded magical creature. The Hufflepuff girl timidly spoke, mentioning that a dormitory mate named Tejacana had also gone missing. The Gryffindor girl gently raised her hand, recalling that she seemed to have seen a pink mist enveloping them that day. The other 3 girls chimed in unison. I felt that too. Then let us inform Professor Dumbledore, suggested the Gryffindor girl, and the others nodded in agreement. Let us go. Upon hearing the girl's account, Dumbledore extended his hand, tapping the table with his index finger, his eyes flashing with wisdom behind his glasses. After bidding farewell to the lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, he sipped his mead, and his mind wandered back to a book he had read in his youth. Time had blurred the details, but he could vaguely recall its contents. As nature cycles, Pandora's box shall be opened, calamity shall descend, The hope of children shall purify the soul in the final hour, and the child who survives shall confront the Dark Lord. Their destinies intertwined. Dumbledore shook his head, standing by the fireplace, gently stroking Fawkes, who nuzzled against his hand, producing a clear, ethereal sound. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he chuckled softly. Chapter 19, The House Cup, Bloodline Guardians, Grade S Artifacts in December 1979, at this year's end, aside from the ongoing Quidditch Cup. It was a moment eagerly anticipated by each house, a time to summarize the events of the year and the scoring situation. This was Hogwarts' special event, the House Cup. This year was destined to mark the greatest failure for Gryffindor, for it was the notorious troublemaker, Lin Fan, who frequently went missing, single-handedly deducting 197 points. Conversely, last year's point deduction champion, Rides and Feeney, remained unusually quiet this year, as his 12-point deduction paled in comparison to last year's 113. The Lions, Eagles, Badgers, and Serpents watched the hourglass of points, gasping in disbelief. Look at those dim-witted fools, they've claimed first place again, shouted the pure-blood worshipper, Nina. As soon as she finished, a few Serpents chimed in last place. The clever and composed Ravenclaws yelled in delight. Oh, thank Merlin, we are first. The boys danced with joy, exclaiming, hooray, we're the best. The humble and diligent Hufflepuffs patted their chests in relief. Phew, at least we're not last. Gryffindor, however, was enveloped in a gloomy lament, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they glared at Lin Fan, who felt as if he were being pierced by daggers. A sensation that left him restless. He repeatedly recited calming spells, yet the state of a heart like ice, unmoved by the fall of heaven, felt exceedingly distant for him at that moment. At that moment, Dumbledore swirled his robes and executed his signature gesture, arms wide open. A pose of inclusivity. Gryffindor, 275 points, 4th place. Hufflepuff, 399 points, 3rd place. Slytherin, 447 points, 2nd place. Ravenclaw, 497 points, 1st place. Dumbledore smiled, unfazed by Gryffindor's last place standing. Although they had anticipated the scores, hearing Dumbledore announce them again sent Ravenclaw into a frenzy. Slytherin, despite not securing 1st place, found amusement in mocking Gryffindor. The straightforward Hufflepuffs chuckled foolishly, while Gryffindor's lament echoed throughout the hall. Lin Fan clenched his fist, silently vowing to secure 1st place for the Academy next year. After the conclusion of the Academy Cup and a hearty dinner, many students returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings in preparation for their journey home, while only a select few chose to remain on campus, Lin Fan being among the latter. As he strolled down the corridor, he gradually made his way to the staircase, intending to visit the hidden chamber known as the Room of Requirement. He sought certain materials that were absent from Mrs. Plin's library, as well as additional resources essential for alchemy and enchantment. Upon reaching the tapestry that concealed the entrance to the Room of Requirement, he performed the necessary steps, and the grand door materialized before him. Inside, a chaotic assortment of items lay scattered about, resembling a veritable junkyard. Lin Fan intended to refine the Bloodline Guardian during this period, a creation that amalgamates the disciplines of enchantment and alchemy. This item, shrouded in a dark hue within the system, signifies an unactivated state. To forge it, one must attain the 7th tier in alchemy and the 9th tier in enchanting. In the original game, there existed a children feature, which players could access by completing a myriad of tasks or through a profound bond with another player, leading to a chance of acquisition. Additionally, engaging in intimate encounters with NPCs could significantly enhance the likelihood of obtaining this feature. The children could assist players in battles and provide support, garnering much admiration from the community. However, their health points were notably fragile. A mere 3 or 4 hits could lead to their demise. The Bloodline Guardian, however, offered protection to these children, as remaining near their kin would augment their health, defense, and various other capabilities, further fueling the desire among players to obtain it. Lin Fan was determined to forge this artifact to protect Lily and young Harry. He had heard the prophecy a few days prior, and was acutely aware that Voldemort would not spare the Potter family or the Longbottoms. Although his level had not yet reached the capability required to create the Bloodline Guardian, he was confident that, thanks to his extensive training within the game, he could succeed, regardless of the number of failures or the time it took, before young Harry's birth. Despite having forgotten many details of the Harry Potter narrative, he would never forget that it lacked the presence of Lily and James, though they appeared as mere memories. The tragic demise of James and Lily occurred when young Harry was merely a year old, still in his cradle. At this moment, Lin Fan was resolute. He would ensure that Lily and James survived. Bang! In a moment of absent-mindedness, Lin Fan collided with a small side table cluttered with various objects. Among the disarray, one particular item captivated his attention, a tattered crown. Once gleaming with a bright golden hue, it now lay dull and devoid of luster, its intricate carvings barely noticeable. Lin Fan always felt an eerie sensation emanating from this crown, a feeling that seemed hauntingly familiar. With keen perception, he discerned the nature of Ravenclaw's diadem, an S-class artifact, once worn perpetually by Lady Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts. For reasons unknown, it had transformed into a Horcrux, its powers sealed. donning it would alter one's thoughts. Upon seeing the S-class designation, Lin Fan's heart momentarily faltered, swiftly followed by a surge of euphoria. However, after reading the description, he felt as if he had plummeted from the clouds into the mundane world, an overwhelming sensation indeed. Wait, a Horcrux? Voldemort. No wonder he felt so peculiar. Voldemort had once invaded his dreams, and the tale of Harry Potter revolved around Voldemort's quest for immortality, fragmenting his soul into various objects, while James's son battled against Voldemort, striving to obliterate the Horcruxes to thwart his resurrection and eternal life. Thus, this was one of his several Horcruxes. Realizing this, Lin Fan immediately sought to destroy the Horcrux. He produced corrosive agents, venomous stingers, and explosive reagents, testing each in turn, yet all proved utterly ineffective. How could this be? Lin Fan exclaimed. At that moment, the system's cold voice resonated. Task not initiated, destruction impossible. A task? What sort of task could pertain to Horcruxes? Collecting Horcruxes? Eradicating Voldemort? The final battle? Yet, this time, the system offered no further guidance. Lin Fan shook his head, and with a mere thought, several cards materialized in his hand. Calm, to maintain composure and guard the mind. Seal, to confine and safeguard objects. Fresh, to refresh and clear one's thoughts. Remove, to eliminate and dispel negativity. Lin Fan affixed 4 enchanting cards to the crown, and as soon as the cards made contact, they vanished, leaving behind several unfamiliar symbols etched upon the crown. Having completed this task, Lin Fan waved his hand, causing the crown to disappear as it was drawn into the realm of his consciousness. Chapter 17. Moving Soul Artifacts. Thunder's grief as Christmas approached, the students of Hogwarts welcomed their holiday, with laughter and greetings echoing through the corridors as they inquired about one another's festive plans. Hey, Nina Lu, what do you intend to do during the break? Inquired a Gryffindor girl. Nina Lu smiled, gazing at the girl with short golden hair adorned with charming freckles. Jianlia, I will be assisting my grandfather at his shop, Nina Lu replied with a slight shrug. You know, he plans to have a romantic and meaningful holiday with my grandmother. Jianlia covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled softly. Grandpa Bolode is still the same. I remember last summer he seemed to travel to India with Grandma Bolode, claiming they were embarking on a peculiar adventure while leaving you to manage the cauldron shop. Nina Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this holiday he mentioned wanting to go. At that moment, she spotted a cute boy with black hair and striking blue eyes across the way. She waved at him, saying, Hi, Lin Fan. How do you plan to spend the holiday? Jianlia observed this scene with a sigh, shaking her head. Hey, Nina Lu, I must take my leave, she said. But as she saw Nina Lu lost in her thoughts, she walked away with a bemused expression. Oh, Nina Lu, you were in trouble? Hey, Nina Lu. You asked how I would spend the holiday? Honestly, I'm not quite sure, Lin Fan shrugged. You know, Lily is pregnant, expecting a little boy. Sirius suggested we move out together, so I have to pack. A few days ago, Lin Fan received a letter from Sirius, in which he expressed his sentiments about having resided at James's house for an extended period. He reminisced about how, back in 1979, while still in the 9th grade and thrust into the limelight due to the infamous Black family, he began his stay at what would eventually be called the Warm Home, though it had not yet earned that name until Lily moved in. Remus's whereabouts were uncertain, which left Sirius feeling somewhat awkward. Additionally, as Lin Fan had now turned 12, he felt it was an inopportune situation. Thus, he contemplated moving in with Lin Fan during the holiday, seeking a new abode together. Lin Fan tilted his head, gazing at Nina Lu, and inquired, What about you? How do you spend your holiday? Nina Lu nodded, her eyes fixated on Lin Fan, revealing a hint of shyness. During the holiday, I shall assist my grandfather at the Crucible shop. He plans to travel to America with my grandmother, expressing his desire to show her around the Muggle world there. Lin Fan nodded slightly, realizing that their relationship was indeed wonderful. Nina Lu appeared lost in thought, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lin Fan. He gently patted her shoulder, inquiring, Nina Lu, is something amiss? Are you unwell? Would you like me to take you to see Madame Fat Fry? Lin Fan looked at her with concern. Nina Lu lowered her head, replying, Oh, I'm fine, truly. After a moment, she asked, Did you just say something? I mentioned how well your grandfather and grandmother get along. Lin Fan replied with a hint of resignation. Indeed, their bond has always been strong. They go on trips every holiday, exploring various parts of the world. As they exited King's Cross Station, Lin Fan waved goodbye to Nina Lu, observing her as she hurried towards an elderly couple waiting nearby. The warmth of their interaction stirred a pang of envy within him. At that moment, an unwelcome hand struck Lin Fan's head, its owner mischievously tousling his hair. Lin Fan glared at the perpetrator, Mr. Sirius Black. Kindly remove your hand from my head, he exclaimed through gritted teeth. Sirius, with a lewd grin, retorted, Hey, kid, we're leaving, and playfully tapped Lin Fan's forehead again before sauntering off ahead. Damn it. Don't expect to savor my cooking in the future. Lin Fan muttered under his breath, then hurriedly pushed his suitcase to catch up. In January 1980, the weather was oddly peculiar, the sun was dim, and white snowflakes danced in the air while thunder rumbled ominously overhead. This was an isolated island, blanketed in ice and snow, where the turbulent waves crashed relentlessly against the shore. The bracing air was tinged with the scent of salt water. A man with dark hair stood atop a high rock, the sea swirling beneath him, creating countless frothy bubbles. His face bore a mixture of arrogance and anxiety. As the biting wind tousled his hair, he turned to survey the towering, steep cliff behind him, surrounded by massive rocks that appeared to have crumbled from the precipice. The desolate landscape was barren, devoid of any flora or even a grain of sand, leaving only the stark, cold expanse of ice and snow. He carefully descended along a narrow, sloping stone ledge that hugged the edge of the reef, leading to enormous boulders partially submerged in the water. The descent was treacherous, and he moved slowly, aware that the rocks below were becoming increasingly slick from the sea. Ice-cold salt spray splashed against his face, intensifying his already heavy heart. The man glanced at the cliffside, where a dark fissure allowed the churning sea to seep in. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely plunged into the water, retrieving his wand and casting a flickering light, which he bit gently between his teeth. Adopting a standard frog kick, he swam towards the dark crack in the cliff. In the frigid water, his soaked clothes swirled around him as he sank deeper, inhaling the briny scent of salt and seaweed. He fought against the narrowing beam of light that led him into the depths of the cliff, which quickly widened into a dark tunnel. He could tell that the water level here had once been much higher, with the damp walls closing in just 3 feet apart. The flickering light from his wand illuminated the damp, tar-like walls, while his numb fingertips grazed the coarse, wet rock. His dark hair and robe glimmered faintly as he stood up in the water, discovering a staircase leading into a vast cavern. Climbing the steps, he emerged into the frigid air, his soaked garments dripping continuously. Trembling uncontrollably, he stood in the cavern's center, raising his wand to inspect the walls and ceiling. "This is the place," he declared. The cavern was enveloped in darkness, and he waved his wand to amplify the dimming luminescence. Approaching the cavern walls, he delicately traced his fingers along the surface. He produced a silver knife and made a cut across his palm, allowing his blood to flow. As he touched a specific spot on the wall, a silvery arc appeared, causing the blood-stained rock to vanish and revealing an entrance to an inky abyss. He found himself beside a vast black lake, its size obscuring the distant shore. He stood in a cavern with an unseen ceiling, where a misty green light shimmered far away, reflecting on the perfectly still surface of the lake, slicing through the velvety darkness. The sound of his footsteps echoed as he walked along the narrow rocky edge. Despite his constant movement, the scenery remained unchanged. To one side, he faced the rough rock wall, while the other side was an endless expanse of tranquil, mysterious darkness, the eerie green light pulsating in the gloom. The oppressive silence of this place weighed heavily upon him, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. "Horcrux, come forth," he commanded, waving his wand, but there was no response. After a pause, he shouted again, "Slytherin's locket, appear." Still nothing. He took a breath, calling out softly, "Creature, creature." With a resounding explosion, a house elf materialized before him, frail, half his height, with pallid, wrinkled skin and bat-like ears sprouting tufts of white hair. Clad in tattered rags, he bowed deeply, his eyes filled with reverence. "Master." Creature croaked in a raspy voice, bending lower towards his knees. "Creature, where's the Horcrux?" The man inquired anxiously. Creature pointed towards the center of the lake, exclaiming, "There." "Master, how can you cross?" the man asked. Creature waved his hand as if grasping something in the air, and shortly after, a heavy, greenish-brown chain materialized, extending from the depths of the lake. Creature held it tightly, giving it a gentle tap, and the chain slithered like a serpent in his grasp, clanking as it coiled around the ground, pulling something from the depths of the black water. A small boat emerged ghost-like, glowing with an eerie green light, creating a single ripple as it drifted toward the shore where Creature and the man stood. "Magical residue?" the man inquired. "Yes, master, magic always leaves a trace," Creature replied. The man and the elf boarded the small vessel, which set off across the lake. Through the glow, the man glimpsed a corpse lying just beneath the surface, its eyes wide open and clouded as if ensnared in a web, with hair and robes swirling around the body like mist. As they continued, more corpses came into view. Yet the man felt no emotion, maintaining an air of arrogance. The boat halted, gently bumping against something. Initially, the man did not recognize it. But when he raised his glowing wand, he discovered they had arrived at a small island in the lake's center, a smooth rock surface. This was a flat expanse of deep-colored stone, illuminated only by the green light. As he approached, the light emanated from what appeared to be a stone basin resembling a meditation bowl, resting atop a pedestal. The man peered inside, where a phosphorescent green liquid filled the basin. "What is this?" he pondered. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, yet it was impossible to touch, as an invisible barrier obstructed him, preventing any closer approach, no matter how forcefully he pushed. His fingers merely grazed the resilient air. Jay Engling bent down respectfully and proclaimed, "Master, the soul artifact lies here. How are we to obtain it?" he inquired. "It appears impossible to immerse a hand in this potion. It cannot be spilled, separated, absorbed, transformed, enchanted, or altered by any other means." The man expressed his confusion. "Click, you know what must be done." Fear flickered across Click's face as he shook his head, then forcefully struck his head against the ground. "No, master. Please do not. I do not wish to tell you." Click. The man commanded sternly. Click continued to strike the ground. No, no. Click, please tell me. You must drink it. No, master, you must not. You will die. Please, do not do this. Click's strikes intensified. The man raised his wand, swirling it through the air, then grasped a crystal goblet that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. He plunged the goblet into the potion's surface, filling it, and then raised it to his lips. Click, if the pendant is retrieved, destroy it. With that, the man produced a golden pendant box from his pocket and placed it inside the goblet. Good luck, Click. I hope my brother treats you well. Click shrieked. No, master. That man has been cast out of the Weasley family. Click. Remember. The man drank deeply, refilling the goblet and consuming again. In the silence, he drained 3 full goblets of the potion, and as he began the 4th, he staggered, collapsing towards the stone basin, his eyes still shut, breathing heavily. No, master. His face contorted in spasms, as if caught in a dreadful dream. His grip on the goblet loosened, the potion nearly spilling. Click rushed to the man's side, sobbing, Master. The voice echoed in the cavern. Click, bring me another. No, no, master. I command you, Click. The man's voice was faint. Click had no choice but to bring the potion-laden goblet to the man's lips, forcing him to drink. The basin was nearly empty. The man's body sank, convulsing uncontrollably, as if lashed by invisible whips. His hands flailed as he cried out, pleading, do not harm them. Please, it is my fault. Punish me, I beg you. I will do anything. I wish to die. Click, please, in my life. No, master. Click was helpless, compelled to force cup after cup into the man's mouth. 11 cups. A total of 11 cups consumed. The man gasped, face down, murmuring, water, water. After a moment, Click exclaimed, the soul artifact. He glanced at the golden box in the basin. Master, here? Water, water. Click, in a frenzy, seized the goblet, as the man's breathing weakened. He dashed to the lake's edge, plunging the goblet into the icy waters, filling it, and then fed it to the man. At that moment, the lake's surface was no longer a smooth mirror. It churned violently, countless pale heads and hands emerging from the depths. Hollow-eyed men, women, and children surfaced from the black waters, a spectral army rising from the depths. Master, Click was exceedingly anxious. Placed the false pendant box inside to destroy the soul artifact. Click immediately deposited the fake pendant box into the basin. Numerous zombies crawled onto the island, dragging their tattered, dripping garments, their bony hands clawing at the petrified ground. Their hollow, merciless eyes fixed on Click, their faces grotesque. Click, flee. Destroy the soul artifact. As he spoke, the man's breath ceased. No, master. Click cried out. And at that moment, the zombies lunged at him, and with a loud crash, he vanished into the cavern. Outside, the snow-laden sky rumbled with thunder. After a while, the thunder receded, leaving only the howling wind and the biting snow. Chapter 18. Spider's Tail Alley. Acquaintances. Hey, Sirius, where exactly are we headed? Lin Fan asked helplessly, observing Sirius trudging ahead in silence. We've passed this way 5 times already. Ha ha ha, Sirius replied with a foolish grin. Lin Fan widened his eyes in disbelief and cast a skeptical glance at Sirius. Hey, Bigfoot, you aren't just wandering aimlessly, are you? Though framed as a question. Lin Fan's tone conveyed a certain certainty. Coughing, Sirius found himself momentarily speechless, but then confidently declared, how could that be? Who am I? I am none other than Sirius Black, a graduate of Hogwarts, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and one of the illustrious quartet of the Warmth Home. Lin Fan was left speechless. Could you possibly be any more shameless? Or perhaps even more repulsive? Sirius chose to completely disregard Lin Fan and his words, pulling him forward with a sense of urgency, as if he were desperate to avoid drawing anyone's attention. Lin Fan was filled with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a flyer affixed to the corner of the wall. It was a housing rental advertisement, for sale or rent, a residence in Spidertail Alley. Boasting a picturesque environment and advantageous location, the spacious house is offered at a favorable price, as the owner is relocating to another country. For inquiries, please contact 20 Spidertail Alley. Lin Fan sighed, feeling at a loss for words regarding this little Sirius. Moments earlier, the scene unfolded differently. What? Hey, Bigfoot. You say you're moving out? Exclaimed Jean-Mu, astonished. Yes, indeed, I will be moving out with Lin Fan, replied Sirius, unwavering in demeanor. Lily, seated on the sofa, observed them and then turned to Lin Fan, inquiring, is that so? Lin Fan chuckled foolishly, brushing his forehead. Indeed, Sirius and I are planning to move out. And hasn't Remus also relocated? Although I am unaware of his destination, what do you all think? Are you truly all moving away? James furrowed his brow, questioning if there was any objection to this. Upon hearing James' words, Lily's expression immediately shifted. Her green eyes sparkled with intensity. Do you harbor any grievances against me? How could Sirius and Lin Fan dare? The two quickly shook their heads, exclaiming, no, no, no. Dear leader, how could we possibly have any objections? It is entirely due to our own circumstances. Lily, perhaps due to her pregnancy, seemed more emotionally charged. After all, such is the way of expectant mothers. With a melancholic expression, she waved her hand dismissively. All right, fine. James settled beside Lily, gently embracing her fragrant shoulder. Subsequently, Lin Fan and Sirius packed their belongings into a bag enhanced by a disillusionment charm, then exited their cozy abode, embarking on a leisurely stroll through the streets. Miles away from their warm home, the mist that once lingered outside the window now floated above a filthy river. This river twisted and turned, its banks overgrown with weeds and littered with refuse. A towering chimney, a remnant of a forsaken mill, loomed ominously, exuding an air of foreboding. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the mournful gurgle of the dark waters, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Fan was drenched in cold sweat, his head filled with the thunderous roar of impending doom. Is this truly the epitome of a picturesque environment? The terrain, so seemingly advantageous? No wonder the flyer appeared so tattered. It must have been affixed there for far too long. Clearly, the other wizards are fully aware of the true nature of this Spider's Tail Alley. Damn that little Sirius. Lin Fan cast a cold glance at Sirius Black and, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, Mr. Black, might you elucidate whether this is the abode you seek for our future coexistence? Sirius appeared somewhat sheepish, his gaze wandering. Ahem. Yes, do not mind the external surroundings. They merely serve as a facade. It seems the measures taken here effectively obscure the muggle's line of sight. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan shot him a sidelong glance. Fearing further commentary from Lin Fan, Sirius promptly seized his hand and hastily led him to a residence at number 20, Spider's Alley, where refuse was piled high, and a foul odor permeated the air. Anxious that Lin Fan might say more, Sirius swiftly waved his wand, and the garbage was magically whisked away, leaving the area pristine. He exhaled deeply, prompting a bemused expression from Lin Fan. Taking a step forward, Sirius knocked on the door. After a moment, a young witch emerged, clad in a black casual robe, her golden hair tousled, and her face still bearing the remnants of slumber. Upon opening the door and surveying the scene outside, she gasped, Goodness, this cannot be. How could all that rubbish have vanished? That wretched fellow never cleans up. She marveled, could it be that fortune has smiled upon him today? Seeing the dazed witch, Sirius cleared his throat to prompt her attention. Excuse me, lovely lady, huh? The witch seemed to finally register the presence of two individuals. She delicately brushed a strand of hair from her face and lazily inquired, What brings you here? Sirius nodded. Indeed, we came in response to your property listing. The witch appeared taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. Really? Oh my advertisement has been posted for over 3 months. You are the first to arrive. How splendid. I yearn to leave this place. Her expression suggested a profound disdain for her surroundings. Was it perhaps due to the murmurings she had previously uttered? What is it about this place? Sirius couldn't help but ask, and Lin Fan shared his curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, the witch resolutely replied, Very well, come inside. Nodding in agreement, Sirius and Lin Fan entered. The interior was not as dismal as Lin Fan had anticipated. It starkly contrasted with the exterior. The decor was exquisite and minimalist, with each element reflecting the owner's taste. Observing the astonishment on Lin Fan's and Sirius's faces, the witch smiled and asked, Would you prefer coffee or tea? We also have refreshments. Oh, coffee, please, both Sirius and Lin Fan replied, as the witch prepared their drinks. Lin Fan and Sirius began to survey the room. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively. What do you think? Sirius whispered. Quite delightful, if one overlooks the external environment, Lin Fan responded. Sirius sighed in relief. How do you find the interior? Are you satisfied? The witch inquired, approaching with a tray. Lin Fan and Sirius both nodded in affirmation. Fleur placed the tray down, setting coffee and water before Lin Fan, and then, with a hint of urgency in her voice, inquired, So, are you saying you wish to purchase? What is the price? Sirius asked, bearing in mind their limited finances. How about 20,000 galleons? Fleur suggested eagerly. Oh, no. No, what about 10,000? Just 10,000? She pressed on. Sirius and Lin Fan exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what sort of neighbor would frighten this lady into offering her house for such a paltry sum. The price seemed remarkably low. Before Sirius could respond, Fleur interjected. Is it too expensive? No, not at all. We are quite satisfied, they replied. When can you move in? She asked. Anytime, they responded. Then let us proceed with the signing, Fleur said. Thus, an absurdly haphazard home-buying incident unfolded, and the ownership of the property transitioned from Miss Fleur Vance to Messrs. Sirius Black and Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Sirius stared in astonishment at Miss Fleur, watching her hurriedly pack her belongings. Soon, the three of them gathered by the door. Goodbye, gentlemen. I wish you a life filled with happiness, said Lin Fan and Sirius in unison. Farewell, I am off now, Fleur declared, and in an instant, she vanished. Lin Fan and Sirius were left to utter the rest of their intended farewell. You haven't told us who our neighbor is yet. At that moment, the door next door swung open, revealing a figure who was unmistakably their neighbor. Without needing an introduction from the departing Miss Fleur, Lin Fan and Sirius could readily name him. He was a familiar acquaintance. Nosebleed, Sirius exclaimed. Professor Snape. Lin Fan felt as though he might faint. Severus, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of the two at his doorstep, stared at them with a grave expression. What are you doing here? Cough. Hello, Severus, Sirius interjected. Don't call my name. He glared disdainfully at Sirius. In return, Sirius shot a glare back at Severus. Humph, I have no desire to utter your name, Nosebleed. With that, Sirius seized Lin Fan and retreated into their home, slamming the door behind them. Only Lin Fan's reluctant voice remained. Now we are neighbors, Professor. Chapter 19. Sirius's breakfast. It was the second day of the holiday, and outside, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground overnight. Lin Fan had initially contemplated a stroll, but the dismal state of Spinner's Inn dissuaded him. Can you even imagine it? He mused. Outside, a pristine layer of silver-white snow concealed the repulsive refuse beneath, and even the snow could not mask the nauseating stench that lingered in the air. In such an environment, who would wish to venture outside for leisure? Muttering to himself, Lin Fan drew the curtains and stepped out of his room. His bedroom was adorned just as it had been in the cozy abode, a testament to Sirius's hard work from the previous day. Nonetheless, the interior had undergone a complete transformation since the departure of the witch Fleur. It now radiated warmth and comfort. In English, one might say it was a copy. In literature, it is referred to as inspiration. In mathematics, it is an analogy. In geography, it is migration. In biology, it is transcription. In physics, it is a frame of reference. In chemistry, it is an isomer. And in politics, it is the pursuit of common ground while preserving differences. Well, I digress. In summary, the structure of number 20 Spinner's Inn had, after a single night, truly earned the title of cozy home too. One could surmise that Sirius himself was also struggling to adapt to life away from the warmth of their previous residence. Hey, Lin Fan, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Sirius's voice called from the kitchen downstairs. Lin Fan shouted loudly from above. I understand. Yet, in his heart, he pondered whether the breakfast was prepared by Sirius himself or purchased from elsewhere. Lin Fan leaned towards the notion that Sirius had ordered from the Wizarding Hotel, allowing the house elf to deliver it. With these thoughts, Lin Fan slowly descended the stairs and entered the dining room. However, his assumptions were clearly misguided. Upon seeing the dishes laid out on the table, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Goodness, surely this must have been concocted by Sirius himself. How could one even begin to describe the culinary disaster before him, as well as the sight of Sirius standing at the dining table, awaiting Lin Fan's arrival? In 4 words, utterly grotesque. Lin Fan vowed that, regardless of how unpalatable Lily's dishes might be, at the very least, they could still be presented in a manner befitting company. However, what of Sirius's culinary creations? While it is true that a traditional Western breakfast may consist merely of milk and bread, one must question whether that truly qualifies as bread. What, pray tell? Is that dark, charred substance? And what about that slick, greasy liquid? Do not dare to suggest that it is milk, nor should you claim it to be juice. Furthermore, on one plate, there undoubtedly lies an egg. How can one be so certain? Merely by observing that the plate retains the unmistakable shape of a freshly cracked egg, complete with its egg white and yolk. Presently, Mr. Sirius is disheveled, his attire in disarray, hair in a wild tangle, his face smeared with a dark substance, and his hair adorned with a viscous, yellowish-white matter, while his clothing is a cacophony of patterns. Lin Fan shouted directly at Sirius, Mr. Black, are you intent on committing murder? Lin Fan hesitated to enter the kitchen, fearing that he might seize a knife and strike Sirius down. Initially, Sirius had been basking in a sense of accomplishment upon seeing Lin Fan's little house, but upon witnessing Lin Fan's expression and hearing his furious outburst, all feelings of pride, achievement, and vanity evaporated. Sirius mumbled softly to himself, I feel rather good though. Humans are peculiar creatures. When they observe others faltering, they may scoff or express disdain, yet when they themselves falter, they often convince themselves that they are performing admirably. Lin Fan gazed at the distressing sight before him and thought to himself, since this was the fruit of Sirius's labor, it would be courteous to sample it. Surely, it wouldn't lead to dire consequences. Perhaps, he mused, he would not meet his demise. With a resolute expression, Lin Fan boldly seized the charred morsel and took several bites, followed by a gulp of the greasy, indeterminate liquid. In Diagon Alley, a tall, striking boy with dark hair and blue eyes, approximately 6 feet 6 inches in height, surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. At that moment, a well-meaning old witch approached him, smiling gently. Child, what are you looking for? A flash of intensity crossed the boy's eyes as he bent slightly, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor and responding with a humble smile. Madam, might you direct me to the burrow? I wish to visit a friend. The witch, taken aback, inquired, you intend to visit the Potter residence? The boy nodded affirmatively. Yes, do you know the way? Half an hour later, the old witch led the boy close to the burrow, hesitating as she pointed to a house nearby, her face betraying an unspoken dread. Seemingly reluctant to be associated with the burrow. Yes, it was fear. Many in the magical community sought to distance themselves from the Potters due to their defiance against the formidable Dark Lord, the one whose name could not be uttered. She feared that the Dark Lord might seek him out, leading to his demise at the hands of his Death Eaters. With a trembling voice, the witch hesitantly asked, Child, do you truly wish to go there? The Dark Lord will kill you. For your own good, perhaps we should turn back. This sentiment had been echoed numerous times since the boy had inquired about the burrow, yet he remained steadfast. No, madam, he replied, bowing gracefully. I am most grateful to you. Child, May Merlin bless you with good fortune, the witch said, before hastily disapparating away. However, as she did so, the boy's sinister voice rang out, Madam, I thank you for the energy you bestowed upon me. Instantly, she was ensnared by tendrils of red and black, her face still etched with surprise. In a heartbeat, the witch was reduced to dust, scattering in the wind. The tendrils retreated into the boy's form, and he licked his lips, murmuring, May Merlin bless you. At that moment, his blue eyes radiated an eerie red, a striking and otherworldly sight. With that, the boy strolled towards the burrow, his expression reverting to one of humility, embodying the very essence of a gentleman. At Severus's abode, he paced restlessly in his cluttered, greasy room, his gaze fixated on a specific spot as if attempting to penetrate the past. Dumbledore, is this your intention? To place him beside me? Just then, a series of clattering sounds emanated from the adjacent house, causing Professor Snape to furrow his brow, his expression icy and brooding. Damn it, he muttered after a while, his voice low and barely audible, yet discernibly uttering a name, seemingly that of a woman, softening the coldness in his eyes with traces of tenderness. Chapter 20, Carnage. Collision of souls. At that moment, a striking boy with dark hair and blue eyes stood at the threshold of the burrow, eyes closed and fist clenched. Suddenly, a tendril emerged from his fist, writhing restlessly. After a moment, he opened his eyes, licking his lips as a crimson glint flashed within them, his smile hinting at a bloodlust. Indeed, this is the place. I sense two familiar essences. One is the lingering trace of the heart of nature, the other, the essence of that worthless echo spirit. The boy's face broke into a smile as he elegantly adjusted his attire and hair before gently knocking on the door of the burrow. However, after a protracted silence, no one answered. With a chuckle, he followed the tendril's guidance to a wall adorned with several windows, noting that the uppermost window was the very room Lin Fan once occupied. Scanning the vicinity and finding it devoid of life, the tendril shot forth like lightning, piercing the wall of Lin Fan's room. The boy swiftly vanished, only to reappear at the window, his form becoming fluid, akin to a sheet of paper, effortlessly slipping through the crevice. Moments later, the boy's liquid form solidified, and he unfurled his tendrils, enveloping the entire room. He frowned slightly. Not here? The scent has faded. He was absent yesterday as well. The room is too tidy, and many belongings are gone. It seems he has moved. But do you truly believe you can escape the shroud of my death mist? He sneered, pushing open the window and leaping down, vanishing from sight. The winter in Spider Alley was eerily silent and frigid. Walking upon the snow-laden ground, one would occasionally find their foot sinking into the snow, eliciting curses against the wintry weather. At this moment, Lin Fan's mood was exceedingly oppressive. His face was ashen, and he incessantly muttered curses under his breath. However, his ire was not directed at the snowy weather but rather at Sirius. The breakfast was simply exquisite. Even the poison concocted by Lily paled in comparison, rendering it utterly repulsive. How disgusting. Lin Fan gazed curiously at the boy approaching him. Despite feeling rather unwell at that moment, he decided to greet him. Hi, Arios. What brings you back here? The boy walking towards him, with his dark hair and blue eyes, was indeed Arios from Ravenclaw. Arios wore a gentle smile, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman as he slowly approached Lin Fan, greeting him. Hi, Lin Fan. Me? I came. As Arios drew nearer, a wave of unease enveloped Lin Fan's heart. This sense of disquiet had lingered since their time at Hogwarts, manifesting itself every few days or even multiple times a day, as if it were a forewarning that something significant was about to transpire. Lin Fan felt a slight dizziness, a lingering effect from his breakfast. Had he been more alert, he might have been cautious. However, at this moment, he found himself in a state of confusion. Lin Fan shook his head vigorously, bewildered by the overwhelming dizziness that seemed to envelop him. With each step that Arios took, a subtle haze of dark crimson emanated from his form, gradually encroaching upon Lin Fan and seeping into his very being, instilling a suffocating discomfort within him. Arios? Lin Fan pondered, perplexed by the presence of multiple versions of Arios. Arios smirked, his eyes icy yet adorned with a semblance of a smile, as he approached Lin Fan, coming to a halt merely a meter away, locking eyes with him. Sinister tendrils emerged from Arios' body, lunging toward Lin Fan, who appeared entranced, as if he had lost all sense of awareness. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of Lin Fan's heart reverberated in his ears as his unresponsive right hand rested against his chest, where a strange coolness lingered. Thump, thump, thump. The tendrils halted just a centimeter from Lin Fan's body, thwarted by an invisible barrier. Arios let out a chilling laugh, his voice dripping with malevolence as he addressed Lin Fan. Do you truly believe you can impede me? The frantic beating of Lin Fan's heart seemed to echo Arios' taunt. With a disdainful snort, Arios closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the cerulean hue vanished, leaving behind a blood-red glare, heavy with insatiable desire. Clenching his fist, he directed it towards Lin Fan, exclaiming, Die. This body is mine. The tendrils surged forth, their formidable strength penetrating Lin Fan's being. Instinctively, he groaned, a cry escaping his lips as cold sweat streamed down his brow, dripping onto the snow-covered ground. Lin Fan convulsed as a melodious sound, akin to celestial music, emanated from his being. The tone was enchanting and clear, reminiscent of a lark's delicate song. Arios wore a knowing expression. Ah, the sound spirit, you are finally to emerge. It seems I must first devour you before seizing his body. Suddenly, a squeaking sound pierced the air. A small, snow-white mouse, adorned with a fringe, unexpectedly emerged from Lin Fan's body, landing silently on the snow. How exceedingly timid you are, Arios mocked. The mouse swiftly transformed into a chubby toddler, bare-bottomed and with an innocent visage that begged to be pinched. The little boy, indignant, exclaimed, "Purification, how did you come to be like this? Weren't you one of the most virtuous among us?" He trembled, pointing his pudgy finger at Arios. "What of it?" Arios retorted with a deranged laugh. "One must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens conspire against him." A surge of bloodlust erupted from Arios, infused with a potent essence known as desire. Tendrils of dark crimson energy writhed ominously, embodying the touch of death. The sound spirit waved a hand, releasing a symphony, with notes dancing and swirling around Lin Fan, in the spirit, a song of the soul. However, the blackened, deathly aura from Arios clashed violently with the vibrant notes of the song. "Sound spirit, you remain so feeble. Is this truly the extent of your power?" The little boy pouted, his green eyes shimmering as lively notes leaped joyfully around him. "Purification, transform back into your original form. Do you recall the melody you taught me?" The song of purification. Blue-green notes fluttered gracefully, akin to a delicate maiden's dance, yet as they approached Arios, they disintegrated like bubbles, a mere reflection of reality. The overwhelming essence of desire completely consumed the melody of purification. The boy's expression shifted to one of shock. He hadn't anticipated the song's swift demise. Unfazed, Arios gathered the surrounding darkness, which began to corrode Lin Fan's body, dimming his skin. The boy lunged toward Lin Fan, unleashing notes from his fingertips, pleading, "Lin Fan, awaken." Yet, this melody was no match for the encroaching black-red aura that had already claimed half of Lin Fan's form. It was not that the sound spirit lacked the will to amplify its magical might, but the ever-watchful Arios made it impossible to fight at full strength. Lin Fan's plight hindered any such effort. A door creaked open, revealing a man who stepped through, observing the fallen Lin Fan, the sound spirit clinging to him, and the monstrous Arios across from them. "Lin Fan, what has happened? And who are you? What have you done to him?" Sirius Black gripped his wand tightly, rushing toward Lin Fan. Upon seeing Sirius, the boy exhaled in relief, rising to nod at him. "Mr. Black, I entrust the master to you." His expression was grave as he regarded Arios. "Purification, now we may unleash our battle. I will ensure your restoration." Chapter 21. Carnage, collision of souls in the snow. Lin Fan lay unconscious, while Sirius vigilantly guarded him, occasionally glancing at the ongoing battle. The boy's face was stern as he faced Arios. "Purification. We may now engage fully. I shall restore you." He slowly closed his eyes, and playful, enchanting notes danced at his fingertips. A mystical melody whispered like a gentle breeze, soothing the soul and easing negativity. The sound of raindrops echoed in a perplexing manner, awakening the symphony of life, cleansing the pain of the spirit. Thunder rumbled, a warning to the heart, guiding one forward. The cacophony of the mundane world spoke of life's sorrows. The earth roared, singing of mountains and rivers. From beyond the skies, a flute's melody ushered in tranquility, while the elegy of the heart evoked fleeting memories. The sound of time flowed, washing away joy, anger, sorrow, and the myriad emotions of existence. This song was a natural symphony, a warm sunlit breeze, the rain of life, a clarion call of thunder, the whispers of humanity. The music of the earth, the flute from the heavens, and the elegy of time. The boy's surroundings were serene, inviting one to lose themselves in it. However, Arios, momentarily caught off guard, quickly regained his composure. His eyes glowed with a sinister light, surrounded by a swirling mist of black and crimson, resembling a musical staff. Arios sneered. "Sound spirit, do you truly believe such a melody can affect me?" The boy remained silent, quietly intoning an even more vibrant tune. The harmonious chirping of birds blended with low, mellifluous tones, the tranquil flute echoed a rise and fall. The sounds of battle were thrilling, the roar of dragons shattered barriers. The noble call of phoenixes safeguarded the spirit, the haunting cries of death reverberated through the soul, the thunder of righteousness spread hope, and the gentle whispers lulled one into dreams. This was the essence of the celestial and earthly symphony, the evolution of nature's octaves. The boy fixed his gaze on Arios, as if to imprint him deep within his soul. He closed his eyes once more, channeling all his magical energy into one final effort. His once rosy cheeks fading to pallor. Though the process spanned mere seconds, it felt eternal. Arios, taken aback by the boy's audacity, revealed a bloodthirsty gleam. "Are you attempting to settle this in a single move?" "Very well." A dark aura coalesced around Arios as he prepared to strike down the boy, intent on seizing his power and the body of the boy lying on the ground. The boy waved his hand, propelling all the notes born of song toward Arios, and urgently called out, "Mr. Sirius, please take the young master away from here, quickly." Sirius, sensing the immense power of the two forces, immediately carried Lin Fan back to his home, casting a protective charm over it with a wave of his wand. Arios waved his hand, hurling a mist-formed sphere towards the young boy. In that instant, two powers collided, Yet instead of the anticipated explosion, they slowly merged together. Within mere seconds, the energies coalesced into a floating orb, a mesmerizing blend of green, red, and black, teetering precariously in the air. The boy and Arius stared in astonishment, but soon realized the urgency of the situation and attempted to evade, though it was too late. The unstable energy sphere erupted into a blinding white light, illuminating the entire sky and casting its glow over the expanse of England. The force of the explosion engulfed both the boy and Arius, leaving them with grievous wounds. Green blood flowed incessantly from the boy, staining the snow a vibrant hue, while the darkened red blood that accompanied Arius was no different. Yet, in moments, the bloodied snow vanished without a trace. After what felt like an eternity, the two plummeted heavily to the ground, unconscious. Numerous individuals, be they British or foreign, wizards or muggles, engaged in various activities, instinctively closed their eyes at once, as if responding to a natural cue. However, moments later, the brilliant light flashed, and a few unfortunate souls, who could have observed the distant scene 100 meters away, found their vision irrevocably snatched by the dazzling brilliance. Many lost their ability to perceive the world around them due to this overwhelming light. In the aftermath, a myriad of expressions unfolded. In the office of Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, a contemplative look crossing his face as he murmured, "Is it finally upon us?" Meanwhile, muggles in the mundane world erupted into panic, crying out, "Has the end of the world arrived?" In Spinner's End, the snow had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping hole from the explosion, from which foul, putrid black water gushed forth like a fountain. Within this dark water lay two battered boys, lying unconscious and unaware. At number 20, Spinner's End, Sirius Black helped the frail infant, who had just regained consciousness, sipping from several bottles of a blue, dreamlike potion and a few white and blue tablets he had procured from an unknown realm. These were restorative potions and energizing tablets. After consuming the medicine, Lin Fan, now alert, inquired of Sirius, "What transpired? How did I end up in this room? I distinctly remember being outside just moments ago." Sirius remained silent, brandishing his wand and uttering an incantation of unknown origin. Moments later, images began to materialize at the tip of his wand, pointing it at Lin Fan's head. A vivid memory surged into Lin Fan's mind, revealing the events that had just unfolded outside. Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. Arios? The Heart of Purification? Had it been tainted by malevolence? Why was it so different from my encounter with the Heart of Sound? I recall that during my meeting with the Heart of Sound, it merely transformed into a mouse to evade the grasp of that black-robed sorcerer. Shaking his head, Lin Fan turned to Sirius and said, "My dear friend, would you kindly assist me in stepping outside to assess the situation?" Observing the resolute gleam in Lin Fan's eyes, Sirius gently nodded in agreement. Outside the dwelling, the Heart of Sound and the Heart of Purification, which should have been lying in the dark waters, had inexplicably vanished. As Lin Fan stepped through the door, he heard a woman's voice resonating in the air. "You two may engage in conflict, but ultimately you shall both be absorbed by me." Haha. Chapter 22, Slaughter. Collision of souls. Listening to the lingering voice of the woman, "You two may engage in conflict, but ultimately you shall both be absorbed by me." Haha. Caused Lin Fan's heart to skip a beat. It was evident that yet another heart had manifested, leaving him bewildered as to why two hearts had appeared in such quick succession. Simultaneously, he felt a growing concern for the safety of the Heart of Sound he had reclaimed. Upon hearing the unknown woman's voice, Sirius promptly positioned himself before Lin Fan, shielding him while maintaining a vigilant stance, tightly gripping his wand. His gaze scanned the surroundings, prepared to unleash a high-damage spell at the slightest disturbance. When the clam and the heron fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. Lin Fan was unaware of the nature of this woman's heart, nor did he comprehend the implications of the absorption she spoke of. The only clarity he possessed was the resonating voice of the system within his mind. Lin Fan's expression grew vacant, his focus lost as all his thoughts shifted inward. Ding. Level A mission. Human desires encounter sudden changes. First phase, mysterious melody complete. Awarded B-level gift pack. Task modification in progress. Ding. BC level mission. Recover the Heart of Sound activated. You have barely managed to obtain a benevolent heart, yet it has been snatched away. Hurry and rescue it, lest you find yourself devoid of even the surface of your own heart. Ding. Level A mission. The onset of misfortune activated. First phase, mysterious woman. What could this enigmatic woman be? The girl heralding misfortune appears to drift somewhere within a forest, where beings once trapped in a different time and space reside. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification sound. Goodness, what is happening? Why are tasks arriving one after another? And to think a series of tasks has been triggered consecutively. Oh dear. Lin Fan let out a strange cry, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Sirius. Sirius, still hovering his hand above Lin Fan's head after playfully tapping it, declared, "I demand an explanation." Upon hearing Lin Fan's address, Mr. Black's lips twitched, and a vein pulsed at his temple. He forcefully flicked Lin Fan's forehead and commanded, "You little rascal, get inside." Lin Fan cast a glance at Sirius without any interest, letting out a hum before leisurely making his way to the sofa, where he settled down. His mind was ablaze with a myriad of thoughts as he pondered ways to rescue them and decipher the implications of the hints provided by the system. The woman had ventured into a forest in England, a place where a certain species, previously trapped in alternate dimensions, resided. Lin Fan's hand rested numbly beneath his chin, his index finger gently stroking the smooth skin that had yet to sprout a beard, his brow slightly furrowed. Sirius settled beside him, giving his shoulder a playful pat, exuding a carefree demeanor. "Hey, little rascal, is there something you need my assistance with?" Despite Sirius's typically boisterous and whimsical exterior, his thoughts were more perceptive and intricate than anyone else's. Lin Fan nodded, his large foot tapping thoughtfully. "Do you happen to know if there are any places nearby inhabited by beings from other realms, perhaps from alternate dimensions?" He scratched his head, feeling a sense of frustration. Why is it that I can never seem to conjure up the right ideas? Strange creatures from alternate dimensions, like the extraterrestrial beings depicted in certain films of the Muggle world? Sirius raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the peculiar nature of the situation. "A mouse!" Sirius Black exclaimed, his voice tinged with apprehension. "What is the matter? Are you afraid of mice?" Lin Fan teased. Sirius shook his head. "No. It's about Elder Ollie, the one who saved us last time." "The Tuba tribe!" Lin Fan exclaimed loudly, rising from the sofa, realization dawning upon him. "I understand now. It's south that place. Are you seeking it because of what that woman said earlier?" Sirius affirmed. Lin Fan was straightforward this time. He nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that if he did not intervene, something dreadful would transpire. Sirius regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. "Mr. Lin Fan, do you believe you are in a state suitable for this?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan clenched his teeth, unaware of who had put him in this predicament. Sirius, undeterred, approached with a grin. "All right, I shall accompany you there." "Really?" Lin Fan's tone was tinged with excitement. "Of course," Sirius replied with a gentle smile. "The Order of the Phoenix has little to attend to at present. I am on leave." Lin Fan understood the implication behind Sirius's words and merely nodded in comprehension. "Let us depart now, Mr. Lin Fan." Sirius stood, assisting Lin Fan as they exited. Upon stepping outside, Sirius executed the disapparition spell, and in mere moments, a wave of dizziness swept over them, transporting them to the forest where Elder Ollivander had once made his abode. The speed of their travel made Lin Fan's eyes widen in awe, but soon enough, envy turned to nausea as he leaned against a tree, doubled over in sickness. Walking through the forest, Lin Fan's already pallid complexion grew even more as his legs trembled beneath him. As they ventured deeper, the dark green mist thickened ominously around them. Both Sirius and Lin Fan remained vigilant, their wands gripped tightly in hand, scanning their surroundings. Ignoring his mental fatigue, Lin Fan hastily consumed a few mental and nutritional tablets, activating his mind's eye to survey the area. Upon confirming that no immediate danger lurked, Lin Fan's hand trembled as he summoned the green hat, donning it with newfound composure. No longer feeling the embarrassment he once did. Summon the groundhog. With a surge of magic, a charming little groundhog appeared, albeit with a rather vacant expression. "Hello, Arthur." Lin Fan greeted the creature, which was none other than the groundhog that had previously knocked him unconscious during the 8 gates of the Golden Lock Array and brought him to the underground Burrow clan. Arthur initially appeared puzzled before breaking into a silly grin. "Mr. Lin Fan, how come you're here?" "And me?" "Yes, Arthur, I summoned you. Could you please fetch your father or Elder Ollivander for me?" Lin Fan affectionately patted Arthur on the head. Arthur shyly nodded, and with a puff of smoke, he vanished. Moments later, a hearty, warm, and gentle laughter reached the ears of Lin Fan and Sirius. "Haha, Lin Fan, what brings you here?" Chapter 23, The Task in Progress. Level up. In the shadowy depths of the forest, the black-green mist floated through the air, while sporadic bird calls echoed, enhancing the eerie ambience. Under a grand tree, a black-haired, blue-eyed boy leaned against its trunk, accompanied by a handsome man with elegant black hair and deep gray eyes. Before them stood an unusual elderly mouse, aged and wise, wielding a staff and dressed in garb reminiscent of a medieval elder. "Greetings, Elder Ollivander," Sirius said, visibly apprehensive upon seeing the elder mouse, recalling how this peculiar creature had once dispatched a Death Eater with remarkable efficiency and precision. Elder Ollivander offered no words initially, merely smiling kindly at Sirius with a nod. "It is a pleasure to see you," Lin Fan exclaimed with genuine warmth, appearing innocently vulnerable, much like a child awaiting misfortune. "Indeed, I am equally pleased by your arrival," Elder Ollivander said, squinting his eyes, before adding, "unless you require my assistance." His words caused Lin Fan to blush, resulting in a flurry of coughs. At this, Elder Ollivander burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, Mr. Lin Fan, what is it that you need my help with?" "Well, it's about this and that," Lin Fan replied, bowing respectfully as he began to explain. Sirius, however, remained utterly still, looking quite serious and out of character. Lin Fan wondered if this was truly Sirius Black, or merely someone impersonating him under the influence of Polyjuice Potion. Upon hearing Lin Fan mention the heart of nature, the heart of sound, the heart of purification, the heart of desire, and the heart of misfortune, Elder Ollivander appeared taken aback, clearly puzzled about how Lin Fan came to know such ancient secrets, which were beyond the comprehension of contemporary youths. although Lin Fan refrained from revealing the existence of his system or his identity as a child of nature. Elder Ollivander still uttered a cryptic remark that only Lin Fan could grasp. "Child, you truly are a favored one of nature." Lin Fan simply smiled and nodded. The trio, accompanied by the large elder mouse, strolled through the forest, their footsteps echoing with a rhythmic tap-tap amidst the trees. Suddenly, a rustling from a nearby thicket caught their attention, prompting them to halt and observe. Moments later, a brown groundhog emerged, approaching Lin Fan and the others, emitting a series of squeaks while gesturing animatedly. After a brief moment, it paused, tilting its head at Elder Ollivander and Lin Fan, seemingly indifferent to Sirius. Elder Ollivander gently patted the little groundhog's head, speaking soothingly. "All right, child, return now." Lin Fan smiled at the groundhog, thanking it. He clearly understood the foreign language the little creature had spoken, thanks to his communication ability. Following the groundhog's guidance, the three quietly advanced towards their destination. Deeper within the forest, the trees grew in bizarre shapes, where a charming, naked young boy was tightly bound to one of the trees by an unknown dark green entity. Beside him, another boy was similarly restrained, though his tattered clothing managed to cover his modesty. Opposite them stood a proud young woman, exuding confidence and poise. The two boys, struggling to open their eyes, gazed at the woman who had bound them. "Who are you?" one of them managed to utter. The woman coolly flicked a strand of hair from her forehead, casting a cold glance at the two. "Does it matter who I am? You are about to be devoured by me." With that, she grotesquely licked her dry lips with her tongue. "How despicable of you to ambush us while we were gravely injured," the boys exclaimed weakly. The girl scoffed. "Do you think such a scenario is feasible? How naive." The young boy and Arius found themselves at a loss for words, closing their eyes as if resigning to fate. The girl, indifferent to their plight, extended her wand and struck the air thrice, simultaneously inscribing a vast 9-pointed star beneath the tree where the two boys stood. This intricate formation served to enhance her ability to absorb the powers and magic emanating from the boys. With her eyes shut tight, she chanted incantations, her hands firmly grasping the wand, which she directed unwaveringly toward the boys' position. As the sky gradually darkened, the moon ascended silently, surrounded by twinkling stars that seemed to harbor some arcane order and mystery. The moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a direct beam upon the 9-pointed star formation drawn by the girl. The star points on the ground began to emit a luminous glow, one by one illuminating the darkness. Just as the light of the 9th star point was on the verge of blossoming, a beam of Avada Kedavra surged forth from the depths of the forest, striking the 9th star point in an instant, extinguishing the light that was about to burst forth. The girl's expression turned icy at this turn of events, her eyes glinting with cold fury. Yet, she continued her incantation. At that moment, from behind a few trees emerged a child, a man, and a massive rat, none other than Lin Fan, Sirius Black, and Elder Ollie. Upon hearing the explosive sound caused by the Avada Kedavra curse, the young boy opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Fan and the others, he was overwhelmed with joy. Weakly calling out, "Master." Arius, however, merely glanced at them before shifting his gaze elsewhere, uttering a dismissive sound. "Humph." Lin Fan gazed at the girl who had her back turned to them, and exclaimed loudly, "Stop. You cannot do this." The girl did not respond. She remained engrossed in her incantation, seemingly dismissing Lin Fan and the others entirely. Elder Ollie, noticing that the 9th point of the 9-pointed star, previously struck by the killing curse, was beginning to flicker with light once more, called out urgently, "Hurry. Stop her." Chapter 24. The task progresses, level up. Realizing that the 9th point of the 9-pointed star was on the verge of illuminating again, Elder Ollie shouted, "Quick. Prevent her." Due to their differing angles, Lin Fan and Sirius Black found their line of sight obstructed by the girl, momentarily stunned. However, their reactions were remarkably sharp. Lin Fan swiftly cast a disarming charm, forcefully pulling the girl's tightly gripped wand, causing it to point skyward. Meanwhile, Sirius, a distinguished 10th-tier wizard, unleashed a bone-breaking curse in an instant, directing it towards the 9th point. Yet, as the girl was ensnared by the disarming charm, she laughed maniacally, her voice echoing with madness. "It is futile. The spell has already been initiated. You cannot disrupt the 9-pointed star formation." Just as her words echoed in the air, the 9th point of the 9-pointed star erupted in a dazzling radiance. As Lin Fan realized he could not prevent it, his gaze fixated on Yinling's location. His wand danced frantically in his hand, exclaiming, "Begone, evil spirits." A beam of pure white, sanctified light emanated from the tip of his wand, shooting towards the position of the young boy. The black and green ropes binding the two boys recoiled at the sight of the radiant light, disintegrating into swirling wisps of smoke at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Fan brandished his wand, instantly casting the levitation and manipulation spells, and swiftly drew Yinling into his embrace. However, it was now impossible to rescue Arios. Within the 9-pointed star formation, 9 brilliant star-like points simultaneously unleashed beams of eerie black and green light, ensnaring Arios' limbs, neck, and waist. These beams, reminiscent of flames, seared Arios, who was already exceedingly weak. He emitted a bone-chilling howl that resonated deeply within the soul. "Ah, kill me. Ugh, the pain is unbearable. Please end my suffering." From an agonizing scream to a faint whisper within just a few seconds, Arios endured torment. However, his suffering did not last long. The girl broke free from Lin Fan's manipulation spell. With a swift illusionary shift, she found herself within the 9-pointed star formation. Closing her eyes, she stood upon the tree that bound Arios, her gaze transforming into an ominous black and green hue. This sinister look fixated intently on Lin Fan and the others, as she extended her tongue and delicately licked Arios' face, exuding a malevolent allure. When Lin Fan beheld the visage of the girl, his body trembled. An astonishment overtook his features. He extended his index finger toward her, stammering, "Why you?" Sirius, noticing Lin Fan's peculiar demeanor, gently tapped him on the shoulder and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "What is it, Lin Fan?" Lin Fan closed his eyes, only to open them instantly, his expression returning to calmness. All was well. The radiance of the 9-pointed star gradually dimmed, and Arios' complexion turned decidedly pale, his breath becoming increasingly feeble. As the glow of the 9-pointed star vanished, the girl's appearance transformed entirely. Her figure became more poised and alluring. The once childish body now morphed into that of a mature woman. Every movement was captivating. Every smile and frown exuding charm. The girl, no, she was now to be referred to as a woman, extended her tongue to lightly moisten her lips, blinked, and uttered words that starkly contrasted with her demeanor. "Are you prepared to die?" With a flick of her wrist, several tendrils erupted from her body. Their colors a bizarre blend of black, red, and green, aimed directly at Lin Fan and his companions. The sound spirit nestled in Lin Fan's arms had transformed once more into a small white-haired mouse, gasping as it spoke, "Master, be cautious." She has now acquired the power of purification. Lin Fan noticed the serious expression on Sirius's face, while Elder Ollie remained leisurely, as if he were merely taking a stroll. Ding. BC level mission to retrieve the sound spirit completed. Awarded BC gift pack. The system's voice resonated as Lin Fan successfully saved the sound spirit. As the tendrils approached, Sirius swiftly cast a protective spell, flames roaring to life in response. The fierce fire blazed against the strange tendrils, yet they bore not even a trace of injury. The tips of the tendrils were as sharp as arrows, swiftly piercing through Sirius's defenses. Lin Fan gently set down the sound spirit, stepping in front of Sirius to unleash a spatial rift. A ripple coursed through the air, causing the space to tremble slightly, creating cracks reminiscent of water ripples. With a sharp crack, the tendrils collided with the rift, shattering it like glass, resulting in a small black gap from which an unfathomable aura of terror emanated. Whoosh! A portion of the tendrils seemed to be devoured as they slipped into the rift, vanishing from sight. A fleeting pain crossed the woman's face. At this moment, Elder Ollie ceased to observe the spectacle and swiftly took off, a powerful aura radiating from him, embodying the majesty of a king. He surpassed the speed of wind, activating divine speed. His hands extended, claws unsheathed, sharp and whistling through the air as they lunged at the woman. Explosive claw. The woman waved her hand, enveloped in a swirling mist of 3 colors, forming a barrier that rendered explosive claw ineffective. Elder Ollie pivoted mid-motion, pushing off the ground, his claws extending once more, golden light flashing. A forceful display of wisdom. His claws danced in the air, the glimmering, golden blades of judgment. The woman seemed to sense the impending threat of judgment, flailing her arms as a faint aura of death and a pungent miasma enveloped her completely. Lin Fan and Sirius observed Elder Ollie blocking the woman's path. In a sudden burst of energy, Sirius rushed to the tree-binding Arios, lifting the unconscious figure and placing him beside Enfong. Meanwhile, Lin Fan produced a green hat, channeling boundless magical power. The infusion of magic bestowed immeasurable strength, and he shouted, "Begone, malevolent spirit!" directing his incantation toward the woman. With a swift motion, she teleported to another tree, casting a cold gaze upon Lin Fan, Sirius, and Elder Ollie. "Humph, do you think this will suffice to defeat me?" The woman's hair began to grow uncontrollably, golden strands writhing like serpents. Avada Kedavra! Sirius unleashed the deadly curse at her. A cross materialized behind the woman, golden ropes ensnaring her limbs. Elder Ollie invoked judgment, sending golden blades hurtling toward her extremities. Following Lin Fan's incantation of Begone, malevolent spirit, a melodious symphony filled the air, the 8th movement of celestial harmony, the 9th movement, the 3rd movement, the 4th movement, the 7th movement. Die. In Chapter 25, The Battle. The Cup. The woman's eyes blazed with fiery intensity, her body resonating with anguished wails, the lamentations of tormented souls. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, seemingly indifferent to the assaults from Lin Fan, Sirius, and Elder Ollie. Aware that they were preparing for a full-force strike, she dismissed any notion of warm-up. Her body began to tremble delicately, resembling a fragile enchantress caught in the hands of a villain. As her trembling intensified, increasingly dense and eerie mist emanated from her form. Veins protruded from her face, bestowing upon her an alluring wildness. Enigmatic incantations escaped her lips, sending ripples through the air. The strangeness of her movements belied their apparent complexity. In truth, she had ample time to complete her incantations before Lin Fan and his companions could reach her. Lin Fan, Sirius Black, and Elder Ollie were acutely aware of the woman's formidable magic, yet they found themselves unable to evade it. Their only hope lay in the superiority of their own spells. The woman's incantations were swift, and despite their rapidity, the potency of her magic was undeniable, for she had absorbed the abilities and power of the entity known as Purification. Sirius had not forgotten the presence of Purification's sound spirit during the battle in Spider Alley. And this woman was equally a formidable adversary. The black, red, and green mist pulsated through the air, coalescing into a massive, unstable sphere that trembled as if on the verge of detonation. In that moment, as the sphere took form, Lin Fan and his companions realized that should they fail to evade it, their fate would be to meet Merlin in the afterlife. Following the casting of the killing curse, Sirius immediately invoked protective wards, while Elder Ollie, employing an unknown incantation, radiated a golden light that rendered him appear noble, sacred, and untouchable. Lin Fan, donning the green hat, hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to utilize its power. After glancing at Elder Ollie, he shook his head, deciding to proceed with it. There was little time for deliberation. For as the sphere was assailed by the killing curse, judgment, and the celestial symphony, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding boom, an immense, invisible wave surged forth, enveloping Lin Fan, Sirius, the woman, the sound spirit, and Arios in its violent embrace. In Diagon Alley, a man, his head bowed and expression frantic, furtively surveyed his surroundings, mumbling to himself in a state of disorientation, alternating between moments of madness and confusion as he paced erratically. His peculiar behavior attracted the attention of the wizards nearby, who regarded him with curiosity before hastily returning to their own affairs. At the heart of Diagon Alley stood a towering white edifice, universally recognized as the only bank in the area, Gringotts. The man, in a state of disarray, stood at the entrance, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and with a determined stomp, stepped into the goblin-run bank. Inside, he appeared composed, as if the earlier turmoil had been mere illusion. A diminutive goblin approached, as most goblins were notably small. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" the elderly goblin inquired, his hands rubbing together eagerly. A fleeting glimmer of confusion flickered in the man's eyes, but he maintained his composure, replying, "Take me to the vault of the Slytherin family." Upon observing the man's attire and the emblem of the Slytherin family, the goblin bowed respectfully, though they believed that only gold held dominion over them. The glint of coins ignited a greater eagerness within him. He led the man through the verification process, confirming his identity before guiding him to a cart. The man casually tossed a few golden galleons to the goblin, eliciting a grin that crinkled the corners of the goblin's eyes, reflecting the gleam of gold. As the cart sped through the twisting tunnels, the man appeared unnaturally calm, as if under a spell's influence. Upon arrival, he and the goblin disembarked and approached a massive door. With a key in hand, the man inserted it into the lock, and they stepped into the shadows beyond. Within the darkness, the sound of clinking echoed, leading them to a vast creature lying before them. A colossal dragon lay sprawled across the path to the deepest vaults, its pallid form a result of prolonged confinement. Its eyes were a milk-like pink, and its hind legs were shackled, the chains embedded deep into the ground. The dragon's conical wings lay folded against its body, but if unfurled, they would consume the entire space. As it turned to regard them, the roar it emitted reverberated through the stone, and a plume of flame erupted from its maw, forcing them to retreat. Yet, both the man and the goblin remained remarkably composed. The goblin produced a key and several small metallic tools from his pocket, their sound reminiscent of a hammer striking an anvil. The dragon's attention gradually shifted, and the goblin cautiously advanced, with the man maintaining a steady pace behind him. Though a flicker of internal struggle remained evident in his eyes, they continued along the wall, the jingling of the keys echoing in the cavernous space, amplifying with each step. Soon, they arrived at the Slytherin family vault, entering to be met with a dazzling array of gold that momentarily blinded them. The vault was filled with towering heaps of gold and silver, exquisite goblets, silver armor, bizarre taxidermy specimens, and even a skeleton adorned with a crown. The goblin stood transfixed, a hint of drool escaping his lips. The man ascended to the vault's pedestal, trembling as he retrieved a golden cup encrusted with jewels from his coat pocket. Placing it upon the pedestal, the goblin, noticing the man's peculiar demeanor, was more captivated by the glittering treasures surrounding them. The man's lips gently grazed his teeth as he cast a spell on the cup. However, nothing appeared to change. Gently touching the cup, it began to shimmer and multiply, until the vault brimmed with golden chalices. With that, he and the goblin exited, the latter's eyes twinkling with an inscrutable light, a cunning smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 29. The task progresses, upgrading. In the forest, clouds of dust billowed as an explosion resonated for hundreds, if not thousands, of meters. Within the epicenter, trees had vanished, and the ground seemed to have been excavated. The silence was profound, akin to death itself. Moments later, a chorus of groans erupted as the dust settled. The tattered garments of several individuals lay strewn about, their bodies marred with numerous wounds, blood flowing freely. Lin Fan propped himself up, the green hat now lying beside him. Once vibrant, now dulled and lifeless, a testament to his exertion in exhausting the last two uses of his damage immunity. Lin Fan glanced at the fallen Sirius, Elder Ollie, Ling, and Arios in the distance, momentarily oblivious to the presence of any woman nearby. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to summon his strength. However, this time he was engulfed by a wave of pain that felt as if countless ants were crawling within him, accompanied by the sharp stinging of needles piercing his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he could not suppress a muffled groan, blood trickling slowly from the corner of his mouth. He realized that his psyche had sustained a severe blow. The mere thought of wielding magic sent waves of torment through him, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his bones. He steeled himself, clinging to the hope of recovery through potions and supplements. Lin Fan gazed at Sirius and his companions with a sense of unease. When the explosion occurred, he could only hastily employ damage immunity to shield their group. Although this spell could render them immune to the harm caused by curses and magic, its effects were fleeting. The protection afforded by damage immunity lasted but a moment, and that was only under the influence of the potent blessing from his green hat. He administered various useful potions to them. Yet at that moment, Sirius laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected. This gesture deeply touched Lin Fan. After activating damage immunity, Sirius, recalling Lin Fan's previous use of the spell in the Shrieking Shack during their last visit to Hogsmeade, recklessly positioned himself in front of Lin Fan, casting a series of defensive spells. Lin Fan's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice choked. Elder Ollie appeared to be the least injured among them, owing to his robust constitution. Although he attempted to intervene, it seemed that the Tuba clan possessed no significant defensive spells, leaving him somewhat apologetic towards Lin Fan. The spirit Ling had vanished at some point. During the explosion, he had struggled to rise and merged into Lin Fan's body, thereby enhancing his magical resistance. As for Arios, having reverted to his original form, he found himself bewildered at the moment of the blast. He was unaware of how he had arrived in this forest, as he distinctly remembered borrowing several books from the library just moments ago, believing he should still be walking in the corridor. Fortunately, being positioned behind Elder Ollie had spared him from severe injury. After Lin Fan had healed himself and Sirius, he surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of the woman. Scattered on the ground were remnants of torn fabric, likely from her robe. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Level a task. Doom approaches. First phase, mysterious woman completed. Second phase initiated. However, there was no hint regarding the second phase of the task. Lin Fan was utterly perplexed by this conundrum. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind, urging, "Master, look over there." Following the voice's guidance, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon a small crevice not far away, from which emanated a chilling aura. This presence evoked a myriad of thoughts. At times, he envisioned an enchanting woman, while at others, he felt a deep-seated disdain for others, alongside an overwhelming stench of decay. This was the purification of the tainted. "Master, hurry, or it will dissipate." With great effort, Lin Fan took a step forward. Sirius, upon noticing Lin Fan rise, remained silent. They both sensed the chilling aura emanating from that place. In truth, Arios had intended to speak, but hesitated, pondering how he had arrived in this predicament. However, upon glancing at the others, he chose to maintain his silence. As Lin Fan slowly approached the narrow crevice, he beheld a heart pulsating weakly, radiating an aura of malevolence. It seemed as though he could hear the anguished cries of vengeful spirits emanating from within. Lin Fan stared blankly at the pulsating heart before him, whispering softly in his mind, "What should I do?" The master invoked the incantation to banish the malevolent spirit. Suddenly, the feeble heart leaped from the ground, hurtling towards the location of Lin Fan's own heart. Startled, Lin Fan, still unfamiliar with the incantation for banishing evil spirits, clutched the green hat tightly in his left pocket, filled with boundless magical energy. He pointed his wand at the heart and shouted, "Begone, malevolent spirit." At that moment, the heart veered unexpectedly, narrowly avoiding Lin Fan's attack. The chilling aura emanating from the heart surged violently, seemingly expressing its fury. With a swift maneuver, the heart turned in midair, aiming directly at the fallen Sirius. Elder Ollie appeared somewhat chagrined at his failure to protect Lin Fan. As he witnessed the black and red heart approaching, he furiously unleashed two claws, summoning the Mark of Judgment, X. The cross bound the heart tightly. Lin Fan stepped forward to the ethereal cross, observing the heart's relentless struggle. He continuously infused magical energy into his wand, but this exacerbated his already waning spirit. The sensation of being cut 1,000 times, Lin Fan thought to himself that he had endured such torment before. In the final fleeting moment of boundless magical energy, he unleashed the incantation once more. "Begone, malevolent spirit." A series of hissing sounds erupted, reminiscent of chicken wings sizzling on a grill, oil dripping onto the charred surface. The color of the black and red heart gradually faded, revealing stains and impurities that surfaced on its exterior, the liquid slowly dripping to the ground, producing a hissing noise as it created yet another small hole. Time ticked away, and Lin Fan consumed bottle after bottle of restorative potions, his spirit fragments continually devoured. Before his eyes danced a myriad of stars, blurring his vision. A final shriek escaped the heart, the last vestige of its malevolence vanishing, transforming the once black and red heart into a pristine gem-like object, as exquisite as jade and as pure as snow. "Master, quickly press it to your chest. If you don't purify it now, it might be too late." The voice of the spirit echoed anxiously. Lin Fan exhaled softly, repeatedly reassuring himself that it would soon be over. that rest was just around the corner. He firmly pressed his heart against his chest, and the pristine, exquisite heart emitted a sacred glow before vanishing. Ding. A level 3 ring task completed. A level gift package obtained. Ding. Player has completed the S-level ability inheritance task, Prayer of the Eternal Purification of Nature. Ding. Task rewards will be acquired in the future. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan felt darkness enveloping him. He knew he was about to faint. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Completion of the chain task, magical power enhanced. Character, Lin Fan. Occupation, sorcerer manipulator. Title, child of nature. Student level, 5th tier, junior. Lifespan, 50 years, 49 days. Occupational skills, alchemist, goldsmith, enchanter. Abilities, opening spell, spatial rift. Float spell, manipulation spell, fragmentation, fainting, communication, serenity, voice of nature, clear water like spring, wind shield, banish evil spirits. Life skills, pharmacology, alchemy, enchantment. Special abilities, self-rescue, resurrection, hard SI. An inexplicable power course through Lin Fan's body. In the devastated forest, Sirius and Elder Ollie stood silently by his side, while Arius, exhausted from his prolonged awakening, succumbed once more to slumber. The wind blew gently, serene and soft. Chapter 27. Speculation, Complete Fusion, Bunower, at number 20, Spidertail Alley. Lin Fan lay on his bed, his eyes wide open, unfocused, replaying the scenes that had transpired in the forest. His mind fixated on the moment he glimpsed the woman's visage. The girl had golden short hair and brown eyes, her face adorned with charming freckles. This girl astonished Lin Fan. She was Jennifer from Gryffindor, a classmate and close friend of Nina. Although Lin Fan had not conversed much with her, he retained a favorable impression, though she occasionally appeared to gossip about herself with Nina. Besides the shock of Jennifer's appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but ponder her connection to the other hearts. The sound spirit was confined within a concealed space at Hogwarts, trapped by the intricate 8 doors Golden Lock formation. Within, there were no skeletons or creatures of the Burrow clan. Let us instead speak of Elby and Lilos, classmates during Dumbledore's era. They were students of Hogwarts, and they belonged to Gryffindor. Now, the purification heart, entangled in desire, had attached itself to Ravenclaw's Arius. Given that Jennifer was also a student of Hogwarts and belonged to Gryffindor, could it be that the other hearts were similarly bound to other Hogwarts students? If my speculation holds true, then why would they attach themselves to those who have studied at Hogwarts? The heart of nature was discovered deep within the Forbidden Forest, and I inherited it from that very place. Is this mere coincidence or something more? It seemed as if an unseen hand was orchestrating these events. If Lin Fan could not fathom it, the implications were utterly terrifying. Little rascal, keep going. I cannot accompany you any further. The sound spirit's voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sound spirit's meaning. A gentle light erupted within Lin Fan, permeating his meridians, bones, and flesh, continuously enhancing his constitution. In that moment, Lin Fan truly comprehended the sound spirit's words. The image of the sound spirit as a charming mouse within the 8 doors Golden Lock formation flickered in his mind. The sound spirit, appearing childlike, spoke with an air of wisdom. You are the child of nature, the one who has inherited the heart of nature, little rascal. Keep going, keep going. Remember, my name is Sound Spirit, and that I once referred to you as my master. And my final words, little rascal, keep going. I cannot accompany you any further. Lin Fan's eyes glistened with moisture, yet he promptly raised his hand to wipe them away. What is there to cry about? A soft, delicate voice echoed. Little one. The sound spirit has now completely merged with you. Completely merged. What does that mean? However, Lin Fan could not ponder further, as a series of system notification sounds left him bewildered. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have successfully collected the heart of the sound spirit. Task progress, 112. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired all the abilities of the heart of the sound spirit. Ding. Natural sound at full tier. Transformation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have learned the path of sound. Due to the effects of the Half-Blood Prince's notes, the tier has increased by 3 levels, making the path of sound a preliminary 4th tier. Ding. The song touches the soul. Congratulations, player. Your harmony tier has been elevated to the preliminary 8th tier. Every action of yours will resonate with the hearts of others. Ding. The requiem overlaps with the fainting spell, merging in progress. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have learned the path of enigma. Due to the effects of the Half-Blood Prince's notes, the tier has increased by 3 levels, making the path of enigma a preliminary 4th tier. Heavens, what is happening? Lin Fan stared blankly at the ceiling. Little one, you have returned, the languid, delicate voice came once more. Lin Fan, still in a daze, asked, who are you? He did not forget to inquire, where has the sound spirit gone? The owner of the voice did not introduce themselves first. Instead, they lazily replied, it has completely merged with you. What does that mean? It means it is now you. What else could it be? Lin Fan was taken aback. And I? I am purification. You are the heart of purification? So, within my body, apart from the sound spirit, there is only you. Lin Fan refrained from mentioning the system, for even the sound spirit, which had dwelled within him for so long, was unaware of its existence. Whenever the system issued a notification, it would automatically plunge the spirit residing within him into a brief stupor. Yesterday's contemplations seemed to vanish without a trace, and the disappearance of the sound spirit stirred no ripples. The languid purification fell silent after speaking yesterday, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. Subsequently, Lin Fan embarked on his ordinary summer life. As for Jian Lia, although he was oblivious to the new spirit that had attached itself to her, Lin Fan had no desire to seek her out deliberately. Despite knowing that he could simply inquire with Nina Lu at the Cauldron Shop in Diagon Alley, he felt weary. Was it worth the toil for something that did not inherently belong to him? The title of the child of nature? Is it of any use? The abilities of the heart of nature? Do I truly need them? What am I so busily striving for? A sudden neighing of a horse echoed from outside the window. Lin Fan pushed open the window, revealing a pristine white unicorn foal prancing joyfully in the snow, emitting cheerful whinnies. Beside the foal stood a giant. None other than Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, along with Severus Snape, the potions master, who had not been seen since a brief encounter after moving to Spinner's End. Lin Fan, with an air of nonchalance, chose to disregard the frosty visage of Severus, who stood there with a countenance reminiscent of unfulfilled desire, akin to that of a scorned spouse. As if the world owed him a fortune of several million galleons, or perhaps had stripped him of his very parents. He cheerfully greeted them, exclaiming, "Hello, Hagrid, Bonnoir, and Professor Snape. Wait for me. I shall be down shortly." Lin Fan swiftly opened the door and dashed downstairs, evading the playful grasp of Sirius. He stepped outside, gazing at the clear sky, while the sound of Bonnoir's neighing filled his ears. A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Fan's face, and upon witnessing his joy, Sirius, standing behind him, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled as well. "I was bustling about, not for any particular reason, but because my family and friends were here. Mom, can you see me? I am well. My family and friends here treat me wonderfully, so rest assured." Meanwhile, in the real world, Lin Fan, lying in bed, unbeknownst to him, wore a bright smile as well, prompting laughter from his mother and close friends upon seeing his happiness. Chapter 28, Bonnoir, the Celestial Horse, Diary. Severus, observing this cheerful scene, let out a huff, demanding silence. With a stern expression, emanating an air of chill, he turned and retreated into his home, slamming the door with a resounding bang. This startled both Lin Fan and Bonnoir, while Sirius leaned against the door, muttering under his breath, "Does he think he's so cool?" He then made a face in jest. Hagrid simply chuckled, appearing endearingly simple-minded. The once small Bonnoir had now grown to the size of an ordinary black dog, charmingly petite and undoubtedly a captivating presence for the girls. With a playful hiss, Bonnoir exhaled into Lin Fan's ear, tickling him mercilessly. "Haha, Lin Fan, why didn't you go see him? The last time you met was at the beginning of the term," Hagrid remarked, his hearty face alight with mischief, as if no trouble could arise without a reason. Lin Fan gently patted Bunner's head and said, "All right, let me get up first, Bunner." Reluctantly, Bunner rubbed against him. Then he emitted a hissing sound before obediently standing to the side, nibbling on its tail, resembling an adorable pet dog yearning for its owner's affection. "Ding. Does the Pegasus Bunner wish to acknowledge you as its master? Yes or no?" Lin Fan, in a state of drowsiness, nodded slightly, "Yes." "Ding. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the pet system. Congratulations, player. You have awakened the juvenile form of the Anima Magnus Unicorn Beast. Pegasus Bonnoir race. Unicorn Beast level. Tier 3 advanced skills. Beast Roar, Pressure, Horn Drill, Divine Movement, Winged Flight, Communication. Special ability. Fusion status. Bound by an ancient contract with Lin Fan relationship. Adoration description. The Pegasus lineage is a formidable race, however. It appears that the bloodlines of other equines can no longer be activated. Fortunately, the lucky little unicorn beast Bonnoir has awakened the Pegasus lineage through rebirth, embodying unparalleled nobility. Young one, you are indeed fortunate to have a Pegasus as your pet. Lin Fan was taken aback. How could Bonnoir have transformed into a Pegasus? Good heavens. At that moment, he felt as though he were in the presence of Merlin, that venerable figure. Oh, no, I misspoke. Merlin is, indeed, a delightful, noble, and beautiful entity, unparalleled in excellence. The Pegasus, once a formidable companion in the game, possessed not only the ability to be ridden but also the power to commune with nature, thereby facilitating players in their quests for treasure and herbs. Furthermore, the Pegasus boasted impressive offensive capabilities, making it an essential companion for both domestic endeavors and adventurous journeys. However, in the game, capturing a Pegasus was no simple feat. One must first acquire a regular foal, and then undertake a series of intricate tasks, ultimately requiring a myriad of materials to achieve the transformation into a Pegasus. Lin Fan never imagined that one day he would have a Pegasus as a pet. The man before him, with platinum hair, icy gray eyes, and a pale, angular face, exuded an air of arrogance and hubris as he reclined on the sofa. In his right hand, he held a goblet filled with a liquid as red as blood, while a small table beside him bore a bottle, the label of which remained obscured from view. The man gently swirled the wine in his glass, bringing it to his nose to savor its aroma before taking a small sip, allowing the liquid to coat the entirety of his mouth, sides of his tongue, the back, the tip, and extending down to the back of his throat. He let out a sigh of pleasure, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After a moment, the candles in the room crackled, their flames flickering as if in a gentle breeze, casting shadows that danced across the space. In that instant, the man swiftly placed his goblet on the small table, then knelt with a blend of urgency and grace. One hand was positioned behind him while the other rested in front, as though he were paying homage. Before long, an enigmatic figure materialized within the room, cloaked in black, their entire form shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie presence. The man addressed this sudden apparition with utmost respect. A cold, raspy voice pierced the air. "Lucius, do you know why I've come?" "I do not, my lord. Please, command me." What felt like an eternity, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment, passed as sweat trickled from Lucius's brow, poised to fall onto the carpet, when the figure finally spoke again. From within the depths of the cloak, a dry, pale hand emerged, holding a black notebook, perhaps a diary. The cover bore the faded inscription of a date, revealing it to be from 40 years prior. He tossed the ambiguous tome beside Lucius, who watched as it landed and inexplicably opened to reveal a name inscribed within: Tom Riddle. For a brief instant, Lucius was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, respectfully retrieving the diary and holding it in his hands. "I want you to keep this safe," the cloaked figure instructed, and with that, he said no more. As he turned, his face was revealed, void of a nose, bearing a sinister demeanor akin to that of a serpent. Once the man vanished, Lucius seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, his gaze lingering on the diary that now felt like a hot potato in his hands. Gritting his teeth, he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and elegantly turned, preparing to stow away the diary. In the air, whispers seemed to echo, faint and indistinct. "Dumbledore, you wait for me. Soon, I shall seize Hogwarts, and I will attain immortality. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, Jinka, you reckless fool. Where have you been these past few days? Why have you not updated this book? Am I truly the protagonist, or not? Be cautious, for if I decide to strike, you may find yourself entangled with that limo over at Wingen." Jinka, sigh. "I don't know what's been happening these days. I haven't been playing games. Yet I find myself busier than ever. It's either this person calling me or that person summoning me, and I've been out every evening. Alas. Lin Fan, excuses. All of this is merely an excuse, you wretched individual." Jingku. Chapter 29. Jianlia, Nina Lu. Lin Fan, in a room of an ancient villa situated in the desolate outskirts of England, a girl with golden short hair, hazel eyes, and charming freckles pressed her hand against the sofa, her complexion somewhat pallid, her gaze brimming with resentment and hatred. "Just wait, I'll make you regret this next time," she gasped, elegantly straightening her posture, her eyes shimmering with a glint that suggested she was scheming. "From my observations, it appears that the owner of this body shared a close bond with the child of nature. They were good friends. Moreover, the last time in the forest, he discovered the true form of this body's owner. It seemed she would have to change bodies. Damn it. Why must I be confined to the body of a child?" Cursing under her breath, the girl suddenly trembled violently, her eyes glazing over, her face contorted in discomfort. She collapsed onto the floor, groaning in agony, her complexion turning a shade of blue. After a while, she gradually composed herself and slowly opened her eyes, filled with confusion. "Why am I lying on the ground?" At that moment, upon glancing at the clock, she hurriedly sprang to her feet. "Oh no. I had an appointment with Nina Lu. I promised to meet her. I'm going to be late." The girl hurriedly tidied herself up and, in a flustered manner, opened the door. As she passed by the elderly butler, she called out, "Grandfather Hamai, I have an arrangement with Nina Lu, so I will be staying over at her place tonight." The butler bowed elegantly, smoothing out a few unruly strands of hair, and respectfully replied, "Miss, please take care. Enjoy your time. I will inform the master and the others." The girl nodded and rushed into the living room, casting a handful of powdered flue into the fireplace. As the green flames ignited, she immediately stepped inside. Once the girl departed, a swirling mass of shadowy green gas lingered in her room before swiftly escaping through the window's crevice. In the cauldron shop of Diagon Alley, a girl languidly rested her chin on the counter, her boredom evident as she yawned, a book lying open beside her. The lazy girl occasionally lifted her eyelids to check for incoming customers. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and upon seeing who entered, she slumped back down, resembling a limp rag doll. "Hey, Leah," she weakly greeted the newcomer. The girl who entered scanned the shop before speaking. "Is there no one here? Nina Lu?" Nina Lu lethargically nodded. "Yes, there hasn't been much business these days." Jian Leah blinked, her expression brimming with eagerness. "Then let us go out and have some fun." Nina Lu shook her head. "Where to?" Jian Leah furrowed her brows. "All right, I don't even know where we could go for fun." Nina Lu sighed and yawned again, just as the doorbell chimed once more. A charming boy with black hair and blue eyes entered. Upon noticing Nina Lu's ungraceful posture, he quickly turned away, attempting to feign ignorance. "I didn't see anything just now. Really. Lin Fan, Nina Lu hasn't even said anything about you yet. And you're already so eager to retort," Jian Leah said with annoyance. Lin Fan gazed up at the sky, exclaiming, "The moon outside is truly round." Yet, it was indeed daytime. Nina Lu had returned to her normal self. She rolled her eyes at Lin Fan and swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Did you seek me out?" Her face flushed slightly as she spoke. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Jianlia, upon hearing this, occasionally glanced at Nina Lu and then shifted her gaze back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan paused for a moment before turning to face Jianlia. "Actually, I was looking for you," she said. "Looking for me?" Jianlia felt a sense of curiosity. "What is it?" Lin Fan gazed at Jianlia with a fierce expression and inquired, "Who on earth are you?" Jianlia was momentarily taken aback by his question. She then approached Nina Lu's counter and, disregarding her composure, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Nina Lu, can you believe it? Lin Fan actually asked me who I am. Isn't that utterly amusing?" Nina Lu, unable to contain herself, also chuckled and replied, "Lin Fan, why would you ask such a question?" Lin Fan was taken aback, and he immediately cast a glimpse into the past at Jianlia. Jianlia Pisky, race, human, pure-blood wizard, level, 3rd rank advanced, skills, proficient in all low-level spells, relationship, respect. Description, she is a charming and lively little girl. Note, there is an unusual essence within her, as if something once resided in her body. Lin Fan also chuckled, concealing his embarrassment. "Haha, I was just joking." Jianlia and Nina exchanged exasperated glances, finding the jest utterly unamusing. Lin Fan scratched his head, "But you all laughed, didn't you?" In the corner shop, Lin Fan, Jianlia, and Nilu sat in an ice cream parlor where an array of colorful ice creams adorned their table. Fruity flavors, savory meat-infused varieties, and even vegetable-flavored, snack-inspired, and bizarre concoctions, including fried ice cream and ice cream hot pots. The overwhelming sight made Lin Fan dizzy. The trio indulged in their ice cream while engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Hey, Lin Fan, did you know? Nilu used to be exceptionally mischievous. She fought like a boy and climbed trees. My goodness, you can't imagine what she was like back then. Quite the rough and tumble tomboy," Jianlia remarked. A spoon poised in her mouth as she spoke. "Cut it out, Leah. That is not true," Nilu protested, casting a quick glance at Lin Fan. Her face flushed as she defended herself. "Haha, there is nothing wrong with that, Nilu," Lin Fan interjected, surprised when he heard the nickname for the girl. It was rather impolite to call someone by their nickname without permission. However, Nilu seemed unfazed, her gaze lowered, her ears reddening as she stirred her ice cream with a spoon. Jianlia couldn't help but chuckle, a playful smirk on her face. "I'm sorry, Nilu," Lin Fan said apologetically. Nilu remained silent, gently shaking her head, while Jianlia chimed in. "Nilu says it's fine. You can just call her by her nickname. Haha." Nilu rolled her eyes dramatically at Jianlia's teasing, then cleared her throat, saying, "Lin Fan, you should call me by my nickname." Okay." Lin Fan felt a rush of embarrassment and wished to leave quickly. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. At that moment, the ambience grew particularly delicate. With only Jianlia blissfully enjoying her ice cream, her eyes darting around. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby shadowy corner, a swirling mass of dark green vapor bubbled ominously, seemingly observing them with a sentient gaze. Chapter 30, The Curse Afflicted, Rare Enchantment Card after an enjoyable day in the corner shop. Nilu and Jianlia parted ways with Lin Fan as night fell. Lin Fan returned to Spidertail Alley, while Nilu and Jianlia headed to the cauldron shop. As they walked toward the cauldron shop, Jianlia continuously winked at Nilu, wearing an expression that suggested she was trying to see through her. "Hey, Nilu." Nilu rolled her eyes in response. "What is it? Please don't start talking about me and Lin Fan again." The dim sky gradually revealed a tapestry of twinkling stars, and the gentle silver moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the hurried figures on the street. Nilu reached the cauldron shop first and pushed the door open. As she held the doorknob, a strange tremor coursed through her body, though it was barely perceptible. From Jianlia's vantage point, she couldn't discern what was happening with Nilu, who stood frozen at the door, hesitating to enter. Concerned, Jianlia asked, "Nilu, what's wrong? Why aren't you coming in?" Suddenly, an eerie black-green glint flickered in Nilu's eyes, hidden beneath her hair. She raised her left hand to adjust her hair, her face breaking into a bright smile. "Leah, it's nothing. I just thought of something fun," Nilu said, walking into the shop with a smile. Though Jianlia found something peculiar about her expression, she chuckled softly, shook her head, and followed Nilu inside. At number 20, Spidertail Alley, in a dimly lit bedroom. A boy with black hair and blue eyes gazed greedily at several gift boxes on the bed, his eyes shimmering with avarice as his hands rubbed together in anticipation. "What will I get this time?" he wondered. To be safe, Lin Fan retrieved a faded green cap, and with a chime, the passive skill of the Groundhog's Green had activated. As he pulled the ribbon from the B-grade gift box, he anxiously awaited the revelation of its contents. Box of lost items from the Decomposer, B-grade item, capable of disassembling materials without the need for disassembly skills. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the box, realizing that he had now mastered 4 out of 5 professions. He had already acquired alchemy, potion brewing, and enchantment. With this box, he was one step closer to possessing the 5th profession, spellcaster. He carefully tucked the box away and turned his attention to the BC-grade gift pack in the center. This time, the blessing skill seemed to have failed to yield significant results, as he only received a C-grade item, a slightly crumpled piece of parchment. The aged parchment, classified as a C-grade item, possessed the ability to reveal hidden text when pressed against an object or to duplicate the writings of other items. Lin Fan's heart raced as he cast a glance at the A-grade gift pack. He vividly recalled the last time he had opened an A-grade gift at the Warm Hearth, where he had obtained notes from a pseudo-half-blood prince. The effects of those notes were remarkable. They significantly accelerated his comprehension of skills and could elevate newly learned skills by 3 tiers. Gulp. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed into a mere slit. Trembling, he placed his hands upon the ribbon, fervently praying to the enchanting Mei Lin, extolling her as the most exquisite goddess of time, far surpassing the likes of Athena and Nuwa. With a resolute grit of his teeth and a firm stamp of his foot, he gently pulled at the ribbon. The Blessing of the Archangel, an A-grade item, a rare level enchantment card. Upon activation, the Blessing of the Archangel will not diminish one's lifespan, and will transform the effect from single use to multiple users, limited to a single activation. Lin Fan gazed in astonishment at the card adorned with the image of a pure and beautiful angel. It was indeed this rare card, one that only the most prestigious guilds in the game could possess. Even after reaching the master level, one could not create this card unless one undertook the arduous tasks associated with the Archangel, enduring numerous deaths, and even then, there existed only a minuscule 1 in a million chance of obtaining the crafting notes. Lin Fan tightly clutched the unexpected card in his hand, grappling with an internal struggle akin to 2 little figures engaged in a fierce battle within his mind. Perhaps he should save it for later. Yet, he pondered, what about those unfortunate classmates who had met their untimely demise in the academy? I am not intimately acquainted with them. Their fate bears no significance to me. Nevertheless, they perished because of my actions, didn't they? Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door, followed by a decisive click. Lin Fan, I'm coming in. The voice carried a tone of reckless abandon, imbued with a spirit of irreverence. When the knock at the door resounded, Lin Fan was startled, and he realized that the Blessing of the Archangel he had been tightly grasping had somehow slipped from his hands and fallen to the ground. Sirius approached Lin Fan, instinctively ruffling his hair while plotting some hidden scheme. It's nothing. Lin Fan hastily picked up the Blessing of the Archangel and lowered his head, saying, Sirius, I wish to resurrect those deceased classmates. Sirius placed both hands on Lin Fan's shoulders, urging him to meet his gaze. Are you not aware that using that resurrection spell could lead to your own demise? Fool. Sirius's tone was tinged with agitation. Lin Fan waved his hand, resolutely affirming his intention to wield the Blessing of the Archangel. Not at all, he declared, brandishing the card towards Sirius. What do you mean? Sirius retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. As long as I possess this, everything will be fine. Subsequently, Lin Fan articulated the distinctive traits of the Archangel's blessing. Look into my eyes, he urged. Sirius's gaze glimmered with a cold intensity. Do you swear this is the truth? Of course. I hold my life in high regard. I would never embark on anything without a safety net, Lin Fan replied earnestly. If that is the case, I shall consent. Yet, Sirius remained lost in contemplation. A pensive expression etched upon his face. Lin Fan nodded, indicating that they must first return to Hogwarts, for it is only in the place of death that they can resurrect them. I shall write a letter to old Dumbledore, he declared, preparing to inform him. After Sirius Black finished speaking, he descended the stairs to compose the letter, leaving Lin Fan standing by the window, gazing at the starry sky outside. Hey, Nilu, what are you doing? It tickles, Jian Leah exclaimed, evading Ninalu's teasing on the bed. Hey, Leah, it seems like you've grown a bit again, Ninala chuckled, playfully pinching Jian Leah's rosy cheek. You asked for it. Watch this, Jian Leah retorted, launching an attack towards Ninala's armpit. Unbeknownst to Jian Leah, a fleeting glint of dark green light flashed in Ninalu's eyes. Chapter 31. Resurrection and the unexpected myrtle through the flickering green flames of the fireplace, Lin Fan accurately proclaimed. Hogwarts. After a dizzying whirl, they landed with a thud in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, thanks to Sirius having written to Dumbledore the previous day. The headmaster had opened the Floo network passageway to his office. Dumbledore sat comfortably in his chair, cradling a steaming cup of a warm beverage, wisps of vapor curling into the air. Meanwhile, Fawkes was nestled in his little nook by the fireplace, dozing peacefully. Suddenly, the fireplace trembled, prompting a single call from Fawkes before he resumed his slumber. The emerald flames flared up, and a tall, handsome, albeit now somewhat disheveled due to the soot, man tumbled out, followed by a rather disheveled young boy. The boy, trembling, stood up, oblivious to the man casually dusting himself off and lounging onto the sofa. Instead, he bent down, repeatedly patting his chest as he coughed incessantly. Dumbledore waved his hand to the left, and 2 cups of beverages appeared out of thin air. Lin Fan and Sirius. Have a drink. After the boy finished coughing, tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Curse this Flynn network, it malfunctioned. Ugh. It's unbearable. I swear I never want to use it again. Sirius raised an eyebrow, taking one of the drinks Dumbledore offered and placing it in Lin Fan's hand before picking up another for himself. They raised their cups simultaneously, clinking them together, only to have the contents spray everywhere. Both Sirius and Lin Fan glared at Dumbledore. What on earth did you just make us drink? Dumbledore squinted, shrugging nonchalantly. Lemon chocolate organ juice. Lemon? Chocolate? Organ? Juice? What an absurd combination. Lin Fan exclaimed, his respect for Dumbledore evaporating in that moment, his expression one of barely restrained frustration. This concoction is simply atrocious. Goodness, your taste remains as peculiar as ever, old man. Sirius weakly waved his hand. In that case, let us have some snacks instead. It's rather strange how such a delightful beverage could be so maligned. With a flick of his sleeve, a box filled with treats appeared on the table. Lin Fan gently raised his hand, his index finger pointing toward the box, and cast a spell. The box opened, revealing a swarm of black insects crawling out. Some called him Changgu, while others referred to him as Xiao Chong. This was the realm of cockroaches. Lin Fan rubbed his forehead, his index finger weakly pointing at the roaches scuttling about. He contemplated hurling them directly at Dumbledore's head, having never realized the headmaster's cunning malevolence. Sirius cleared his throat and remarked, "Old man, perhaps you should put away your collection." Dumbledore chuckled with a hint of mischief, shrugging his shoulders as he waved his sleeve, banishing the swarm of roaches in the lemon chocolate viscera juice. "Old man, I mentioned in my letter yesterday that this little rascal claims he has a method to resurrect those deceased students without sacrificing his own lifespan," Sirius stated, abandoning his nonchalant demeanor for a more serious tone. Dumbledore's fingers intertwined, his hands resting beneath his chin, concealed by his long, thick beard. The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat somber. "I have already stated, I am not a brat, all right? You old coot, I am at least in my 20s, Lin Fan shouted at Sirius, breaking the momentary tension with his outburst. "Humph, regardless, the fact remains that you are still a child," Sirius replied with a provocative expression. Lin Fan chose to disregard him entirely. With a mere thought, the blessing of the Archangel materialized in the palm of his hand. The card, adorned in pure white, was edged with gilded patterns, featuring a majestic and noble angel with outstretched wings, closed eyes, and hands clasped in prayer. Upon catching sight of this card, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Ah, this is the long-lost card of the Enchanter," he remarked. Dumbledore turned to Lin Fan and inquired, "What is its name?" "The Blessing of the Archangel," Lin Fan replied. "It is a rare-grade enchantment card. When used for resurrection, the Blessing of the Archangel does not deplete one's lifespan, and it allows the spell to affect multiple individuals instead of just one, though it may only be utilized once." As he spoke, Lin Fan placed the card into Dumbledore's hands. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, examining the card from various angles as if he were admiring an ancient masterpiece. "In that case, I also concede that you have employed the art of resurrection," Dumbledore concluded, returning the card to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. "I need to go to the very heart of Hogwarts." Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod, rising to his feet. "Very well, follow me." Lin Fan and Sirius also rose and followed suit. Exiting the headmaster's office, Lin Fan and his companions strolled leisurely, traversing corridor after corridor, ascending staircase after staircase, all under the watchful gaze of portraits and the mischievous antics of Peeves, until they arrived at the threshold of a room. "The girls' lavatory?" Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively, confirming that this indeed was the very heart of Hogwarts. Upon pushing open the door and stepping inside, a piercing scream echoed, a cry that resonated with the depths of despair. Lin Fan was taken aback. Although he was aware of this place and it was frequently discussed, he had no inkling that moaning Myrtle resided within it. In contrast, Sirius Black and Albus Dumbledore appeared remarkably composed. "Do not be afraid, Myrtle," Dumbledore gently reassured her. Myrtle, sobbing, responded, "Why yes. Begin, Lin Fan," Sirius urged, his gaze fixated on Lin Fan. Lin Fan had not witnessed the process when he last revived the small Cornish pixie, and he was eager to observe what the resurrection entailed this time. Lin Fan utilized the floating spell to levitate the blessing of the Archangel upon his palm, forming a merging posture with both hands, yet leaving a slight gap in between. Slowly closing his eyes, he murmured incantations under his breath. "Should the blessing of the Archangel be invoked?" "Yes. Please select the range." Range selected. The number of resurrected individuals is limited to 10. A radiant golden light intermingled with a milky white glow surged through Lin Fan's being. Though intense, it was not blinding. A colossal figure silently materialized behind Lin Fan. Draped in a flowing white robe of sanctity, its ethereal hands enveloping Lin Fan's form. The apparition trembled, and its pristine wings unfurled, shedding feathers that radiated holiness. The visage of the phantom bore a benevolent expression, as if all living beings were its cherished offspring. Suddenly, golden light, carried by the feathers, soared through the corners of Hogwarts. The departed souls of students, guided by the golden light, began to float towards the girls' lavatory. Each golden-hued soul curled inward, suspended in the air, their eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. "Resurrect." Lin Fan opened his eyes. The green luminescence within them vanished, replaced by a golden radiance. The sight of Lin Fan resurrecting individuals appeared to shock Peach Blossom, her body trembling, and her sobs resonating loudly. In an instant, the souls enveloped in golden light gradually regained flesh and bone, transforming back into their original forms as the golden light pulsated. Thud, thud, thud. Those who had once floated in the air fell to the ground, groaning unconsciously. Both Dumbledore and Sirius recognized that they had all been resurrected. A chime echoed. 7 individuals have been resurrected, with 3 remaining permissions, and only 1 minute until the blessing of the Archangel dissipates. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan was astounded. What a waste it was to discover that there were still 3 available slots. Beneath the wings of the angelic apparition behind him, 3 feathers shimmering with golden light floated gracefully. Ding. Would you like to randomly resurrect the nearest soul? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's prompt regarding the random restoration of his soul. Instinctively, he nodded in affirmation. As realization dawned upon him, he noticed the astonished expressions on the faces of Dumbledore and Sirius. 3 feathers shot forth like arrows, swirling gracefully in the air. It seemed as though the feathers had detected something, and they darted towards the direction of Myrtle. Myrtle, upon seeing the 3 feathers approaching her, appeared utterly stunned, momentarily forgetting her tears as she gazed blankly at the incoming feathers. With a resounding thud, the moment the feathers made contact with Myrtle's soul, they adhered tightly to her being, their golden radiance intensifying. Myrtle was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that felt as if her heart were being pierced, and she instinctively cried out in distress. The ethereal angelic apparition behind Lin Fan had vanished without notice, his steps transitioning from a state of levitation to firmly standing on the ground. Both Sirius Black and Albus Dumbledore wished to inquire about the events that had transpired. Yet Lin Fan himself was at a loss. He could only gesture towards the figure of the nymph, urging them to look on, for it was now beyond his power to intervene. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of droplets falling upon the earth, yet it did not evoke surprise in Lin Fan, Sirius, or Dumbledore. These droplets were the tears of the nymph, and astonishingly, they had taken on a tangible form. The golden light enveloping the nymph gradually receded, revealing the scene concealed within. Within the basin lay a girl, her hair long and straight, embodying the essence of the nymph herself. She had returned to life. In this unforeseen circumstance, the girl who had been lost to death for many years was resurrected. Dumbledore and Sirius found themselves rendered speechless, enveloped in the silence of this miraculous occurrence. Summoning Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore instructed her to escort the other students to the infirmary. Upon entering, Madame Pomfrey paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene within the girl's lavatory, yet she swiftly resumed her duties. After Madame Pomfrey had carried away the 7 students, the nymph stirred within the tub. Awakening from her slumber, she blinked, her confusion evident as she beheld the raven-haired boy before her, and then glanced at Dumbledore and Sirius. A tremor coursed through her body as she slowly emerged from the tub. Upon receiving a smile from Sirius and Dumbledore, she let out a piercing scream and hurriedly sought refuge behind Lin Fan. Her expression was one of bashfulness and a desire for distance, yet inexplicably, she clung tightly to the hem of Lin Fan's robe. What troubles you, nymph? Dumbledore asked with concern, but this only intensified the tremors that racked her form. Do you not recognize me? He inquired gently. The nymph shook her head vigorously, biting her lip delicately, her eyes filled with profound fear and trepidation. Lin Fan turned his head, looking curiously at Myrtis, seemingly just having encountered her moments ago. Myrtis, what troubles you? Lin Fan inquired with concern, his hand gently brushing against her silky long hair. Myrtis appeared to relish Lin Fan's touch, and with a delicate tone, she replied, I am afraid. I am frightened of them. Then, Myrtis called out to Lin Fan with a surprising term of endearment, Brother, I am scared of them. Lin Fan was astounded. Can you fathom the scenario where a woman, significantly older than you, addresses you as brother? Chapter 32. My older sister, misunderstanding brother. The myrtle is afraid of them. The girl with long hair shyly tugged at Lin Fan's robe, her gaze towards Dumbledore and Sirius infused with a profound childlike fear of strangers. Lin Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth, smiling rather awkwardly. The Mertesi maiden, despite her youthful appearance of 13 or 14, was indeed in her 40s. When Lin Fan heard this girl, who was older than himself, referred to him as brother, a shiver ran down his spine. Mertesi maiden. Perhaps it would be better if you refrained from calling me brother, Lin Fan began to articulate, but before he could finish, the maiden gazed at him with her sparkling eyes. Brother, do you not want the Mertesi maiden anymore? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, pattering onto the ground, leaving Lin Fan feeling dizzy. Goodness, finding those with kind hearts seemed far less troublesome. Lin Fan looked at Dumbledore and Sirius with a sense of helplessness. He sought their assistance, yet Sirius nonchalantly shrugged, turning his head away to gaze at the sky while whistling. Meanwhile, Dumbledore cleared his throat and adjusted his round spectacles. Lin Fan, it appears that Myrtles has lost her memory. Lin Fan, consumed by anger, shouted without regard for the respect due to Dumbledore. Was it necessary for her to articulate such a thought? Surely, she had come to perceive the one who resurrected her as her closest kin. Upon hearing Lin Fan's outburst, Myrtilla was taken aback, even though Lin Fan was not directing her ire at him. Brother, I apologize. It is entirely Myrtilla's fault, she murmured. In her current state of mind, she believed her brother's reprimand was justified. He was always right. She must have erred in some way to provoke his anger, and thus, she resolved to humbly admit her mistake. Lin Fan felt as though he were on the verge of fainting. Oh, Merlin, take me away. Lin Fan. It seems you must take good care of the Myrtle during this holiday, for she recognizes only you now. Dumbledore adjusted his non-prescription glasses once more. his eyes behind them sparkling with mischief. Sirius looked on with a hint of schadenfreude, saying, "Little imp, do take good care." Lin Fan gave a grand eye roll at Sirius, reminding him not to forget where he resides. Sirius. Lin Fan was momentarily speechless upon seeing Sirius, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey arrived and was taken aback by the girl behind Lin Fan. "Oh my goodness, that's Moaning Myrtle. Merlin, she has come back to life. The Myrtle from the girls' restroom has returned?" Upon uttering these words, Madame Pomfrey's head tilted, and she fainted. During the previous incident involving the 7 students, she had not reacted so dramatically, as Headmaster Dumbledore had informed her that those students were merely lost and trapped in a location. Thus, despite her confusion, she had accepted that explanation. However, the resurrection of Moaning Myrtle was akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, utterly unbelievable and impossible to accept. Returning to number 20, Spinner's End. Lin Fan was startled as he emerged from the fireplace. Aside from Remus, who had mysteriously vanished, Lily and James were present, while Sirius stood behind James, making faces at Lin Fan. Lily's gaze was peculiar, reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her daughter-in-law, fixated on the girl behind Lin Fan. Moments later, Myrtle also emerged from the fireplace, and upon seeing the 2 additional figures, she was immediately startled. Her trembling body seemed to betray her. Teeth chattering as she clutched Lin Fan's robe tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Brother," Myrtle's voice quivered softly, scarcely audible to Lily and James. "Lin Fan, your little girlfriend is quite shy," Lily teased with a playful grin. "Indeed," James added with a knowing smile. From their vantage point, they could not clearly discern Myrtle's appearance. Upon hearing Lily and James' remarks, Lin Fan shot a furious glare at Sirius, realizing the wickedness of his actions. It was no wonder he had so eagerly assisted the unconscious Madame Pomfrey back at Hogwarts. He had been secretly sending messages, and they were anything but reliable. Meanwhile, Lily and James had taken a break, and with the Order of the Phoenix having no pressing matters, they had decided to visit. Lin Fan pressed his forehead, turning to the side to reveal the appearance of the Myrtle. However, as the Myrtle was bowing her head, Lily and James were still unable to discern her features. Oh! The sight of her delicate golden hair was truly enchanting. Lily wore an expression of admiration, while James nodded in agreement, evidently appreciating Lin Fan's commendable taste. Lin Fan, feeling helpless, gently caressed the hair of Myrtle, speaking softly, "Myrtle, dear, lift your head." He then gritted his teeth and added, "Let this uncle and aunt have a look at you." "Uncle? Aunt?" A dark line of confusion appeared on Lily and James's foreheads as they instinctively overlooked the name Myrtle, failing to consider the unfortunate demise of the Myrtle from the Hogwarts girls' restroom. Lily clenched her fists. Being pregnant made her more prone to irritation. However, she maintained a bright smile as her fists gradually relaxed, brushing aside the hair that had fallen over her forehead. In a swift motion, she darted in front of Lin Fan and playfully pinched his tender ears a few times. "Ouch, that hurts. Lily, please let go." Sirius and James watched the lively scene with amusement, and James simply remarked, "Take care of yourself," before falling silent. Behind Lin Fan, the shy and timid Myrtis, witnessing her brother being bullied, resembled a girl whose beloved possession had been snatched away. She stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "Do not bully my brother." Her tone was steady and unwavering. At that moment, James and Lily finally discerned Myrtis's appearance, and they exclaimed in disbelief, "Myrtis!" The sheer force of their voices startled her, prompting her to retreat swiftly behind her brother, clutching her robe tightly. Sirius, observing the astonished expressions on Lily and James's faces, bent down and erupted into hearty laughter. Lily and James seemed to grasp the situation, though James fixed a cold glare at Lin Fan, while Lily delivered a sharp slap to his face. Lin Fan stared in disbelief at the slap thrown by Lily and the cold expression on James's face. The sound was remarkably crisp. Sirius was equally astonished by Lily's action, realizing he had gone too far, as he swallowed hard. "Lily, what are you doing?" Lin Fan questioned, a large red mark appearing on his cheek. With a scoff, Lily retorted, "What do you mean? What am I doing? Are you an imbecile? How could you resort to that spell, which shortens your lifespan? Do you wish to perish?" "Fool." Lily's eyes glistened with unshed tears. James nodded slightly and coldly remarked, "Aren't you concerned about our worries?" Lin Fan finally comprehended the situation. He shot a glare at Sirius, anticipating retribution. After catching Lin Fan's gaze, a thought of impending doom incessantly swirled in Sirius's mind. Lin Fan gestured towards Lily and James, then feigned bewilderment as he inquired, "Did Bigfoot not inform you?" His intention was to divert blame. Upon hearing Lin Fan's cryptic remark, Lily and James exchanged puzzled glances, furrowing their brows. "What should he tell us?" "Let Bigfoot speak for himself," they responded. Lin Fan suppressed a chuckle within. Sirius, with a forced laugh, promptly recounted the events in detail. As Lily listened, a fierce fire ignited within her. She offered Sirius a gentle smile, one that caused him to tremble slightly. Turning to James, she said, "Darling, could you kindly address him for me?" Sensing James approaching, Sirius quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, James, sharp-tongued leader, I was wrong. Please forgive me." He retreated step by step until his back met the wall, with nowhere left to escape. "Now, let us focus on Lily." With a look of concern, she regarded Lin Fan, gently caressing the cheek she had just struck. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Lin Fan quickly shook his head, insisting it doesn't hurt, truly. From behind Lin Fan emerged Tao Jin Yang, glaring fiercely at Lily. I despise you. Do not touch my brother. You bully him, and I detest you. Thus, Tao Jin Yang forged a bitter enmity with Lily. Tao Jin Yang, do not speak to Lily in such a manner, Lin Fan gently chided, patting her head. With a sense of grievance, Tao Jin Yang retorted, but she bullies my brother. She is a villain. She pointed at the red mark on Lin Fan's face. Lily, feeling a bit embarrassed by Tao Jin Yang's accusation, turned to Lin Fan with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I thought you had used that ability to resurrect Bunor, which would have cost you your life. It's all right. I understand you both mean well, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. Lily nodded, then turned to face Sirius Black. Unleashing a powerful roar, Mr. Sirius Black. The details of how Lily and James repaired Sirius are best omitted. Instead, let us speak of Sirius's final state. He lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Lin Fan, please take me to St. Mungo's. He gasped before losing consciousness. Lily waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. He won't die. No need to take him to St. Mungo's. Besides, the order has been quite uneventful lately, with Voldemort remaining silent. Let him rest at home. She emphasized the word rest with particular intensity. Goodness, Lin Fan, she mused. She truly is a wicked woman. Tao Jin Yang, hiding behind Lin Fan, silently concurred. That night, Lin Fan made a sumptuous dinner, yet Sirius could not partake, as he lay unconscious in his room. Tao Jin Yang glared at Lily, who remained present, and relished the meal Lin Fan had prepared, exclaiming, Brother's cooking is truly delightful. After dinner, Lily and James once again apologized to Lin Fan before returning to their cozy abode. Unbeknownst to them, outside the house, a pair of eyes lingered, wistfully watching Lily's vanishing silhouette. As Lin Fan lay on the bed, eyes closed, a gentle knock sounded at the door, followed by its opening. Lin Fan opened his eyes to gaze upon the person who entered the room. Tao Jinyan lowered her head, clutching a pillow, her feet seemingly at odds with one another. Brother, she timidly called, expressing her desire to sleep beside him. Chapter 33, Daily Life, Nagini. As Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, he felt a profound soreness in his arms, as though they were cramping. Tilting his head, he noticed a pair of bright, wide eyes fixed upon him, sparkling with curiosity. A twitch graced the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Brother, you're awake. Tao Jinyan said sweetly and obediently. Ah, yes, Lin Fan replied with a hint of resignation. Honestly, he found it quite disconcerting to share a bed with someone who appeared to be a child, yet exuded a maternal aura, particularly when this child referred to him as her brother. Lin Fan hazily recalled the previous night when Mertesi, with her eyes reddened, stared intently at him, her gaze filled with profound grievance. The moment he saw her tears, he hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing that Sirius might overhear them, even though Sirius was currently languishing in his own room. Thus, as a solitary tear fell from Mertesi onto the back of Lin Fan's hand, which was pressed against her lips, he reluctantly pulled her onto the bed, prompting her to smile. Ahem, I solemnly swear by my integrity that nothing inappropriate transpired. Mertesi, it's time for you to rise. I must get up as well, Lin Fan said weakly. Mertesi obediently responded, but as she had not purchased any sleepwear, she wore Lin Fan's clothing. Being petite, the outfit appeared somewhat oversized and loose on her. Lin Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the enchanting sight revealed by her attire. However, he was a man of integrity and genuinely did not harbor any impure thoughts. He merely mused about how quickly foreign girls mature. Ahem, noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Mertesi innocently inquired, Brother, is something the matter? Is there something on me? Lin Fan, exuding an air of righteousness, addressed the charming Mia. Oh, by the way, I shall check on Sirius, the individual who was battered last night. Mia, dear, why don't you take a little more rest while I prepare breakfast? Mia obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Lin Fan gently stroked her hair, smiled, and then rose from the bed to step outside. Ahem. The preceding description was entirely a pristine version. The actual scenario unfolds as follows. Brother, what is the matter? Is there something on me? Mia inquired, tilting her head like an innocent little kitten. Lin Fan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a slight flush on his face. He gently patted the head of the Myrtle and, in a flustered manner, spoke. Myrtle, dear, could you kindly sleep a little longer? I shall go and prepare breakfast and also check whether that fellow has met his demise. Please, close your eyes and rest a while longer. The Myrtle obediently nodded and shut her eyes. Lin Fan waved his hand before the Myrtle, observing as she truly closed her eyes, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He hastily tossed aside the covers and sprang out of bed, rushing to the bathroom, lowering his gaze in exasperation. He muttered to himself, how is it that changing bodies has rendered me so formidable? This body is merely 12 years old, and yet, oh dear, it's already coughing, oh dear. Afterward, Lin Fan took a cold shower and changed into fresh clothes. Noticing the white stains on his underwear, he hurriedly washed them, feeling rejuvenated. He exited the bathroom and first made his way to Sirius's room. Although he was displeased with the way Sirius had ensnared him, Lin Fan could not bear to witness his childlike appearance. He retrieved several bottles of restorative potions, recovery elixirs, and various effective medicines for the body, pinching Sirius's nose and forcing his mouth open to administer them. Cough, cough, damn little brat. Once I recover, you'll pay for this. Sirius glared at Lin Fan with fury. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, his expression grave as he gazed at Sirius. Bigfoot, I believe it would be best if you refrained from eating. He produced several cards inscribed with the word stabilize. Stabilize the body, stabilize the mind, stabilize the spirit, stabilize the world, stabilize the sun and moon, stabilize the cosmos. Of course, Lin Fan's current enchanting skills could only achieve the level of body stabilization, and only under circumstances where the opponent was unable to resist. Lin Fan wore a sinister smile as he slapped the card onto Sirius Black with a sharp sound. Lin Fan clapped his hands, finally achieving silence. He turned and exited the room of Sirius, descending the stairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Upon completing his task, he emerged only to find Mia, with a finger resting on her lips, tilting her head in an adorably innocent manner. Suddenly, his face flushed a deep crimson as he recalled the embarrassing scene from earlier in his bedroom. In a forest, a colossal serpent, approximately 12 feet long, coiled around a large tree, its icy gaze fixated on a charming little deer nearby. The deer, blissfully unaware, glanced around before lowering its head to graze happily on the grass. The immense snake slithered with an almost unimaginable silence, its massive form undulating gracefully. It moved in an S shape, its tongue flicking out, while the little deer remained engrossed in its meal. With a sudden swiftness akin to an arrow released from a bow, the serpent lunged towards the deer, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp, venomous fangs, and sank them into the unsuspecting creature. The toxin gradually infiltrated the deer's body, which struggled in vain before quickly succumbing to stillness. The serpent then began to consume the deer whole, leaving behind only tufts of fur scattered in the grass. As in an instant, it was swallowed entirely. Hissing, Nagini. At that moment, a shadow revealed itself from a nearby tree, possessing a visage reminiscent of a serpent, exuding an eerie presence. The serpent seemed to acknowledge the voice, responding with an enthusiastic hiss as it slithered down to the man waiting beneath the tree. The serpent-faced man swiftly approached the base of the tree, an unsettling smile gracing his features as he stroked the serpent's head. Nagini, you are indeed a beautiful creature. The serpent appeared pleased, hissing in delight as it coiled around the man, its tongue tenderly brushing against his cheek. The man let out a sinister laugh. Ah! Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black materialized before them. The dark-robed man bent low in deference to the serpent-faced man. Master, when shall we initiate our plan? Bellatrix, my servant. Be patient. Soon, very soon, we shall proceed, the cloaked figure replied, lifting his head to reveal a strikingly beautiful face, albeit adorned in an unsettling manner. For now, simply await in silence. Yes, master. Chapter 34. Nina's Oddities. Hi, Nilu. Lin Fan's hair was tousled, and he appeared somewhat bleary-eyed, raking his fingers through his disheveled locks. He regarded the unexpected visitor at his doorstep with a weary greeting. Despite the winter chill having abated and the snow ceased, the cold breeze penetrated his pajamas, causing him to shiver slightly. Nina couldn't help but giggle at Lin Fan's appearance, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Haha, Lin Fan, you are truly amusing. Lin Fan felt somewhat embarrassed by her laughter. He scratched his head and gave a nervous chuckle before inviting Nina into the house. It was only around 7 in the morning, and the myrtle was still peacefully slumbering when Lin Fan got up to open the door. As for Sirius, who could say? Lin Fan welcomed Nina into his home. Please make yourself at home. Nina, I will freshen up first. Just wait a moment. Nina offered a soft smile, and a subtle hint of allure graced her youthful face, momentarily catching Lin Fan off guard. Shaking his head, he ascended the stairs to wash up before heading to Sirius's room. Upon entering, Lin Fan was met with Sirius's determined gaze. So, are you still planning to teach me a lesson once you're well again? Lin Fan chuckled, oblivious to Sirius's plight. It turned out that the enchantment card fix on Sirius had already worn off. Sirius, feeling as though he were in a predicament akin to a mute suffering in silence, shook his head in resignation. He plotted in his mind that once he regained his strength, he would show that mischievous little brat a thing or two. All right, Lin Fan, I concede. Just help me heal quickly so I can make you breakfast. Won't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression darkened. Brother, if your breakfast could be eaten, then a sow might climb a tree, the sun would rise from the west, Merlin would be a man, Jehovah would no longer be a birdman, and the Buddha would recant to speak of Amitabha in the north. Noticing Lin Fan's pallid face, Sirius cleared his throat and suddenly recalled his own abilities. However, there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. With an air of composure, he remarked, well, I was just joking earlier. I could help take care of the myrtle for you. Think about it. If the myrtle is constantly clinging to you, wouldn't it hinder your ability to accomplish many tasks? You won't be able to brew potions, engage in those pranks. Oh, I mean inventions, or even deal with those peculiar cards. In Lin Fan's eyes, a flicker of emotion stirred. However, just as Sirius noticed this subtle shift in Lin Fan, a sudden burst of laughter interrupted his forthcoming words. Turning to the girl by the door, Sirius waved his hand and exclaimed, Ah, Lin Fan's little girlfriend. Upon hearing the moniker bestowed by Sirius, Lin Fan was taken aback. Why did this insufferable individual persist in intertwining my name with that of other women? What's with this notion of my little girlfriend? The young girl standing by the door lowered her head upon hearing Sirius's words, seemingly shy. The slight flush on her cheeks revealed her embarrassment. However, unbeknownst to Lin Fan and Sirius, a fleeting glimmer of triumphant scheming danced in her eyes. Lin Fan cast a sharp glare at Sirius and said with a hint of irritation, "You seem to be too comfortable lounging in bed. Don't forget. I still have my arsenal of potions." He began to enumerate: nightmare potion, hallucinogenic potion, itch potion, diminutive potion, growth potion, sneezing potion. It appears I have recently learned another one. Leaning closer, he whispered conspiratorially into Sirius's ear, the forbidden potion. To ensure Sirius comprehended, Lin Fan softly elaborated. It's the one that renders you incapable in certain areas. After delivering this revelation, he cast a glance at Sirius's lower half. Though the effect was not yet prolonged, he had recently delved into some interesting research. Upon hearing the name of the final potion, Sirius was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically. "Goodness, that sounds rather vicious," he exclaimed, a shiver running down his spine. "I suppose I ought to treat this wicked little imp with a bit more kindness from now on." Maintaining a calm demeanor, Sirius replied, "All right, you win. I shall look after that young lady and, cough cough, I will refrain from scheming against you in the future." Noticing Lin Fan's skeptical gaze, Sirius clenched his teeth and straightened his posture, exuding an air of righteousness. "I swear by Merlin, I mean to say that I will not plot against you. But I will certainly confront you openly." Lin Fan seemingly failed to perceive the linguistic trap set by Sirius. He carelessly administered a haphazard assortment of beneficial potions to Sirius and then pretended not to notice Nina's flushed face as he followed her downstairs. "Nina, have you had breakfast?" Lin Fan inquired. Upon seeing Nina shake her head, he rose from his seat. "All right, wait here for a moment while I prepare breakfast." "You can cook breakfast?" Nina looked at Lin Fan, her brow furrowed in confusion. Realizing that he had never invited Nina to sample his culinary skills, Lin Fan patted his chest confidently. "Of course. If you're doubtful, you may inquire with Raphael and Fidel. They have both tasted my cooking." Nina lowered her head, gently nodding in acknowledgement. As Lin Fan entered the kitchen, Nina's gaze fixated intently on its direction, her eyes shimmering with a dark green light that flowed restlessly. Tap, tap, tap. Nina turned her head towards the staircase, where a charming girl in adorable pajamas descended, her head adorned with a mini, cute nightcap. Rubbing her eyes, she kept her head down and remained oblivious to Nina's presence. In a soft, drowsy voice, she called out, "Brother." Upon hearing the girl's words, a calculating glint flickered in Nina's eyes. In the memories of this girl, the child of nature had no sister, so who, then, was this girl? In the kitchen, Lin Fan seemed to hear the voice of the girl. He poked his head out, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Peach Blossom, you're awake. Just a moment, brother will have breakfast ready shortly." Lin Fan had grown accustomed to this term of endearment, understanding that life, much like a strong-willed woman, must be embraced and adapted to rather than resisted. At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze caught the fleeting dark green light in Nina's eyes, stirring a sense of alarm within him. Reflecting on the earlier occurrences, he mused that Nina harbored some peculiarities. He quickly averted his gaze but discreetly employed his keen insight to observe her. Chapter 35. Design Nina Lu Bolid Race. Human Wizard. Pure Blood Wizard Level. Initial Stage 4 Skills. Proficient in all low-grade spells and some advanced spells relations. Severed description. A mature understanding. And courteous girl note. There is a trace of peculiarity within her, as if something sinister resides within her being. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, had this fellow grown so impatient? Previously concealed within Jian Lia's form, this time it had chosen to hide within Nina Lu's body. Was it hoping to exploit my trust in Nina to strike furtively? Umph, now that it has fallen into my grasp, it shall witness how I graciously entertain it. Lin Fan busied himself in the kitchen while Nina Lu once again inquired if she could offer assistance. After Lin Fan repeatedly assured her, she obediently settled on the sofa, intending to glean some information from Tao Jinyang. Since Tao Jinyang was Lin Fan's sister, she would undoubtedly possess insights about him. Tao Jinyang, clad in her pajamas and a nightcap, bore little resemblance to the weeping figure she had been in the Hogwarts girls' restroom. Thus the entity possessing Nina Lu did not recognize her. Gently, Nina Lu addressed Tao Jinyang, but before she could finish her sentence, Tao Jinyang cast a disgruntled glance her way. "I am not your little sister. I am my brother's sister," she retorted. Taken aback, Nina Lu remained composed, unaware that Tao Jinyang was shy, and her subsequent inquiries quickly fizzled out. What is your name?" she asked, distractedly calculating her next move. Oblivious to Lin Fan calling Tao Jinyang by her name. "I don't want to talk to you. I won't tell you anything, so stop bothering me." Tao Jinyang huffed, rubbing her eyes in annoyance. Nina Lu's expression stiffened, a chill creeping into her heart as a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in her eyes, though her face bore a forced smile. "Well then, do you like your brother?" Upon hearing this question, Tao Jinyang's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting together as she admitted, "Yes, I like him the most." "Your name is Tao Jinyang? What a lovely name. It seems your brother adores you as well." Nina Lu continued to flatter her. Tao Jinyang nodded vigorously. "Of course, my brother must love me the most." She glanced down at her pajamas, adding, "These are what my brother bought for me when we went to that place yesterday." A hint of affection for Lin Fan graced her features. Just as Nina Lu was poised to extract more information about Lin Fan, he emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. "Hey, Tao Jin Young, what were you discussing with Nina Lu? Come and have breakfast." Tao Jin Young cheerfully replied, "Oh, okay, brother." She leapt from the sofa and bounded over to Lin Fan, pointing at Nina Lu. "I just told her I like you." She clung to Lin Fan's sleeve, unwilling to let go. "Nina Lu, come eat," Lin Fan said with a smile, a flicker of calculation evident in his eyes. Nina Lu nodded. Making her way to the dining table, she examined the simple meal of fried eggs, bread, and milk, though modest in appearance. The perfectly baked bread and the eggs' golden hue indicated Lin Fan's culinary prowess, which Nina Lu clearly acknowledged. Seated at the table, Nina Lu poured some sauce from a nearby bottle and elegantly savored her meal. However, midway through, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, leaving her dizzy. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her as she pointed accusingly at the smiling Lin Fan. "You." Tao Jin Yang, blissfully enjoying her breakfast, innocently asked, "Brother, what's wrong with her?" She continued munching on her bread, oblivious to Lin Fan's response. "You are not Nina Lu," Lin Fan stated firmly, "when others refer to her as my little girlfriend." She does not shy away. She may blush slightly, but quickly regains her composure. Although I have not directly cooked for her, I have shared some of my baked goods with her. After Fatal and Raphael mentioned my skills, Nina Lu is well aware of my culinary abilities and would not doubt them. "Do you truly believe I would be unaware of your intentions to extract information from Tao Jin Yang?" With a snap of his fingers, a small mechanical insect flew before Nina Lu's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was not alive but a fabricated device. This insect serves as a surveillance tool. I placed a mother bug in the kitchen, allowing me to overhear your conversations and clearly perceive your malevolence. "Humph, I never expected you to suspect me," Nina Lu retorted, her body trembling suddenly. Lin Fan recognized her intent to extricate herself from Nina Lu's form and slowly approached her, as if waiting for her to emerge. A gasp escaped Nina Lu's lips, her face slick with cold sweat, her body convulsing in distress. Suddenly, a shadow of dark green emerged from Nina Lu. Yet it became immobilized. "Control spell," Lin Fan commanded. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, remarking that this breakfast was not consumed without purpose. He had infused it with agents of neural exhaustion, hallucinogens, nightmare concoctions, and agents of misfortune. Otherwise, how could I possibly contend with someone as formidable as you? With a flick of his wrist, cards materialized one by one. Bind, calm, seal, exorcise. The malevolent spirits retreated, the dark green mist dissipating like a mouse fleeing from a cat. As the mist vanished, a pulsating heart of black and green gradually came into view. Blessings. Lin Fan donned a dull, colorless green hat upon his head. Bind the spirit. Calm. Soothe the wicked heart. Exorcise. Expel the inner demons. Lin Fan realized that several days had passed, and the wounds upon his heart had somewhat healed. Thus, he understood that to fully cleanse himself, he still required daily exorcisms. Seal. Banish all evils. With that, he retrieved a wooden box, placing the heart within it, and subsequently produced several sealing cards to enclose the box. After performing these rituals the previous night, he found that Mertesier had finished her breakfast, while Nina, resting her head on the table, suddenly emitted a soft whimper. She shook her head, gazing around in confusion. "Where am I?" "Nina, how are you feeling?" Lin Fan inquired with genuine concern. Mertesier, however, regarded her brother with a peculiar expression, unable to fathom why he had shifted from tidying up the girl to now showing her such care. Mertesier, reluctant to admit her jealousy, felt a pang of envy at her brother's attention towards another. Chapter 39. Subduing the 100 herbs. Nina shook her head again, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. "Where am I?" "Nina, how are you feeling?" Lin Fan asked with concern. "Hey, Lin Fan, why are you in my house?" Nina's eyes finally regained clarity as she took in her surroundings. "Where's this?" "This is my home. Do you not recall? You came here this morning to find me," Lin Fan explained to Nina. Furrowing her brow, Nina replied, "Did I? I distinctly remember being at the cauldron shop with Laya. How did I end up here?" Lin Fan nodded, realizing that once the spirit enters the host's body, the host retains no memory of the spirit's existence. Sitting at the table, Murtis observed the frowning Nina, incessantly murmuring, deception, feigning amnesia, deliberately seeking my brother's concern. I have grown to detest her." Ignoring the jealous Murtis, a soft, feeble voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. "Yawn. Little imp, you could actually let that person return to normal right now. Although I harbor a strong dislike for her, I shall show mercy and spare her from the depths of despair, considering we are all siblings." Lin Fan was engaged in a conversation with Nina Lu and, for a moment, was somewhat perplexed. However, it did not take long for him to discern to whom she referred. "Nilu, please enjoy your breakfast first. I shall join you shortly." Lin Fan proceeded to clear away the embellished breakfast items from Nina Lu's table and brought forth a fresh serving. This display elicited a wave of envy and resentment from Murtis, who observed from the side. She pouted and shot a glare at Nina Lu, leaving the latter feeling utterly bewildered. Who was she? It appeared that Nina Lu had not provoked her in any way, which only added to the confusion. Lin Fan ascended the stairs and entered his bedroom. He securely closed the door and retrieved the wooden box from his personal space. Purification, what did you mean just now? He inquired. Purification lazily yawned. Little imp, are you truly unaware that you have inherited my abilities? Fool. Lin Fan was taken aback. Indeed. He had not practiced his spellcasting for many days, nor had he paid attention to the skills he possessed. Character, Lin Fan. Profession, sorcerer manipulator. Title, child of nature, student. Level, initial stage of 5th rank. Lifespan, 50 years and 33 days. Occupational skills, alchemist, metallurgist, enchanter. Skills, opening spell, spatial rift levitation spell, manipulation spell, shattering, enigmatic path, communication. Tranquility, path of sound, crystal clear water, wind shield, banish evil spirits, purification. Life skills, alchemy, metallurgy, enchantment. Special abilities, self-rescue, resurrection, third eye. Are you referring to the ability of purification? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. Of course, what else would it be, you silly little spirit? Although it was a derogatory remark. The way purification uttered it lacked any harshness, sounding almost playful, akin to a childlike tone. Lin Fan muttered a few words, expressing his frustration at not having been informed sooner, which led him to squander over 20 enchantment cards, an arduous task, to say the least. His current success rate is merely 80%. In response to Lin Fan's complaints, Jinghua chose to remain indifferent. It seems that the fiery temperament of Baichao is finally making a return. After a brief pause, Jinghua spoke again, remarking, Baichao, it must be the essence of misfortune. Lin Fan unsealed all the seals on the box, observing the heart within that was attempting to flee due to the unsealing. With a swift motion, Lin Fan executed an incantation to dispel the malevolent spirit, forcing it back into the confines of the box. Well done, little spirit. For you used to torment me incessantly in the past. The purifying force within Lin Fan chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Purification, Lin Fan exclaimed, as a warm green light emanated from his right hand, followed by another dispelling gesture with his left. Both hands pressed against the heart, which was trying to evade capture within the box. A tearing sound accompanied by sizzling filled the air, as the scent of burning permeated the atmosphere. The crackling of flames echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, Sirius Black arose from his slumber, stretching leisurely, reveling in the delightful sensation of freedom. He made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing wash and changed into a new outfit. Upon exiting, he passed Lin Fan's room, where the crackling sounds piqued his curiosity. Shaking his head, he mused, what peculiar experiment is that little spirit conducting this time? He ambled down the stairs, but paused upon entering the dining room. There, he beheld moaning Myrtle descending from her chair, haughtily approaching Nina, lifting her chin defiantly. I despise you. Do not come near my brother. Nina, filled with bewilderment, gazed at Myrtle with a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, before exclaiming in surprise, You are moaning Myrtle. Myrtle appeared taken aback, stepping back a pace. How do you know my name? You must have been deliberately toying with me, you fraud. I detest you. Clearly displeased with her startled reaction, Myrtle stepped forward again, forgetting that she had inadvertently revealed her name during her earlier conversation with the false Nina. Suddenly, Nina sprang from her chair, startling Myrtle once more, who hastily retreated. Are you really moaning Myrtle? Nina inquired, her brow furrowed. The weeping Myrtle? What are you doing in Lin Fan's home? Shouldn't you be in the girls' lavatory at Hogwarts? And how are you even revived? You are the true weeping Myrtle, and indeed, I detest you. With that, Myrtle turned and resumed her seat, huffing in annoyance before continuing her breakfast. Nina wished to ask further questions, but at that moment, Sirius raised his wand behind her, casting a spell that caused her to collapse, her mind rendered blank. Myrtle gasped at Sirius's actions, but soon clapped her hands in delight. Uncle, you helped me deal with this person. I have decided I like you now. You are the second person I like, after my brother, of course. Hearing Myrtle's words, Sirius felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Lin Fan gazed at the heart, now restored to its original form, cradling it gently in his hands as he pressed it slowly against his chest. Boom. Ding. The A-rank mission, Doom Arrives, has been completed. Oh, little one, Baichao. This cunning and fierce woman possesses remarkable healing abilities, perfectly suited for your profession as an alchemist. The voice of purification resonated, sweet as honey. Baichao. The purification felt like a mouse encountering a cat. Little one, do not call for me again. I shall retire to slumber now. Farewell. Purification. Who did you just refer to as a cunning and fierce woman? The voice was captivating and enchanting. However, it appeared that purification had truly fallen asleep, uttering no further sound. You little rascal, do not emerge. If you do, I shall make you regret it. The gentle voice of the beautiful older sister transformed into a fierce roar. Lin Fan. Truly, a cunning and fierce woman. P.S. Let us see if there is a second update. If there is, it means a repayment of 1,500 recommendations for an additional update. Chapter 37. Mason Worm. As time passed day by day, the day of school approached once more. At this moment, it seemed that all the students were filled with excitement. eagerly anticipating reunions with classmates and sharing their holiday experiences, while some quietly grumbled about the swift return to school. Upon disembarking at King's Cross Station, Lin Fan and Tao Jin-young stepped off the train. Tao Jin-young's hairstyle and height had undergone some transformations thanks to the stylist and Lin Fan's elixirs. Her once long and straight hair had morphed into alluring waves, and she had grown taller during the holiday. Lin Fan looked on, somewhat resentful, as the height-enhancing potion appeared to have no effect on him while working wonders for others. During the vacation, Tao Jin-young had been slightly shorter than Lin Fan. Yet she now surpassed him by 2 or 3 centimeters. This change alleviated suspicions others might have had, even though she was still referred to as Tao Jin-young. Sirius stepped off the train, assisting Lin Fan by retrieving luggage and placing it onto a cart. "Little one, you head to school. I shall take care of this young lady." Although Sirius had deduced Tao Jin-young's approximate age, the term young lady rolled off his tongue quite naturally. Since that day when she witnessed Sirius bullying Nina Lu, Tao Jin-young's fondness for him had soared remarkably. Tao Jin-young grasped Lin Fan's hand, her face displaying a reluctant expression. "Brother, Tao Jin-young will obediently stay at home." Lin Fan affectionately patted Tao Jin-young's head, which now stood taller than his own. "You must heed the words of the elder sister, understand?" He cast a glance at Sirius, seemingly uneasy, and added, "Do not heed everything he says, especially those peculiar suggestions. Do you understand?" Tao Jin-young obediently nodded, replying, "Understood, brother." Lin Fan took over the cart from Sirius when a voice called out to him from a distance. "Hey, Lin Fan." It was Nina Lu. Upon hearing her voice, Mertesi let out a cold snort and turned her head away in disdain. Following Nina Lu were 2 elderly individuals who approached Lin Fan. "Hey, Lin Fan, who is this girl?" It was the very same day when Sirius had used a forgetfulness charm on her, erasing her memory of having met Mertesi. Upon hearing Nina Lu's question, Mertesi's expression darkened. She was infuriated that Nina Lu would use such a pretext to strike up a conversation with her brother. "Indeed, I cannot stand this person." "Oh, she is my sister." Mertesi, Lin Fan hastily introduced. Just then, Sirius stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Nina Lu's grandparents. "Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Pollitt." "Oh, it's Sirius. Long time no see. I remember you used to break the crucibles quite often and would come to our shop for repairs," chuckled Nina Lu's grandmother, covering her mouth as she laughed. Sirius rubbed his forehead. That was all Wormtail's doing. Certainly not me. Mr. and Mrs. Pollitt merely smiled without saying a word. "So, you know Nina Lu's grandparents, huh?" Lin Fan remarked. "Grandpa, Grandma, this is Lin Fan, my classmate," Nina Lu introduced, her face slightly flushed. Her grandparents looked at Lin Fan as if he were their future grandson-in-law, which startled Lin Fan and sent shivers down his spine. Sirius, however, laughed heartily without a care. "Speaking of which, Sirius, you're already this grown-up and still haven't found a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Sirius blushed. Noticing the time displayed, he quickly changed the subject. "The train is about to arrive, Mr. and Mrs. Pollitt. We should hurry and get Lin Fan and Miss Nina Lu on board." "On board?" "Ahem, after boarding. Will we need to buy tickets?" The Pollitt couple looked at the time, surprised by how swiftly it had passed. The train was indeed about to depart. "Hurry. We must go." Lin Fan and Nina Lu glanced around at the ordinary people, noticing that no one was paying attention. They hurriedly pushed the cart towards the pillar between Platform 9 and Platform 10. Sirius pulled along Peony, who also squeezed in, followed closely by the elderly couple, the Pollitts. The train's whistle echoed, sounding louder than the chaos outside. Platform 9 3/4 was as bustling as a marketplace. In that moment, Peony's eyes filled with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings, fleeting images surfacing in her mind. "Peony, take good care of yourself on your first day there. Remember to write to me and your mother," a kind-hearted man said affectionately, gazing at her, while a beautiful woman gently stroked her hair. As Peony tried to focus on the vision, it shattered like fragile bubbles. Just then, a hand patted her shoulder. "Peony, your brother is leaving without saying goodbye?" Sirius squinted at her. Peony immediately snapped back to reality, unable to grasp what had just happened. She looked at a glass panel in one of the train cars and raised her hand to wave. "Brother, goodbye." Lin Fan smiled and waved back from inside. Inside the train, Lin Fan and Nina Lu found an empty compartment and entered, arranging their luggage and closing the door. Just as they were about to engage in conversation, the door swung open, and a boy with silver hair and violet eyes stepped in. He had a charming, youthful appearance that would certainly attract the attention of unsavory characters. "Hello, may I sit here?" the boy asked with a smile, looking at Lin Fan and Nina Lu, as the other compartments were full. "Oh, of course." They both quickly nodded. The boy placed his luggage on the rack and sat down next to Lin Fan. "Hello, I'm Mason Worm, a third-year student from Gryffindor." Upon hearing his name, Nina Lu's eyes widened in realization. "You're that cunning fellow the girls often talk about?" At first, Mason was pleased, thinking she recognized him, but his expression darkened upon hearing her words. "You're the one Professor Flitwick mentioned, with great talent in spells, but often straying off the path?" Lin Fan's remark made Mason's face grow even darker. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Fan and Nina Lu quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, I'm Lin Fan, Nina Lu. Nice to meet you." Mason looked at Lin Fan. "Ah, I should have guessed. Black hair and green eyes, cute and playful. Our Gryffindor point deduction king. Lin Fan's face flushed with embarrassment, while Nina Lu couldn't help but laugh at the exchange. Chapter 38. The secret chamber class is dismissed. As the bell rang, Professor McGonagall's voice fell silent. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students in the classroom cheerfully conversed or excitedly dashed out, planning their extracurricular activities. After Lin Fan exchanged greetings with the newly acquainted Mason, he, along with Nina, Raphael, and Feudal, leisurely exited the classroom. The day's lesson was a joint class for all Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students in the year. Lin Fan, how was your holiday? This marked the first encounter between Lin Fan, Raphael, and Feudal since the start of school 5 days ago, with Feudal being the one to pose the question, while Raphael appeared lost in thought. Realizing that Feudal was addressing him, Lin Fan promptly responded, it was quite enjoyable. I moved into a new home with Sirius. However, post-move, a myriad of complications arose, culminating in the unexpected arrival of a student from decades past, who now calls herself my sister. Would you deem that delightful? Nevertheless, Lin Fan secretly relished the notion of having a sister, despite his reluctance to admit it. What about you, Nina? Me? I simply oversee my grandfather's cauldron shop and spent time with Leah. Oh, that's Janelia Pisky. She came over to play, and we also visited Lin Fan's new home. Nina recalled her presence at Lin Fan's new abode, though the details of how she arrived there eluded her. It seemed she had witnessed something extraordinary at Lin Fan's home. Yet the memory remained stubbornly elusive. Ah, you all are fortunate. I languish at home all day, with Grandma incessantly urging me to study this and that. It's dreadfully boring. Feudal lamented, then suddenly tapped Raphael on the head, leaving Raphael momentarily bewildered before drifting off into his thoughts again. Damn Raphael. Even when he comes over, he never plays with me, only retreats to my basement to experiment with potions. As the four conversed, they passed by a room, and Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the incident in which he unexpectedly revived moaning Myrtle right there, leading to the astonished realization among the Hogwarts girls that Myrtle had vanished from the girls' bathroom, where she had been sobbing inconsolably. This had sparked considerable panic among both ghosts and students alike. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore had clarified the situation regarding Myrtle. Although Lin Fan was unaware of the specifics of Dumbledore's explanation, as he had been sound asleep in his room at the time. Lin Fan, are you all right? Noticing Lin Fan had come to a halt, Nina inquired with concern. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, as an unsettling familiarity tugged at his memory regarding the tales of Myrtle and the girls' restroom. Perhaps something from J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. What could it be? At that moment, two girls emerged from the restroom, Isa, who mentioned that Caitlin and Sabbath had discovered yet another hidden chamber. I've heard, replied Jasmine, that it's located in a room on the second floor. Indeed. The two girls continued their conversation as they gradually walked away. Their words soon sparked a revelation in Lin Fan, a hidden chamber. Yes, the Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's chamber lies within the very restroom where Myrtle resides. He gently tapped his head, a wave of realization washing over him. Troll, basilisk, diary, rooster, Weasley. Once the notion of the hidden chamber entered his mind, these words spiraled incessantly within Lin Fan's thoughts. He strolled along with Nina, Lure, and Raphael, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, he pondered, was it a troll or a basilisk that lurked within the chamber? Or perhaps both? A sudden question caused Lin Fan to pause, shaking his head. He mused that no matter how grave a matter might seem, there would always be someone to manage it. Why should he fret unnecessarily? Perhaps he would consult Dumbledore later, to inform him of the potential presence of a basilisk or troll in the girls' restroom. The night was cold and desolate, shadows dancing chaotically. Lin Fan rose from his bed and observed that his dormitory mates, Crook Brunstain, Tom Mitchell, and Doc Levedina, were sound asleep. Quietly, Lin Fan slipped out of bed and stealthily exited the room. He retrieved a bottle containing a transparent liquid and, driven by curiosity, decided to utilize the invisibility potion he had painstakingly concocted. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan gulped it down and gradually made his way to the fat lady's side. Leaving the Gryffindor common room, Lin Fan glanced at the fat lady, who was dozing in her portrait, and, on tiptoe, proceeded towards the girls' lavatory. Indeed, curiosity had triumphed over the notion of informing Dumbledore. Upon reaching the lavatory door, Lin Fan brandished his wand and uttered Alohomora, taking a deep breath before cautiously stepping inside. Once inside, he did not forget to close the door. He certainly did not wish for Filch to discover him, despite their currently cordial relationship. Producing the shimmering potion bottle, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. Where could the hidden chamber be? Furrowing his brow, he suddenly recalled that Myrtle had been weeping in the bathtub. Might there be something concealed there? The luxurious bathtub before him was crafted from fine white porcelain, its edges adorned with serpent-shaped faucets. Lin Fan's eyes were fixed upon the faucet, lost in contemplation. Serpent, Harry, Voldemort, Salazar Slytherin, the Chamber of Secrets. What hidden connections could these elements possibly share? After a considerable pause, a flash of insight illuminated Lin Fan's mind. Parseltongue. Indeed, according to a passage in Hogwarts history, Salazar Slytherin possessed a unique ability. He could converse with serpents. Voldemort, accompanied by a giant snake, often communicated with it as well. The most vivid memory for Lin Fan was undoubtedly from the final installment of the Harry Potter series. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Harry was the seventh unintended Horcrux, harboring a fragment of Voldemort's weakened soul, which also granted him the capacity to speak Parseltongue. With all thoughts finally clarified, Lin Fan smiled gently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the serpent-shaped faucet. Surely, that was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Time passed imperceptibly, as if that singular moment stretched into eternity. Sweat continuously dripped from Lin Fan's brow, and he finally pondered a rather grave issue. He, Lin Fan, did not possess the ability to speak the language of serpents. If it were the language of birds, he might not be fluent, but he would certainly grasp the gist of it. As for the language of cats, he had mastered it entirely. Otherwise, how could he have taught Fei Erqi? He was also conversant in the languages of dogs and mice. Alas, it was unexpected that despite being well prepared, he found himself stymied by a singular obstacle, the inability to communicate with snakes. Lin Fan forced a bitter smile and shook his head, deciding it would be better to inform Dumbledore about the Chamber of Secrets tomorrow. Indeed, searching for the chamber himself proved impractical. Chapter 39. The Chamber of Slytherin. After completing all the morning classes, Lin Fan bid farewell to Nina, Lu, and others, watching the Gryffindor students head to the Great Hall to enjoy their lunch. He turned and walked directly towards Professor Dumbledore's office. After navigating a few corners, Lin Fan halted in his tracks as several individuals obstructed his path. A girl sneered at him. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't this our long-lost Mr. Lin Fan, who has been absent from training and matches for quite some time?" Lin Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He scratched his head and stammered, "Hi, Brittany." Brittany raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you still remember who I am?" Lin Fan glanced desperately at the few people standing beside him, finally resting his gaze on a boy with light blue hair and brown eyes. However, upon noticing that the boy seemed to intentionally ignore him, he lowered his head in a plea. "Hey, Brittany is our Quidditch team's most beautiful and capable beater. How could I forget?" Seemingly satisfied with having teased him enough, Brittany tossed her hair and stood next to the boy with the light blue hair. "Hi, Pierre. Long time no see. You still remember that it's been a while?" "Huh?" Pierre raised an eyebrow. "Although I did hear from Professor McGonagall about your important endeavors." He then shifted his tone. "But you mustn't neglect Quidditch practice." A hint of concern flickered in Pierre's eyes, echoing the sentiments of the other Quidditch members, who wore expressions of worry. "Sorry to have worried you." Lin Fan felt warmth in his heart, apologetic for causing them concern. The girl with big eyes, Ginny, winked at Lin Fan. "Just take care of yourself." "It's been a long time, Lin Fan." "Long time no see, Ginny." "Oh, and Zorro, Hitler, Edward, Oscar." Only Ginny smiled at Lin Fan, while the other four directed their gazes elsewhere, though their faces still bore traces of concern. "By the way, everyone, in a few days, I plan to invite Nina, Lu, and you all to dinner together. What do you think?" After bidding farewell to his Quidditch teammates, Lin Fan slowly approached the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Upon reaching the door, he was taken aback to realize that he seemed to have forgotten today's password. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, causing his empty stomach to churn. Struggling to suppress the feeling of nausea, he recalled lemon chocolate entrails juice. Just then, the door creaked open. Lin Fan realized he had guessed correctly, and as the thought of Dumbledore's affinity for such repugnant things crossed his mind, a wave of disdain washed over him. Taking a deep breath outside the door, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the scene within. The nauseating sensation surged again. He momentarily forgot to address Dumbledore with the respect due to him and shouted, "Old man, put away those disgusting things." As the door swung open, Dumbledore was about to place a cockroach into his mouth, the creature writhing in his hand. Startled by Lin Fan's thunderous outburst upon entering, Dumbledore dropped the cockroach onto the table where it scurried away, desperately seeking refuge. After Lin Fan's outburst, he detected a nauseating odor in the air and turned his gaze to a cup on Dumbledore's right, from which the foul scent emanated. One of Lin Fan's hands trembled incessantly. Observing this, Dumbledore swiftly waved his hand to clear away the pile of cockroaches and the noxious lemon chocolate entrails juice. And he did not forget to tidy up the surroundings, which improved Lin Fan's expression slightly. Behind Dumbledore's spectacles, there lurked a hint of wicked amusement. He had known Lin Fan would arrive, for what could be hidden from such a formidable elder within the walls of Hogwarts? With his hands clasped under his chin, the elder lazily inquired, "Lin Fan, what troubles you?" At Dumbledore's gesture, Lin Fan huffed and took a seat on the sofa, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, I wish to discuss the girls' restroom." The girls' restroom? Indeed. Myrtle was not killed by Hagrid's Aragog. Prior to visiting Dumbledore, he had perused the records in the library concerning Myrtle's demise that morning. It was a fifth-year Slytherin named Tom Riddle who had reported Hagrid, claiming that Hagrid's spider, Aragog, was responsible for Myrtle's death, leading to Hagrid's expulsion from the school and the shattering of his wand, forcing him to practice magic in secrecy. Tom Riddle's assertion that Hagrid's spider was to blame was, in fact, false. Lin Fan reiterated this, only to be astonished at the knowing expression on Dumbledore's face. "Are you aware that the girls' restroom serves as an entrance to a hidden chamber?" Upon Lin Fan's revelation, Dumbledore remained composed. For even he was uncertain of the exact number of secret chambers within Hogwarts. Lin Fan seemed to find Dumbledore's demeanor overly placid and posed a question. Are you familiar with Salazar Slytherin? Dumbledore, perplexed by Lin Fan's inquiry, awaited further elaboration. Long ago, Salazar Slytherin had quarreled with Godric Gryffindor and departed. Subsequently, Gryffindor, along with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, had sought him, but to no avail. Some claimed he had secluded himself in the outskirts of England, while others suggested he lurked within Hogwarts. Various rumors abounded, with many believing he had taken refuge in the fabled Chamber of Secrets, the entrance to which was none other than the girls' restroom. Dumbledore abruptly rose from his chair, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, you heard correctly. The entrance to Slytherin's chamber is located in the girls' restroom. And it was a creature within that chamber that led to Moaning Myrtle's demise." Dumbledore lowered his gaze, murmuring, his astonishment unabated. He had not anticipated that Slytherin's chamber was concealed there. He recalled the words passed down from generations of headmasters, "Find Slytherin." Gryffindor lamented, "Tell Salazar that I was wrong." Truly, was it worth such fury over a trivial matter? Ravenclaw inquired, "Salazar, are you well?" Hufflepuff urged, "Salazar, please return soon." Dumbledore stepped beside Lin Fan, grasping his shoulder, and declared, "Let us proceed to the girls' restroom at once." Before Lin Fan could fully comprehend the situation, Dumbledore had already pulled him from the office. Chapter 40. The Basilisk. Dumbledore, in a flurry of urgency, clasped Lin Fan's hand, leading him with a palpable sense of haste, which astonished students heading to lunch as well as those who had just finished. Dumbledore and Lin Fan swept past like a gust of wind, leaving a tableau of stunned onlookers in their wake. Where could Headmaster Dumbledore and that fellow be rushing off to? A Gryffindor boy mused aloud to a companion from Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor boy, scratching his head, felt an awkward rumble from his stomach and chuckled sheepishly. "Perhaps we should eat first. There must be something significant at play." The Ravenclaw boy, hearing the Gryffindor's stomach growl, was about to laugh when his own stomach also protested, reddening his ears. He then replied with feigned nonchalance, "Indeed. Whatever it is, the headmaster will divulge it in due time. Let us hasten to lunch." With that, he took the Gryffindor boy's hand and departed. A group of Hufflepuff girls chattered incessantly. "What are they up to? I wager that Gryffindor fellow has gotten himself into trouble again. Look, it's lunchtime. And the headmaster is whisking him away." No, I believe something significant is occurring," asserted one Hufflepuff girl with conviction. The others rolled their eyes in unison, dismissing her as yet another victim of Professor Trelawney's influence. "I assure you," she insisted, sensing their disbelief. "It's written on page 398, line 10 of Divination and Destiny." But before she could finish, the others waved her off, sighing as they made their way to lunch. Dumbledore led Lin Fan to the entrance of the girls' restroom, where Lin Fan was panting heavily. Observing Dumbledore's serious yet subtly excited expression, Lin Fan marveled at his enduring vigor. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, they stepped into the girls' restroom. It remained as it was, save for the absence of Moaning Myrtle, who had moved on to a new life with Sirius Black. As they cautiously entered, the faucet continued to drip incessantly, likely forgotten by a careless student, each drop echoing softly against the tiled floor. Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety within, a sensation markedly different from his solitary arrival the previous night. It appeared that Headmaster Dumbledore was overwhelmed with excitement. For the last words of the founders of the three great houses had been passed down through generations of headmasters, all conveying a singular message to uncover the clues leading to Salazar Slytherin. An aura of power, reserved for the most accomplished wizards, emanated from Dumbledore's fervent emotions. Lin Fan trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gasped for breath. Dumbledore seemed to notice his distress and promptly reined in his emotions, providing Lin Fan with a sense of relief at last. Lin Fan pressed one hand against the wall, his head bowed, cold sweat dripping onto the floor, his body trembling and seemingly numb, which led him to involuntarily let out a groan. Dumbledore glanced at Lin Fan with a hint of apology, but Lin Fan waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. It was only today that Lin Fan realized the vast chasm between himself and Headmaster Dumbledore. It would likely take him a long time to reach such heights. Following this revelation, Lin Fan despondently reflected on the significant disparity that existed. Many wizards stagnate at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, with only those possessing exceptional talent or employing specific spells and potions managing to advance to the 7th tier. Transitioning from the 9th to the 10th tier presents a similar hurdle. Those who attain the 10th tier are considered prodigies. Beyond the 10th tier, each subsequent minor stage is substantially more challenging than the last, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone who is not exceptionally gifted, a true genius among geniuses, to break through. Although Lin Fan had reached the initial stage of the 5th tier in just 2 years, it was evident that he possessed considerable talent, albeit with the system's assistance. Dumbledore, however, was hailed as the greatest wizard in history. The extent of his magical prowess remains a mystery, only he knows the truth. Lin Fan was unable to discern Dumbledore's exact tier through his insights, but it was rumored that he had achieved the pinnacle of the 12th tier. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within him. "I am fine, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore nodded, subtly indicating his intention to remind Lin Fan that his magical prowess was still lacking and that he should not be complacent. It is well known that Dumbledore, the old wizard, relished in mentoring young prodigies. Take, for instance, Tom Riddle, whom he guided into becoming the Dark Lord. In contrast, the future Harry Potter underwent rigorous training under Dumbledore's tutelage, transforming into the quintessential savior, armed with the fabled Elder Wand. He ultimately triumphed over Voldemort in a spectacular display of skill and experience. Ahem, well, let's return to the main topic. Lin Fan approached Dumbledore and guided him to the opulent bathtub crafted from exquisite white porcelain. Headmaster Dumbledore, this is the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, Lin Fan remarked, gesturing towards the elegantly serpentine faucet adorning the edge of the tub. Dumbledore gazed at Lin Fan with curiosity. Is this it? He inquired, drawing forth an ancient wand, the Elder Wand, one of the fabled Deathly Hallows mentioned in Harry Potter. Alohomora, he pronounced with graceful gestures and gentle words. Yet, the serpentine faucet remained utterly unresponsive. Dumbledore, perplexed, understood that the long-lost Slytherin chamber would not be easily uncovered, nor easily accessible. Otherwise, how could the ancestors have failed to find any clues after years of searching? Noticing Dumbledore's confusion, Lin Fan swiftly offered clarification, revealing that he too had attempted to spell Alohomora. Chapter 41, The Basilisk, Part 2. Recognizing Dumbledore's uncertainty, Lin Fan continued, Headmaster Dumbledore, the conventional methods will not suffice to unlock the Slytherin chamber. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging that he had been too hasty in his approach. He looked at Lin Fan, encouraging him to elaborate. Headmaster Dumbledore, have you perhaps forgotten one of Slytherin's unique abilities? Lin Fan slowly suggested. Dumbledore pondered for a brief moment before exclaiming, Parseltongue. Lin Fan confirmed, indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. To access the Slytherin chamber, one must possess the ability to speak Parseltongue. Dumbledore's eyes brightened with realization, but Lin Fan shook his head, shrugging apologetically. I regret to inform you, Headmaster Dumbledore, that since Salazar Slytherin's disappearance, no one in this world has mastered that language. You are aware that even Slytherin's descendants do not possess this skill. Currently, the only one who could speak Parseltongue is Tom Riddle, who initially opened the chamber. Tom? Dumbledore questioned, his brow furrowing in thought. Suddenly, a pained expression crossed his features, for Tom had once been his most favorite student. It was Tom who had reported Hagrid for the alleged murder of Moaning Myrtle, and Dumbledore had firmly believed that Hagrid was incapable of such an act. Thus, it must have been Tom. At that time, he was not yet capable of committing murder, which implied that he might have released something from within the Slytherin chamber. Lin Fan understood what Dumbledore had inferred. He nodded and said, indeed, it was a creature from the chamber that killed Myrtle. At that moment, Myrtle did not see what it was. She merely glimpsed a pair of eyes through the shimmering surface of the bathtub, and thus she met her demise. Those eyes. With Dumbledore's vast knowledge, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter and deduced the identity of the creature, the basilisk. Yes, it is the basilisk, Lin Fan affirmed. In our land, many dreadful beasts and monsters roam, yet none are as peculiar and lethal as the basilisk, also known as the Serpent King. This serpent can grow to an immense size, living for centuries, yet it hatches from the eggs of toads. Its method of slaughter is profoundly chilling. In addition to its venomous fangs, the basilisk possesses a pair of eyes that can kill. Any creature that locks eyes with the basilisk shall meet instant death. Spiders flee at the sight of the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the only thing that can drive a basilisk away is the crowing of a rooster, which is fatal to it. Dumbledore nodded, but at that moment, Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that one must speak Parseltongue to access the chamber. In truth, Lin Fan knew very little about the basilisk. Initially, when he reached the master level in alchemy within the game, he had to gather all potion recipes, including one that required the basilisk. However, he had never crafted it. His understanding of the basilisk came solely from the clues within the recipe. In the game, the basilisk was currently considered an invincible entity. No one possessed a rooster as a pet, nor did anyone buy or raise phoenixes. Even the large guilds lacked such creatures. At least, Lin Fan had not encountered any before arriving in this world. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the serpentine faucet, furrowing his brow. Just as Lin Fan believed Dumbledore had reached an impasse, waiting for Lily to give birth to Harry before uncovering the mysteries of the chamber, Dumbledore gently exhaled. I also know someone who speaks Parseltongue. Lin Fan paused in surprise, gazing at Dumbledore with confusion. Who is that? Dumbledore turned and vanished into the girls' restroom. As he disappeared, he left behind a remark, you should go have lunch first. Helplessly watching Dumbledore depart, Lin Fan shrugged and exited the restroom, making his way to the hall to prepare for lunch. After Dumbledore left the girls' restroom, he exited Hogwarts, arriving at a mountain on the outskirts of London. Atop this mountain stood an ancient villa, invisible to muggles, as if it were under a muggle-repelling charm. Dumbledore stood on the mountain, gazing at the villa, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he muttered, as long as that old hag, Bellatrix, doesn't chase me away. Slowly, he made his way towards the villa, coughing lightly, a fleeting nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The sound of knocking echoed from within the villa. After a moment, an elderly man clad in butler attire emerged, bowing respectfully. Greetings, dear Mr. Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled at the butler, Albus, I hope that Bellatrix is not displeased with me? The old butler nodded, then shook his head, inviting Dumbledore inside. Upon entering the house, a delightful young boy, around 8 years old, was playing with a small ball. Nearby, an elderly woman with snow-white hair sat on the sofa, watching the boy with a loving gaze. However, upon seeing Dumbledore, her expression darkened. "You wretched man, how dare you come here?" Katharina, cough, cough, humph. The little boy, noticing the tension between the two elders, paused his play. His eyes darted between Dumbledore and his grandmother, a mischievous grin crossing his face. With an innocent and endearing smile, he looked up at Dumbledore and said in a soft voice, "Grandpa Dumbledore, you haven't visited me and Grandma in such a long time." With that, he leaped into Dumbledore's arms, but Dumbledore deftly sidestepped, gently flicking the boy's forehead. "Randolph, your clumsiness has improved quite a bit." Not far away, a small snake, its color blending with the floor, flicked its tongue. The boy huffed, acting aloof, then turned and dove into his grandmother's embrace. "Grandma, Grandpa Dumbledore is bullying me again." The elderly woman, deeply fond of her grandson, glared at Dumbledore. "You, who brought about Ariana's demise, dare to intimidate my grandson? Do you wish to harm me as well?" A shadow of sorrow crossed Dumbledore's face. "Katharina." She waved her hand dismissively. "Speak, what brings you here?" "I have discovered the Chamber of Slytherin." "What?" "The Chamber of Slytherin." The elderly woman appeared somewhat agitated. "But to access the chamber, one must utilize." Dumbledore was interrupted. "Parseltongue, isn't it? You wish to borrow my grandson?" The little boy, nestled in his grandmother's arms, blinked his eyes innocently. "Grandma, I want to go see." Dumbledore's face brightened with a radiant smile, reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. Katharina, observing her grandson's eagerness, nodded reluctantly. Chapter 42. The Basilisk. On the way back to Hogwarts, Dumbledore held the hand of a charming child, who was gazing around, his eyes darting as if plotting something. It was evident that this child was mischievous and lively. Dumbledore looked at the boy, shaking his head in mild exasperation. The child, with eyes full of innocence, looked up at Dumbledore. "Grandpa Dumbledore, haven't we arrived at Hogwarts yet?" The boy pouted, his eyes spinning with anticipation. Dumbledore chuckled. "Not much longer now, Randolph. We're almost there, so be patient." "Hey, Lin Fan, what do you plan to do later?" asked Crook, while Tom and Douglas accompanied Lin Fan to the dining hall. "Are you heading to the library?" Tom inquired. "I read a book by Gilderoy Lockhart, and it was quite captivating." "Lockhart must be extraordinary." Douglas nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fact that Lockhart could write such a book indicates his remarkable experiences. Crook shook his head. "I'm not fond of Lockhart. Some of those tales I've heard from my uncle. I prefer the book on the origins of spirits that I recently discovered." Lin Fan smiled gently, gesturing to the three individuals with a wave of his hand. "I apologize, but I have a prior engagement with Professor Dumbledore. We are to meet shortly." However, upon uttering these words, he noticed the worried expressions on their faces, and it became apparent to him that they had likely gleaned a distorted narrative from the students who had seen him being escorted away by Professor Dumbledore, each recounting a multitude of exaggerated versions of the events. Lin Fan found it somewhat amusing. The situation was not as those people had described. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore sought him out for a matter of significance. The three nodded in understanding. At that moment, an elderly figure approached from a distance, accompanied by an adorable boy of 8, whose eyes darted about mischievously, as if concocting a devious plan. Lin Fan and his companions greeted the elderly man with urgency, addressing him as Professor Dumbledore. Their eyes then fell upon the peculiar little boy beside him, who mischievously made a face at Lin Fan and promptly turned his head away, losing interest in them. In that moment, Lin Fan experienced a sudden realization. This boy must be the one Professor Dumbledore had mentioned who spoke Parseltongue. After bidding farewell to Crook and the others, Lin Fan followed Dumbledore and the boy named Randolph Beasley at a leisurely pace. As Dumbledore advanced, Randolph, noticing Lin Fan trailing behind, released his grip on Dumbledore's hand. With an innocent gaze fixed upon Lin Fan, he wore a smile that was not merely eerie but radiant, akin to the brilliance of a sunflower or the splendor of a chrysanthemum. Yet, this smile sent a shiver down Lin Fan's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by an unseen presence. Dumbledore walked ahead, a hint of mischief dancing on his lips. Soon, the trio arrived outside the girls' lavatory. Upon entering, they approached the opulent white marble bathtub, where Dumbledore leaned down to speak to Randolph. "Randolph, utter a few words to this faucet in your Parseltongue," he instructed, gesturing towards the serpentine tap. The little boy ambled over to the faucet, his head tilted in confusion as he faced it. Meanwhile, the faucet, left dripping by an absent-minded student, continued to drop water, the sound echoing through the stillness of the girls' lavatory. After a prolonged silence without the boy speaking, Dumbledore was about to interject when Randolph innocently looked at Lin Fan and Dumbledore, asking, "Grandfather Dumbledore, what am I supposed to say?" Lin Fan approached him and said, "Just say Alohomora." However, the young boy seemed to disregard Lin Fan's words, his expression radiating an air of haughtiness that, to Lin Fan, appeared rather sundera. Dumbledore, with a sense of resignation, instructed, "Randolph, do as Lin Fan says." Upon hearing this, the boy's expression faltered. He rolled his eyes at Dumbledore and huffed at Lin Fan, muttering Alohomora under his breath. The boy's mumbling evoked a thought in Lin Fan's mind. If those four extraordinary women were to witness this boy, they might cease their relentless pursuit of him. Shaking his head, he dismissed such fanciful notions. A peculiar hissing sound emanated from his mouth. Suddenly, the dragon's head emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the pool also stirred to life. They watched as the pool gradually vanished from view, revealing a remarkably thick pipe large enough for a person to crawl through. Dumbledore reached for the doorknob and turned to Lin Fan and Randolph, cautioning, "Be careful." In an instant, he slid down and disappeared from sight. Lin Fan followed suit, slowly wriggling into the pipe before releasing himself to slide down. Randolph mimicked him. The sensation was akin to rushing down a dark, sticky, interminable slide. Lin Fan noticed numerous pipes branching off in various directions, yet none were as wide as this one. Their pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending. Lin Fan realized he had plunged deep beneath the school, even deeper than the underground classrooms. He could hear Randolph trailing behind him, making faint clattering noises around the bends. Just as he began to worry about what lay ahead, he suddenly landed on solid ground. The pipe transitioned to a horizontal position, and he emerged from its mouth, nearly tumbling onto the damp floor. Dumbledore, having exited earlier, cast a levitation spell on both him and Randolph. They found themselves in a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for them to stand comfortably. "We must be several miles beneath Hogwarts," Randolph remarked, his voice echoing in the inky darkness. "Probably beneath the lake," Lin Fan replied, squinting to survey the murky, sticky walls around them. Dumbledore then conjured a flickering light, illuminating the surroundings for Lin Fan and Randolph. "Let us proceed," Dumbledore urged. The trio stepped cautiously on the damp ground, their footsteps resounding loudly in the silence. The tunnel was so dark that they could only see a small area in front of them. The light from their wands cast their shadows against the moist walls, resembling grotesque figures. "Remember," Lin Fan whispered to Randolph beside him, "if you hear any noise, close your eyes immediately." Yet, the tunnel remained eerily silent, akin to a grave. Suddenly, an unexpected sound, a crack, revealed that Randolph had stepped on a mouse's skull. Lin Fan lowered his wand to inspect the ground, discovering scattered animal bones everywhere. Randolph chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Despite his mischievous nature, he still understood the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore led the way, turning around an ominous bend in the tunnel. "Harry, there's something over there," Randolph said, his voice trembling slightly as he tugged at Lin Fan's rope. The three froze. Gazing intently, Lin Fan discerned the outline of a colossal creature coiled at the far end of the tunnel, motionless. Dumbledore's expression grew serious, despite his considerable magical prowess. This was the chamber of Slytherin, and who knew what threats lay within? He pointed his ancient wand towards the creature, illuminating a massive serpent skin, vividly green and unmistakably that of a venomous snake, lying coiled on the ground, hollow inside. Clearly, the creature that had shed the skin was at least 20 feet long. "My goodness, such a large snake skin!" Randolph gasped in astonishment. His eyes widened as if beholding a work of art. As they passed the serpent's skin, Lin Fan pulled an unwilling Randolph along, navigating through the winding tunnel. Every nerve in Lin Fan's body quivered uncomfortably. He hoped to reach the end of the tunnel swiftly, yet simultaneously feared what he might find there. At last, he cautiously turned another corner, only to discover a solid wall ahead, etched with two serpents entwined, their eyes set with large, gleaming emeralds. Lin Fan approached step by step, feeling his throat dry. There was no longer a need to imagine the two stone snakes as mere illusions. Their eyes appeared strikingly lifelike. Randolph emitted a series of excited exclamations. "Wow, this is simply perfect." Both Dumbledore and Lin Fan turned to Randolph, who clearly understood his role. Clearing his throat, he intoned, "Open," in a youthful, innocent hiss. The two snakes parted, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding away to reveal the path ahead. The trio cautiously stepped into a long, dimly lit chamber. Numerous stone columns, intricately carved with serpents entwined in elaborate patterns, soared upward, supporting a ceiling that faded into the darkness above. Shadows, elongated and eerie, danced across the room, infused with a mysterious green luminescence. As they advanced among the colossal, coiling columns, each careful step echoed hollowly against the spectral walls. Upon reaching the last pair of columns, a towering statue equal in height to the chamber itself loomed before them. Pressed against the shadowy wall, they had to tilt their heads back to behold the enormous visage, a wizened, simian-like face adorned with sparse, long whiskers that nearly touched the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe. Two large, grayish feet rested upon the smooth floor of the room. "Salazar Slytherin," Dumbledore exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and fervor in his voice. Indeed, they had found Slytherin's secret chamber, a place where clues to Salazar's legacy could surely be uncovered. "Fawkes." Dumbledore softly uttered the name, and music began to drift in from an unknown source. Lin Fan and Randolph gazed about the empty chamber, the melody growing in intensity. The sound was ethereal and haunting, exhilarating in its resonance. It sent shivers down Lin Fan and Randolph's spines, expanding their hearts to twice their normal size. The music crescendoed until Lin Fan felt it vibrating within his very chest. At that moment, flames suddenly erupted from the top of the nearest stone column. A deep crimson bird, the size of a crane, descended from above, performing its peculiar tune beneath the arched ceiling. Its tail shimmered with golden hues, long and resplendent like that of a peacock, and it possessed a pair of glimmering golden talons. Fawkes spiraled gracefully before landing upon Dumbledore's shoulder. The trio, along with the bird, ventured a few steps further and were met with the sight of a massive serpent, coiled and asleep with its eyes shut tight. This was the basilisk. Lin Fan swallowed hard, and Randolph appeared quite exhilarated. Professor Dumbledore. Lin Fan gazed at Dumbledore. Should we eliminate him? Randolph immediately interjected. How could we? This magnificent serpent is utterly adorable. Dumbledore shook his head. Let us wait a moment. He left Fawkes to guard the basilisk while Lin Fan and the others continued to search every possible nook and cranny, even attempting to communicate with the Slytherin statue in Parseltongue, yet the chamber remained desolate, inhabited only by the stone statue and the basilisk. Dumbledore sighed, his voice heavy with disappointment. Let us depart. What about the basilisk? Lin Fan inquired. Dumbledore merely shook his head. Randolph, with a face full of delight, made a silly face at Lin Fan. Chapter 43. The Sword of Gryffindor. It had been over a month since their last venture into the chamber, and Lin Fan was still unable to comprehend why Dumbledore had not chosen to vanquish the basilisk. Dumbledore's initial excitement upon discovering Slytherin's chamber had waned, as no new clues had surfaced, and Randolph Beauxbaton, who could speak in Parseltongue, had not been seen again. With Randolph's utterance, the chamber sealed shut. This marked its third closure since Tom Riddle had opened it during his 5th year. The first time, of course, was when Slytherin himself had sealed it. Lin Fan pondered. Perhaps the next opening of the chamber would coincide with the arrival of James and Lily's child, Harry Potter, when he commenced his schooling in July. A hand rested upon Lin Fan's shoulder, prompting him to lift his gaze from the book. He turned to see who had tapped him. Ah, it was Fiddler. Fiddler gazed at Lin Fan with ocean blue eyes, innocent and naïve, his brown hair tousled and soft, much like his demeanor. Lin Fan gazed at Vardar, accompanied as he often was by Raphael. This led Lin Fan to ponder whether Vardar had fortuitously stumbled upon this place by chance. Vardar, where is Raphael? Why are you not with him? Vardar squinted his eyes, a charming smile gracing his youthful face, and with an expression of dawning realization, he replied, Ah, you mean Raphael? He shook his head, explaining that it was Raphael who had lost his way. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Goodness! Could it be that Raphael was truly directionally challenged? Or had Vardar led him astray? Perhaps Raphael had been so lost in thought that he failed to notice Vardar's departure, which resulted in Vardar wandering aimlessly until he found himself in the library, where he then sought Lin Fan's assistance. With this line of reasoning, Lin Fan nodded to himself, affirming, indeed, that must be the case. Vardar, however, was not as preoccupied with thoughts as Lin Fan imagined. A bashful smile adorned his face as he recounted. Raphael and I discovered a fascinating place. He was captivated by a certain potion there, and I told him to stay put while I went to find you to explore it together. After that, I lost track of time and, after wandering for a while, finally found you here. In truth, Vardar had not simply wandered off on his own. He had only ventured forth after exchanging a brief word with Raphael. Raphael had not been daydreaming. Rather, he had been entranced by something in that place, which explained his failure to notice Vardar's departure. Vardar had not arrived here by mere chance. He had been searching for Lin Fan for some time before ultimately locating him in the library. Lin Fan inwardly scoffed, pondering what the real distinction was. Yet, there was indeed a difference. What, after all, had drawn Vardar and Raphael's attention? This curiosity piqued Lin Fan, suspecting that it must be some potion formula that captivated Raphael. Do you recall where Raphael is? Lin Fan casually inquired, though he held no expectations regarding Vardar's notorious sense of direction. To his astonishment, Vardar actually nodded in response. It appeared he had indeed retained the information. With a bashful gesture, he ruffled his tousled hair and retrieved an object from his pocket, a sphere the size of a large marble, seemingly filled with white mist. Vardar quickly elaborated, explaining that it would indicate whether there was something one had forgotten to do. Look, if you grip it tightly like this, and it turns red. His expression suddenly elongated as the memory orb glowed a vivid crimson. Ah, you have forgotten something. He then sheepishly glanced at Lin Fan, lowering his gaze. I seem to have forgotten where that is. Lin Fan sighed in exasperation. Vardar racked his brain, trying to recall the way. As they traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, Lin Fan incessantly sought assistance from the portraits. Oh, young Gryffindor, are you inquiring about where that Hufflepuff boy just emerged from? Asked the portrait of an elderly figure. Deep in thought, Lin Fan nodded and said, Elder, do you know? Elder, no, you should inquire with that noble woman. As one ages, memory truly deteriorates. Lin Fan expressed his frustration, questioning the purpose of contemplation when uncertainty looms. Are you Raphael? He quipped, bemused, bidding farewell to the portrait of the elderly gentleman. Lin Fan and Feudar approached the painting of the lady. The lady, exuding elegance, sat gracefully, cradling a charming American short-haired cat in her arms. Dear lady, have you seen where this fellow might have come from? Lin Fan inquired. The lady lazily opened her eyes, her expression languid. Oh, my dear, I have not seen him. Despite bidding farewell to each portrait, Lin Fan felt no progress, while Feudar, closely following him, clutched a memory orb, his mind incessantly replaying the forgotten location. Feudar halted, prompting Linfan to ask, What is it, Feudar? I seem to recall a large vase near the Gryffindor Tower, Feudar responded. Linfan glanced at Vardar, choosing not to utter a word, and simply led him towards the vicinity of the Gryffindor Tower. For he understood that it was no small feat for Vardar to come up with ideas. It seemed there was only one location near the Gryffindor Tower where a large vase could be found, so Linfan guided Vardar toward that spot. However, he was taken aback. Where has the large vase gone? Or perhaps I have misremembered. Linfan exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the right place, Linfan? Vardar responded uncertainly. At that moment, a boy with silver hair and violet eyes approached them. Ah, our point deduction champion, he remarked with a smile, then turned to Linfan, asking, What are you two up to? Linfan gazed at the dapper third-year boy and uttered the name, Mason Worm. Ah, we are searching for that grand vase here. Linfan's words also revealed the boy's identity. Just call me Mason, he replied. Mason, this is my friend, Hufflepuff second year, Feudal Rudo. Linfan proceeded to introduce Feudal. He is our Gryffindor third year, Mason Worm. Hello, Mason, Feudal inquired. Do you know where that vase has gone? Oh, that vase, Mason replied. It was moved by Felch not long ago, but I am unaware of its new location. Is this place indeed where the vase used to be? Linfan asked. Mason nodded. Yes, of course, that vase used to be displayed right here. Feudal squinted and smiled. Linfan, we have found it. As they traversed the tunnel, Linfan held his wand and cast a levitation charm on the black bottle containing a shimmering potion. Feudal, beside him, flicked his wand, showcasing a skillful technique that caught Linfan's eye as it sparkled with a luminous glow. Indeed, this is the spot, Feudal said cheerfully to Linfan. As the memory orb in his hand radiated a warm green light, Linfan's gaze was firmly fixed ahead. Feudar, do remember to stay close. All right, he replied. After traversing numerous intricate corridors, Linfan and Feudar arrived at a three-way intersection. Linfan gazed at the three rugged passages, then turned to look at Vardar. The memory sphere in Vardar's hand emitted a blinding crimson light. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his expression one of despondency. Upon witnessing this, Linfan hastily offered his consolation. Vidal, do not be disheartened. We shall search gradually. Raphael should still be in that vicinity. Vidal nodded heavily. Yes, I understand. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Vidal. I always took the right path when I exited. After uttering this, he attempted to proceed down the right passage. Linfan quickly grasped his arm. Vidal, you're mistaken. Vidal, with both hands raised, exhibited confusion. No, it cannot be wrong. He lifted his left hand. This is the left. Then he raised his right hand. And this is the right. Is this not how you instructed me? Linfan shook his head, acknowledging the truth in your words. However, you mentioned that you consistently walked on the right side when you exited, thus we must adhere to the right side. Very well. Linfan chose not to elaborate further. Such matters were simply beyond the scope of explanation for Feudar at this moment. Linfan led Fidel down the left passageway, and although Fidel initially resisted, he instinctively yielded to Linfan's guidance, contemplating that proceeding in that direction must be correct. Upon emerging from the left passage, they encountered 5 additional passageways. Recalling Fidel's earlier mention of having taken only the right passages, Linfan resolutely opted for the farthest left path. They then came upon 7 passages, followed by 9. Ultimately, a radiant light appeared before Linfan and Fidel. It emanated from a hidden chamber at the end of the passage. There lay a sword, a weapon of formidable sharpness, exuding an aura of dominance and elegance. The hilt of this sword was adorned with a crimson gemstone, inscribed with the distorted letters, Giafindo. This was the sword of Gryffindor. Linfan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the sword. It was none other than the sword of Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Simultaneously, he recalled the diadem discovered in the Room of Requirement, belonging to Ravenclaw. This sword symbolizes courage, steadfastness, passion, and hope. Linfan could not help but ponder whether this sword could obliterate the soul artifacts. Chapter 44. Salazar's New Clue. Gazing upon the sword of Gryffindor, Linfan felt a dazzling sensation, a surge of fervent energy swelling within his heart. As his right hand rested upon the sword, a torrent of magical power coursed through him, the rampant and violent force nearly compelling him to relinquish his grip on the blade. His fingers danced gracefully, as his wand fluttered like a butterfly, weaving through the air with effortless elegance. He produced several cards and began to chant incantations. Seal, to bind magical energy. To preserve power. Suppress, to subdue abilities, to quell pressure. Conceal, to vanish without a trace, to hide objects. One by one, the cards struck the sword of Gryffindor. And the fluidity of Linfan's actions left Feudar in awe. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, radiating an air of refined artistry. Feudar was astounded when Linfan drew the sword of Gryffindor. It was known that when he and Raphael first arrived here, they had their eyes lit up at the sight of this sword, a stirring excitement bubbling within their hearts. They had attempted to draw forth the magnificent blade themselves, but had failed. Feudar, a novice 4th-tier wizard, and Raphael, a mid-tier 4th-tier wizard, despite their familial advantages, were ultimately hampered by their innate talents. What, then, was the extent of Lin Fan's magical prowess? Was it high 4th tier? Top tier 4th tier? Perhaps more than that. He might have surpassed the 5th tier altogether. Many wizards stagnate at the peak of the 9th tier. Those who ascend from 9th to 10th tier are either exceptionally gifted or have relied on specific spells and potions. The transition from 9th to 10th tier also poses a significant hurdle. Only those of prodigious talent reach the 10th tier. Beyond the 10th tier, each incremental stage presents an even greater challenge. It is exceedingly difficult for anyone lacking extraordinary gifts to make progress. Feudar could not ascertain Lin Fan's tier. Yet it was evident that Lin Fan's aptitude surpassed that of himself and Raphael, members of pure-blood wizarding families. Although Feudar was unaware of the existence of a system. Even if he were, Lin Fan's innate talent would still shine through. How else could he have perfectly merged with the heart of sound spirit? How else could his magical power have surged immediately upon claiming the heart? It is well understood that the power of the heart is profoundly pure. Even if Lin Fan had transformed into the child of nature due to the system, enabling him to absorb the magic and abilities of the heart more effectively. The title of child of nature is merely that, a title. Without enduring hardships, how can one witness a rainbow? The persistence of water can wear through stone. And 3 feet of ice does not form from a single day of cold. Without effort and struggle, even the greatest talent is rendered futile. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Fan concealed the sword of Gryffindor before Feudar's very eyes, and this did not astonish Feudar. For he possessed something akin to it himself. He presumed that Lin Fan must be utilizing a spell for spatial extension, though such an ability is not common to all. Lin Fan gazed at the impassive Fatal, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then addressed Fatal, "Let us continue our journey." Fatal nodded. His thoughts lingering on the question of Lin Fan's current level of advancement. The two traversed past the stone platform, where the sword of Gryffindor was embedded, and behind this platform stood several pure white columns reminiscent of those found before a Greek temple. These columns were adorned with carvings depicting a middle-aged man engaged in battles against centaurs and ferocious bears, wielding the very sword of Gryffindor. It appeared that this man was indeed Gryffindor himself. As they reached the back of the columns, a look of realization crossed Fatal's face. "I know where Raphael is." Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was groping along the dead end behind the columns, turned to glance at Fatal. It was not that he doubted Fatal, but rather that Fatal's memory of the path was notoriously unreliable. "Fatal, do you know?" Fatal's face broke into a gentle, confident smile. "Of course, I do." Lin Fan withdrew his hand from the wall, perplexed. He gazed at Fardal with a sense of astonishment. Could this self-assured individual truly be the somewhat bewildered and directionally challenged Fardal he knew? Raphael approached a stone pillar, gesturing towards the intricate design etched upon it. The depiction illustrated a confrontation between 2 men, each wielding a wand. Beside one man lay a sword upon the grass, while next to the other, a creature that was neither entirely serpent nor lizard rested, adorned with a comb-like crest atop its head. This was precisely the serpent-like monster Lin Fan had encountered just over a month ago. Clearly, one of these men was Godric Gryffindor, while the other was Salazar Slytherin. Lin Fan gazed at the intricate patterns adorning the stone pillar. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 2 women racing towards them. These figures were undoubtedly Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff, endeavoring to halt the conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Fatal approached the image of Slytherin, raising his hand to firmly press against the serpent creature beside him. In an astonishing moment, the serpent depicted on the pillar seemed to animate, glaring fiercely at Fatal before flicking its tongue and slithering slowly towards the sword of Gryffindor. With a gaping maw, it devoured the golden sword in one swift motion. The sound echoed, a cacophony of crunching and snapping. The depiction on the pillar concluded with a scar emerging on the serpent's belly. Fatal pointed to the scar and said to Lin Fan, "It is right there." Lin Fan cast a glance, nodding slightly, yet remained cautiously vigilant. As Fertile made the first move to touch the scar, Lin Fan's body appeared to shrink, being drawn into the scar itself. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's entry, Fertile immediately followed suit. Lin Fan felt his body being incessantly compressed, akin to a damp garment being wrung out, yet he did not experience any discomfort. With a thud, Lin Fan's form descended to the ground, closely followed by the arrival of Feudar. Lin Fan gazed at the distant glow and inquired of Feudar, "Is Raphael over there?" Feudar nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he is indeed situated in that direction." He then retrieved another vial of shimmering potion, having previously dropped the first one outside. While Feudar once again emanated a radiant luminescence, the two brushed off the dust from their garments and proceeded towards the luminous spot not far ahead. Raphael sat solemnly upon the ground, his expression grave and contemplative. In his left hand, he cradled an ancient parchment bound in sheepskin, while his right hand wielded a wand that flickered with light. Leaning against a statue, which depicted a mature and stern middle-aged man, one could sense an air of sophistication emanating from the sculpture despite its inanimate nature. This statue represented Salazar Slytherin, the man who stood against Gryffindor. As illustrated on the stone pillar outside, Lin Fan and Vardar arrived at the scene. "Hey, Raphael, I brought Lin Fan," Vardar exclaimed upon seeing Raphael. However, perhaps it was Raphael's characteristic aloofness manifesting, or perhaps he was utterly engrossed in the book before him, or he simply did not hear Vardar's words. He paid no attention to Vardar at that moment. Witnessing this, Vardar felt quite helpless, for he knew that once Raphael became absorbed in something, he would be oblivious to any external sounds. After a considerable time, Raphael slightly stirred, stretching his stiff neck and weary body. Ah, Vardar, when did Linfan arrive? His tone suggested he had not even noticed Vardar and Linfan's presence. Vardar, Linfan. We are at a loss for words, Vardar remarked. Raphael, what were you just reading? Linfan inquired curiously. Raphael squinted, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. This is a potion recipe left by Salazar Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Linfan's interest was piqued, though he noted, some parts are damaged. Raphael expressed a tinge of regret. Seemingly sensing Linfan's intrigue, Raphael handed the parchment over to him. Linfan, I also discovered something intriguing. Oh, Linfan unfurled the parchment, revealing a list of potion names, their ingredients, and their effects. What is this? Raphael pointed to the first letter of each word on the parchment, urging him to connect them. Godric, Rowena, Helga. I realize our world has changed. I have conversed with centaurs, mermaids, and various magical creatures. Our lives, nature, will inevitably be touched by evil. What the future holds, I do not know. But you are my most important people, my kin, my companions. India, seek there. Salazar Slytherin. Linfan was utterly astonished. Goodness, this was indeed a clue from Slytherin. Had it been left before their quarrel, or perhaps after? Was Salazar intentionally feuding with Godric as a pretext to depart, or was there another reason? Linfan suddenly recalled Dumbledore's fervent interest in the clues related to Slytherin. Nodding, he suggested, shall we proceed outside? Raphael and Feudar nodded in agreement. Very well. We have examined this place thoroughly, and all that remains is this parchment. Linfan suddenly felt a profound interest in the two words India left in the secret letter from Salazar. He couldn't help but wonder how Dumbledore would react upon learning this news. Surely, he would hasten to India without delay. Chapter 45, Egypt Headmaster Dumbledore, you must see this. Linfan exclaimed, his tone imbued with excitement and urgency as he looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster rested his chin on his hands, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes slightly squinted behind his glasses, exuding an air of languid curiosity. Linfan, what has prompted such haste? Dumbledore gestured gracefully. Why not have a drink? Noticing Linfan's sudden stiffness, Dumbledore paused and added, Ah, it's merely lemonade. Upon hearing this, Linfan immediately relaxed. At this moment, Linfan felt a slight dryness in his mouth. He picked up a cup and took a hearty sip. It was a clue regarding Salazar Slytherin. A wave of excitement coursed through him as he realized, based on Dumbledore's words in ancient texts, that few had uncovered leads about Salazar over the millennia. Yet, he had stumbled upon two significant clues. One was a vague impression from the original text that led him to the Chamber of Secrets, and the other, due to Raphael and Fidel, revealed Slytherin's journey to Egypt. He unfurled the parchment he had previously examined, which still contained potion-related content. Is this Salazar's potion notes? Dumbledore inquired, puzzled. Linfan nodded affirmatively. Dumbledore was unsure how this notebook connected to Slytherin. After all, Salazar Slytherin had left behind numerous potion notes, and many of his belongings remained. Noticing Dumbledore's confusion, Linfan pointed to the English text, saying, Headmaster Dumbledore. Observe how my finger glides over the initial letters of each word. When combined, they reveal a message from Salazar Slytherin. Godric, Rowena, Helga, I have witnessed our world transform. I have conversed with centaurs, mermaids, and various wondrous beings. Our lives, nature, will inevitably be threatened by evil. What the future holds, I do not know. But you are my most cherished, my family, my companions. Egypt, seek there. Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. A look reminiscent of when Linfan had previously informed him of the chamber's discovery. Egypt, Dumbledore murmured. He pondered the same questions as Linfan. What was Slytherin doing in Egypt? Did he depart before or after his quarrel with Gryffindor? What did his words truly signify? Why had the centaurs never mentioned that Slytherin had sought them? Linfan, prepare yourself. We are heading to Egypt. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore did not hesitate this time, insisting on bringing Linfan along. Linfan wondered if his ability to continuously uncover clues related to Slytherin had prompted Dumbledore to believe he could unveil the truth behind Slytherin's disappearance. Egypt is a land steeped in rich history and culture, renowned alongside ancient Babylon, India, and China as one of the four great civilizations. It spans both Asia and Africa, with most of its territory located in the northeastern part of the African continent. The Sinai Peninsula, east of the Suez Canal, lies at the southwestern corner of Asia. To the west, it borders Libya. To the south, Sudan. To the east, the Red Sea, adjacent to Palestine, and to the north, it faces the Mediterranean Sea. While to the southeast, it overlooks Jordan and Saudi Arabia, with a coastline extending over 700 kilometers. The vast majority of the land is desert, with the highest peak being Mount Catherine, standing at 942 meters. The Nile River, the lifeblood of Egypt, flows from south to north into the Mediterranean Sea. The country is characterized by expansive deserts and semi-deserts. The western Libyan desert occupies 2/3 of the national area, predominantly composed of shifting sands interspersed with oases such as Kurga and Siwa, while the eastern Arabian desert features gravel plains and bare rocky hills. The climate is generally arid with scarce rainfall. Southern Egypt experiences a tropical desert climate with high summer temperatures and significant day-night temperature variations. In contrast, the Nile Delta and northern coastal regions enjoy a subtropical Mediterranean climate, relatively mild in comparison. On this day, two visitors arrived on Egyptian soil, a charming boy with dark hair and blue eyes, and an elderly man with a long white beard, spectacles perched on his nose, adorned with a whimsical bow tie. Uncharacteristically, Egypt welcomed a rare rainfall that day. Light droplets fell from the sky, and the wind blew, bringing a touch of moisture to the dry air. Headmaster Dumbledore, is this truly Egypt? Lin Fan asked, tugging at his robe, feeling uncomfortable with the sand that clung to him. Yes, indeed. I visited several times in my youth, Dumbledore replied, nodding. Upon noticing Lin Fan covered in sand, he chuckled and waved his wand, clearing the debris. Instantly, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but grumble about his inability to master even the simplest spells, which had become a source of amusement for Nina, Raphael, Fidel, and other students. Then, Lin Fan's gaze caught sight of a distant structure, and his eyes brightened. Headmaster Dumbledore, look, that's the pyramid. It's the pyramid. For someone from China, who could be considered somewhat of a homebody, the allure of foreign lands seemed trivial, though he had once yearned for England. His initial trepidation upon arriving at Hogwarts had subdued his excitement. This marked his first venture into another country, and instead of fear, he felt only curiosity and exhilaration. His knowledge of Egypt was limited to the pyramids, the Sphinx, mummies, and the Nile, a collection of concepts he had frequently encountered. Despite being somewhat of a history novice, he retained a faint recollection of his history teacher's lessons. Coughing softly, he dismissed his seemingly naive enthusiasm. It is only natural for one to feel excitement upon encountering well-known landmarks in a foreign land. Dumbledore merely smiled at Lin Fan's reaction. They strolled slowly toward the Grand Pyramid, each step sinking into the sand, hindering their movement. Lin Fan observed the situation with growing impatience. He retrieved his wand and gracefully waved it in the air, intoning an incantation, summon. This skill had been acquired not long ago. During the day he mounted Buner and forged a pact with it. A beam of light had entered his body at that moment, though he initially felt nothing. One night, he dreamt of Buner and, almost unconsciously, recited the spell. He felt a heaviness in his body and suddenly realized that Buner had appeared beside him, pressing down on him. An invisible halo emerged beneath Lin Fan's feet, revealing several twinkling star points within it. Any astronomy enthusiast would recognize that the arrangement of these points formed the constellation Pegasus. The sound of a horse's neigh resonated within this formation, while Dumbledore, standing nearby, squinted at Lin Fan's actions. He recognized that neigh. It belonged to the unicorn that had long resided in the Forbidden Forest, a creature cherished by the centaurs. Eventually, Lin Fan had befriended it, and, inexplicably, the unicorn had perished. Lin Fan had subsequently mastered the resurrection spell and brought it back to life. The star points within the halo twinkled, and from the distant cosmos, the stars of Pegasus seemed to respond, radiating a warm glow. At some point, a foal materialized beneath Lin Fan, adorned with a spiraled horn atop its head and folded wings upon its back. It was none other than the Pegasus, Buner. Buner tilted its head, gazing at Lin Fan, gently flicking its tongue. Lin Fan squinted and smiled, stroking Buner's soft fur. Come, Buner, let us ride. Buner nodded in agreement, letting out a neigh. Chapter 49. The clue is interrupted. Buner's speed rivaled that of camels in the desert, launching forth like a released arrow. A surge of power emanated from its body, automatically forming an invisible barrier that shielded them from the swirling sands. In the distance, the pyramids exuded an ancient aura, seemingly conveying a sense of solemnity, while the Sphinx before the pyramids, with its gem-like eyes, appeared to emanate an unspoken intimidation. Lin Fan felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, and a trace of worry flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this venture was fraught with danger. Bunua Air emitted heavy breaths, while Dumbledore squinted his already narrowed eyes even further. In the distance, a group of Egyptian men, either standing or seated by a pyramid, engaged in conversation, closely gathered around the majestic structure. Beside them were camels and carts, from which the cheerful laughter of women and children occasionally echoed. The group seemed to have noticed Lin Fan and Dumbledore approaching, as one of the leaders enthusiastically waved at them from afar. Bunua moved swiftly, reaching the group in no time. The Egyptian men, upon catching sight of Lin Fan and Dumbledore on Bunua's back, were instantly captivated, exclaiming in astonishment at the sight of such a magnificent camel, whose speed rivaled that of the legendary multicolored camels. Among the crowd, two individuals exchanged glances filled with intrigue, subtly nodding to one another. A discerning observer might catch a glimpse of greed in their eyes. Bunua came to a halt, standing steadfastly without a hint of jostle. Lin Fan affectionately patted Bunua's head before dismounting alongside Dumbledore. The leader greeted them warmly. Greetings, esteemed travelers from afar. I am Kabaski Rollaway, And this is my caravan. Dumbledore nodded, offering a gentle smile in return. Salutations, I am Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore. He gestured towards Lin Fan, adding, this is my student. Kabaski did not find this unusual, as his caravan also included apprentices learning the trade. Perhaps this elder possessed some remarkable skills, while the seemingly innocent and charming child was merely his protege. Upon hearing Dumbledore's acceptance, Lin Fan promptly bowed to the leader, saying, greetings, I am Lin Fan. The caravan leader, Kabaski, smiled gently at Lin Fan before resuming his conversation with Dumbledore. Good sir, from whence do you hail? And what brings you here? Kabaski inquired, adhering to the customary formalities of an introduction. Dumbledore, squinting slightly, adjusted his glasses and replied, I am traveling with my student. Kabaski nodded in understanding, casting a glance towards the distant sandstorm. Let us retreat to the carriage. The sandstorm approaches. Lin Fan was perplexed, pondering why they did not seek refuge within the pyramid. Kaspersky shook his head, explaining that the pyramid lay ahead, yet they had not yet arrived, and a sandstorm was imminent. After speaking, Kaspersky gestured towards a nearby slope, which was quite elevated. If they could maneuver the vehicle behind it, they would find shelter. Moreover, he added, my young friend, this pyramid is our sacred site, the resting place of our ancestors, the pharaohs, and it is not to be violated. Upon hearing the leader's words, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the underlying meaning. He turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, who met his eyes with a subtle shake of his head. Lin Fan acknowledged this with a knowing blink. The caravan began to operate at a leisurely pace, gradually making its way towards the elevated slope. Among the crowd, two individuals fixated their attention on Bunoer, the camel, which was likely a descendant of the legendary multicolored camels. Undoubtedly worth a fortune. As this group of people sought refuge on the high slope, a sandstorm suddenly descended upon them, with fierce winds and turbulent sands. The storm resembled an irate giant, obliterating everything in its path and sweeping them into the heavens. After a considerable time, the piercing sound of the wind gradually faded, yielding a mournful wail until the final remnants of the sandstorm vanished. Lin Fan felt a sense of relief as the departing sandstorm faded away. Chapter 47. The arrival of July after returning to school. Updates may only resume around National Day. Following the National Day military training, I shall bring my notebook to school and continue updating then. I have a question. Would you support me in starting a new HP story? Several author friends have encouraged me to embark on another HP journey, as they find themselves at a loss for words regarding my current book, but are genuinely enthusiastic about me commencing a new one. As time ticked away like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, Lin Fan diligently embraced his responsibilities as a Quidditch team member over the past few months. How splendid. It was truly remarkable. Oh my, look at the Seeker of Gryffindor, Lin Fan, once deemed a troublemaker and the bane of scores by all in his house, as he once again sent the quaffle soaring through the Hufflepuff goalposts. The exuberant cheers of Hilronify, the Gryffindor commentator, echoed through the air. Truly, he seemed born for Quidditch. Who would have thought he could score a goal while chasing the golden snitch? It was nothing short of miraculous. A true testament to Gryffindor's prowess. At that moment, a fellow student beside him appeared rather impatient with Hill's incessant praise of their house. While he too acknowledged the boy's remarkable skills, he interrupted Hill's exuberance. Unfazed, Hill swiftly shifted his tone, as if he had not just been lauding his own house. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands, while in the Hufflepuff section, two boys, undeterred by the glaring eyes of their housemates, cheered on. Lin Fan is incredible. Why has he only just joined the Quidditch team? Raphael, did you see that? Oh my, Raphael's eyes sparkled with wonder. How impressive. Lin Fan, suspended in midair, grasped the broom with one hand, his body spinning in a mesmerizing dance, showcasing a series of dazzling maneuvers. The exhilaration of such unrestrained freedom was utterly delightful for him. As a lifelong model student, this complete liberation of self was simply extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Fan seemed to have an epiphany. He tilted his body upward, gripping the broom tightly to evade the bludger hurled by the Hufflepuff player. With a resounding shout, he accelerated forward, launching himself with fervor. The Hufflepuff seeker, noticing Lin Fan's swift movements, narrowed his eyes in realization. Oh, the golden snitch! Hill exclaimed loudly. He then shouted in quick succession, Hufflepuff scores. Hufflepuff gains 10 points. Lin Fan released his grip on the flying broom, and the golden snitch appeared right before his eyes. I shall not allow you to seize it. At that moment, Hufflepuff seeker rushed over, observing the darting ball that had been struck by his teammate, and he exerted himself to direct the quaffle towards Lin Fan. The enchanting Gryffindor batter, Miss Brittany, inexplicably positioned herself to intercept the quaffle intended for Lin Fan. A mischievous smile graced her face as she struck the quaffle towards Hufflepuff seeker. Lin Fan, go for it. Capture it. Oh, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Goodness. He is about to catch it. He is on the verge of capturing it. Hill's voice was somewhat hysterical, as he pounded the table and shouted fervently, oh, it's just a mere 4 inches away. Come on, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Those around him were powerless to contain Hill's fervor, watching helplessly as he became increasingly animated. Lin Fan was acutely aware that the golden snitch was now entirely within his grasp. He rolled on his flying broomstick, executing a series of dazzling maneuvers in a final display of exuberance. Oh, Lin Fan had captured the golden snitch. With arms outstretched, one hand raised high, he radiated a brilliant golden light beneath the sun's rays. Gryffindor! 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 The students of Gryffindor stood up in exuberance, fervently chanting the name of their house. Gryffindor epitomizes the courage and fervor of the lion. In this Quidditch Cup competition, Gryffindor emerged as the ultimate champion. The members of Gryffindor's Quidditch team soared to Lin Fan's side, encircling him as they gradually descended, before hoisting him triumphantly into the air. Oh, how swiftly time passes. Summer break had arrived before one could blink. I was just thinking we had only recently concluded the winter break, murmured a few studious children. This summer, I must seize the opportunity to indulge myself. Last time, I scarcely ventured outside. A young boy lamented loudly, prompting several classmates nearby to chime in. Oh dear, how dreadful. Matana, have you decided where to shop? Asked a girl, to which the queried girl nodded affirmatively. Yes, I plan to explore Brazil during this holiday. The entire academy buzzed with discussions about the upcoming break, with some reluctant to leave and others eagerly debating how to best spend their time off. Lin Fan, will you still be staying in Spider Alley this holiday? Nina tilted her head and inquired. Lin Fan nodded, but after a moment, he shook his head. No. It seems that Lily will give birth to little Potter during this holiday, so I would like to visit St. Mungo's. He looked at Nina Lu and continued. As you know, I possess some healing abilities, so I hope to be of assistance. Nina Lu smiled and added. I heard that the Longbottoms are also expecting a child this summer. Upon mentioning the Longbottoms, Lin Fan was reminded of a somewhat vague figure from his memory. A character from the original story who was a bit foolish, akin to Neville Longbottom. Lin Fan did not recall much about Neville, except that his memory was rather poor. Comparable to the extent of Fudd's sense of direction. He had heard from the doctors at St. Mungo's that both Lily and Alice were having boys. And Frank was eagerly preparing to name his child Neville. As Nina Lu observed Lin Fan, whose face was alight with excitement, she gradually felt her own cheeks flush. Given Lin Fan's emotional ineptitude, he quickly expressed concern. Nina Lu, your face is quite red. Are you feeling unwell? This remark only deepened the color of her cheeks. This day was indeed extraordinary, as both the Longbottoms and the Potters were welcoming new life simultaneously. Outside, the rain pattered gently, and the sky appeared rather gloomy. Lin Fan was aware that the savior destined to confront Voldemort was soon to be born, the young boy who would survive great peril. It seemed that Lily and James were not far from their tragic end. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. What could have led to the demise of Lily and James? How did they meet their fate? A hand flicked playfully at Lin Fan's forehead. What are you pondering? Little one? Sirius, leaning against the window, chuckled heartily. Keep it up, and you might just lose your wits. Lin Fan did not respond to him. The worry in his eyes seemed impossible to dissipate. Little ghost, are you concerned about Lily? Lin Fan shook his head, then nodded slightly. How should he express it? Should he mention that Lily and James are fated to perish? Sirius's large hand ruffled Lin Fan's disheveled hair repeatedly, reassuring him, do not worry, everything will be fine. On July 31st, a miraculous boy, the savior Harry Potter, was born. Simultaneously, a somewhat dazed yet remarkably tenacious boy, Neville Longbottom, also entered the world. This holiday was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 48, The Disappearance of Lin Fan. It has been quite a while since the last update. Do any of you feel an urge to throttle me? Or perhaps resort to whips, candles, and bindings to compel me to write? Alas, I can only promise an update during the National Day holiday. Once again, I will be unable to update for 12 days due to military training. So, my dear readers, please be patient. It seems I have been absent for some time, yet the weekly clicks for members have been soaring. Am I truly so dreadful? I hope not. Recently, I have frequently been tasked with class duties. Although I am merely the dormitory leader, it appears I have taken on all the responsibilities for the class. How frustrating. Currently, there are only the Youth League secretary and the class representative. The other infuriating counselor insists that selections will take place after military training. Having vented, I return to the main narrative. Gazing at the adorable baby in the rocking cradle, Lin Fan found himself momentarily lost in thought. This was the future savior of the magical world, Harry Potter, right before his eyes. Lin Fan lifted his hand and gently poked Harry's cheek. Little Harry, eyes closed, let out a sound and waved his tiny hand to swat away Lin Fan's mischievous gesture. Look at that. Little Harry is indeed lively. Sirius, witnessing Harry's playful interaction, chuckled. While James sat by the bedside, tenderly observing Lily and Harry, who was stifling a laugh behind her hand. Well, Sirius, at least it shows that little Harry acknowledges me. You see, when you try to engage him, he pays you no mind, Lin Fan remarked. Strangely enough, no matter how Sirius tried to amuse Harry, the boy would not respond or smile at him. However, when Lin Fan interacted with him, Harry not only became quite playful but also beamed joyfully at Lin Fan. Indeed. Lin Fan, just look at how fond little Harry is of you, Lily chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Lin Fan gazed at young Harry. Fragments of memory surged through his mind, only to vanish the moment he attempted to grasp them. What could it be? As night enveloped him, lying in bed, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable sense of being summoned. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, ever since he had encountered young Harry a month ago. Every time he closed his eyes, the haunting screams of Lily and James echoed in his ears, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless muggles and wizards. Rising from his bed, he approached the window, where the moon shone with a chilling brilliance. He opened the window, and a cool breeze swept in. At that moment, a sound emerged from the neighboring window. Ah, Professor Snape. Knowing that he bore no ill will toward him, Lin Fan felt little trepidation, which left Severus feeling quite perplexed. This fellow not only showed no fear but also greeted him with unexpected friendliness, causing a great inner conflict. If he was so unafraid, how was Severus to fulfill the training task entrusted to him by Dumbledore? With a huff, Severus emitted a heavy snort to express his discontent. In Lin Fan's eyes, Severus was akin to a sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted individual, a sentiment he found curiously comforting. Are you unable to sleep at this late hour? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. His emerald eyes sparkling in the moonlight, his dark hair tousled by the night breeze. Those verdant irises struck a chord deep within Severus's heart. With another cold snort, Severus turned and closed the window. Lin Fan touched his nose and gazed into the distant darkness. He always felt as if something was calling out to him. What could it possibly be? As Lin Fan's consciousness gradually faded, he felt as though he were drowning. He yearned to break free, yet escape eluded him. Help! He cried out. I have finally emerged. A voice, devoid of emotion, emanated from Lin Fan as he struggled to his feet, only to stumble back down. Had he been confined for so long that he could no longer control his body? The voice was entirely apathetic. Despite falling, he uttered not a single cry of pain. Lin Fan attempted several times, repeatedly colliding with the ground, leaving his hands bruised. With great effort, he donned his clothing, his eyes reflecting a sense of detachment as he pushed open the door and exited the bedroom. At that moment, his gait appeared normal. Stepping outside, he encountered a yawning Sirius, who remarked, Hey, little one, what brings you up so early? Lin Fan gazed indifferently at Sirius, stating, It is nothing. I have matters to attend to. Sirius, still in a state of disorientation from just waking, failed to notice Lin Fan's peculiar demeanor and mused that he was likely off to see his young lady friend. Lin Fan chuckled softly, though his expression appeared rather stiff. Upon exiting number 20, Spidertail Alley, Lin Fan cast a glance back before departing without a trace of emotion. Meanwhile, in the adjacent building, Severus, standing by the window, seemed to perceive Lin Fan's unusual behavior. He furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to follow him when suddenly, a hiss of serpentine language filled the air. Maintaining his composure, he vanished with a disapprobation. Humph, where could the Potter family be hiding? The serpent-faced man emanated an aura of coldness. My lord, we have searched everywhere without success. Not at St. Mungo's? Indeed. At that moment, a swirl of smoke enveloped the space, and Severus materialized, bowing before the Dark Lord. Severus, where have the Potters gone? The Dark Lord's snake-like eyes fixed intently on Severus's gaze. They seemed to be at St. Mungo's. Severus's expression remained inscrutable, a testament to his mastery of mental occlusion. Though he maintained a humble posture, his bearing remained proud, his gaze unwavering. The Dark Lord exhaled sharply. I shall not allow anyone to thwart my plans. That child of prophecy and his family must perish. The Dark Lord flung his cloak and paced restlessly. Where's the Longbottom family? Prepare to eliminate them first. Yes. The Dark Lord's eyes gleamed with a ruthless intensity, cold and merciless as a serpent. He yearned for immortality. He sought dominion over all of Britain. Under the Dark Lord's command, Severus disapparated away, yet a nagging concern for Lin Fan lingered in his thoughts. Lin Fan has vanished. Where have you gone, Lin Fan? Sirius is searching everywhere in the outskirts of England. Nina and Jennifer are in Diagon Alley, inquiring with every passing wizard if they have seen Lin Fan. The members of the Order of the Phoenix are assisting in the search, soaring across every corner of England. Sirius recalls that morning when Lin Fan seemed somewhat unusual. Damn, how did I not notice? Yet, Lin Fan has disappeared as if he had never graced this world, vanishing for an entire year. Where am I? Why is it so dark here? Big feet, pointed forks, moon-faced, Lily, Dumbledore, Hagrid, Nina, where are you? And where am I? I am so tired, so weary. Chapter 1. Prelude to the drama. Lily, my dear, take Harry and go. I will hold off Voldemort. James, drenched in sweat, spoke urgently, as Voldemort had inexplicably discovered their hiding place and was coming to murder their family. Lily, her red hair shaking, tears brimming in her eyes, implored, No, we leave together. At that moment, a violent noise erupted outside, the sound of Voldemort and his Death Eaters attacking, with curses and flames roaring. Quick, take him away. Give our child to Sirius. Let him take Harry to Dumbledore. Sirius will surely be a wonderful godfather. I trust you, and he will care for our child. And Lin Fan will surely return. You can let him guide the child. James waved his wand, casting protective spells one after another, and approached Lily, kissing her forehead. My love, take care of our child. Lily held baby Harry in her left arm, her right hand covering her mouth. No. Bang. Rip. The sound of the protective enchantments outside being breached sent James into a frenzy. Hurry. We mustn't waste any time. At that moment, James noticed the look of terror on Lily's face as she gazed behind him. By the time he realized what was happening, Avada Kedavra, a green light pierced through his back. No. Lily screamed, clutching James's face. Dear, take the child and go. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head. Unable to utter a sound, Lily hurriedly ascended the stairs, cradling little Harry, surrounded by Death Eaters. She could not escape outside. Outside, Voldemort sneered, stepping into the room. His footsteps echoing ominously. The sound sent Lily into a panic, her composure shattered. Reaching the nursery, she placed Harry in the crib, gently caressing his face. Darling. Mommy is going to find Daddy. You must be good. Raising her right hand, she bit down on her finger. Lin Fan. You said there would be a day without using this curse. It seems. Huh. Where have you gone, you little rascal? Have you gone to seek that cursed heart again? Disappearing like you did a year before? Regrettably, she would not see him one last time. Blood dripped from Lily's right hand as she chanted a mysterious incantation. Her eyes filled with determination as she glanced longingly at little Harry. Harry, you must be obedient and not mischievous. Avada Kedavra. The door was smashed open, revealing a terrifying snake-like visage. The Dark Lord waved his wand again, casting another Avada Kedavra, which pierced through Lily's chest before heading toward Harry. An evil sneer adorned Voldemort's face, believing the prophesied child was about to perish. However, the attack seemed to rebound off an invisible barrier with a resounding crash, striking Voldemort himself in a moment of disbelief. With a scream, a fragment of his soul, the weakest part, fell into Harry's body, causing little Harry to cry out in fear. Severus trudged heavily into the house after the Death Eater invasion. In the upstairs nursery, the woman he cherished lay lifeless on the floor, and in the crib was the child born from her and that damned man. Severus's face, usually cold and indifferent, was now etched with sorrow as he tightly embraced Lily's lifeless form, tears streaming down his face. No, Lily. Hagrid entered the wreckage of the battleground, his expression mournful as he gazed upon the two bodies in the room. Baby Harry wailed helplessly in the crib. Hagrid knelt beside Harry and lifted him into his massive arms. Just then, Sirius rushed in, taking in the devastation. No, he cried out, and as realization dawned, he turned to Hagrid. Wait, I'll explain later. With that, he hurried away, and Hagrid, glancing between Harry and Sirius, ultimately decided to take Harry to St. Mungo's. On the street, Sirius was fraught with panic and anguish, sweat blurring his vision, his clothes drenched. Damn it. Suddenly, an explosion echoed nearby, and Sirius sensed something amiss. Gripping his wand like a dagger, he approached a short, shabby man at the corner with a gaze full of hatred, madness, and resentment. The diminutive man, spotting him, fled in a panic. No, Sirius, you mustn't. In the sky, tiny black dots rushed toward him. The small, cowardly man was in a frenzy, shouting, Help! Help! Sirius Black has gone mad. Yes, he has gone mad. He has killed those muggles. Now he wants to kill me. Help! What nonsense are you spouting? Damn it. You traitor. Damn you, Peter. You're something else. I didn't mean to. I'm really sorry. Peter stammered, then raised his voice again. Look. He is going to kill me. Sirius's Avada Kedavra was brewing, and suddenly countless beams of light shot toward him from the sky, striking him with overwhelming force. He felt his strength drain away, consciousness slipping away. I will find you, he murmured before collapsing to the ground. The dots in the sky slowly revealed themselves to be Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix. Peter Pettigrew accused Sirius of harming and killing, then vanished without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. Lin Fan wearily opened his eyes, sunlight streaming upon him, forcing him to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. Gradually, as his vision adjusted, he took in his surroundings. Where am I? How did I end up here? It feels as if I have been asleep for ages in this vast forest, surrounded by trees, with not a single bird chirping, creating an eerie silence. Slowly rising to his feet, he noticed the dust covering his body. He was filthy. I must return quickly, or everyone will worry. This day felt unusual. Upon exiting the forest, Lin Fan observed owls soaring in every direction. Is today some sort of holiday? Are people sending blessings and gifts? Walking through the streets of London, Lin Fan thought his disheveled appearance would attract attention, yet he was mistaken. Today, inexplicably, there was a crowd of robed individuals in the Muggle world. Why are so many wizards here? What on earth has happened? Somehow, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped his heart, as if some of fate were looming. At that moment, he passed by a bakery, and before him appeared a tall, robust man, so corpulent that he seemed almost devoid of a neck, adorned with a bushy beard. In a hurried manner, the man collided with Lin Fan. My apologies, Lin Fan murmured, despite the fact that the portly man had been the one to bump into him. Nevertheless, the man paid no heed, muttering to himself, what a dreadful day it is, encountering so many eccentrically dressed individuals, and a flock of owls fluttering about. Now, to encounter such filth, what a curse. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation. At that moment, he faintly overheard a group of wizards nearby discussing a name, Potter. Had James once again triumphed over the Death Eaters? The Potters, indeed. He could barely catch their fragmented words. An inexplicable sense of dread intensified within him. Shaking his head, Lin Fan hastened his pace, determined to visit the Leaky Cauldron to inquire about the recent events. Indeed, their son, Harry. What had happened to Harry? What was unfolding? Lin Fan sprinted towards the Broken Pot Tavern with unrestrained speed. Upon arriving outside, he noticed the tavern appeared to have undergone a transformation, radiating a fresh vibrancy. Trembling with anticipation, he gently pushed open the door. Inside, a raucous cheer erupted. The Dark Lord is vanquished. Hail Harry Potter. Hail. Lin Fan, in a state of bewilderment, abruptly halted his steps, gazing blankly at the jubilant crowd reveling in excitement. A troubling thought he dreaded to confront suddenly emerged in his mind. No, it could not be so. He hurriedly approached the counter where Tom was diligently polishing glasses, grasping the fabric of Tom's clothing. Amidst the incredulous stares of the assembled wizards, he exclaimed, Tom, tell me. What on earth has transpired? What has happened to James and Lily? And why are they discussing James, Lily, and Harry? What is going on? Tom, taken aback by the frantic demeanor of Lin Fan, exclaimed, My goodness, Lin Fan, you have returned. Quickly, enlighten me on their condition. Calm down, please. Tom sighed. Here. Have a sip of water first. Lin Fan nodded, his expression filled with regret. James and Lily, they are dead. Suddenly, the glass slipped from his grasp, shattering violently upon the floor. No, this cannot be true. He shook his head in disbelief and turned to leave. Hey, Lin Fan. He pushed open the door and sprinted to the rear of the Broken Cauldron pub, knocking against the bricks as he dashed into Diagon Alley. He needed to seek confirmation. He could not accept the jubilant wizard's words at face value. Upon arriving at the potion shop, Lin Fan was taken aback to find it closed. Are you in search of a cauldron? A kind-hearted wizard inquired. What has happened? Oh, it seems you are unaware. That wizard covered his mouth, whispering. I heard that the granddaughter of Bullwood was slain by the Dark Lord. What? This cannot be true. Fortunately, the child of the Potters has defeated the Dark Lord, though the Potters sacrificed their lives in the process. No, this is absolutely not true. With renewed determination, Lin Fan turned and ran towards Spinner's End. They're all deceiving me. How could this be? Have I been gone for so long? What has happened to me? At number 20 Spinner's End. The entrance lay buried beneath refuse, while the door was coated in dust and cobwebs. Lin Fan slowly pushed open the door, and an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses. The room was filled with dust and cobwebs, clearly indicating that it had been long abandoned. Could it be that serious? No, it couldn't be. Lin Fan. A thunderous roar echoed from outside, tinged with sadness and a hint of excitement at the sight of him. Hagrid, please tell me this isn't true. Lin Fan exclaimed upon seeing the enormous figure. Hagrid shook his head helplessly. It's true. The culprit is serious. He is the traitor. Though I wish it were not so. Yet, it is indeed him, and he has been sent to Azkaban, where he will spend the rest of his days. Lin Fan sat helplessly on the ground, feeling as though his tears had run dry. Despite the sorrow that enveloped him, no tears fell. A wave of fatigue washed over him. This must be a dream, surely, and he would awaken to find it so. Chapter 2. Harry Potter that night, the tall, burly figure he had collided with that afternoon. A man so rotund he seemed to lack a neck, sporting a full beard, tossed, and turned in bed. His name was Vernon Dursley. I shall inform you that the most rapid updates in novels are found at the eye. Is it not so? His wife was named Petunia Evans, a name well known in the magical community, for she was the sister of Lily Evans, the mother of the boy who lived, Harry Potter. The Dursleys wanted for nothing. Yet they were terrified that others might discover their connection to the Potters. They feared that if anyone learned of the Potters' affairs, they would be unable to bear the consequences. Lily Evans was Mrs. Dursley's sister, although they had not seen one another in several years. In truth, Mrs. Dursley pretended she had no such sister, as her sibling and her utterly useless brother-in-law were completely at odds with the Dursleys' way of life. Just the thought of the neighbors discovering that the Potters had arrived sent the Dursleys into a state of fright. They were aware that the Potters had a son, yet they had never seen him. This child served as an excellent excuse for their lack of association with the Potters. They did not want Dudley mingling with such a boy. Mr. Dursley furrowed his brow, contemplating the sudden appearance of a group of oddly dressed individuals on the street. They were cloaked, and he overheard them mention his wife's sister's child, a boy named Harry Potter. He recalled the tabby cat that had inexplicably appeared at his doorstep, sitting there since morning, seemingly glaring at him when he attempted to shoo it away. This day was undeniably bizarre. However, Mr. Dursley's thoughts were tumultuous, and sleep eluded him. Yet, just before he drifted off, a final thought provided him with some solace. Even if the Potter family truly became embroiled in something, there was no reason for it to implicate him and his wife. The Potters were well aware of the Dursleys' disdain for them and their ilk. He yawned and turned over. It would not affect them. However, his assumption was gravely mistaken. Mr. Dursley, in a drowsy haze, might have fallen into a fitful sleep. But the cat perched on the garden wall showed no signs of slumber. It sat there like a statue, unblinking, fixated on the distant street corner of Privet Drive. A car door slammed shut nearby, and two owls swooped overhead, yet the cat remained still. In fact, it was not until close to midnight that it finally stirred. At the street corner the cat had been watching, a man appeared, arriving so suddenly and silently that it was as if he had emerged from the earth itself. The cat's tail flicked, its eyes narrowing into slits. No one on Privet Drive had ever seen this man. He was tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt, a clear indication of his advanced age. He wore a long robe and a floor-length purple cloak, paired with buckled high-heeled boots. Behind crescent-shaped glasses, two bright blue eyes sparkled. His nose was long and crooked, suggesting it had been broken at least twice. His name was Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore seemed unperturbed by his unwelcome presence on the street, preoccupied with rummaging through his cloak pocket as if searching for something. He remained oblivious to the watchful eyes upon him until he suddenly looked up and noticed the cat staring at him from across the street. For some reason, he found the sight of the cat amusing and chuckled softly, muttering, "I should have expected this." From within his pocket, he retrieved what appeared to be a silver lighter. With a gentle flick, he activated it, and with a soft pop, the nearest street light extinguished. He repeated the action, snuffing out a second light. He used the light extinguisher 12 times, leaving only 2 distant points of light illuminating the street. Those were the cat's eyes, watching him intently. At that moment, had anyone looked out the window, even the sharp-eyed Mrs. Disley, they would have seen nothing unusual occurring on the street. Dumbledore returned the extinguisher to his cloak pocket and proceeded down the street toward number 4. He sat down next to the cat, not glancing at it initially. But after a moment, he began to speak. "How unexpected to find you here, Professor McGonagall." He turned slightly, offering a small smile to the tabby cat. In its place stood a stern-looking woman wearing square glasses that mirrored the markings around the cat's eyes. She was draped in a green cloak. Her dark hair pulled back into a tight bun. She appeared quite agitated. "How did you know it was me?" she inquired. "My dear professor, I have never seen a cat sit so rigidly," he replied. "If you sat on a brick wall all day, you would become stiff as well," Professor McGonagall retorted. "All day? You were supposed to attend the celebrations. I made my way here, encountering at least a dozen joyous gatherings along the way," she huffed. "Oh, indeed. Everyone is celebrating. Splendid," she exclaimed irritably. "Do you think they would exercise greater caution?" "Not at all. Even muggles have noticed that something is amiss. They've been broadcasting it on their television news." She abruptly turned her head toward the darkened living room window of the Dursleys. "I heard it all. A flurry of owls shooting stars, no less. They are not complete fools. I dare say that meteor shower over Kent was the doing of Diggory. He has little sense." "You cannot blame them," Dumbledore said calmly, "for there has been too little to celebrate in 11 years. "I know that," Professor McGonagall said crossly. "But that is no reason to act recklessly. They are far too careless, running about in broad daylight without muggle clothing, passing messages." At this point, she cast a shrewd glance at Dumbledore, seemingly hoping for an explanation, but he remained silent. "Thus," she continued, "the Dark Lord has finally vanished. If muggles discovered our existence on the very day of his disappearance, it would be simply marvelous. I believe he has truly gone." "Dumbledore?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Dumbledore's eyes. Lin Fan wearily propped himself up, gazing at the imposing figure who stood vigil by his bedside. A flicker of warmth crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly overshadowed by a tide of sorrow. Hagrid, upon hearing the sound, gently stroked Lin Fan's forehead, his concern palpable without utterance. "Hagrid, where is little Harry? I wish to see him." Lin Fan's aura exuded profound melancholy. Hagrid hesitated, words caught in his throat. "Lin Fan," he began, his tone heavy with unspoken emotions. "Dumbledore has instructed me to bring little Harry to Godric's Hollow tonight." "Godric's Hollow?" Lin Fan murmured, a sudden spark of realization illuminating his mind. Could it be a relative of James, or Lily? Indeed, Lily's sister, Hagrid confirmed. Lin Fan lowered his head, reflecting that perhaps this was for the best. Dumbledore was aware that he had once cast the Bloodline Guardian spell on young Harry, and the only way to ensure Harry's safety was to take him there. Hagrid gently ruffled Lin Fan's hair. "Hagrid, please take me along when the time comes," he requested. Hagrid looked at Lin Fan, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "This is indeed the most suitable place for him," Dumbledore asserted firmly, adding that when Harry grew a little older, his aunt and uncle would explain everything to him. "I have written them a letter." "A letter?" Professor McGonagall repeated weakly, sitting back down on the wall. "Dumbledore, do you truly believe that a mere letter can elucidate everything? These people will never comprehend him. He is destined for greatness, to become a legendary figure. If one day, this date is commemorated as Harry Potter Day, I would not be surprised in the slightest. There will be numerous books written about Harry, and every child in our world will know his name." "Precisely," Dumbledore replied, his gaze above his half-moon spectacles appearing exceedingly serious. "Enough to daze any child. To achieve fame even before he can walk or speak. To be renowned for events he cannot even remember. Wouldn't it be better for him to grow up away from his past until he is ready to accept it, and then reveal the truth to him?" Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, reconsidering her stance. She swallowed hard, and then said, Yes, of course, you are right. But how do we bring the child here, Dumbledore?" She suddenly glanced at his cloak, as though expecting him to hide Harry within its folds. "Hagrid will bring him here." "Entrusting such an important task to Hagrid? Do you deem that wise?" "I would gladly entrust my life to him," Dumbledore stated. "I'm not suggesting he has ill intentions," Professor McGonagall retorted dismissively, "but you cannot ignore his carelessness." Just then, a deep rumble shattered the surrounding silence. As they scanned the street for the lights of approaching cars, the sound grew louder, finally erupting into a roar. They looked skyward to see a gigantic motorcycle descending from the heavens, landing in the street before them. If the motorcycle was immense, the rider was even more so. He stood twice the height of an ordinary man and was at least 5 times as wide. His imposing figure made more formidable by the wild, tangled mane of black hair and beard that obscured much of his face. His hands were as large as trash can lids, and his feet, clad in leather boots, resembled two small dolphins. His muscular arms cradled a large blanket. "Hagrid!" Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall called out. At that moment, Hagrid stepped forward, and Dumbledore exclaimed, "Lin Fan has returned." "What? Lin Fan is back?" Dumbledore responded with palpable excitement. Lin Fan slowly emerged from behind Hagrid, his voice somewhat weak. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. It's good to be back." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, then sighed. "I wish to see little Harry to entrust him to Lily's sister's home." Lin Fan. Dumbledore was at a loss for words. "It's all right. I know Harry will grow up to be a great hero. He will surely be remarkable." Dumbledore nodded reassuringly. "Professor Dumbledore, I have a small request." Dumbledore seemed to anticipate Lin Fan's intentions. "You may visit little Harry, but you must not let him discover your presence. Nor can you interfere with his future life for the time being." With great difficulty, Lin Fan uttered a single word. He approached Hagrid's side and gazed at the sleeping Harry, whose face was adorned with a smile. "You are Harry Potter, the child of James and Lily. You are simply the best." In his slumber, little Harry seemed to sense something, and his smile grew even more radiant. "You are Harry Potter. Remember, nothing can defeat you. For you are the child of my James and Lily. We are family." Chapter 3. 10 years, a fleeting moment. "Hagrid, allow me to hold little Harry." Hagrid glanced at Dumbledore, then at Lin Fan, before carefully placing the sleeping Harry into Lin Fan's embrace. Little Harry was in a deep slumber, and on his forehead, beneath a tuft of dark hair, there lay a peculiar scar shaped like a lightning bolt. Lin Fan vaguely recalled that this scar would one day aid little Harry greatly, and it seemed to conceal something within. "This is where Professor McGonagall remarked upon the scar on Harry's forehead," Hagrid said softly. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "He will carry this scar throughout his life. Is there no way to remedy this, Dumbledore?" Lin Fan remained silent. "Professor McGonagall, I believe this scar will eventually prove beneficial for young Harry." A smile graced his face. "Isn't that so, Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Indeed, Lin Fan," McGonagall replied. "Even if there were a means to eliminate this scar, I would refrain from doing so. It may serve a purpose in the future. I possess a scar on my left knee that resembles a complete map of the London Underground." "Very well, hand him over to me, Lin Fan. It is prudent that we proceed with the matter at hand." Dumbledore extended his hand. Lin Fan suppressed his profound reluctance, bending down to place a gentle kiss on little Harry's cheek. "You are remarkable, dear child. You are the son of James and Lily." Carefully, he nestled Harry into Dumbledore's arms. Dumbledore cradled Harry close as he made his way towards the Dursleys' residence. "May I bid him farewell, Dumbledore?" Hagrid inquired, leaning his tousled head toward Harry's face, planting a scratchy, whiskered kiss upon him. Suddenly, Hagrid let out a mournful whimper akin to an injured dog. "Shoo!" Professor McGonagall admonished him softly. "You will awaken the Muggles." Right. My apologies," Hagrid replied, his voice trembling as he retrieved a stained handkerchief to bury his face within. "I simply cannot bear the thought of little Harry, so pitiful after the loss of Lily and James, having to live with Muggles." With his head bowed, Lin Fan turned away, well aware that he was the one responsible for the blood protection, and he understood where little Harry's true home lay. He patted Hagrid's arm, saying, "Hagrid, Harry must stay here. Indeed, it is sorrowful, but you must compose yourself. Otherwise, we risk discovery," Professor McGonagall whispered, gently patting Hagrid's arm. At that moment, Dumbledore was crossing the low garden wall, approaching the front gate. He gently placed Harry on the steps, extracted a letter from his cloak, and tucked it into Harry's blanket before returning to the other two. The trio stood in silence, gazing at the small blanket for what felt like an eternity. Hagrid's shoulders trembled, Professor McGonagall blinked furiously to stave off tears, and Dumbledore's usually sparkling eyes had lost their luster. "Very well," Dumbledore finally declared. "It is time to conclude this. We need not linger here any longer. Let us proceed to the celebration, to honor Lin Fan's return and the downfall of Voldemort." Though he harbored a lingering unease that the Dark Lord was not so easily vanquished. "All right, Lin Fan, today you are permitted a drink," Hagrid proclaimed warmly. "Then, Dumbledore, we shall take our leave," Lin Fan replied. Following Hagrid's lead, they mounted the motorcycle, and with a roar, it soared into the night, vanishing into the darkness. In the air, Lin Fan looked down as Dumbledore turned onto the street. At the corner, Dumbledore produced a silver street lamp extinguisher, clicking it to activate, and 12 fireballs returned to their respective lamps, casting an orange glow upon Privet Drive. He noticed a calico cat stealthily slip around the corner. His gaze fell upon the small bundle wrapped in a blanket resting on the 4th step. "Goodbye, Harry." A gentle breeze stirred the neatly trimmed hedges lining Privet Drive. The street remained silent beneath the inky sky, pristine and untainted, oblivious to the horrific events that had transpired. Harry Potter stirred within the blanket but did not awaken. One tiny hand lay beside the letter, as he continued to sleep, unaware of his uniqueness, oblivious to his burgeoning fame, and completely ignorant that in mere hours, when Mrs. Dursley opened the door to fetch the milk, her scream would rouse him, nor could he foresee that in the coming weeks, his cousin Dudley would torment him relentlessly. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the nation was gathered in secret, raising their glasses and whispering to the boy who survived, Harry Potter. Come now, Linfan. Cheers. Hagrid exclaimed, lifting his glass high. Linfan gazed at the figure on the bedside table, devoid of James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus. Only he remained among the cherished members of their warm abode. His dearest friend, Nina Lou, was no longer present, leaving only Raphael, Fidel, and Nina Lou's closest companion, Jean Leah. The remainder were the professors from Hogwarts, alongside Moaning Myrtle. Brother, where have you gone? Moaning Myrtle misses you dearly, she said, tears brimming in her eyes. Linfan, it is truly wonderful to have you back, Fidel exclaimed. Raphael, welcome back. The cold gaze of Severus, one of the professors, pierced through him. It was uncertain whether Linfan sensed the warmth hidden within his heart. Forgive me, I have returned. Time slipped swiftly by, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. This was a sun-drenched weekend, with the zoo teeming with families out for a day of enjoyment. Linfan donned a pale-hued duckbill cap, with sunglasses perched upon his eyes and a long trench coat draped over his frame. He was no longer the charming figure he had been a decade ago. Yet his flowing black hair and emerald green eyes remained his unmistakable trademarks, despite the fact that his entire face was now obscured by his coat and sunglasses. He observed a boy at the intersection, whose gaunt visage and protruding kneecaps were striking, with raven hair and a pair of vibrant green eyes. The boy wore round glasses, haphazardly held together with strips of transparent tape, and a faint scar resembling a lightning bolt adorned his forehead. A wave of sorrow washed over Linfan as he witnessed a group of people nonchalantly offering leftover ice cream to young Harry. Igniting a fierce desire within him to rush forward, damn it. Linfan shielded his chin with his trench coat, cautiously trailing behind Harry and the others. For a decade. Although Dumbledore had mentioned the possibility of allowing him to see little Harry, Linfan had refrained from doing so, fearing the pangs of longing it would evoke. Now, it seemed, the moment was approaching as Harry would soon embark on his journey to Hogwarts. For a prolonged period, this morning marked the pinnacle of joy for Harry. He meticulously maintained a slight distance from the Dursleys, wary of Dudley and Piers, anticipating that when the excitement of observing animals waned at lunchtime, they would revert to their infamous pastime of pursuing him. They dined at the zoo's restaurant, where Dudley, dissatisfied with the size of his colorful sundae, threw a tantrum. Uncle Vernon promptly ordered him a larger one, leaving Harry to finish the previous serving. Little Harry clutched his sundae, and at that moment, his eye caught a peculiar figure seated a few tables away. The individual seemed to be casting glances in their direction, adorned in an odd outfit. Yet, inexplicably, Harry sensed a familiar aura emanating from the stranger, one that felt remarkably benevolent. After their meal, they ventured into the reptile house. The atmosphere within was cold and dim, with bright glass windows lining the walls. Through the glass, various lizards and snakes slithered over wooden and stone surfaces. Dudley and Piers eagerly sought to witness the venomous king cobra and the formidable python. Dudley soon spotted the largest python in the exhibit, capable of wrapping itself around Uncle Vernon's car twice and crushing it into scrap metal. However, at that moment, it appeared disinterested, peacefully slumbering. Dudley pressed his nose against the glass, fixated on the gleaming brown python. Make it move, he whined to his father. Uncle Vernon knocked on the glass, but the python remained unmoved. Try again, Dudley commanded. Uncle Vernon rapped on the glass with his knuckles, yet the giant serpent continued to doze. How annoying, Dudley muttered, dragging his feet away in frustration. Harry shuffled closer to the python's enclosure, scrutinizing the creature intently. If it were to languish here until its demise, he would not be surprised. It had no companions, only a few foolish individuals who incessantly tapped on the glass in a futile attempt to rouse it. This existence was worse than being confined to a cupboard, as at least Aunt Petunia would occasionally check on him, demanding he rise, while he could still roam about the house. Suddenly, the python opened its bright, beady eyes, gradually lifting its head until it reached eye level with Harry. It blinked. Harry was taken aback and swiftly glanced around to ensure no one was watching. No one was paying attention. He turned back to the python and blinked in return. The python abruptly shifted its gaze towards Uncle Vernon and Dudley, then looked up at the ceiling. Its expression seemed to convey, I always encounter people like them. I know. Harry whispered through the glass, uncertain whether the python could hear him. That must be quite bothersome. The python vigorously nodded in agreement. By the way, where do you hail from? Harry inquired. The python flicked its tail, striking a small sign on the glass. Harry leaned closer to read. Python, Brazil. That sounds nice, Harry remarked. The python again swatted the sign, prompting Harry to continue reading. A specimen bred in this zoo. Oh, I see. So you've never been to Brazil? Just as the python began to shake its head in response, a deafening shout erupted from behind Harry, startling both him and the python. Dudley, Mr. Dursley, come quick and see what this snake is doing. You won't believe it. Dudley waddled over, shoving past Harry with a punch to his chest, sending Harry crashing onto the concrete floor. The ensuing chaos unfolded so swiftly that no one could recount the details. Piers and Dudley pressed against the glass only to recoil in terror, screaming and stumbling backward. Harry sat up, gasping for breath as he noticed that the glass in front of the python had vanished. At that moment, He caught sight of the strange figure in a trench coat and a duck bowl hat standing nearby. Could he be responsible for this? Harry pondered. The python swiftly uncoiled itself and slithered onto the floor, prompting screams from the entire reptile house as people rushed toward the exit. As the python glided past Harry, he distinctly heard a hissing voice softly say, "I came from Brazil. Thank you. I'm leaving now." The reptile house attendant stood in shock, muttering about the missing glass. Meanwhile, Harry trembled, his gaze fixed on the peculiar man, who gave a thumbs up, leaving Harry with the impression that he was being commended for something. Could it truly have been that strange figure's doing? Lin Fan gazed at little Harry, whose magic had inadvertently caused the glass to vanish, and thought to himself, indeed, he is the child of Lily and James. With a smile, he gave a thumbs up to the young boy and waved at Harry before turning away, disappearing unnoticed in the astonished eyes of little Harry. "Harry, we shall meet again soon." Chapter 4, The Affable Stranger. What is this? He inquired of Aunt Petunia. She pressed her lips tightly together, a habitual response whenever Harry dared to ask bold questions. "It's your new school uniform," she replied. Harry looked at a large iron basin in the filthy sink, where a tattered cloth-like object floated in murky, gray-black water, emitting an unbearable stench that permeated the entire kitchen. "Oh," he said, "I didn't realize it would be so wet." "Don't be foolish," Aunt Petunia scolded. "I've dyed Dudley's old clothes for you. Once I finish dyeing them, they will look just like everyone else's." Harry was highly skeptical but decided it best not to argue. As he sat down to breakfast, he endeavored not to imagine what he would look like on his first day at Stonewall High, most likely resembling a tattered old elephant skin. When Dudley and Uncle Vernon entered, both wrinkled their noses at the odor emanating from Harry's new uniform. Uncle Vernon, as was his custom, unfolded his newspaper, while Dudley slammed his ever-present smelting stick onto the table with a loud thud. At that moment, they heard the mailbox clatter, and several letters fell onto the doormat. "Go fetch the mail, Dudley," Uncle Vernon commanded from behind the newspaper. "Make Harry pick it up." Harry picked it up, dodging Dudley's smelting stick as he went. On the doormat lay 3 pieces of mail. One was a postcard from Aunt Marge, Uncle Vernon's sister, who was currently vacationing on the Isle of Wight. Another appeared to be a bill in a brown envelope, and the last was a letter addressed to Harry. Harry picked up the letter and stared at it intently, feeling as though a thick rubber band had snapped inside him, buzzing with excitement. No one had ever written to him before. Who could this letter be from? He had no friends, no other relatives, nor a library card, so he wouldn't receive notices about overdue books. Yet here was a letter, its address unmistakably clear: Mr. Harry Potter, Under the Stairs, Cupboard at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, with the address inscribed in emerald green ink. There was no stamp. With trembling hands, Harry turned the envelope over to find a wax seal, emblazoned with a coat of arms featuring a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake encircling a capital letter H. "Boy, hand it over." Uncle Vernon bellowed from the kitchen. "What are you doing, inspecting for bombs?" He chuckled at his own joke. Harry returned to the kitchen, his eyes fixated on the letter. He handed the bill and postcard to Uncle Vernon before sitting down to slowly open the yellowed envelope. Uncle Vernon tore open the one containing the bill with a disdainful grunt and flipped the postcard over. "Marge is ill," he informed Aunt Petunia. "She ate some tainted food." "Dad," Dudley suddenly exclaimed. "Dad, Harry has got something." Just as Harry was about to open his letter written on thick parchment, Uncle Vernon snatched it from his hands. "That is for me," Harry protested, trying to reclaim the letter. "Who would write to you?" Uncle Vernon sneered, shaking the letter open and casting a glance at it. His face shifted from red to pale in an instant, quicker than a traffic light changing colors. However, the ordeal did not end there. Within seconds, his complexion turned ashen, resembling gray porridge. At Hogwarts, a young man with dark hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in his early 20s, looked at the towering figure before him. "Hagrid, take me with you, and I shall speak with Dumbledore afterward. Lin Fan, you need to fetch the other students. You have a task, don't you?" Hagrid rumbled. Lin Fan reached out to scratch his tousled black hair, pondering aloud. "Oh, I can simply create a doll using my alchemical and enchanting skills to fetch the child." With a wink, he added, "I've added enhancements. It will be completely unrecognizable." Hagrid furrowed his brow, recalling how, in 5th grade, Lin Fan had proclaimed it flawless. Only for the doll to suddenly go awry, wreaking havoc in the library, leading Mrs. Pants to lecture him for an entire day. Before Hagrid could finish his thought, Lin Fan laughed awkwardly and coughed. "That was just an accident. Well, back in 9th grade, your doll caused chaos among the creatures in the Forbidden Forest." Lin Fan patted Hagrid's arm, explaining, "It was when Vordel unexpectedly interrupted, disrupting one of my steps, causing the doll to malfunction. And in 7th grade, oh dear," Hagrid interjected. "Trust me this time. There will be no accidents," Lin Fan insisted earnestly. "I've conducted hundreds of experiments for this." "Really?" Hagrid replied with skepticism. "All right, let me show you the doll." With a swift motion, Lin Fan produced a small carved wooden figure, bending down to place it on the ground. With his wand in hand, he began to chant a mysterious incantation. A beam of gentle light shot from the wand, imprinting a mystical rune upon the doll's forehead. Boom! The doll erupted in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, 2 identical young men appeared before Hagrid. "Oh, Lin Fan, this time it looks just like you," Hagrid exclaimed. As soon as he finished his sentence, both Lin Fans waved their hands, laughing, of course. Even our tones and intonations are identical. Hagrid, do you believe me now? This time, there will absolutely be no errors. After receiving a letter addressed to Harry, the Dursleys found themselves inundated with bizarre correspondence, relentlessly delivered, despite their attempts to shred it. On a fateful Friday, the situation spiraled out of control as 24 letters destined for Harry managed to infiltrate the Dursley home. These letters were rolled up and hidden beneath 24 eggs, delivered by an oblivious postman through the living room window to Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon angrily contacted the post office, demanding answers. Meanwhile, Aunt Petunia crammed all 24 letters into the food processor, reducing them to pulp. "Who on earth is so eager to contact you?" Dudley asked Harry, bewildered. On Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon sat down for breakfast, appearing fatigued and in a foul mood, yet oddly content. "No postman on Sundays," he gleefully reminded everyone while spreading jam on his newspaper, "so we won't have any damned letters today." Just as he spoke, something came tumbling down the kitchen chimney, striking him hard on the back of the head. Then, 30 or so letters shot out of the fireplace like bullets. The Dursleys scrambled to evade them, while Harry leaped up, reaching for a letter. "Out! Out!" Uncle Vernon seized Harry by the waist and hurled him into the corridor. Aunt Petunia and Dudley fled the house, covering their heads, while Uncle Vernon slammed the door shut. They could hear letters pouring continuously into the kitchen, landing on the floor and walls. They spent the entire day without food or water. As night fell, Dudley erupted into tears. He had never encountered a day as dreadful as this. He was starving, missed 5 television shows he wanted to watch, and had not been able to sit at the computer to blow up aliens all day. The car arrived at a gloomy inn on the outskirts of a large city, where Uncle Vernon finally stopped. Dudley and Harry shared a room with 2 beds, the damp sheets exuding a musty odor. Dudley snored while Harry, unable to sleep, sat on the windowsill, watching the passing car lights below, feeling perplexed. The next morning, they had tasteless cornflakes and canned cold potatoes with toast for breakfast. Just as they finished, the innkeeper approached them. "Excuse me, is there a Mr. Harry Potter among you?" The front desk had apparently received 100 letters like this one. She held up a letter for them to see, with the address written in green ink, Room 17, Cockworth Railway Scenic Inn, Mr. Harry Potter. Harry reached for the letter, but Uncle Vernon blocked his hand. The innkeeper stared at him in astonishment. "I'll go get the letter," Uncle Vernon declared, immediately rising to follow her out of the dining area. On Monday, Uncle Vernon proclaimed, "I found the perfect place. Come on, everyone out." It was cold outside. Uncle Vernon pointed at a massive rock in the sea. On that rock stood a pitiably small, dilapidated shack. One thing was certain, there would be no television inside. The weather forecast warned of a storm tonight. Uncle Vernon clapped his hands in delight, and this gentleman kindly agreed to lend us his boat. An old man with no teeth ambled towards them, a sinister grin on his face, pointing to a rickety rowboat floating on the slate-gray water. "I've got us some food," Uncle Vernon announced. "Let's all get on the boat." The boat was frigid. Chilly seawater mixed with rain cascaded down their necks, and the biting wind slapped their faces. After several hours, they reached the rock, and Uncle Vernon crawled towards the ramshackle shack. Inside, the atmosphere was even more dreadful, filled with a pungent smell of seaweed. As the cold wind whistled through the gaps in the wooden walls, the fireplace was damp, with nothing but ash. The shack contained only 2 rooms. The food Uncle Vernon managed to procure consisted merely of a bag of chips and 4 bananas for each person. He attempted to start a fire, but the empty chip bags only produced a wisp of smoke before disintegrating into ashes. "If only there were letters, that would be useful," he said cheerfully, clearly believing that such stormy weather would deter anyone from delivering mail. Harry, of course, agreed but felt no joy in the thought. As night descended, the anticipated storm indeed assaulted them from all sides. The tumultuous waves battered the walls of the little shack, and the howling wind rattled the filthy windows. Aunt Petunia fetched several moldy blankets from the other room and made a bed for Dudley on the bug-ridden couch. She and Uncle Vernon took turns on a lumpy, uneven bed next door, while Harry, struggling to find a relatively comfortable spot on the floor, curled up under a thin, tattered blanket. In the dead of night, as rain and wind raged, Harry could not find sleep. He shivered, tossing and turning, desperately wishing for comfort, while his stomach growled from hunger. Approaching midnight, a deep rumble of thunder drowned out Dudley's snores. Dudley had one arm draped over the couch, his pudgy wrist adorned with a watch. The luminous dial indicated to Harry that he would turn 11 in 10 minutes. He lay there, anticipating his birthday with each tick of the clock, wondering if the Dursleys would remember it, and where the person who wrote him might be at that very moment. 5 minutes left. Harry heard a strange creaking sound outside. Hopefully, the roof wouldn't collapse, though, if it did, it might be warmer inside. 4 minutes to go. Perhaps by the time he returns to Privet Drive, the house will be inundated with letters, and he might even devise a way to pilfer one. 3 minutes remain. Is that the sound of crashing waves against the rocks? 2 minutes left. What is that strange creaking noise? Is it the sound of stones shattering and tumbling into the sea? In just 1 minute, he will turn 11. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 19. Perhaps he should rouse Dudley, just to irk him. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The entire little house shook violently, and Harry sat up, staring at the door. Someone was knocking insistently from outside. Bang! Another loud thump at the door. Dudley was jolted awake. What is that racket? He mumbled groggily. Suddenly, there was a loud crash behind them. Uncle Vernon came tumbling into the room, clutching a shotgun, and at that moment, they understood the nature of the long package he had been carrying. Who is out there? He shouted. I warn you, I have a gun. Outside. There was a brief silence. Then, with a loud crack, the door came crashing off its hinges, landing with a deafening thud on the floor. Standing in the doorway was a massive man. His face was nearly obscured by wild hair and a tangled beard, but his eyes, glimmering like black beetles, shone through. The giant awkwardly squeezed himself into the room, stooping so that his head barely brushed the ceiling. He bent down to pick up the door, effortlessly reattaching it to the frame. The storm outside began to subside. He turned to face everyone. Could I trouble you for a couple of cups of hot tea? It's quite a trek out here. He strode over to the sofa, where Dudley sat frozen in fear. At that moment, realization dawned on them. 2 cups? There's another person? A striking man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes stepped forward, moving with the grace of a gentleman. He brushed the rain from his clothes and addressed Uncle Vernon. Apologies, my friend can be rather rude. The man then turned to the giant. Hagrid. Don't be so Hagrid. Hagrid waved dismissively. Oh, come now. Really, Lynn. He called over to Dudley. Hey, make some room, you big lummox. With that, he plopped down onto the sofa, which let out a mournful creak and collapsed entirely. Dudley, shrieking, darted behind his mother, who cowered behind Uncle Vernon. I'm truly sorry for frightening you, Hagrid said, though Harry, sitting across from him, could see a glimmer of amusement in his eyes for reasons unknown. Hagrid, this is Harry. Lynn squinted at Hagrid. This is Harry, Hagrid confirmed. Harry looked up at Hagrid's rugged, coarse face, his beetle-like eyes narrowing into a smile. Last time I saw you, you were just a wee thing, Hagrid remarked. You look just like your father. I was just like your mother. At this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Lynn's face, and Hagrid placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Uncle Vernon emitted a shrill, panicked cry. I demand that you leave this instant, sir. You are trespassing. Oh, be quiet. Dudley, you great oaf, Hagrid retorted, snatching the gun from Uncle Vernon with ease, bending it with a flick of his wrist, and tossing it into the corner as if it were made of rubber. Hagrid, let us not forget we have matters to discuss. Lynn's smile widened, a consequence of how poorly this family had treated Harry over the past decade. Regardless, Harry. The giant turned away from the Dursleys. I wish you a very happy birthday. I have something for you. It might be a bit squished, but it still tastes the same, Hagrid said to Lynn. Lynn could only manage a small nod. This was the first birthday cake Harry had ever received in his 10 years. Hagrid retrieved a slightly squished box from his coat pocket. With trembling fingers, Harry opened it to reveal a sticky chocolate cake, adorned with green icing that read, Happy birthday, Harry. It may not have appeared remarkable, but it was, indeed, the first gift Harry had ever received. He looked between Hagrid and Lynn, unsure of what to say. He intended to express his gratitude, but the words escaped him. And he blurted out, Who are you? Hagrid chuckled heartily. Truth be told, I haven't introduced myself yet. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He gestured towards Lynn, who interjected, I'm Lynn, just call me Lynn. You'll find out what I do when you arrive at Hogwarts. His face broke into a friendly smile, revealing dimples that made him seem familiar to Harry. Chapter 5, The Hogwarts Goal. Dear Mr. Potter, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We shall await your owl with your reply no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry's mind exploded with questions like fireworks, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a while, he stammered, What does it mean that they will await my owl? The frantic growlings. Oh, I remember now, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead with enough force to topple a horse, then retrieving a live, plump owl from another pocket, along with a long feather quill and a roll of parchment. Hagrid hastily scribbled a note, and Harry caught a glimpse of the message. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I have delivered the letter to Harry. Please take him shopping for his supplies tomorrow. The weather is dreadful. At that moment, Lynn interjected, Hagrid, please let Dumbledore know that I'm a bit anxious. I fear he may devise some peculiar antics against me. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Oh no, Lynn, that is for you to address yourself. He concluded his note with a warm best wishes. The following morning, Harry awoke early. He was acutely aware that day had broken, yet he kept his eyes tightly shut. This is a dream, he assured himself. I dreamt of a giant named Hagrid and a gentle man named Lynn, who told me I was to attend a school of magic. When I open my eyes, I will surely be home, in the cupboard. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. It was Aunt Petunia, hammering on the door. Harry's heart sank, but he did not open his eyes, for the dream was simply too delightful. Knock, knock. All right, Harry, he mumbled. I'm getting up. He sat up, and Hagrid's heavy coat slipped off him. Sunlight flooded the small room. The storm had passed. Hagrid lay sprawled on the collapsed sofa, while Lynn leaned against the wall, eyes closed. A sturdy owl was tapping at the window, clutching a newspaper in its beak. Harry felt a surge of joy. As if a balloon inside him was gradually inflating, lifting him into the air. He walked straight to the window and forcefully pushed it open. The owl swooped in, dropping the newspaper onto Hagrid, who remained oblivious. The owl flapped its wings, landing on the floor, and began tugging at Hagrid's coat. "Don't pull." Harry waved his hand, attempting to shoo the owl away, yet the bird retaliated by pecking fiercely at him with its sharp beak before turning its attention to Hagrid's coat. "Hagrid, Lin Fan," Harry called out loudly. "There's an owl here. Pay it." Hagrid grunted from the sofa in a drowsy manner. "What?" "It requires you to pay for the delivery service. Check your coat pockets." Hagrid's outer garment contained little more than the usual assortment of items. Aside from a rather worn bag, it held a collection of jingling keys, small pellets, a ball of yarn, peppermint candies, and tea bags. Finally, Harry managed to extract a handful of peculiar coins. "Give it 5 nuts," Hagrid muttered sleepily. "Nuts? Those little metal discs?" Harry counted out 5 copper coins, and the owl extended one of its legs, prompting him to place the coins into a small pouch tied to its limb. With that, it soared out through the open window. After Harry had given, Lin Fan stretched lazily, exclaiming, "Ah, what a beautiful day it is." Hagrid yawned broadly, sitting up and stretching as well. "You're worried about your money again, you miser," Lin Fan casually remarked. "What's the matter, Hagrid? Did you say something?" Hagrid responded. Harry, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, sorry, sir. It's all right, Harry. Just call me Lin Fan." "And he is Hagrid, so you can address him directly," Lin Fan said with a warm, friendly tone, his smile remarkably familiar. "We should set off early, Harry. There is much to do today, including buying all the things you need for school in London." Harry fiddled with the wizarding coins, lost in thought. Suddenly, a sense of dismay washed over him, as if a joyful balloon in his chest had been punctured. Hagrid? What is it?" Hagrid replied, busy putting on his large boots. "I don't have a single penny. You heard Uncle Vernon last night. He wanted to spend money to send me to learn magic." "You needn't worry about that," Hagrid said, scratching his head as he stood up. "Do you really think your parents left you with nothing? But if their house was completely destroyed, they wouldn't have kept gold at home, child. Our first stop is Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Have a sausage, even cold, it still tastes good, and a slice of your birthday cake would make it even better." "Hagrid, don't eat that sausage with the cake. The flavors will clash," Lin Fan advised. Yes, the gourmet speaks," Hagrid replied. "Is there really a bank for wizards?" Harry asked, perplexed. "There's only one, Gringotts, run by goblins." Harry's sausage fell to the ground. "Goblins? Indeed. So listen to me. If you ever think about robbing a bank, you must be out of your mind. Never anger the goblins, Harry. If you're looking for a safe place to store your belongings, I reckon Gringotts is the only place apart from Hogwarts. In fact, I must visit Gringotts for Dumbledore on some Hogwarts business." Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly. "He always sends me on important errands, like picking you up or retrieving items from Gringotts. He knows he can trust me, understand?" In London, amidst the bustling crowds and the incessant flow of traffic, Harry had never been to the city before. Looking down at the warm hand holding his, he felt a sense of nostalgia, as if he had touched warmth only from a faint memory. "What is wrong, Harry?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry replied. Hagrid, tall and robust, effortlessly navigated through the throngs of people, with Harry and Lin Fan trailing leisurely behind. They passed a bookstore, a record shop, a hamburger joint, and a cinema, yet could not find a single shop selling wands. It was merely an ordinary street filled with ordinary people. Could there truly be heaps of wizarding gold buried beneath their feet? Were there shops selling spellbooks and flying broomsticks? Was this all just a grand joke by the Dursleys? Had Harry not known their utter lack of humor, he might have entertained such thoughts, but so far, everything Hagrid and Lin Fan had described was too fantastical to dismiss, and yet he could not help but believe them. "This is it," Hagrid announced, stopping in front of the Leaky Cauldron, a rather famous establishment. It appeared to be a dingy, narrow pub, had Hagrid not pointed it out. Harry might have overlooked it entirely. The hurried passers-by paid it no mind, their gazes fixed on a large bookstore on one side and a record shop on the other, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the Leaky Cauldron. Harry felt a strange sensation, as if only he, Lin Fan, and Hagrid could see this pub. Before he could utter a word, Hagrid had already ushered him inside. "It's all right," Lin Fan reassured, ruffling Harry's hair. Hagrid and Lin Fan called out, "Hey, Tom." Tom paused from his glass polishing, recognizing them. "Oh, Lin Fan, Hagrid." Then he noticed Harry beside them. "Oh, is this?" The pub fell into a sudden hush. "Goodness. The honor is all mine, Harry Potter," Tom exclaimed, rushing from behind the bar, seizing Harry's hand with tears in his eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." Harry was at a loss for words, feeling all eyes upon him. An elderly woman with a long pipe continued to smoke, oblivious to the fact that her pipe had gone out. Hagrid laughed heartily, while Lin Fan stood by, eyes closed. Suddenly, the chairs began to creak, and Harry found himself shaking hands with each patron of the Leaky Cauldron. "I'm Caudalie, Mr. Potter. It's hard to believe I'm finally meeting you." "What an honor, Mr. Potter, truly an honor. I've been eager to shake your hand. My heart is racing." "I'm so glad, Mr. Potter. I cannot express how I feel. I'm Digger. I've seen you before." As Digger grew overly excited, his hat fell off, prompting Harry to exclaim, "You bowed to me once in a shop." He actually remembered. Digger shouted to the crowd, "Did you hear that? He remembers me." Thus, Harry found himself shaking hands with Connolly again and again. At that moment, Lin Fan clapped his hands. "Hey everyone. I'm afraid we need to take Harry with us now." Lin Fan suddenly caught sight of someone, a pale young man approaching, appearing very anxious, with one of his eyes twitching. "Oh, Professor Quirrell," Lin Fan called nonchalantly, sensing a palpable malice emanating from Quirrell, directed towards Harry. "Professor Quirrell." Hagrid echoed. "Harry, Professor Quirrell is one of your teachers at Hogwarts." "P.P. Potter," Professor Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand. "I'm so delighted to see you. What subject do you teach, Professor Quirrell?" "Defense against the D.D. Dark Arts," he mumbled, as if he wished to avoid the topic. "You really don't need to learn that, do you, Mr. Potter?" He laughed nervously. "You're off to buy what you need, right? I too am looking to purchase a new book on vampires." Mentioning this seemed to terrify him. Yet the others wouldn't allow Professor Quirrell to monopolize Harry's time. It took Harry about 10 minutes to extricate himself from the incessant chatter. Amidst the clamor, Hagrid raised his voice. "Time to go, Harry. We have much more to buy." "How do you feel, Harry?" Lin Fan asked, smiling. "Oh, Lin Fan, they're really, truly very warm-hearted." Harry waved his hand. After Connolly shook Harry's hand one last time, Hagrid led him through the bar to a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Here, aside from a trash can and some weeds, there was nothing else. Hagrid flashed a wide grin at Harry. "Didn't I tell you? You're quite famous. Even Professor Quirrell trembles in your presence. However, I must remind you that he often shakes. Is he perpetually this nervous?" "Oh, indeed. The poor fellow possesses an exceptionally sharp intellect and excelled academically during his school years. Yet, he took a year off to acquire first-hand practical experience. It is said that he encountered a vampire in the Black Forest, and an old which caused him considerable trouble, transforming him entirely thereafter. He now harbors a fear of students and of the very subject he teaches. Oh, where's my umbrella?" At this moment, Lin Fan whispered to Harry, "Be cautious of Professor Quirrell upon your arrival at Hogwarts." Harry, puzzled, watched Lin Fan shake his head with a smile. "Hagrid, allow me," Lin Fan said, producing his wand. "Harry, remember, count 3 bricks up and then 2 across." He gently tapped the bricks 3 times with his wand. Hagrid pulled Harry a little further back, and Harry was astonished to see the brick Lin Fan tapped quiver and shift, revealing a small opening that widened until it formed a broad archway through which Hagrid could easily pass, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed endless. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Lin Fan and Hagrid announced with smiles. As they traversed the archway, Harry turned to glance back, only to see the arch narrow abruptly, solidifying back into a sturdy wall. "You will have plenty of opportunities to visit Diagon Alley in the future, Harry," Lin Fan remarked cheerfully. "So this is the world of wizards," Harry mused, observing the robed figures bustling about. Chapter 9. Aiming for Hogwarts. The brilliant sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside a recently opened shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign detailing an array of brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all of various sizes, equipped with automatic stirring mechanisms and foldable designs. Upon noticing this establishment, Harry briefly caught a glimpse of sorrow in Lin Fan's eyes. Yet it swiftly gave way to a smile. "Harry, Hagrid, please wait a moment. I shall visit Mr. Bull's shop," Lin Fan announced. Pushing open the door to the cauldron shop, the bell jingled softly. "Welcome." An elderly man, with a head of white hair yet a rosy complexion, peered over his spectacles at them while seemingly engaged in some task. "Ah, it's young Lin Fan. What brings you here today?" he exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing his visitor. Lin Fan was about to respond when the man interjected, "You are here to accompany a new student, aren't you? I recall Hogwarts is starting soon, and many new students have been buying cauldrons these days." "Hello, Mr. Bull, long time no see," Lin Fan said, scratching his head. Just then, the door jingled again as the hulking figure of Hagrid entered. "Good day, Mr. Bull." "Oh, Hagrid, you and Lin Fan are here for the new students, I see." "Indeed. But this fellow neglected to pick up the student he was supposed to," Hagrid remarked without hesitation. "Haha, I suspected as much. Otherwise, how would he comprehend the new student he is meant to accompany?" "Oh, I recall in 7th year, he brought his puppet to help clean, and it left my shop in disarray," Mr. Bull chuckled. As his words faded, laughter erupted from behind Hagrid. Lin Fan appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat before introducing Harry. "Mr. Bull, this is Harry." Mr. Bull adjusted his glasses and squinted. "Ah, the boy who lived, I believe. I hear he is quite the hero." Lin Fan ruffled Harry's hair, cautioning, "Please do not flatter him too much. We must be wary of him becoming too proud." "Haha, indeed, just like you," Mr. Bull chuckled. Lin Fan quickly interrupted. "Mr. Bull, we must first retrieve some money from Gringotts before returning here to purchase a cauldron." With that, Lin Fan hurriedly took Harry and Hagrid out of the cauldron shop. Harry looked at Hagrid in confusion as Hagrid puffed. "Damn it, Hagrid. How dare you speak like that? I have developed some new potions. Would you care to try them?" "Oh, all right. Let us first go to Gringotts for Harry." Harry wished he could sprout 8 more eyes. As they strolled down the street, he eagerly took in everything. The shops, the items displayed outside, the bustling shoppers. A plump woman stood outside a potion shop. shaking her head as they passed. Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce. They've gone mad. From a dim shop emanated a low, soft wailing, with a sign out front reading, Elop's Owl Emporium, barn owls, screech owls, tawny owls, brown owls, snowy owls. Several boys around Harry's age pressed their noses against the shop window, where flying broomsticks were displayed. "Look, Harry," one boy exclaimed, "that's the new Nimbus 2000, the fastest on the market." Some shops sold robes, others offered telescopes, and Harry beheld peculiar silverware he had never seen before. In one window, baskets overflowed with bat spleens and eel eyeballs, alongside stacks of spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion bottles, and celestial globes. "Gringotts has arrived," Hagrid announced. They approached a towering white building, dominating the surrounding shops. By the gleaming bronze door stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. "Indeed, that is a goblin," Hagrid murmured as they approached the white stone steps. The goblin, slightly shorter than Harry, possessed a shrewd, dark complexion and pointed beard, with particularly long hands and feet. As they entered, the goblin bowed to them. A second door appeared before them, silver in hue, engraved with the following inscription: "Please enter, stranger. But beware the fate of the greedy. Seek to take without labor, and you shall face the gravest of punishments. If you wish to extract from our underground vaults what was never yours, thief, heed this warning. You may not unearth treasure, but rather misfortune. As I said, if you intend to rob the bank, you must be mad," Hagrid remarked. Lin Fan chuckled at Hagrid's words, seemingly spotting something. "I believe I see the child I am to collect today, Hagrid. I shall go have a look." Lin Fan squinted at Hagrid. Hagrid laughed heartily. "Haha. You are indeed afraid your puppet might malfunction, and then Dumbledore would come looking for you." Yes. Well, Hagrid, I shall be off. Harry, I will see you shortly." Lin Fan tousled Harry's hair with a smile. "See you soon, Lin Fan." The two goblins bowed and led Hagrid and Harry into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat behind a long counter, some weighing coins on copper scales, others inspecting gems with magnifying glasses while hastily jotting in large ledgers. The hall was lined with countless doors, each leading to different chambers, with many goblins directing people in and out. Hagrid, Harry, and Lin Fan approached the counter. "Good morning." Hagrid greeted a free goblin. "We need to retrieve some money from Mr. Harry Potter's vault. Do you have his keys, sir?" "I have brought it." Hagrid, in the midst of his speech, rummaged through his pockets, extracting all their contents onto the counter, inadvertently leaving a moldy dog biscuit atop the goblin's ledger. The goblin wrinkled its nose in distaste. Harry observed a goblin on the right, meticulously weighing a collection of rubies, each the size of glowing coals. "Found it," Hagrid finally declared, raising a small golden key. The goblin examined it with utmost scrutiny. "There should be no issues," it affirmed. Hagrid then added, "I also possess a letter from Professor Dumbledore," puffing out his chest, pertaining to that item in Vault 713. The goblin scrutinized the letter carefully. "Excellent," it said, returning the letter to Hagrid. "I will have someone escort you to these two vaults." Griphook. Griphook was another goblin. After Hagrid returned the dog biscuits to his pocket, he, along with Harry, followed Griphook out of one of the doors leading from the hall. "What is that item in Vault 713? Harry inquired. "I cannot divulge that information," Hagrid replied mysteriously. "It is strictly confidential concerning Hogwarts. Dumbledore trusts me. This is my responsibility, not something I am at liberty to share." Griphook opened the door for them. Harry had expected to see marble once more, but to his astonishment, a narrow stone corridor lay before him, illuminated by blazing torches. The corridor descended sharply, leading to a small railway track. Griphook blew a whistle, and a small cart came hurtling towards them along the tracks. They climbed aboard, and Hagrid exerted considerable effort to get it moving. Initially, they sped through a labyrinthine passage, and Harry endeavored to remember the route: left turn, right turn, right turn, left turn. At the fork, another right turn, then a left turn, yet he could hardly keep track. The clattering cart seemed to know the way, requiring no guidance from Griphook. The icy air whipped past, stinging Harry's eyes, yet he strained to keep them wide open. At one point, he thought he glimpsed a flicker of fire at the end of the tunnel and turned to see if it was a dragon. However, it was too late. They had already plunged deeper underground, passing by an underground lake adorned with massive stalactites and stalagmites that extended down to the ground. "I can never quite grasp it," Harry shouted over the clattering of the cart. "What is the difference between stalactites and stalagmites?" "Stalactites have in their name," Hagrid replied. "Now is not the time for questions. I think I might be sick." His face turned ashen, and when the cart finally halted before a small door in the tunnel, Hagrid climbed off and leaned against the wall to steady his trembling knees. Griphook unlocked the door, and a thick green smoke billowed forth. As the smoke cleared, Harry gasped at the sight before him. Piles of gold coins, silver bars, and towering heaps of bronze nuts. "This is all yours," Hagrid chuckled. "All of it belongs to Harry. It is almost unbelievable. The Dursleys are undoubtedly unaware of this. Otherwise, they would have claimed it all in the blink of an eye. Didn't they often complain about the expenses of raising Harry? Yet he has always possessed a small fortune buried beneath London." Hagrid assisted Harry in filling his bag with money. "The gold coins are galleons," he explained. 17 silver sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts make 1 sickle. Quite simple, isn't it? Well, this should be sufficient for 2 terms. I shall keep the rest safe for you. He turned to grip Hook. Now, please take us to Vault 713. But could you kindly slow the cart down a bit? Meanwhile, Lin Fan hurried towards his newfound objective after parting ways with Hagrid. Not far ahead, he spotted 4 figures seemingly waiting for him. One was his puppet, 2 adults who appeared to be a couple, and a girl who was evidently their child, with thick, unruly brown hair and bright brown eyes, showcasing a prominent gap between her front teeth. She fixed her gaze on Lin Fan as he approached. Sir, she said, glancing between Lin Fan and the puppet beside him, are you brothers? Or have you consumed some special potion? I believe I have read about this in a book before. Lin Fan bowed slightly to the Granger family, expressing his apologies. I am truly sorry for my rudeness, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, and Miss Granger. After speaking, he drew his wand and waved it twice. The figure that had stood beside the Granger family, an exact replica of himself, transformed back into a wooden block. Oh, it was merely a wooden block. What spell is this? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, while Mr. and Mrs. Granger gazed in admiration. Well, Miss Granger, you shall discover the nature of my spell upon your arrival at Hogwarts. But for now, let us procure the items you require. Despite Lin Fan's reassurances, Hermione remained visibly curious. By the way, I shall introduce you to someone shortly, Lin Fan said with a sly smile. Chapter 7. Destination Hogwarts. Hagrid had a difficult time prying Harry away from the book. I wish to devise a curse for Dudley, Harry said. That is not a bad idea, but you cannot wield magic in the Muggle world unless under very special circumstances, Hagrid replied. Moreover, you are not yet equipped to use those spells. There is much you still need to learn. Lin Fan merely stood by, chuckling, while Hermione looked slightly perplexed. They subsequently entered a potion shop that reeked of rotten eggs and decaying cabbage. Yet, the shop was filled with wonders. Buckets of gooey substances lined the floor. Jars of herbs, dried roots, and vividly colored powders adorned the walls, and bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and claws hung from the ceiling. As Hagrid purchased a standard dosage of various powders from the clerk behind the counter, Harry inspected a horn made from unicorn horn, priced at 21 galleons, alongside shiny black beetle eyes. After leaving the apothecary, Hagrid double-checked Harry's shopping list. Lin Fan noted, we still need a wand and a cauldron. Hagrid nodded. But I think we should prepare a gift for Harry. A fleeting sadness crossed Lin Fan's eyes. Harry felt a flush creep across his face. You needn't bother. I know you don't have to buy anything. Indeed, I wish to gift you an animal, certainly not a toad, as toads have fallen out of favor. People would laugh at you. I do not fancy cats either. They always make me sneeze. I shall procure an owl for you. Children adore owls, for they can deliver messages and packages, Hagrid declared. Let us save my gift for the start of term, Lin Fan said, narrowing his eyes. 20 minutes later, they exited the dimly lit Elop's Owl Emporium, leaving behind the rustling of wings and gem-like sparkling eyes. Harry now carried a large birdcage containing a beautiful snowy owl, who was nestled under its wings, fast asleep. Harry couldn't help but stammer his thanks repeatedly, sounding remarkably like Professor Quirrell. No need for thanks, Hagrid said gruffly. The Dursleys would never bestow gifts upon you. Hermione, however, did not acquire a pet. She quietly followed the Granger family. Now, let us proceed to Ollivander's shop. A wand is precisely what Harry longs for. The final shop was small and shabby, its golden sign peeling away, proclaiming, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C. In the dusty window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. As they entered, a series of chimes echoed from the back of the shop. The shop was cramped, with only a long bench and nothing else. Hagrid sat on the bench, waiting, while Harry felt a peculiar sensation, as though he had entered a strictly governed library. He suppressed the myriad of questions swirling in his mind and began examining the thousands of narrow boxes that nearly reached the ceiling. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. The dust and silence seemed to harbor a mysterious magic. Ah, it has been quite some time, Mr. Ollivander, Lin Fan greeted, catching Hagrid and the Granger family off guard. Good afternoon, a soft voice replied, startling Harry and the Granger family. Hagrid was equally taken aback as a loud crack echoed through the shop, prompting him to rise abruptly from the bench. Hagrid escorted Harry to the train bound for the Dursleys' home and handed him a letter. This is your ticket to Hogwarts, he said. The information is printed on it for September 1st at King's Cross Station. Should the Dursleys mistreat you, send me a letter via owl. It knows where to find me. Until we meet again, Harry. At that moment, Lin Fan was occupied with seeing off the Granger family and was thus absent. The train departed the station. Harry wished to watch Hagrid leave, but found himself kneeling on his seat, his nose pressed against the window. In the blink of an eye, Hagrid vanished from sight. The last month spent with the Dursleys was far from pleasant. In truth, Dudley was thoroughly frightened of Harry. He dared not remain in the same room as him. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon no longer confined Harry in the cupboard, nor did they force him to work or shout at him. In fact, they hardly spoke to him at all, half out of fear and half out of irritation. They ignored Harry's presence. While this was an improvement in many respects, it soon became rather dull. Harry spent most of his time in his room, accompanied by his newly acquired owl. He decided to name her Hedwig, a name he had discovered in the book. His school textbooks were quite fascinating. He would lie in bed, reading until the late hours, while Hedwig flew freely in and out of the open window. Fortunately, and Petunia no longer came into his room to vacuum, as Hedwig often returned with dead mice in her beak. Harry marked the days leading up to September 1st on a piece of paper and pinned it to the wall, ticking off each day before going to sleep. On the last day of August, Harry thought it best to discuss the upcoming trip to King's Cross Station with his uncle and aunt. He descended to the living room, where they were engrossed in a quiz show on television. Clearing his throat to announce his presence, Dudley shrieked and bolted from the room. "Oh, Uncle Vernon?" Uncle Vernon grunted in acknowledgement. "I need to go to King's Cross Station tomorrow to get to Hogwarts." Uncle Vernon grunted again. "Would you be so kind as to give me a ride?" Harry interpreted this as a willingness to oblige. "Thank you." Just as he was about to head back upstairs, Uncle Vernon surprisingly spoke up. "Taking a train to a wizard school is utterly ridiculous. Have all their magic carpets fallen apart?" Harry remained silent. "Where exactly is the school?" Uncle Vernon demanded. "I don't know," Harry admitted, having just realized the question. He pulled out the train ticket Hagrid had given him. "It says I should take the train from platform 9 3/4, he read aloud. His aunt and uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. "Which platform?" "Platform 9 3/4. "Don't be absurd," Uncle Vernon scoffed. "There is no such platform." "That's what it says on my ticket," Harry replied. "Nonsense," Uncle Vernon retorted. "People have lost their minds, making such a fuss everywhere. You'll understand soon enough. Just wait and see." "Very well, we will take you to King's Cross Station. After all, we must go to London tomorrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with this nonsense." "What are you going to London for?" Harry asked, hoping to maintain a friendly atmosphere. "To take Dudley to the hospital," Uncle Vernon bellowed, "to have that wretched tail removed before he starts smeltings." The following day, they arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Uncle Vernon placed Harry's suitcase onto the trolley and assisted him in entering the station. As Harry pondered Vernon's sudden and inexplicable kindness, Uncle Vernon abruptly halted on the platform, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Between platforms 9 and 10 stood only a solitary pillar. There was no platform 9 3/4. "Well, here you are, lad. Platform 9, platform 10. Your platform must be nestled between these two, but it appears it hasn't been built yet, has it? He must have forgotten to inform you about tapping the third brick on the left to reach Diagon Alley." Harry contemplated whether he should draw his wand and tap the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Chapter 8. The youngest professor at Hogwarts. While Harry was lost in thought, a group of people passed by him, snippets of their conversation drifting into his ears. Naturally, the area was teeming with muggles. He quickly turned around to see a plump, short woman speaking to 4 boys with bright red hair, each pushing a suitcase similar to Harry's, and he also noticed they had an owl. Harry's heart raced, and he hurriedly pushed his trolley to keep up with them. They came to a halt, and he stopped a short distance away, eager to overhear their conversation. "All right, which platform?" the children's mother inquired. 9 3/4. A little girl with flaming red hair exclaimed, tugging at her mother's hand. "Can I go?" "You're too small." "Ginny." "Now, hush. Percy, you lead the way." The oldest boy, appearing to be of a more mature age, walked towards the gap between platforms 9 and 10. Harry stared intently, scarcely daring to blink, fearing he might miss something. But just as the boy reached the junction of the 2 platforms, a throng of travelers suddenly surged in front of Harry. When the last large canvas backpack moved aside, the boy had vanished. "Fred, it's your turn," the plump woman said. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," the boy replied. "Honestly, you call yourself our mother, yet you can't tell I'm George?" "Sorry, George. Dear, just a joke. I'm Fred," the boy said before moving ahead. His twin brother urged him to hurry. He must have heeded the call, for in the blink of an eye, he was gone. But how did he do that? At that moment, the third brother stepped lightly towards the ticket barrier. Just as he was about to reach it, he too disappeared. There's no other way. "Sorry," Harry said to the plump woman. "Well, dear," she replied. "First time heading to Hogwarts, isn't it? Ron is a newcomer too." She gestured to her last and youngest son, who was tall and lanky, awkwardly freckled, with large hands and feet, and a long nose. "Yes," Harry said. "The thing is, I don't know how to get to the platform, do I?" "Understanding." She said, "Don't worry, just walk straight towards the ticket barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid, just keep going, it's crucial. If you feel nervous, just run. Go on, you go first, Ron will follow you." "Oh, all right," Harry replied. Harry turned the trolley around, his eyes fixed intently on the ticket barrier, which appeared robust. He began walking towards it, jostled by travelers pushing towards platforms 9 and 10. Harry picked up his pace, preparing to dash through the ticket booth, but he encountered a challenge. Leaning over the trolley, he surged forward, drawing closer to the barrier, just a step away. Unable to halt, losing control of the trolley, Harry shut his eyes, bracing for impact. Yet, nothing happened. He continued running, opening his eyes to find a deep crimson steam locomotive at a bustling platform. The sign on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Looking back, he realized the ticket barrier had transformed into an iron archway, inscribed with Platform 9. He had succeeded. The steam from the locomotive billowed above the chattering crowd, while various colorful cats weaved between people's feet. Amid the buzzing conversation and the clatter of heavy luggage, owls hooted loudly, responding to one another. While munching on food he had bought from a smiling, dimple-cheeked woman, Ron relayed some tales about cards and the rat on his lap. The fields whizzing by outside appeared desolate, the neatly arranged farms having disappeared, replaced by forests, winding rivers, and dark green hills. Suddenly, there was a knock at their compartment door. The round-faced boy who had brushed past Harry at platform 9 3/4 entered, tears brimming in his eyes. "Excuse me," he said. "Have you seen my toad?" Both Harry and Ron shook their heads, and he burst into tears. "I lost it again. It always tries to run away from me." "It will come back," Harry assured him. "Yeah," the boy said sadly, "but if you see," and he departed. "I don't understand why he is so upset," Ron remarked. "If I bought a toad, I'd find a way to lose it as quickly as possible. But since I have scabbers, I have nothing to complain about." The rat was still dozing on Ron's lap. "It might be dead anyway, it doesn't matter," Ron said with irritation. "I tried to turn it yellow yesterday to make it more amusing, but my spell didn't work. I'll show you now, just watch." He rummaged through his suitcase, pulling out a very worn wand, with some areas chipped and one end still gleaming white. The unicorn hair was nearly exposed. However, just as he raised the wand, the compartment door opened again. The boy who lost the toad reappeared, this time accompanied by a little girl. She had changed into her new Hogwarts robes. "Hermione," Harry exclaimed. This girl was the one he had met in Diagon Alley. Hermione looked surprised to see Harry. "Oh, Harry. Have any of you seen a toad?" "Neville lost one." Ron, somewhat impatiently, replied, "We already told him we haven't seen it." But Hermione ignored him, her gaze drawn to the wand in Ron's hand. "Oh, are you practicing magic? Let us see what you can do." She took a seat. Ron appeared taken aback, somewhat at a loss. "Oh, all right." He cleared his throat. Daisy, Sweet Butter, and Sunshine turned this silly fat rat yellow. He waved the wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers remained gray, sound asleep. "Are you sure that's a spell?" Hermione inquired. "It doesn't seem very effective, does it? I've practiced some simple spells at home. Just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family knows magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished but also thrilled. I mean, this is the finest school of magic, as far as I know, and I've memorized all the textbooks. I just hope it proves useful. I'm Hermione Granger. By the way, may I ask your names?" She spoke in rapid succession. "I am Ron Weasley," Ron mumbled. "Do you two know which house you will be sorted into?" "I've inquired everywhere. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the best. I heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there. Though I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. In any case, we should find Neville's toad first. You two had better change quickly, as we are likely to arrive soon." Hermione abruptly shifted the topic and, after speaking, left with Neville. "No matter which house we end up in. I hope I won't be in the same one as her," Ron remarked after Hermione departed, tossing his wand into his suitcase. "That spell doesn't work, George told me." I bet he knew it was a complete dud. After another altercation with Malfoy in the car, Harry disembarked with the other Hogwarts students. "Hogwarts has arrived," greeted Hagrid. And Harry joyfully called out to him, "Hello, Hagrid. By the way, where's Lynn?" "Ah, he has something to attend to today. You'll find out soon enough." Hagrid replied with a smile. "All right, let us go." He bellowed, "First years. First years, over here. Come along, watch your step. Now, first years, follow me." They descended a steep, narrow path, then took a boat across the lake, climbing up a tunnel in the rocky hillside, finally arriving at a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the shadow of the castle. They ascended a flight of stone steps and gathered before a massive oak door. Hagrid raised a giant fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door, which immediately swung open. A tall witch clad in a green robe stood at the entrance. Her expression serious, and Harry's first thought was that she would be quite formidable. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she said, pulling the door wide open. The entrance hall was spacious enough to accommodate the entire Dursley household. Like Gringotts, the stone walls were illuminated by blazing torches, and the ceiling soared so high it was nearly invisible. A grand marble staircase led directly upstairs, following Professor McGonagall across the stone floor. Harry heard the buzzing of hundreds of voices through the right-hand door. The other students from different years had undoubtedly arrived. However, Professor McGonagall led the first years to a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. They crowded in, jostling against one another, nervously surveying their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting is a significant ceremony, as during your time here, the house will be like your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, share dormitories, and spend leisure time in your house common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own illustrious history and has produced remarkable witches and wizards. Your performance will earn points for your house, while any misbehavior will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope you all strive to bring glory to your respective houses. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait. and be alert. Her gaze flicked to Neville's cloak and the dirt on Ron's nose. Harry nervously smoothed his hair. As soon as everything is ready over there, I will come for you, Professor McGonagall instructed. Please remain quiet while you wait. She then exited the room, allowing Harry to exhale deeply. Chapter 9. The youngest professor at Hogwarts. You are perfectly safe, for I am a thinking hat. After the Sorting Hat sang its song, thunderous applause erupted as it bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling silent. So, we simply need to wear this hat, Ron whispered to Harry. I'm going to kill Fred. He makes it sound like he is going to battle a giant. Harry chuckled softly. Of course. Wearing a hat is preferable to reciting a spell, but I still don't want to put it on in front of everyone. It seemed the hat had high standards. Harry felt he lacked the courage, cleverness, or any qualities that would suit him for any house. If there were a house for the indecisive, that would be his rightful place. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat and take a seat to await your sorting, she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, donned the hat, which barely covered her eyes, and sat down. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks. Harry noticed the fat friar ghost cheerfully waving at her. Harry Potter. As Harry walked forward, a wave of whispers swept through the hall like sizzling flames. Potter? Is she calling Potter? Is that the Harry Potter? Just as the hat was about to cover his eyes, Harry saw the dining hall filled with eager faces, all craning their necks to glimpse him. Then came the darkness beneath the hat and the waiting. He heard a faint voice whisper beside him. Difficult. Very difficult. You show much courage. Your heart is good. And you possess talent. Oh my. Yes, you have a strong desire to prove yourself. Quite interesting. Where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edge of the stool tightly, mentally pleading. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Eh? The voice inquired. Have you made up your mind? You could be great. You know, it's all in your head. Slytherin could help you achieve greatness, no doubt about it. Well, since you've made up your mind, it's best to go to Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat call out his final designation to the entire hall. He removed the hat and, with slightly trembling legs, walked towards the Gryffindor table. He had been sorted and not into Slytherin, which provided him immense relief, allowing him to barely notice the thunderous applause he received. Prefect Percy stood up to shake his hand firmly. The Weasley twins shouted, "We've got Potter. We've got Potter." Harry took a seat opposite the ghost with the ruffled collar he had encountered earlier. The ghost patted his arm, giving him a sudden chilling sensation as if he had just jumped into a bucket of ice water. Now Harry could finally take a good look at the head table. Hagrid sat in the nearest corner, catching Harry's eye and giving him a thumbs up. Harry grinned back. At the center of the head table sat Albus Dumbledore in a large golden chair. Harry instantly recognized the face before him, for he had seen it on the wizarding chocolate frog cards during the train journey. The only thing that shone in the entire hall was Dumbledore's silver hair, gleaming like the ghost's. Harry also recognized Professor Quirrell, the nervous young man he had encountered at the Leaky Cauldron, who appeared quite peculiar with his large purple scarf wrapped around his head. Another familiar figure was a man with black hair and blue eyes, dressed in a high-necked robe, who was smiling warmly at him, Lin Fan. At that moment, Harry recalled the pale-faced, arrogant boy named Malfoy, who had boasted in Madame Malkin's shop that he was the youngest professor at Hogwarts. From now on, he would see Lin Fan every day, and Harry felt a profound warmth, as if he were among family, quite different from the Dursleys, whose presence felt entirely foreign. Now, only 3 students awaited their allocation. Lisa Dupin was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed by Ron, whose face turned pale. Harry clenched his hands beneath the table. In the blink of an eye, the sorting hat exclaimed, Gryffindor. As Ron collapsed into the seat beside Harry, he joined the others in a thunderous applause. Well done, Ron, splendid. Percy Weasley exclaimed dramatically across Harry. The last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Harry gazed down at the empty golden plate before him and realized he was ravenous. It felt like ages since he had eaten pumpkin pasties. At that moment, Principal Dumbledore stood up, his face beaming as he looked at the students, arms outstretched, as if nothing pleased him more than seeing everyone gathered together. Welcome, he said. Welcome to Hogwarts for the new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I would like to say a few words. Nitwits, oddballs, thunderheads. Thank you all. He sat down again, and applause erupted. Harry was uncertain whether to chuckle or not. Was he a bit eccentric? He hesitantly asked Percy. Eccentric? Percy whispered. He is a genius. The finest wizard in the world. Though you are correct, he is a tad eccentric. Would you care for some potatoes, Harry? Harry was astounded. His plate was now brimming with food. He had never seen such a variety of his favorite dishes laid out on the table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some odd reason, mint humbugs. To be honest, the Dursleys had not let Harry go hungry, but they had never allowed him to truly indulge. Dudley always snatched away anything Harry wished to eat, even if it sometimes made Dudley feel ill. Aside from the mint humbugs, Harry took a bit of everything and began to feast. Every dish was delightful. Looks splendid, remarked the ghost in the ruffled collar, watching Harry slice his steak with longing. Would you not care for a morsel? I haven't eaten in 400 years. The ghost stated. I do not need to eat, but I certainly miss the taste of it. I suppose I have yet to introduce myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, commonly known as Nearly Headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are, Ron suddenly exclaimed. My two brothers told me about you. You're the one who almost lost his head. I prefer to be called Sir Nicholas, the ghost said, appearing somewhat flustered. But the pale-haired Seamus Finnegan interjected, almost lost her head. How did that happen? Sir Nicholas looked quite vexed, evidently reluctant to discuss the matter. Like this, he said impatiently. Tugging at his left ear, his head wobbled and slid down from his neck to rest upon his shoulder, as if it were hinged. It appeared someone had attempted to behead him, but had failed. Nearly Headless Nick reveled in the astonished expressions on their faces and gently popped his head back into place, clearing his throat. Now, new Gryffindors, I hope you will help us win the House Cup this year, yes? Gryffindor hasn't gone this long without winning a trophy. Slytherin has claimed the championship for 9 consecutive years. The Bloody Baron is quite insufferable. He is the ghost of Slytherin. Harry glanced over at the Slytherin table and spotted a ghost sitting there, looking ghastly with vacant eyes, gaunt features, and a robe stained with silver blood. The Bloody Baron sat right next to Malfoy, who appeared displeased with such company, which brought a smile to Harry's face. How did he get covered in blood? Seamus asked with keen interest. I've never asked, Nearly Headless Nick replied awkwardly. Once everyone had filled their bellies, the remaining food vanished from the plates in an instant, leaving them pristine once more. Shortly thereafter, desserts arrived. There were all kinds of ice creams, apple tarts, treacle tarts, chocolate soufflés, fried jam donuts, sherry trifle, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding. Harry took a piece of treacle tart. Harry felt warm and drowsy, but lifted his gaze to the head table. Hagrid was drinking heartily, while Professor McGonagall conversed with Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, wearing his ridiculous scarf, was speaking with a greasy-haired, hook-nosed man with a sallow complexion, Professor Severus Snape. Then, in an instant, Snape's eyes locked onto Harry's, and Harry felt a sharp pain in his forehead where his scar was. Ouch! Harry exclaimed, covering his forehead with a hand. What is it? Percy inquired. Nothing, nothing. The pain vanished as quickly as it had come. What lingered was the unsettling feeling that Snape harbored an aversion towards him. Dumbledore suddenly stood, interrupting the chatter among the students. Now, allow me to introduce someone, the youngest professor, your potions instructor, Lin Fan. As Dumbledore concluded, Lin Fan gracefully stood and offered a slight bow. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Fan. After Lin Fan's introduction, Dumbledore continued. Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song together, he announced loudly. Harry noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to stiffen. Dumbledore gave his wand a gentle flick, and a long golden ribbon floated up into the air, curling and twisting above the table, forming lines of text. Choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. The entire faculty and students burst into song. Hogwarts, 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 impart to us your wisdom, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are eager to absorb intriguing knowledge. For now, our thoughts are barren, filled only with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Bestow upon us valuable knowledge. Return to us what we have forgotten. You need only to do your utmost, the rest we shall handle ourselves. And we shall strive to learn until we are but dust. The chorus concluded in a disarray of voices. Yet the Weasley twins continued to sing along to the solemn melody of a funeral march. Dumbledore conducted the final few measures with his wand, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest. Ah, music, he remarked, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than all that we do here. Now it is time for bed. Off to your dormitories. The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy through the bustling crowd, exiting the dining hall and ascending the marble staircase. Harry's legs felt as if they were laden with lead, but this time it was due to exhaustion and having overeaten. He was utterly weary. Thus, when the portrait in the corridor whispered as they passed, and Percy led them through concealed doors hidden behind sliding panels and drapes, he felt no surprise whatsoever. They yawned incessantly, dragging their heavy feet up numerous flights of stairs. Harry wondered how much longer they would have to walk, when suddenly the person in front came to an abrupt halt. A bundle of wands floated in midair, and Percy was but a step away from the others, causing them to tumble towards him. It's Peeves, Percy whispered to the first years, a mischievous poltergeist. He raised his voice. Peeves, reveal yourself. In response, a loud, shrill sound erupted, akin to a balloon deflating. Do you want me to fetch the Bloody Baron? With a sudden pop, a small imp appeared, with wicked black eyes and a large mouth, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the bundle of wands. He cackled, revealing himself to be the troublesome little first year. How delightful. He suddenly lunged towards them, leaving them momentarily stunned. At that moment, a languid voice called out, Peeves, do you wish for me to teach you how to be a proper ghost? Upon hearing this, Peeves screamed, Ah, it's you, you insufferable little imp. And with that, he vanished through the wall. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, a figure with dark hair and bright eyes. It was their potions professor, Professor Snape. Chapter 10, Professor Snape's Potions Class. The students loathed him, many wishing they could kick him like they would Mrs. Norris. Once they located the classroom, they faced the course itself. Harry soon discovered that beyond merely waving wands and reciting amusing spells, magic encompassed profound knowledge. Every Wednesday evening, they were to observe the night sky with telescopes, learning the names of different stars and the orbits of planets. 3 times a week, a stout witch named Sprout took them to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology, learning to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi and understanding their uses. Perhaps the most tedious course was history of magic, the only one taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had once dozed off in the staff room by the fireplace and, the next morning, forgotten to bring his body to class, a testament to his advanced age. During lessons, Professor Binns droned on monotonously while students hastily jotted down names and dates, often confusing the infamous Morlock with the peculiar Uric. The charms class was taught by a remarkably diminutive wizard, Professor Flitwick, who had to stand on a stack of books to reach the lectern. At the start of the first lesson, he took attendance, and upon calling Harry's name, he squealed with excitement and vanished from sight. Professor McGonagall was quite different. Harry could tell immediately that she was formidable, strict and astute. She instilled discipline as soon as they settled into their seats for the first lesson. The class everyone truly anticipated was defense against the dark arts, and the youngest professor, Professor Snape, instructed potions. However, Professor Quirrell's class had become a farce. The classroom was filled with a pungent odor of garlic, which everyone said was to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania, fearing it would return to haunt him. He claimed his large scarf was a gift from an African prince in gratitude for aiding him in escaping the clutches of a ghoul, though no one truly believed his tale. Firstly, when Seamus Finnegan impatiently queried how Quirrell had vanquished the ghoul, the professor turned crimson and mumbled about the weather. Secondly, they discerned that his scarf emitted a strange odor, and the Weasley twins insisted it must be stuffed with garlic, ensuring that wherever Quirrell went, he was protected. Potions class was held in a dungeon classroom, far colder than the upper castle. Glass jars lined the walls, filled with preserved animal specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. Snape, like Flitwick, took attendance, and similarly to Flitwick, would pause when he reached Harry's name. At the opening feast, Harry sensed Snape's disdain for him. By the end of the first potions class, he realized he was mistaken. Snape did not merely dislike him, he loathed him. Oh, yes, he muttered, Harry Potter, our illustrious new arrival. Draco Malfoy and his friends, Crabbe and Goyle, snickered behind their hands. After calling the roll, Snape surveyed the class, his eyes as dark as Hagrid's, yet devoid of warmth. His gaze was cold and hollow, reminiscent of 2 pitch-black tunnels. You are here to study the intricate science and precise craftsmanship of potion making, he began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet crystal clear to all. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order in the classroom. Since there will be no foolish wand-waving, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to grasp the subtle enchantment of a simmering cauldron, wafting delightful aromas, nor the profound magic of the elixir flowing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to gain prestige, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of dullard I frequently encounter. After enduring a torturous potions class, Harry and his peers finally looked forward to their eagerly awaited alchemy lesson. Oh, splendid. At last, we can attend alchemy class. I hope Professor Snape isn't as peculiar as Professor Quirrell, Ron murmured. But he seemed quite decent during the opening ceremony. Yes, I think so. Of course. I saw him transform Wood into his likeness to escort me to Diagon Alley. Oh, though that was rather rude, it was truly remarkable, Hermione exclaimed, lifting her chin. Harry felt a twinge of envy. He had not witnessed Linfan's puppet. I have faith in Linfan. He is an exceptional individual. Harry nodded repeatedly. All right, all right. My father and mother often speak highly of him, Ron remarked, pursing his lips. Linfan's inaugural alchemy class was not held in a conventional classroom. Instead, it took place within the Forbidden Forest. As he put it, the forest was replete with resources, making it cumbersome to transport materials back and forth. Thus, it was far more convenient to conduct lessons there. Admittedly, it was also a matter of his own laziness. Oh no, we are actually going to the Forbidden Forest. Isn't it too perilous in there? Several Gryffindor students exclaimed loudly. At that moment, a booming voice interrupted. Oh no, 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 it's nothing to worry about. Just follow me. It was Hagrid. Harry called out, surprised. Why is it you? And where is Linfan? Oh, he asked me to escort you to class, Hagrid replied, secretly mumbling to himself that Linfan was likely engaged in playtime with his Bowtruckle. All right, follow closely and don't get lost. Hey, Bowtruckle, stop being a nuisance. Allow me to prepare some materials for the class, Linfan said with a smile, as Bowtruckle kept raising its feet playfully. Fine, once we finish, I'll play with you, Linfan added, which made Bowtruckle cheer with delight. Just then, Linfan's ears perked up. Oh, Hagrid has brought them here, he remarked as Hagrid's figure came into view, followed by the Gryffindor students. All right, come this way. We are about to begin class, Linfan announced, waving his wand, causing cauldrons to materialize from thin air on the ground. These were the cauldrons that the first-year Gryffindors had brought to school. First, I would like to ask, what do you know about alchemy? Linfan inquired with a smile, while Hagrid leaned against a large tree, and the students settled into their respective spots. Hermione eagerly raised her hand as soon as Lin Fan posed the question. Professor Lin Fan, is it similar to that wooden puppet you had the other day? Indeed. That puppet is a product of advanced alchemy. However, simply learning alchemy is insufficient. One must also master potion making, Lin Fan explained. Upon hearing this, the students frowned, particularly Harry, who harbored a dislike for potions due to Professor Snape's constant antagonism towards him. Alchemy encompasses a vast array of knowledge. It is relatively easy to learn various aspects. Yet to attain mastery, one must diligently study the content of other subjects, Lin Fan continued, tapping his head for emphasis. For instance, my puppet. He conjured a wooden block with a wave of his wand and incanted a spell, swiftly transforming the block into a replica of himself. Two Lin Fans spoke in unison. To create such a puppet, the wooden block must be immersed in a specially formulated potion for a week, followed by the application of enchantment techniques. Enchantment is akin to inscribing runes on the wood, similar to magical inscriptions, and then blending them using alchemical methods while incorporating various spells from defense against the dark arts and other subjects. As he concluded, the doppelganger reverted back into a wooden block. Many students felt a sense of trepidation towards alchemy after Lin Fan's explanation. Yet they still clung to the notion that learning a bit was better than nothing, avoiding the need for mastery. However, students like Hermione and Harry were particularly intrigued. Well, that's enough of that. Let us commence today's lesson. Chapter 11. Lin Fan's gift. Lin Fan strolled leisurely along the path leading to the small hut when he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning to look, he found Harry and Ron. With a gentle smile, he greeted, "Hello, Harry, Ron, are you heading to Hagrid's?" Harry nodded, feeling a bit aggrieved, as he wanted to confide in Lin Fan about Snape's treatment of him. Lowering his head, Harry and Ron followed Lin Fan to the exterior of the small hut. As Harry knocked on the door, they heard sounds of a tense struggle and low growls from within. Then came Hagrid's voice, "Back off, Fong, back off." Lin Fan chuckled upon hearing Hagrid's voice. Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he said, still wrestling with the massive black dog. The hut contained only one room, with hams and wild chickens hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water in the hearth, and a large bed made from patched-together fabrics in the corner. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who promptly lunged at Ron, licking his ears, just like Hagrid. Fong was clearly not as fierce as his appearance suggested. "This is Ron," Harry introduced to Hagrid. Hagrid, busy pouring boiling water into a large teapot, while placing rock cakes onto a plate, remarked, "Another little Weasley, I presume?" Glancing at Ron's freckled face. "I nearly expended half my life's energy trying to keep those twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." He then turned his attention to Lin Fan. "Oh, Lin Fan. What brings you here today?" "I brought you some food," Lin Fan replied with a raised eyebrow. While Lin Fan conversed, Harry and Ron nearly broke their teeth on the rock cakes. Nevertheless, they pretended to enjoy them, recounting their recent classroom experiences to Hagrid and Lin Fan. Fong rested his head on Harry's knee, drooling all over his robes. Delighted to hear Hagrid refer to Filch as that old food bucket, Harry and Ron were amused. But Lin Fan interjected, "Hagrid, Filch is not such a bad fellow." Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. He is just a bit nicer to you." Curious. Harry and Ron exchanged glances as Hagrid winked at Lin Fan. "If you two were ever caught by Filch, just seek out Lin Fan. He has a good rapport with that fellow." Hagrid continued, "As for that cat, Mrs. Norris, I often wish to introduce her to Fong. You know, every time I visit the school, she follows me around relentlessly. I can't shake her off. Surely it's Filch's doing." At this point, Hagrid quickly changed the subject. "Harry, what brings you here to find me?" After a moment's consideration, Harry shared the events of Snape's class. Hagrid, like Ron, reassured Harry not to worry, as Snape had hardly ever favored any student. "But he seems to truly despise me." "Nonsense," Hagrid exclaimed. "Why would he hate you?" Lin Fan squinted and spoke. "Harry, do not worry. He will not harm you, trust me." A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Fan's eyes, while Hagrid's gaze wavered uncertainly. Undoubtedly, Hagrid was hesitant to meet Harry's eyes. He merely grunted and handed Harry a rock cake. Harry reread the article, noting that the underground vault, once breached, had been entirely emptied earlier that day. If taking that filthy little bag signified a complete extraction, then Hagrid had indeed emptied Vault 713. Could that grimy little bag be what the intruder sought? As Harry and Ron strolled back to the castle for dinner, their pockets were heavily laden with rock cakes, and out of courtesy, they felt reluctant to refuse. Harry recalled Lin Fan's expression when he witnessed Harry's misfortune, which stirred a wave of frustration within him. After an afternoon tea with Hagrid, Harry found himself pondering far more pressing questions than those posed in class over the past few days. Had Hagrid secured that little bag in time? Where was that bag now? Did Hagrid and Lin Fan possess knowledge about Snape that they were unwilling to share? Harry had never believed he could know a boy he loathed even more than Dudley. That perspective changed upon encountering Draco Malfoy. However, first-year Gryffindor students only shared potions class with Slytherin, making it bearable at first. One day, they discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which prompted collective sighs of dismay. Flying lessons were set to commence on Thursday, and Gryffindor students would be attending classes with Slytherin. Harry's first encounter with Draco was at Madame Malkin's shop. The the second on the train to Hogwarts, and thereafter they occasionally crossed paths at school. Yet, Harry's disdain for Draco Malfoy only intensified. What bad luck, Harry lamented, just as I expected. I'll end up embarrassing myself flying in front of Malfoy. He had longed to learn flying, a desire stronger than any other. Whether you'll embarrass yourself remains to be seen, Ron rationally replied. I know Malfoy boasts about being exceptional at quidditch, but I bet he is just bragging. Malfoy incessantly spoke of flying, lamenting that first-year students were ineligible to join the house quidditch team, regaling them with lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales, always culminating in his narrow escape from a muggle helicopter. However, he was not the only one to boast. From the tone of Seamus Finnegan, it seemed most of his childhood was spent flying about on a broomstick. Even Ron, when given an audience, would recount a near miss he had while riding Charlie's old broomstick, almost colliding with a hang glider. Every child from a wizarding family incessantly discussed quidditch. Ron had argued vehemently with his dorm mate Dean Thomas over a football match. Unable to grasp the excitement of a game with only one ball and no flying allowed, Harry inadvertently observed Ron poking at Dean's West Ham United poster, attempting to animate the players. Neville had never ridden a broomstick in his life, as his grandmother never permitted him near one. Harry privately thought her reasoning was sound. Even with both feet firmly planted on the ground, Neville somehow managed to create a multitude of accidents. Hermione shared Neville's anxiety about flying. One could not merely read about such a skill and memorize it. She had certainly tried. During breakfast on Thursday morning, she incessantly recited flying instructions she had gleaned from a library book titled Quidditch Through the Ages, much to their annoyance. Neville listened intently, hoping to glean useful knowledge that might help him stay firmly seated on a broomstick. However, when the post arrived and interrupted Hermione's lecture, everyone else felt a wave of relief. Since Hagrid's last letter, Harry had not received any correspondence. Unsurprisingly, Malfoy quickly took notice of this. Malfoy's owl frequently delivered parcels of sweets from home, and he would gleefully unpack them at the Slytherin table. An owl from Neville's grandmother brought him a small package. Excited, Neville opened it to reveal a glass ball the size of a large marble, seemingly filled with white smoke. This is a memory ball, he explained. My grandmother knows I often forget things. It will tell you if there's something you've overlooked. Look, if you hold it tightly like this, and it turns red. His face fell as the memory ball suddenly glowed bright red, indicating he had indeed forgotten something. Neville desperately tried to recall what he had forgotten. Just as Draco Malfoy swaggered past the Gryffindor table and snatched the memory ball from his hands, Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, inexplicably eager to confront Malfoy. Yet, Professor McGonagall, with her keen sense of trouble, appeared in an instant. What is happening? Malfoy stole my memory ball, Professor, Neville exclaimed. Malfoy, wearing a sullen expression, quickly tossed the memory ball back onto the table. Harry always anticipated the gift Lin Fan had promised him upon arriving at Hogwarts. In the room of requirement, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, seemingly troubled. What gift should he present to young Harry? A doll? No, the doll was not yet complete, and he opted against it to avoid any mishaps. Potions? Harry appeared to disdain potions class. Herbology? Harry had yet to study it and might not comprehend it well. Books? Hermione seemed the more studious one. Enchanted cards? Perhaps best to wait for a more opportune moment given his inexperience. Inviting him to dinner? That could be done at any time and hardly counted as a gift. Lin Fan scratched his head incessantly. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes as he recalled the leaf he had obtained with Dumbledore a decade ago in the pyramids of Egypt. Yes, that would be the perfect gift for Harry. Chapter 12. Midnight duel at 3:30 in the afternoon. Harry, Ron, and other Gryffindor students hurried down the stairs to the outdoor area, preparing for their inaugural flying lesson. The day was clear and breezy as they briskly descended the sloped grass, heading towards a level patch of lawn. The blades of grass swayed gently beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lay the forest, where dark trees swayed ominously in the wind. The Slytherin students were already present, with 20 flying broomsticks neatly lined up on the ground. Harry had heard Fred and George Weasley complain about the school's broomsticks, mentioning that some would tremble when flying too high, while others consistently veered to the left. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived, her short gray hair framing her hawk-like golden eyes. All right, what are you all waiting for? She barked, prompting everyone to stand beside a broomstick. Quickly, we're running out of time. Harry glanced down at his broomstick, which was worn and tattered, with several twigs protruding awkwardly. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Madame Hooch instructed, then called out, up, up. Everyone shouted in unison. Harry's broom immediately leaped into his grasp. But such obedient broomsticks were few and far between. Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom remained utterly still. Harry mused that perhaps brooms, like horses, could sense one's inner trepidation. Neville's quavering voice clearly betrayed his desire to remain firmly on the ground. Next, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. She walked along the line, correcting their grip. Harry and Ron overheard her admonishing Malfoy for his continual errors, which brought them a secret sense of joy. Now, when I whistle, you'll push off the ground with your legs, and make sure to push hard. Hold your broom steady and rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, however, Neville was too anxious. fearing he would be left behind. So he pushed off the ground before the whistle reached Madame Hooch's lips and soared upwards, like a cork popping from a bottle. 12 feet, 20 feet. Harry saw his terrified, pale face gazing down at the rapidly receding ground, his mouth agape as he slid off the broom. Followed by a loud thud as Neville landed face down in the grass, curled up. His broom continued to ascend, slowly drifting towards the forbidden forest until it vanished from sight. Madame Hooch bent over Neville, her face as pale as his. "Your wrist is broken," Harry heard her murmur. "It's all right, dear, get up." She turned to address the rest of the class. "I'm taking this child to the hospital wing. None of you are to move. Return the broomsticks to their place, or you'll find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts before you can utter quidditch. Now, come along, dear." Tears streaked down Neville's face as he clutched his wrist, limping alongside Madame Hooch. As soon as they were out of earshot, Malfoy burst into laughter. "Did you see that idiot's face?" He guffawed, joined by other Slytherin students. "Shut up, Malfoy," Parvati Patil snapped. "Oh, protecting Longbottom?" sneered Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl. "I never imagined you'd fancy that chubby crybaby, Patil." "Look," Malfoy exclaimed, rushing to grab something from the grass. It was the memory ball that Longbottom had dropped. He held it aloft, glimmering in the sunlight. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. Everyone fell silent, watching intently. Malfoy's malicious grin widened. "I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about up in a tree?" "Give it here," Harry shouted. But Malfoy had already leapt onto his broom and taken off. His earlier bravado was no mere boast. He truly could fly. He hovered at the height of an oak tree's canopy, calling out, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry seized his broom. "No," Hermione cried. "Madame Hooch told us not to move. We'll all be in trouble." Ignoring her, Harry felt the adrenaline pounding in his ears. He mounted his broom and pushed off the ground with all his might, soaring upwards, the wind rushing through his hair, his robes billowing behind him. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he discovered an innate talent for flying, so effortlessly and beautifully. He lifted the broom higher. Hearing the gasps and cheers of nearby girls, along with Ron's awestruck exclamations, he abruptly turned towards Malfoy, who looked taken aback. "Hand it over, or I'll knock you off your broom." "Oh, really?" Malfoy replied, attempting to sound mocking, though his expression betrayed his anxiety. It seemed instinctual to Harry. He leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and it shot towards Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy narrowly dodged, but Harry skillfully spun back, maintaining a firm hold on his broom. A few spectators began to applaud. "There are no Crabbe and Goyle to protect you now, Malfoy," Harry taunted. Malfoy appeared to share the same thought. "Here, let us see if you can catch this," he shouted, tossing the glass ball high into the air before plummeting towards the ground. Harry watched the ball ascend, as if in slow motion before it began to fall. He leaned forward, pointing his broom downwards. In the blink of an eye, he dove after the glass ball, the wind howling in his ears, mixed with the audience's gasps. He reached out, catching the ball just a foot above the ground. He managed to straighten the broom, landing gently on the grass, the memory ball securely in his grasp. "Harry Potter!" His heart sank faster than he had just ascended. Professor McGonagall was sprinting towards them. Harry stood up, trembling. "In all my years at Hogwarts," she exclaimed, "I have never seen such reckless behavior. Especially from that little mischief-maker who is now a professor." Professor McGonagall was too astonished to speak, her glasses glinting with fury. "How dare you? You could have broken your neck." "It was Tia's fault, Professor," Parvati interjected. "Be quiet, Miss Patil." "But Malfoy, enough, Mr. Weasley. Now, Potter, follow me." Professor McGonagall strode towards the castle, and Harry mechanically trailed behind her. As he departed, he noticed the triumphant expressions on the faces of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. All he comprehended was that he was to be expelled. He wished to utter a few words in his defense, yet his throat seemed to fail him. Professor McGonagall strode ahead, not casting a glance in his direction. He had to jog to keep pace. It was all over for him. He had been there for less than 2 weeks, and in just 10 minutes, he would be packing his belongings to leave. What would the Dursleys say upon seeing him at the door? They ascended the steps leading to the entrance, then onto the marble staircase inside, while McGonagall remained silent. She opened door after door and strode through corridor after corridor, with Harry pathetically trailing behind. She was likely taking him to see Dumbledore. He recalled Hagrid, who, despite his expulsion, had been allowed to remain at the school as the keeper of keys and grounds. Perhaps he could assist Hagrid. He envisioned himself carrying Hagrid's bag, trudging heavily across the grounds, watching Ron and the others become wizards, and the thought tightened his stomach in knots. McGonagall halted outside a classroom. She pushed the door open and leaned inside. "I beg your pardon, Professor Flitwick. Might I have Wood come out for a moment?" "Wood?" Harry mused in confusion, thinking perhaps she meant a wooden stick to discipline him. To his surprise, Wood was indeed a person, a tall, sturdy fifth-year student who emerged from Flitwick's classroom, looking bewildered. "You two, follow me," McGonagall ordered, and the three of them marched down the corridor, with Wood curiously scrutinizing Harry. "In," McGonagall commanded, gesturing toward a classroom where only Peeves was present, busily scrawling insults on the blackboard. "Out, Peeves," she bellowed. Peeves tossed the chalk into the wastebasket with a clatter and stormed out of the classroom, grumbling. McGonagall shut the door firmly and turned to face the two boys. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." Wood, I believe I have found you a seeker. Wood's expression shifted from confusion to elation. Are you serious, Professor? Absolutely, McGonagall replied decisively. This boy is a prodigy. I have never witnessed anything like it. Potter, is this your first time on a broomstick? Harry nodded silently, utterly perplexed. Yet it appeared he would not be expelled. Sensation was gradually returning to his legs. He had swooped down 50 feet to grasp the object. And McGonagall informed Wood that there was not a scratch on him. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done that. Wood's face now bore the look of someone whose dreams had suddenly come to fruition. Have you ever watched a Quidditch match, Potter? McGonagall inquired. His build is perfect for a seeker, Wood remarked, circling around Harry. Light and agile. We must get him a decent broom, Professor. I suggest a Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7. I shall speak with Professor Dumbledore to see if we can make an exception for a first-year student. Truly. We need a Quidditch team that surpasses last year's performance. We were utterly trounced by Slytherin in the last match. I haven't dared face Snape for weeks. McGonagall gazed sternly at Harry over her glasses. Professor, I recall hearing that Hogwarts made an exception for a student named Flint 10 years ago, Wood interjected. A hint of surprise evident in Harry's expression. Yes, but it still requires Dumbledore's approval. McGonagall then turned to Harry. I expect to hear of your diligent training, Potter, or I shall reconsider and impose a punishment upon you. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Your father and Flint would be proud of you, she remarked, as they were once exceptional Quidditch players. You must be joking. It is dinner time. Harry told Ron about the events following his departure from the field with McGonagall. As Ron was about to take a bite of his steak and kidney pie, he halted mid-bite, astonished. A seeker? But first years never. You're bound to be the youngest player on the team in years. Since Flint, in fact, Harry replied, shoving a piece of pie into his mouth. After the thrilling encounter of the afternoon, he felt particularly hungry. Wood told me. Ron was too astonished, too shocked. He merely sat there, staring blankly at Harry. Then he recalled, Flint? You don't know? No, I haven't heard of him. After a moment of surprise, Ron asked, when do you start training? Next week, Harry replied. Don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it secret. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the dining hall. Upon spotting Harry, they hurried over. Well done, George whispered. Wood told us. We are also on the house team as beaters. I assure you, we are determined to win the Quidditch Cup this year. We haven't won since Charlie left, but this year our team will surely shine. You must be brilliant, Harry. Wood was practically incoherent with excitement when he told us. However, we must be off. Lee Jordan believes he has discovered a new secret passage that leads outside the school. I suspect it's the one behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, which we found in our first week here. Farewell. No sooner had Fred and George departed than an unwelcome figure appeared. Malfoy. Last meal? Potter? When do you return to the Muggle world by train? Now that you're back on the ground, you have your little friends with you, and your courage has grown considerably. Harry replied coldly. Of course. Crabbe and Goyle could hardly be considered small, but since the staff table was filled with teachers, they dared not act out, merely scowling and cracking their knuckles. I am always willing to duel you alone, Malfoy, he said, if you prefer, tonight. A wizard's duel, once only, no contact. What is the matter? I suspect you've never heard of a wizard's duel? Of course, he had. Ron suddenly turned around, saying, I am his second. Who is yours? Malfoy surveyed Crabbe and Goyle, weighing them up. Crabbe, he declared, midnight then? We'll meet in the trophy room. It's never locked. After Malfoy left, Ron and Harry exchanged glances. What is a wizard's duel? Harry asked. You mentioned being my second. What does that mean? Oh, if you perish, the second takes your place. Ron said casually, finally returning to his now cold pie. Catching the expression on Harry's face, he quickly added, but you know, people only die in formal duels with real wizards. You and Malfoy could at best shoot sparks at one another. You both know so little magic that you wouldn't truly harm each other. Still, I dare say he expects you to refuse. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Then just throw away your wand and punch him in the nose, Ron suggested. Excuse me, came a voice from above. They looked up to find Hermione. Can we not have a moment of peace to eat? Ron replied. Hermione ignored him and turned to Harry, saying, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Malfoy. I knew you would get into this. Ron muttered under his breath. You absolutely cannot roam the school at night. Think about it. How many points would Gryffindor lose if you got caught? And you will get caught. You're being incredibly selfish. This doesn't concern you, Harry retorted. You wouldn't want to worry Linfan, would you? Hermione said as she turned to leave. Goodbye. Ron called after her. Harry hesitated at Hermione's last remark. Ending the day with a duel could hardly be deemed a splendid conclusion. Perhaps not. He mused as he lay in bed, tossing and turning. Having already heard Dean and Seamus drift into slumber, Neville had not yet returned from the hospital. Ron had been brainstorming strategies all night, suggesting, if he tries to cast a spell on you, you'd best dodge it, as I can't recall how to block spells. They were likely to be caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris, and Harry felt as though he were defying fate, preparing to break another school rule. On the other hand, Malfoy's mocking face kept materializing in the darkness. This was a prime opportunity for Harry to confront Malfoy directly. He could not let it slip away. Should he proceed? Chapter 13. Midnight duel at 11:30. Ron whispered, we must go. Ultimately, Harry decided to accompany Ron. But his mind was plagued by various expressions Lin Fan might display upon discovering this. Would she gaze at him with indifference? Would she regard him with tolerance? Or would she glare at him in fury? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he donned his robes alongside Ron, grasped his wand, and stealthily traversed the castle's corridors. Descending the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room, the embers in the fireplace flickered dimly, and the armchairs loomed as shadowy forms. Just as they approached the portrait hole, they heard someone speaking from the nearest chair. "I can't believe you would do this, Harry." A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione, clad in a pink nightgown. Her brow furrowed. "You," Ron exclaimed angrily. "Go back to sleep. I nearly informed your brother." Hermione snapped back. "Percy, he's a prefect. He would put a stop to this." Harry could hardly believe someone could be so meddlesome. At that moment, Hermione turned to Harry and asked, "Aren't you afraid Lin Fan might find out?" Harry paused, then turned to Ron and said, "Let's go." He pushed through the fat lady's portrait and climbed into the hole. Hermione was not so easily deterred. She followed Ron into the hole, her voice low and fierce like an angry goose. "Do you not care for Gryffindor? You only care for yourselves? I do not wish for Slytherin to win the House Cup again, nor do I want you to squander the points I helped you earn from Professor McGonagall. Go away." "Very well, but I warn you, when you board the train home tomorrow, do not forget my words." What could she possibly mean by that? They were left in suspense as Hermione turned towards the fat lady's portrait, only to find it empty. The fat lady had gone visiting, leaving Hermione stranded outside Gryffindor Tower. "Oh dear, what shall I do now?" she cried. "That is your problem," Ron replied. "We must leave. We are going to be late." Before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione caught up with them. "I am coming with you," she declared. "You are not allowed to go." "Do you think I would stand out here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds the three of us, I will tell him the truth, that I was trying to prevent you from going. Then you can testify to my words." "You have quite the nerve," Ron said loudly. "Shut up, both of you," Harry said sternly. "I hear something." It was a hissing sound. "Is it Mrs. Norris?" Ron asked, holding his breath and squinting into the darkness. "No, it's Neville," he exclaimed as Neville curled up on the floor, sound asleep. However, as they approached, he jolted awake. "Thank goodness you found me. I've been out here for hours. I can't remember the new password and can't get to bed." "Keep your voice down, Neville. The password is pig snout. But it won't help you now. The fat lady has vanished." "How is your arm?" Harry inquired. "It's fine," Neville replied, raising his arm to show them. Madame Pomfrey fixed it in a blink. "Good as new, Neville. Listen, we are heading somewhere. See you later." "Don't leave me behind," Neville exclaimed as he got to his feet. "I don't want to be here alone. The ghost of Bloody Baron has passed by here twice." Ron glanced at his watch and glared at Hermione and Neville. "If either of you gets us caught, I will definitely learn that curse spell Professor Quirrell mentioned and use it on you." Hermione opened her mouth, likely to explain how to use the curse. But Harry shushed her and urged everyone to move quickly. They walked briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming through the high windows, casting shadows upon the floor. With every turn, Harry feared they might run into Filch or Mrs. Norris, but fortune favored them. They hurried up the stairs to the third floor, stealthily making their way toward the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe were absent. The crystal display cases gleamed in the moonlight, and in the darkness, the trophies, shields, medals, and statues shimmered with silver and gold. The four of them pressed against the wall, keeping a watchful eye on the doors at either end of the room. Harry drew his wand, prepared for a sudden confrontation with Malfoy. Time slipped away. He was late. Perhaps fear had kept Malfoy from coming. Ron whispered, this time, "It's not Malfoy." Suddenly, a voice from the adjoining room startled them. As Harry raised his wand, he heard someone speaking. It was not Malfoy. "Sniff around, my dear. They might be hiding in some corner," Filch was saying to Mrs. Norris. Harry was terrified, frantically waving his wand at the others, urging them to follow him quickly. They silently moved toward the door farthest from Filch's voice. Just as Neville's robe brushed past the corner, they heard Filch step into the trophy room. "They must be around here somewhere," he muttered, likely searching for them. "This way." Harry silently instructed the group. They were frozen in place, quietly making their way along a corridor filled with suits of armor, the sound of Filch growing ever closer. Suddenly, Neville could not suppress a terrified scream and bolted. He stumbled, grabbing Ron's waist, and they both crashed into a suit of armor. The ensuing clamor echoed loudly enough to awaken the entire castle. "Run!" Harry shouted. And the four of them sprinted down the corridor, too apprehensive to glance back to see if Filch was in pursuit. They darted around pillars, racing past corridor after corridor. Harry led the way, uncertain of their location or their destination. Eventually, they emerged near the classroom for their charms lesson, aware that they were several miles from the trophy room. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Neville hunched over, breathless and distressed. "I told you so," Hermione gasped, clutching the seam of her shirt at her chest. "We need to return to Gryffindor Tower," Ron urged. "The sooner, the better." "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said to Harry. "You realize that, don't you? He never intended to meet you there. Filch must have been tipped off about someone heading to the trophy room, and it surely came from Malfoy." Harry considered that Hermione might be right, though he hesitated to admit it. "Let us go?" Yet, matters were more complicated than they anticipated. After only a few steps, they heard a doorknob rattle ominously, and something leaped out from a classroom ahead. It was Peeves. The moment he spotted them, he erupted into gleeful shrieks. "Shut up, Peeves, please. You'll get us expelled." Peeves cackled. "Naughty first years, roaming about at this hour. TSK, 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 you'll be caught." "No, not if you don't betray us, Peeves, please. I really should inform Filch, you know," he said seriously, but mischief sparkled in his eyes. "It's for your own good, you know." "Go away," Ron snapped, giving Peeves a shove, which proved to be a grave mistake. Students are not sleeping. Students are not sleeping in the corridors during Charms class," Peeves bellowed. They ducked past him and fled desperately down the corridor until they crashed into a locked door at the end. "It's over," Ron whimpered. They pushed against the door in vain. "We're done for. We're doomed." They heard footsteps approaching. Filch, following the sound of Peeves. "Oh, hurry," Hermione urged sharply. Seizing Harry's wand, she tapped the door lock and whispered, "Alohomora." With a click, the door swung open, and they tumbled inside, hastily shutting it behind them and pressing their ears against it to listen. "Which way did they go, Peeves?" Filch's voice demanded. "Hurry up, tell me." "Say please," Peeves replied in his annoyingly sing-song voice. "Don't mess with me, Peeves. Just tell me where they went. If you don't say please, I won't tell you anything." Peeves teased. "Fine, please tell me." "What? Huh? I told you if you don't say please, I won't tell you anything." "Ha." They heard Peeves zoom away as Filch cursed in frustration. "He thought this door was locked," Harry whispered. "I think we're safe now. Get away, Neville." Neville was tugging at Harry's robe sleeve. "What's wrong?" Harry turned and saw, with stark clarity, that he had unwittingly stepped into a nightmare. After everything they had experienced, this was simply too much. They were not in a room, as he had thought. They were in a corridor, the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Now they understood why it was prohibited. They found themselves staring into the eyes of a monstrous three-headed dog, filling the entire space from floor to ceiling. Each of its 3 heads bore fierce, swirling eyes, quivering noses, and drooling mouths with viscous saliva dripping from yellowed fangs. It stood motionless, all 9 eyes fixed upon them. Harry realized that their sudden appearance had startled the creature, which was the only reason they were still alive. However, it was quickly regaining its composure, and its thunderous growls made its intentions abundantly clear. Harry fumbled for the doorknob. Between Filch and death, he would choose Filch. They retreated step by step, and with a decisive slam, Harry shut the door. They dashed back down the corridor, sprinting as if their lives depended on it. Filch was likely preoccupied searching elsewhere. They saw no sign of him and could scarcely care, fixated solely on putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the beast. They ran until Harry collided with someone, recognizing a very familiar presence. At that moment, Ron, Hermione, and Neville called out the person's name, Lockhart. "Where have you all been?" Lockhart asked with a squint and a grin, eyeing their disheveled robes and flushed faces. "We," Harry stammered, unsure how to respond. Hermione interjected, "Lockhart." They accepted Malfoy's challenge to a duel, but Malfoy never showed up and then told Filch about our whereabouts. Ron, hearing Hermione's admission, felt a surge of disdain for her. She had indeed proven right from the start that they would be exposed if caught. Lockhart looked at Harry, somewhat dazed. And in a fleeting moment, Harry realized he had also begun his journey at Hogwarts as a first year, wishing that James and Lily were present. Harry lowered his gaze, harboring no resentment towards Hermione. After all, her words held the truth. "Sorry, Lockhart. Make sure to visit my office tomorrow," Lockhart said, patting Harry on the head. "Now, hurry back." Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances with Harry, while Hermione pondered, "Have I made a mistake?" Neville scratched his head, observing the scene. Lin Fan smiled at them, urging them to hurry back, cautioning them to be wary of losing points for Gryffindor. "Well, goodbye," she said, and the 4 of them hurriedly dashed away. In their flustered state, they could only gasp out loud when confronted by the fat lady, exclaiming, "Don't ask. Pig snout, pig snout." The portrait swung open, and they stumbled into the common room, trembling and collapsing onto the armchairs. For a considerable time, silence enveloped them. As for Neville, he seemed as though he would never speak again. What were they thinking, keeping such a thing locked within the school? Finally, Ron remarked, "If any dog needs training, it's that one." Hermione's breathing steadied, but her temper quickly returned. "You lot, what are your eyes for?" She snapped. "Did you not see what it was standing on?" "On the floor?" Harry speculated. "I didn't see its feet. I was too busy looking at its head." "No, it was on the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It was evidently guarding something." She rose, glaring at them in anger. "I hope you all feel proud of yourselves. We nearly got ourselves bitten to death, or worse, expelled from school. And Harry, despite Lin Fan's kindness, who knows what punishment awaits you tomorrow. Well then, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed," she declared. Ron stared at her retreating figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Go to bed, we don't mind," he said. "What is this all about?" As if we were dragging her away. However, Hermione's words left Harry deep in thought once more when he returned to his dormitory. What was that dog guarding? What had Hagrid said? If one wanted to hide something, Gringotts was perhaps the safest place in the world, second only to Hogwarts. It seemed Harry had unraveled the mystery of that filthy little package in Vault 713. And what exactly did Lin Fan want him to do tomorrow? Was it to reprimand him? Chapter 14. The night before Halloween the next day, Malfoy could scarcely believe his eyes as he spotted Harry and Ron still at Hogwarts, appearing somewhat weary yet exceedingly cheerful. Indeed, Harry and Ron awoke the following morning feeling that their encounter with the three-headed dog had been an exhilarating adventure, one they wished to relive. Moreover, Harry recounted to Ron the tale of the small package that seemed to have been transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts, and they spent considerable time speculating what could possibly necessitate such stringent guarding. It is either exceptionally valuable or particularly perilous, Ron suggested. Or it could be both, Harry added. However, regarding that mysterious object, the only certainty they had was that it measured 2 inches in length. Without further clues, it was impossible to ascertain its nature. Neville and Hermione appeared entirely disinterested in the three-headed dog or what lay beneath the trapdoor. Neville was solely preoccupied with not approaching that monstrous canine again. Hermione, now, was ignoring Harry and Ron. Her usual arrogance and penchant for issuing commands had rendered this quite a fortunate turn of events for them. Eventually, Hermione turned to Harry and said, "Don't forget you're supposed to go see Lin Fan at noon." Harry, already somewhat anxious, had initially sought to distract himself from thoughts of the three-headed dog, but now he felt a wave of unease wash over him. At noon, Harry arrived at Lin Fan's office, but what transpired there was known only to him and Lin Fan. In any case, when he returned, a smile adorned his face, though he was also patting his chest. Safe from Lin Fan, Harry's return eased the tension for Ron and the others, though Hermione would not show her relief in front of them. Now, all Harry and Ron desired was to exact revenge on Malfoy, and they were delighted when, about a week later, such an opportunity arrived with the post. As the owl swooped into the Great Hall as usual, everyone's attention was captured by a slender package carried by 9 long-eared owls. Like the rest, Harry was eager to discover the contents of the package. Unexpectedly, several owls descended, landing right before him, knocking his bacon to the floor. He was utterly astonished. Just as they flapped their wings and took flight, another owl arrived, dropping a letter atop the package. Harry tore open the letter first. Fortunately, he did, as it read, "Do not open the package on the table. Inside is your new Firebolt 2000. I do not want anyone to know you have a new broom, lest they all desire one. Oliver Wood awaits you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 tonight for your first training session. Professor McGonagall." Harry passed the note to Ron, unable to contain his inner joy. "Firebolt 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously. "I've never even touched one." They hurried from the hall, wishing to find an empty space to unwrap the package and reveal the broom before their first class. However, as they traversed the entrance hall, they discovered their path blocked by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy snatched the package from Harry's hands and examined it. "It's a broomstick," he sneered, tossing the package back to Harry, his face a mix of jealousy and resentment. "You're going to get detention, Potter. First years aren't allowed to play with these." Ron could no longer hold back. "This isn't some old broomstick. It's a Firebolt 2000. What was it you claimed to have at home, Malfoy? A Comet 290? Ron chortled at Harry. Though the Comet was impressive, it paled in comparison to the Firebolt. "How would you know, Weasley? You couldn't even afford half a broomstick handle." Malfoy shot back. "I bet you and your brothers have to scrounge together sticks one by one." Before Ron could respond, Professor Flitwick appeared beside Malfoy. "I hope you're not arguing, children," he piped up. "Someone brought Potter a broomstick." "Professor," Malfoy quickly interjected. "Indeed, that is correct," Flitwick said, beaming at Harry. "Professor McGonagall has informed me of the special circumstances. Potter, what model is it?" "Firebolt 2000, sir," Harry replied, desperately stifling a laugh at the look of horror on Malfoy's face. "I owe it all to you, Malfoy," he added, as Harry and Ron climbed the stairs. They couldn't help but suppress their laughter at Malfoy's evident fury and confusion. "Honestly, I'm telling the truth." Harry chuckled as they reached the top of the marble staircase. "If you hadn't stolen Neville's glass ball, I wouldn't have made the team." "So you think this is a reward for your breaking school rules?" came an angry voice from behind them. Hermione stormed up the stairs, glaring at the package in Harry's hands. "I thought you weren't speaking to us," Harry remarked. "Well, now I'm not, either," Ron added. "Which is quite comfortable for us." Hermione strode away, her nose held high. That day, Harry found it difficult to concentrate during lessons. His thoughts constantly drifted to the dormitory where his new broom lay hidden beneath his bed. He also frequently contemplated his upcoming training session at the Quidditch pitch that evening. At dinner, he swallowed his food hastily, hardly paying attention to what he was consuming, and then he and Ron swiftly ascended the staircase, eager to unveil the Nimbus 2000. "Wow," Ron exclaimed as the enchanted broom tumbled onto Harry's bedspread. Even Harry, who was utterly oblivious to the different types of flying brooms, felt that the Nimbus 2000 was truly magnificent. Its elegant lines gleamed with polish, crafted from rich mahogany, with a long tail neatly fashioned from straight twigs, and the words Nimbus 2000 glimmered in gold at the top of the handle. As 7 o'clock approached, Harry exited the castle and made his way towards the Quidditch pitch. Now bathed in twilight, hundreds of seats were arranged in the surrounding stands, allowing spectators a clear view of the field. At each end of the pitch stood 3 golden poles, crowned with hoops. They reminded Harry of the small plastic sticks that Muggle children used to blow soap bubbles. Only these were each 50 feet tall. Harry yearned to take to the skies again. Unable to wait for wood, he mounted his broom and pushed off the ground. What a delightful sensation it was to dart swiftly between the goalposts and soar up and down over the field. A mere gentle nudge was all it took for the Nimbus 2000 to turn in the direction he desired. "Hey, Potter, get down," Wood called out. Clutching a large wooden box under his arm, Harry landed beside him. "Brilliant," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "I understand what Professor McGonagall meant. You truly are a natural. I'll teach you the rules tonight, and then you can join the team for practice 3 times a week." He opened the wooden box to reveal 4 balls of varying sizes. "All right," Wood said, "the rules of Quidditch are quite simple to grasp. Though the game itself is not easy to play. Each side has 7 players, 3 of whom are called chasers. Free chasers." Harry echoed as Wood produced a bright red ball the size of a soccer ball. "This is the quaffle," Wood explained. "The chasers pass the quaffle to one another, trying to get it through a hoop to score points. Each time the quaffle passes through a hoop, it's worth 10 points. Understand? So the chasers throw the quaffle to score," Harry reiterated. "In other words, it's like basketball played on flying brooms with 9 hoops, right?" "What is basketball?" Wood inquired curiously. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry quickly replied. "Well, there's also another player on each side called the keeper. I'm the keeper for Gryffindor. I have to fly around our hoops to prevent the opposing team from scoring. 3 chasers, 1 keeper," Harry said, determined to commit this to memory. "They play with the quaffle." "Got it. And what are these for?" he asked, pointing to the 3 remaining balls in the box. "I'll demonstrate," Wood said, handing Harry a small wooden bat, resembling a baseball bat. "Let me show you what the bludgers do." He produced 2 identical black balls, slightly smaller than the red quaffle. Harry noticed they seemed to be struggling to escape the straps binding them in the box. "Step back," Wood warned Harry. He bent down and released one bludger. Instantly, the black ball shot into the air, hurtling directly towards Harry's face. With little time to react, Harry raised the bat to intercept it, sending it veering off course as it whirled above their heads before darting back toward Wood. Wood lunged forward, catching it firmly and pinning it to the ground. "See?" Wood panted as he stuffed the bludger back into the box, securing it with straps. The bludgers fly around, attempting to knock players off their brooms. Therefore, each side also has 2 beaters. The Weasley twins are our beaters. Their job is to protect our players from the bludgers and to hit them towards the opposing players. So, you understand everything, right? 3 chasers aim to score with the quaffle. The keeper guards the hoops. The beaters defend against the bludgers. "Excellent," Harry said in one breath. "So, have bludgers ever seriously injured anyone?" he asked casually, hoping to sound nonchalant. "Not at Hogwarts. A couple of people have had their jaws broken. But that's about it. All right, the last player on the team is the Seeker. That's you. You don't have to worry about the quaffle and the bludgers unless they knock my head off. Don't worry. The Weasley twins can handle the bludgers. They're practically like 2 bludgers themselves." Wood reached back into the box, retrieving the 4th and final ball. Compared to the quaffle and the bludgers, this one appeared quite small, roughly the size of a walnut. It was golden, with fluttering silver wings. "This," Wood said, "is the golden snitch, the most crucial ball of all. It's incredibly difficult to catch. It flies like lightning and is nearly impossible to see. The Seeker's job is to catch it. You must weave through the chasers, beaters, bludgers, and quaffle, striving to catch it before the opposing Seeker does. If a Seeker catches the golden snitch, their team earns an additional 150 points, virtually guaranteeing victory. A Quidditch match only concludes when the golden snitch is caught, which is why sometimes a match can last for days. I believe the record is about 3 months. They had to bring in substitute players to let the Seekers rest. All right, that's the gist of it. Any questions?" Harry shook his head. He understood what he needed to do, though whether he could execute it well remained uncertain. "We won't use the snitch for practice just yet," Wood said, carefully placing it back in the box. "It's too dark. We might lose it. We'll use a few of these balls for your training." He pulled a bag of ordinary golf balls from his pocket, and moments later, he and Harry were airborne. Wood exerted all his strength, throwing the golf balls in various directions for Harry to catch. Harry was flawless, missing not a single ball, much to Wood's delight. After half an hour, the sky had completely darkened, and they could no longer continue their training. "This year's Quidditch Cup will bear our names," Wood exclaimed as they wearily made their way back to the castle. "If you perform better than Charlie Weasley, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. He would have definitely represented the English team had he not gone off to study dragons." As Harry walked alongside Wood, he noticed a dark-haired, green-eyed figure standing by a window, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Lin Fan had been watching him intently. Harry felt a warmth akin to that of familial affection. Perhaps it was the overwhelming busyness of his life, with assignments from various subjects and 3 evenings of Quidditch practice each week, that made him incredulous when he suddenly realized he had been at Hogwarts for 2 full months. The castle increasingly felt like home, a sentiment he had never experienced on Privet Drive. As he began to master some fundamental knowledge, his studies became progressively more engaging. Chapter 15. The eve of Halloween. On the eve of Halloween, they awoke to the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Even more splendid was Professor Flitwick's announcement in their charms class, proclaiming that they could begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad soar around the classroom, the students had eagerly anticipated trying their hand at the skill. The class was divided into pairs for practice, with Harry partnered with Seamus Finnegan, thankfully, as Neville had long wished to swap partners. Ron, however, found himself paired with Hermione Granger. It was difficult to ascertain who was more vexed between Ron and Hermione. Since the day Harry had received his broomstick, Hermione had refused to speak to either of them. Now, do not forget the delicate wrist movement we have been practicing. Professor Flitwick squeaked from atop his stack of books. A swish and a flick. Remember, a swish and a flick. Pronouncing the incantation correctly is crucial. Do not forget the tale of Baruffio, who mispronounced F as S and ended up on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. It proved to be quite a challenge. Harry and Seamus attempted to swish and flick repeatedly, but the feather they were meant to levitate remained stubbornly on the floor. In a fit of frustration, Seamus jabbed his wand at the feather, igniting it in flames. Harry had to use his hat to extinguish the fire. At another table, Ron seemed to be faring no better. Wingardium Leviosa, he exclaimed, flailing his arms like a windmill. You've got it wrong, Hermione retorted brusquely. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar must be pronounced long and clear. Well, if you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron shouted back. Hermione rolled up her sleeves and waved her wand, declaring, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather floated gracefully from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Bravo! Professor Flitwick squeaked. Everyone look, Miss Granger has succeeded. As the class drew to a close, Ron's mood soured considerably. No wonder everyone can't stand her. He confided to Harry as they navigated the crowded corridors. Honestly, she is like a nightmare. Just as Harry was about to respond, someone bumped into him and hurried past. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face, and to his astonishment, she was in tears. I think she heard you, he remarked. And so what? Ron replied, though a trace of unease crept into his voice. She must have noticed. She doesn't have a single friend. Lin Fan had advised him to treat Hermione kindly. For she was a good girl, and Harry felt they ought to abide by that counsel. He grasped something in his sleeve, a faintly glowing blue talisman. So delicate, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It was a charm made from a gemstone Lin Fan had acquired with Dumbledore in the pyramids of Egypt through his alchemical prowess a decade ago. Harry, take this, Lin Fan had said. It will keep your mind clear and serve you well. Upon receiving this gift, Harry felt not disappointment, but warmth. Ron waved his hand dismissively. As they departed, Lin Fan appeared around the corner, smiling at their retreating figures before turning to walk in another direction. In the next class, Hermione did not show up, and she remained absent throughout the afternoon. As Harry and Ron descended the stairs toward the dining hall for the Halloween feast, they inadvertently overheard Parvati telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and refused to let anyone comfort her. Ron appeared even more uncomfortable upon hearing this. However, moments later, as they entered the dining hall adorned with colorful Halloween decorations, they quickly forgot about Hermione. Thousands of bats flitted around the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the flames in the pumpkins to flicker. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, reminiscent of the feast at the start of term. While Harry was enjoying a jacket potato, he noticed that Lin Fan was absent. Just then, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his scarf askew and his face a mask of terror. All eyes turned to him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's table, leaning heavily against it, gasping, "A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the dining hall. Professor Dumbledore had to cast several loud fireworks from the tip of his wand to restore order. "Prefects," he said in a low, serious tone, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Percy, naturally, took charge. "Follow me. Stay together, first years. If you listen to my instructions, you have nothing to fear from the troll. Now, keep close behind me. Make way, first years coming through." "Excuse me, I'm the prefect. How could a troll get in?" Harry asked as they climbed the stairs. "Don't ask me. Trolls are supposed to be incredibly dim-witted," Ron replied. "Maybe Peeves let it in for some Halloween fun." As they made their way, they encountered several groups of students rushing in various directions. When they squeezed past a cluster of bewildered Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "I just remembered Hermione. What if she doesn't know about the troll?" Ron bit his lip. "Oh, fine," he said decisively, "but let us not let Percy see us." They ducked down, blending into the Hufflepuff crowd as they headed in another direction. They stealthily slipped through an empty side corridor, hurrying toward the girls' bathroom. Just around the corner, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. "Percy," Ron hissed, pulling Harry behind a large statue of a griffin. Peeking from behind the statue, they realized it was not Percy but Snape, who strode down the corridor, disappearing from their sight. "What is he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeon?" "How should I know?" They followed Snape's retreating footsteps, moving quietly down another corridor, trying to make as little noise as possible. "He has headed toward the 3rd floor," Harry noted, but Ron raised a hand. "Can you smell that?" Harry inhaled sharply, a noxious odor invading his nostrils. It was a ghastly blend of dirty socks and an unkempt public restroom. Then, they heard a low murmur accompanied by the sound of enormous feet dragging across the ground. Ron noted that at the end of a corridor to their left, a colossal creature was advancing towards them. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching as it lumbered into a patch of moonlight. The sight was utterly terrifying. Towering at 12 feet, its skin was dull and lifeless, resembling granite in its ashen hue. Its massive, unwieldy body appeared as a mound of immense rubble, capped with a head no larger than a cocoa bean. Its short, thick legs were akin to tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The stench emanating from it was enough to induce nausea. It clutched a hefty wooden club, dragging it along the ground due to its elongated arms. The creature paused by a door, peering inside. "The key is in the lock," Harry murmured. "We can lock it inside." "Good idea," Ron replied nervously. They sidled towards the open door, their mouths dry, fervently hoping the creature would not suddenly charge out. With a determined leap, Harry grasped the key, suddenly slamming it into the door and securing it tightly. Done. They were flushed with excitement at their success and began to hasten back down the corridor. However, halfway through, a realization dawned upon them, and they both shouted in unison. "Oh no," Ron exclaimed, his face as pale as a ghost. "That's the girls' bathroom." Harry gasped for breath. "Hermione." They both cried out. Reluctant as they were to return, what other choice did they have? They spun around and dashed back to the door. Fumbling with the key in their anxious state, Harry yanked the door open, and they rushed inside. Yet, the sight that greeted them was the menacing creature glaring at them from the empty restroom, and they froze. Hermione was nowhere to be found. As the reality sank in, the creature charged towards them, swinging its club, drool dripping from its maw. "Confuse it," Harry shouted desperately to Ron, grabbing a faucet and hurling it against the wall. Perhaps due to the leafy object in his hand, Harry appeared remarkably composed. The creature halted a few steps away, awkwardly shaking itself, its dull eyes blinking in confusion, trying to discern the source of the noise. Its grotesque gaze fell upon Harry, who hesitated for a moment before advancing with its club raised high. "Hey, you big idiot," Ron shouted from the other side of the room, simultaneously tossing a metal pipe at the creature. The creature seemed oblivious to the impact on its shoulder. But the shout caught its attention, and it turned its ugly nose towards Ron, giving Harry a chance to sneak around behind it. "Go, Ron, we must run," Harry urged. The shouts and echoes seemed to drive the creature into a frenzy. It roared again, advancing menacingly towards Ron, who was closest and had no escape. In a moment of both bravery and folly, Harry leaped forward, wrapping his arms around the creature's neck from behind. The creature was oblivious to Harry's weight. But if a long stick were to be inserted into its nose, it would surely feel that. As he leapt, Harry thrust his wand directly into one of the creature's nostrils. The creature howled in pain, thrashing about wildly, swinging its club repeatedly as Harry clung on for dear life. At any moment, it could throw him off and deliver a crushing blow. Just then, frantic voices echoed from outside the restroom. "Harry, be careful." Ron, uncertain of what to do, instinctively shouted the first spell that came to mind, Wingardium Leviosa. The club suddenly flew from the creature's grasp, ascending high into the air before spiraling down and crashing onto its owner's head with a thunderous bang. The creature staggered, then collapsed face first onto the floor, shaking the entire room. Harry scrambled to his feet, trembling and breathless, yet retaining a semblance of composure. Ron stood frozen, wide-eyed at the scene he had just conjured, his wand still raised. "Is it dead?" Ron asked. "I don't think so," Harry replied. "It's likely just unconscious." Harry's gaze fell upon the doorway where the earlier commotion had erupted. "Hermione, thank goodness you're all right." Hermione chuckled at the sight of Harry and Ron in disarray. "I suppose it's good that you two are unscathed." Ron pouted. "Well, we came to rescue you." With a slight tilt of her head, Hermione replied, "Oh really? I wonder who is in worse shape now." Harry smiled, bending down to extract his wand from the creature's nostril, which was smeared with a thick, grayish substance. "Ugh. The creature's snot," he grimaced, wiping his wand on the creature's trousers. At that moment, the downed creature let out a loud roar, causing Ron's face to turn ghostly white and cold sweat to beat upon Harry's brow. They were perilously close to the beast. The creature groggily rose to its feet, glaring at Ron and Harry, raising its club to strike, but immobulous. Hermione shouted, waving her wand. An invisible binding spell enveloped the creature, which writhed and struggled against it. Hermione's face flushed with effort. "Quick, we must leave." "Right." Harry and Ron hastily joined Hermione, though Harry was now somewhat perplexed about the spell she had just cast, one that the professors had seemingly not taught. Bang! The creature broke free from the binding spell, as Hermione was clearly too fatigued. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the room, and the three turned to see the source. They had not realized how much noise they had made. Surely, those below had heard the commotion of crashing and the creature's roars. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing last. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the creature before collapsing onto a toilet, clutching his chest in distress. Snape bent down to inspect the beast, while McGonagall glared at Ron and Harry, her lips ashen. Harry had never seen her so furious. The hope of earning 50 points for Gryffindor swiftly evaporated from his mind. "What on earth are you playing at?" McGonagall demanded, her voice laced with icy anger. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, who remained frozen, one still raised. "You're lucky it didn't kill you. Why weren't you two behaving in your dormitory?" Snape shot Harry a piercing glare. Harry lowered his gaze, wishing Ron would lower his wand. Just then, a low voice emerged from the shadows. "Please, don't be harsh. Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me." "Miss Granger," McGonagall exclaimed, I know very well it was Longbottom who sought you out. As Hermione began to speak, Harry interjected, "Sorry, Professor, it was my fault." Ron, pale as a ghost, added, "And mine too. However, they were still seeking me out, Professor, so I bear some responsibility," Hermione insisted. "But Professor, Harry and the others are quite remarkable, aren't they?" I saw Harry thrust his wand into the troll's nose, and, well? Ron used the levitation charm to knock the troll unconscious. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione, wondering how she knew, as she should not have been there. Yet, as they pondered, it dawned on them that Hermione must have deduced their actions from what she witnessed in the girls' restroom and the troll's appearance. Oh? If that is the case, Professor McGonagall observed them thoughtfully. At that moment, Lin Fan approached McGonagall, squinting as he remarked, "They were impressive, weren't they?" The three of them defeated a troll. With a subtle flick of his finger, the troll, which was attempting to leave, collapsed and fell completely unconscious. "Hermione, you must practice the control charm diligently so that you can execute it in front of others. You see, you could have contained the troll for a longer duration." Harry then realized that Lin Fan was the one who had taught her the control charm. "Nonetheless, you've achieved such results after less than a day's practice. Your talent is truly commendable," Lin Fan smiled. At this, Professor McGonagall shot Lin Fan a disapproving glance, then looked at Hermione, Harry, and Ron. "Very well. I still must say you were fortunate. Few first-year students can contend with an adult troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. You may leave now." After bidding farewell to the professors, they hurriedly exited the room, climbing 2 flights of stairs in silence. Finally, they were relieved not to smell the troll's foul odor anymore. "We shouldn't have only received 15 points, Ron grumbled. "Isn't that already quite good?" Harry responded. "If it weren't for Hermione and Lin Fan, we might have even lost points." Hermione, upon hearing this, smiled shyly. They arrived at the portrait of the fat lady, Pig Snout. After saying the password, they slipped inside. The common room was bustling with activity and noise, everyone enjoying the food that had been delivered. Hermione, Harry, and Ron happily indulged in the feast. Despite their earlier disagreements, from that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. When one shares an extraordinary experience, a bond inevitably forms. And knocking out a 12-foot troll was indeed one such experience. Chapter 19. Harry's Quidditch match. As November arrived, the weather turned exceedingly cold. The mountains surrounding the school appeared gray and were blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface was as cold and hard as tempered steel. Every morning, frost coated the ground. From the window above, they could see Hagrid, bundled in a long coat of mole fur, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots. Clearing frost from the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. After several weeks of rigorous training, Harry was set to participate in his very first match on a Friday, where the Gryffindor team would face the Slytherin team. Should Gryffindor emerge victorious, they would ascend to second place in the House Cup standings. Few had witnessed Harry play Quidditch, as Wood had decided to keep Harry's participation a closely guarded secret, intending to utilize him as their team's secret weapon. However, the news that Harry was to play Seeker had leaked, resulting in varied reactions. Some claimed he would excel, while others suggested they would be ready to catch him with a mattress below to prevent any falls. Harry was uncertain which comment was more disheartening. Fortuitously, Harry now had a friend like Hermione. Without her support, he would be at a loss for how to complete the numerous assignments. As Wood insisted they make the most of every training minute for Quidditch. Hermione had even lent him a book on the history of Quidditch, which he found to be quite fascinating. Harry learned that there were 700 ways to commit fouls in Quidditch, all of which had been catalogued during a World Cup match in 1473. The Seeker was typically the smallest and fastest player, and it appeared that the most severe Quidditch accidents often befell them. Although fatalities in Quidditch were rare, it was said that referees frequently vanished without a trace, only to reappear months later in the Sahara Desert. Since Harry and Ron sought her out, concerned for her safety in the face of the troll, and having shared a perilous experience together, Hermione became less concerned about breaking school rules, which made her all the more endearing. The day before Harry's inaugural Quidditch match, the three of them ventured into the cold courtyard during a break. Hermione had conjured a handful of bright blue flames, which they could carry in a jam jar. They stood there, warming themselves with their backs to the flames. At that moment, Snape crossed the courtyard. Harry immediately noticed Snape limping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled closer together, attempting to shield the flames from view, aware that what they were doing was likely against the rules. Unfortunately, their guilty expressions caught Snape's attention. He approached them, limping. "What do you have there, Potter?" he inquired. "It's a book on the history of Quidditch," Harry replied, showing it to him. "You are not permitted to take library books out of the school," Snape stated. "Hand it over." 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. He fabricated a rule on the spot. Harry watched as Snape limped away, fuming. What happened to his leg? Harry wondered aloud. "I don't know, but I hope it hurts like hell," Ron said, relishing the moment. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was abuzz with excitement. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together by a window. Hermione was reviewing Harry and Ron's homework for their charms class. She steadfastly refused to let them copy her work, asserting that they wouldn't learn anything that way, but after checking it, they always managed to arrive at the correct answers. Harry felt restless. He wanted to retrieve the book on Quidditch history to ease his nerves and stop dwelling on the upcoming match. Why should he let Snape intimidate him? Thus, he stood up and informed Ron and Hermione that he would ask Snape if he could have his book back. I wouldn't go if I were you. They both said in unison. If Lin Fan went to retrieve it, I believe he would return it, Ron suggested. Why should we always trouble Lin Fan for such matters? Both Harry and Hermione declined simultaneously. After contemplating, Harry decided to descend to the staff room to check for himself. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He knocked again, still no response. Perhaps Snape had left the book inside? It was worth a try. He pushed the door open a crack and peered inside, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Inside the room were only Snape and Filch. Snape had lifted his robe above his knees, revealing a leg that was bloodied and mangled. Filch was handing him bandages. Damn thing, Snape muttered. How could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once? Just as Harry was about to gently close the door, Snape exclaimed, Potter. He hastily dropped his robe to conceal his injured leg, his face contorted with rage. Harry felt his breath catch. I was wondering if I could have my book back. Get out. Out. Harry hurriedly left before Snape could deduct more points from Gryffindor. He raced up the stairs. Did you get the book? When Harry returned to Ron and Hermione, Ron inquired about the situation. Harry lowered his voice and recounted everything he had just witnessed. Do you understand what this implies? He finally said, holding his breath. On Halloween night, he intended to pass by that 3-headed dog. When we saw him, he was heading there, searching for the item guarded by the beast. I would wager my Nimbus 2000 that he was the one who let that troll in, to divert people's attention. Hermione's eyes widened. No, he wouldn't, she asserted. I know he isn't good, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore is fiercely guarding. Honestly, Hermione, you always assume that all teachers are saints, Ron retorted bluntly. I agree with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything. But what is he searching for? What is that dog guard? Didn't Hagrid say he wouldn't harm us? And he trusts him, Hermione defended. Still, I'm curious about what is hidden there. As Harry lay in bed, his mind buzzed with this question. Neville was snoring loudly, while Harry struggled to fall asleep. He tried to clear his thoughts. He needed rest. He must rest. For in just a few hours, he would partake in his first Quidditch match. Yet, the image of Snape's face lingered in his mind. Particularly the expression on his face when Harry glimpsed his legs. The following morning was bright and chilly. The aroma of grilled sausages wafted through the dining hall. And everyone anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, chatting excitedly. You must eat something for breakfast. I don't want anything. Just a bit of toast, Hermione coaxed. I'm not hungry. Harry felt dreadful. In an hour, he would be heading to the pitch. Harry, you need to maintain your strength, said Seamus Finnegan. Seekers are always the primary targets. Thank you, Seamus, Harry replied, watching as Seamus slathered thick ketchup on his sausage. By 11 o'clock. It seemed the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students had brought binoculars. The seats were elevated high. Yet it was occasionally difficult to see the action. Ron and Hermione climbed to the top row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who were fervent supporters of the Gryffindor team. To surprise Harry, they crafted a massive banner from a bedsheet stained by a little mouse, emblazoned with Potter for the win. Artistic Dean even drew a large Gryffindor lion below the text. Hermione then cast a clever spell that made the paint shimmer with various colors. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Harry and his teammates donned their vibrant red Quidditch uniforms. The Slytherin team wore green. Wood cleared his throat, signaling for silence. All right, lads, he began. And ladies, chimed in Angelina Johnson, the chaser. And ladies, Wood agreed. It is time. This is the moment we have all been waiting for, Fred stated. The moment we have anticipated for so long, George added. We already know Oliver's speech by heart, Fred remarked to Harry. We were on the team last year. Shut up. You too, Wood interjected. This is the best Gryffindor team in years. We will win. I know it. He glared at everyone, as if to say, you better be prepared. All right, time's up. Good luck to all. Harry followed Fred and George out of the locker room and into the roaring stadium, hoping his knees wouldn't T-buckle. Madame Hooch served as the referee, standing in the center of the pitch, broomstick in hand, awaiting the players. Listen, I hope everyone plays fairly and honestly, she stated as the players gathered around her. Harry noticed her words seemed directed specifically at the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a ninth-year student who bore an unsettling resemblance to a troll. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the waving banner above the crowd, proclaiming Potter for the win. His heart soared with courage. Harry scanned the crowd, his eyes brightening upon spotting a man giving him a thumbs up, prompting him to smile and clench his fist. Everyone, mount your brooms. Harry hopped on his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with vigor. 15 brooms shot into the air, soaring high into the sky. The match commenced. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, an exceptional chaser who was also quite charming. Jordan. Sorry, Professor Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, announced under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye as he served as the commentator. She is flying brilliantly, making a lovely pass to Alicia Spinnet, a talent discovered by Oliver Wood, who was merely a reserve last year. The ball is passed to Johnson, but oh dear, Slytherin has intercepted the quaffle. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint has the quaffle and is racing down the pitch. Flint soared like an eagle, aiming to score, but with a magnificent maneuver. Gryffindor's keeper would block the shot. Now it was Gryffindor's turn to take possession, with Katie Bell darting agilely around Flint in the air. Ouch. That must hurt. As a bludger struck her on the back of the head. The quaffle was seized by Slytherin, and Delia Pusey sped toward the goalposts. But he was knocked down by another bludger. The bludger was expertly deflected by one of the Weasley twins, Fred or George. It was difficult to tell them apart. Gryffindor's chaser reclaimed the quaffle, and with no obstacles ahead, she surged forward. It was as if she was flying, dodging a bludger. The goalposts were ahead. Go, Angelina. The keeper, Bletchley, dove, but he missed. Gryffindor scored. The cheers of Gryffindor echoed in the cold sky, mingled with Slytherin's roars of frustration. Make way, make way. Ron and Hermione nudged each other to create space for Hagrid to sit. I was watching from my hut, Hagrid said, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck. But it's different being in the crowd. Have you seen the snitch yet? No sign of it, Ron replied. Harry has nothing to do yet. As long as he stays out of trouble, that's a stroke of luck, Hagrid remarked, raising the telescope to peer at a tiny dot in the sky at Harry. By the way, where's Hagrid? Hermione asked, puzzled. I thought I saw him over there. Hagrid shook his head. I don't know. High above, Harry glided gracefully over the pitch, squinting to catch a glimpse of the elusive golden snitch. This is a segment of the match strategy devised by him and Wood. You should hide for now and wait until you see the snitch, Wood advised. We don't want you to be attacked too soon. After Angelina scored, Harry performed several somersaults, expressing his exhilaration. Now, he was once again searching for the elusive snitch. Suddenly, he caught a glimmer of gold. But it was merely the reflection from one of the Weasley twins' watches. On another occasion, a bludger hurtled towards him like a cannonball, but Harry evaded it. While Fred pursued the ball, Are you all right, Harry? Fred shouted, before striking the ball forcefully towards Marcus Flint. Slytherin gained possession, and Lee Jordan announced. Chaser Pewes ducked under two bludgers, avoiding the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell. And wait, is that the snitch? Devon Pewes turned to look at the golden flash that zipped past his left ear, inadvertently allowing the quaffle to slip by, sparking murmurs among the crowd. Harry had spotted the snitch. Elation surged through him as he dove down in pursuit of the golden glimmer. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, also noticed it. And the two raced side by side toward the snitch, while the other chasers seemed to have forgotten their tasks, hovering in midair, transfixed. Harry's speed surpassed Higgs's, and he could see the tiny, winged sphere darting ahead. He accelerated fiercely, and with a resounding thud, the Gryffindors erupted in furious shouts. Flint had deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broom to veer sharply, yet Harry clung on resolutely. Foul! The Gryffindors bellowed. Madam Hooch angrily reprimanded Flint and ordered Gryffindor a free shot at the goalposts. However, amidst the chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight again. From the stands, Dean Thomas shouted, "Send him off, ref. Red card. This ISNT football, Dean," Ron reminded him. "You can't send someone off in Quidditch, and what is a red card?" Yet Hagrid concurred with Dean. They should alter the rules. Flint nearly knocked Harry off his broom. Lee Jordan found it difficult to remain impartial. "After such an obvious and despicable act of cheating, Jordan," Professor McGonagall hissed. Following that public and egregious foul, Jordan, I remind you." All right. Flint nearly caused Gryffindor's seeker to meet disaster. "I believe anyone could experience that. So Gryffindor gets a penalty shot," he continued, as Aaliyah took the quaffle, passed it smoothly, and the match resumed, with Gryffindor still in control of the ball. Just as Harry dodged another bludger that whizzed past his head, things took a turn. His broom suddenly trembled violently. For a moment, he feared he was about to fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both hands, his knees clamping down hard. He had never felt such terror. It struck again, as if the broom were determined to unseat him. However, a Firebolt 2000 should not abruptly decide to throw its rider off. Harry attempted to steer toward the Gryffindor goalposts. He vaguely intended to call for Wood to pause the match, only to realize his broom was entirely out of control. He could not maneuver it at all. The broom zigzagged erratically in the air, shaking violently, almost throwing him off. Lee was still narrating. Slytherin had possession. Flint seized the quaffle, passed it to Aaliyah, who passed it to Bell, only to be struck in the face by a bludger, as if to humorously break his nose. "Professor, Slytherin scores. Oh dear." The crowd cheered for Slytherin, seemingly oblivious to Harry's broom's erratic behavior. The broom continued to thrash wildly, lifting Harry higher and further from the field. "I can't fathom what Harry is doing," Hagrid muttered, peering through his binoculars. "If I didn't know him so well, I might think he was unable to control his broom, but he couldn't." Suddenly, the audience pointed skyward at Harry. His broom began to tumble uncontrollably, and he could barely maintain his grip. Abruptly, the broom jerked violently again, and he was flung off, now hanging precariously with just one hand gripping the broomstick. Was there a problem with the broomstick when Flint collided with him? Seamus whispered. "Impossible," Hagrid replied, his voice trembling slightly. "Nothing but powerful dark magic could interfere with a broomstick. A child could not cast such a spell on a Firebolt 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars. Glancing at Harry, her mind racing with the manipulation spell taught by Lin Fan, the wand discreetly waving, the manipulation spell. As she cast it, her eyes scanned the crowd, maintaining a facade of calm despite her anxiety. In the air, Harry found a moment of reprieve thanks to Hermione's spell. Sweat beading on his forehead as he gripped the Firebolt 2000 tightly. "What are you doing?" Ron groaned, his face ashen. "I had my suspicions," Hermione gasped. "It's Snape." Ron grabbed the binoculars. Snape stood in the middle of the opposite stands, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, silently muttering incantations. "He is cursing the broomstick," Hermione exclaimed. "What do we do? Watch me." Without waiting for Ron to utter another word, Hermione vanished. Ron trained the binoculars back on Harry. The broom was vibrating so violently that Harry could not remain airborne much longer. The crowd stood in horror. The Weasley twins soared upward, attempting to pull Harry safely onto their broom, but each time they approached, the broom shot higher. They descended slightly, circling beneath him, evidently hoping to catch him as he fell. Flint had secured the quaffle and scored 5 times, yet no one noticed him. "Hurry, Hermione," Ron whispered desperately. Hermione fought her way through the crowd, reaching the row of seats where Snape sat. She dashed along the row behind him, colliding with Professor Quirrell, who stumbled forward. Yet she did not stop to apologize. Finally reaching Snape, she crouched down, drew her wand, and whispered a carefully considered incantation. Brilliant blue flames erupted from her wand, leaping toward the hem of Snape's robe. Approximately 30 seconds passed before Snape became aware of the fire on him. Hearing a shriek, Hermione knew her task was complete. She swiftly extinguished the flames, tucking the remnants into her pocket, and hurriedly returned. Snape would never know what had transpired. That was sufficient. In the air, Harry suddenly regained his grip on the broomstick. "Neville, you can look now," Ron exclaimed. For the past 5 minutes, Neville had buried his face in Hagrid's jacket, weeping. Harry plunged toward the ground, and the spectators witnessed him cover his mouth, as if about to be sick, landing on all fours and coughing up a golden object into his palm. "I caught the snitch," he shouted, swinging the ball high above his head. And the match concluded amidst chaos. He failed to catch the golden snitch, nearly swallowing it instead. 20 minutes later, Flint was still yelling in frustration. But it was utterly futile. Harry had not breached any rules. Lee Jordan exuberantly announced the final score. Gryffindor triumphed with 170 points to 90. However, Harry paid no heed to this. He returned to Hagrid's hut with Ron and Hermione, where the owner was brewing a strong cup of tea. It was Snape. Ron explained to the others, "Hermione and I saw him. He was casting a spell on your Nimbus 2000, muttering under his breath, his eyes fixed on you." "Nonsense," Hagrid replied, insisting he was unaware of what transpired in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, uncertain how to explain. Harry resolved to tell the truth. "I discovered some things about him," he said to Hagrid. "On Halloween, he tried to get past that 3-headed dog. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever it was guarding." Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he asked. "Fluffy?" Harry echoed. "Yes, it's mine. I acquired it from a Greek man I met last year at a pub. I lent it to Dumbledore to guard something." "What?" Harry asked eagerly. "Enough. Don't ask any more," Hagrid said brusquely. "That's a matter of utmost secrecy, you understand? But Snape intends to steal it." "Nonsense," Hagrid repeated. "Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to harm Harry?" Hermione demanded loudly. The events of the afternoon appeared to have significantly altered her perception of Snape. "I can recognize a malevolent creature when I see one. I've read all about them. You have to make eye contact." Snape's eyes never blinked. "I saw it." "I tell you, you're mistaken," Hagrid retorted angrily. "I don't know why Harry's broom acted that way. But Snape could never wish to harm a student. Now, you 3 listen to me. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This is perilous. Forget about that 3-headed dog. Forget what it guards. That is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Uh-huh," Harry exclaimed. "So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it?" Hagrid fumed, clearly irritated with himself. In the secret chamber where Harry discovered the dog, a handsome man with black hair and blue eyes gazed at the 3-headed beast, gently stroking it. The dog obediently licked its tongue, then shifted its body, revealing a trapdoor beneath. The man leapt into the tunnel. Beside a vast mirror, he beheld a warm scene reflected. A beautiful woman, 3 handsome men, and a delightful little boy. His eyes brimmed with memories. Lily, James, Remus, Sirius. Smiling faintly, he shook his head, then produced a few items from an unknown source, waving his hand to make them vanish. Chapter 17. The Man in the Mirror. Christmas approached. On a mid-December morning, Hogwarts awoke from its slumber, discovering several feet of snow blanketing the grounds and the lake frozen solid. The Weasley twins faced punishment for enchanting snowballs to chase Quirrell, pelting him in the back of his turban. Several owls flew through the stormy skies delivering mail. Weary from their arduous journey, needing Hagrid's care to regain their strength before continuing, everyone eagerly anticipated the holiday. Although the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall blazed with roaring fires, the corridors, buffeted by drafts, turned bitterly cold, and the classroom windows rattled from the fierce winds. To make matters worse, Professor Snape conducted his classes in the dungeons, where their breath formed white mist before them, forcing them to huddle close to their steaming cauldrons. "I truly feel sorry for those who must remain here over Christmas," Draco Malfoy remarked during potions class, his gaze directed at Harry. Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. Harry was preoccupied with grinding pufferfish spines into powder, ignoring them. Since the Quidditch match, Malfoy had grown more surly than ever, incensed by Slytherin's defeat. Claiming that next time a giant tree frog would substitute for Harry as Seeker, he hoped to elicit laughter, but no one found his jest amusing. For all admired Harry's ability to stay firmly on his reckless broomstick. Malfoy, both envious and furious, resorted to mocking Harry's lack of a proper family. Indeed, Harry had no desire to return to Privet Drive for Christmas. Last week, Professor McGonagall had come to register students staying for the holidays, and Harry signed up immediately. Feeling no sorrow about it, this Christmas might well be the best he had ever experienced. Ron and his twin brothers also planned to stay, as the Weasley parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. As they exited the potions classroom, they found the corridor blocked by a large fir tree. Spotting 2 large feet protruding from beneath, they recognized Hagrid's familiar puffing sound. "Hey, Hagrid, need a hand?" Ron inquired, leaning his head through the branches. "No, I'm fine." "Thank you, Ron. Could you move aside, please?" Came Malfoy's cold, drawling voice from behind them. "Are you looking to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I suppose you hope to guard a hunting ground after graduating from Hogwarts? Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your former home." Ron charged at Malfoy. But just then, Snape appeared on the staircase. "Weasley." Ron released his grip on Malfoy's collar. Someone provoked him. "Professor Snape," Hagrid interjected from behind the tree. "Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, striking someone is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid," Snape replied smoothly. "Gryffindor loses 5 points. Weasley, consider yourself fortunate it wasn't more. Now, off you go, all of you." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle rudely squeezed past the tree, knocking needles everywhere while laughing smugly. "I'll teach him a lesson," Ron said through gritted teeth, watching Malfoy's retreating back. "One day, I'll show him." "I loathe those two," Harry said, referring to Malfoy and Snape. "Come now, cheer up. Christmas is nearly here," Hagrid encouraged. "Guess what? Come with me to the Great Hall. It's simply marvelous." Thus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid and his fir tree into the Great Hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busily adorning the space with Christmas decorations. "Ah, Hagrid. Has the last tree finally made its entrance, placed in that corner?" The hall appeared resplendent. The walls were festooned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the room, some adorned with glistening icicles and others twinkling with hundreds of candles. "By the way, Hagrid, where has Fawn gone?" Hagrid shook his enormous head and replied, "I have no idea." Hermione furrowed her brow. "Aren't the professors supposed to assist?" Hagrid, seemingly oblivious, turned to Ron and Harry and inquired, "How many days until the holiday?" "Only 1 day left," they responded. "Oh, that reminds me. Harry, Ron, we have half an hour until dinner. We should head to the library." Despite finding Hagrid peculiar, Hermione thought little of it. "Oh, yes, you are right," Ron said, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Professor Flitwick, who was conjuring a stream of golden bubbles with his wand and hanging them on the newly arrived tree's branches. "The library?" Hagrid questioned, following them out of the Great Hall, studying before the holidays. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Oh, we are not reviewing our lessons," Harry cheerfully replied. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we have been trying to uncover his identity." "What?" Hagrid appeared alarmed. "Listen, I told you to drop it. That great dog is guarding something that has nothing to do with you. We merely wish to know who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing more," Hermione stated. "Would you be willing to enlighten us, to spare us such trouble?" Harry added. "We have sifted through at least 100 books and have not even caught a glimpse of him. Just a hint would suffice." "I know I have seen his name somewhere." "I won't say a word," Hagrid replied tersely. At that moment, his expression brightened. "Ah, Fong, thank goodness you have finally arrived." This interruption halted Ron's impending remark. Lin Fan smiled as he gazed at the group. Hagrid, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. "What are you discussing?" he inquired. "Lin Fan, could you enlighten us about Nicholas Flamel?" Since Hagrid inadvertently let slip the name, they had been scouring the pages for any mention of Flamel. Beyond this, what other means did they have to uncover what Snape was so intent on acquiring? The challenge lay in their uncertainty regarding where to begin. They were oblivious to Flamel's notable achievements that warranted a place in the annals of literature. He was neither featured in the celebrated wizards of the 20th century nor listed among the renowned contemporary magicians. Furthermore, his name was conspicuously absent from the significant discoveries in modern magic and the studies on the evolution of recent sorcery. Additionally, the sheer magnitude of the library's collection was daunting, with thousands of books, countless shelves, and hundreds of narrow passages. Lin Fan squinted at the trio, making them feel as if he could see through all their secrets, prompting them to awkwardly avert their gazes. Of course, Nicholas is an exceptional alchemist. He was the first to discover the Philosopher's Stone and is known as its sole creator, Lin Fan stated. Hagrid stared at him in bewilderment, perhaps shocked or troubled by something more. The Philosopher's Stone? Ancient alchemy involves the creation of this remarkable substance, which possesses astonishing properties. It can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were taken aback. The elixir of life. Immortal. Indeed, Lin Fan clapped his hands. Now, Everyone, let us get to work. His demeanor made Hermione sense he might be concealing something, especially since Hagrid had been so secretive about the Philosopher's Stone, while Lin Fan had spoken of it so plainly. People tend to trust answers that are harder to obtain. After finishing, Lin Fan waved them off. Hagrid, let us depart. We have matters to attend to. Oh, right. Hagrid hurriedly followed. Hermione turned to Harry and Ron. Don't you find Lin Fan's words a bit suspicious? Harry, puzzled, replied, but Lin Fan has already told us. Has he? I believe the great dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Ron looked at Hermione, equally confused. I think he is hiding something more, Hermione deduced. Let us head to the library and investigate further. She pulled out a list from her bag, detailing the topics and books she intended to research. Meanwhile, Ron meandered through a row of books, aimlessly pulling some from the shelves. Harry found himself unwittingly in the restricted section. Unfortunately, to access any restricted book, he needed a signed note from a teacher, which he knew he could never procure. These books contain potent dark magic not covered in Hogwarts classes, accessible only to upper-year students studying advanced defense against the dark arts. What are you looking for, child? Madam Pants, the librarian, waved a feather duster at him. Nothing. Harry responded. Then you'd better leave. Go on out. Harry exited the library, wishing he had been quick-witted enough to fabricate some lies. He, Ron, and Hermione unanimously decided it was best not to inquire with Madam Pants about where to find the elusive LeMay. They knew she would certainly inform them, but they could not risk Snape discovering their intentions. Harry waited in the corridor for the other two, though he held little hope. They had been searching for 2 weeks, only utilizing spare moments between classes, so it was no surprise they had found nothing. They desperately needed to conduct a thorough search without Madam Pants lurking behind them, breathing down their necks. 5 minutes later, Ron and Hermione returned, shaking their heads in disappointment. Together, they went to have lunch. While I'm away, you two must continue searching, all right? Hermione instructed. Once you discover anything, send me an owl. You might also ask your parents if they know anything about LeMay, Ron suggested. It's quite safe to do so. Very safe, considering both are dentists, Hermione replied. During the holiday, Ron and Harry had so much fun that they hardly thought about LeMay. The dormitory was entirely theirs, and the common room was much less crowded than usual, allowing them to occupy the comfiest armchairs by the fire. There, they sat, enjoying all manner of food they could skewer with forks, bread, pastries, mushrooms, while devising plans to get Malfoy expelled. Although these schemes were unlikely to be executed, discussing them was always a source of amusement. Ron had even started teaching Harry how to play wizard's chess. Wizard's chess was identical to Muggle chess, except the pieces were alive, making it feel more like commanding an army in battle. Ron's set was quite old and tattered. All his belongings had once belonged to other family members, and this chess set had belonged to his grandfather. Nevertheless, the age of the pieces did not hinder Ron, who maneuvered them effortlessly. Harry used the chess set left to him by Seamus Finnegan, but the pieces did not trust him at all. His skills were still rudimentary, and the pieces argued among themselves, causing a cacophony. Don't send me there. Can't you see his knight? Send him. He can sacrifice himself. On the eve of Christmas, as Harry climbed into bed, he only hoped for a hearty breakfast and a day filled with joy. He had not expected to receive any gifts. However, upon waking the next morning, the first thing he noticed was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. Merry Christmas. Harry groggily got out of bed and donned his dressing gown, while Ron, still half asleep, remarked, Merry Christmas to you too. Come and see how many gifts I received. What did you expect, Cabbage? Ron retorted, glancing at his own much larger pile. Harry picked up the topmost package, wrapped in thick brown paper, adorned with the ornate handwriting of Hagrid. Inside lay a crudely crafted flute, evidently handmade by Hagrid himself. When Harry blew into it, it emitted a sound reminiscent of an owl hooting. The second small package contained a note. We received your letter. Enclosed is your Christmas gift. From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Taped to the note was a 50-penny coin. How generous, Harry mused. Ron was fascinated by the coin. How peculiar. Is this what Muggle money looks like? You should keep it, Harry said, watching Ron's excitement and unable to hold back his laughter. Hagrid's gift. Aunt and Uncle's gift. So who sent these? I think I know who sent that one, Ron said, blushing slightly as he pointed to a large, bulging package. It's my mother. I told her she wouldn't receive any presents, and now look, she's knitted you a sweater, just like the one she makes for the Weasley family. Harry unwrapped the package to find a thick, hand-knit, bright green sweater and a large box of homemade fudge. She makes us one every year, Ron added. Opening his own package, mine is always a dark maroon. She really is wonderful, Harry said, tasting a piece of fudge and finding it deliciously sweet. The next gift was also candy, a large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. Finally, there remained one last package. Harry picked it up and felt its light weight. As he unwrapped it, a silvery, liquid-like substance spilled onto the floor, shimmering as it pooled. Ron gasped. I've heard of this, he whispered, tossing aside the bizarre jelly beans Hermione had given him. If I'm not mistaken, this is exceedingly rare and precious. What is it? Harry inquired as he picked up the glistening fabric from the floor. It felt peculiar in his hands, as if woven from water. It was an invisibility cloak. Ron exclaimed, his face illuminated with awe. I am certain. Try it on. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, and Ron let out a shout. Indeed. Look down. Harry glanced at his feet, and to his astonishment, they had vanished. He dashed to the mirror, and sure enough, he could see only his head floating in midair. His body completely concealed. Pulling the cloak over his head made him entirely disappear from the mirror's reflection. There's a note, Ron suddenly exclaimed. As a piece of paper fell from within the cloak, Harry removed his robe and seized the letter. It was inscribed in a slender, swirling script he had never encountered before, reading, Your father left this for me before he died. It is now time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. No signature was present. Harry stared at the note in a daze, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. If I could have something like that, I would give up anything, he said, anything at all. What's wrong? Nothing, Harry replied, feeling a sense of unease. Who had sent the cloak? Had it truly belonged to his father? Ron, do you think it was sent by Lupin? Ron shook his head. I think it's best you ask Lupin yourself. Oh, you can see if there's anything from Lupin inside. Harry rummaged through it, shaking his head. Nothing. He felt a bit disheartened, but the thought that the cloak might be a gift from Lupin lifted his spirits somewhat. Before he could say or think more, the dormitory door burst open, and Fred and George Weasley rushed in. Harry quickly concealed the cloak. He wasn't ready for anyone else to know. Merry Christmas. Hey, look. Harry got a Weasley sweater too. Fred and George were clad in blue sweaters, one adorned with a large yellow F, the other with a prominent yellow G. Harry's is better than ours, Fred remarked, lifting Harry's sweater. Clearly, Mum puts more effort into gifts for non-family. Why don't you wear yours, Ron? George inquired. Come on. Put it on. It's both beautiful and warm. I don't like dark burgundy, Ron half-heartedly complained while pulling the sweater over his head. Your sweater has no letter. George commented. She probably thinks you want to forget your name. We aren't foolish. She often calls us George and Fred. What's all this noise? Percy Weasley peeked in, his face displaying dissatisfaction. He was evidently unwrapping his Christmas gift, with a bulky sweater draped over his arm. Fred snatched it from him. P stands for prefect. In English, both Percy and prefect start with P. Put it on. Percy, come on. We've all done so. Even Harry got one. I don't want to wear it, he mumbled, but the twins forcefully pulled the sweater over Percy's head, knocking his glasses askew. And you're not allowed to sit with the prefects today, George stated. Christmas is a day for family. They hoisted Percy out of the room, his arms bound by the sweater, rendering him immobile. Harry had never attended such a Christmas feast in his life. 100 plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, platters of delicious sausages, bowls of buttered peas, and rich, thick gravies accompanied by cranberry sauce awaited him at every turn along the dining table, alongside heaps of wizarding crackers. These marvelous crackers were nothing like the meager muggle ones the Dursleys typically bought, which contained only flimsy plastic toys and fragile paper hats. Harry and Fred pulled a cracker, and instead of a dull thud, it exploded with a cannon-like bang, enveloping them in a cloud of blue smoke, from which emerged a naval admiral's hat and several lively white mice. At the head table, Dumbledore swapped his pointed wizard hat for a flower-adorned lady's hat, chuckling merrily after a joke from Professor Flitwick. Following the turkey was a vibrant Christmas pudding. Percy nearly cracked his tooth on a silver sickle hidden within his pudding. Harry watched as Hagrid consumed glass after glass of wine, his face growing redder until he unexpectedly kissed Professor McGonagall on the cheek. To Harry's astonishment, she giggled, blushing as her tall black hat tilted askew. As Harry rose from the table, he cradled a plethora of items that had burst forth from the crackers, including a bag of non-exploding balloons, a small device mimicking a meat tumor, and his very own wizard chess set. The little white mice had vanished, leaving Harry with an unsettling feeling. He suspected they had become part of Mrs. Norris's Christmas dinner. Harry and the Weasley brothers engaged in a snowball fight, reveling in the joy of the afternoon. Eventually, they were so cold and drenched that they returned, breathless, to the warmth of the common room fireplace. Harry tried out his new chess pieces but suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of Ron. He mused that if Percy hadn't been incessantly offering misguided advice, he might not have lost so badly. After indulging in a tea spread of turkey sandwiches, roasted pies, wine-soaked fruitcake, and Christmas cake, everyone felt overly full and slightly drowsy. They had no desire to do anything else before bed, merely watching Percy chase Fred and George around Gryffindor Castle, as the twins had snatched his prefect badge. This was the most delightful Christmas Harry had ever experienced. Yet, throughout the day, one thought lingered in his mind. It wasn't until he lay in bed that he had the leisure to ponder it, the invisibility cloak and the identity of the person who had given it to him. Could it be Lupin? He realized he hadn't seen Lupin all day. Ron, stuffed with turkey and cake, was not troubled by any oddities, and he fell asleep almost as soon as his bed curtains were drawn. Harry leaned over the side of his bed and retrieved the invisibility cloak from under it. It had once belonged to his father. He let the fabric flow through his fingers, smoother than silk and lighter than air. Use it wisely, the note had instructed. He had to try it now. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, wrapping the cloak around himself. He looked down at his legs, only to see moonlight and shadows. It was an extraordinarily strange sensation. Use it wisely. Suddenly, Harry felt a surge of clarity. Wearing this cloak, Hogwarts was entirely laid open before him. He stood in darkness and silence, his heart racing with exhilaration. Draped in the invisibility cloak, he could go anywhere. Anywhere at all, and Filch would never know. Ron mumbled in his sleep. Harry wondered whether to wake him. For some reason, he refrained. This time, he wanted to use his father's cloak alone. He tiptoed out of the dormitory, descended the stairs, crossed the common room, and crawled through the portrait hole. Who was there? The fat lady croaked. Harry remained silent, hurrying through the corridor. Where was he headed? He paused, pondering, his heart pounding. Suddenly, it struck him, the restricted section of the library. He could read to his heart's content until he unraveled the mystery of who LeMay was. Wrapping the invisibility cloak tightly around himself, he ventured forth. The library was engulfed in darkness, eerie and foreboding. Harry illuminated a lamp, carrying it as he navigated through the rows of bookshelves. The lamp appeared to hover in midair. Although he sensed it was in his grip, the sight sent chills down his spine. The restricted section lay at the rear of the library. Harry cautiously stepped over the rope that separated these books from the others, raising his lamp to read the titles. Yet, the titles provided no clues. The faded, peeling gilded lettering formed words that Harry could not comprehend. Some books bore no titles at all. One book was marred by a dark stain, resembling blood, which looked utterly terrifying. The hair on the back of Harry's neck stood on end. He sensed whispers emanating from the books, as if they were aware of an intruder in their midst. Perhaps it was his imagination, or perhaps it was not. He needed to find a starting point. Carefully placing the lamp on the floor, he peered along the bottom of the shelves, searching for a book that appeared intriguing. Suddenly, he spotted a large tome, black and silver. The book was heavy, and he struggled to pull it out and set it on his lap, allowing it to open on its own. A piercing, bone-chilling scream shattered the silence. The book was screaming. Harry slammed it shut, yet the shriek persisted, a high-pitched, continuous, deafening wail. He stumbled back, knocking the lamp over, extinguishing its light instantly. In his panic, he heard footsteps approaching from the corridor outside. He swiftly returned the screaming book to the shelf and bolted. Almost at the door, he brushed past Filch, whose furious pale eyes seemed to penetrate through him. Harry slipped beneath Filch's outstretched arms and dashed down the corridor, the book's screams still echoing in his ears. He abruptly halted in front of a set of imposing armor. In his haste to escape the library, he had not noticed his direction. Perhaps it was the overwhelming darkness that rendered him disoriented. He knew there was a suit of armor near the kitchen, but he was certain he was now 5 floors above it. Professor, you mentioned that if anyone was wandering about at night, you would be informed immediately. Someone was in the library, in the restricted section. Harry felt his blood run cold. Wherever he was, Filch surely knew a shortcut, for his sticky, oily voice drew ever closer, and to his great alarm, he heard Snape's voice in reply. The restricted section? They couldn't have gone far. We will surely catch them. Rooted to the spot, Harry realized that Filch and Snape were turning the corner ahead. They could not see him, but the corridor was narrow, and should they advance any closer, they would collide with him. His invisibility cloak did not render his physical form invisible. He retreated step by step, striving to remain silent. A door on his left was ajar, and it presented his only hope. He sidled in, careful not to disturb the door. Thank goodness, he had finally entered the room. They had not noticed him and walked past. Leaning against the wall, Harry inhaled deeply, listening as their footsteps gradually faded away. That had been truly perilous, far too perilous. Only after several seconds did he begin to take in the surroundings of the room that had offered him refuge. It appeared to be an abandoned classroom. Many desks and chairs were stacked against the wall, casting large, dark shadows. A discarded wastebasket lay overturned. However, against the wall directly in front of him stood an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of space. It was a grand mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, with an ornate golden frame, supported by 2 clawed feet. Inscribed at the top were the words, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon woser. Now that Filch and Snape's voices had faded, Harry's anxious heart began to relax. He approached the mirror slowly, eager to catch a glimpse of his reflection, but the glass was empty. He stepped closer, standing right before the mirror. He had to stifle a gasp to avoid crying out. He whirled around abruptly, his heart racing more wildly than when the book had screamed. For in the mirror he not only saw himself but also a multitude of figures standing behind him. But there was no one in the room. Gasping for breath, he slowly turned back to the mirror. Indeed, his reflection showed him, pale and terrified, alongside at least a dozen individuals standing behind him. Harry turned to look behind him again, but there was still no one there. Were they all invisible? Was he truly in a room filled with invisible people? And the magic of the mirror revealed them, regardless of their state of visibility? He scrutinized the mirror more closely. In its depths, a woman standing behind him smiled and waved. He reached out, feeling around behind him. If she truly existed, Harry should be able to touch her. Given how close they appeared in the mirror, yet all he grasped was air. She and the others existed solely in the reflection. She was an incredibly beautiful woman with deep red hair, and Harry realized her eyes looked just like his. Then, he noticed she was crying, smiling yet weeping simultaneously. Beside her stood a tall, slender man with dark hair who wrapped his arm around her. The man wore glasses, his hair disheveled, with a tuft stubbornly standing up at the back of his head, much like Harry's. Harry was now very close to the mirror, his nose nearly brushing against his reflections. Mom? He whispered, "Dad?" They both looked at him, smiling warmly. Harry slowly scrutinized the faces of the other figures in the mirror, discovering they all shared his striking green eyes, the same nose, and one old man even had knees that resembled Harry's bumpy ones. He was gazing at his family for the first time in his life. The Potter family waved cheerfully at Harry. He stared at them with longing, pressing his hands firmly against the mirror's surface as if he wished to leap into it and be with them. A profound ache filled his heart, half from joy and half from deep sorrow. He did not know how long he stood there. The reflections in the mirror remained undiminished. He gazed and gazed, unable to satiate his longing, until distant voices brought him back to reality. He could not linger there. He needed to return to sleep. Reluctantly, he tore his gaze from his mother's face and softly murmured, "I will come back." He hurriedly left the room. "You should have woken me," Ron exclaimed angrily. "You can come tonight. I want to go again. I want to show you the mirror. I want to see your parents," Ron said eagerly. "I want to see your whole family, all the Weasleys. You can point out your other brothers and all your relatives. You can see them anytime," Ron said. "Come to my house this summer." But perhaps the mirror can only show the deceased. Alas, it is a shame. We have yet to uncover any information on LeMay. Why aren't you eating? Have some salted meat or something. Harry felt too overwhelmed to eat. He encountered his parents and would see them again that night. He had nearly forgotten about LeMay. The matter seemed to have lost its significance. Who cared what the 3 large dogs were guarding? Even if Snape were to steal that object, what difference would it make? Harry's greatest concern was finding the room with the mirror. The following day, as Ron was also cloaked in the invisibility cloak, their pace slowed considerably. They sought to rediscover the route Harry had taken from the library, wandering aimlessly through the dimly lit corridors for nearly an hour. "I'm freezing," Ron lamented. "Let us give up and head back." "No," Harry rasped. "I know it's somewhere nearby." They brushed past a tall wizard drifting from the opposite direction, yet encountered no one else. Just as Ron began to hum about his feet being numb, Harry spotted the suit of armor. "This is it. This is the place." They pushed open the door. Harry slipped off the invisibility cloak and glided towards the mirror. They were still there. Upon seeing him, his mother and father beamed with delight. "Do you see them?" Harry whispered. "I can't see anything." Look. They're all there, a whole crowd. I can only see you. Take a good look. Come stand where I am." As Harry stepped aside, the moment Ron stood before the mirror, Harry could no longer see his family, only Ron in his patterned pajamas. Ron stared in awe at his reflection in the mirror. "Look at me," Ron exclaimed. "Can you see your family surrounding you?" "No, it's just me, but it's different from now. I seem to be older. I'm the president of the student council." "What?" "I'm wearing a badge like Bill S. and holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm the captain of the Quidditch team." With great difficulty, Ron tore his gaze from the magnificent vision, glancing excitedly at Harry. "Do you think this mirror predicts the future?" "How could it? My family is dead. Let me see again. You've already had your turn for the night. Give me a moment. You're merely holding the Quidditch cup. What is so exciting about that? I want to see my parents. Don't push me." Suddenly, a voice echoed down the corridor, interrupting their argument. They were unaware of how loud they had been. "Quick!" As Ron draped the invisibility cloak over both of them, the glimmering eyes of the fat lady appeared around the door. Ron and Harry stood frozen, both contemplating the same thought. Does the cloak work on cats? After what felt like an eternity, the fat lady finally turned away. "It's still not safe. She might be looking for Filch. I'm sure she heard us. Let us go." Ron pulled Harry out of the room. After their departure, Lupin entered the room, his face reflecting nostalgia as he stood before the mirror of East, gazing at the 3 men and 1 woman within, a smile gracing his features. "James, Lily, Harry has grown." Chapter 18. A Heart in Despair. Albus. Let us conceal the mirror of East tonight. On the 3rd day since Harry had encountered the mirror, Lupin spoke calmly in Dumbledore's office. "Weren't you going to see if Harry could control himself a bit longer? Shouldn't we wait a few more days?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, then seemed to ponder something. A hint of worry crossed the eyes behind his glasses. Has something else emerged? Lin Fan nodded silently, affirming his thoughts. He then spoke again, suggesting that if Harry were to appear tonight, he should take charge. "Where will it be this time? Can you sense it? Is it still within Hogwarts?" "No. But there is a slight connection," Lin Fan replied, sipping his lemon tea before continuing. "Last night, I sensed some presence through the mirror of East." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Dumbledore quickly grasped the implications. The other side of the mirror of East? Indeed. The counterpart created simultaneously with the mirror of East is the Mirror of Despair, a dark magical artifact known as the Realm of Despair. Do you know where it is? Any leads? Dumbledore inquired. Every time that artifact appears, Lin Fan seems to vanish for quite some time. When do we depart? Be prepared, remember that. Dumbledore's concern for Lin Fan was greatly appreciated, though he would not show it outwardly. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Fan remarked, "Of course. My numerous experiences have taught me not to act impulsively. Preparation is essential before undertaking any task. As for confronting that artifact, it should be tonight. The sooner, the better. To avert any unforeseen changes." "Well, it's good that you understand," Dumbledore responded, "but do not underestimate me. I have Lin Fan with me." Upon hearing Lin Fan's confident declaration, Dumbledore chuckled lightly, aware that only Lin Fan possessed the capability to confront that artifact. He could only offer him a measure of encouragement. Would you care for some dessert? He asked, retrieving a small box from his drawer and opening it. Lin Fan observed the incessantly wriggling mass of cockroaches in the box, some of which were attempting to crawl out. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Not everyone finds pleasure in such things. Only you, Dumbledore, seem to take delight in it." With that, he promptly rose to his feet and turned away, adding, "If you dare bring this out again." Before he could finish his sentence, a small cockroach scuttled beside him, causing Lin Fan's complexion to pale. In haste, he fled from Dumbledore's office. The youth truly does not understand how to enjoy life. Does he, Fox? Dumbledore remarked, glancing at the phoenix nestled in the hearth. "Ah, so you have returned, Harry?" Dumbledore said, seated at a table along the wall behind Harry, who appeared startled. I didn't see you, sir," Harry stammered, recalling that he must have walked right past Dumbledore in his eagerness to gaze into the mirror, oblivious to the presence of the esteemed wizard. "Quite curious, I assent it. Even with invisibility, you seem to have developed a form of myopia," Dumbledore observed. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him at Dumbledore's smile. "Now, as I was saying," Dumbledore continued, sliding off the table to sit on the floor beside Harry, "like countless others before you, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist." "I didn't know it was called that, sir," Harry replied. "But I suppose you've grasped its enchantment by now?" "It allowed me to see my family," Harry admitted. "And it showed your friend Ron envisioning himself as the president of the student council." "How did you know?" "I don't need an invisibility cloak to become unseen," Dumbledore replied gently. "Now, can you ponder what the Mirror of Erist reveals to us all?" Harry shook his head. "Allow me to elucidate. The happiest individuals can utilize the Mirror of Erist as a commonplace mirror, meaning they behold their own reflection. Does that clarify anything?" Harry contemplated this before slowly responding. "The mirror shows us what we desire, regardless of what it may be." "Indeed, and yet not quite," Dumbledore gently corrected. "It reveals only our deepest, most fervent longings. You have never beheld your family, hence you see them surrounding you." Ron Weasley, always feeling overshadowed by his brothers, perceives himself standing alone, the most distinguished among them. However, this mirror imparts no wisdom nor reveals the truth. People squander their time before it, entranced by what they see, even driven to madness by the uncertainty of whether the reflections are real or attainable. The mirror shall be relocated tomorrow, Harry. I urge you to refrain from seeking it again. Should you chance upon it one day, prepare yourself. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the reality of life is utterly fruitless. Remember that. Now, why not don that marvelous invisibility cloak and retire for the night?" Harry stood up. "Professor Dumbledore, may I pose a question?" "That essay given." "You just did," Dumbledore chuckled. "However, you may inquire further. What did you see in the mirror?" I beheld myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks." Harry's eyes widened. "Socks are perpetually insufficient," Dumbledore remarked. "Christmas comes and goes, yet I receive not a single pair. People insist on gifting me books instead." At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly winked at Harry. "Would you like to know what Lin Fan saw?" Dumbledore's words piqued Harry's curiosity. "What was it?" Dumbledore extended 4 fingers. "For individuals." "Indeed, for individuals," he confirmed, waving Harry off. "Now, hurry back." "Ah, yes, sir." It was only when Harry returned to his bed that he contemplated whether Dumbledore had been entirely truthful about what he had seen. However, as he pushed aside the patch on his pillow, he thought, that is a matter of privacy. Yet, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the 4 individuals Lin Fan had seen. Surely, his parents were among them. But who could the other 2 be? Bachenbach Magical Emporium. Ding. The bell above the door of the quaint establishment chimed as a striking man with dark hair and blue eyes entered, exclaiming loudly, bored to tears at the counter. "Are we?" Glancing at Lin Fan, Bachin, who was lounging atop the counter, replied, "Ah, it's you, Lin Fan. What have you brought this time?" Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, insisting, No, I am here to request something from you." "Request something?" Bojin suddenly exclaimed, resembling a hedgehog under attack. "Oh, heavens. Do you have any idea how impoverished I am? Can you truly bear to exploit a destitute merchant? Look, my shop has been devoid of customers for quite some time." He lamented incessantly. "No, I merely wish to borrow that item for a brief period." Lin Fan felt the veins in his forehead throb, a dull ache beginning to form. This avaricious fellow. "You see, the crux of our business lies in equitable exchange. Let us first ascertain what you wish to borrow from me." Bojin's eyes gleamed with the lustrous glimmer of gold. "The other half of the Eris mirror, also known as Dispel," Lin Fan stated. Upon hearing this, Bojin shook his head vigorously, waving his hands in protest. "Oh heavens, you know its value. It is a dark magical artifact crafted by a great alchemist, possessing immense collectible significance." Seeing Bojin poised to embark on another lengthy discourse, Lin Fan swiftly interrupted, "Enough. There is no need for further elaboration. We are all aware that no one would buy that Dispel. Only those perverse individuals would seek to torment themselves with their own fears and despair." "Oh, how could you say such a thing?" "Name your price, and I shall purchase it," Lin Fan replied, exasperated. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bojin's face lit up as if a flower had bloomed. He gestured towards Lin Fan, declaring, 30,000 galleons. Lin Fan cast a glance at him and spoke indifferently. You may consider seizing Gringotts. At most, it will cost you 2,000 galleons. Oh. If you choose not to sell it to me, you can only await the rust and mold that will accumulate on this wretched mirror. Moreover, can your mind truly withstand the terror of seeing your own fears reflected in it at midnight? Woojin's face shifted between hues of pale and greenish. Good heavens, Lin Fan. We are friends. In the world of commerce, sentiment holds no value. Woojin. As a merchant, do you not comprehend this? Very well, very well. But do you not think you ought to provide me with some additional potions? Woojin pleaded once more for his own advantage. Here are a few vials of potions for you. Now, lead me to see Dispel, Lin Fan declared, proceeding into the interior without waiting for a reply. Woojin hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 19. A heart in despair standing before the Dispel magic mirror, Lin Fan pulled down the crimson cloth that concealed it. This mirror bore a striking resemblance to the Eris magic mirror. He touched its surface, feeling its rough texture and a faint chill emanating from it. Lin Fan turned to gaze at Bojin Boku. With a flourish of his hand, he retrieved several vials of potions from the realm of his consciousness, along with a shriveled bag containing Gallon, which had been magically expanded without a trace. May I take him with me? Lin Fan inquired softly, regarding Bojin. Of course. Of course, he is yours, Bojin replied with an ingratiating smile. His eyes sparkled with avarice as he looked at the potions in the golden gallon Lin Fan had brought him. Lin Fan cast several sealing incantations upon Dispel, affixing the seal enchantment card. With a mere wave of his hand, Dispel vanished from Bojin's sight. Bojin, unfazed by this spectacle, gazed at Lin Fan with a smile, and said, Oh, dear Lin Fan, might you require anything else? Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at Bojin and said, No need, I have matters to attend to. Before vanishing from Bojin's sight, seemingly invoking some spell or utilizing an enchanted object. At number 20, Spidertail Alley, Lin Fan surveyed the desolate room, pondering the whereabouts of Myrtle, who had yet to be located. Meanwhile, Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban. Once that matter was resolved, he would set out to rescue Sirius and find Myrtle. Entering his chamber, Lin Fan cast protective spells around himself and the vicinity, conjuring several enchanted protective cards before retrieving Dispel from his mental realm. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the mirror. Clenching his fist, he struck the glass with a forceful blow. An invisible aura flickered within the reflection, and a chilling, ominous presence surged in Lin Fan's heart. The waves of fear that coursed through his mind were far more potent than the terror evoked by a Dementor. Flames blazed fiercely, and the echoes of anguished cries reverberated in the air. Lin Fan gazed in bewilderment at the Death Eaters wreaking havoc around him. With the familiar sight of a beloved home not far away, the warm home, he took a step towards the warm home, where a throng of Death Eaters encircled it. And at the forefront stood a serpent-faced figure cloaked in black, the Dark Lord. His form seemed to glide through the bodies of the Death Eaters as he witnessed James's valiant resistance, saw James sacrifice himself to protect Lily and Harry, and caught a glimpse of Lily tenderly apologizing to Harry. No. Tears streamed down his cheeks. They had promised to always be together. They were family. After a moment, Lin Fan spotted Sirius arriving, his face etched with anguish as he surveyed the ruins. Just as he was about to take little Harry into his arms, Hagrid mistook his intentions and assumed he meant to harm Harry. Sirius seemed to perceive something, handing Harry over to Hagrid before dashing off towards the unknown. Lin Fan followed closely, witnessing the treachery of Wormtail, only to see a group of Aurors descend from the sky, resulting in Sirius's imprisonment in Azkaban due to Peter's betrayal. Lin Fan closed his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. After a brief moment, he swung his right fist with all his might toward an unseen target in the air, proclaiming that the power of fear held no sway over him. The cerebral closure technique. Initially, Lin Fan had merely feigned his weaknesses and the vulnerabilities within his mind. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as the sound of shattering echoed within his brain. Dispel merely exploited the inner weaknesses and fears of individuals, magnifying them into despair. It was as if Lin Fan were conversing with someone unseen. In a fleeting moment, he opened his eyes again, finding himself back in the room. With determination, Lin Fan reached into the mirror of Dispel, grasping fiercely within it, extracting a pulsating black heart that exuded sinister darkness. Gazing at the heart, which writhed and struggled in his palm, he mused, You are far too feeble. Your consciousness has yet to coalesce. Fortunately, through the Elysian mirror, I discovered your existence. Had I delayed further, I might never have identified you. At this juncture, Lin Fan, having harnessed the powers of the heart of sound, the heart of purification, the heart of healing, the heart of dance, the heart of resilience, and the heart of indomitable spirit, had become immensely more formidable than the still-forming despair. Purification. Evil spirits. Retreat. Enigmatic melodies. A myriad of potent purification spells caused the dark energy surrounding the heart to emit a hissing sound, gradually diminishing in intensity. Ultimately, despair was entirely vanquished, leaving in its wake the promise of hope. Lin Fan placed hope upon his heart, merging it with his very being. Ding. Congratulations, player, on successfully collecting the Heart of Hope. Task progress, 712. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan was taken aback. How could the soul he had just reclaimed so effortlessly belong entirely to him? Surely, it was due to his still nascent strength. Little imp. It would be wise for you not to be overly self-assured. If he were to develop further over time, you would be courting disaster. Lin Fan fell silent, as several voices clamored incessantly in his mind, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of confusion. Chapter 20.